Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The guy was sitting on a levitating rock. He was looking at his phone. He wondered when people usually read webtoons. Some read in crowded public transport early in the morning, some during short solitudes during the day. He smiled and threw the phone down. People were screaming. The events took place in a sky castle called Terrarium. Noise was coming from it. The guy and the girl were standing in the arena. Dean frowned and thought that they had finally met. Nagi was looking at him. The blonde rushed towards her. He attacked her with a sword. The girl responded with a fireball. The ball was approaching the guy. He resisted the fire. The white-haired girl cast a new spell. Several enemies entered the arena. Her opponent tried to dodge. He raised his sword to strike and thought he had managed to touch Nagi. Her stomach was pierced by the sword. She looked at the guy and summoned a flaming sword. Dean was cut down. His hand was disconnected from his body. The brunette was reading this comic and thought, what the hell? They were clearly kidding. He looked at his phone and thought that he started reading because they said it would be interesting. They just uploaded the chapter, and here it was complete bullshit. He started typing a comment and thought that this was a plot in which the main character of the manhwa loses to a strong man. It's just awful. The hero sent his comment. He wrote that if his comment becomes the best, it doesn't matter if he has a burning or some other sword, he will grind this puppy into dust. The stranger looked at the phone and thought that it was funny. He smiled and thought that if he left such a comment, it means he is confident in himself. He poked at the screen and suggested giving it a try. Xiaojin thought that this was a good start. The screen said that this was a plot that reveals more about the development of the main character. The guy thought, what kind of ridiculous explanation was this? He smiled and thought that the author was writing such a thing, writing everything off as disclosure. Isn't this a webtoon that you read to relax? His eyes widened when someone asked him to move his back. A girl was looking at him. The hero looked at her in surprise. Hiseo winked at him. She sat down next to him. The brunette raised his eyebrows and thought that he was embarrassed. He didn't need to pretend that he knew her, did he? He looked at the girl and thought that she was his classmate and they were not close at all, but she sat next to him. He thought that she was quite popular in their class, but she had no connection with him. Xiaojin thought why she sat next to him. Hiseo handed him a pack of cigarettes and told him to take it. He looked at her hand in shock and guessed why. The guy leaned over and asked why. The brunette smiled and said that as far as he knew, her homeroom teacher had called her in. She asked him to keep it for a while and return it during lunch break. Xiaojin raised his eyebrows and asked why him. The girl smiled and said that it was because they were friends. The hero looked at her in surprise. His comment received 20 likes. Some time later, it was break time in the classroom. The guy was thinking about what to do now. He looked to the side and thought that it seemed like she was worrying too much. She could have kept it for herself. Anyway, why would she need cigarettes? He looked at his classmates. They were discussing the flaming sword. Hiseo laughed and asked what it was. She and the most popular classmates were chatting. The hero looked at them and thought that it would be strange to go now. He would just give the cigarettes back during lunch. His eyes widened when he heard someone say something about the flaming sword. The classmates laughed. The brunette asked if the girl didn't read webtoons. The last chapter was just awesome. She asked what he meant. Couldn't he explain it normally? The guy looked away in shock when they asked if they were talking about Player Now. The hero came up to them and said that he had read it too. He asked, didn't the flaming sword they were talking about appear in the last chapter? Xiaojin said that the main character used it in this chapter. His heart skipped a beat. He thought why they were reacting so coldly. Weren't they talking about a webtoon? Everyone was looking at him. He thought that it didn't matter what they were talking about. The whole point was that he had butted in, although he wasn't even close to any of them. The guy smiled and apologized for interrupting so suddenly. Hiseo looked at him and asked if he was that loser. The hero looked at her in shock. The brunette looked at the guy and asked if he talked to him. He said not really. Then he asked the girl. She said that she doesn't talk to him either. The guy turned to Hiseo. He leaned towards her and asked if she talks to him. The hero remembered how she said that they were friends. He looked at her in shock when she said that she didn't know him. Xiaojin's pupils narrowed. He lowered his head while his classmates changed the subject. The brunette looked down in shock. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and said that they apparently don't read webtoons. T1 raised a finger and said that he reads every week. The hero turned to him. He watched as the blonde smiled. His classmates looked at him. Someone laughed and said that he was shocked that T1 was also an otaku like this one. Xiaojin left with his head down. The blonde looked at him with disdain. The stranger smiled. The number of likes on the hero's comments increased. After a while, the schoolchildren were playing football. Xiaojin was standing in the middle of the field. He frowned and thought that he was so embarrassed, he decided to just stand there. He clenched his fist and thought that it was no wonder why she would do something that was not good for her. Cigarettes or something else, it was none of his business. His classmate turned around and shouted that the ball was flying towards him. The hero watched the ball fly towards him. They shouted at him to cover it. He gritted his teeth and thought that now this ball would ruin his mood. He ran forward. The ball flew past him. T1 looked at him. The opposing team was jubilant. Seoljin was sweating and said that the ball really went in. He turned around in a panic when someone said if he was kidding. A classmate passed by and shouted at T1 what he was doing, while the hero tried to apologize and said that he really wanted to cover it. A brunette ran past and shouted how he could not have blocked such a shot. Classmates ran to the gate and said that the opponents shook ice cream off them. T1 said that he got too carried away by the webtoon. He rubbed his neck guiltily and said that he was too interested in what was going on. The brunette gritted his teeth and told him to wait at least for a half. He was really going too far. Seoljin looked at them in shock. The number of likes increased to 67. Men's restroom. There was a pack of cigarettes floating in the toilet. The guy was scrolling through his phone. He was reading a webtoon and said that it was complete bullshit. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked if the blonde was really distracted by this. He was also good, skipping gym in the toilet. He remembered how he missed the ball. The guy hit the door and said how ashamed he was. He looked up when someone's voice was heard. He said how sorry he was. Another asked what exactly, that they lost or that they would have to buy ice cream. Seoljin opened his mouth and thought that this voice was familiar to him. His classmates were changing. The brunette asked if he should tell the teacher that T1 didn't hand over his phone. He apologized. The hero froze in shock and wondered if physical education was already over. He didn't want to go out. One of his classmates was putting on his jacket and said by the way about Seoljin's intervention. The guy's eyes widened. Someone said that he butted into the conversation this morning. It was so annoying. Another laughed and said that he always did this. The brunette looked at T1 and asked why he always covered for Seoljin, including today. Another put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he didn't know. They went to middle school together. He went with them. The hero shuddered when one of them asked if they were close, and the blonde answered what kind of close. T1 put his hand on his classmate's shoulder. He smiled and said that he just felt sorry for him. Seoljin's mouth fell open. The bell rang. Someone said that the next class was historical Korean. If they were late, the teacher would beat them up. T1 turned around. The brunette looked at his classmate and said that someone was sitting there. It wasn't Seoljin by chance. The other replied that it would be creepy. The hero looked down. He thought that thank God they didn't notice him. T1 scowled and said that he was pathetic. He stood next to the guy. The blonde turned around. Seoljin looked ahead in shock. There was no one else in the room. He gritted his teeth and thought that he hated webtoons in which the main characters lose to strong people. T1 and Hiseo smiled. The girl laughed. The brunette sat on the floor and thought that it was because he had enough defeats in real life. He clenched his fists and thought that he had enough. His comment got 99 likes. Seoljin kept his head down and said that he did too. The number of likes reached 2769. Suddenly, there were more than 1 million and the number was growing before his eyes. Seoljin thought that he wanted to become the main character. The number of likes exceeded 1 billion. The stranger smiled and said that in that case, he could try. Lightning struck the school. Seoljin fell and thought, what was that? Was it lightning? There was noise around him. Someone was shouting that as soon as he defeated the first level ranker, the stranger would appear before him. The hero stood in front of Nagi. Seoljin raised his eyebrows and told them to wait. Someone was reading a webtoon on the phone. Nagi looked ahead and asked who he was. She was a first rank. A system window appeared, saying that Seoljin was a low rank. Dean watched as his arm was cut off. He opened his mouth in shock. The guy knelt down. The people cheered. The host announced that Dean's fighter could no longer continue the fight. Nagi won. The man frowned and said that again there was no intrigue. Everything was so predictable. A waste of money. The girl asked what he was talking about. Dean was able to break through the wall of blue flames. Nagi, isn't that impressive? He looked ahead and asked what the point was. He lost anyway. The blonde said what a noob he was. She approached him and said that she would only tell him this once, so he should listen carefully. She said that this was the first time in the history of fighting that someone was able to break through the defense of the wall of blue flames. She said that he saw a historical moment with his own eyes. The man looked at the girl and asked if this was the first time. How was this possible? She replied that Nagi was a first rank. She pulled out a toothpick and said that she had an unshakable defense that no one could overcome. A wall of blue flames appeared in front of the warrior. Nagi looked ahead. The blonde said that this was her distinctive feature. Lightning struck. A huge lightning struck in front of the white-haired girl. The girl closed her eyes and asked what was going on. She looked at her food in shock and said that she dropped it. The blonde cried and said that she saved her ponytail for later. The man looked ahead in shock and asked, didn't she say that this was the first time someone broke through the defense? He pointed ahead. Nagi looked ahead in shock. The viewer asked if the wall was broken. The commentator said that something amazing was happening. Some unknown person appeared in front of the invincible Nagi. He said that he appeared in the very center of her protective spell. Dean frowned and thought that it couldn't be. He thought that the wall that he could barely touch was destroyed in an instant. Xiao Jin looked ahead gloomily. He was sweating all over and wondering what the hell was going on. He looked at the Colosseum and wondered how it happened. The hero remembered how he had just been in the toilet. He looked back and thought that he remembered this person. He thought he remembered. Nagi looked at him and asked him to identify himself. The guy thought that this was a scene from the webtoon he had seen this morning. Someone was looking at a phone. Xiao Jin thought that if he was not mistaken, it was a character from Player. He smiled and thought that this was a dream. The hero raised an eyebrow and asked if she was really that interested in his identity. He walked forward and asked if this was some kind of lucid dream. Even if not, he was so nervous, Nagi told him not to move. Dean thought her class was a swordsman. She was known for using the earth element. The hero looked at her and asked what would happen to him if he moved. The warrior thought that her strength was increasing due to her connection with the ground. Dean frowned and thought maybe he should come closer. The white-haired girl frowned and said that if he took a step, she would cut him. The warrior thought that this stubbornness would soon end. The girl summoned a wall of blue flames. The entire field was engulfed in blue flames. The onlookers looked at them in shock. Dean trembled and thought that she still had so much strength left. When would she finally get tired? He thought it was even scary. This girl was a true impenetrable wall. The guy thought that that schoolboy was definitely finished in front of her. It was impossible to even stand on his feet. Xiao Jin looked ahead in surprise. The blonde widened his eyes and wondered if he was okay. The hero looked back and asked why the wind blew so suddenly. It was so refreshing. Nagi looked at him and said that she took it as a sign that he didn't want to retreat. She pulled out her sword and said that in that case, they should accept the challenge. The girl put the knife forward. Dean frowned and thought that since she pulled out the sword, it means she is afraid, which is impossible. How strong is this puppy? The brunette covered himself with his hands in fear. Nagi looked at him when he said that it was a mistake. He closed his eyes and said that he was wrong. He thought that no matter what kind of dream it was, he didn't want to get stabbed. He frowned and mentally told himself not to be afraid. He thought that if he was a loser in his dream, how was he going to live on? Nagi looked at him patiently. Xiao Jin told himself not to be afraid. It was a dream. He asked his rival if she really thought he was that simple. The guy rushed forward and asked again if she thought he was so simple. He thought that he would definitely win. He took a step forward. Nagi looked at him. The hero screamed. Dean looked at him in shock and asked what kind of stupid attack was this. Xiao Jin thought that maybe this was not a dream, and all the actions may seem thoughtless, but all his bravado was based on reason. Nagi's sword did not move at all. It seemed as if she did not intend to kill him. Xiao Jin thought, did she change her mind? He thought that she was just scaring him, and then she would leave him alive. The hero did not know yet that from the moment she pulled out the sword, the only outcome for him was to be cut into pieces. The brunette was falling apart. Nagi watched as the guy exploded. He disappeared from the battlefield. The audience screamed what just happened. Nagi looked up and turned to the commentator. She looked to the side and said to name the result. He said that no matter how you look at it, he can't continue the fight. The commentator announced Naga's victory. To be continued. The stranger looked at the phone and exclaimed, "Is this the end?" He lowered his head and said that it was so boring, no emotions, different from what he promised, right? He smiled and said that such an end is unacceptable, and pointed at the screen. Xiao Jin was drowning in a bottomless ocean. He opened his eyes and asked, is he really dead? The guy exhaled and realized that this was the end. Somewhere in the distance, a light appeared. Glitches appeared on the screen. The girl looked down. The hero wondered what happened. He opened his eyes slightly when he was told to get up. Xiao Jin opened his eyes in shock. Excalibur looked at him and said that he woke up. She frowned and said that he looked stupid. The girl sat down next to him and shouted at him. The guy raised an eyebrow when she said that he wasn't even answering. He asked what this place was. An invisible hand appeared around his throat. Excalibur lifted him off the ground. She said that she was kind to look after him, that he came here without asking. She frowned and asked how dare he ask questions. Did he really want to argue? Xiao Jin looked at her in panic. The girl clenched her fist and said that he crossed the line. The hero's vision became cloudy. She told him to just disappear. The stranger told her to stop. Excalibur was choking the guy. She let go of her hand. Xiao Jin fell down and coughed. The stranger smiled and apologized. He said that she was just born. The brunette looked at him in shock. He said that it was nice to meet you. He cleared his throat and said that his name was Arthur. The guy smiled and said that he was the god of this world. Excalibur got excited and asked to let her go. She said that he started the fight first. God shook her and told her to moderate her ardor. He told her, otherwise she would completely lose face. He looked at Xiao Jin. He looked at him in shock. Arthur asked what he was saying. The hero raised his hand and asked not to hit him and to spare him. He was wrong. God looked at him and said that he did not think he fully understood the situation. He would try to explain it differently. Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes when he asked him to listen. He extended his hand. Arthur smiled and said that he was chosen for this place. The brunette looked at him in shock. He offered him to become a player. Xiao Jin asked again. His eyes widened. He He asked if this was just the title of a webtoon. Arthur asked if he had not read carefully. He crouched down when the hero asked what it was. Seol-jin raised one eyebrow when he sighed. God snapped his fingers. He raised his finger and said he would show him. A light appeared in the distance. The Terrarium Sky Castle. It is a dream castle, full of gold, silver, and the sweet feeling of victory. And those who want to climb up to this castle are called players. Seol-jin raised his eyebrows and asked if he said players. Arthur confirmed. He said that Dean too, and Nagi. He approached the hero and said that he too. Arthur asked if he was really a player like those people. God turned away and confirmed. He asked if it was really that cool. He smiled. Seol-jin frowned and asked why him. Arthur was shocked. He asked what he meant. The brunette approached him and asked why he was doing all this. Did he really have to fight those monsters again now? He looked at him in rage and shouted, who even said such a thing out of nowhere? Who decided that he would do this? God raised his eyebrows and asked, really who? Didn't he make the promise? Seol-jin looked at him with confusion. He remembered his comment. Arthur turned around and said that he really did have balls, but Nagi was already in the terrarium, so he needed to become a player first. Did he agree? Seol-jin opened his eyes in shock and asked if it was all because of some comment. God asked again, just some kind of comment. He pulled the sword forward and asked, did he write it after thinking carefully? The guy closed his eyes. Arthur laughed and said that he was joking. He thrust the sword and said that no one was forcing him here. The blonde turned around and said that he could give up right now, however. The hero opened his eyes when he said that he didn't think he wanted to go back to reality. The guy lowered his head. He thought that his reality was full of idiots who didn't respect him. Seol-jin opened his eyes. God descended to him and asked, so, does he want to go back? The hero thought that at that moment he suddenly felt better. Without looking up, he asked if he was saying go back to that place. He turned to the god. The brunette raised his head and asked if he rose to the first place, what will he get? Arthur smiled. He came closer and said that he will get whatever he wants. He extended his hand to him. The hero shook her hand and said he thought he would try. The sword trembled. Arthur drew a circle with it and said that now he would send him to the tower. Seol-jin frowned when he said that this was the only time he saved him. He could not do it a second time, so he should be careful there. He held out his hand and said that they were starting. The hero asked him to wait. Arthur pursed his lips and said that actually he wanted to do a cool thing. Seol-jin asked him if he was really going to send him away like that, empty-handed. The god raised his eyebrows and asked what the hell. He said how could he be so irresponsible and call himself a god. Seol-jin raised his eyebrows and said that even beginner trainers get their first Pokemon. He should give him at least something. Arthur said that he had nothing, and at that moment the sword screamed. Excalibur flared up and said that she listened to them calmly. She looked at the hero and turned to him. The girl frowned and asked him, God what, a friend or something? Seol-jin looked at her in shock. He thought that this aura was too familiar to him. Excalibur crossed her arms over her chest and told him to act normal. He agreed. Arthur watched them. He chuckled. Excalibur turned around when he laughed. God put his hand to his forehead and said that they were both so funny. He raised an eyebrow. Excalibur and Seol-jin turned around when God said that he had decided. The hero looked at Arthur in shock when he asked him, didn't he say that he needed something? God took the girl by the shoulder. He pointed at her and told him to take her then. Excalibur looked at him in shock. The brunette completely lost track of what was happening. They both looked at God in shock. Excalibur clenched her fists and said she didn't want to. Did he really want her to go down to earth with that idiot? He said he didn't want to go anywhere with that crazy woman. Arthur smiled and told them to calm down. He pushed the girl and said he had already decided everything. She stepped inside the circle and called him. God smiled and wished them a good time. The portal beneath them activated. Arthur said that the girl's name was Excalibur. After all, it was a sword made by him, so he thought it would come in handy. The girl, in tears, asked for it and called him. God raised a finger and said that they would have ice cream when they returned. They dissolved into the portal, Excalibur screaming what ice cream was. There was an explosion. Seol-jin coughed. He shrank and thought that lightning again. Was there really no other way? Through the fog, the girl was visible. The brunette looked in her direction and turned to the girl, asked if she was there. He thought that she had a terrible name. Excalibur looked at her hands and asked what it was. She cried and screamed what kind of horror it was. Seol-jin looked at her and wondered if she had really shrunk. The girl frowned when he asked what happened to her. She screamed, how dare he pretend not to know, it was because of him. She kicked him in the face. Arthur thought about it and said that he completely forgot to tell them. Seol-jin asked what kind of place this was. It seemed like someone lived here. God smiled and said that without tests it was really boring, so he prepared a training quest for them. Excalibur turned around and asked if it really mattered to him. Couldn't he see that she was small now? Seol-jin looked forward in shock. A fist was raised over the girl when she asked why he wasn't answering. Was he really that scared of her? The guy shouted at her to be careful. The blonde jumped back. The man lunged at her. She dodged his blows. The man hit her neck. He frowned and said she was a damn rat. There was an explosion. Excalibur jumped back. The brunette looked at her and asked if she was okay. She said she didn't notice him. Xiao Jin frowned and asked who he was. What did they do to him? The man stood up and said he was really asking him who he was. His minions appeared around him and he said they should ask them. A system window appeared, that it was the robber guild Red Hoods. The man frowned and said they would pay for breaking into their base. Xiao Jin looked at him in shock when he asked if they were ready. The guild members ran forward when their leader told them to grab the girl first. They began their attack. Excalibur gritted her teeth and said that this is why she doesn't like the earth. Xiao Jin asked what they should do. She told him to shut up. The girl turned around and asked what else they should do and told him to hold her tighter. The brunette looked at her with confusion and asked what he should hold. Excalibur began to burn. The hero's eyes widened. A sword appeared in his hand. The guild member looked at them and asked what happened to that girl. Was this really his weapon? Xiao Jin looked at the sword in shock and said that now he can win. The man frowned and told everyone to wait. Arthur smiled. He laughed heartily. Xiao Jin trembled. Someone asked what was wrong with him. Understanding appeared in his eyes that he was finished. God said that Excalibur is the sword of the ego, that is, it is a sword that has a soul. It is a sword that becomes stronger with its owner. It is a legendary sword with unlimited possibilities. Arthur smiled and said that this meant that he was now as weak as the current master. A system window appeared, saying that Xiao Jin had a rookie rank. Excalibur looked at the sword in shock and asked what the hell was that. A system window appeared, saying that she had a rookie rank. The girl hugged her knees to her chest and said that this was just awful. She couldn't believe that she had become so insignificant. The girl pressed herself against the wall and said that it was over and they should go home. Xiao Jin asked what they should do now. She said that he could do whatever he wanted. She wanted to be alone so he could leave her alone. The man was silent. He looked at them and said that this was so stupid. He was curious about what they were like, but it turned out that they were just trash. Xiao Jin looked at him in shock when he said that in that case they would pay for sneaking into the Red Hood's territory. The guild members smiled and told them not to even dream of leaving here in one piece. Xiao Jin hiccuped and thought that they were just a bunch of psychos. He gritted his teeth and thought that he would definitely die again. He needed to get out of here at all costs. Excalibur went forward. The guy called out to her. She lit up and shouted at the men, did they really call them trash? The girl frowned and asked, did they really put her on the same level as this loser? Were they completely crazy? The bandits looked at her in shock. One of them asked what kind of power this was. Another said that it was hard to even just stand. Was this girl really a ranker? Arthur smiled and said that she was a real snot. Did she still retain his power? Excalibur stretched out her hand and told them to die. Everything around went up in flames. The man clenched his fist and asked what it was. He had never seen such abilities. His subordinate shouted that now was not the time to admire. They needed to run. The girl laughed and said that it was too late for that. Today was the day of their death. The hero thought that now was the perfect time to run away. Arthur smiled and said that this would not do. The girl stretched out her hand. The flame quickly went out. Excalibur looked at her hands in shock and shouted, what was this? This should not be. The cutest creature on earth laughed awkwardly. The man crossed his arms over his chest and ordered to destroy her. Xiao Jin looked back and thought what had happened. Could she really not use her power? And he was going to take advantage of the noise to escape. The guy frowned and thought that this would not do. He could not leave alone. No matter what, he needed help. His eyes widened. He looked at the guild commander. It was as if he was looking into his soul. Xiao Jin threw his head back. Excalibur looked at the attackers and asked the hero, is he probably shaking with fear already? She turned around and said that they had no other choice. He could take on one or two of the smaller ones. The girl frowned and asked if he was really gone. She called Xiao Jin and called him a small beast. The hero was running away. He ran as fast as he could and thought that he had not completely gone crazy to fight them, and he would never be able to collect his bones. He thought that it was somehow quiet. Maybe something happened. Was Excalibur really caught? Xiao Jin gritted his teeth and thought that it seemed to him that since he got into this world, something would definitely change in his life. He persuaded himself not to think about useless things. Excalibur is very strong. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he would only interfere with her. He thought that absolutely nothing had changed. Xiao Jin tripped over a stone. He fell with a noise. The hero lay face down on the ground and thought that a weakling like him had just run away. He got up. The guy got up and said that nothing could be done. He asked what he could do. He was an ordinary schoolboy. The brunette cried and said that he could not do anything. He remembered how he sat in the toilet. Now Xiao Jin was sitting on his knees and said that it would be better this way. His eyes widened when a voice asked him if he was really running away again. The stranger smiled and called him pathetic. The hero looked forward in shock. After a while, Excalibur was out of breath. The man said that she was already so tired. It seemed to him that such a pompous and confident girl could give something worthy. The commander smiled and asked if she was just a weakling. The girl smiled and said that she was being told this by the one for whom his henchmen acted. She thought how annoying he was. The man smiled and said that he was very sorry that such a little girl's life was cut short. He raised his fist to punch. Excalibur thought that if only she could use her strength. She closed her eyes. Xiaojin stood in front of her. The man frowned. The girl looked at him in shock. There was an explosion. The commander pursed his lip. The smoke cleared. Excalibur swung at the guy and asked why he came back at all. He always runs away like a loser. She frowned and said that she would have managed without his help. He asked why. Xiaojin cried and asked if it was really impossible to be a loser. The girl looked at him in shock. She pursed her lips. Excalibur grinned. She patted the hero on the shoulder and said that it was not prohibited by law and asked him to move on and let her get up. The girl extended her hand and told him to hold it tightly. She frowned and offered to try. A tear rolled down the guy's cheek. He smiled and agreed. They shook hands. The girl smiled bloodthirstily. Arthur grinned and said that they had passed. A pillar of light appeared in front of the man. He looked up and asked what kind of power it was, that it was impossible. Xiaojin said that he needed to become a first rank like Nagi, or better yet, even higher. Lightning emanated from him. The guy stood with a sword in his hands. He thought that the only one he needed to defeat was the weakling inside himself. Xiaojin looked ahead and said that he would definitely go up there. Excalibur gritted her teeth and thought that she had only given half of her power, but this puppy had decided to grab all the remaining god power in her. Xiaojin frowned and said forward. Flames were coming from him. The guy looked at his colleague and suggested that he go forward. He was so huge, how could he hide behind? The commander stood in front of them and told them to leave. He could handle him himself. He tensed up and asked if they knew who he hated the most. He said that he hated those who only knew how to rely on their trinkets. The man lit up and said that that was why he created his own thieves guild. The hero thought what he was talking about. The commander raised his head and told the guy to watch carefully how to use his power. He hit the ground. The man raised a large piece of earth. His team shouted that this was their commander. He was always confident in his strength. The other shouted to move away. He was just getting in the way. The man held a rock and said it didn't matter if it was an ego sword or not, it was just a knife. He threw a piece of dirt and said if he couldn't get close, it wouldn't do any good. The rock was flying at Xiaojin. The man told him to die peacefully under the rock and he would sell his precious sword. The hero stood. He raised his sword. Xiaojin looked forward. The man looked forward in shock. The piece of dirt landed in the ground. It began to glow from the inside. The guild looked at it in shock. There was an explosion. All the thieves were thrown into the air. The smoke cleared. Xiaojin held a sword in his hands. He raised his head and said that he did it. The hero began to faint. He fell to the ground. A system window appeared that the liquidation of the Red Hood's Thieves Guild was complete. Arthur laughed. He smiled and said that this was great. It became more interesting. God threw back the phone. He threw back his head and said that now all the candidates were gathered. Arthur looked at the chessboard. He smiled and said that time would finally begin to move in the world he had created. After a while, the carriage moved forward. The grandfather was riding in a harness with a large beast. Mokaiko stuck out her tongue. A system window appeared that her feature was to be nice. An old man was with her. He was shaking. His name was Duke Pal. His profession was a cab driver. A crisis had occurred in his quiet life. The reason for this had arisen 30 minutes ago. He was combing Mokaiko and was about to return, when suddenly, he looked back when he asked them to give him a lift for something. Duke Pal frowned and asked what kind of flea it was. Why was it so ill-mannered? Did it really not have a grandfather? He opened his eyes in shock. Excalibur looked at him gloomily and said that she did not have a grandfather. Duke Pal looked at her in shock. She asked if she couldn't do without her grandfather. He replied that he didn't have one either, so she could sit down. He wondered if she was carrying a corpse. The old man jerked when the girl called him. She frowned and asked why he was stuck there. When was he going to take them already? Duke Pal apologized. He turned around and thought what a little brat she was, if only he were 50 years younger. Excalibur looked at the hero and shouted at him to get up. Xiaojin's head fell back unnaturally. The girl said that she accidentally broke it. Duke Pal shed a tear. He thought that he would simply not interfere. Excalibur narrowed her eyes and said that he hadn't even moved once since he lost consciousness. Xiaojin was drooling. The girl poked him and asked him if he could die. It wasn't like she cared if he died or not, just what would happen to her. Would God take her? The hero was passed out. The girl punched him in the jaw. When he got up, she screamed in fear. Xiaojin had a lump growing on his head. Excalibur asked him if he really didn't remember anything. He rubbed his head and said that after he picked it up he didn't remember anything. The girl said that she thought he would be useful. He raised his hand and said that he did remember something cool happening to her. Excalibur crossed her arms over her chest and told him to forget it. If he didn't remember how he did it, then it was useless. He apologized. The girl frowned and wondered if it could be an accident. She thought that it couldn't be just a coincidence. She couldn't just take advantage of it because of luck. This guy may look like a weakling, but at that moment, Excalibur remembered looking ahead in shock. She remembered that he hadn't killed any of the enemies. The girl frowned and thought that he was able to completely control the power of a god. Seoljin said that he remembered something. The blonde jumped up and asked what it was. The hero thought about it and said that it wasn't that important. Excalibur told him not to drag it out, anything would help. The hero said that at that moment. He smiled and thanked her for believing in him. Excalibur looked at him in shock. Seoljin began to stutter, trying to pronounce her name. The girl screamed that her name was Excalibur. Could he really not even learn her name? He replied that he knew her name, it just sucked. The old man thought that they were so noisy, he should get back to the village as soon as possible. Excalibur was beating the guy and shouting what he was muttering. He was completely dumbfounded. His name was actually weird too. He replied that his mother actually gave it to him. She shouted at him to shut up. Seoljin froze. Excalibur frowned. The guy told her to look ahead. She told him to shut up. If he didn't want her to beat him up, then he should learn to shut his mouth in time. He replied that he wasn't talking about that. Now was not the right time at all. Excalibur looked ahead. There was a city in front of them, a village at the entrance to the tower. The guards were talking to Duke Pal. Seoljin lowered his head. He looked at the phone and the pen and thought that these were all the things he got here with. What should he do now? He ruffled his hair and thought maybe he should get a part-time job. Although he had never worked, they accept minors, right? Excalibur smiled. The hero asked if she really stole all this from those thieves. She confirmed. Seoljin looked at her in delight and asked if they really didn't have to worry about money. He definitely didn't think she would do such a thing. She replied that it was nothing special. Excalibur smiled and said that he now understood that it was worth listening to her words. He answered without a doubt. The girl closed her eyes and said that first they should find a place to eat. Someone shouted that it was them. Duke Pal looked at the guards and asked them to quickly capture those children. He pointed at them and said that those little devils threatened him. Excalibur raised her hand and asked what other threats. She simply asked him, and he immediately agreed. Seoljin shouted if she really threatened him. He pointed at himself and shouted that he was completely unconscious. He was also a victim. The guard and the old man watched their showdown. Excalibur turned around when someone said that there was no need to pretend. They knew that they were in cahoots. The man showed the paper and said that this was proof. Weren't they from the Red Hood Guild? Duke Pal clenched his fist and shouted. Did they really think that he wouldn't recognize them? They were little thieves. Excalibur asked what he was talking about. They had no connection with these people. They noticed that they were wearing the uniform of this guild. The guard gritted his teeth and said that he noticed that the cloak looked similar. Had they completely lost their fear? The heroes were surrounded by guards. The girl gritted her teeth. Seoljin raised one eyebrow. Someone was watching them from the roof of the building. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that they would check them. The young man was surprised and did not understand what had happened. The guys who were following asked what kind of showdown there was. In response, they heard that they didn't know, like some kind of violators. What the hell? Someone's legs already hurt from walking. The girl turned around and heard the guys discussing that these guys were kids. It would be possible to catch them quickly. She said that these idiots didn't even know who they were messing with. Then she turned around and looked at her friend, wondering if he was going to run away again in a fit of panic. And then the young man jerked sharply, which scared the girl. Then he turned around and told her to get ready. Then he frowned and thought that he had already decided everything. He wouldn't run away. He was ashamed of the fact that he wanted to hide, but he wouldn't do it. He immediately remembered the guard's text. He thought that they were stopped simply because they were taken for criminals. If they explained everything normally, then everything would be fine with them. Suddenly, the man stopped the cart and shouted that the little bastards should put their hands behind their heads and get down. He agreed. He immediately spread his arms and said that there was no need to worry. He had an idea. He knew that it was scary, but it was better to leave it to him. And then the girl jumped forward. She attacked the soldiers and said that today they had hit hard. At least they knew who they were. She added that now she would make xylophones out of their teeth. And the young man at that moment grabbed his head and thought that he only had to look at her. It was useless to negotiate. The baby flew into one of the guards and the battle immediately began. She rose standing on him and said that the first one was ready. She thought that she felt it could not be compared with her past abilities, but it was already not bad. Then she looked at the others. I thought that even without the power of a god that her comrade used, this would be enough, she said, to approach one by one. One of the men extended his hand and shouted that there was no need to be afraid. The baby was not one of the players. They could all attack together. Then they began to approach. They heard the girl discussing who the player was. It seemed like the one Seoljin was talking about. Then she turned around and added that she didn't really understand what kind of players were there, but she would tell them in secret that she was much stronger. Suddenly, her cloak flew straight at them, and thus blocked the view of one of the guards, who now didn't know what to do. The same little girl snatched his spear and attacked the next one. Then she swung and shot the spear straight at one of the guards. Because of this, the men flew back like bowling pins, and the girl looked at them and said that these people were weaker than she thought. Even those in red were stronger. If this goes on, then getting to the first rank won't be that hard. The guards gathered in a crowd began to think about what these guys were up to, and their captain turned around and said that they needed to hurry and call Mr. Ran. At that moment, a girl was approaching him right away. She swung and said what kind of person he was, asked to bring him to her and said maybe she could at least talk to him. The man leaned back and got a little scared, and her friend stood all this time in the cart and started to discuss that it was the same one, but he couldn't pronounce it and said that the tongue could be broken. Of course, the guy shouted at the girl, added that she needed to be careful. At that moment, one of the soldiers attacked her from behind. The little girl got scared and opened her eyes wide. The brunette started screaming, realizing that he hadn't had time to help his friend. But then the little girl began to transform, and then a bright beam of light appeared. Literally a moment later, a sword appeared in the guy's hands. He picked it up and heard that it was impossible to summon like that without permission. Did he really decide to pretend to be a hero? In fact, she also saw that they were coming towards her from behind. Everything was fine. Then the young man exhaled and said that it was fine. And the girl got angry and asked again, decided that he could now contradict her. What is a loser, like this person, can understand? In response, she heard exactly that he was a loser and therefore did not understand. Then the guy took the sword stronger and said that there is something, the most important for losers. Then he looked at the opponents from under his brows and said that it is a look. He remembered his work in passers-by, explained that just as a victim catches the gaze of the predators surrounding it, so in the classroom you can determine who is the biggest fish here by the eyes. Then he frowned and said that his loser instincts tell him that this person is really dangerous. At that moment, a man with fire magic stood in front of them. The girl hesitated a little, but agreed. And then she noticed something. There was some strange trace behind her. What was that? And suddenly a ribbon flew out from there. It turns out that the ground parted. We must report. At that very second, people began to run away and said that Mr. Ran entered the battle. We must run away. A young man approached them and said that next time this will not happen. It was Rand, class, guardian, player. The brunette looked at the crack and said that he couldn't believe that this cut was made by fabric. But then the sword spoke to him and said that he needed to pull himself together, told him not to be afraid. What was he afraid of now? He replied that he wasn't afraid at all, not a bit. The girl tensed up and told him that she was wary of this canvas. If it wrapped around it, then that was the end. Now Seoljin got angry and said that even an idiot understood this, but in fact he was thinking that he was very scared. Then he saw an enemy in the distance and thought that now he wouldn't even be able to run. He would have to fight, and Excalibur was so heavy. Then he pulled himself together. It was even hard to stand. How could a god control it as if it weighed nothing? Suddenly it dawned on him, and the girl at that moment told him that with his level he would be able to use it for no more than 2 minutes. Stop thinking and need to act. The young man hesitated a little and asked if they really had to fight. The sword had already started shaking and a question could be heard from there. What a stupid question. Was he still afraid to fight after going through so much? To which he replied that no, not because of that. He needed to listen to him. He lowered his eyes to the boy and said that of course he was really afraid to fight, but that was not the point. Did they really have to enter the battle? The sword answered, what kind of nonsense was this man talking about? He tried to explain. He imagined the city and said that their main goal was to climb that tower and find Nagi. If they started a fight now, it would be difficult to get into the city around the tower. Then he imagined the outcome of the battle and said that, in addition, if they were lucky and still won, Ran would switch off again after that and the game would be over. Now the sword answered him. What was he thinking of doing here? Immediately fall down dead right here. But he did not have time to answer anything, because Ran decided to start the battle and said that he was reporting. Suddenly the girl noticed something was wrong and shouted that something was approaching from the front. A huge cloth hand appeared before his eyes. The opponent raised his hand and said that the crime was an attack on a checkpoint, obstruction of official duties, and attempted murder. And the brunette just stood nearby in shock and did not understand where this huge hand came from. At that very second, fabrics began to wrap around him. They practically turned him into a mummy when the young man realized that he had to do something urgently. And the opponent frowned and said that these guys have the right to remain silent. Then he pulled him by the ribbon and added that in case of disobedience, the authorized player has the right to carry out the death penalty. Then he looked up and continued to pull them closer. The young man tensed up and did not understand what to do. At that moment, as the opponent pulled him towards himself, he frowned and looked at him, thinking that the battle was over. But suddenly the brunette stopped and took out his sword. He exhaled and thought that something was wrong. Then he imagined them on the battlefield. He does not see anyone except him, as if there were only the two of them left in the world. Because of this, the main character got scared and thought that the atmosphere in his presence was very heavy, so that's what these people were like, the players who had climbed up the tower. He raised his head and looked straight at him. Then he tried to resist. The girl immediately asked if everything was okay. In response, she heard that he could not move. Suddenly, the sword began to sparkle. Then it tore all the fabric that was binding him. Then the opponent began to create a sword and said that he seemed to have warned him not to resist. Then he took a step forward and added that according to the law, He must punish him now. And the young man was then preparing for battle. He pulled the sword aside, thinking that it was not the time to argue over trifles, otherwise both would die. They needed to fight, because his opponent was very determined. Literally through the mania, the guy jumped up and tried to attack. The sword was very happy and shouted that it was necessary. Rand saw this and did not understand where such power came from. Meanwhile, the main character was flying towards him and thought that his body was overflowing with energy, so this is the power of God. And what did the girl say? Then he pulled out his sword and thought that he was sure that he would definitely be able to win with it. But suddenly the young man noticed people below. He began to look at them and thought why they were standing there, hadn't they scattered before? Then the girl intervened and asked what he was doing and who stops power like that. And while they were falling, she added that it was enough to doubt. He decided to die before they finished him off. In response, he heard that if he attacks the enemy, people can get hurt. At that moment, Rand noticed his mistake. The warrior began to transform and said that he was checking. They did not know what this man was doing, but he missed his only chance to win. Literally a moment later, she jumped off the ground right towards him. Then he swung, and he hit the guy right with the club. Because of this, the young man was thrown into the ground with such force that it began to crack. And the people standing nearby were surprised. They said that it must have hurt, probably this man died. Then the soldier came up to him and said that this man was definitely dangerous, fell from such a height, but still survived. Meanwhile, on the ground there was not only the young man, but also the transformed girl. Then the man raised his hand with a weapon above them. Then he flew forward and said that it was the next one's turn. The brunette was still unconscious, and the girl got up and thought that she had overlooked. She did not think that this could happen. She had only a couple of seconds before the enemy attacked. Then the little girl closed her eyes, and something suddenly happened. When the girl opened her eyes, there was no weapon in front of her. There was a curly girl standing there who decided to stand up for her. The little animal smiled and turned to her. The attacker had to stop. The man was surprised and asked again, was Mo Kaiko really trying to protect them? The people who were standing nearby also started discussing why the animal was covering them. This peaceful animal had intervened in the fight. They had never seen anything like this before, and now, was it really necessary to continue this fight? Liber immediately stood up and asked what kind of atmosphere this was, while the people were saying that no matter who the gentleman was, he would definitely not continue the fight. And indeed, the guy had to stop, then transform his ribbon, and land on the ground right in front of them. Then the guy came closer. The girl looked at him with a rather threatening look, and he did the same. Literally a moment later, he hit her with his ribbon. The little girl lost consciousness and flew to the side, and their opponent turned around and ordered them to be sent to prison, punished according to the law, despite the fact that the animal was very angry. The boys were taken to the dungeon and thrown there. Meanwhile, the city was quiet. The man sitting by the window started laughing and asked what kind of nonsense was this. He added that Mo Kaiko could not block him, protecting criminals, but Rand replied that it was indeed true. Then his commander, without turning around, said that the man did not mix up again and did not attack the innocent. Why would an animal protect criminals? In response, he heard that they attacked the main gate and then offered to take another look at it. The man turned around and looked. The guy handed him a tie and said that this thing that the boy was wearing, he had never seen such a cut. There could be no mistake. Something was wrong with it. The man saw this and was very surprised. Then he grabbed his head and asked how this was even possible. He thought he would never see him again. In response, he asked how he knew who this was. His commander explained that this was the boy who broke through the wall of Nagi. Rand was very surprised and said, "Is this really true?" And the man turned around and said that it was so. Then Dean put his hand to his chin and added that no matter what, he needed to visit him personally. This man's class was a swordsman, rank number 2. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, animals were sitting next to the bars and enjoying the sun. And inside sat a guy and a girl in captivity. The young man raised his head and said that this was a very rotten prison. Then he looked out the window and said that, by the way, the girl was just incredible. She defeated so many guards. And what was his name? Rand. It turns out that players are not as cool as they thought before. If only he had carried out a better attack, they would have definitely won. Then he looked at his girlfriend. She just said nothing. Then she rolled her eyes and exhaled. Because of this, the boy felt awkward and turned away. He became scared. He thought that his girlfriend had definitely gone mad. He was finished. There was already despair in his eyes. He thought that of course it was obvious and he would hate himself for it. Then he remembered a fragment from the battle and thought that if he hadn't gotten stuck then, they could have definitely won. Then the guy started banging his head against the wall and thinking that he was a pathetic idiot. He himself wished death. But then his girlfriend shouted at him. He turned around. The girl grabbed her head and apologized. The brunette was very surprised at first and thought about it. Then he moved closer to her and asked again, was she really apologizing to him for what? It was hard for a blonde to listen to additional questions about whether she was joking or just wanted to calm him down. Then she stood up and said that she was simply accepting reality. She was the first to get into a fight, so she needed to ask for forgiveness. Then she raised her hand and asked if her comrade could hear her. He answered that they could. She also added that she would not limit herself to just words, so she would take responsibility upon herself. The young man raised his head and asked again in surprise, and the blonde raised her hand and said that she should be hit once on the cheek. The main character was even more surprised and asked if he really should hit her. The answer was affirmative. Then he was confused and thought what was going on. She had no options in her head at all, except to solve everything by hitting, so she always pounced on everyone. Then he raised his head and looked into her eyes. The girl stood opposite and waited for the guy to start acting. But instead, he scratched the back of his head and asked her permission to call her Liber. The boy raised his hand and said that the full name is so difficult to pronounce that when he is in a hurry, his tongue gets twisted. So instead of hitting her, he asks for permission to shorten her name. Well, how, or is it strange? He thought it sounds pretty cool. The blonde just looked at him in surprise and was silent. Then she turned around and said let it be so. She somehow does not care. The main thing is that they figured it out. The main character was happy and asked again. And the little girl at that moment hit the wall and said that the most important thing now was to sort this out. She turned and said with a smile that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The guards were keeping watch near the dungeon at that moment. Well, how are they keeping watch? Both were dozing. Suddenly someone came up and said that apparently the work had tired them out. One of the guards woke up and got scared. And when he raised his head, he saw that Mr. Ran and even Mr. Dean had come there. But the blonde noted that this even meant he got a little angry. The soldiers immediately bowed and began to apologize. They said that they themselves had not noticed how they had suddenly dozed off. In response, they heard that everything was fine. They could relax. It was so quiet and empty around, hadn't they noticed? But Ran intervened and noted that it was only quiet and empty in the heads of these idiots. One of them thought that this was the end. They would have to write an explanatory note. Then the blonde came closer and said that they could leave it, asked where the children were who were caught at the gate today. The guard began to report when suddenly the wall exploded in the background. Just then their dungeon was lowered. The guys hurried there. The wanderers asked to kill them immediately, and the blonde noted that these children have excellent abilities. To do such a nasty thing in the wall you still have to try. Then he lowered his head and said that with all this fuss he has no choice but to ask to catch them again. Because in front of his eyes the guys ran away from the dungeon as fast as they could. The young man was on his friend's shoulder and asked her to run slower, said that such a load immediately after using the power is hard for him. In response he heard that you just need to be patient a little. And Ran had already caught up with them. Suddenly the blonde had to stop. She clenched her teeth and thought about what was happening. Her whole body was so heavy. The brunette lay nearby and wondered what kind of power this was. Everything seemed to be filled with lead. Then he tried to clench his fist, but his fingers seemed to move normally. What does this mean? As soon as the man approached him, the boy realized that his clothes had become heavy. He was lying on the ground and could not move. Ran came closer and told them to surrender. He had already marked their things, which meant that at least a quarter of a day would be under his control. The boy raised his head and replied that he was not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He had simply come here to climb the tower. Then the surprised soldier asked again. Then he took a step forward and explained that this place, the village around the tower, was full of the same as these guys, but insects that, seeing the glow of the terrarium, wanted to go up there. And then he added that if they really came because of this, then they should even more so surrender. Then the blonde intervened and told him to pay attention to her. But Rand did not pay attention to her and said that the tower was a place for the same players as him, and these guys, who could not even fight back, would never be able to get there. At that moment, the young man felt completely helpless, but someone intervened and asked him to stop. Dean sat down right in front of him and looked him in the eyes. Then he smiled and asked if this person was Xiao Jin. The brunette raised his head and asked in surprise if this was really the same one. That time, when the explosion occurred, it was him. Then the blonde extended his hand and said that it was nice to meet you. Then he said his name, and the main character continued to look at him in surprise. It turns out that this man is the king of this village, big and technological. The boy raised his head and thought that this is bad. Before this they could not cope with one, and then another player showed up. Then he frowned and asked what will happen to them now. He thought that his whole body aches and you use the force. Suddenly he began to lose consciousness. Then he completely fainted. The player came closer to him and asked what he should do with them. Then he raised his hand over this guy. After some time, he came to his senses. There were people around who fed him and combed his hair. The young man thought what the hell was going on, and the children stood nearby and discussed this man, saying that he looked like an idiot. Then the kids came closer and asked where his brother came from, and his clothes were some kind of stupid. The main character himself did not understand what was happening. Then a girl from the next bed turned to him and said that he could eat. They say the food here is excellent. Then the young man was surprised that she was also here. Then he started shouting what happened here, where are they? In response he heard that she herself does not understand anything at all. Does she think she knows what is happening? The guy started shouting even louder, asking what the girl was talking about. It is not the time for her quirks, he needs to run from these monsters. But suddenly a man came up to him and asked if they were talking about him. Ran was standing behind the young man. He bowed his head and said that since he woke up, he should follow him. The brunette looked up and heard that the gentleman was waiting for him. Immediately after that, the guys went somewhere upstairs. They were climbing the stairs and the guy reasoned that this man was initially ready to smear him on the ground, and now he does not even look in his direction, and in general, how much longer to go up. Then he lowered his head and thought why Liber did not go with them, because without her he is an ordinary and talented schoolboy. Suddenly the man turned and said that they had arrived. He got scared. Then they opened the doors for him and told him to go through. The guy went inside and was very surprised. There was that same blonde guy sitting by the window, and the young man turned and said that Seoljin had finally arrived. Gusts of wind were blowing into the room while the gentleman was saying that he had certainly surprised him recently. Then he came closer and said that no one should break walls and run away so suddenly, and he also apologized for ruining the wall. But he smiled at the blonde and said that he was saying this because this wall was not so easy to break. Then he asked if Nagi had also dealt with the wall of blue flame. The guy was very surprised at what he heard. Then they put a hand on his shoulder and said that it was true every time he fainted. The man came closer and asked what kind of ability was this. The brunette was literally shaking with fear. Then he lowered his head and thought, and how should he react to this? Tell the truth. Then he glanced at this man and thought that the fact that he was the king of the city did not look like a bluff, otherwise why would Ran obey him? Then he frowned and thought that if he mumbled, he would sense something was wrong and get angry. It seemed that telling the truth would be the best choice. Then he imagined the sword and thought that he could even talk about it, that his power was actually just a gift from God. At that moment, the man smiled, and the protagonist continued to reason that this person might not believe him. Then the blonde patted him on the shoulder and asked why he was thinking so hard. He doesn't want to. Maybe he shouldn't talk. In response he heard, was that even possible? The blonde stepped back and said that no one could forbid him, especially since until he became a player, it was quite wise to hide his abilities. The guy scratched his head and asked why he was asked then. The head of the city thought about it and said that he was just curious, and the main guy took it upon himself to read the back of his head and asked why he was called here. He replied that he had business with him. Then he handed him the phone and tie, saying that first he needed to pick up his things. The brunette was very surprised and asked if he understood correctly that if they were returned to him. Then the leader interrupted him and he could not finish. Then he said the same words, that all charges were dropped against him. The guy was very happy and said that it was a great relief. The man also remembered recent events and said that the old man came and confirmed that they were not part of the Red Hood's gang. And the brunette was very surprised and asked if he was serious, because it was this old man who accused them of this, and because of him, he had to surrender. The leader replied that what he does not know, but according to him, thanks to him, people did not get hurt. Then the man smiled and added that that is why he wanted to meet him, and they immediately ran away. Because of this, the young man began to laugh. Then he lowered his head and said that here he is. Well, these are those people. He thought that all this was not in vain. Then he squeezed the varnish and thought that his hesitation saved someone. The blonde looked at him and just kept silent. Then he smiled and thought that this guy suddenly spoke to him and said that he wanted to go up to the tower. The young man raised his head and said that it was so. Then the head of the city came closer and said that he wanted to know the reason. Then he turned around and asked to tell him what his goal was. The guy stood opposite and listened to him attentively. Then he came closer and said, I don't know why, but at that moment he immediately said that his goal was first place in the ranking. The man heard this and was very surprised, and the guy looked up and added that he wanted to break Nagi. Then he introduced the blonde. It was not difficult for the main character to answer his question. Meanwhile, Rand stood behind the door and heard this. He tensed up and became a little worried. The dialogue continued in the office. The brunette just silently looked at the head, and he turned around abruptly and addressed him. Then he pointed to the window and asked if the young man wanted to see what was behind it. The guy was a little surprised. Then he came closer, saw the city. He was very surprised by the views, and the blonde noted that he should look at the high fence in front of the tall buildings. Then he looked there and said that everything behind it belonged to the Avalon Guild. The man immediately raised his head and added that this was a guild led by Nagi. A grand view, isn't it? The boy came closer and asked if all this was true. At that moment, he was scared and realized the meaning of his statement about her, and to break her. Then he imagined a woman on top of a mountain of people. This means that it is necessary to break not her personally, but also everyone who is associated with her. This means that it is necessary to challenge them all. Immediately the brunette tensed up, and clenched his fist, wondering if he could. He imagined himself in his school and thought that he was the person who could not do anything even in the circle of his small class. But suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder and they said that it seemed he would need reliable reinforcements. The leader hugged him and said that great. Then it was decided. The man turned and said with a smile that he would help him climb to the top of the tower. Then he raised his hand, and when asked if it was true, he answered that of course, because he liked this guy. He smiled at the blonde and said that, besides, their goals were somewhat similar. Then he hugged him again and said that in that case, where exactly should he start? The young man then asked him to let him go. The leader smiled again and said that he remembered. The protagonist listened to him attentively at that moment. The guys continued to stand near the window and discuss whether he had registered as a candidate player. After some time, the door to the office opened. The guy came out and said that he was finally able to get out of there. He was tired. Then he lowered his head and said that now he knows how to climb up the tower, but suddenly he was asked if he really thinks he can do it. Ran was standing behind him. The boy looked at him in fear and thought that this man had been waiting at the door all this time. Then the soldier came closer and said that he had told him earlier that he did not have the strength to climb up there. And then he added that instead of listening to his words, the guy was brazenly throwing out promises left and right, which offended him greatly. The man immediately came closer and said that he wanted to know if he really thought he could defeat Nagi. The soldier got very angry and called him trash, said that he shouldn't be so self-confident. Then he extended his hand and said that if he wanted, he could show him his level again, here and now. But suddenly a girl appeared there. She landed nearby and said that she missed. Then she got up and turned to Ran, said who is this anyway to tell them what to do. Then she looked up and said that she would make him regret it, because both of them would become much stronger than him. The man was surprised, especially when the guy supported her. The main character came closer and said that he would become stronger and would definitely climb the tower, and would also defeat Nagi. Ran did not expect such an outcome. He was very surprised. And the brunette at that moment stood and looked at him point blank. Then the man began to leave and said that these guys do not understand words at all, and why did the gentleman like them so much? Then he turned around and said that he would keep an eye on them, he would see how long the insolence lasts. But the guys at that moment did not even blink an eye. And finally this man left. Both of them watched him go, and then the guy just collapsed to the ground, said that the soldier had finally left, and in response he heard that he needed to get up, otherwise he looked like a puddle. The girl immediately smiled and said that they needed to quickly become strong, and then be sure to paint this idiot's face. The brunette raised his head and agreed with her. For some time they stood in the corridor and discussed what the gentleman had told him. The day went on. After some time, the guys came to the square and discussed whether this was the right place. At first glance it was clear that they had come there. The young man began to look around and said that the gentleman had spoken of this place, the first obstacle. At that moment, in the square, in addition to them, there were a lot of people and monsters. And at the huge gate stood a woman who said that it seemed that everyone had gathered. Then she raised her head up and said that in that case she would like to begin the selection of candidates for players. At that moment, a huge number of candidates, people and monsters were looking at her. The hero leaned over and muttered that things were bad because they could not find the place where the exam was taking place. Liber looked at him with displeasure and asked how he planned to get to the top of the tower if he couldn't even find the exam site. The young man began to make excuses, thinking that they would figure it out quickly. He straightened up and remembered that Dean had said to go after people if they couldn't find them. The blonde specified which ones. The player claimed that they would immediately understand as soon as they saw someone. Xiao Jin grabbed his head, not understanding who to follow, and thinking that this was also one of the player's tests. Liber exhaled in irritation and called him useless. The girl shuddered, hearing someone's voice asking the master if he could be killed. The guy passing by her licked his lips and answered a certain Jandraken that it was not time yet. The hero's partner looked contemptuously at the psycho who had told himself that he loved blood. She suddenly froze, realizing that this was the one they needed. Liber called Xiao Jin and asked if they needed someone like that. The hero looked in that direction in surprise. In one part of the square, 3 half-cosplayers were sitting, discussing the energy of a sword sharpened by a god. There was also an unusual couple in the form of a girl in lace and a large man, and between them, a psycho giggling to himself had squeezed in. The partners looked at this freakish procession. Liber stared at them and asked if the guy really wanted to follow them. If anything, they could always go home. The high school student sweated and asked her to pull herself together. Someone put a hand on his shoulder, and the young man turned around. Someone in a mask with a long neck demanded that the guy get out of the way. Xiao Jin stepped back, letting the trio of plague doctors pass. The partner grimaced and threateningly clenched her fist, asking the gentleman if it was possible to deal with the rude guy. The brunette stopped her and asked her to calm down. That's how they found the place where the player selection exam was being held. The partners breathed a sigh of relief. The girl clenched her fist and said that everything looked pretty calm, otherwise she would have smashed half of them if they were like that guy. The hero was forced to agree with her this time. He turned to the side where the group in plague doctor mask stood and thought that they were the same candidates as himself. The partners looked towards the stage, noticing that someone was getting up to explain the conditions for passing the exam. Momo, the examiner and player, smiled and noted that most of them were there. Xiaojin and Liber looked closely at the girl who announced the start of the exam to select Group C players. The hero remembered how Dean had talked about the criteria for selecting players some time ago. Then he noted that there was nothing special about them, you just need to show your specialty. The warrior chuckled and added that for someone who could smash walls with one blow, it would be a piece of cake. The blonde smiled and said that young Xiaojin could walk around there with peace of mind. Now let's move to the present, where Momo was announcing who was being eliminated with a displeased expression. The girl walked past the participants and decided their fate with one glance. The hero shuddered, watching what was happening from the back rows, and noted that the atmosphere here was more oppressive than he imagined. Liber turned to her partner and calmly said that this was quite her style. The guy frowned and muttered that the examiner was the same player as Dean and Ram. She must have some criteria, and they needed to figure out what they were before they were thrown out. The blonde stopped in front of a large, plump man with glasses. She looked at him indifferently and asked if he was really going to make the examiner look up to him. The contestant winced as the woman ordered him to bend over. The candidate bent over and apologized. Momo repeated his apology in a disrespectful tone and asked if he wanted to fight her. The man became nervous and quickly assured her that he did not. The blonde lowered her head and smirked. She looked past him at the others and announced that everyone standing behind him was eliminated. The people flinched in shock and asked again. The man with the beard clenched his fists in displeasure and exclaimed that he had been waiting for 5 hours, and now he was being told such a thing. The guy standing next to him whined that this was his last attempt. She was asked to at least tell what standards she used to select candidates. The examiner narrowed her eyes and muttered that of course she had standards. The woman lifted her leg and brought it down hard. An explosion behind her made Dean choke on his snack. He coughed, and Ran leaned over him, asking if he was okay. The blonde chuckled and noted that the explosion was at the exam site. Apparently, everything was going in the same place again. A huge golem grew out of the ground, with the examiner standing proudly on its head. She looked down at everyone and declared that the level of the candidate players could be determined by the player examiner himself. The participants frowned, realizing that she could pull them out of thin air. The blonde glanced at them indifferently and suggested that they sort out those who were not satisfied with something. Those who did not want to could leave, and the rest should line up again. The red-eyed elf, standing next to the bald man, silently looked at the examiner. The participants lined up again. The woman exhaled and muttered that she would have done it right away, but they definitely needed to see the difference in level with their own eyes. The blonde opened her eyes in surprise when she heard someone ask why she was sitting there and smiling. Liber, whom the hero tried in vain to stop, irritably pointed her fingers at her and said that she tried to keep quiet, but the blonde was annoying her more and more. The girl asked if the participants were really some kind of slugs for Momo. The guy looked at his partner in confusion and asked her to calm down, because everyone understood. She only snapped at him in displeasure and demanded that he come to his senses. The others turned to the girl in shock, who exclaimed that if this was how they treated the selection of players, then she didn't need it at all. She looked at the hero and asked what about him. The brunette shuddered, but said nothing. The woman said that this time the candidates were completely green, and they needed to be given the opportunity to feel it on their own skin. The blonde stood in front of Liber and with a smirk offered to teach her a lesson. She smiled broadly and said that if the girl touched even the tip of her hair, they would pass the exam. The hero's partner bared her teeth and asked if she would definitely keep her promise. The atmosphere around them grew tense. The challenge thrown down by Liber and Xiaojin, whether positively or negatively, had an effect on the other candidates. Some laughingly called them psychos, while others silently watched. The examiner stood in front of the girl, asking if she was going to attack or if they should stand like this until nightfall. Liber suggested that she start first if she had the guts. The woman grinned and asked if the participant could handle it. The interlocutor said that the blonde was driving her crazy. The hero watched their squabble with fear. The guy looked at them confusedly and suggested that they resolve everything peacefully. At these words, an explosion sounded behind him, which made the young man almost return to his forefathers from fear. The players turned around, asking what happened. It turned out that while the heroes were arguing with the examiner, the golem simply fell. The guy in the hood laughed and clarified that they were really going to exclude him. He was sitting on the golem, holding a ghostly scythe in his hands. The participant folded his arms and muttered that their evaluation criteria were pathetic to death. He smiled and declared that he would exclude whoever needed to be excluded himself. A robed creature flew out of his weapon, laughing as it waited for its master's order. Momo and Liber turned to him with disdain and asked what was wrong with this idiot. The guy got up from the golem and ordered Jandraken to kill them. The spirit rushed at the girls with a cry. The examiner clenched her fists and asked him if he thought he was unfairly eliminated. She assumed a fighting stance and said that it was enough to simply show off his abilities, but if that was the case, then it was time for her to do her job. The woman looked ahead questioningly. The protagonist rushed toward the enemy. He turned around and called Liber for help so that the others would not get hurt. The girl irritably showed the examiner the middle finger and exclaimed that luck was on her side today. The girl frowned and asked to let her do her job. Suddenly, a guy in a jacket stopped the protagonist by the shoulder. He smiled and said that the brunette had already made a good mess, so let him move over. Xiao Jin looked in surprise as the participant waved to him and asked him to wish him luck. The protagonist forgot that this was a different situation. The demon was rapidly approaching the young man, who had carelessly bitten into an apple. The guy with the scythe laughed and called everyone stupid bastards. He ordered Janraken to deal with them. The spirit excitedly extended its red hands to the victim. The main difference in this situation was that the people around him had little need for protection. The young man in the jacket found himself behind the creature, which was cutting it into several pieces. He turned around, still holding the apple in his teeth, and grinned that it was easy. It was a candidate named Pasties. The hero looked at him in surprise, admiring such skills, and his partner frowned in displeasure because she had only just warmed up. The examiner silently looked at the participant. The boy looked at his broken braid and cursed, not understanding how this was possible. He turned around and asked who he was. The elf, Kina Lilith, looked at him and replied that it was the same candidate as him. The girl crossed her arms and suggested that he stop being so stubborn and just leave. The young man indignantly exclaimed for her to shut up and not order him around. She calmly made a hand gesture and replied that it was just advice, but he couldn't fight empty-handed. A bunch of disgruntled participants looked at him and threatened to deal with him. The guy recoiled in fear. He grimaced and said that they would still see his power. At that moment, representatives of the law grabbed him by the arms while the former candidate showered curses. The elf sighed, and Pasties asked with a smirk what he was talking about. Liber crossed her arms and noted that there was nothing special about the offender. The hero smiled tightly and said that thanks to him, they distracted the examiner's attention from themselves. The participant from behind raised his hand to ask a question. Xiao Jin turned around and recognized the guy in the plague doctor mask. He asked what would happen now, and did they really have to stand in line again and accept groundless exceptions. The brunette sweated and thought that the guy had appeared from behind again unnoticed. The other participants nodded and said they didn't want to stand in these lines. They were talking among themselves, discussing whether there was some kind of pass. Someone said that Roby had just passed because they had a lot of money, and someone's friend from the guild saw someone pass and was even told the reason. The hero tensed, feeling the situation heating up, and the examiner had disappeared somewhere. The partners turned around at the voice, noting that they all had something to say. The woman was standing on the golem again. The girl frowned and cursed, and the brunette noted that the stone monster had not fallen after all. The participants looked at the examiner with displeasure and asked if she was really going to do whatever came into her head again. They declared that they would not just endure. The blonde grinned ominously, looking down from above. The crowd of participants stood in front of the golem, waiting. Liber held out her hand and demanded that the hero stay close. The tense pause dragged on. The woman smiled and declared that there was no reason to panic since they had all passed. The participants looked at her in shock and asked again. The examiner looked at them and declared that the selection criterion was resistance, since standing your ground no matter what was the main quality of a player. Golem raised his index finger and said that if you simply followed someone else's rules, you were not worthy of being a player. Therefore, resistance became the first criterion for selecting candidates. The participants shrugged, accepting this logic. Pasties shrugged and muttered that he did not care. They accepted and that was fine. Lilith thoughtfully put her finger to her lips and noted that this was strange. The blonde glanced at her and asked, "What exactly?" The elf looked ahead and asked if there weren't too many of them left. The examiner pointed her finger and replied that this was a true observation. The number of those who passed was greater than she had expected, but the reason was simple. The main character shuddered when the blonde said that among them there were those who had arisen the most. Momo smirked and said that they had one more condition, and if they succeeded, she would personally write a letter of apology. She asked the names of the hero and his partner. The guys introduced themselves discontentedly. The guy looked tensely at the woman, waiting for her condition. The blonde smiled and demanded that they surprise her with at least one of their abilities. If they lived up to her expectations, she promised to accept absolutely everyone standing there. The participants turned to the couple. Xiao Jin frowned, and his partner grinned excitedly. The girl warmed up, and she and the hero exchanged glances. The guy asked if she was ready, and received an affirmative answer. A bright light appeared around them. The participants squinted from the gusts of wind and lightning. Pasties and Lilith looked at him in surprise, realizing that it was an ego weapon. The dust settled, and the hero was left standing with a broken stump instead of a sword. He cursed, realizing that he had let his partner down again. The other candidates could hardly contain their laughter. The examiner glared at the hero and gave him 5 seconds to correct himself. Xiaojin looked at the sword in confusion, which accused him of not being able to do everything right at once. The young man was confused and asked why it was his fault. The girl reminded him that he was the one with the power of a god here, but for some reason he had not bothered to use it correctly. The examiner began counting, and the boy flinched. Liber snorted that the show-off was even counting the time. The hero looked at his partner in surprise, who asked him to do at least some unexpected trick. The boy closed his eyes and thought that if he had such a trick, he would use it in real life, and not just rely on Liber. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. 4, 3. The partner had already suggested going alone and showing all his power, but the boy stopped her. He lowered his head and asked to rely on him. Alone. The girl looked questioningly at her partner. The boy put his hand in his pocket. He had completely forgotten about it, as he was overwhelmed by the crazy series of events. But his reality was that very feature. The woman looked at him and clarified if this was really his surprise. The hero held out his smartphone and nodded. The participants stared at the boy in surprise, and Liber grimaced contemptuously and asked what it was. The hero exhaled and was about to explain, but the girl, already furious, grabbed him by the neck, exclaiming that he asked to trust, but he himself did not even know what it was. Xiaojin countered that she would be surprised when she found out, but she wasn't even interested. She shook him and screamed that she would have beaten this upstart long ago, and who in their right mind would accept them looking at this piece of shit? The examiner smiled and announced that they were accepted. The partners looked at her in shock. The guy turned around in surprise and asked if it was really over. The woman asked if the participant wanted to show something else. The hero replied that she didn't even listen to the explanation. Momo tilted her head and asked why she needed it, since she already knew it was a smartphone. The student jerked in surprise and asked how she knew. The examiner jumped to the ground and said that she never thought she would see this thing in real life. The woman asked their names again and added that she would keep her promise as a thank you. The partners still looked at her in confusion. The brunette asked how she knew about smartphones. Instead of answering, the blonde turned away and addressed all the participants. The young man shuddered and asked to at least answer. The examiner loudly announced that everyone was accepted, and the participants happily accepted this news. They rushed to hug the hero gratefully, who tried in vain to shout to the woman and find out how she knew about their technology. Momo looked back and slyly replied that if he had any questions, then he should look for the answers. She said that they would see each other at the final exam. The hero looked after her in surprise. The player selection exam was passed. Dean looked at his interlocutor and replied that he had not heard anything about the smartphone. He added that he himself had been kicked out of the competition and was not particularly knowledgeable about the latest in the world. The hero scratched the back of his head and nodded. The king asked if the young man wanted him to ask questions. The guy shuddered and replied that everything was fine. He left the office into the corridor and thought that in any case it was strange to ask for such a thing because Dean already helps too much. Xiaojin frowned and thought that if there were people who knew about smartphones, then there must be someone else besides him who came from there. The young man clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that every time he remembered reality, he became so scared. He promised himself that he would become different. The boy cringed and called himself an idiot. A man in a red hood glanced at him from behind. He quietly jumped out the window and ran down the alley. Dean looked at him with a smile and said that they took the bait. Rand nodded when the owner ordered him to find out about smartphones. The green-haired man in the hood pointed his finger and said that this puppy had contacted Dean, and because of this, it was hard to leave there unnoticed. If he hadn't been so high class, he would have been caught. The same candidate with a long neck and his companions in plague doctor masks looked at him menacingly. Their leader praised the spy. The green-haired man approached in anticipation and started a conversation. The interlocutor promised to pay him half if he obtained the item. Only the beak of the mask was visible from under the hood. The guy in the red cloak turned around and asked to trust him and wait for him to do his part. His eyes widened and a shudder ran through his body. The bloody hand pierced the guy through. The masked man pulled the hand towards himself, not turning around to look at his victim. The spy fell to the ground, muttering that he knew it. The leader's red eyes flashed and said that the location of the smartphone had been found. He ordered to get it and kill everyone who got in the way. The silhouettes of his subjects emerged from the darkness. The unsuspecting hero was deep in thought. The spy in the mask knelt down and reported that Dean was nowhere to be seen. His master said that now was the time and ordered them to set out at the first opportunity. He looked at his hand, from which the skin was peeling off. The wind blew the curtains on the window, near which the king of the village was sitting. The protagonist stood in front of him and looked at a piece of paper. He pointed to a 7-digit number and asked what it was. Dean smiled carelessly and replied that it was their bill. Xiaojin choked on this news. He turned pale while the interlocutor listed that they had to pay the bill for injuring the city guards, the bill for repairing the prison walls that they had destroyed, and so on. However, he exempted them from paying for room and board since his partners became his guests. The guy cringed and asked what happened to the jewelry that was with them. The king replied that their owners were found because these were the things that the Red Hood stole. The blonde touched his chin and said that if they worked hard for about 2 or 3 months, they would be able to pay off the debt. The young man crumpled the paper in shock and asked again. He sweated and thought that he was not one step closer to Nagi, and besides, the king said that he would find out about the smartphone. The interlocutor grinned and added that there was one way to pay in 1 week. The hero forgot about everything and looked at the man with eyes burning with impatience. The young man said that he would do everything he said. Children played carefree in the streets between the shops. The heroes followed Ran. The hero gloomily looked away. He did not think that he would have to drag himself after the chief of the guard, and he felt awkward. The girl poked him in the side and asked how long they would have to follow the man. Xiaojin replied that he did not know either. The blonde looked at her partner with displeasure and was indignant that he had not even bothered to find out beforehand. The guy said that the king had said it so suddenly that he had not had time to ask. He added that they were here, for the most part, because she had not been able to restrain herself at the city gates, so they would have to be patient. The girl bit her lip, unable to find anything to say in response. She reminded him that she had already apologized. The hero agreed, but noted that their debt would not be written off for this. Rand turned around and glared at his partners. The man asked them to follow him silently. The hero hurried to shut his mouth and lippers, despite all her indignation. The guard grimaced when he heard whispers behind him again. He did not understand what Mr. Dean was thinking at all. The man remembered coming to the king's office and exclaiming that he could not believe that he was sending them on patrol. The blonde smiled and said he had his reasons. He said he would of course like to look after them himself, but he would be out of town for a while. The guard winced in surprise and asked what that meant. Dean lifted his stole and said his left arm was ready. He asked him to look after the boys while he went to the 15th floor to get a prosthesis. After that, he could take care of them himself. Rand sighed resignedly, completely unable to understand his master's train of thought. The man gritted his teeth as the fight for the snacks went on behind him. He could not understand why the king was so worried about these idiots. Rand stopped and looked down. The boy who had bumped into him fell to the ground. He looked at his hot dog in disappointment. The sauce was imprinted on the guard's clothes. The hero sweated, expecting anger. Liber took another bite and muttered that the boy was finished. The man pressed his lips together. Xiaojin thought that things were bad, because Ran had a very hot temper and he wouldn't let it go that easily. The guard walked past silently. The brunette looked at him in surprise, and the blonde sighed in disappointment and muttered that it was even boring. The boy's friends ran up to him, and the hero also asked if he was okay. Liber said that the young man was, of course, okay, because Ran hadn't done anything. He hadn't even killed him. The children looked at their friend with disapproval and asked how he could have harmed the head of the guard. The boy smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. The girl frowned and said that nothing would have happened if he had looked at his feet. The high school student stared at her in confusion and asked if it wouldn't be better to first ask his friend if he was hurt. The children turned around displeased and asked why it was his business, especially since nothing had happened to the boy. The girl said that he didn't die and that was fine. The hero ran into the wall, shedding a stingy man's tear from the realization of the cruelty of this world. Liber approached the girl and said that she didn't think that even such goldfinches would worry about this idiot. The little girl frowned and asked who this brat was. The hero's partner politely asked if she wanted to die by accident. The redhead frowned and said that she was the first to call Mr. Ran an idiot. The girl asked if he was really that good. The little girl replied that the man always took care of them. The partners looked at her with distrust. Xiaojin turned to the captain of the guard and noted that he was popular among children. The man turned around and asked what he was suddenly talking about. Did he really want to be sarcastic? The brunette scratched his head and objected that he didn't mean anything bad. The guard said that the boy should be worried about his high popularity. The boy looked at him in surprise. The hero then looked down and noticed many small Mokaiko cubs. Xiaojin asked in confusion when they managed to gather like this. His partner laughed and pointed at him while the boy asked for help. The high school student turned around when the man said that he should be proud. Ran crouched down and looked at the animal. He said that Mokaiko are intelligent creatures from the sky terrarium. They rarely approach on their own, and it is difficult to even touch them. The guard reached out to pet the creature, but it literally bent over to not let him touch it. The man looked at his hand, feeling rejected. He frowned and said that he thought so. The boy looked at him in surprise, holding the animal in his hands. The guard said that it was no coincidence that Mokaiko had saved the hero from him last time. The young man came closer to ask a question. Ran froze when the boy asked if he had become a player to protect the city. The man frowned and lowered his head. He looked at the living canvas in his hand and replied that without this power, he was nothing. The guard wanted to live up to the expectations of those who valued him. The man looked at the children nearby and added that he was doing this to live up to expectations. The warrior clenched his fist grimly and said that he had become a player to punish evil on behalf of the weak. The young man looked at him and said that, as expected, he had a hard time understanding him. The guard looked at him with displeasure and turned away, saying that he had not expected understanding. Liber looked out from behind the hero and noted that he was somehow creepy and did not even look like himself. The brunette frowned and clenched his fist. It seemed to him that this was not what they really wanted. The trio turned around at the explosion. The partners looked in that direction, dumbfounded. The hero asked if it was really a fire. The girl noted that it was in the direction of the market where they were going. The guard's face distorted with anger. A squad of intruders in plague doctor masks stood on a half-destroyed building. The leader's eyes flashed and ordered them to proceed with the plan while he took on Xiaojin. The residents ran away in fear from the flaring flames. The hero stopped one man and asked what had happened. He answered that some psycho was walking around the city and setting everything on fire. The high school student sweated and was surprised to think that someone was setting fires in the city that Dean, a second-ranked player, was protecting. The boy turned to the captain of the guards and asked where the master was. The man replied that he was currently unavailable. The young man asked in surprise why he was not there at such a time. Ran replied that this was exactly why they had chosen such a moment. He gave the hero his first mission, to warn the guards and bring them here. The brunette shuddered and asked what the man would do. The interlocutor tensed up and said that he was asking stupid questions. At that very second, the player took off and headed towards the scene. The partners were standing nearby, and Xiaojin was shouting that it was dangerous to go alone. The girl crossed her arms and asked if her master wanted to follow him. The schoolboy tensely lowered his head, after which he replied that they had better hurry up and call the guards. The blonde clicked her tongue in disappointment. Ran flew forward at full speed. He frowned and blamed himself for wandering around and doing something he didn't know he was going to have a problem with. He was furious that he had failed to fulfill his duties. Debris and a blast wave flew towards him. Another explosion was heard. The villain stepped forward and clarified that the head guard of the village at the foot of the tower had arrived. The man with white hair smirked and said that the guard was late. Flammable gunpowder was spilling from his hand. The shadows around him jerked forward at his command. They took out their blades and jumped to where the smoke was starting to clear. A sharp blow pierced one of them. Then several of the intruders were thrown back towards the blonde. The guy jumped, dodging the guard's blow, and threw the gunpowder onto the fabric. He landed, sliding backwards, and looked ahead carefully. The villain noticed that the cloth was difficult to set on fire and was almost unharmed by the fire. He looked to the side, where his two defeated subordinates lay. The blonde thought that he had selected useful guys and noted that the guardian was worthy of his title. A silhouette was visible through the smoke. Ran extended his hand and prepared to attack, declaring that he must punish the criminal. The smoke cleared, and the man quickly approached the enemy, twisting the cloth into a weapon. The blonde threw a handful of gunpowder at the guard, and an explosion occurred between them. The opponents jumped back in different directions. Ran frowned and hit the guy in the face with his knee. They rushed at each other, repeatedly repelling each other's attacks. The sounds of blows and explosions were heard around. The guy opened his eyes wide, and the next second, a player flashed right in front of him. The blonde was thrown forward a few meters. The guard crouched, waving his hand with the cloth. The man ran forward, saying that it was the end. The blonde sighed, hitting the wall. A creepy smile distorted his face. He said, "Caught." 3 silhouettes with glowing eyes and weapons appeared behind Ran. The sound of tearing fabric was heard. The guard stood bare-chested and clenched his fist. Next to him, 2 criminals hung in the air, wrapped in fabric. The blonde was chained to the wall with the help of underwear drying nearby. He grinned and noted that he was done for because he did not know that the guardian could control something other than yellow fabric. The man approached him and cracked his knuckles. He glared menacingly and demanded to know his target. Ran added that he would kill him if he did not answer. The young man grinned and said that it sounded like he would be left alive if he answered. Their silhouettes were visible through the smoke. The guy said that it was the guardian's defeat because they had already achieved their goal. At that very moment, the leader of the criminals stood in front of the protagonist and his partner. He looked down at the boy and said that he was glad to meet again. The brunette looked up tensely and remembered that they had seen each other during the exam. The girl leaned against his back and muttered that she had a bad feeling about this. Xiaojin flinched when he heard that they were already surrounded. The hero turned pale and said that they were in a hurry now because they had received orders to bring the guards. He added that they could meet later and chat. The man just looked at him and said that it was not good because he was the one who started the fire. The boy flinched. They looked at each other, and Xiaojin asked why he would do such a thing. The interlocutor replied that he did not want anyone to interfere with their conversation. He leaned over and said that no one would be able to come here, neither Ran nor Dean. The brunette frowned and asked what he wanted from him. The villain loomed over his partners and noted that Xiaojin was a quick learner, which he liked. He extended his hand and demanded that they give him the smartphone if he wanted to be allowed to live. Sky Castle Terrarium, 15th floor. A female voice said that the connection was working fine. A red-haired girl in a mask with ears took a mug and asked how the guy was feeling. She was a rank 758 mechanic named Mary G. Zenos. Dean was breathing heavily and covered in sweat. A mechanism was attached to his shoulder, which was installing the arm. The guy asked her to finish it quickly. Mary sat at the table and pressed a few keys. The girl said that she had already sped up the process as much as possible, and she was more interested in how the village was. The blonde noted that it was unlike her to ask about life outside. She replied that, frankly, she didn't care and started a conversation so that the interlocutor would not pass out again. The guy chuckled and noted that the timing was indeed right. He asked her if she had heard of a thing called a smartphone. The redhead tilted her head and asked again. She put her hand on her belt and said that it seemed like a hot topic since even he had heard of it. The blonde looked at her in surprise and asked if she knew anything. The interlocutor looked at him and replied that she had only heard rumors that it could help awaken some special abilities or something like that. She added that the best solution would be to not mess with this item. The partners were standing in the alley in front of a tall figure. The guy glanced back worriedly and thought that these bastards were standing in plain sight on purpose to warn the hero not to even hope to escape. The criminal demanded the smartphone. The high school student froze in shock. He thought that this nonsense was being spoken by a psychopath who had set half the village on fire. It was clear that he would kill them as soon as the guy gave the phone. The boy didn't know what to do, so he tried to stall for time. Seoljin smiled tightly and said that he had definitely put it in his pocket. The hero received a backhand blow to the face and flew to the side. The man looked at the boy with his red eyes and warned him not to try to play with him. Next time he would beat him to death. The girl ran up to her partner, who was coughing up blood. She turned to the criminal, grimacing with anger, and cursed. The hero stopped her. He rose and said that everything was fine, he just needed to do as he asked. The blonde tried to object. Seoljin leaned on his hand and repeated that everything was fine. The brunette frowned and asked to trust him. Liber clenched her teeth in irritation and obeyed. The boy rose and wiped the blood. The schoolboy looked up and thought that if she entered into a fight with him, the enemy would fight to the death. The hero must avoid this at all costs until someone comes to the rescue. He handed the smartphone to the criminal, deciding not to lead him out. A child's voice asked what they were all doing here. The red-haired girl tugged at the villain's clothes and said that now was not the time for chatting, a fire had started. The hero looked at her in horror and exclaimed that she was that girl. The criminal turned and asked how she got here. She looked at him in confusion and replied that she had walked here in case he didn't know that method. The leader covered his face in disappointment and muttered that these idiots couldn't even block the roads. The little girl frowned and asked why he was complaining if he asked himself. The girl asked if he was hot because his mask looked pretty tight. A clawed paw approached her head. The hero barely managed to grab it and jump away from the attack. The man turned around and announced that the negotiations were over. He decided to take the item from his corpse. The guy landed holding the child and shouted at his partner to run. The brunette threw her a smartphone, which flew past the villain's head. The girl grinned and rushed forward. The enemy cursed and jerked after her. Liber caught the phone while the criminal ran after her. She turned around and asked with a grin if the raven-faced idiot really wanted to take this thing. 3 silhouettes jumped out next to her and knocked her to the ground. The girl screamed in fear. The leader came closer and ordered to break her wrists first. If she wanted to use the smartphone, she would be very uncomfortable. One of the offenders stepped on her hand. The blonde gritted her teeth and jerked. The criminal said that the hero was so pathetic that he abandoned the girl and ran away. He asked if this was really his plan. The brunette wiped his mouth and answered in the affirmative. The girl's body lit up. Rand turned around at the bright flash and explosion nearby. The man looked at him in surprise and assumed that this was Seoljin's power. The villain looked at them and thought that this was the power of the smartphone that everyone was talking about. He looked at the phone lying next to him and noticed that it had not changed at all. Then why did this kid have the light of the chosen one? The criminals turned around. The guy praised his partner for distracting them well. The child squinted from the wind. The hero covered it, holding the sacred sword in his hand. The brunette said that he only needed a swing to knock it down. The girl looked at the guy and asked if he was the same player as Ran. Seoljin asked her to move away and promised that he would end it now. The hero looked at his opponent and one of his eyes was glowing. The villain tilted his head and asked where the boy got this power from. The hero and his partner frowned, and the guy replied that it was none of his business. The boy swung and delivered a slash with the sword. There was an explosion and debris flew. The dust settled and Lilith appeared. She looked ahead and said what she had found. Seoljin and the blow he had dealt, this would be the basis for great changes in the life of the village. Rand stood in front of the 3 people in white robes. The man frowned. The man stepped forward and stated that the situation was under the jurisdiction of the Avalon Guild from now on. The guardian clenched his fists and exclaimed that all they had done was stand by and wait for this to escalate to this extent. They had no right to order him around. The man countered that they had simply trusted the guardian's abilities and entrusted this matter to him. Rand gritted his teeth and muttered that this was nonsense. The second man looked up and said that the damage from the fire had been to the area outside the walls. Besides, this was a problem that did not only affect their village, which was why they had been sent here. The lilac-haired girl narrowed her eyes and added that at the moment, the only one who was resisting was Rand himself. The man stepped forward and repeated that this was now Avalon's business. He flashed a yellow eye and stated that this was not a proposal, but a statement of fact. The protagonist stood with a sword, and the enemy was kneeling in front of him. Several walls were destroyed behind him. The man sat with his head down. The young man was breathing heavily and wondering if the criminal had lost consciousness. He thought that for the first time since he came to this world, everything was going according to plan. The guy sat down, realizing that it was too early to relax. Xiaojin asked if Liber was okay. The sword in his hand did not answer. The brunette looked down worriedly and called his partner again. The girl approached him and asked if he was okay. The high school student smiled weakly and replied that there was nothing to worry about. He was worried about why Liber was silent, and perhaps it was because of her injury. It seemed like he was about to pass out too. The boy looked at the sword and thought that he used her power every time and completely relied on her. But now it was his turn to take care of her. He touched the child on the shoulder and suggested that they leave here quickly. A dark silhouette appeared behind him. Xiaojin quickly threw the girl aside and turned around. The boy barely managed to block the man's blow with the sword. The criminal bared his teeth, and the mask slipped off his face. He growled, "How dare this boy do this to him?" The man thought that fortunately he was able to dodge. Perhaps the boy was inattentive due to adrenaline. In any case, the offender must respond. The opponent tensed his hand and demanded that he give him the sword. The girl sat and watched in fear as the boy fought off the enemy's attacks. She closed her eyes, coming to her senses, and quickly ran in the other direction. The villain noticed this and reached out to stop her. A cut flashed across the criminal's face. He was thrown into the air and cut into pieces. The brunette looked at the girl and shouted at her to run and not to look back. He clenched his teeth, glad that he had managed to let the little girl get away. The guy turned to the enemy, realizing that this was the second attack. The hero was breathing heavily and clutching his chest. The young man shuddered, hearing the voice. The man walked forward, holding his shoulder, and asked to give him the item. He looked with a black eye at Xiaojin and added that he had to pay him back. The high school student bent over, breathing heavily, and muttered that the psycho was back on his feet. The guy felt a sharp attack of nausea, and everything went blurry in his head. The dark silhouette was getting closer and closer, and the hero felt like he was about to throw up. Xiaojin lost his balance and fell to his knees. The sword in his hands transformed. The brunette's body was shaking. He thought with disappointment that he had failed to win again, even though he had tried so hard. The young man held Liber's hand and mentally apologized to her. It seemed that he had failed to cope alone. He couldn't even move a finger. The hero was glad that the girl had managed to escape and hoped that she had managed to get out safely. His eyes grew cloudy and closed. How unfair. The guy wanted to protect his partner like she had done last time. A small animal appeared next to the hero. He shuddered in surprise, noticing the fur. Xiaojin rubbed his eyes and decided that he had completely lost his mind. The elf stood in front of the brunette and asked if he had already given up. She was surprised to note that the hero could still smile in such a situation. The young man looked up in shock and remembered the girl from the exam. Lilith turned to look at him, and Mokaiko was sitting on her shoulder. The villain looked at her and demanded that she leave if she didn't want to die. The pink-haired girl put her hand on her hip and asked again if he really wanted to kill her. She shook her finger and suggested that they stop chatting. The girl added that she had already seen all of his abilities, which were pretty mediocre by the way. The man shuddered in surprise. The elf looked at him carefully and said that it was time to stop trying to take other people's things. The criminal leaned forward and exclaimed that she should shut up. The girl crossed her arms, and huge fiery hands appeared in the air in front of her. She asked if he really wanted to take her power too. The enemy gritted his teeth in shock. He swung his hand and attacked. The blow hit the ground in front of the heroes. The elf looked ahead and said that he had an underground escape route, which was smart. Lilith turned around to look at the hero, who was lying on the ground next to his partner. The girl said that he should watch and learn. The savior looked down in surprise and noticed that he was already unconscious. The enemy dug a tunnel in the ground and landed in the sewer. The man looked up and shouted that his name was Mezcal. He promised to kill him one day and take this power. The villain moved along the tunnel, splashing through the water. A man in a white hood stood by the wall. He leaned against the wall and sighed that this was very boring. In his hand was a smartphone. The black-haired boy sat hugging his knees. In the beginning, he had nothing. He looked longingly at the child who was shopping with his mother. Even what others took for granted was unavailable to him. The boy stood with a bloody brick over a woman with a broken head who was hugging her son. What he did not have, he took from others. The young man looked at his hands and muttered that this was not what he wanted. There was a fish splashing in the water on the ground, which he only wanted to take a closer look at. The child was hugging his mother in tears and asking her to open her eyes. Under the child's cries, the fish stopped moving. Tears began to flow from the brunette's eyes. Thus began his journey. He began to take everything from people in order to survive. But no matter how much time passed, he could not forget those eyes, that look. The man covered his face with his hands and muttered that he did not want this. It was as if there was some kind of curse on him. Someone came up and with a smile suggested that he felt as if God had abandoned him. The man looked at the monster and said that he was the same as him. The man promised to provide him with people and strength, and all he needed to bring was one item. The brunette's face was distorted by a smile, but the tears did not stop flowing. In the mezcal sewer tunnel, he sat and held a smartphone in his hands. He managed to do it. He smiled and muttered that with this, he could finally repay that man. A red light appeared in the water not far from him. A bright flash pierced the man, and he screamed. Mezcal was hit in the chest. Someone's voice said that he tried to hide in the sewer. The guy in the white hoodie extended one hand, and in the other he held a phone. He said that this was the best thing for such a rat. The man narrowed his eyes. Mezcal raised himself and muttered that he had to protect this thing for that man. The guy looked at him and noted that he should give credit to the one who managed to withstand his attack. He added that you can call him a cockroach, not a rat. The brunette gritted his teeth, seeing the look of his opponent. The man rushed to attack, shouting for him not to look at him with such a look. The yellow-eyed one widened his eyes and suggested that the monster hold out against his magic until he died. An explosion was seen. The man in white stood in front of the charred body. He looked down and noticed a smartphone lying next to the corpse. The guy smiled and said that it was interesting. At the same time, Lilith defended herself from the attack of a girl from the Avalon Guild. The elf looked at the guild member in surprise, and behind her lay the main character with his partner. The girl reminded her that she had already declined their invitation to the guild. The woman narrowed her eyes and called her an impudent wench. The fire elemental warned his summoner to be careful, because the enemy was emitting bloodlust. They were planning something. The lilac-haired girl stood with her hand out in front of her, and behind her stood her partner and an irritated Ran. She demanded that Lilith retreat, because they were not going to attack her. Their goal was to ensure the safety of the village. The guardian grimaced and thought that those Avalon bastards were just doing whatever they wanted, using this excuse. If it weren't for protocol, he wouldn't have allowed them to do this. The elf sighed and clarified that they were trying to attack not her, but the people, the defenders of the village, who were behind her on the verge of death. She added that even the game they brought up as excuses had to have a limit. The hooded man looked at her and said that the people she was protecting were the source of all the troubles that had befallen the village. The pink-haired woman turned to look at the hero in surprise. The woman loaded an arrow and repeated that she wanted to move away if she wanted to prove her innocence. Rand crossed his arms and wondered what Avalon had in mind for them to be so desperate to get rid of Sealjin. Had they found out that Dean was keeping an eye on him? The guardian narrowed his eyes and thought that, whatever the reason, he couldn't do anything to help him now. In the absence of his master, he was considered the representative of the village. If the man acted irrationally and broke the agreement with Avalon, it would give them a chance to turn a blind eye to everything that had happened in the past and take over the village. Now the only thing he could do was to shift everything onto the shoulders of the elf. Lilith looked up and said that this was ridiculous. She asked what the name of the one with the bow was. The woman grimaced and cursed, wishing the girl would just die. The guild member loaded her bow. The voice ordered to stop. Rand turned around in surprise. The little red-haired girl crossed her arms. The woman turned around in displeasure and asked what kind of snot it was. The partner asked Kahlua to stop and look around. She glanced sideways. They were already surrounded. Armed people were standing on all sides. The man in the white cloak asked what was wrong with them and asked to name the organization they belonged to. Pasties put his hand on the girl's head, and behind him were familiar faces. He said that they were all players, candidates, and friends of Sealjin. The blonde looked down and said that this guy had recently helped them all, so they just couldn't pass by. The guy smiled and showed 2 fingers. The guys and the guild members looked at each other. Lilith looked up and thought that this child had managed to gather all the candidates from Group C. She had done well, considering the situation. The elemental turned to the girl and warned that something was coming. The elf flinched as she saw bright sparks. A pillar of light burst out of the ground. Lilith recoiled. Pasties and the others stared in surprise at the place where something incomprehensible had just burst out of the hole. The boy shouted for everyone to be ready. Rand turned to the guild members, who had also lit up. They grabbed the scrolls made of energy. The candidates looked at them, realizing that this was the method they used to deliver letters. Well, that looked pretty cool. Kahlua unfolded the message with the order from the captain. The man read that it was necessary to temporarily stop following the original plan and not to touch anyone who claimed to have a smartphone. Rand looked at him in surprise. Absent ordered his partner to leave, but she tried to object to him. The man reminded him that this was the captain's order. Kahlua gritted her teeth and followed the order. The candidates laughed, looking after the guild members, and asked if they were scared. Absent turned around and asked them not to jump to conclusions, because they would cross paths very soon at the exam of Group C candidates. The young people looked at him with displeasure. Rand lowered his head and clenched his fist. Smoke billowed over the village. 1 week passed, and Dean returned. He looked at the half-destroyed houses and asked what kind of business this was and who did it. His new technical arm flashed. All the villagers began to work hard to quickly restore everything after the attack of an unknown organization. The protagonist and Liber were also recovering quickly. The guy moved his hand and said that he could not even think that he would start recovering so soon. He even thought that he would die. The young man assumed that it was thanks to his partner that he was able to regenerate so quickly. The girl was lying on the next bed and looking out the window, confirming his words. The high school student thought that Liber was still depressed about her blackout back then, but he could understand her. If she were with her previous owner, this would not have happened. The blonde frowned and asked the interlocutor to somehow shorten his stream of thoughts and reduce the noise. The protagonist received a punch in the face for his mumbling just at the moment when Pasties entered the ward with a basket of fruit. The guy said hello and said hello from everyone. The girl began to gnaw on an apple while the protagonist talked to the guest. Xiaojin said that he heard that the guy brought the whole group to help them. The interlocutor showed a thumbs up and said that he helped them all pass the exam, and candidates who are friends should help each other. The hero scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The brunette looked away thoughtfully, remembering the attacker named Mezcal. He was also a candidate and almost killed him. The hero said that he wondered who attacked the village. Pasties narrowed his eyes and said that it was safe to say that there were quite a few suspicious factors in this case. The main one was that all the criminals that they managed to catch simply disappeared, as if they had teleported. All that was left of them was their clothes, and besides the leader of this organization, they knew nothing about its members. Xiaojin thoughtfully touched his chin. Pasties came up and hugged the guys from behind, saying that the most important thing was for them to recover. They were the only ones who had put their lives on the line outside the tower. Liber frowned and asked irritably why he was acting like they were close. The blonde exclaimed how she could say that after eating all the tangerines he had brought them. The blonde thoughtfully offered to vomit them back and return them to her petty guest. The hero was lost in his thoughts. The tower is where Nagi is. Come to think of it, he still has no idea about anything related to it. The brunette looked at his new friend, covered in tangerines, and asked if there were often fights in the tower. Pasties turned around and asked again. Xiaojin replied that, judging by his words, putting your life on the line in the tower is quite common. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and noted that the young man knew nothing about the tower. The high school student smiled nervously. He looked resolutely at his friend and asked him to tell him about it. A negative answer came instantly. The brunette shuddered in surprise and asked the reason. The guy wondered if the protagonist had forgotten that they were candidates. Liber frowned and stopped chewing. The partners looked at the guest, who reminded them that they were enemies in everything related to the players. He approached the door and said that this was why he couldn't tell him about the tower, but there was no need to be offended by this. At that moment, the door opened and flew into the boy's face. Several other candidates from the group came to visit to wish for a speedy discharge. Xiaojin and his partner looked at them in surprise and asked them not to crowd into the already cramped space. The girl demanded that the hero take them all out. The brunette objected that he himself was a patient here. Pasties was lying on the floor, decorated with footprints. The guy noticed a boot appearing in front of his face and informed the protagonist that he had another visitor. The high school student was pushing with the guests and exclaiming that they had come to take over this place. Rand stood in the passage and looked at the boy in surprise. Everyone froze and stared at him. Xiaojin's sweat dropped when he saw the guardian. He was sure they were screwed. 3 hours ago, the outer wall of the village. Rand was training, running between targets. The man was practicing his strikes, thinking about how he couldn't do anything at the most critical moment, even after he confidently declared that he could do anything. The guardian ran, gritting his teeth until they creaked, thinking how pathetic he was. The guardian stopped and lowered his head. Terrarium, Sky Tower, players, he hated these words. Just as beautiful flowers attract insects, these words attract many people, and those who come to the tower to fulfill their dreams are no different from trash that constantly takes something from others. He and his guards hated such people, and yet, in the end, the man was saved by some of these people. The protagonist looked at the guardian in surprise and asked what he was doing. Rand was kneeling, his head bowed. He said that if it weren't for them, their village would have turned to ashes. The captain of the guards expressed his sincere gratitude to them as a guardian and as a player. The candidates looked at him in shock. At that moment, Lilith entered with a bouquet of flowers and explained that she was late because she was looking for a flower shop nearby. A picture opened up in front of her where a menacing guard was kneeling and young candidate players were patting him on the shoulder. The elf froze and asked what kind of atmosphere they had. Ran walked down the corridor sullenly and remembered how Seoljin said that he could not understand him. But the man could not understand him even more. The guard frowned and decided that he had no choice but to accept the hero and his friends. This was the only way to repay him. The man approached Dean, bowed and apologized for being late. The blonde moved his new prosthetic and said that he was just about to check his arm. However, it seemed like the guy had overdone it a bit. Behind him, a wide moat stretched across the forest. The protagonist looked at the smartphone in his hands in surprise and muttered that he thought it had been stolen. He looked at the girl and asked how this happened. Lilac crossed her arms and replied that it was found in the sewers, but they were unable to find any evidence such as fingerprints. The elf headed for the exit and said that this was how she repaid him for the exam, and now she could go. The hero thanked her. Liber approached the boy and asked what kind of thing it was. After everyone tried to cut each other's throats for this thing, it suddenly appeared in the sewer. The brunette looked at the phone and replied that perhaps the smartphone everyone was talking about was something else. Seoljin frowned and thought that there was someone else from his reality in this world. Horror distorted his face. He sweated and muttered that it was simply impossible. The girl looked at him questioningly and asked what was going on. An unknown number was calling him. The boy squeezed the phone and brought it to his ear. The hero answered. The person on the other end of the line smiled and noted that the phone had been passed on. The guy said that you shouldn't throw things like that around. Liber listened and asked in surprise who it was and if her partner was okay. The high school boy turned pale and trembled. The brunette began to sweat heavily and asked how he did it. The interlocutor grinned and asked if the boy thought he was the only one so special. Kim T1, now a member of Avalon, smiled and invited the protagonist to meet after so long. The smartphone is the only thing that connects the protagonist to the world he comes from. Using it, he had a fleeting feeling of hope that it could connect him with a person from his world. However, Seoljin would never have thought that this person would be T1. Night fell on the village. The protagonist met the blonde on the bridge. The guy said that he did not expect him to come on his own. The brunette shuddered and asked how he appeared here. The former classmate grinned and asked if the young man thought he was the only one who met God. The protagonist turned pale. The blonde sighed and took a few steps towards the boy, adding that they had a more pressing issue. He placed his hand on the hero's shoulder and asked if he had been imitating him with his phone all along, just like back then. Seoljin winced and said that it was a misunderstanding. The other man smiled and asked if he was supposed to clean up his mess in this world. The brunette frowned and apologized, lowering his head. The blonde narrowed his eyes and noted that the other man was exactly the same as before. He walked past and said that it was a pitiful sight. Without turning around, the boy said that whether the other man was imitating him or pretending to be him, he would turn a blind eye to it. In any case, this was not the first time the hero had tried to do something like this. The guild member glanced at the other man and demanded that he not come to the player exam in exchange. The young man winced upon hearing this. He clenched his fists and replied that he couldn't do it. T1 turned around menacingly and asked again. The brunette turned to him and said that he would climb the tower. The guy clenched his smartphone and, under the shocked look of the interlocutor, threw it into the water. Seoljin frowned and said that he had never tried to parody him. The blonde chuckled and demanded that the hero wake up and remember that he was nobody. The guild member asked if the brunette thought that he was the main character in this story. The high school student frowned and said that it didn't matter to him. His decision was to climb the tower. The interlocutor put on his hood and irritably noted that the young man had changed. Red sparks appeared around him. He turned to the hero and said that, in that case, he would personally make every effort to prevent him from climbing the tower. Seoljin looked at him in surprise and thought that the red glow meant that T1 had also received the power of a god. Suddenly, a yellow cloth appeared and wrapped the guild captain's arm. Ran stood between the boys, shielding the hero. The man turned to the brunette and noted that he had arrived on time. He demanded that Seoljin return to the castle, where his friend was already worried. The young man looked at him in surprise. The guild captain chuckled and said that Ran was a character he liked. The guardian clenched his fist and said that using skills against a civilian was against the rules, and he would have to act according to the rules. The blonde freed himself from the grip and said that he would not be able to defeat him. To ensure compliance with the rules, it would be better to call a second ranker. The man shuddered in surprise and noted that the enemy tore the cloth that the guard used with his skills. He attacked again, demanding that he stop making ridiculous jokes. T1 dodged. Ran narrowed his eyes and wondered how his opponent was able to dodge his attack so easily. The guardian asked what he was trying to do this time. The blonde's eyes lit up, and the boy repeated that the captain could not defeat him. The man shouted for the guild member to remain calm and sent the cloth for another strike. T1 continued to dodge, reasoning that he already knew about his skill with fabric manipulation, but seeing it in real life is much more exciting. He walked up close to the man and said that this skill is absolutely useless if the opponent gets closer. The guardian twisted the fabric and, turning it into a spear, struck the enemy. The man demanded that he not judge him by himself. T1 stopped the weapon with his hand and noted that compressing the fabric and increasing its speed is not a bad solution. But, again, such an attack is not enough. Suddenly, Ran appeared behind him and struck the opponent. The blonde was spun around and the guard swung his arm, throwing him to the other side of the bridge. The man looked at the place where smoke was now billowing. The protagonist came closer and asked how the guardian knew where they were. Ran held out his hand and asked the boy to wait since they weren't finished yet. A silhouette appeared through the dust. The blonde wiped his face and muttered that being able to manipulate such a simple skill like fabric control to such an extent was impressive. He supposed it was the difference in actual experience. The boy clutched his smartphone and said that he would test how it was done. Curled figures of red fabric appeared behind T1. The protagonist and his guardian stared at the enemy in shock. The guild captain held out his hand and asked how he wanted to be beaten. His eyes widened when he heard a voice from the side. Dean appeared right in front of him, sitting on the handrail of the bridge. He looked at the boy and clarified that he was a new recruit. The hero's former classmate turned around in admiration and said that the second ranker was exactly the same as in the webtoon. The village chief chuckled and noted that seeing how the boy was blatantly ignoring his question, he was definitely a newbie. The boy looked at the attack approaching him with surprised eyes. Then, there was a flash and a sound of impact. T1 wiped his face with his hand, thinking that he was right in front of him, but the boy did not notice his presence. He wondered how long he had been sitting there, and then mentally answered that Dean's class was a mechanical swordsman, and he should be careful with his mechanical arm and keep his distance. The blonde appeared behind him and called out to him. T1 immediately restrained him. The boy extended his hand and asked if he had received permission from Ran before using this skill. The blonde clenched his fists and asked if he couldn't use it a little and noted that using it wouldn't ruin the skill. He mentally noted that it was close, but he could barely react to his attacks, so he was able to do this. Dean smiled madly and said that he definitely lacked manners. His opponent, who had a dark silhouette hanging over his head, thought that his opponent was the second ranker, and out of all the existing ones, he was the closest to her, but it would not help. The blonde put his fingers to his forehead and suggested that they start correcting him from there. Finding himself in front of the guy, he ordered him to stand up. He decided to give him a flick. T1 flew back at great speed. Dean froze with his hand outstretched, telling him to straighten up, since this was the sidewalk beginning. The guy began to rise and with a smirk said that he did not need to say that, since he had already risen. Dean waved his hand and agreed, when Ran in the distance asked him not to go too far. He turned his dark gaze and said that then, now. The blonde began to approach his opponent, offering to continue from where they left off. T1, looking at him, said that it looked like he was serious, and then asked how about the village being destroyed. He frowned, mentally noting that he had no plan to end this fight, and he definitely wouldn't let him go now. He froze, seeing how Dean's silhouette began to glow. He darkened and said that he must have hit the roof. The blonde froze with a shocked face, thinking that he couldn't move at all. Something was approaching the guy from the side. Ran appeared behind him, and Absent and Kalu were on either side of him. Dean looked at them, noting in advance that he was in a very bad mood, so they shouldn't think that he would fall for their tricks, as usual. The man looked at him darkly and said that their team leader had offended him, the representative of the entry village, and then asked for permission to leave this place in peace. T1, clutching his injured hand, said that nothing needed to be decided for him, and that he did not plan to run away from here. His eyes widened when he was told that this was the order of the vice captain. Absent, looking at the blonde, said that he could notice that their leader was still familiar with the non-aggressiveness package of the charter in between Avalon and the entry village. Ran looked at him with displeasure and asked if he was really suggesting that they turn a blind eye to this incident. He replied that this was not so. Dean, with a gloomy face, listened to his words that in accordance with the charter, they would pay the price, whatever it was. T1 watched, gritting his teeth. The blonde looked to the side. The main character was standing there. The guy sighed quietly. He turned around and told everyone else to really lie from here, noting that it seemed like Seoljin had problematic friends. They told him behind his back that he had disgusting preferences in people. T1 told him behind his back that he would regret his decision to pick up this idiot, and they all went their separate ways. Dean passed by the brunette. The brown-haired man decided to stop. He saw the blonde clenching his fists. The moon rose in the sky. Several people were sleeping in the room. The guy sat up in bed. Liber, hearing this, opened her eyes. Meanwhile, Ran was sitting in the workshop. He turned around, hearing a sound. Then the man opened the door. In the passage, he saw the main character. After a while, the sunset began to be heard in the yard. The brown-haired man and the brunette found themselves on the street. The man threw a displeased look and said that he was very strong, so he should not worry. The guy replied that Liber was strong, not him. He sat with his head down, noting that as long as he couldn't hit him even once, he wanted him to help him. Ran pulled back. Looking at the hero, he agreed and told him to attack. The brunette tried to attack. The man hit him back. The brunette's mouth dropped open in shock. Then he clenched his teeth tightly. The protagonist landed and clenched his fist. He ran at the brown-haired man. He stood there without moving. After a while, morning came. The sun illuminated the yard. There were many dents on the ground from the blows. Xiao Jin was lying on the floor at a distance from Ran. Looking at him, the man said that it was already dawn, and for now this should be enough. He noted that he understood his anger, so he agreed to the request, because in any case. Seeing the guy on the ground, he said that destroying his body like this, without a set plan, will not improve his situation. The brunette ran his fingers along the ground, saying that as he thought, he was damn weak and nothing without liber. He squeezed the ground, saying that he should just let go of his desire to become a player or give up everything. Ran frowned and asked if he really came here to complain. The protagonist, starting to cry, said that he was calling to become stronger. His eyes widened when he was ordered to shut up by the edges. Liber approached them. She looked at him with a dissatisfied face. Xiao Jin got up, wiped his face and asked how she knew that he was here. He perked up and asked if she was really crying. The crying girl's body shook. She began to wipe away her tears, saying that she was the real loser. The white-haired girl, looking at him with an angry look, indignantly asked why he then went to fight without her if it was not so. The guy listened with a surprised face to her arguments that it was all because she was useless and weak, and if she hadn't broken her arm back then. The brunette extended his palm to her, saying that he only did it because he didn't want to drag her into this, and Liber replied that he said that they would climb to the top of the tower together. Ran watched them calmly, listening to Xiao Jin's words that it wasn't so, and he didn't think that she was useless and weak, so she didn't need to cry. The girl exclaimed that she wasn't an honor at all. The man's eyes turned white when the protagonist began to ask why her face was. At this time, the white-haired girl ordered him to shut up. She hit him in the stomach with her knee. The brown-haired man sighed and smiled, and then turned to them. The friends were distracted from the fight when he said that he would work with them. The man smiled and said that in order for them to become stronger, he would take care of them. Their eyes widened in shock. As the sun rose over the city, Xiao Jin thanked them very loudly. In the evening, at one of the taverns, a voice asked if they had heard the rumors, after which a counter question was asked. Sumama betrayed the noodles, listening to the words about the rumor of a smartphone, and although they were a little vague, but overall, it was indeed a good item, and the person who owned it was a guy from Avalon. She asked if Xiao Jin didn't use it, and wasn't he a member of Avalon back then. Shonen fingered his neck and asked why Avalon sent people to Xiao Jin to ask him why he was walking around throwing their name around. He noted that in other words, this idiot was bringing a bad reputation to Avalon. Sitting at the table with everyone, the brown-haired man noted that this was just his theory. Sumama asked to pass her the food. Lilith fixed her gaze on the guy. He started to smile stupidly, mentally noting that they had made eye contact, and then wondered if she was interested in him. He propped his chin up on his fist, thinking that he just needed to seize the moment. He then started to say that after arriving solely on his items and playing up his confidence, it was all a bluff, noting that in reality he was a feeble weakling. The girl stood up, while Shonen was saying that he might not even show up for the test, and if it were him, he would be too embarrassed to. The pink-haired girl turned away and said that she would leave first. While everyone else looked at her in surprise, she said that she didn't have time to sit here and waste time on empty chatter. Shonen's expression immediately darkened and quietly called out to her. He lay down on the table, upset, and the others began to leave. The sign of an inn was visible on the street. Lilith was walking down the road with pasties. She stopped when he asked if she liked Xiao Jin. The girl immediately grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, and the guy exclaimed that he was just joking. When she let go, he trembled. The pink-haired girl looked down and said that she just hated it when people said nonsense about others without even knowing the whole situation. And that was all that was needed. Pasties listened with surprised words to her words about how they really didn't have enough time to sit and just chat. Seeing the tower in the distance, he agreed. At the same time, Ran and his friends were looking at it, saying that the preliminary test would start in less than 10 days. He glanced back and said that he thought they needed to strengthen their resolve. The boy and the girl listened in silence that special training would start today. Ahead, they could see the tower. Liber looked at it, noting that it was very tall. The brunette replied that he had said the same thing when he first saw her so close. Rand stood in front of him, saying that perhaps out of all the places in the entrance village, this was the closest to the tower. Xiao Jin asked if that meant that their training would take place here. The brown-haired man waved his hand and said that they would understand everything faster once they experienced it themselves. He tested the line in front of his friends. They looked at it in surprise while the man told them to try to pass through it. The girl smiled widely and asked if that was all they had to do, and the protagonist tried to stop her, noting that they had to do it together. The white-haired girl stepped onto the line. A bright light lit up in her chest. Suddenly, she fell to the ground, and the burnt one called out loudly for her. Ran waved his hand and said that he was next, after which he asked his sister to step over. The guy froze with a puzzled face. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly. The brunette stepped forward abruptly. Seeing the light, his eyes opened wide. His body began to fall apart and he thought about the sensations. He waved his hand. The guy fell in zero gravity, thinking that it was just like last time. Then he found himself on the ground, starting to breathe heavily. Ran was standing next to him, and the protagonist said that this place was possible. He confirmed it. Looking at the line on the ground, he said that the area was like that place and he went there when he crossed the barrier, and it was a small number of outer worlds. With his hands behind his back, the brown-haired man said that this was the domain of the Sky Tower's terrarium. It was said that this area of influence of the tower was not even inside the tower itself, and as a result, the player nicknamed this place the domain. It was said that the reason why Ran let these two into the tower's domain was not just to let them feel the pressure of the tower's domain to pass the preliminary test, but showing the tower itself. It was said that the main reason was to designate the characteristic of the Sky Tower's terrarium. Xiaojin pursed his lips when Ran said that the concept of death was absent from the tower. Looking at his friends, the brown-haired man said that in exchange for this, if his body were to reach the ancestors, he would need to pay a price. He touched his chin, noting that it couldn't be explained, but the man, rubbing his chin with his finger, said that he would lose a small amount of his memories. His friends looked at him with puzzled eyes. Looking at the brunette, Liber asked if that was all. She wondered if it was true that it was a much less serious problem than she thought. Ran turned his back to them and said that people who heard about it for the first time almost always answered like that because they thought that losing their memories was a small price to pay to not die. The man stepped and looked down, saying that there was only one example. He noted that they would understand everything faster if they experienced it themselves. Xiaojin, looking at him with surprised eyes, began to say that in any case, what was down here? His eyes widened. Seeing the glowing eyes in the darkness, the brunette asked what was that. Sweat started to trickle down his tense face when he was told that this was the Forest of Losers, and it was a place for those people who ignored the rules. A yellow ribbon appeared between the friends. The boy and the girl pointed at themselves in surprise when the brown-haired man said that they were also their opponents for the duration of the training. A slamming sound was heard. He threw the friends off the cliff, saying that they should try to survive. The man frowned and added that he had marked some places with his cloths. While Xiaojin was falling down with a shocked face, Ran said that the condition for passing was to find and return the cloth as soon as possible. A small explosion was heard. The brown-haired man looked at him from above. As his gaze darkened, he began to think about how he had been guiding them in the thorns all this time, and now he had to make sure of their development and catch them in the past 10 days. Seeing the thick smoke below, he mentally noted that if they couldn't handle this, they'd better give up, because these people. The losers surrounded their friends, and the man noted that all of these people were dropped out of those who wanted to become players. The blue-faced people with white eyes growled loudly. Burnt reached for Liber and began to demand that she get up, exclaiming that they would now be torn to shreds. The girl asked him to pick her up, muttering that she felt sick after her recent fall. She closed her eyes and began to fuss when the brunette said that if she turned into a sword, then he would be akin to taking care of them himself. A sword began to appear in his hand, and he shouted that he ended it all with one attack, since he did not have time to deal with them. Looking at the monsters, the guy said that they had better find that piece of cloth that Sir Ran hid in order to pass this training. In the hands of the protagonist was a cloud of a sword. Watching, the brown-haired man crossed his arms, saying that they failed, and noting that it was probably okay, even though he had given them several hints from the beginning. While Xiaojin was running away from many monsters, the man said that if only they cooperated and with a pinch of luck they would succeed, but the Forest of Losers does not forgive mistakes, and if they still have not released their potential. Seeing the brunette's frightened face, he said that they have no chance. The protagonist screamed indignantly, asking why did everything go wrong now. At this moment, Liber was unconscious. Her eyes were closed. They suddenly opened wide. She began to scream loudly and apologize, after which she noted that they must deal with all these idiots. The girl saw a white light ahead. Looking with surprised eyes, she asked what she was doing all this time. Looking at the many jewels, she mentally noted that she was Excalibur and God's ego sword. With her hand on her chin, she mused that her role was to. Sitting on the chest, the white-haired noted that her role was to just sit here. She sighed heavily, saying that she never thought she would just mutter to herself like that, and then added that at least Arthur wasn't here. Liber looked at the light ahead. She ran her hand over the dusty chest and asked the god when he would listen to her, because she missed him. Shaking her legs, the girl asked if he had forgotten about her. She hung her head sullenly. The white-haired froze and pursed her lips. Then she slapped her own cheeks and exclaimed that she shouldn't hang her head. She waved her clenched fist, shouting that when she met the god, she would definitely ask for this, so. Liber looked ahead tensely, mentally noting that she would wait for the god. As she looked ahead, she thought that it would be okay if he was a little late. Her hair swayed in the air, and the girl noted that she had already gotten used to it, and in return, next time she would definitely ask for a name. The white-haired girl looked down sadly, thinking that she did not want a weapon name like Excalibur. She mentally noted that she wanted her own name, one that no one would forget. Liber's eyes widened when he called her that way in a solemn voice. She stood up and asked in surprise, did she really pass out? Finding herself at a dead end, the guy with the stump of a sword was asking her to finally wake up. He smiled widely when the female voice from the sword began to apologize. The girls listened with surprised eyes to his words that he knew it was difficult, but he wanted to ask her to just turn into her sword form just once because he didn't want to give up even if it was the end. The brunette furrowed his brows furiously, saying that they could do it if they worked together. The white-haired girl's face began to glow with a bright light. A whole sword appeared in Xiao Jin's hands. Looking at it, he smiled, while her friend asked how he liked it and if she was really all he had. The protagonist muttered positively. Liber smiled smugly, exclaiming that they should deal with them in one blow. The guy quickly struck. A bright light hit the monsters. The brunette continued to swing his sword at them. Smoke began to rise into the sky. In the thick smoke, the girl told her comrade to hold on, since they needed to leave as soon as possible before more came running here. The protagonist answered her that he was going to throw up. He looked at her with wide eyes, saying that he would never get used to it, and now he felt like he was riding a roller coaster. Xiao Jin looked up in surprise and called out to his friend. Her eyes widened when he asked if her hair had grown back. Looking at the smoke above the forest, the boy said that it was pretty cool, and the ego sword was getting stronger with its owner. Dean sat on the edge of the cliff, saying that he never thought he would witness something like this. A sound was heard. The blonde approached Ran and asked if he could ask him a question now. He said that leaving those two in this damn forest, while the monsters' bodies were lying below, the boy asked why the hell he left those two there to die. It was noted that Xiao Jin's group and the leader entered the fatal forest. After 56 hours had passed, they disappeared into a cave. The guy rubbed his stomach, mentally noting that while he was fighting here, he learned that you can never feel hungry here. Looking at the sleeping girl, he thought about how instead of eating, they only need to sleep, and that after what happened during the day, they are simply unable to even move a finger and fall asleep like crazy. He noted that a little healing also occurs during sleep. Looking at the forest, the brunette thought that this feature was most likely measured on those who left, since after nightfall they hide. He frowned, mentally answering that this is the best time to look for those fabrics while the players are sleeping. Looking at the sleeping white-haired girl again, the protagonist thought that he did not want to wake her up when she was sleeping so sweetly. He smiled sweetly, deciding that it was time for him to go to bed too. The fire crackled quietly in their cave. Long hair swayed in the air, and Xiao Jin thought that he had a dream then. Seeing the girl on a pile of treasures, he thought that he was a little more special than usual. After a while, the guy woke up with a river face. Looking at him, the white-haired girl asked what was wrong with him, noting that he looked like he was about to die. He began to say that in his dream yesterday. The brunette touched his forehead with his hand, saying that he saw, and then told her to forget about it. The leader asked indignantly what this meant, and then asked if he had hit his head in the last 3 days. She raised an eyebrow in confusion, and the protagonist wondered how he could just say that he had dreamed of her. He thought that the girl was even ashamed to say such a thing. Imagining the broken sword, Xiao Jin thought about after a short rest, they decided what they would do when the losers appeared, and it so happened that their goals did not converge. Imagining the monsters in front of him, he thought about how they came to the conclusion that when they used a sword attack, they would only choose one target. Remembering the tower, the guy noted that these were the conditions for using the ability, and he also began to understand it better. When they sat down by the water, the sick one complained of back pain. He began to stretch his arms, and the girl said that about 3 hours had passed since he lost consciousness. He replied that it had been longer than he thought. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked how she knew this and how she measured time without a watch. She replied that it was all intuition, and when she was in the divine world, there was nothing to do, so she whiled away the time by counting it. The protagonist looked down and said that as he thought, that dream was her memories. The white-haired girl looked surprised and clarified, and he suggested moving on. As they walked through the forest, Xiao Jin said that he learned how debts can use this ability, which will improve their plans for the future. She rubbed her chin with her finger and said that he would like to know more about it, like whether it is possible to regulate the power of the attack. The guy looked down and thought about the fact that as soon as he came to this forest, he immediately realized that he knew nothing at all. Not only his ability. Looking at Liber, he said that he was thinking about her too. The girl smiled slyly and asked why he was so excited. The brunette exclaimed in fear. He listened with surprised eyes to her words that it was only her opinion, but she thought that Ran had sent them here counting on him becoming like this. Looking at the green trees, she asked where they were heading, and the main Larazzi answered that he wanted to check the center of the forest. Having risen to a height, he said that this was probably the place where Ran hid the cloth, since there was a small open area. Seoljin smiled widely when the leader said that she thought it would be easier than she thought, and then asked his opinion. He replied that it would most likely be like that. The monster's hand reached out to the white-haired girl while she was saying that everything was going according to plan. The monster was reaching out. The guy's eyes widened when he realized that the same cloth was on his hand. He screamed loudly, telling him to be careful. A few drops of blood fell on his face. A monster appeared in front of him. The monster grabbed his head. He saw his face. Ran was being held by the collar. Gloomy, he said that he held out longer than he expected. Burning his teeth with anger, Seoljin asked if he really knew him. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he loudly asked if this was really his plan from the very beginning, and how dare he tie him to a monster. Liber raised her hand, while her friend asked if he understood what had happened to her. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, asking if it means that he is going to give up now. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Turning around, he called his girlfriend with him. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the collar. The brunette with an angry expression on his face demanded to let him go, and the man asked what he was going to do when they got to that place. The main character bared her teeth when he was asked if he was really going to run away again. He lowered his head and asked what was left for him. Remembering the monster, he said that it was very fast and strong, and he could not do anything. Looking at his back, Ran asked if he thought that it was impossible to stop it at all. Liber clenched her fists and demanded that they stop mocking him, noting that they tried their best to learn how to use the abilities correctly. The man frowned and asked if that was all they needed to know. The girl bared her teeth and asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, the guy froze in shock. He went towards the forest and called the white-haired girl, while she noted that she had not finished yet. The brown-haired man touched his chin and said that if they wanted to run away again, he would wait here. Liber loudly called out to her friend, saying that she had no idea. At this time, the brunette rushed through the forest. Frowning, he wondered if he had become that arrogant, and then thought that it would be strange if this worked. Looking ahead, he wondered if this was a good idea. Continuing to run, the protagonist noted that this training that Sir Ran had prepared for them, hoping that they would become stronger. When he found himself in front of the monster, he thought that it couldn't be impossible. He saw a yellow cloth. Liber appeared behind him, asking what he was going to do. Her eyes widened, and she called out to her friend again. Seeing him walking towards the enemy, the white-haired one asked if he had completely lost his mind. The monster roared loudly. Then it rushed at the guy. The brunette opened his mouth wide. He greeted him and said his name, noting that it was nice to meet him. He bowed, and the monster froze. The monster twitched and roared. It stood up and started laughing loudly, and the leader asked what was going on here. The protagonist listened in confusion to the loud laughter and the voice saying that she didn't think anyone would do that. The monster smiled, asking if it was possible to know the reason why it spoke. Seoljin frowned and replied that he thought they could talk to it. Looking at the yellow cloth, he added that otherwise Ran's bandage would not have been tied so neatly. The bulky hand began to evaporate. The girl with mountains and bluish skin smiled widely and said that he guessed. The guy's mouth fell open in shock. Looking at the demoness with red-black eyes, he asked if she was really a woman. A yellow bandage appeared in his hands, after which words of congratulations were heard. Looking at the woman, the brunette asked if she was really giving it to him just like that. She replied that she was simply doing what Ran asked her to do. The protagonist, holding the cloth, wondered if he had undergone training, and then mentally noted that something was wrong here. Liber suddenly ran up to him, indignantly asking what just happened. He apologized for not warning her. Grinning, Seoljin mentally noted that it had not been that easy, and now he should concentrate on the benefits he had received. The white-haired woman stretched tiredly and said that the cloth entrusted to her should also reach Sir Ran. The guy froze with a shocked face when she said that it was time to end it. Frightened, Liber loudly called her friend by name. Pieces of yellow cloth flew in different directions. The woman, changing her hand, pressed the object to the ground. Baring her teeth and with anger in her eyes, she spoke of her children. The protagonist clenched his teeth as he was asked how many he had killed before he came here. The pieces of cloth flew to Ran, while the woman indignantly asked how dare he touch them. The man grabbed one piece and noted that it all started. At the edge of the cliff, someone demanded to know the reason. Dean pressed the brown-haired man to himself, asking for what reason he used them as bait for that crazy woman. Ran looked down and answered that of course, it was all for training. The blonde asked him again with an irritated look. Watching how the fist squeezed his collar, the man noted that the two said that they wanted to become stronger, so he fulfilled their request. Dean let go of him. Swinging his hand, he asked if it was true what he told them about it. Remembering how people turned into monsters, the guy said that Ran himself knew perfectly well that the Fallen were also once people, and they went into the forest for only one thing. Looking at the tower, he said that although there are those who consider the forest a sacred place, but in the end it is just a place cursed by the tower because if you lose. The blonde turned around with a wild look when the man told him that the very thought of losing was unacceptable. Darkened, he replied that he believed in them. Looking at Dean, the brown-haired man said that if the two of them failed, he would die with them. The guy looked at him with a discouraged look. Ran answered him with confidence. The blonde walked forward, saying that it had been a long time since they had argued or talked like that. As he passed, he told him to do what he thought was right. The man looked down and thanked him. Dean stopped. Throwing a displeased glance back, he told him not to sing that he would die with them, since that was not the responsibility he should shoulder. Looking at his comrade's back, the guy told him to also believe in them until the very end. He agreed with them. At that moment, the woman was pressing the brunette to the ground. She was smiling madly, asking how many he had already killed. Squeezing his neck, she noted that of course he did not know, since a killer does not count how many he had killed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist began to scream that they had attacked first, and he had not wanted to kill them. The woman looked at him with a sad look, saying that it was not good to lie, since it was he who had attacked first. Liber furrowed her brows and extended her hand, then angrily shouted that she was wrong. The monster looked at her with a dark look, noting that if she made one more move, this guy would die. She smiled contentedly, asking if they wanted to climb the tower too. Looking at the enraged Liber, the woman said that she had already met many people like them, and all of them became part of this forest. She smiled, telling them to just give up, otherwise she could not let them climb the tower. Her eyes widened when the guy called Liber. He grinned and frowned, saying that this crazy person was their target. The woman cut off his finger with her demonic hand. At that moment, the brunette screamed loudly in pain. Looking at the hand with the severed phalanx, the demoness said that she was warning him for the last time that they should not move otherwise. She looked at him with Bedouin eyes, saying that the next thing he would lose would be his shoulder. The protagonist opened his mouth in a silent scream, thinking that because of this unbearable pain, he was not even able to think, and most likely it was a trap from the very beginning. Imagining the monster, he mentally noted that she had deliberately killed him painlessly that time, with the dawn that he would come here again. Seoljin seemed to be in a sticky web, thinking that it would be better if he tried to somehow escape from her. The woman smiled widely and asked, "Isn't it wonderful?" Looking at the bright light where his finger was cut off, she said that he wasn't bleeding because of the so-called tower, but he was definitely. The blonde woman came closer and stuck out her tongue, saying that he was feeling the pain to the limit. She drenched the boy's cheek, saying that however, what was really taking over him now was fear, and he was afraid that he was going to die. Liber frowned in confusion when she added that he was afraid that he would lose his memory and become like them. She introduced the fallen. The woman came closer to the brunette's ear and told him to just sit down. Grabbing his collar, she told him to go back and tell Ran that he gave up and didn't want to climb the tower. Her eyes widened when he agreed. Seoljin grabbed her hand with his own, saying that we weren't going to do that. He approached the demoness, saying that he wouldn't give up even if he died here. A bright beast appeared. Then there was a flash. Liber watched with shocked eyes, asking what was going on. The rays of the sun illuminated the white and gold towers. This was the guild number 1 Avalon. On the top floor in the audience hall, Absent was kneeling. His name was given. He greeted the vice captain named Van Zichmund. The man called him by name and asked if he was responsible for that newbie. He noted that he had been through a lot. The masked man bowed his head and said that he was flattered that he remembered him, and then noted that they would do their best to ensure their presence at the entrance. Looking at him, the brown-haired man said that in that case, he would need to take care of the player test that was about to take place in the coming days. Looking at the phone at the man's feet, he asked if this was the thing he wanted to talk about. Absent, without raising his head, confirmed, saying that they found it on their site, but judging by the investigation. Looking at the device, he said that it did not have that energy. He turned around abruptly when a silhouette appeared behind him, saying that it was just a smartphone, and without the true owner, it was useless. T1 showed his phone and said that it had a similar ability. Absent looked at him and indignantly noted that he couldn't just come and go without proper permission. The blonde replied that his ability was literally copying. Looking at the vice captain, he began to talk about the terms of use. The guy smiled widely and suggested keeping them a secret for now. The man grabbed his shoulder, saying that despite the fact that he was the team leader, he was no longer going to tolerate his disrespect. T1's gaze darkened when Zichmund said that he was interesting. He rose from his chair and clarified his name. The brown-haired man smiled slyly, noting that they would look forward to his future accomplishments. The blonde smiled back and said that he would do everything, while thinking about the fact that he was so close to him but still could not see his face. Seeing dark silhouettes, he wondered if this could be some kind of ability that blocked his perception. The guy smirked, mentally noting that maybe these two were for the best, and although he didn't want to get to know him better right now, he wanted to know where Dean was now. He remembered looking at the blonde's back. T1 tensed his cheekbones. When his gaze darkened, he mentally noted that he would definitely take revenge on him for that humiliation, and first he would show this arrogant idiot that his choice was wrong. He clenched his fist, thinking that exactly 5 days later, at the player test, he would destroy Seoljin like an insect. Afterwards, he thought that no one cared what he received from God. At that moment, there was a bright light in the forest. Liber looked at him with surprised eyes. The woman grinned in displeasure, asking why he was resisting if she told him to give up. The guy, without looking up at her, answered that he was tired of hearing the same thing countless times. The blonde's eyes widened as he added that no matter what he did and how hard he tried, people still hated him. He grabbed the monster's hand with his palms, saying that he was a pathetic loser. His finger began to grow back, while the brunette called himself a useless loser. The woman screamed and swung. She threw the protagonist away from her, ordering him to let her go. Her eyes widened. Seoljin grabbed her by her clothes. Pulling her closer, he asked if she really thought that he was worthless compared to her. The guy clenched his teeth in rage, saying that even if it was true, he would prove her that she was very wrong. The woman looked at him with shocked eyes, wondering if he really had super regeneration. She jumped back, thinking that it was very dangerous. Liber, watching them, mentally asked why she just walked away from the brunette. Looking at him, she thought that it was good, but there was definitely something wrong with him. Seeing the guy's crazy eyes, the girl mentally noted that she had never seen him like this before. She opened her mouth, thinking that it was impossible for him to have his own unique abilities. The white-haired girl perked up when her friend called her. He extended his hand to her. Liber stared back at him. She smiled and agreed. After that, a sword appeared in the protagonist's hands. The demoness bared her teeth, saying that his attack was too obvious. Her skin began to turn red while she asked, did he really think that? She again took the form of a monster, asking if they thought that she would stand and do nothing. Seoljin, pushing his sword forward, called Liber, and she replied that she knew. She smiled madly, saying that their target was those monsters. The girl looked at the silhouettes behind the monster. They were fallen players. Suddenly, the woman turned around sharply. At that moment, the guy rushed past him. He delivered a powerful blow. After that, the surrounding area was filled with clouds of dust. The brunette leaned on his sword and coughed loudly, and his girlfriend asked if he was okay. She lowered her eyebrows, asking her to let her go so that she could return to her form and help. The protagonist, looking with evil eyes, said to her. Looking at the monster in front of him, he said that this is not all. The woman stood in front of the fallen players. Seoljin gritted his teeth, holding back tears. He mentally noted that even with that determination, he still lacked courage. The woman began to separate from the monster's body. The guy, imagining the burning bodies, thought that he could almost take their lives. Imagining himself as a fallen one, he mentally noted that as soon as he thought that their life was no different from his, he simply could not do it. The woman slowly walked towards him. Then she stopped in front of him. Looking up sadly, the sick man began to apologize to Liber. He was grabbed by the neck. Then he found himself on the ground. While there was a clawed hand at his head, the hero mentally said that he had lost. Seeing a bright spot, he thought that this was the end. A tear fell on his cheek. Seoljin looked with empty eyes, thinking that he looked with his last strength, but he could not understand what it was. He saw a gloomy face of a woman, thinking that it was a monster that somehow wanted to kill him. Noticing how she was crying, the guy wondered why she looked so confused now. The voice asked when was that. Looking at the moon through the green crowns, he asked when this forest was entrusted to her. The wind weakly swayed her blonde hair. The woman sat on the ground, wondering since when enjoying the moonlight became the only joy for her. Suddenly, she heard a sound. Seeing a man, she wondered when she knew loneliness. Indifferently looking at the guy, the blonde asked who he was. A loud scream was heard from nearby near the tower. The boy and girl were breathing heavily, asking if their friend was sure she was still there, and why was she even living in the middle of the forest. The red-haired man turned to them, saying that his words were true, and he saw it like yesterday, then asked them to shut up and follow him silently. As he made his way through the leaves, he cursed at the trees, saying that he completely forgot where he was supposed to go. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed that it was her. The woman turned around when he called her teacher, and then demanded that he not call her that. Running out of the bushes, the boy exclaimed that he brought his friends here, who then asked if she really existed. They froze with puzzled expressions when their friend asked why they stood rooted to the spot and did not come up to say hello. Then they came up and bowed. The woman laughed, mentally noting that she did not intend to train them. Remembering her demon form, she thought that either she simply didn't have the talent to teach, because unlike them, she had the power from the start. Looking at the battle, she thought, whatever, it's normal. Smiling, the woman thought that she missed socializing. Looking at the group of friends, she thought about those moments when they encouraged each other, thereby spreading an echo throughout the forest. Standing in the shadows, Teacher Nitsa noted that she felt joy. Her eyes widened when she was thanked. Looking at the happy boys, she asked if they were leaving. One boy answered that they needed to go and prepare for the player test, and the second added that they would definitely pass it, after which he thanked her again. The woman lowered her eyes, saying that time flies very quickly when you have fun. The brown-haired man clenched his fist and smiled, calling her to join them, saying that he was sure that she would easily make it into the top 100 rankers. The demoness, without raising her nervous gaze, replied that she wanted to go with them, but she couldn't leave this forest. The girl jumped on her comrade's back, saying that he shouldn't ruin the moment, since he knew how much the teacher didn't want to leave the forest. The guy replied that he just didn't want to leave her alone. Their eyes widened when a voice from the side said that they would be fine. The red-haired man hugged the woman. He smiled widely, saying that when they climbed the tower, they would return to her. The demoness listened with surprised eyes, saying that she just needed to wait. He kissed the guy on the top of his head. While tears welled up in her eyes, she compared how they could be so cute. The boys held on to their kissed places, listening to the teacher tell them to take care of themselves and return safely. They waved goodbye. Watching them go with a soft smile, the woman murmured that she was alone again. She began to wait for them to return in this way. At night, she sat near the tower. Looking at it, she said that she was interested to know how far they had come, and then said that she hoped they were not taking too many risks up there. Without taking her eyes off the tower, the teacher asked why they had climbed it at all when they could have just stayed with her. Remembering the boys, she said that even if they did not become players, as long as they were here, they would still be her precious children. The woman looked down. Looking at the moon, she said that it was okay if they wanted to give up, because she just hoped they would return safely. She turned around at the sound. People in white cloaks were leading the fallen. They approached the cliff, then their bodies were thrown off it. The teacher watched this with displeasure. Pursing her lips, she mentally noted that these degenerates from Avalon were getting rid of more and more dropouts in this forest, and treated the forest as their own garbage dump. She looked at the fallen bodies. Her eyes widened, and the demoness thought, I just wanted them to be safe, even if they fail. It's okay, after all, dreams are not only prone to come true. Cold sweat and tears ran down her face, while she thought that she wouldn't mind if they returned as players. Seeing her three among the fallen, the woman thought about how important it was for her that they were alive. She abruptly hugged the red-haired guy. Then she began to cry bitterly, asking why this happened and blaming herself for it. The woman leaned on the protagonist, exclaiming that she hoped that at least he would listen to her. Shedding salty tears, she asked why he didn't listen to her. Suddenly, a man's hand touched her cheek. Then she fell back. Xiaojin smiled softly and apologized for calling them monsters, noting that he was truly sorry. A yellow light appeared. Liber threw the demoness aside. She landed on the ground. She found him with a gloomy face. The girl frowned when asked why Rand sent them in the first place. The teacher, without raising her head, said that everything was repeating itself again, and soon they would die and return as walking dead, so they should give up. The white-haired girl frowned in anger, asking who gave her such confidence and noting that at least they were trying, unlike her. She asked why she didn't just help them if she was so worried. The woman sat with a gloomy face, listening to the words about how they would come back so strong that she would not have to worry about them. She told her to be quiet. Showing sharp teeth, she loudly demanded that she stutter. The woman again took the form of a monster, mentally asking them to stay away from her. She swung, thinking that she did not want to get her hopes up again. Liber put her hands out in defense. A loud sound was heard. The girl opened her eyes when the tip gently touched her chest. The monster froze, asking why they were stopping her too. The fallen crowded around her. The white-haired girl listened with surprised eyes as she spoke to them, asking if they seriously wanted her to trust them. Looking at the three of them, the demoness said that even after everything they had been through, it was as if they had touched her in human form, and the woman said that even so, they wanted to give her support. Taking her normal form, she fell to her knees. The teacher looked up. Looking at Liber, she asked their names, and she answered. Hanging her head, the woman began to say that no matter how long it took. Without holding back the flow of tears, she asked if they promised to return here safely after their wishes were fulfilled. The white-haired woman looked at her with puzzled eyes. There were 3 dark silhouettes at the edge of the forest, and the demoness thought that thus her wait began again. 3 days passed. The brunette looked at the teacher, said that she had started training for them, the content of which was quite simple. The blonde smiled madly and suggested that they play tag for 3 days, and if she could catch them, she would kill them. The boy and the girl trembled with fear. They began to run as fast as they could. The hero recalled how he was lifted into the air by the blow, noting that these 3 days were the most extreme in their lives. The demoness smiled widely, saying that it was simply incredible, and that of all those she had to train, the 2 of them were the only ones she had never caught in a chase. She added that of all her children, they were the best at running away. Standing together in the middle of the forest, the woman said that this was all she could teach them. Liber looked back in shock. Xiaojin, covered in sweat, looked back at her. They clapped each other aggressively. Hugging and crying with happiness, they exclaimed that they did it. Liber noted that her friend had done an incredible job, and she could finally sleep peacefully on a soft bed. The woman smiled nervously as they congratulated each other and suggested that they at least listen to her to the end. The boy and the girl froze when she said that it was a lesson called how to escape from someone who is stronger, and this is the best lesson she can give now. The latter smiled widely and said that it is important to understand this because there are unfaithfully strong individuals in the tower, since it is important for the player not only to achieve victory, but also to stay alive. The brunette trembled with a nervous smile, hearing that for this they need to improve their abilities. Liber muttered that she had a bad feeling about this, and the protagonist asked if she was going to do it. The teacher handed over a yellow piece of cloth and said that they would have to ask the man themselves. She squeezed it tightly, announcing the beginning. The boy and girl looked blankly. Then, a loud explosion was heard at their feet. The silhouette of a man began to emerge, who said that he heard them say something about him, and also said very interesting things about hell. Puzzled and stupid expressions appeared on the friends' faces. Rand said with a gloomy face that in that case, in the remaining 4 days, he would show them what real hell was. There were 4 days left until the player test. Dean looked into the distance. The tower fell under his gaze. Looking from under his brows, he said that if you think about it, today is already the day of the player test. People gathered in front of the entrance. Shonen happily pointed at himself, asking if everyone had eaten well and had a good rest, then told them not to be nervous because they had him. His friends listened with blank expressions as he told them to just be themselves and they would do well. Sumama asked what he was talking about, and Pasties told her to forget it. Many people gathered around. Lilith sighed slightly, thinking that most of them weren't much different from the first test, but she gave no idea what was going to happen next. Pasties came up to her and asked who she was looking at so intently, noting that she had said she wasn't interested in him, but the truth was that she hit the guy. Clenching her fists in anger, the pink-haired girl exclaimed that she had warned him that she couldn't stand such jokes. The comrade began to apologize, saying that her reaction was very funny. The guards at the gate loudly announced that they would soon begin the player test, so the candidates should get ready. The guy held his bleeding nose and said that he hadn't seen Xiao Jin, then asked what they should do. Lilith told him to stop prying, because sooner or later he would come here. As she started to leave, she waved, saying that she would go first. Pasties asked him to wait for him. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing someone close the door in front of the girl, he asked what was that. The pink-haired girl approached the giant and politely asked him to move away, noting that he had been told to get ready. The player candidate replied that this was no place for women and told her to leave. Lilith, looking up with displeasure, said that she was giving him exactly 5 seconds to move away. The man smiled. A second later, he burst into loud laughter. The others looked on with displeasure as he said that despite the fact that she was here by pure chance, she certainly had a lot of arrogance. Sumama asked if she would be okay, adding that she thought they should intervene. Pasties, looking at the brunette, said that he had heard about her and knew that he was the only candidate from Group B, imagining him in the abundance of corpses. He said that he was the only survivor, Bloody Mary. Frowning, the guy told everyone to stay in their positions. Since no one was watching them, it was unknown what he would do. Seeing how the gloomy man stood in front of his friend, he said that if they stood up for her, they would cause a ruckus, and that was most likely what he wanted. The brunette gritted his teeth, mentally noting that she did not move at all, and apparently she was not so easy to provoke. He thought about how not all of Group C were empty. He raised his hand, thinking that he still needed to thin out their ranks. Bloody Mary raised his fist, mentally noting that it was her own fault for getting hit in the heat of the moment. He shouted that he would correct the behavior of their trash group. A white light flashed in the air. Shonen hit the brunette with his staff. Lilith, with a worried face, began to ask him to stop. Looking at the man's face, the brown-haired man asked who was trash now. He frowned, saying that either he took his words back or he would make him do it. The pink-haired girl bared her teeth, thinking that her comrade had fallen into too obvious a provocation. Looking at the brunette, she exclaimed that now no one could blame him for starting a fight. The red hand grabbed the man. Holding Shonen's leg, Bloody Mary said that since he attacked him first. He smiled slyly, saying that all his actions given nylon would be considered self-defense. He slammed the guy into the ground. Opening his mouth, he then screamed loudly. The man looked at the girl and noted that 5 seconds had already passed, after which he asked what she would do next. Lilith noted with a calm face nothing could be done. Glowing blades appeared behind her back, and she said that she would play with him, after which she said that he could approach. The brunette rushed forward and began to laugh loudly, saying that this was what he hoped for. Pasties and Sumama tensed up, saying that now it was clear how he behaved. Looking at the enemy in front, the guy told everyone to get ready to fight. Suddenly, a blue light appeared above Bloody Mary's head. The man looked up at him in surprise. After that, the blow slammed him into the ground. The others looked at the dust that had risen, asking what had happened and why lightning had suddenly appeared. The guy, opening one eye, said that it wasn't lightning. Looking at the man standing on the brunette, he added that someone had just shot that monster. Lilith's eyes widened. Looking at Xiao Jin, she called him. Black fabric flashed in the air. Throwing a cloak over himself, the guy asked what it was. The teacher gave him a thumbs up and said that it was his graduation present. She handed him the bundle and said that she had kept the fabric for a long time, and when the time came, he would understand everything himself. The brunette exclaimed that he couldn't accept it. Liber turned away in displeasure and asked why all the gifts were given only to him, and he asked if she wanted to try it on. The demoness hugged the girl and began to apologize for leaving her without a gift, noting that everything has its time. She looked down and said that she was happy that they had become so strong in just a few days. The white-haired girl's eyes widened as the woman said that she thought that they should part ways here. She looked at the protagonist and asked him to come over, saying that she wanted to give him another gift. Xiaojin opened his mouth in confusion, wondering what else she would give him. Suddenly, her palms were on his cheeks. The teacher kissed him on the top of his head. At that moment, the guy's face turned red. Liber, seeing this, froze with a dumbfounded face and loudly asked what to make of this. The demoness smiled widely, saying that since they were done with goodbyes. She grabbed the brunette by the cloak, saying that this was his parting gift. He asked if this kiss wasn't theirs. The woman threw it aside. With a smile on her face, she exclaimed that she threw it towards the testing area and asked him to be careful. While the hero was shouting loudly in the sky, they were looking at him, and the teacher was telling him not to forget about Liber. A blue flash flashed in the air. The girl looked at the rising column of light. She smiled and said that although this was just a warm-up before the test, the participants were extremely hot-tempered. Turning to the judges, Momo asked if this was true. Xiaojin clenched his fist, noting that he was thrown such a long distance, but he did not receive any damage from the collision. Adjusting his cloak, he thought that the floor here was somehow strange. Seeing that his leg was stuck in a red body, the guy indignantly asked what was going on here. Having descended, he began to apologize, saying that he did not mean it and asking Bloody Mary if he was okay. Not noticing no signs of life, the brunette fearfully asked if he really killed him. He turned around sharply, hearing his name. Lilith was running towards him with her fists, saying that this crazy guy was still alive. A huge silhouette began to rise behind the hero. He moved his wielder back. At that moment, the man struck with his fist. There was a sound of impact on the ground. The pink-haired girl covered her face, thinking that she doubted that her comrade could dodge such a blow. Her eyes widened. She saw Xiaojin standing next to the red hand and holding it. The brunette clenched his teeth, trying to understand why he couldn't move. Opening his mouth, he asked who he was. The guy looked at him with an indifferent face. Then he turned away. His comrades were standing to the side. In the guy's arms, he saw the wounded shonen. Darkened, the protagonist asked to listen. Squeezing the monster's hand with his palm, he asked what he was doing. Bloody Mary trembled in pain. He swung his free hand and began to curse, saying that he would ride him to pieces. After that, he hit. Xiaojin watched the tip of his limb approach. Yellow sparks began to appear as he called Liber. Then he saw it all. A bright flash. Lilith watched it all with shocked eyes. She saw the boy plunge his sword into his opponent's body. Looking down at him, the brunette asked why he thought he could attack him. The girl froze, hearing her friend say that if he didn't kill him, he would get in his way. Frozen with a puzzled look, she asked if it was really Xiaojin. Looking at him, she asked what the hell had happened to him in the last few days. The guy turned around. He started to walk, stepping on the cloak. After that, he fell to the ground with a thud. His friends looked at him silently. Then the brunette stood up abruptly. He smiled nervously, saying that this wind was a little long, but it didn't hurt him at all. Sumama covered her mouth with her hand, quietly asking if that monster had just exploded while he was standing on it. Pasties muttered that it looked painful. Liber punched the hero in the head, indignantly asking what he was doing. The others listened to her with nervous faces, saying that he was being too stupid to expose himself and shouldn't fall when he was about to get off. Continuing to hold his fist, the girl indignantly asked on what basis he had summoned her right in the middle of the fight, after which she noted that she was very scared. Xiaojin apologized to her. Lilith watched them with her mouth slightly open. She started laughing into her fist, saying that it was just as funny. Seeing this, Pasties froze with a shocked face. Turning to Sumama, he whispered asking if she could imagine that the pink-haired girl could laugh. She asked him what he was talking about. The girl approached the protagonist and Liber, asking how long they would stand there. Standing in front of them, she asked if they knew that the exam would start soon. Turning around, the pink-haired girl said that she would go first. The guy and the girl stood with puzzled faces. They began to loudly ask her to wait. After a while, the gates began to open. A crowd stood in front of them. A bright light sparkled from the gates. It illuminated the faces of the participants. Frowning, the brunette noted that it was finally happening. Thus began the player test. The blue sky covered the white and gold towers. A blue bolt of lightning flashed nearby. Zichman touched his chin, noting that judging by the color, it was definitely not his student's abilities and must be another newcomer. He raised his hand when the servant asked if they should send a reconnaissance team. The man replied that it was not necessary. Waving his cloak, he said that he would go there himself since he did not want to miss such a show. The brunette began to rise from his throne. While Dean stood leaning against the wall, he said that it had been a long time since he saw the second number. The gates of the tower slowly opened. The participants lined up in front of them. A bright white light came out of them. After a while, the people found themselves in a spacious room with a huge door. The team of friends noted the view, and Pasty said that he was leaving. This was the so-called entrance door. The brunette frowned. Seeing the bloody aura coming from the opponents, he wondered if it was his imagination or if all these people were looking right at him. The participants were staring at him with red eyes. Among them, he saw a man in a white cloak. It was T1. Immediately, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. A woman came out onto the balcony and said that it seemed like everyone had gathered. She stood with two girls, saying that she would start by explaining the test itself. Remembering the blonde's back, the man noted that this living thing was hanging over, who was fully supported by the Avalon Guild, and the first time he learned about it was when. Remembering the guy on the pile of bodies, he said that back then, when being an ordinary boy, he eliminated everyone from the Avalon battle group, sparing no one and with his own hands. Absent, looking at him, mentally noted that one of his duties was to understand those who serve Avalon. However, he was not sure about him yet. Seeing the silent confrontation between T1 and Seol Jin, the man understood that he could still say one thing for sure. Looking at the brunette, he thought that he was the only one who could shake him. The blonde crossed his arms with a smirk. As he walked forward, Absent reminded him that using excessive force was prohibited here. He replied that he knew and just wanted to say hello. Approaching some of the participants, the guy began to demand that they get out of the way, but they were indignant. Gloomy, he repeated his words again with a crazy look. The people immediately froze in horror. Passing by them, T1 took off his hood. He stood in front of the main character. Liber approached her friend and asked if it was him, and he answered yes. Looking ahead with displeasure, he asked her not to worry, noting that he would just talk to him for a bit. The two guys stood opposite each other. T1 smirked and said that he had changed a lot and had learned to look the two in the eye. The brunette, gritting his teeth, replied that he, in turn, was the same, and then asked how long he was going to be childish. A red spark flashed near the guy, and he demanded to repeat. Immediately after that, he swung. The protagonist tensed, activating energy. A woman stood between them and ordered him to stop. Momo rolled her eyes and said that she did not care at all about their disagreements, but in the testing area they had to behave decently. Looking at Seol Jin, she said that otherwise they would both be disqualified. T1 gritted his teeth in displeasure. He raised his head. Zichmund was standing on the balcony. The blonde pulled up his hood and began to leave. The woman turned around when she heard someone ask the guy if he was Seol Jin. The blue-haired girl hugged the brunette around the neck, saying that she saw him take out a candidate in one fell swoop, noting that he was a rough but capable guy. She touched her finger to his lips and said that he was even cuter up close, but unfortunately, he was not her type. Grabbing his hand, the woman said that his body was much stronger than she thought. She folded her arms and noted that it was still not enough for everyone from Group C to pass. Momo came up to her and told her to stop, adding that she was the eldest. Lulu called her a bore. She rolled her eyes lustfully and said that, however, she did not like that everyone passed the test because of him, and she should not be so generous with favoritism. She added that she could not allow her to do whatever she wanted, since it was unfair. The green-haired girl looked at the other judge when she said that she absolutely agreed that the balance of the test was off. Judge Bibai started to say with an indignant expression that Groups A and D, who were taking the same exam, were far inferior in the number of participants, and that it was unfair to hold a test where the participants had the opportunity to cooperate. Gritting her teeth tightly, the brown-haired girl said that even if he was so special, it was also unfair to the test. Momo looked at the women, noting that although they had grown up, they should not be arrogant, otherwise she might answer them. The protagonist froze with a puzzled face, wondering what kind of strange atmosphere was here. The green-haired girl looked forward. Then she closed her eyes. Lulu Owl smiled when she let them do whatever they wanted. She said that she would show them how to solve this problem now. She looked behind Seol Jin, asking if they should be cut in half. Looking at the team behind her, she said that she was sure everyone heard them just now. The woman smiled and said that from now on the test for Group B would be. Looking at the two teams, she said that it was a one-on-one tournament. It was deep night. The man lowered his head and said that it was time to move out. Then he looked up and heard that he had not seen him for a long time. Sirius came closer and said that he could not believe that a representative of the Avalon Guild was sent to such a miserable competition. In front of him stood a member of the Diasian Guild, a master who monitors order on S10 land. The man immediately raised his head and thanked him for his high opinion of him, but he represents the Avalon Guild here. In response, he heard that of course, Sir was amazed when he watched the competition then. After that, he began to wave his hand and said that Nagi especially amazed him when she defeated this countrywoman. This impudent boy with a prosthetic arm and such miserable equipment decided to defeat her with his own strength. In response, the brunette simply remained silent. Then the old man did not understand why he was being ignored. Immediately after, he turned around and said that other VIP guests had arrived. "Who is here with us?" The man also recognized this person and said that he was finally here. In front of them stood a blonde man. Sirius got very angry and surprised, then said that this person had no right to be here. In front of them stood Dean, who immediately asked who could be here then. The old man came closer and started shouting, calling him names and saying that only the heads of large guilds could be here. This was not the place where you could be an idiot without a guild. And in response, the young man simply smiled and asked again, then said that if the old man was telling the truth, then he thought he was in the right place. And then he came closer and started shouting what the guy meant. Where did he get the idea that he could be here? In response, he heard that he said he was in the right place. Sirius frowned and said that this could not be. Did he really have a guild? The blonde immediately raised his hand and said with a smile that he was the master of the Red Winged Guild, and it seemed to him that he would fit into their small union. The old man got very angry and said that he could not believe that his guild was approved. Sigmund suddenly intervened, who said that he approved and greeted the young man. The brunette immediately came closer to him and repeated that he approved the guild. The table was surprised, and the guy stood next to him and smiled, said that he could not believe that he left the castle. It was not easy to get used to it. And the man looked at him and said that it was better not to talk about it. As an apology, he accepted his guild. Then he came even closer and said that he did not expect that the one who constantly plays solo will create his own guild. It would be nice to find useful comrades if you do not want to be alone. Then the young man smiled and said that he should look forward to the day when he will face him in battle again, because he will definitely be waiting for him. Then he introduced the players, said that the next one who will be born with him, I wonder who it will be. Meanwhile, the girl in the barn approached the others and asked if they were ready. Then she looked up and said that now under the responsibility of the judge of Group B, Lulu. The guys listened attentively as the girl said that she was starting a one-on-one tournament to weed out the players. Then she smiled and said that now she would like to explain the rules. They only have 24 hours. The guy looked at her carefully when they said that they can use anything. The survivor wins. His opponents were also standing there and absorbing the information. Then the girl got a little embarrassed and said that if the winner is not determined in time, both will be disqualified. It's simple, right? Suddenly Momo looked at her and asked if that was all, and the other added that it was simple and fair. She likes it. Meanwhile, the guys were standing to the side and discussing that the duel will be one-on-one, which means they will be separated. They should ask. At that moment, the girl stepped forward and said that she hoped that everyone understood. The guy raised his hand and said that he had a question. In response, he heard whether it was serious. Even a monkey would understand everything here. And then those two monkeys rolled their eyes. Suddenly Momo stepped forward and said that they should start. The blonde looked down in surprise and asked what the hell was going on. The floor was collapsing. And indeed, the floor began to collapse under all the participants. The guys began to fall down. A bright light appeared, and like a geyser, it was beating from under the ground. The boy immediately grabbed his head, said that it was too unexpected. They should at least warn about this. Then he opened his eyes and did not understand what was happening. It seemed to be Liber's voice. And indeed, his girlfriend was standing right in front of him. She looked up and asked what kind of place it was. It was definitely somewhere inside. And the young man was even more surprised and said that it was amazing. It seemed to be in a terrarium. At that moment, Mokai-ko appeared in front of them and said that he hoped that everyone had teleported correctly. The brunettes asked in surprise what it was, and the baby continued to fly away in front of them. It turns out that it was a talking sword, which said that to be precise, it was made in the image and likeness. On the other side, Momo smiled and said that she would like to note something else, and the place where the guys ended up. They raised their heads and listened to her attentively. Their opponents, who found themselves in different places, did the same and heard that this was a virtual zone based on real places in the terrarium. One of them even found himself in some room when he heard that he had to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Momo was in a separate room, and there were several cameras in front of her, and then the girl said that they had to show everything that these guys could do because the guild leaders were watching them. Then she introduced these people and said that they had to join the guild if they wanted to survive. This test would help them find their guild. Then she raised her eyes and added that she wished everyone good luck. The test for eliminating players began, a one-on-one tournament. The guys turned around abruptly and saw someone. The guy looked ahead and said that it meant that his opponent had appeared there. The tournament had started. The girl carefully watched the young man through the camera. He looked into the distance in surprise and did not understand what was happening, and she just looked silently. Then she raised her hand and said that this guy reminded her of someone. It was the first rank inspector, Nagi. The guys continued to remain in place. Then they came to the edge of the cliff and the guy said that he did not see anything unusual, Did not even see the ring? Are you sure that you are in the terrarium now? Then he turned to his friend and asked if she would see anything. Then she pushed her in the shoulder, and the girl began to say that she needed to be quieter, concentrate. In response, she heard that she really does not understand that they are not eagles, they cannot see so far. But suddenly the girl jumped up and showed something, asked what was there in the distance. The young man was very surprised and said that these are her eyes, she does not see at all. What is there? The little girl stretched out her hand forward and pointed between the rocks. She said that it is there at the end. And really, there was something unusual in the distance, only this place was a different color, maybe it was connected to something. The young man looked closely and said that indeed, apparently it was a desert. Does he think that the tests are connected? The blonde turned around and said that it means there is another candidate. Is there really something there? Then the guy raised his head and replied that they need to move towards the desert. As soon as they finish here, they can run into someone who has the same abilities as Kim T1. The guys continued to look into the distance when someone came up to them and asked what they were doing here, and how did they even end up together. This person came closer and said it was a one-on-one battle. The young man was very surprised. In front of him stood that unpleasant boy, who turned out to be his opponent. The blonde immediately raised her hand and looked, is this really their opponent? Right. The main character went forward and said that of course it is, and she raised her head and asked what is it. In front of him stood an extremely unpleasant person, one of those people with whom he finds it most unpleasant to communicate. Immediately, the opponent spread his arms and called the young man a piece of shit, said that this test was just a joke for him. Others risk their lives to become players, all this nonsense with a smartphone, I don't know what kind of tricks he's pulling here. The protagonist listened attentively as the opponent said that there was also a girl with him in the testing room. After he finished speaking, the girl was surprised by what he heard. Immediately, the opponent got angry and started shouting that this test was not for bastards like these guys. Suddenly, the blonde jumped up and angrily wanted to pounce on him. But then her comrade stopped her. He turned around and said that everything was fine, he didn't care about his words. At that moment, the opponent was already approaching them and said whether they had finished the conversation, and also added that the girl, Kina Lilith, belonged to him. Then he was surprised because he heard that the young man was very happy about it. And then the main character hit him with his fist on the forest. The opponent flew back and heard that the guy was glad that his opponent was such a jerk like him. Then the brunette came closer and added that she could kill such people without regret. Literally a moment later there was a strong explosion. The blonde was very happy and said that this is something. Then the comrade turned to her and said that they should go further in the desert. The baby smiled and exhaled. And then she hit him in the stomach and said that the man had grown up, although he did not understand what she was talking about. If you imagine the logo, then Group D are the participants of the last test, who failed. The most interesting thing is that the reason for their defeat is not at all in their skills, although they are the biggest losers. These guys fought and lost, failed because they broke the rules, one of them killed someone out of boredom while waiting, and someone killed the examiner. And so they created a group. This is a sign of problematic, they were distanced far away from everyone. Meanwhile, in the desert, a man was sitting on a hill, saying that he was one of those problematic ones. It was a member of Group D, Jumhyuk, a combat actor. Then the man raised his hand and suggested that the man in front of him just give up. He can't beat him, he looks too weak. But then a stone flew into his face. The guy threw it up and asked what the freak from Group D was suggesting he do. Then he clenched his fist and added that this man was talking too much. He grabbed the projectile thrown at him on the fly. Then he exhaled and said that he couldn't, he was just trying to intimidate him because he thought it would help, but this guy was just wasting energy because it was pointless. Jumhyuk immediately crushed the stone and said that it irritated him. Then a strange sound was heard. The man lowered his hand, wanted to push off, and literally a moment later he flew up. He landed in front of his opponent, who jumped back, and right after the boy threw a few more stones at him. They all hit the opponent, but it was as if they just crashed into him. The fight began. The man turned around and thought that he had previously assumed that this was a good tactic for the desert. Suspicious, did not think there was so much sand. Suddenly, another stone flew at him from behind, but Jumhyuk caught it in midair and said that it would not work. And the young man approached from behind and asked with a smile if it was true. Then he launched a few more projectiles and asked what he thought about this. The guy was already getting nervous, but he thought that it was finally working. Although no, Jumhyuk grabbed the projectile and simply squeezed it in his hands. And then he opened his palm and only its fragments fell out. The man immediately decided to drink and said, "Is the opponent really going to throw stones like that? It's somehow modest of him." The opponent looked at him, thought that he was not fighting at full strength, this man would lose, but at the same time he completely rejected the attack. He studied him and thought that he could completely avoid his attacks, judging by how the stones flew off. The radius is about a meter. Then he smiled and thought that he would not lose if he dropped the distance. The question is different, how to win. Mo Kaiko appeared next to him at that moment, and the boy continued to reason that there was no other choice but to use the ability. He did not want to show it yet, too many extra eyes. After he raised his eyes and looked at her, he thought that the less people know, the better. It seems that there are no elections now. Jumhyuk continued to drink and said why the opponent can afford to be distracted. Then he came closer and said that he needs to watch his opponent. The young man turned to him and thought so quickly, and already here. Then he raised his hand, realized that he was still outside the zone, and if outside the zone, he can strike. The man came closer and said that then he needs to do something, and then he suddenly hit the guy in the stomach. It hurt so much, it was definitely unexpected, and from the force of the blow, he flew far into the rock, so hard that he broke through the earthen wall. While Jumhyuk was approaching him, he was thinking about what it was. He didn't even have time to understand. It was definitely much more than a meter. He also added that it was better not to tell him that he would screw up so quickly, but one more blow and he's done for. The boy just looked at him. And finally Jumhyuk came up and asked if the young man thought so. The opponents stood opposite each other. In the battle of players, the main factor is the ability to determine the opponent's abilities. And when the battle begins, also to understand what he can do with them. This skill determines the winners and losers. And now the man stood opposite the guy. He raised his head. Conditional abilities. In case of finding all the conditions of the ability, you can consider that the victory is already in your pocket. Jumhyuk meanwhile continued to drink. His ability is a little different. Suddenly the opponent rushed towards him, but he did not calculate and came closer than a meter. Because of this, the man smiled sarcastically. The young man was approaching, and Jumhyuk's ability is activated when he drinks this liquor. His ability slows down everything around him. At that moment, the boy realized that something was wrong with his body, and the man had already flown at him and used the alcoholic style. And then he hit, using the fist of a drunkard. Then he raised his hand and said whether he drank too much, drink some more, and a problem will arise. Then he just turned around and left, thinking that the slowdown strength depends on how drunk he is. This has its pros and cons. And the boy still managed to get up. In this case, for example, it makes him misunderstand the essence of the ability. The opponents were standing opposite each other. Jumhyuk immediately raised his head and said that this guy is still trying to understand the essence of his ability, but his first glance confuses him. Then he took a step forward and thought what he was even trying to do. To correctly understand all the conditions of the ability, you need to comprehend them 3 times. Complete darkness appeared. The concept of abilities is the basis of combat. No player can dispute this. Then the man jumped up. In the end, this is what determines the winner and loser, he reasoned, as he flew towards the enemy. Something happened. A voice out of nowhere began to shout that this is wrong. And then a huge head appeared from the sky and pointed at him with its hand. Because of this, Jumhyuk understood the head and thought, what is this? Is it really an ability? A huge man hung over his head. What kind of ability is this, and why is it activated now, and what is wrong anyway? Then he lowered his head and thought that he didn't care. He took out the bottle again, so that it wouldn't be until it was in the zone of his ability. He had an absolute advantage. At that very second, the young man tried to attack him again, and snatched the bottle from his hands. Jumhyuk was scared, and the boy laughed. Apparently he realized something. And then he jumped up and started running away from there. The man was very angry because his alcohol was stolen. Meanwhile, the opponent had already opened the bottle and was going to drink it. In fact, he did this almost immediately. As soon as the young man finished, he put the bottle away and said that now. He looked at his opponent with wild eyes and said that with this all the conditions are met. At that moment, Jumhyuk realized something. Then he looked up and asked what he was going to do now. He realized that he overestimated his opponent. It turns out that this is a candidate from Group C. The man walked towards his opponent and called him a moron, and also explained that alcohol was not his ability. And as soon as he got as close as possible to him, he started shouting. Did he really not get it? The basis is himself. It turns out the boy was too far from understanding his ability. Then he extended his palm, but Pasties had long understood everything. And then he extended his hand in response. The man saw this and was surprised. His opponent was determined. It seemed he was not going to give up. And all this time, a strange little man continued to hang by his head, who in an instant jumped up and started shouting that now everything is right. If you imagine this strange creature, the ability of Pasties, it is a conditional ability that works like rock, paper, scissors. Remembering all his battles, we can conclude that it is similar to playing rock, paper, scissors with their opponents and determining the outcome, but it is not the young man himself who decides, the judge does. Just this judge appeared overhead. What was the reason for the wrong outcome then? It was necessary to comply with the conditions. The boy must fully understand and comply with all the conditions of someone else's ability. That's why he needed a bottle, for example. He did it now, drinking Jumhyuk liqueur. That's why he held out the scissors, winning. Then he grabbed his opponent. He didn't understand what was happening at all. He thought that he shouldn't tell him that the guy can too. No, it's not slowing down. He can't move at all. In front of him was literally some kind of monster who thought that all the conditions were met and then turned to the bastard from Group D, asked how long he needs to beat him to die. The man was just horrified. Then a noise appeared from somewhere. Then the boy hit him in the face with all his might. He flew off. The essence of all this is not only the player's ability, well, and you also need to understand someone else's. And at the same time, you still need to understand the essence of the fight, which is the main factor determining the winner. The young man, by the way, decided to finish drinking alcohol and finally neutralized the opponent. Then there was an explosion behind him. The man was destroyed. In a one-on-one tournament, the winner was Pasties. Night fell. It was snowing in the mountains, and on this snow, someone's footprints were clearly visible. A girl was moving along them. She was traveling alone through the forest and never met an opponent. Then she began to look around and thought that right after the match began, the sun set, and this is a blizzard, probably because of the diversity of the terrarium. Then she lowered her head and thought that she needed to stop reconnaissance and find shelter. The amount of warmth that her father can give is limited. The girl continued walking through the forest and thought that 24 hours is not that much. She needs to hurry. It is stupid to run with a saber naked, and how can she do it? There was not a single soul around. The little girl thought that she needed to calm down because she knew that it was impossible to do this. Then she exhaled and thought that this is exactly why she did not want to stop. Suddenly, someone's footprints in the snow became visible. The girl walked right on them and thought that the tracks were everywhere. Then a light lit up on her shoulder, and the little girl asked what her father thought about it, and in response she heard that she knew everything herself. The light flared up brighter and brighter and began to try to say something. Then he extended 2 fingers up and said that the guy was clumsy, but he thought he was not bad. The girl did not understand what he was talking about at all, and her father looked at her and began to explain that Seol Jin was a little disappointing, but in his opinion, a good person, as if special, but lucky. Then he said something that angered her, or rather, that everyone was wondering what she was thinking about, but it turns out she was thinking about someone. This is the first time his daughter liked someone. Children grow up so fast. At that moment, the little girl put out the fire and shouted that she had told her father that she didn't like such jokes. He began to apologize and said that his daughter's reaction was so funny that he couldn't resist. We had to go back to discussing the tracks. The daughter asked what her father thought about them. The little fire looked around and replied that it looked like a trap. It wasn't made very carefully, and there was a broken branch lying nearby. It sounded like they were making fun of him. And he added that it seemed like the girl wasn't the only one who considered the opponent as prey. The daughter heard this and smiled. Then she turned and addressed her father, asked if he understood what she was thinking about. The man frowned and said that he understood. It was a declaration of war. That energy projectiles flew straight towards her, and then there was a powerful explosion, and in the bushes nearby stood the girl who attacked her. The next day was quiet and calm in the mountains. Libra was calmly resting in the grass, while her friend was actively engaged. The guy was doing push-ups and his last strength. Then he turned over and was able to get up in a jump. The young man took his clothes, and while he was shaking, he looked around and said that he thought that was enough for now. But then he remembered one phrase. He thought that he felt somehow awkward, as if the whole gym was back. It constantly seemed as if he was being watched from somewhere by a woman, it seemed to him, or should he fear for his life? At that moment his girlfriend woke up and asked if he had already finished, for how long. In response she heard if she had slept well. The girl stretched and replied that as you might notice. She immediately stretched out her arms and said that she slept wonderfully. Then she smiled and looked at her friend. He came up to her and looked at her as if she were a fool, then asked what she was doing now. The blonde replied that she was stretching and having fun. Meanwhile, another opponent approached them. The guy lowered his head and said that he finally caught him. A moment later, 2 huge eyes flashed behind the main character. The young man turned around and shouted to his friend. She replied that she also felt the energy, but where did it penetrate? And the man was still standing on top of the mountain and immediately flew towards the enemy. A huge shadow appeared above the guys' heads, and then something big hit there. It looked like some kind of huge high pole, and literally immediately the young man landed next to him. The boy took a step forward and asked how it felt. It was Shonen, the Monkey King. Momo was watching all this and said that the first match was over. Then she raised her head and said that they had to go and announce the results. Her friend answered her that as expected, the girl took care of everything for her, and I said that she only asked for everything to be fair. After that, the girl moved along the corridor and thought that an hour had passed since the start of the test. The first battles were finally over. Then she lowered her head and thought about the result of the first match. This proves that the test is not such a piece of shit. The girl smiled, thought that it was time to announce the results. She was looking forward to all this and thought that she could imagine the faces of the guild leaders from such a sight. Then she thought about these people. The limit of people who can join a guild for one test is 3. The blonde was just one of them. If you take too many, you won't be able to take the right one. You need to keep a close eye on this. All the leaders sat with player cards and thought, the first step is to watch the battles and understand the ability of the candidates. That's when the heads become enemies with each other. It's like a mental war between the heads of the guild. And then the girl finally came there and said that she would like to announce the first winner. There were people standing at the top who listened to her attentively. Then she rolled her eyes and said what a mess. She wasn't even surprised. Then she turned around and thought that this was the first time that no one was listening to her at all. What were they looking at? Then she turned around and saw the challenger lying on the ground. Well, that was not all. There was also the main character. This guy was holding his opponent by the throat. No one understood what was happening. If you imagine all these people, from birth each has their own role. They run forward, pursuing more or less significant goals. Even as a child, each role has certain vessels that distinguish them. And then a person is formed. But this is not something figurative. The vessels literally differ in the amount of power that they can contain. Here the young man clenched his fist. Then he looked up and thought that he was the one who was born with the royal vessel. There was a house on a huge high finger. The elder there stroked the young man's head and said that it was exactly like that. And the boy listened attentively, that his training had finally come to an end. Then he folded his hands and heard that at the moment his power was sealed. A huge monkey demon sat on the throne in front of him. Then he smiled and said that he had hidden his full power, so it was time to go out into the world. At that moment, the boy bowed before his father and agreed with him, said that he would not need his full power. And once there, he raised the scepter and shouted that he would return all the treasures from his father that were lost, as expected from a prince. The boy was pleased with himself and thought that there was no need to worry. The whole world would hear the name of the son of the Monkey King, decisive. Then, leaving, he added that he would return soon. And his father saw him off with his eyes and agreed, asked him to become a man, and then return. A long path opened up before the boy. He looked there and thought with a smile that from the moment he started his journey, he had made friends. And then he imagined these people. It was cool and fun with them. Then the young man even got a little touched. He imagined the girl and thought that there were even those he wanted to protect. He remembered all his battles and thought that a lot had happened to him, but his strength was never needed. However, there was one person, the main character, who appeared out of nowhere and was determined. Even after everything he had achieved, he was still angry. And now he had finally been given a chance to fight him. Then the boy bit into an apple and thought that he couldn't even believe that this was the person who made him use all his strength. Then he looked at him and added that he had taken 3 pieces with him. He didn't think he would use them here. Even if he hadn't used the entire vessel, this should not happen again. Then he threw the apple and said that it was necessary, a lesson for the scoundrels. The prince looked at his projectile and thought that he should already understand that the brunette is not the main character here. But in the meantime, something was happening underneath him. This huge thing started to push itself back, and suddenly there was a serious explosion. The projectile shattered into pieces. A young man flew out from there along with the sword. The prince saw this and was very surprised, did not understand what was happening. Suddenly he was thrown aside. Another powerful explosion occurred. From its force, even the nearby cliff began to crack. The force of the blow was such that no one standing nearby could cope with it. Finally, the smoke began to dissipate and 2 silhouettes appeared. It was the main character holding his opponent by the throat. This is exactly the picture that was now before the eyes of the heads of the guild. One of them folded her hands and said that the monkey boy is the son of one of the kings. Because so, in response she heard that the man who defeated the son of the Monkey King with only brute force, I wonder what kind of family he has. And Dean watched this in shock and thought, what did Rand do? He approached him and replied that it was nothing special. He just gave him theoretical knowledge about some things. Then the man came closer and explained that he had such a power from the beginning. He just started teaching him how to control it. Then he looked at the screen and said that in other words, he thought that this was just the beginning. Meanwhile, the monkey prince was calling him names and saying that if only his power could cope, he would even send him. And the young man raised his head and answered only that he was confused now. Then he put his opponent down a little and added that in his heart he did not understand what to do, but he should not be stupid and he needed to accept some things as a fact. Then the guy rolled his eyes and said that this monkey prince was much weaker than him. The boy then tried his best to break free, and immediately after he screamed, ordered him to shut up. The brunette lowered his head and agreed. Then he raised his sword and said that he understood him. Suddenly, another explosion occurred. The young man seemed to be erased from one blow. His silhouette literally blurred, and then completely dissolved into thin air, so the brunette was left completely alone in the middle of the field. Then he looked up and looked. In the one-on-one tournament, Xiao Jin turned out to be the winner. Meanwhile, the lambs were playing on the field. One of them ran up to the high tower, and below, a girl was sitting and thinking, I wonder how Xiao Jin and Liber are doing. She looked up and said that everything will be fine for them, This test is easy for them, but the guys are so clumsy. Then she grabbed the lamb and added that nothing will happen. She thinks that they will pass everything perfectly, because who taught them? Of course, Jana. Suddenly, the young man's cape burst into flames, and the woman added that she even gave them a gift, after all. The guy himself was standing in the middle of the field at that moment. He looked up and heard from his friend that they were talking to him. He shouldn't be lounging around here. But it didn't help. The boy immediately fell to the ground. The girl began to scream that he was crazy. Then she transformed into a human form and asked him to get up, because they had both been waiting for this since the start of their tough training. Did he really forget? He had to get up. Suddenly, the blonde noticed something. Blue veins began to appear on the boy's face, but now for some reason they were becoming more and more. The girl got scared and thought that this was too strong a response. Very strange. Maybe it was worse than she thought. And behind her at that moment a flame flared up. She had to turn around and ask what it was. The boy at that time fell into his own consciousness. He opened his eyes and did not understand what was happening. And before his eyes appeared a blonde man who said hello. The guy immediately jumped up and was very surprised. It turns out that it was a god who raised his hand and said that the guys had not seen each other for a long time. Then the brunette got up, brushed off his knees and asked what to do here, where Liber was, and here is the answer. He heard that giving a nickname to a sword is a little ridiculous. The blonde got up and said that, in fact, she did not need to be here. And then he added something that surprised the guy, more precisely, that he was the only one who died. God scratched his head and said that he didn't even know whether to congratulate him or not. In any case, he apologized. The fact that he was here meant that he had caught his first death and died in a damaged terrarium. The brunette looked down and was very upset. Then he added that now it was clear to him that it had happened, and his friend, passing by, added that it wasn't exactly death, but something like that. And while the boy was sad, he added that in any case, if there were any questions, now was the time to ask them. He would answer as best he could. Outside, he imagined a girl sitting on top of a mountain and thinking. Then he looked up and thought. Then he looked at God and decided to ask why he had done this to Liber, and he looked at him with the utmost condemnation. He was even embarrassed. Then he exhaled and laughed loudly. He came up and patted the guy on the back, asked if he really thought it was time to ask such questions. In response, he heard that he himself had just said to ask anything. But the man started to spin and repeated the question why he chose her, why he made her do it. What exactly the question was, well, if it was his question, he wouldn't answer it. Then he looked at the boy and said that in any case he would give him what he forgot to give him then. Suddenly the main character's body began to be covered with some kind of electrical discharges. Something unexpected was happening to his body, and God looked at it and was very surprised, said that it was not bad. Then he came closer and added that I didn't think that this man cheated like that. The brunette didn't understand what they were talking about at all. He just got scared and asked what was going on. Then Arthur came closer and said that they didn't have much time, so they had to get down to business right away. He smiled and said that the next time he died, he would have to pay the price. Immediately after that, the brunette fell to his knees and tried to comprehend what was happening. It turns out that the young man woke up, his girlfriend ran up to him and started screaming. Then she jumped back and started asking if everything was okay. She already thought that he died. In response, she heard that she did not know what happened, but who put it on him. While the young man adjusted the cloak on his shoulders, her friend answered that he himself flew to it. The girl imagined how a couple of minutes ago the square appeared before her eyes, said that as soon as her friend fell, he suddenly shone and put on him, and then the boy woke up. Then she raised her hand and added that in any case, it was her merit that he was saved. He should be grateful. Well, the guy thanked her. Then he looked around and asked what the plan was. The little girl fell on the grass and answered that they needed to go to the desert, as they wanted, and the young man replied that he had already changed his mind. Then he lowered his head and said that it was true, that thanks to training they became stronger, but this time they needed all their strength. If this continues, they will not last long. His last conversation with God surfaced in his memories, who said that next time he would have to pay the price for death. Because of this, the guy fell silent. He could not say anything more, and his girlfriend suddenly hit him on the shoulder and asked why he was so cruel to himself. If he received power, then that would be enough. Then she smiled and asked, right. The brunette looked at her, and a moment later he jumped up and shouted that she was right. There was no point in worrying about trifles. Then he looked at his fist and said that they only had 24 hours, everything had to be done here. And at the same second, huge peals of lightning appeared in front of them. The edge of the snowy forest also flared up. At that time, there was a girl there who felt what was happening. She turned around and looked to the side in surprise. It was Kina Lilith, the summoner of the spirits of Group C, and her rival, meanwhile, continued to sit on the tree and said that she just made a noise to see her reaction, but she just used her abilities without thinking. Then she raised her hand and said that this girl is just a disrespectful bitch. Meanwhile, behind her was the spirit of her father. The girl just stood and looked into the distance. Then suddenly she turned around and said that she had finally found them. Then she jumped up. To be a hunter, you need to clearly understand 3 things. The little girl ran forward and thought about these things. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and she reasoned about herself, her surroundings, and lastly, her position in the hunt. At that moment, a spirit created by her rival was approaching her. It looked like a huge wolf, an illusory predator. It was a spirit. As soon as the girl realized this, she was very scared. And then an arrow flew right into her shoulder. She had to pull it out, while reasoning that by understanding these 3 things, you can take the prey by surprise. Lilith looked around and could not find her rival. Kahlua continued to hide somewhere in the trees very far away and aimed at her. This is the hunt that began. The rival was the summoner of spirits of group of the elf looked at the arrow and did not understand what to do. Then she turned around and saw something. A flock of spirits was approaching her directly, and in the distance, a fire appeared. She had to break away and try to escape from there to save herself. But the rival continued to watch her and was not going to stop the hunt. Then the girl began to create a fire barrier around herself with the help of her father. And literally a moment later, Kahlua appeared behind her, who asked if she was the one they were looking for now. The elf turned around and looked at her in surprise. At that moment, the girl disappeared. So Lilith stood and did not understand what to do. Within a radius of 5 meters there was not a single soul except her and her father. The rival appeared on top of one of the trees. From there she said that there was no point in standing there, as if paralyzed. They had just started. She was afraid that she would not escape, because she had already fallen into her traps. Immediately after that, the animal spirits appeared again. One of them burped at the girl, while the other said that there was nothing easier than catching a wounded victim. The girl smiled and added that she would kill her slowly. Then she lowered her head and saw a trace on the ground if their position was revealed. Given that their opponent had not yet shown his, they had to confuse him and give false information about their ability. Meanwhile, the crater on the ground was saturated with electricity, and nearby in the snow there were bloody traces. It was necessary to misinform others so you can get new opportunities. The she-wolf began to pursue her opponent, who wanted to use them in attack. After some time, the girl came out into a clearing where everything was burning and blazing. Somewhere at the end stood Lilith surrounded by spirits. Then the wolf came to her. She thinks that if she just throws her strength, it will solve any problems. Then she imagined a trap and thought that this is exactly what Kahlua wanted from Lilith, and the girl fell into the trap. Time passed. Most spirits last 1 day after being summoned. And the stronger the spirit, the faster it uses up the summoning time, therefore, it devours more of the summoner's energy, so Lilith was much heavier. If you imagine an hourglass, in other words, if there is a battle between spirits, where the only way out is to last longer than the opponent, then the weaker spirit will win. In this case it is Kahlua. So the girl followed the tracks and reasoned that 6 hours had already passed since the injury. It must be difficult for her to maintain the spirit. Then she smiled and thought what it means. The moment her spirit disappears will be the moment of her defeat. She made her way through the trees thinking that it will teach her a lesson. The most important thing for a summoner is to control the summoning time. Suddenly, a fire appeared in the distance. Even if the elf can communicate with her spirit, but cannot realize her capabilities, then she can be safely recorded in the ranks of third-rate summoners. Then the she-wolf activated her spirits again and thought that the real power of a summoner depends not only on the power of spirits, but also on its reasonable use and her own abilities. They all approached some cave, while the girl thought that this is exactly what distinguishes her from her rival as summoners of spirits. And as soon as the she-wolf went inside, said that she was looking, the girl rushed into the cave. She knows that she is trying to hide and regain strength, but she took a step and said that Lilith was wrong, and her faithful spirits were standing next to her when the girl called her a fool and said that she had trapped herself. At that moment, debris began to fall from the roof of the cave, and thus her spirits began to be injured. Then a question came from the darkness: who else was trapped here, forcing the she-wolf to turn around and look back. Lilith was standing there with her spirit. A fire was burning behind her. The elf thanked her for coming here, noted that it was a good match. Then she came closer and said that the hunt was over. The she-wolf was very scared and stepped back, said that this was nonsense. How can you still support the spirit? She was sure that the girl used the summoning time. But she looked at her from under the semblance and asked again about the summoning time. Then she came closer and asked what it was. The rival was surprised and did not know what to do. Literally a moment later she started screaming that this couldn't be happening, that it was complete nonsense, that it was simply impossible. But at the same moment a spirit swung at her, saying that it would hurt. Then a blow came at her and said that his daughter was too carried away. From the force of the blow, the she-wolf flew straight into the wall. And in this one-on-one tournament, Lilith won. The leaders continued to watch this on TV. They were asked to pay attention to the moment. Most of the tournament's battles were over. Momo came closer and said that she would like to report on how the final exam would go, which she discussed with the judges. Meanwhile, one of the winners got drunk and lay in the desert. Our main character continued his diligent training. The elf sat with her spirit in a cave. The lighting generally sang the souls of the dead. Only one young man stood in a strange room. Then he turned and smiled. One of the heads smiled and said that she imagines it, or they have a couple of guys here who can be useful. It was Kitty, the Knight of Demons. She also looked at Louise and asked what about her, found someone useful. The girl took a step forward and said that if she were to clean up, she would take the guy who broke Wukong's son. Then she looked up and said that she would take pasties. It seems that his ability is a conditional truth, very useless, but if you train him, the result will be incredible, said the North Street Guild leader. A friend came closer and said that she was right. Then the woman closed her eyes and said that in any case, we must be honest, that the most useful here is the one known as the missing Avalonian. The other heard this and even trembled. Then she raised her head and said that her name was Lilith. Her snowball fight was just great. Just wait, she will definitely take her, no matter what it takes. It seems that these people's plans were buried and they do not know what to do. The dog turned around and said that she did not hear anything new. Then she introduced them and said that these people are not conquering the tower in order to pave the way for their newcomers, also known as the Elite Squad, quite surprising for everyone and completely unfair. Then she looked ahead and added that she understands that now there is a shortage of people, but it is time for Avalon to give old abilities and start caring for newcomers, like children. Then the man intervened and said that it is interesting and that they are talking. He came closer and said that he would like to join the conversation. Then, when they looked at him, he said that he would not like to call their newcomers children. Louise immediately asked if he understood that it was just a metaphor. The brunette smiled and said that since it was a metaphor, but he didn't finish and suddenly raised his hand, said that here he is. The guy appeared on the screen. The man suggested to look at him for himself. Then everyone saw the boy, and the brunette added that these are the kind of people who get into Avalon. And in the meantime, he stood opposite the opponent and asked if he was a member of Group C, and had he already met Seoljin. Then he sat down next to him and added that, describing the abilities of this boy, what he could say, if he told, he would allow him to die in peace. And then he smiled very sweetly, but suddenly someone struck him on the head. The young man was very surprised when he saw that a sword had flown into his opponent in the meantime. He screamed in pain. Then he clenched his teeth and began to evaporate. At that moment, someone approached the guy and said that he was so low as to laugh at the one he defeated. The blonde turned and asked what the hell was that. And the stranger came closer and noticed this cloak. That's right, these are the famous Avalon dogs. Glad it's him. Then he took a step forward and said that he cannot feel weak if he cuts him. It was Myeongnyeon, a swordsman of Group D. Well, then the blonde threw the sword back at him. He lowered his head and said that it means he does not want to fight him. Great, I haven't tried so much yet. Then asked if this man fights well with a sword. He caught his sword on the lint and just looked at him. And then something happened. The guy lowered his blade and said that this is exactly it. Then he frowned and added that it seems that the blonde is only chatting much, because literally with one blow he was able to cut the enemy in half, and then he disappeared. Because of this, the brunette was left alone in the room. But then some strange sounds were heard. Demonic silhouettes began to surround him. Because of this, the guy had to go forward. There was a light there. He immediately closed his eyes. The door seemed incredibly far away. There were these strange forces everywhere, and literally a moment later it evaporated, and the room began to spin. Why did you appear in front of him? A blonde man who was running after him. One blow, then another blow, his boots began to ring. The brunette heard this and was very surprised. Immediately after, he used one of his best techniques, and the boy tried to run away from him. He did not understand how it happened that he was discovered. Literally a moment later, the enemy finally got to him and struck him with a sword. Then he noticed something. The Avalon member had a smartphone in his hands, and thanks to it, he was able to reflect blows more effectively. And then the boy struck with this smartphone. Because of this, Myeongnyeon flew to the side. Then he raised his head and thought. In front of him stood a young man. The guy noted that the lightsaber, used by someone with rank 620 in tandem with a golem during the exam, is the last skill. Then he looked at the smartphone again and added that he thought he could use other people's abilities. Obviously, this toy in his hands was a conductor of his ability. And indeed, the phone sparkled with energy. Considering his shit and skills, it could most likely use one ability at a time. Maybe he expected too much. Right after, the young man exhaled and said that he never believed that this guy was just a boy with a toy. The blonde got really angry when he heard that these were really some kind of children's games. He immediately tried to strike, but the brunette caught him and told him to stop. Then he threw him back and said that he needed to remember that in a real fight there are no second chances. And then he threw the boy back, and so hard that he smashed the wall. And there he sat in front of his opponent, smoking from the force of the blow. And the brunette came closer and said that he was taking his toy, asked if he could show him anything else. Well, the boy was already unconscious. If you remember this man's past, then that night he lost everything. The guy sat above the burning building and cried in pain. And then he withdrew into himself and stopped doing anything. But suddenly he met a man who asked if he wanted to turn back time. The guy looked at him and heard that first they had to make a deal. The man smiled and asked if the guy was ready to listen to him. And now he was looking at the phone and saying that it was a device that copied other people's abilities. Then he came closer and said that he, of course, had thoughts, but he never thought that such a thing really existed. A tracking device was flying right behind him, which the guy cut down in literally an instant. Its fragments fell to the ground, and a voice was heard from there that damage to the ability would lead to disqualification. Well, then the guy just took and crushed it. Then he lowered his head and said that the fight was over, it was time to answer his questions. The blonde was still alive, just looking at him. Then he raised his eyes and asked if this man was mocking the defeated enemy, isn't he ashamed? But the brunette in response simply kicked him in the face. Then he came up and said that the fight was over again, you just need to answer questions. The boy was very scared when someone asked if he knew where Xiao Jin came from. The newcomer was surprised and asked again, but then he got hit in the face, explaining that it looked like he didn't. Because of this, he was thrown back again. It was already hard to cope with the pain, and the brunette came up and said that it was time to move on to the next question. Then he looked at him and said where he came from. The boy just looked at him silently. Then he asked him if that was all he wanted to know. The young man simply remained silent in response. Then the newbie started to cross and answered that if this was the case, he would have said earlier, he would have gladly helped, then asked why he needed to know this at all. Suddenly he raised his head and asked if this guy really wanted to talk to Arthur. The brunette was very surprised, asked again and said that he seemed to have told him to answer his questions. The boy began to smile and said that it turns out that this guy is just a small fry. Immediately after activating one of his abilities, the enemy flew down. As soon as he landed on the floor, he heard that it was a gravitational field of the 7th rank. Then the blonde came closer to him and said that even he would have a hard time defeating him. Nyongnian did not understand what was happening at all and asked how it happened. This thing helped. Then he looked at the phone lying next to his hand, and the newbie smiled and asked if this was really what he was talking about. Then he took it and said that PvP is the best way to get a rank. He took the smartphone and said that he should think about it himself. Then he smiled and asked who he thought would get into a fight. I don't even know how to fight. The boy explained that he was just pretending to be weak, that there were idiots like the brunette. He smiled and said that it wasn't luck, he couldn't believe he was dealing with such a bastard. Then he looked at him and said that he was outplayed, lost, and admitted defeat. Right after that, the brunette smiled and said that the phantom could do whatever it wanted with him, and he was very surprised. Suddenly, a huge column of flame flared up. The blonde looked at it and didn't understand what kind of light it was. Did the enemy really have an ace up his sleeve? Meanwhile, the guy's eyes bulged and said that he kept his promise. Then he started shaking and said that the man was just a damn plebeian. And then he hung on the flame, like in a noose, and then it evaporated. The young man smiled and said that the great general lost. Honestly, it's funny. He turned to the boy, who was confused. His opponent raised his head and looked at him with burning eyes, asked how Arthur was doing. The frightened young man began to look at him and ask who he was. The brunette continued to smile and said that it didn't matter anymore, he only had one question. Then he introduced the brunette and this guy added the question, who of them is stronger? But it seemed too late to ask. He literally broke this man in half with one blow, and then he lowered his eyes and said that if he was so interested, he could find him. The brunette was still conscious when the boy added that he would hurt him even more. And then the flame went out. Somewhere else the fire was burning, and they were discussing that this boy had a character. The man came closer to the edge of the cliff and said that this is why it is so difficult to control him. Then he smiled and said that it was a lot of fun, and the assistant said that she did not think it was fun. But her master went ahead and said that if he was so interested, he should find, okay, everything is fine, I heard that as expected, he is right. The two walked through the fire and discussed that they were ready to do as this boy wanted. Meanwhile, Momo stood near the screen and said that now it was time to start the final exam. Poor Pasties began to dissolve in the desert and did not understand what was happening to his body. Then he dissolved without having time to say that he did not want to experience it again. The prototype Mo Kaiko was flying above him, and from there they said that this time the exam was called a party quest. Working in tandem with a member of their party, you need to achieve the best results. The guys immediately began to transform. The brunette looked to the side and realized that next to him was a familiar girl, and Lilith then turned around and also recognized him. Not long before that, a robot appeared above them, who said that the last round of the one-on-one tournament was over, so it was time to announce the final test. Then she looked down and said that this was a party quest, now they would have to move to a random location. They listened attentively to the two candidates who had to meet in one place. Then the blonde turned around and said that the guy with yellow hair was still alive. In response, she heard that naturally he couldn't lose. Then the robot added that they didn't have to create a party with each player, so they could meet others. The conditions for completing the tests were mandatory, they had to be in a pair. At that moment, Momo smiled and said that in other words, it was beneficial for them to unite with other coordinates that they were seeing for the first time. and when the teleportation process began, she added that the details were over. She began moving, the guys slowly began to dissolve. The brunette looked at her friend and said that she had to be careful no matter who she ended up in a party with. In response, she heard that she shouldn't worry, the girl was ready. She smiled sarcastically and added that especially this asshole, he shouldn't meet him, otherwise his yellow hair will turn red. Then she started laughing wildly and terribly, and the boy even got a little scared. Mo Kaiko flew closer and said that he should try to cooperate with the members of his party, and now the boy was looking at Lilith. He looked at her, and he thought why this girl was here. In his head at that moment there were thoughts about how he tried since she helped him once because of one incident. After that, they began to laugh at them and tease him, discussing what it was. The little girl watched the battles and thought that he was like a clingy and irritating her, and what is it called now? Then she raised her head and said that a thorn in her eye appeared. The young man was very surprised and asked why the girl was here, and she came closer and asked again. She looked at him and asked why he cared whether she was here or not. At the same moment, a light appeared behind her, which said that her daughter was talking too much to her friend. She should do as she saw fit. When the little girl explained that this guy would get angry, the young man was a little surprised and began to explain that he did not mean anything bad. Suddenly, a blonde appeared above his head, screaming to be caught. And the guy raised his head and asked in surprise if it seemed to him. Immediately after, a strong blow occurred. The girl even closed her eyes. He still caught Liber and asked her to get off already. Then the little girl licked him and noticed Lilith, ran up to her and said hello. The girl said hello in return. While the young man was coming to his senses, they discussed whether they wanted to create a party together. He knew how to do it. In response, she heard that they seemed to say that you just need to shake hands. A moment later, a mark appeared on his hands, and from above appeared the silhouette of Mo Kaiko, who said that the party was created. Welcome to the quest. The guys discussed that Aptco is cool, but the blonde said why she was the only one who didn't get it. Then the robot added that it was necessary to reach the gathering point. Without destroying the team, there will not necessarily be losers. Well, and then huge stone monsters appeared behind her and also added that the description is finished. The girl turned around and saw them. She was very scared and did not know what to do, but the young man immediately burst into battle and protected her. Then he turned and looked at her with burning eyes. Then the sword transformed back into a girl and began to shout at him. Did he really forget what happened then? We need to save energy. He wants to pass out again. In response, she heard that everything is okay. He began to apologize to her. Meanwhile, the elf and her father stood aside and discussed that this guy has a very powerful skill. Suddenly, Liber looked at the spirit and asked how strong he is. He smiled at her and replied that in general all the power of Lilith comes from him. In response, he heard that it was the same with Xiao Jin. He explained that it was not quite like that, of course, well, yes. And the guy with the girl in the meantime approached the cliff and discussed what was under the cliff. It was necessary to go up and see for themselves. Below was an entrance to some kind of labyrinth. It was a cave or a dungeon, most likely not a coincidence. The little girl replied that it was great. It was better to hunt monsters than to fight with players. Then she went down and said that she would go forward. The guy asked her to wait for him and said that there should be something there. After some time, the guys went inside. The blonde raised her hand and together with the girl said that they should go further. The boy was generally surprised why both of them were so fearless. Inside, lights were burning and some strange flag was hanging. The guys walked through the dungeon while it was quiet and calm. At that moment the young man was thinking that he felt so awkward. They had been silent for half an hour, and finally they approached a fork. They had to choose. The guy started to think about what to do. There were two paths. In response, he heard that they could not split up. But the booze flew up from behind and suggested that they split up once. Then he smiled and everyone came up with an idea. The spirit flew up to Liber and suggested that she go with him, but she replied that she didn't really care. Then it was decided. The guys turned around and were surprised when they heard that he suggested that they go together and do whatever they wanted. Suddenly Lilith ran up to her father and asked why he made such a decision. In response, she heard that he just needed to be alone. She asked why he was behaving so strangely. At that moment the spirit looked at her and asked if the girl was really scared, and she got really angry. Then she turned around and said it was time to move on. Her father looked at her and asked her to take care of herself. At that moment, Liber approached the spirit and asked what was wrong with him. The man replied that it was fun. Then the blonde just exhaled and asked what was fun about it, and the guys silently went their way. After some time, the spirit and the sword came and hit a dead end. The girl raised her head. The man said that they had to go back. Then they turned around and ran in the other direction. While they were running, the spirit smiled and said that it seemed to him that he and Xiao Jin were very close. In response, he heard that it was possible, like a living weapon and its owner. But he looked at her and said that it was not about that. He meant Xiao Jin and Lilith. The little girl raised her head and looked at him in surprise when he asked if she really felt uncomfortable with this thought. Then she raised her head and asked why she should be uncomfortable. The spirit was surprised. Then he smiled and said that it was really so. The girl asked what was wrong. But the man smiled and replied that he was glad that the guy and the girl get along well, then added that he would like to have a friend like Liber. She turned around and asked if he didn't have Lilith. Here I heard that he was grateful to her for these words. Then he introduced him to the girl, said that of course he did everything to be her friend, but it seemed to him that this made her feel even more lonely. He frowned and added that this was too much of a burden for a child, perhaps he overdid it. Then he looked at the girl and asked her to take care of Lilith. Yes smiled and said that of course she would do it. Meanwhile, the guys approached some door. The guy got scared and said that it looked creepy. Then he turned around and said that maybe it would be better to unite with another team before going there. In his head at that time there were only thoughts that the girl was still ignoring him, so she missed the annoying sword. She looked at him and thought. Then she came closer and asked the guy where he got it from. He answered that a friend of hers gave it to him. The girl immediately looked up and asked again if it was really a gift. Then she turned away and said that she looked like a pig in a dress. As soon as she approached the door, the guy began to ask if she was really going there. In response, he heard a question about whether he knew how long ago the first test began. The guy answered that he did not know. And he was very surprised when he heard that 22 hours had already passed. Then the girl stretched out her hand and said that she did not know what he was thinking about when they were separated before the test, if you exceed the allotted time limit. Then the door opened. The girl went in there and said that she did not have time to think about such things. Suddenly the young man grabbed her hand. Then he pulled her towards himself and asked her to wait a little. He frowned and said that he understood that she had her own opinion, but in fact, right now their party on the quest thinks that it is better to listen to what her father and the sword think. In response to this, the little girl lowered her head and asked to just let her go, and he began to get angry and ask why she was so stubborn. Because of what she said earlier, if she was in such a hurry, why did she fall for such a stupid provocation? This made her very angry and then forced her to repeat what she said. The guy got scared. Suddenly, the girl waved her hand and thought that she had made a big mistake. Literally a moment later, the guards were cut in half, and the young man turned around and did not understand what was happening. Then she grabbed him by the jacket and pulled him to her, forcing him to listen to her. The girl frowned and said that, unlike him, she can take care of herself. If she understands her, then she should not interfere and just take care of herself. The brunette stood silently and listened attentively. Situations from school when he was bullied began to surface in his memories. So the guy closed his eyes and asked what she didn't like, and Lilith looked at him. Then she looked at the door and said that she would soon become a player. She didn't have time to worry about others, and that included him. Suddenly the guy came closer and asked why she saved him then. Then he imagined that situation and explained that it happened not even once but twice. He waited for an answer and looked straight into her eyes. Then the little girl thought about it. Then she lowered her head and exhaled. Then she let go of the young man. She turned around and said that in that case she agreed. The brunette got angry and asked if he was really going to run away again. Then he came up to her and said that the girl was scared. It suited her. Lilith turned around abruptly and asked what this guy knew about this. Then she started screaming that he didn't know anything about her, and some kind of scary monster appeared behind her. His huge hand was approaching her head. The guy noticed this and thought that something urgently needed to be done. And the girl turned around and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he grabbed her and jumped to the side. The guys found themselves right under a huge palm. But, fortunately, they were able to jump away before this palm hit the ground. Lilith looked ahead and did not even have time to understand anything. The hand of this monster was lying right in front of her eyes, and then it clenched into a fist and disappeared again. Then the girl looked at this in surprise. Then she turned her gaze to her savior. She began to scream. For some reason you saved her. In response she heard that he would like to clarify something. While Lilith was angry, the young man said that she helped him, I don't know anything, and wanted to know why, but in response he only received ignoring. The brunette stood in front of her and said that he would still like to hear an explanation. What's wrong? The girl heard this and was a little confused. Then she lowered her head and thought. Suddenly, something dawned on her. There was some strange energy in front of them, and it turned out that the young man was left without a leg. He did not notice it right away, but now he was shrouded in panic, and a moment later, he fainted on the ground. Lilith continued to sit next to him and asked if everything was okay, but the young man did not react in any way. If you imagine fire, then you can talk about relationships. First of all, a relationship is trust, not only pleasant, but also entails responsibility. The girl thought that when she realized something so obvious, too many things had happened when she was younger. Then she imagined herself as a child in front of a huge vat of lava. The little girl was sitting in tears, and now she turned around and the spirit and Liber appeared before her eyes. They stood next to each other and did not know what had happened, and the young man's leg continued to shine with a strange light. Then the girl lowered her head and thought, and the blonde realized what was happening and ran to her friend. As soon as the little girl ran up to her friend, a spirit flew up and said that his leg was broken. He heard that in the terrarium, wounds look like ruptures, but do not bleed. Then he looked at his leg and said that all the information about the body would leak out. At that moment, the girl started screaming what they should do. He frowned and replied that he did not know. Then he lowered his eyes and said that if these guys are not class players who have the strength to recover, then they have little time to heal, and added that he was very sorry. Meanwhile, his daughter stood nearby and did not know what to add. He looked at her and saw disappointment. Then he asked what happened while Libra was sitting next to her friend. Then the girl went to her father and said that she was attacked by the boss from behind the door. Perhaps it happened because she knocked on the door. She remembered that very moment. Then she lowered her eyes and said that she alone is responsible for the injury of this man, adding that if only she had not let go of the spirit. Then she covered her face with her hand and asked why. Lilith passed by her father and said that he told her that he felt more comfortable alone. The spirit flew closer and began to apologize, said that it was all because they got separated. But the girl was no longer listening to him. In her head there was only the last dialogue, when the guy stood opposite and said that she was running away again and was scared again. Then tears began to flow from her eyes, and the blonde at that moment continued to sit next to the young man and asked him to wake up. There must be at least something. Suddenly it dawned on her. That same cloak appeared, and a moment later it fell on the body of a friend. The little girl folded her hands and began to ask the cloak to help him once again, gave him a promise that she would fulfill his dreams in return. At that moment, Lilith appeared behind her. She came closer and asked if she understood correctly that this thing had recently been glowing. Then the girl turned around and asked her if she really knew what it was. In response, she heard that it was not particularly important now, then asked how long ago the cloak had been glowing. The blonde thought for a moment and said that it was during the last test. Suddenly the girl leaned over and said that in that case it would be better to remove it. She grabbed the cloak and added that the threads in this cloak were made of a special mineral. They can only be obtained in a terrarium. The peculiarity of this material is that it can retain and, conversely, release energy. She heard that the glow accompanies these processes. Libra listened to her attentively and did not understand what was happening. And the girl turned around and added that even a small piece was hard to buy, not to mention a cloak. How could the boy buy it in the first place? The blonde asked what they should do. Then Lilith looked at him and said that he shouldn't worry. Then she lowered her head and said that she could do something. Immediately after, she called her father and a fiery whirlwind appeared. The girl transformed into a demon and began to work for the boys. Her father noted that the force could only calmly interact with her body. Help for this person would require concluding a contract. The baby lowered her head and said that she knew it. At that moment, she only had him on her mind. She closed her eyes and said that it was complete crap. Then she looked at the guys and said that she helped him once. He didn't react at all. She helped him many more times. The girl got angry, handed over an apple and said that it was worth taking a look. Now she would put him on his feet and make him say something. A little girl was sitting nearby, who raised her head and asked if this was the same thing the monkey ate. Where did she get it from? Lilith picked up the apple and replied that she was calmly giving it to them, that it would be possible to cure the boy. And then she bit him. A strange light appeared out of nowhere. A strong gust of wind even fluttered the girl's hair, and the boy's leg began to regenerate. Libra ran up from behind and was surprised to hear that there was still something left. Suddenly, the girl bit her finger. Her spirit began to scream. Was she really going to give her blood? Meanwhile, the girl was already pouring it on the boy. Then she frowned and said that if she forgot at least one part, she asked if her father would help her. He got very angry and asked her to wait. He said that it was possible. He did not know. If he did this, something could happen. But the blood had already dripped on him. Immediately after, a powerful explosion occurred. A moment later, the boy finally began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and did not understand what was happening. The blonde was very happy that her friend had finally woken up. The brunette stood up and asked where his uncle was. Lilith immediately came up and said that the boy had just gotten up and had already started. She turned around and said that if he was ready, then he had to move on. There was no time to hang around. Suddenly the guys stopped because they saw something scary. In front of them, instead of Lilith, there was some child. The girl looked up and asked what was wrong. If you dive into the past, you can remember how the girl sat in front of her father's figure. Flames were blazing all around and then he apologized to her. Then he came closer and said that he had sacrificed his body and all he could do now was stop this commercialization. The little girl cried and said that she didn't understand where everyone was. Then she started screaming and said that everything happened because of her, right? The flames continued to burn while she screamed that if she hadn't died, nothing would have happened. Then the father extended his hand to her and said that he had become like this and could no longer hug her. Immediately after that, he clenched his fist and added that he could do it in his soul. She looked up in surprise when her father said that they must not forget the time of their clan. Her eyes reflected the flame that the man had turned into and said that they must remember all of them until they were done with it. And the flame went out. Suddenly the young man woke up and did not understand what was happening. Was it really some kind of dream? And now he stood and did not understand what was happening. Did Lilith really become a child because she helped them? and the blonde stood next to her and compared their heights. The young man immediately bowed his head and asked how this happened, and the little girl began to get angry and said that she had already explained everything. Then she rushed at him and began to scream. Did she really have to tell him from the very beginning again? She used a peach. Immediately she began to hit him on the forehead with her finger and screamed that she gave him her power to restore his body. That's why her body became smaller. She continued to hit him harder and harder while screaming that she was repeating, even tore up the contract to help him. She doesn't know how much she sacrificed. Liber was standing nearby and just listening to Lilith screaming. Can't the young man understand something so simple? Maybe he's making fun of her at the bottom, not knowing the basics and trying to climb the tower. He stood opposite and thought, no matter how it was, this dream was true. He even felt sick, so Lilith's power spoke on him. Then he imagined her in the fire and thought, so the little girl from the dream is her. And he immediately looked at the girl. At that moment, a blonde came up to her and said that it was amazing that two people became younger. She raised her head and asked what was going on. The little girl started to explain that she was an adult when she was with God, but the guy grabbed her and pulled her back. Then he closed her mouth and said that she couldn't just go and tell him this. He answered that he heard that he shouldn't say this. Let's start with the fact that no one would believe them at all. While the guys were mentally communicating about not caring, everything should be done only sensibly and not to confuse, Lilith looked up and asked what these people were doing. The guy suddenly raised his hand and said that nothing, everything was fine. Then the girl said that she shouldn't worry about her physical condition. The young man heard this and was a little confused, and she closed her eyes and added that maybe if she rested, everything would return to normal, so she could use her ability once or twice. It would be useful at the party quest. When the little girl opened her eyes, she saw that the young man was approaching the door. He pushed her and was about to go inside. This made her very angry. She started screaming whether they were listening to her at all. In response, she heard that they were. And then the young man added that he wanted to know if he would soon return to normal. But the fact is that this is exactly what the girl was talking about. Then he turned around and said that he would protect her until then. Lilith looked up and looked at him in surprise. Behind the door sat the final boss, who was simply of incredible size. This monster saw them and asked who it was. She could not believe that they decided to disturb Jim. The girl looked up and wondered if this was a monster with intelligence, and the blonde then went up to her friend and said that the monster was talking. It was probably he who injured his leg. He apologized. The monster looked at them and ordered them to leave. He said that Jim was not just a statue that you can calmly look at. At that moment, Liber put his hand to his forehead and said that she did not understand what he said. She definitely remembers it from the teacher if he talks. The guy interrupted and said what it means. Above B, Lilith got very angry and started shouting at her comrade that it would be better to leave in that case. The boss cannot leave the room. And he was already reaching out to him, while the girl was shouting that she would have to come back with something else. Suddenly a bright light appeared. It turns out that the main character activated the sword and began to fight. He pushed with his feet with all his might, trying to stop the monster. Then he lowered his eyes and asked if Liber remembers what the teacher said then. She smiled and said that of course she remembers. When dealing with level B and above, you need to use the skill. The guys merged into one and were ready to fight. The battle began. Blow after blow, the guy tried to defeat the monster. Then he picked up the emshi and heard from her that it would not be cool at all if he passed out again. He replied that this time he had already slept enough. Then he remembered Ran, who said that the most important thing in using an ability is the image. Then he lowered the sword and thought about the need to imagine the image, how the strongest sword sees. And indeed, a strong sword appeared in his hands. A bright light filled the room when the guy said that this sword is also an opening one. The woman's eyes lit up. She thought that she should listen and use this ability is strictly prohibited. Abilities usually depend on the strength of a particular person. Then she imagined the young man and thought that his super recovery is an ability that he used unconsciously when he fought her. Then she stretched out her hand and thought that this ability is dangerous, too powerful for him, but abilities are an integral part of the development of strength, so she has no choice but to teach him to use it. Then she closed her eyes and added that it is dangerous to use this power now because he does not have enough knowledge, not a specific class, so it cannot be used. The woman looked ahead and said that if you meet an enemy of level B and above, you have to do everything possible to survive. And now the young man looked at the enemy with burning eyes and decided to use it. Then he raised his hand and summoned an opening sword. His opponent wanted to slap the boy between his hands. A moment later, his palms came together. The monster began to laugh and was pleased with the victory. But suddenly a pillar of energy appeared. Then the monster did not understand what was happening, and some strange sparks began to appear in his hands. And literally a moment later they flew apart in fragments in different directions. The young man landed and said that he should not disperse his power. The blonde answered him that even if the enemy is stronger than her, he must gather it in one place. And the same sword began to blaze with a bright flame. The boss did not understand what was happening and asked what the hell was that. At that moment the young man raised his head and said that they had to start. The girl smiled and was determined. They immediately flew at the opponent. There was a powerful explosion, as if he was torn to pieces. Lilith was below and did not understand what was happening, said that the guys were probably joking. Meanwhile, the guy stood in the middle of the fragments and seemed to have won. He raised his hand and heard from his girlfriend whether he was going to just fall here again, asked her to shut up. Then he realized his head and saw something. Some strange box with chains hung right above them. And then a sign appeared that the secret dungeon was finally protected. The next screen said that the guys were getting a special reward for this. Suddenly the chest opened. At the same time, someone else was near the cave, and sounds were heard in the stone mountains. There was a battle with huge stone monsters there. The girl lowered her head and turned to Pasties, asked him to stop and offered to surrender. He smiled and said that he did not know such a word. Then he extended his hand and told her to just shut up. Apparently he decided to generate energy, but nothing happened. Immediately after, the young man raised his hand and said that his strength was over. Suddenly, a punch flew into his stomach. Because of this, the boy flew back, and the girl did not understand what to do. And somewhere nearby stood their rivals. The guy said that it seemed that he still did not understand. The other said no matter how hard he tried, he would not scratch his work. Their opponents were Paragas, the puppeteer of Group D, and Jonchi, the sculptor of Group D, who discussed that their combination was simply invincible thanks to her work. The guy looked up and looked at them and thought that this was a very humiliating situation. He could not see his hands because of the speed of the attack. Then he turned his attention to the dolls, thought that because of this he could not use the ability. Then he smiled and thought that it was time to begin. The opponent stood opposite and thought that it was hard to fight, and because he was unfamiliar with these dolls, he wanted to end everything in one blow. He looked at the boy and thought that this person had not yet shown the ability, so until he did, it was necessary to exert psychological pressure. Then he raised his hand and said, "Why not accept defeat already?" The young man's girlfriend was already exhausted. This was said by the opponent, who said that if his girlfriend destroys the dolls, then you can use the rocks to restore them, and added that you can also use the rocks to create new ones. All this time, the guy just stood opposite and listened to him. Then he raised his head and smiled. The judge appeared right above him. Paragas frowned and thought that the situation, the place, everything is against him. It is time to give up. He said that it was time to end it. But the boy was not going to give up and said that they are not as good as they think. Jonchi was very surprised when she heard that this is a sculptor's game. Pasties abruptly extended his hand and offered to play The Stone Decides. The girl immediately rushed at him and shouted that she would crush him with her stone fist. The comrade tried to stop her and said that he was sure that the young man was something. But before he could even finish speaking, they were thrown back. The guys flew so far that they broke a whole rock with them. And the guy stood opposite and thanked them for being so smart, and also for the conditions they had collected. Then he understood his head and said that they had won with the rock. A blonde man watched this from the side and said about the conditional ability, noted that it was a very interesting skill. Then he turned to Absent and said that he would have a great fight. He lowered his head, thinking that Avalon had its own order. He looked at the guy. This was Kim T1, who was the leader of the team and had to pass the test in complete safety. Then he imagined a huge sea. There should be no random variables in an elite squad. And their opponents were just like that. Kalua's defeat was no exception. As a result, the blonde man was able to avoid a fight with a stronger opponent. Then he frowned and thought that everything was going as it should for him. As soon as the party quest began, most of the strong candidates united with each other, so he immediately headed to the nearest destination and teamed up with this guy, killing a couple of people. There should be no random variables in an elite squad. Then the man came up and said that the route was won, we can move out. The guy lowered his head and thought. Below was the Pasties and Sumama team. A conditional ability was used in the fight. He only heard rumors about it. Then he raised his head and said that he had a question. The blonde returned and asked what his comrade thought, whether he was strong, and he thought that random variables always appear. The same man lowered his head and said that he could not answer this question, because it is difficult to judge strength if you judge by pure strength. Then he could give him rank. The young man was surprised and said that this means that if you do not take into account strength, then it turns out to be lower than Ranka. When the boy asked if he was right, his ally simply lowered his head and said nothing. Suddenly lightning appeared. The boy said that he did not care because he himself had already figured everything out. Then he stretched out his hand forward and said not to stand in his way, decided to catch this man. Meanwhile, Pasties was helping his friend below. Let's digress a little and imagine Liber, who arrested you. And then imagine a young man who got into the world of the webtoon player, knowing the difference from the real world is a must. If you look at the diagram of a person, the biggest difference is karma and the body that contains it, the existing mental energy. This man thought he understood it well. It turned out that it was all based on a comic book that always counted. Then he tilted his head and said that in fact, no. When it came to battles, he has an ability that copies others, and it works fine only on weak enemies. Against strong opponents it is even difficult to just hold on. He activated his sword and thought that he should be stronger. All he needs for this is to get more power. So he had to take out his sword and prepare for battle. Immediately, a huge projectile of energy flew down straight from the cliff, where Pasties and Sumama were standing then. The young man noticed this and was surprised. An explosion occurred right there in a moment. T1 periodically recalled the fight with Dean and felt depressed after the fight with him, promised himself to understand all the limitations of his ability, and imagining a flame. As a result, he realized the following. He raised his hand and began to think. The first can only copy the abilities of comic book characters. The second can only use one ability. He also said that this opponent is 73rd, the gap is also useful. Then he frowned and continued thinking. Thirdly, each ability has a daily usage limit. Fourthly, the risks from the ability increase, so he said that copying abilities is his ability, but there is one but: if the opponent has a conditional ability. Meanwhile, the guy below was able to repel the attack. He raised his head and asked who was in front. The blonde walked to the edge of the cliff and said that he immediately started rock, paper, scissors. He needs some condition to start. Firstly, he thinks that it is to look at the target. It seems that the distance does not matter either. Then he raised his hand and said that only a simple dialogue remains. Pasties stood below and wondered if this was the guy who fought Xiao Jin, one of those who hit without talking. Then he smiled and thought that it seemed like he understood the conditions. There is nothing to do. He will have to use the last round in his sleeve. And at the same second, several shells flew at him. At that time, the guys in the dungeon received a notification that the hidden dungeon was cleared, and also that they were receiving a reward. A huge chest opened. There was something incredible there. At the same moment, rewards began to fall out of there. They turned into two glowing lights, and immediately after they flew to the guys, especially, and rewards were distributed depending on the work done, so the boy received a large one, and the girl a small one. And then the rewards began to turn into artifacts. It was written that the girl receives the tears of the blue dragon. This restores all the conditions. She was very surprised and said that this could not be. Then the dragon began to fly around her from all sides. Her hair became longer, and her body returned to its previous appearance. Finally, the baby grew up again and said that the truth returned to normal. Then she folded her hands and thought that she felt even stronger than before. She did nothing against the boss, but still received such a reward. Then what is the reward for the guy? Immediately after that, she looked at him and began to watch. A strange book appeared in front of the young man. The blonde intervened and said that something was wrong with this book. The little girl was very surprised and said that she felt God in it, but very weakly. Meanwhile, the book itself began to unfold and turned into some strange artifact with a cross. It looked like some kind of statuette with information that it was a player's mark. The meaning was epic. Arthur was sitting on top of a cliff at that moment. He smiled and said that Xiao Jin had finally finished. Great job, so he would give him the right. The boy continued to look at the reward and did not understand anything. Then he was surprised when he saw that he was recognized as a user. A bright light immediately appeared and the class was determined. The boy looked at all this and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly a card appeared where it was written that Xiao Jin acquired the player class. Dean came out of the toilet and stretched, saying that he thought he would die there, and called the work very boring. You need to sit there and look around. He scratched his cheek and thought about the fact that guild masters do this all the time, but he does not understand if you are there for something interesting. Suddenly he turned around, hearing a scream asking him to get out of the way. The guys rushed past him at high speed, apologized and said that it was a very urgent matter. The guy looked after them and said that they were healers, after which he wondered what was going on there. Suddenly he froze in place and realized that something interesting had happened. Momo silently listened to the words of the healer. Suddenly she looked in front of her in surprise. The girl and her sisters calmly looked at the man's face. The healer said that the test should be stopped right now. The blue-haired girl looked at him with annoyance and called it nonsense, then said that they probably pulled out all the invigilators in the middle of the exam to spout nonsense. The doctor tensely shrugged his shoulders and wanted to say something, but Momo interrupted him and asked her sister to let the doctor finish. The man looked down and thanked her for the opportunity to explain the situation. He introduced the image of Myeongryun and said that he lost to T1, and that the footage showed the destruction of the drone, so they were assigned to question the guy after the test. But the girls were horrified to hear the words that the guy died and did not recover. The dark-haired girl shook her fist at the doctor and asked what he was spouting. The man replied that it was not his fault and that he had been doing this his whole life. The healer waved his hand and awkwardly said that if a person dies in the terrarium, he will be restored in the temple with the required class, and then called it an unbreakable rule that all observers know. The blue-haired girl lowered her head and said that if he did not appear in the only temple in the lobby, it means that he did not restore, so it is a real death. The dark-haired sister frowned angrily and said that it is impossible to die in the territory of the terrarium because this truth is unbreakable. Momo crossed her arms, interrupted them and said that they should postpone the test. She gritted her teeth and added that they should postpone it until they figured everything out because their priority is the safety of those passing. The sisters agreed with her. Dean smiled and said that this is the right decision. He leaned on the door frame, raised his hand and added that, however, he is against such a decision. The girl looked at him and replied that outsiders were not allowed in this place, even if they were second rank. The blonde awkwardly scratched the back of his head, apologized and said that he was looking for a toilet, and then again noted that he was against stopping the exam. The girls silently looked at him, hearing the words that he had an idea. He smiled evilly and asked if they wanted to hear it. Pasties stood in front of the rock that T1 was on. He protected Sumama with his body. The blonde looked at him serenely and thought that even if he was weaker, he was still using the same skills, and apparently he could not maintain the stolen power, and then wondered if this power was completely with him. He raised his hand and created a cluster of energy, deciding that continuing the fight was a waste of time. A large spear appeared above his head. The youth thought that if the opponent no longer had aces up his sleeve, then everything was over. The hooded guy was breathing heavily. He clenched his teeth and smiled widely. The blonde looked at him with interest. Pasties raised his hand back and created a shining hammer. He struck the ground with incredible force. The soil began to loosen and swirl. Suddenly, sharp giant spikes appeared under the rock. The blonde raised his eyebrows and wondered why the opponent did not attack him, but attacked the ground, and whether he wanted to hide and run away. He frowned and decided that it would be inconvenient for the opponent to do so because he spent most of his strength on this, which meant he remembered his excited smile and decided that this was a provocation. T1 smiled slightly, thinking about it. The spear above his head dissipated. He called it magnificent and asked if the opponent was talking about power levels. He stretched his leg over the abyss and said that he would definitely learn his lesson. The next second the guy fell down and showed his ally a thumbs up. They say he will be back soon. The man asked him to be careful. He looked down after his ally and thought that he could not believe that the young man fell for it, because he was acting like a child, although perhaps this was a great chance for him to learn a lesson. The blonde fell to the ground and stopped his fall. The man thought that people with this ability were very naive. The young man looked at the compass and thought that there are conditions in all abilities, so you need to understand how to recognize a person with conditional abilities. Pasties hid behind one of the spikes with a smile. The blondie thought that he needed to resort to something else of her, because if you have a conditional ability. The guy in the hood played rock, paper, scissors with the ability. The blonde thought that the user gets conditions that are far from the concept of convenience. Jumhyuk threw back the jug and drank its contents. The blonde finished the sentence by saying that the result of the ability is simply amazing. He passed by the thorns and thought that there must be an ineffective and selfish behavior pattern. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. From the ground in front of him grew into a middle finger of the hand. The young man thought that it is also necessary to resort to strange decisions generated by stubbornness. He smiled widely. The enemy with a weapon quickly ran out from behind cover. The blonde turned around and noticed him. Suddenly, green particles flew around the area. The blonde decided that this was his power. Xiaojin stepped on the ground. The guy looked down with his allies. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that they finally arrived at the destination. The guys looked at Lilith in surprise, who said that the young man belonged to the player class. The girl looked back at the light and asked her father if he had heard anything about it. Since she didn't know anything about it, the spirit replied that he didn't know anything about it either. The girl looked at the guy and asked if it was possible that this was a class of living weapons, since such a class didn't exist. Liber quickly approached her and asked with a shout what she meant when she spoke about the class of living weapons, and if there really was something like that. The girl answered in the affirmative. She imagined the silhouettes of people enveloped in aura and said that living weapons were quite rare, but they still existed, and among them, for example, the legendary sword and the mage, who has the 8th rank. The blonde raised her hand in surprise, hearing the words that among other ranks there are living weapons. The girl asked her if she thought that she was the only one. The blonde lowered her head with a smile and said that there were others like her, because she thought that she was the only living weapon. The guy crossed his arms and looked at her, hoping that she would meet them. The girl agreed with him. Fire looked at them serenely and thought that if the guy had enough of a blow to the boss, even without a player class, then he did not understand what the limits of his potential were. He looked at the girl and thought that he would hope that the little girl did not feel belittled. Lilith looked at the guys and asked them to keep their class a secret. The boy asked about what could go wrong, and said that he was thinking of telling the others after the exam. The girl approached him and sternly told him not to even think about it. She slightly lowered her head and asked him a question about how, in his opinion, he ended up in this class, because everything happened due to random circumstances. He frowned in confusion. The girl added that she had never heard of a player class, so he should understand what others would think of him. The boy responded embarrassedly and thought that she was too close to him. He was stunned when he heard the words that they would start talking about him, that he was an empty shell who could not do anything without this power. The girl frowned slightly and added that he should not tell anyone, because he did not want to turn all the players against himself. She turned away and exhaled. Hearing the guy apologize, the boy said that he understood her. The girl replied that she was glad that he did not be stubborn. Seol-jin looked up at her and asked what she said about the other players. The girl looked back at him. The guy asked her what she thought about it. He touched his chest and added that he meant that he was the only person with such a class. She looked at him in confusion and said that he told her about it because he wanted to say it. Suddenly the young man was pierced by the words that, besides, this meant that he wanted to know something, because usually he was very indecisive, and if he had something on his mind, he would not have said class, and besides, he did not have enough brains for a deception. She slightly lowered her head and added that if he really considered himself the only real player. The girl looked back at him with a smile and finished the sentence to you, that such ambitions make him the most worthy in the tower. The guy was stunned by what he heard. He awkwardly followed her. The light said that his daughter was very modest. He smiled slightly and closed his eyes, saying that words of trust would be enough. The blonde remained silent. The young man walked next to the girl with a smile. Libra looked at him pitifully and agreed with the words of the spirit. Passed as his spear hit the barrier. The blonde blocked his attack. The tip, like the guy's, shattered into pieces. He threw the shaft aside and swung his right hand. The guy struck, hitting the same barrier. The blonde watched what was happening serenely. The guy's fist rested on the defense. He frowned deeply and looked at his opponent. Pasties jumped back and dropped to the ground. He created a hammer again and flew over the ground. The youth stirred up the soil and lifted it into the air. He swung the hammer at the magic nails and thought that he was exhausted, and this was probably the last attack. He squeezed the handle of the hammer and noted that everything was fine because he still had a plan. The youth struck and launched the nails at the enemy, thinking that as long as he stuck to the plan, victory awaited him. T1 created a barrier in front of himself. The enemy jumped up and thought that if he understood everything correctly, this barrier would not be able to block him. The nails flew around the blondes on both sides. The youth added that the barrier could only block attacks with contemptuous contact. He moved his head to the side. The nails slightly scratched his cheek. Pasties squeezed the distance and swung his right hand. He frowned angrily and said that he could clearly hear the sound of bells. The blonde looked back in an instant. He managed to block the attack with a hammer. The boys flew apart in different directions. The blonde dropped to the ground and thought that the opponent had really found a weakness in the barrier in such a short time. He breathed heavily, thinking that this guy was the strongest of those he had fought. The blonde exhaled heavily. He flared up with energy and noted that it was not enough to defeat him. The hooded boy looked at him silently. He smiled widely and said that everything was clear to him now. The blonde looked at him very much. The opponent asked if he thought his strength was invincible. Pasties smiled angrily and asked if the opponent wanted him to tell him something. The blonde was stunned, hearing the words that right now he would not be able to defeat Seol-jin with this strength. The hero and his allies looked down. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that they had finally reached their destination. Dean was standing below on the metal gate. He looked back at the guys. The guy wondered why this man was there. The blonde waved at them and called the guy by name. Surprised that he was the first, the girl in shock asked her ally if he knew number 2. Seol-jin suddenly remembered that he hadn't told her about it. The girl angrily yelled at him and asked what it meant. He awkwardly watched them. The girl screamed at the guy if he was hiding anything else from her. 90 tried to push her away from him. The man asked if he should have told her about it at all. He remembered standing in front of the 3 girls and saying that if they stopped this test, it would be a disaster. The blue-haired girl approached him and asked if he was kidding. Since he himself said that he was against stopping the test, the man confirmed this and explained that if they stopped the test, it would be even worse. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when he said that Avalon would deprive them of their power over the test. The girls listened silently to his words about the disgraced judges being attacked from the outside, but Avalon would want to ensure the safety of the examinees first and foremost. He smiled slightly and added that this way the organization would demonstrate a precedent and prove their ability to conduct the test and ultimately deprive the judges of the right to choose players. The man imagined a gray-haired boy looming over the tower and said that it would be better to take control while there were problems, and that was how the number 1 guild ruled the terrarium. The blue-haired girl frowned slightly and said that if the blonde was giving them such a conspiracy theory, then didn't he think it would be nice to provide evidence? The dark-haired sister looked at her and said that one of the proofs is the deputy head, Zichmund, because he always arrives on time. The girls remembered the image of the man. The sister added that this man simply shows up at the test site. She looked at the sisters and apologized, saying that everything explains itself. The man looked at them with a smile and asked what they would say about his idea. The blue-haired girl frowned tensely. The man asked them if they wanted to be deceived by his conspiracy theory. The dark-haired girl glared at him. The man continued and asked if they would decide to follow her. Momo looked down at the floor. She pursed her lips and asked for permission to ask a question. The blonde looked at her in confusion, hearing the question about what he would achieve if he helped them. She frowned slightly and looked at him. He said that they would decide what to do depending on his answer. Dean grinned slightly. T1 defeated the opponent and said that thanks to him he learned a lot about conditional abilities. He smiled and added that he would like to fight again, but it's time for them to wrap up. He approached the kneeling opponent. The guy extended his hand to him. He leaned over to the opponent and asked him to stand up. They say that he will help him get to the rally point. He frowned and said that he felt something in the past battle because his opponent is not the kind of person who will let himself be pushed. Pasty smiled, listened to the words that the blonde promises not to do anything unusual. He raised his hand. Erect it towards the blonde, he showed the sign of scissors. The young man looked into his eyes and said that the opponent did not have the strength left to use the ability, so the fight is over. The guy in the hoodie smiled madly and asked the opponent who told him that. Suddenly, the girl appeared behind him and swung the bat. She frowned, agreed with her ally and ordered the enemy not to move. The next second, she hit the guy with incredible force and threw him aside. Sumama raised the bat above her head. Her ally asked her where they should run. The girl answered that they would find it themselves. She lowered her leg and activated the ability, thanking the guy for the time they had bought. She rushed from the spot with her ally in the mix and suggested getting out of there. The guys jumped over the spikes at great speed. Absent lowered his eyebrows and exhaled heavily. The blonde with his own body broke through a huge number of grins and hit one of them. The man said that it was a complete defeat. The young man lowered his head and said that he felt strange because he was definitely much stronger, but it felt like they were playing with him the whole fight. He smiled widely and said that he had decided something. The guy smiled madly and added that he would definitely win next time. Xiao Jin walked to the destination, where the blonde man was already. Mo Kaiko was hovering in the sky above them. The little animal's eyes glittered in the sun. Momo stood in front of the screen, which showed an image of a man, and said that they would begin the final exam. The bearded man looked back angrily, hearing the words that Dean would be the observer and that the progress of the quest was also determined by the observer. The red-haired girl looked up in surprise. Momo explained that this was the decision of all 3 judges, and on top of that, the second rank gives up the right to recruit candidates for their team so that it would be fair. Ran was shocked, hearing the man's words that he promised to always play alone. The girl smiled widely and said that only a message from the observer remained. The man on the screen smiled widely and said that if anyone had any complaints, they could come to him personally, because he would accept everything. Zichman crossed his arms and sternly lowered his gaze. The girl remembered the conversation with the man. He said with a smile that his goal was simple. The blonde raised his hand, pointed at the sisters and added that he really wanted to see the opponents fail. Zichman smiled slightly and said that this was not good. The girls watched what was happening, thinking that the cards were already laid out, no matter what the blonde was trying to achieve. Momo smiled awkwardly and mentally addressed him, asking him to behave well. Dean crossed his arms and looked ahead with a blissful smile. The girl called him the observer of the final exam. The man sank into the lotus position in front of the participants. He raised his head and said that he thought we could stop there. He lowered his eyebrows and addressed the guys. The participants listened to him silently. The man said that from now on the final exam begins. Zichmund, a man shrouded in mystery, confidently walked forward. He walked down the hallway. His face, age, and past, nothing was known about it, but it was also not true that the only thing known about him was that he was a player. The man walked silently towards the darkness, the fact that his rank was level 8 and that he was the deputy head of Avalon. The man suddenly stopped. He smiled slightly and said that he could not be in this place because he was sleepy. The man's class was a master of living weapons. The shadow behind him began to bubble. The man called Lucia and said that she could come out. A tied-up girl with large fangs came out from under the ground. She said that it was very cool, because he really was deceived. Nothing was known about the man's weapon either. The girl looked at the owner's face and said that her power of prediction was not enough, so they needed to fight, because she would kill number 2. She smiled madly, approached his ear and began to rave about the idea that they would fight together like before. She blushed excitedly, inhaled and asked to be released. The man smiled and replied that she should already know that this would never happen. The brunette looked at him silently. She snorted and went back into the shadows. A dark substance fell over the man's eyes. He frowned and decided that he wanted to displace the number 2 as much as he could, and that he didn't think the blonde would actually take action himself, but as expected, he was rather careless. The man leaned against the wall and decided that everything was not going according to plan because it was just a waste of time. He smiled and noted that what was already done could not be undone. Lowering his head, he said that thanks to her, the options were eliminated and the worst-case scenario remained. The man imagined dark silhouettes of people and added that he had no choice but to test the skills. The silver-haired girl folded her fingers like an artist, looked at the blonde and said that at first she thought it was an illusion. She brought her hands to her face, smiled widely and asked her ally what he thought. Could they defeat the second number if they attacked him? The brute smiled widely, jokingly insulted her and said that they would definitely cope with it. The girl smiled madly and asked about what would happen if the illusion started to fight back. The guy in the hood looked at the enemy and exhaled heavily. He extended his hand forward and said that they would discuss all this nonsense after the exam because there were no changes in the plan. Dean smiled serenely. The man added that there were a couple of variables, but they would have an advantage in the form of errors throughout the test, so he would never predict such a thing. Holding his hand in front of him, he said that everything is going according to plan, and when the final test begins, the gap will be open, so they just have to wait for this moment. The guys turned their gaze to the hero. The man added that they are only aimed at capturing the object. Lilith folded her arms, frowned, and said that they would not be on the front lines during the final exam. She looked at her allies. The blonde said that their team had good firepower, but they would not have enough defense. The guy was glad that they would not betray. The girl lowered her eyebrows and thought that she was only more nervous because they trusted her. The blonde turned to the owner. The girl thought that she felt like she was throwing children into the water. Dean lowered his head and said that he thought it was time to stop there. He looked at the participants and addressed them. The guys silently listened to his words that from now on the final exam begins. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that he forgot that he had to ask Lilith about something. He squeezed the chess piece and wanted to look at something. A system window opened in front of him. The system asked him if he wanted to enter the early dungeon. The boy was sad and thought that, as he thought, no one said anything, and apparently he was the only one who could see it, after which he wondered if it would be better to ask his friend about it after the exam. The observer clapped, attracting attention, and said that they should not turn away. Behind him, with a roar, began to open. A giant bone monster burst out of it. The guys sank to the ground. The girl covered her face with her hand and said that they were starting right away, and called it mockery. The boy turned to Liber and asked her to get ready. The monster's muzzle began to grow fur. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The boy gritted his teeth in surprise and thought about the powerful pressure emanating from the monster, and was surprised that they wanted him to hunt such a thing. The observer looked around serenely while the young man wondered if he could do it. With one attack, he killed the monster with a headshot because it was loud. The monster's body shattered into pieces. The man looked up serenely and clenched his metal fist. Everyone present was shocked by what he saw. The silver-haired girl grabbed her head and laughed and said that the observer was crazy because he couldn't kill it. The big guy crossed his arms and turned to the captain. He asked him what they were going to do. The hooded man closed his eyes and ordered them not to move. The girl looked back at him and said that the thing was strong, but she didn't think it knew they were there. She smiled madly and asked the captain to tell him if he wanted her to go to the target. He scratched his head. The guys were screaming. They didn't understand what they wanted to see from them in the exam. They scowled angrily and added with a shout that he should stop bragging because it was really annoying. The observer looked at them with annoyance and explained that this was not what they would be hunting. Xiao Jin was shocked to hear the words that this creature would soon return. The boy asked who the observer was talking about. The gray-haired girl with a crazy smile put her hand on his shoulder and greeted the boy. She looked at him with a crazy look and called him cutie. The boy quickly looked back. The next second, he noticed how number 2 wrapped his legs around the girl's neck. The blonde smiled evilly and turned to her. The girl turned around and laughed nervously, hearing the question about who she was. Suddenly, a warning appeared in front of the judges that the signal was lost. An older man approached them and asked what was going on. The examiner replied that she thought they had lost contact with all the drones. The group of creatures fell into a pile. The girl added that drones were simple mechanisms that were a byproduct of the terrarium. With the ability to communicate, their number was close to infinity because most people did not know the exact number, but she frowned slightly and added that at least she thought there were about 100,000 of them, so this was simply impossible. Louise looked at the examiner and said that this had happened, which meant that someone was still doing this. The hooded man stretched his hand out in front of him, standing on a bunch of drones. The girl added that only unranked ones could have done this. The older man gritted his teeth and angrily said that these bastards had been sitting quieter than grass before. He looked at the examiner and added that they had to do something, so the test had to be stopped immediately. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Zichmund put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to calm down. The old man turned to him. Zichmund added that the general's judgment was returned, but he had forgotten something. Dean lowered his head. His hand began to glow brightly. The man said that they had forgotten who was judging this exam. Smiling slyly, the man added that if it was something that could not be dealt with, then it would not grow if they did nothing. Dean jumped on the stranger's neck. The man suggested that the general wait and observe further events. Noah was shocked, feeling the pressure of the enemy on herself. At the moment when number 2 grabbed her, she immediately understood something. The girl smiled widely and realized that her conclusion was wrong. She schematically imagined the distance between them and estimated it at 1 kilometer. The girl remembered watching him from above and thought that if a person has a keen sense of smell, he can notice the people around him, but nevertheless she thought that the guy did not notice their presence. She watched him carefully. The reason for her thoughts was that he never looked in their direction, but her conclusion was wrong because he really did not recognize their location. But the blonde looked away. He did not need to recognize their location at all. He looked at the participants present. Everything that interested him was within a radius of 30 meters, and that it was just the location of the subjects. Dean was seething with anger, sitting on the frightened girl. She thought about the fact that she was sure that he was only watching the location. The girl clenched her teeth, smiled madly, and decided that he did not care about them at all and that she was too sure. She sweated nervously and said that this was expected of him. A dimensional bridge opened behind her. The girl asked if he would follow her if she ran away. T1 watched the scene calmly, thinking that her ability was quite rare. He looked closer and recognized that purple aura. He remembered the intimidating opponent and recognized a similar energy in him. The blonde looked back with a smile and asked if the girl wanted to introduce him to her friends. Suddenly, he heard one of the participants call out to him. Seoljin grabbed his weapon and thanked the man for protecting him, then said that he would fight too. He frowned confidently, looking ahead. The man noticed his eyes and decided that he was on a completely different level now. The blonde extended his index finger, smiled, and said that he liked this attitude and that the hero could go with him. T1 took a step forward and thought that the boy had no idea who he was dealing with, but now that he was in this place, he was suddenly surprised and frowned when he heard Dean address him rudely. The observer pointed at him, smiled slyly, and said that he was the strongest candidate. As he walked into the portal, the man added that until he returned, the boy should wait for him. The blonde watched what was happening in surprise. The examiner also said that he should look around. The hero quickly ran past the guys and asked them to wait for him. He ran up to the closing portal. The spatial bridge suddenly slammed shut right after him. The blonde looked angrily in front of him and called his opponent a coward. The brute jumped off the cliff and said that it was time to begin. He landed in front of the guys with a deafening roar. The dust settled. The man turned to the newcomers and said that they had time to prepare. The boys watched him in shock. The big guy apologized and said that this was the first time he was free, so he had a small favor to ask. He smiled madly and asked them to die in peace. The next second, he noticed the ball approaching. Sumama used her ability and threw the ball at his face. The impact created a powerful explosion. The girl lowered her hand and said that he himself started it all. Smoke dispersed in the air. The boys noticed that the man caught the ball between his teeth. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed. The opponent bit off a piece of the ball and said that it must have been a fatal move, and that it hurt if she threw it like that. The boys moved away in fear. The big guy said that it was a very good attack for a candidate, because the others did not even see the ball. He smiled, raised his hands, and asked the boys what else they could show him. Sumama looked at him nervously. She leaned slightly and staggered. The girl sank to the ground. Drayan and Seoljin moved to an unknown space with tall buildings. The guy approached the examiner and asked him if he knew this place. The man answered negatively and added that it was definitely somewhere inside the tower. Noah and her ally came forward. The man added that this place was clearly beneficial for them. He stretched his neck and said with a smile that victory was still in his plans. He imagined different types of abilities and said that it happens that abilities are too strong even for the owner. Then he imagined how people shook hands and added that this is why the players made a promise to each other. An image of the strongest players of the tower popped into his head and he said that their exact level of strength should correspond to the class. Suddenly a question arose in the man's head and he said that this measure is more focused on anomalies than on the full strength of the player. The man imagined a player with a vampire class and said that the definition of the class gives an understanding of the scope of the player's ability. Then he imagined Liber incinerating vampires in the form of the well-known people in black and said that this allows you to understand what countermeasures can be taken in an emergency. An image of a system window with a rank appeared in his head. The man said that the strength of player classes is required by the standard, and this is how the ranking system was born. The man imagined a statue with a sword and scales of justice and added that in order to measure strength and maintain balance, a promise was made to preserve the terrarium. The bully raised his hands with a satisfied smile. The man also added that to his regret, there are people who break promises, not wanting to show everyone their strength, and they are called unranked. The people watched the enemy with fear. The bully smiled madly and asked who would be next. The girl looked at him in confusion and thought that he was a monster. Suddenly, someone put a hand on her shoulder and ordered her to take on. Pasties approached her from the side and said that she should not worry, because she should think that the target of the exam had changed. He smiled widely and added that from the moment the girl entered the tower, she should have been ready to fight a bunch of monsters. The interlocutor calmed down and smiled, hearing these words. The blonde put his hand in front of him, activated the ability and agreed with this. The brute raised his head to the sky, his feet fell into the ground. The young man's attack created a deep hole in the place where the man was. The blonde held his hand outstretched. He says that if they are still scared, then I should get out of there. He frowned and continued his conversation. Suddenly, a powerful beam was directed into the hole. The young man added that if they calmed down, then they should fight back. The enemy grabbed the edge of the hole. The guys watched him tensely. Suddenly, his head appeared from over the edge. The youth frowned and thought that his plan had completely failed in this situation. He kept his arms outstretched, thinking that he had used the ability for about 5 seconds, but he could hold out for 30, and he didn't think that this monster would be able to escape. He bit his lip and added that it was a situation with a small chance of defeat for them. He imagined a bitten apple, deciding that it was the embodiment of the previous fight. He pointed a clenched fist at the man and decided that the main goal was to avoid contact for 5 minutes, so there was no need to fight, and if possible, he should focus on obtaining information about the illusion. He frowned sternly and thought that he would succeed. Shining particles flew through the air. The boy began to feel a surge of strength. The next second, the man closed the distance with him. The boy did not take into account that his enemy was a bad guy. T1 fell in shock upon noticing him and realized that he was too late. Suddenly, the boys ran up to their ally in an attempt to protect him. Powerful explosions erupted from the battlefield. The blonde crossed his arms and closed his eyes. The boys covered him behind their backs, repelling the man's attack. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why they protected him. Lilith suddenly hit him on the shoulder. The boy looked back in irritation and asked why she hit him. The girl replied that he did not know the meaning of the word raid. T1 frowned when he heard the question of whether he thought they helped because they wanted to. She looked sternly in front of her and asked him not to be a hero in this place. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl noted that he should listen to her if he wanted to win. The fire spirit and the enemy grabbed each other. The man's hands began to burn on the spirit's hands. He thought in there that this man calmly touched his fire, and it was obvious to him that he could withstand it. The man smiled broadly. The spirit added that he would like to increase the power of the fire, but the enemy was already pressing on her. The man asked if this fire was the fire of the Great Spirit, because it was such an interesting angle. Lilith extended her fist in front of her with an evil look. She raised her index finger up. The next second, the man's body was illuminated by a bright light. In an instant, a powerful flash of fire engulfed him. The spirit frowned in surprise and thought that this was the effect of the item the girl had received in the dungeon. The girl kept her fingers raised. The spirit mentally addressed her and wondered what his daughter was thinking. The girl frowned angrily and said that she was very irritated by this. The man continued to burn in her flames. The girl said that they all acted independently, after which she asked if they thought they could. It was only because they thought she did not know how to do it. She raised her flaming palm up and angrily said that she could not stand it anymore. The spirit paled slightly, thinking that this was his fire after all. The man continued to blaze. His ally looked down from the cliff and thought that this was a magnificent fire power, and that he liked this spirit, and standing up there, it was a waste of time. He lowered his head slightly and added that he had been playing with the candidates, and now he was burning in the fire, and then wondered from you if this handshake had brought him to the vanguard. The guy in the hood looked back at his ally and asked the newcomer to get ready, and then said that he had forgotten his name. A glowing line appeared on the newcomer's face. The man said that he thought it was even for the best. The brute was burning alive and screaming loudly. He looked down at his opponents. The spirit frowned and thought that the man could withstand such a temperature, so it wasn't just a defensive ability, and it was probably a conditional ability. The girl created a fire charge between her palms and asked if the fire seemed a little warm to him, because she also thought that it had released little energy. She concentrated the power between her hands and added that she certainly wouldn't be able to incinerate him, but she would definitely melt him. And he wondered if she was going to use her skills, because if she used purgatory in this place, everyone around would burn. The fire around the man swirled like a whirlwind. The father turned to the girl and said that a battle of attrition was a bad idea, because they needed to understand his capabilities. She clasped her hands and apologized to him. They tell you that she doesn't want to stop. The man's body was shackled by a small flaming ball. The spirit of the irritated man looked back and asked with a shout what the girl was doing, because he had already told her many times not to use this power. The next second, the man broke free from the shackles and rushed towards the girl, saying that he had pierced it. The spirit stretched out his hand in fear and called out to his daughter. The brute smiled madly and added that he wanted to congratulate the summoner because she was very strong. The girl watched the approaching hand in fear. The next second, his body was pinned to the ground by T1. The blonde frowned in irritation and said that, as he expected, he managed to understand her. The man clenched his teeth under the pressure of his attack, clarified that he was talking about his ability. He remembered how a little earlier the girl told him that she would give him a minute to calm down. She looked back at him and added that she would need 5 minutes, but he would not be able to hold out that long, so she would hold out for a minute. The young man looked at her in shock. The interlocutor ordered him to find a way to defeat the enemy. She silently went to fall in love. The blonde remembered how he watched the back of the running hero. He frowned in irritation and ordered the allies to sit and play among themselves. Pasties lowered his head and spat out blood. The girl turned to him and asked what they were going to do with this guy. The young man said that she should take responsibility for her beautiful words. The blonde approached them and said that he was just looking for him. He turned to him with a calm expression, calling the guy a conditional player, and asked how he could defeat this monster. The young man in the hood looked at the interlocutor and asked why he did not ask the guy he always hung out with. The girl angrily replied that she did not understand why they should tell him this. T1 calmly replied that Absent was always just watching to make sure that he was suitable for the role of the Avalon performer. The interlocutor lowered his eyebrows and asked why he decided to ask him. The blonde looked him in the eyes and replied that he did it later, that he thought he was the most reliable person in this group. The young man raised his hand and added that his help might be needed in the plan that Pasties would come up with. The interlocutor silently listened to his words that he would do everything that was said, so all that remained was to find out how to defeat the enemy. The hooded youth lowered his head, exhaled and said that he already had thoughts about the enemy's ability. The girl exclaimed loudly, looking at him. The young man added that the blonde would most likely be easy to defeat if he learned the nuance. Pasties frowned sternly and decided to set a condition. The blonde looked at him silently. He came out of his memories, continuing to attack the man. He thought that the guy had only 3 conditions. Sternly frowning, he remembered the first of them and thought that it was that the blonde had to call him by name with respect. The man gritted his teeth as he lay on the ground. The second condition was to follow the instructions. T1 frowned tensely and groaned. The third condition was that the boy had to tell everything about his abilities. The man screamed in pain, thinking that his ability was seen through so quickly, after which he corrected himself and decided that he was overestimating the blonde because his opponent was a candidate, and he did not care how genius he was because it was impossible. The guy Sumama lifted her ally onto her shoulders. The man added that he was looking for a genius who had been watching this fight from the beginning. The guy smiled and showed him 3 fingers. Shingle frowned tensely, looking at him, and thought that this was exactly who he was looking for. Pasties imagined a dark silhouette of a man with the number 23 on his back and thought that the reason he understood the opponent's ability was because he could reach rank 23. He imagined himself raising his hand and thought that rank 23 wasn't that low, but there was a catch because in truth Pasties didn't even know his name. He imagined the number 23 and added that he wasn't the only one who knew it. He imagined a sign in his mind and thought about how the front page of the newspaper was his murder case. The sign said rank 23 and he thought that it was the 23rd case in the number of victims. He imagined crazy eyes in the darkness and added that 23 was the ability number, Gaho's gaze. Pasties remembered how the blonde blocked his attack and thought that he used his ability to defend against the attack. Looking ahead, the boy imagined the image of the blonde man and thought that the defense against the attack he was looking at was not just similar to the man's ability, but was, and although he thought that the blonde man had killed 23 and taken his ability, he looked at the boy standing on the body of the defeated enemy and finished his thought by saying that, apparently, he did not know what it was to kill, and in that case, everything was fine. T1 pulled out the spear from the enemy's back. Pasties decided that he was sure that the boy's head was quite smart. He smiled widely and added that in other words, the blonde man's ability was copying and did not require killing, after which he said that despite this, he looked at the defeated man and added that he could not say that there was no one who killed 23 and took his ability. T1 looked down at the enemy and said that he could tell based on what others had used. The ability was not abused, and the moment the ability of the defense system was detected, it was attacked. The brute gritted his teeth. The young man added that it was his defeat. He smiled and asked what it meant. The young man looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that he forgot something because they do not play games. The next second, the stranger pierced his chest with a sword. The man looked back, turned to his ally and ordered to beat the guy to the end. The young man looked down at the blade of the sword. The man added that they must do this until one of them dies. The dark-haired guy looked at the enemy without emotion. Everyone present recoiled in fear. The stranger pulled the sword out of the guy's body. The blonde staggered and coughed. Those who survived the final exam were more experienced than others. The blonde fell face down on the floor. It was only natural that the elite remembered the faces of some of their competitors. The bearded man frowned tensely, recognizing his opponent. Nyongrian Chinese car calmly looked into his eyes. The man called him by name, thinking that he did not think that everyone who was there would risk themselves like that for T1. The woman in the white cloak watched from the cliff. They say that the kid laid eyes on the super strong guy. She remembered how the blonde pierced his ally's back with a spear and thought that someone realized the brute's ability. She lowered her head and added that even if she took this into account, she never tried to understand the limits of her ability, and he immediately realized that the brute used Gaho's gaze. Pursing her lips, she wondered how they did it. She recalled the image of Mirage and thought that as far as she remembered, he was the only one who could steal other people's abilities in the terrarium, and in other words, there was no need to think about taking away other people's abilities. She looked down and added that there was the fact that 23, who had a protective eye, and if she knew this information and assessed her ally's ability. She smiled widely and wondered what would happen now. Myeongryeon lowered his head and twirled the sword behind his back. It was the unexpected appearance of a familiar candidate. The girl bowed down and said with a smile that this was just the worst possible coincidence, and that was why the candidates could confront an unknown enemy, because they could be resurrected even after death, so the fear itself disappeared. Pasties bowed down and trembled, gritting his teeth. The bearded man tried to shout to the enemy, saying that he recognized him and that he heard that the young man was strong, after which he asked if he was being controlled. The man touched his chest and, calling the boy by name, asked if he remembered that they had taken the last test together and if someone was controlling him. The young man looked at his face emotionlessly. The girl smiled broadly and, turning to the boy, ordered him to show her something. The guy in the hood of tension again teeth. The enemy said that they have the last with a splash of thoughts. The young man thought that he does not understand anything. He lowered his head and wondered about how many enemies are around, because if even one more comes. The dark-haired guy took the blade with a reverse grip and raised it above the body of the blonde. The young man finished the thought that they will be finished. The brute stopped his ally with his hand. He scratched his head and said that there is no need to kill the blonde, because Mirage said that they need to do something. Myeongryeon looked at him. The man smiled widely and said that the newbie should not look at him like that, because he also has problems with restraint. He pointed his finger at the guys. The man smiled and suggested that they kill the scared chickens instead. Suddenly he was surprised noticed something. The guys looked at him angrily. T1 tried to get up. Pasties thought that he was still breathing, but he couldn't fight. The girl wiped her face. The boy added that she also looked tired, and he thought it was because she overdid it, buying time. He lowered his head and finished his thought by saying that they essentially lost the strongest members of the group, and this deprived them of the ability to crush the opponents. He smiled and decided that was all. The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The boy added that the enemy's ability was unusual, and they succeeded in fighting him. The brute said that it was strange, because none of them were scared. He raised his hand, creating a small source of energy, and decided that it was not much, but he had already recovered enough strength to use the ability, and this applies to the others as well. The man smiled happily and found his target. The boy clenched his teeth tensely. The man called him the last hope of their group. The boy mumbled that this is not the end. The girl watched from the cliff. She smiled widely and said that this is the end. Pasties lowered himself lower and smiled. The woman laughed loudly. The man scratched his beard and wondered if the boy said 5 minutes. The girl frowned tensely. The man said that they talked about 5 minutes until the return of the second rank. He grinned and agreed, saying that he was sure that the second rank would return within 5 minutes because there was no more time left, but he forcefully stepped on the boy's back. He began to press his body and break bones. The blonde screamed from the piercing pain. The man smiled widely, scratched his beard and wondered how many of them would even live until that time. The girl on the rock smiled widely and said that she knew, and that she couldn't get enough no matter how much she looked at it. She took off her hood and added that the boys might want to become players, and that they were people who believed that they were special. She took off her cloak and added that they had come face to face with reality. The people around watched tensely. The man said that they were self-proclaimed candidate players. The guy in the hood gritted his teeth. The dark-haired boy with the sword took a step forward. The man said that it was time for reality. Suddenly Pasties and Lilith noticed how the players began to run away. The boy asked them where they were going. He looked after them in surprise and thought about how they wanted to become players, and now they were running away, after which he mentally asked them if they were ashamed. After all, they hadn't even tried before. He angrily gritted his teeth and decided that this was an opportunity that would never come to those who believed in cooperation. The girl stood behind him. It was an unforgivable act that shocked him. The guy said heavily that he had made a mistake with his decision. Myeongryeon sank to the ground and looked at the opponents with an empty gaze. The opponents rushed to attack. Pasties was the first to feel powerless against the incomparable force. Suddenly, a spatial cut appeared between them. A bright flash illuminated the space. Xiao Jin flew out of it and attacked the opponents from behind. The guys stopped. The young man fell into shock and laughed nervously. Xiao Jin emotionlessly watched the opponent below him. A little earlier, the young man and number 2 appeared in front of the opponents. The blonde calmly watched the guys. The young man behind him frowned tensely. The girl smiled happily, stopping in front of her ally. The young man frowned angrily and thought that he needed to keep his eyes open, because since he was in this place, he couldn't become a burden to the number 2, and that the enemies were concerned about him, which meant that he might be able to create a couple of variables. The girl stretched her arms. The young man thought there that this woman was very fast, and most likely she had an attack ability, and he would have problems in a direct clash. Then he looked at the enemy behind her and thought that the problem was him, because perhaps he was the one who created this space. but he couldn't be sure because there was not enough information yet. The young man took up his sword, the hooded guy created an energy field around himself. The hero thought that he could at least determine the ability of this guy. He blew steam from his mouth. With a crazy look, he thought that if it was possible, then, stretching out his hand in front of him, he decided that they could return in 5 minutes, but it would be possible if he used his skill until more enemies appeared. The blonde guy let out a calm breath and asked his opponents what they were doing, then suggested that they quickly tell their captain to come out to him. The guys were stunned when they heard this. The young man turned around in fear. The blonde guy said that there must be a reason why he was dragged to this place, which means that they are going to call the captain, so they need to be faster. The guy in the cloak looked at him and said that he was sorry to hear this, because their priority was to hold out against them as long as possible. The blonde guy laughed loudly and covered his mouth with his hand. The girl smiled, bent down and asked if he was laughing because he was number 2, then asked his permission to ask a question. She looked into his eyes with a crazy look and asked if he liked messing around with these meaningless numbers. The young man frowned tensely and clenched his teeth. She rushed forward at great speed. The guy decided that she was advancing. She ran past the man while he smiled and said it was true. He closed his eyes, looked back at her and said that everything was fine. The opponent looked back at him in surprise. She noticed that the man had instantly approached her ally. The blonde put his hand on his belt. The guys thought that he was quite fast. Dean folded his fingers and brought them to the opponent's face. He smiled widely and said that it would hurt. The next second, a loud blow sounded. The opponent's body flew along the ground at an incredible speed. The young man covered his face with his hand and thought that the flick was stronger than the last time, which meant that the second number took pity on T1 last time. He frowned tensely and decided that the man should have knocked him out in one blow. Suddenly, he noticed that the blow passed very close to the opponent's head and wondered why she attacked in a different direction. The dust scattered in the air near the boy. The boy frowned tensely, noticing something. On the man's wrist were shining handcuffs. He looked back and said that these were the fetters of fate. The girl smiled widely. There were also handcuffs on her wrist. The man said that they were supposed to count on something. He imagined the image of these handcuffs and thought that creating these shackles was her ability, and when using it, the target and the user would not be able to engage in battles with other participants, and other participants would not be able to engage in battle with them. He schematically imagined a fight between 2 people in a limited area and thought that this ability was originally designed for one-on-one battles that could not be interrupted by anyone else, but there were restrictions, such as the available diameter and time. The hooded boy smiled and thought that in this space that he created especially for her, there were no restrictions. He watched his ally smile and added that in this place she could run wherever she wanted and the enemy had no choice but to fight her endlessly, trying to wear her down. Dean grabbed the chain of the shackles and the boy added that the girl's opponent was number 2, so it didn't matter how good she was because she was in big trouble. He smiled and reached out for the chain of the shackles and thought that this would be his exit because it would be good to get out of there together. He imagined a man lifting a boulder up and thought that this was a clash to determine the opponent's ability, and then there would be pointless hide and seek. The man kept trying to lift the boulder to the top and the boy added that it was a waste of time. He imagined a closed cage and added that from the beginning this was not a place for victories or defeats because it was a prison to contain a strong opponent who was interfering with the plan. The girl walked in a circle, looking at the enemy. The young man thought and then that this is a prison of endless difficulties. She smiled madly and, turning to the enemy, asked him to think about how much time he would need to think about what he can do. The man calmly watched her. She mentally asked him to show his strength. Dean Blonde smiled softly and said that she can watch. The girl looked at him in surprise. Xiao Jin quickly rushed behind her. The man said that something appeared behind her. The young man dealt a crushing blow and cut a giant area. A huge amount of dust rose into the air. The dust dispersed and exposed the girl, covered by a shield. The young man frowned tensely, turned to his ally and said that the guy in the hood stopped his attack, so he will deal with him. The enemy sank to the ground, loudly banging. Noah jumped up after hearing her ally's words. Xiao Jin looked back at her in surprise, thinking that she was running away like a coward, and then told his ally that he thought she was planning to attack. The man smiled slightly after hearing the words about not worrying about him, and addressed the guy by name. Standing half sideways, he said that he was number 2. Xiao Jin was stunned, looking at him. The next second, the man disappeared. A powerful explosion occurred at the place where he stood. The girl ran away at great speed. Suddenly, she looked back and noticed her opponent who had caught up with her. After a while, the man defeated the opponents and sat on top of them. He smiled and said that it was over. A spatial bridge opened in front of him and a hand with a cane appeared. The man added that it was time for the boss to appear. Mirage walked out to them with a smile. Dean remembered sitting on the chest of trash and thinking that in a nameless trash city he was a nameless trash child. Then he remembered grown men hitting him in the face and he thought that people said he was abandoned. A man stepped on him from above. The boy couldn't figure out who did it, his country, his family, or his friends. He leaned his right hand on the wall and thought that none of this could be true. What if someone put a hand on his back? The guys helped him stand up. Looking ahead tensely, the boy thought that it was because he had nothing to begin with. He looked ahead with a lifeless look and wondered who abandoned him. An image of a tower popped into the man's mind. He decided that he wanted to know if there was a god in this world. He stepped onto the ground in front of it. Standing on the dais with his sword in hand, he looked at the tower. He conquered it in order to get an answer, but unfortunately, the man remembered how he sat on the throne next to his defeated opponents and thought about how no matter how high he went, no matter what rank he received, he could not find an answer to his question. He tiredly exhaled and looked away, thinking that logically in this world there is no such thing as a god. Dean came out in front of his ally. The man thought about how he was very lost at that moment. He glanced to the side. The young man noticed the orphan sitting by the wall. The girl looked into his eyes. He remembered that he was lost until they looked into those pure eyes, and then he finally realized something. The man looked at her in surprise, thinking that they were not abandoned, because they simply had not yet been chosen by anyone. He lowered his head and accepted something for himself. The man clenched his fist tightly. He leaned over to the girl and stroked her shoulders, thinking that he would choose them personally. Dean remembered stepping on some debris and thinking about his name. The man went down the slope of the dump and decided what this place was for him. He looked around the city and thought that this place was equal for everyone. The man smiled softly and added that it was his choice. Mirage appeared in front of him. He smiled broadly and called out to the man. The opponent asked with a smile why they didn't just talk. Dean instantly closed the distance, pointed his fist at his face and said with a smile that he didn't want that at all. The opponent smiled broadly and said something mockingly. The next second, the man threw him back a few meters with a blow. The blonde smiled broadly and called out to those around him. Mirage spat out his own blood. Whether you back? The man said that he was very weak. The opponent replied that it was very rude, and that was why he could not take first place. He sank to the ground, slid back and said that his enemy was very strong, and he could not win. Smiling widely, he added that this did not mean that he wanted to lose. Dean put the processes in front of him and activated it, asking if this was true. He looked at his hand with a smile and decided that he would remain the winner. The full moon was shining in the sky. The blonde with horns on her head looked at the tower. The children had left 3 days ago. Black eyes with red pupils looked ahead. The girl thought that the time spent in the tower had increased, purely logically. She stretched out her hand with scars, thinking that the more she thinks, the more she feels, the more she regrets and worries. Her fingers clenched into a fist. Looking at the clenched fist, she thought sadly that because none of the children would return to her, there was nothing left to hold on to. Sadly lowering her gaze, she said that she had to try a little more. Imagining her happy friends, she mentally addressed Liber and Seoljin, apologizing for the fact that she had not told them something. Looking with black eyes in confusion, she thought that all the time she taught them was a series of coincidences. The heroes stood with their backs. Passing the test, they begin to understand that the tower is a better teacher than she. The girl smiled slightly, thinking that they will become stronger and, probably, forget about her. Looking at the top of the tower, she wished them to climb there, to the very top. The boy and the girl looked seriously into the distance. He knows that Seoljin and Liber have lived up to the teacher's expectations. The man delivered a swift punch. While they were passing the test, they were constantly growing physically and morally. The heroes looked at the flashes in surprise. They were stronger than before. The hooded man looked down in surprise. He believes it. A bright explosion appeared in front of the heroes, scattering debris. The opponents crossed their swords. Seoljin and the girl watched tensely. All they could do now was just watch. Gritting his teeth, the blonde rushed forward. The blindfolded man smiled, holding the weapon. A bright flash of slashing strikes appeared between them. The ground under the opponent's feet cracked. A blinding explosion appeared in front. Dean held back Mirage's attack and said that he was disappointed. Didn't he take this stick to attack? The blindfolded man heard the order to do something already. He smiled widely and said that he understood. The blonde's eyes widened, hearing his question, is he out of his mind? Mirage made slashing movements, saying that it was not surprising, he was an unranker. The tense guy heard his words that he hadn't even heard of him. With a predatory smile, the opponent said that he couldn't believe that he knew more about the tower than him, even though he had made it to second place. There was blood in the corner of his wide smile. He said, what a pity. The brunette looked at the fighting guys. Sweat was running down his tense face. He thought that now he should help. Clenching his fingers, Seoljin thought that while Dean was blocking his movements, looking ahead in fear, the brunette wondered if he could do it. Dean with fluttering plasma looked ahead. The hero thought that after he stopped moving, it seemed to him that his friend's face became stern. The force of the attack made the ground under his feet crack. The guy thought, I wonder what they were talking about. They were so far away that he didn't hear anything. Drops were running down his face. The hero thought that he could. His eyes widened in shock. Seoljin thought maybe Dean was losing. He was confused. Looking down tensely, the hero thought he was so unsure. Gritting his teeth, he thought he had to help Dean. The girl stood next to them. The blonde seemed to be shaking. The hero thought they were perfect in what they had to do. Liber had tears in his eyes. The frightened boy thought that Dean should remember right now. With his head, his body, his heart. The look in his tear-stained eyes became more determined. He thought they would become stronger. Dean looked at them with a smile and said that this is it. A bright flash came from the impact of the weapons. Mirage smiled, thinking that he understood why he took this guy. The enemy's injured arm glowed purple. He thought he was going to use him for training. Spinning his withdrawn arm, the blonde told them with a smile to watch carefully. The heroes stared tensely, hearing that he was only showing once. The spectators in the stands cheered. Once a year, the terrarium holds a show competition, and the reason why so many players watch it. There was a bag of gold coins on the table, not just for fun. The girl stood on the top of the mountain. The thing is, the ranks will fight. Their goal is to see the top at least once. The man gritted his teeth angrily. Depending on what the players can do, they are divided into those who feel the top and those who do not. Lightning emanated from the flickering ball, and in this battle, Xiao Jin and Liber became players for the first time. The blonde's arm was covered in scale armor. They felt the top. The boy with the red eye patch thought that he couldn't withstand such an attack. He had no choice but to use it. A buzzing sound came from his body. Dean quickly attacked with the blade on his armored forearm. Mirage smiled, saying, "That's it," but when, oh my, a bright cut mark appeared. Okay, this is fun. The blonde walked away. He turned around, looking back. The system reported that Dean, mechanic class, rank 2. The hero was thinking, what should he call it? Instant cut. His swift attack cut off the opponent's arm. Is this it? The blonde man standing with his back thought, no, something is different. First of all, there is no such thing as an instant cut. Dean confidently walked forward. Anyway, this is the secret to reaching the absolute realm. It is a long road to go. He extended his palm. But so simple. Then what would they call it? Sideways looking at the heroes standing in front, he thought that he was even closer. Xiao Jin and Liber were looking ahead tensely. Surrounded by shining sparks, Mirage addressed Xiao Jin. Floated up. Looking at the lying body, the guy said that he was like dirty garbage. It reminded him of the worm he killed when he was a child. Raising his fist, Dean ordered not to move. Mirage repeated his words with a smile, saying, "Is this the second rank?" The blonde looked down questioningly. Hearing that it was good, he admitted. The guy with the bandage laughed, saying that he lost. The finger pressed the red button of the remote control. The girl with animal ears raised her hands at the pink glow, saying that she opened the door. The half of the hero lying on the ground praised Keek. The boy kicked him. Hearing the question, what would he do if he really killed him? The girl raised her hands, saying okay. Xiao Jin turned around, hearing the dust penetrate inside. Let him stop it. Mirage smiled, asking the second ranker, did he use a meme? It's really hard, isn't it? Keek said to stop fooling around or die, and he designed this sword. Xiao Jin crossed his arms, saying something. The girl standing next to him continued, something is wrong. Looking forward, the brunette thought, this child, did he say to Mirage? The hostility he felt disappeared. Looking at how she was holding the enemy, he thought, what is he going to do? Mirage smiled, saying thanks for waiting. Waving his hand, he asked what will they do now, should he die? The girl pointed her finger at him, asking, can't he see that he's out of his mind, really want to kill him? Dean looked down. The opponent, smiling widely, heard the question, what does he want? He asked again, what does he want? It's simple. The blindfolded man stated that he would corrupt people he doesn't like. Dean looked straight ahead, hearing the question, him too. The brunette smiled. The words were heard, that's someone who simply does what needs to be done. Pointing his finger, Mirage stated that it was himself and Dean. With a smile, he continued that they hate people who come up with excuses like that, right? Xiao Jin frowned, thinking that as expected, this was not an illusion. He was going to do something to Dean. The guy extended a shining hand and called out to Liber. His eyes glowed with blue flames as he called out to his friend. The hero saw the outstretched palm in surprise. Without turning around, Dean stopped him and said that he had a request. There was a purple glow next to the guy. He asked his friend to leave. Xiao Jin looked at him in surprise after hearing the apology. His mouth dropped open in surprise as he heard that everything was fine. The hero looked at the bright pink flash. Mirage behind him scratched his head, saying that he sent them back. They were in the same boat now. He had so much to say, but he couldn't tell him everything. The guy with the red headband asked what he was wondering about. Whatever it was, he would tell him in as much detail as possible. Without turning around, Dean asked what he was. The hero behind him waved his hand, saying what he meant, he already knew. His lips stretched into a wide smile. He said that he was the unranked Mirage. The guy was diving deep into the water. Looking ahead, Xiao Jin called out to Liber. Holding a shining sword in his hand, he asked what it was. He thought he had done all he could. The white-haired girl looked ahead, hearing the question, maybe that wasn't it. Looking down, Libra said that she did too. Standing in front of different objects, she said that she felt the same. Seol-jin fell down next to the long tower, saying, "How is it so far away?" The brunette called out to Libra again. The girl responded, agreeing, and suggested becoming stronger. They could go up there too. A bright blue flash appeared. With a blow of his sword, Seol-jin scattered debris around. The heroes looked at him, laughter was heard. Seol-jin looked ahead tensely, hearing his name called. He walked, and the blast wave ruffled his clothes. The black eye stared at him in shock. A hand grabbed the guy's leg. Seol-jin turned his glowing gaze back. The hand squeezed his leg with force. The huge man swooped in with his fists, asking where the second ranker was. The guy quickly turned around. The white-haired girl looked, saying that from now on. Seol-jin looked forward with determination and declared that he was the one speaking. In the white corridor, the ceiling lights were lit, and words were heard that T1 was close to death. Now Seol-jin appeared again. Zichman's face was hidden in the shadow. He said that everything was going according to plan, for now. Smiling, he looked at Absan and asked based on his reasoning about the situation. On the palm of the white creature, a star was burning, from which came a question: who did he think would win? The eye was glowing yellow. He answered that he thought it was too early to judge. Seol-jin's cloak fluttered with bright energy. Neungrian's eyes widened in shock. He was holding the guy's leg with his hand. The brunette turned his gaze to him. His hand was shaking, squeezing his ankle. The huge man swung his fist, asking, "Where is the second ranker?" Seol-jin turned to him. The white-haired girl said that now. With a determined look, the guy continued that he was the only one here asking questions. He slashed his opponent with his sword from the bottom up. The man continued to smile, saying that he blocked it. He was surprised when his body began to split into two. Seol-jin stood in front of the glowing halves. Words were heard that he blocked it. The guy frowned forward. Then he looked down. The man was holding his leg. The guy said that the eyes. Looking down, the hero continued, "They are like mirage, no doubt." Neungrian swung his blade. Seol-jin attacked him, leaving a bright mark, and told him to rest. A bright cut mark was glowing on the black-eyed man's body. He frowned, angrily calling the guy's name. Then his face relaxed. He said words of gratitude to him. The heroes looked at him in shock. Gritting his teeth, the guy covered his wound with his hand. He frowned forward and called out to the hero. Seol-jin stood in front with a glowing sword. The fabric of his clothes fluttered. The hero turned around in surprise. A multi-armed monster attacked him, but the hero blocked the blow with his sword. The brunette with black eyes said what a coincidence. She was wondering who replaced the second ranker. Seol-jin frowned questioningly when she asked his name again. With her brows drawn together, Libra said that she was not careful. The guy replied that she was definitely stronger than them and had more arms. A bright flash appeared from the blow of the purple hand. Seol-jin looked ahead and said that for sure. Standing with a sword in front of the stranger, he said that she was weaker than Mirage. Clenching a glowing sword, he told Libra that they should try. Clenching her purple fist, the brunette advised not to be so impudent. The hero swung his sword. A bright flash spread from the force of the attack. Bright flashes of blows appeared around the opponents. The man in the hood saw a flash of an explosion. There were bright colored rays in front of him. Close combat with several combat combinations. Seol-jin attacked the purple hands with a sword. This is a sight for everyone watching the fight. It is impossible to join their battle. Pasties and the others frowned and thought that he had no choice but to watch. His fingers clenched into a fist. He does not know exactly how this situation affects the test subjects, but a new flash appeared in front. A feeling of helplessness, every spectator must feel it. The man in white clothes held a book in his hand. Absan turned around. There is also. The blonde guy tried to get up. He continued the thought that there is T1. Gritting his teeth, he bent down and shouted, "Don't be ridiculous, he is different." Getting up, the guy in white clothes exclaimed that he is not weak. Swift movement. The girl covered herself with her hands from the bright beam. Seol-jin frowned at her, thinking that these hands neutralized the power of Liber, the other hand. The purple claws gripped the glowing sword. He thought the only thing that could block his attack was his hands. The brunette looked at him, saying that it was a waste of time swinging the sword. Could he do anything better than that? The hero looked at her with wide eyes, hearing him not say that he couldn't do anything worthwhile without the god sword. The girl approached and mockingly said that it seemed he had many friends. Did they identify themselves? The guy's gaze became intense. Still smiling, she whispered into his ear that he was a liar. The blow sent her flying backwards. Seol-jin turned around and said that he didn't know who she was. Frowning, he told her not to pretend to know him because it was disgusting. The girl touched her chin with her hand, saying, "Oh my god." Licking her lips, she said that she thought it was too early. Clutching the glowing sword, Seol-jin heard that she knew why Mirage sent her. Surrounded by a purple glow, the brunette said that they should be honest. Seol-jin quickly approached her, ordering her to be quiet. Without changing her expression, the girl said, "Bibian, that's her name, don't forget." A bright red beam appeared. The glowing sword collided with the guy's lightning. Seoljin looked at him in shock. In front of him was T1, surrounded by red lightning. When he looked up, his eyes were black with purple pupils. The hero called out to him in surprise. T1 was holding his wound. Gritting his teeth, he said not to be so funny, he was different. Surrounded by red sparks, the guy exclaimed that he was not weak. Sweat was running down his face, he said that it was okay. He pressed his palm to the wound on his body. Gritting his teeth, he said that at the moment, T1's eyes lit up purple as he said that if only he could fight. The multi-armed girl fell into the deep water. Smiling, she recited that those who climb the tower yearn for great power. This is a sad and unchanging truth. Piercing the guy's body with a sword, she said that because of that, a bright glow burst out from the wound. Red drops appeared. She continued that once she planted the seeds in his body, a purple swirl appeared in the darkness. It was guaranteed to bloom. The swirl took the form of a blooming flower. Licking her lips, Bibian said that Seoljin was next. The seeds attract those who thirst for greater power. Looking with black eyes, she told the boy to fight against the curse of the player. The hero's weapon collided with T1's bright lightning. Seoljin looked at his comrade in shock, thinking that these eyes were the power of an unranker. The boy held the sword with his hand. The hero thought, what if he killed him? Seoljin remembered the shining cut body. The glowing tip approached his face. A powerful explosion occurred between the heroes. Liber looked at him in surprise, saying that this was fire. The flames from the explosion blazed. Turning around, the boy called Lilith. The pink-haired girl said that they were a close-knit team. She was not the one who would leave him alone. Is he ready? The brunette looked at her with confusion. Stretching out her hand, Lilith said that she was glad that he had returned. The guy's gaze became surprised. Opening his mouth, he turned around, thinking what to say. He mentally assumed an apology. He was worried about her and thought that this was an appropriate answer. He thought it was right. Seoljin, who was standing next to the girl, said that he liked her. And then he froze in shock, making a questioning sound. Liber recoiled, hugging herself by the shoulders. Lilith opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "What?" The guy in the hood angrily called out to Seoljin. An enemy flew at the hero from behind. Pasties screamed, demanding that he pull himself together. The eyes of the brunette who turned around were glowing blue. Their palms clashed in an attack with a bright flash. The brunette said that he was stupid. Pasties turned to his friend and said that it was time to find a way to contact the outside world. Sumama said that he understood. Turning to Lilith, the hooded guy said that he knew she was angry, but that she should not show it until the end of the fight. Seoljin would help, right? The pink-haired girl had a fire burning in her palm. She said that of course. Pasties exhaled, saying that he thought he had bad social skills. Smiling, he said that finally. Seoljin turned around when he heard his and Liber's name being called. Pointing a finger at his comrade, Pasties said that he was thinking too much, that he should not think about what the end result could be. The hero and the divine sword turned, hearing that they should just fight. Sumama looked determined. Lilith frowned slightly. Liber and Seoljin looked surprised, hearing Pasties smirking, saying that they were just warming up. The brunette looked at the girl's glowing figure. T1 with a red hand attacked from behind. A blinding flash appeared. Seoljin said while blocking the blow that it had been a long time since their last conversation. The guy with black eyes heard his guess, which must have been interesting to him. Seoljin held his comrade's fist, saying that if they both fought, who would win? Liber with glowing eyes resolutely asked Seoljin to believe her. The sword glowed with a bright blue light. She exclaimed that she would do her best. The guy with a red fist frowned at him. The black violet's gaze dropped in surprise. Lilith created a huge and powerful explosion. Resolutely looking at Seoljin, she shouted at him to hit him. If he failed her, he would be finished. The brunette's eyes glowed blue. There were sparks in the darkness. He thought, no, this is not enough. Just a little more, with all their strength together. Seoljin raised his sword back, in the glow of which the figure of Liber could be discerned, and thought that with all his might. His foot slid along the ground. A fiery sword. The brunette struck T1 with a bright blue glow. The enemy flew back, looking with an unseeing gaze. Blood appeared in the corner of his mouth. Seoljin turned around when he heard him call him. From the blow, T1 fell to his knees. Lilith and Pasties looked at him in surprise. The hero began to fall to the ground. Smoke with brown sparks appeared. The blonde turned and, clenching his teeth, called Seoljin. The guy in the hood opened his mouth in surprise, exclaimed that this was impossible. He stopped the blow. The girl exclaimed that he thought so, it was possible, let him think with his head. Pasties looked down, thinking that maybe this fool had intentionally missed the blow. A flash of flame appeared, and a voice said, "No." Lilith looked at the shining fireball. Her father's voice told her to watch carefully. Frowning, the fireball said that his attack had not missed. Let her look at it. The guy's body was crossed out with a pink mark from the blow. The voice said that the blow had hit his body directly. Absent looked forward, saying that he now understood T1. He understands that he doesn't know. Looking at the brunette, the man in white said that he really doesn't know that Seoljin has a big heart. Gritting his teeth hard, the hero heard that he must feel very insulted. The guy said that Seoljin, even at such a moment, He remembered the hero lying on the ground with his comrade sitting next to him, how he watched it from around the corner, how Seoljin smiled slightly and how surprised his gaze became. Turning around angrily, T1 exclaimed, "How long?" A bright flash illuminated the hero, who exclaimed, "Is he going to look down on him?" Seoljin, looking down, apologized to Liber for not using the energy she gave. He was sorry. The white-haired girl replied that it was nothing. She also hesitated, looking down thoughtfully. She told him that when she began to cut, they surfaced, his memories from the past. Seoljin stared forward. A shadow fell on his face. He said, "So?" Sparks shone in the darkness. He heard that, so she will tell him something. Approaching, Liber touched her finger to his chest and said that she did not think he did anything wrong. T1 with red ribbons approached the brunette. A bright two-color explosion appeared. Seoljin's sword collided with the enemy's weapon. The angry hero's eyes burned with fire. The brunette looked at him resolutely. T1's gaze was surprised, then he grinned. A purple shimmer appeared. A purple rose appeared from the blonde's body. Seoljin shouted in shock for T1 not to come closer. Thinking that it was still there, the heroes flew away from each other. The brunette shouted angrily, asking what he was doing. Was he crazy? Holding his injured shoulder with his hand, T1 told him not to talk, just fight and not to worry. The guy's smile became wicked. He said he would take care of it. Frowning, T1 asked how Mirage dared to joke about him. He made a mistake. The rose began to change its color to red. He thought it was power. He would make it his own. The guy saw a blinding flash rise up and laughed nervously. Red sparks emanated from T1's white hair. He heard that he was crazy. There was a bright glow next to the hero. He thanked his comrade for waiting and said that he would show him. T1 was clutching a huge shining sword in the form of a man in his hand and said that he would show him a real burning sword. Pasties stared ahead in surprise and thought that T1 was a scoundrel. He couldn't believe that he copied the skills. Red swirls were burning in the darkness. He thought that on one side T1 who copied the first rank skills. He remembered Seoljin attacking, thinking that on the other side, the one with the burning sword skill, he couldn't attack the copy ability. The brunette looked at the huge shining figure that appeared above the hero. Pasties smirked and thought that for sure he knew. Seoljin looked ahead tensely. What is he going to do now? Surrounded by a blinding radiance, the enemy told the hero that he was here. A bright beam shot up. Seoljin sat next to the shining Liber. Without turning around, he asked, "Does she remember the skill? Is it just an image?" Looking forward, the girl replied that of course he was just imitating the ability. The dark-haired man said that they should finish this quickly. Their ability, the blast wave from the bright impact, swayed Seoljin's clothes. Liber smiled and said that with this they can stop him, right? Smiling, the guy replied that yes, in any case, their ability is all he has. He imagined the image of a long-haired girl with horns and said that it was the only thing that the master taught them in case they encountered a stronger opponent. Seoljin stabbed the shining sword into the ground. There was a bright red flash next to it. T1 frowned and asked, "The sword in the ground?" The hero's eye was burning with a blue flame. A bright blue flash appeared. The collision of two forces threw up a bright explosion. Dust and thick smoke settled from it. When the dust cleared, a blonde guy appeared. His face was covered in sweat. Looking at Seoljin, he said that he was crazy. What is he doing? Around the guy who stuck the sword into the ground, there was a bright glow that formed into a figure of clenched fists. A cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the space. Absent brought his hand to his face and noted that they were a little late, but everything was going according to plan. He looked forward from under the hood and explained that this was the awakening of the protagonist. He saw Seoljin stick the glowing sword into the ground and glowed brightly. A powerful energy surge spread instead of an explosion. The brunette looked forward angrily and realized that he had not completely blocked his blow and probably did not have enough strength. His black silhouette stood in a cloud of smoke, and he understood that his vision was too blurry and he should not fall. A blue light in the form of a cross spread in the black space. The main character held a glowing sword and a blue window popped up in front of him. A system window popped up where they claimed that he had fulfilled the requirements for activating a hidden quest. He was asked if he wanted to enter the former dungeon. The protagonist looked at what was happening with bewilderment and sweat on his brow, not understanding what was happening and wanted to give himself time to think. He lowered his head in a cloud of smoke with a tired look and wanted to be left alone. Liber immediately managed to run up from the side and catch the protagonist, who began to fall without strength. She looked at him sadly and knew that he had used all his strength and it was too much for him. She bowed her head in awe and praised him for fighting well. At this time, Seoljin was hanging with his head down, sweating. Suddenly, T1's leg appeared from the side. He noticed that the girl was used to helping him a lot and asked if it was okay for him to try so hard. The girl looked at him in shock when she heard that Seoljin's body would not last that long if he continued to fight. She saw T1 coming out of the smoke cloud and calling her name. She frowned slightly through her bangs and said that Seoljin could not move now and hinted at bad consequences for T1. The white-haired guy smiled with a malicious grin when he heard that he had won, but for him, it was wrong. T1 stood there all battered and tired, agreeing to a draw, because he was also at the limit. Then, with a battered look, he still found the strength to smile maliciously and meant what she would say to this guy if he was not so lucky next time. Libber looked at him in surprise, her eyes bulging. She saw how T1 also fell to the ground exhausted. She looked at what was happening sadly and was perplexed. Pasties and Lilith at this time looked deep into the cloud of smoke. They saw a black silhouette of a person. Pasties angrily cried out, "Was it Seol-jin?" As soon as he heard the word no, he immediately froze and bulged his eyes. They saw how Libber came out of the cloud of smoke and explained that these guys were both unconscious and was dragging their bodies. T1 at this time lowered his head with a grin. Pasties sighed with relief, holding his head. The protagonist looked up in sweat. Lilith watched what was happening with amazement and disgust. Libber came closer to the guys and threw the guys' bodies off. Pasties put his hand on his belt and mockingly looked at the white-haired guy, because he did not expect to be abandoned like that and did not know exactly why he was lucky. Pasties smiled widely from under his hood and felt that this was not so and as if he had forgotten everything. A bright light appeared with an appeal to Seol-jin. The guys carefully looked at the fiery silhouette of the man who addressed the protagonist and asked him to be a good friend to his daughter. At this time, the fiery man looked at the unconscious protagonist and said how dare he approach her and confess his feelings. Libber at this time watched in surprise, her eyes wide. She immediately began to laugh loudly, opening her mouth. Black ash flew in the air. Libber was about to approach Pasties from behind, who was meditating over the sunset and thought that Sumama had approached him and said that she was late. The white-haired girl looked at Pasties in surprise and mentioned that he meant that red girl and seemed to be waiting for her. The boy replied that he said to look for the exit from the terrarium and it was time for her to go back. Pasties crossed his arms when Libber looked at him with excitement, because he said that the second rank told them to wait, but they had to do something. The girl asked the boy about the plan. Pasties' eyes widened at her in surprise when she explained that it was amazing. Libber watched as Pasties leaned forward and remarked that the girl was just like Seol-jin, but she did not understand what he meant. Her eyes widened in surprise when Pasties stated that he did not have a plan and did not know how to use the fire sword. He smiled maliciously under his hood and noted that he wanted to become stronger. He didn't need to be an unranker or anything, but he didn't want to be kicked out either. Lilith closed her eyes and sighed, explaining that it was important. The boys looked back at the glowing girl with displeasure, and Pasties explained that he was almost dead. The guy in the jacket looked at her maliciously, asking about Lilith's father. The girl sadly closed her eyes and answered that he hadn't calmed down yet, but he finally fell asleep after a long fuss and she was completely exhausted. The guy in the jacket looked at her sarcastically and explained that he didn't know why she was so worried anyway, since it might not be a natural reaction. The pink-haired girl was about to fall backwards, under the purple sky, noting that the guy confessed his feelings right in front of her. She was about to hit Pasties, who laughed. She still noticed that it couldn't be a confession, and that he seemed to be joking. The guy in the jacket tilted his head back in horror when he saw the girl's hand. She sighed in displeasure, closing her eyes and explained that it wasn't a confession, and that the guys just didn't know Seol-jin. While Lilith was dissatisfied behind her, a brunette came up to her and called out to her. Lilith was scared and horrified, looked back at the protagonist, and asked him to explain the situation correctly to Pasties. The brunette scratched his face and looked away, saying that the most important thing now was for Lilith to give him some time. Libber looked at the guys in surprise, while Pasties held his head. The pink-haired girl stared in horror and numbness when Seol-jin wanted to talk to her alone. He immediately led the girl by the hand down the mountain. Lilith immediately pressed herself against the mountain at the guy's request. They were both standing by the stone wall. At this time, Pasties and Libber were standing around the corner and were going to eavesdrop. The girl looked at the guy with displeasure and asked if he really needed to eavesdrop, since the guys wanted to talk in private. They were both peeking around the corner, and Pasties was trying to find out what was going on between these guys. The guy in the jacket tearfully covered his mouth with his hand, noting that he was very happy for Lilith, since she had grown a lot, although Libber did not understand such concern. When the girl sat on the ground, hanging her arms, Pasties asked that in her place he would definitely not be sad. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and wondered why she should be sad. Pasties explained that Seol-jin was her contract since she was his sword. At this time, the main character timidly scratched his head, looking at Lilith by the wall. Pasties explained that if these guys started dating today, then maybe Seol-jin wouldn't need her anymore. Libber's eyes widened in amazement. The guy in the jacket widened his eyes in confusion when the girl didn't understand what he was even saying. The white-haired girl widened her eyes in shock and explained that Seol-jin would be hers and she wouldn't give him to anyone. Pasties widened his eyes in amazement as he looked at the girl. He looked at her from the black shadows, dumbfounded, and didn't want to hear this truth. The starry sky covered the mountain and Pasties asked what was happening to Libber. T1 was sitting on the hill under the moonlight at night. He looked at the moon with excitement and realized that it was a beautiful view and couldn't believe that it was inside the tower. Then he squinted slightly through his bangs and wished to think that since he came to this world, this was the first time he looked at the sky. A large blue moon illuminated the snow-capped mountains. Then the guy looked at his phone. His black shadow sat on the edge of the hill, and he saw everything. He immediately let go of his phone and now accepted this place and reality. He stretched out his hand and dropped the phone from the edge of the hill. This phone fell into the black space. T1 stretched out his hand, which was illuminated by a bright light. Then he sighed with a grin and tried to figure out what to do now. At this time, Absent appeared behind T1. He looked at him sadly and noted that the guy lost, and now he was afraid that T1 was no longer valuable to Avalon. The white-haired guy looked at him. Unfortunately, this reality was very cruel and it did not give him time to worry. The starry sky enveloped the entire space. T1 began to smile widely and asked what he should do now. Absent looked at him with bewilderment, tilting his head. Absent watched as T1 was about to stand up and was going to talk about it later since it was too little time. T1 placed his black hand on Absent's shoulder and asked for time to rest. Then the two of them watched as Xiao Jin was talking with Lilith at the foot of the mountain and wanted to see something funny. The girl stood with her head down while the brunette held his head and was angry. T1 looked down in awe and asked Absent's opinion. The cloaked mage looked away in confusion. He immediately sighed with a grin and remarked that he had learned his lesson. At this time, Xiao Jin stood next to the girl and was timid with his eyes downcast. His eyes widened in horror and tried to comprehend what he was wearing and why he said that. He remembered looking at Lilith and the fire that flashed between them on the ground, and he got goosebumps just thinking about it. It was a black screen and his question about whether the girl liked him. He immediately knelt down indignantly and held his head, because he didn't understand why he said that and he could have done better. He ironically wished for himself to die, and it would be his atonement for such an awkward situation. He bared his teeth in rage and understood that he just needed to die and wanted to fix it. Then Lilith screamed at him in alarm, and he also opened his mouth. Then the main character immediately drooped and began to shake, his eyes bulging. The pink-haired girl also looked nervously at Xiao Jin. Rays of light appeared, and the main character wanted to shift the responsibility to the girl, but she did not want to accept it because he himself called her here. He angrily stretched out his fingers and wanted to say it all at the same time. Then Lilith made a face and lowered her head. She immediately looked away with displeasure and resigned herself to this fate and was going to count. When Xiao Jin clenched his fist, Lilith started counting. He stood there sweating and looking downcast as the counting continued. The protagonist maliciously pointed at the glowing quest key when the girl asked him what he liked about her. He immediately felt a fiery gust right in his face. From this situation, the flames flared up and black smoke came out. The protagonist lay in the fire when the enraged girl walked away from him and did not want to talk to him. Then the protagonist was going to get up, leaning on his hand. He immediately began to catch up with the girl, and so that she did not leave. The guy stood in front of the girl, holding out his hand. She timidly lowered her gaze. The brunette apologized for the situation with a downcast expression. He held her hand and agreed that she was right because he changed the subject because he was nervous. He blushed slightly and looked down, explaining that if the girl didn't mind, they could become a couple. The pink-haired girl timidly glanced at him. It was a starry night sky. Suddenly, they saw Liber in front of them, who greeted them. The main character looked at her in shock, sweating. Lilith also looked back at Liber in shock, sweating. The white-haired girl widened her eyes with enthusiasm and asked the guys what they did without her. At this time, the bright moon illuminated the mountain ranges. A broken fluffy drone animal lay on the ground. Sumama reached out her hand to the broken toy. She picked up the broken drone and now understood why the examiners had done nothing. Sparks of electricity were spreading in space and she realized that the examiners did not know what had actually happened. She looked at a whole bunch of furry broken drones, smoking from them because they had been shot down. She peered through her bangs and realized that no matter how accurately the drones were modeled after the Mokai-ko creatures, unless they had gone crazy, they would not be able to do this. A purple flower appeared in the starry black sky and she knew that this was the killer. Pasties lowered his head in his fur hood and Sumama now understood the reason why the raid was not over yet. The guy in the jacket was eating popcorn with relish and watching the events animatedly. He peeked around the corner and saw Liber intervene in the secret conversation. The white-haired girl looked at the guys in surprise. The brunette looked at her dumbfoundedly with a downcast expression. The pink-haired girl also looked at Liber with sweat and amazement. She looked back at them excitedly and asked what they were doing without her. The guys started yelling at her furiously and noted that it was just a misunderstanding. Liber started laughing with a smile and asked what kind of misunderstanding it was. Xiao Jin opened his mouth in horror when Liber asked if he told her about the previous task. Lilith immediately started covering Xiao Jin's face with her hands and noted that they were just discussing the previous task because he brought her here specifically for this. The girl with white hair looked through her bangs and said Lilith's name. The pink-haired girl exclaimed in amazement when Liber noted that she did not ask her at all. The white-haired girl looked intently at Seoljin. Bright lights flew in the black space. The brunette looked at her, raised his eyebrows and asked why she was so angry. She immediately grabbed his hand. Then she began to leave, taking Seoljin with her. The brunette began to frown with displeasure and told the girl to wait, because it would be rude if they left like that. The protagonist's eyes bulged when Liber addressed him. He saw how these bright lights grew in the black space. She squeezed his hand tightly with her fiery fingers and noted that he was her contractor. She looked back at the guy with anger and tears in her eyes and asked him about it again. The brunette frowned with displeasure and cried out that the girl's body had changed slightly, and she had thinned out the bright lights from herself. She raised her hand behind her head and looked under her armpit when the brunette began to inquire about the girl's health and noticed that she was dizzy. The white-haired girl grabbed her head with a lively look. She looked at him with a lively look and gave him a thumbs up, noting that she was back to normal. She looked into his eyes with a shining gaze and wanted to check how strong he was and asked if he could use his powers. The brunette began to say that they had fought a little before, but now he was a little sad. The main character began to inquire about the girl's health again and noted that she had been crying just a few minutes ago. At this time, Lilith watched what was happening with surprise, her eyes wide. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in shock and she was nervous, realizing that Liber had grown up. She saw how the girl in the black dress was dragging the main character by the hand. These two black silhouettes were running away from Lilith. The pink-haired girl immediately drooped and lowered her gaze. Suddenly, she grabbed a piece of Seoljin's black cloak. The brunette looked back in surprise at Lilith, who was approaching from behind. His eyes widened in surprise. The girl was asking the guy to wait through her pink hair. She looked at him with displeasure and noted that they were not finished yet, and she had something else to say. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the girl. At this time, Liber was looking at him furiously from the other side. The protagonist's screams could be heard for Lilith to stop and how much longer she was going to hold him. The two of them were trying to take Seoljin for themselves when Sumama jumped on them from the side. The monster girl looked at them furiously and notified them that since the guys could still fight, she told them to get ready. All the guys looked back in surprise at the monster girl. T1 looked back and saw a crowd of monsters walking towards him. The white-haired boy frowned in anger and did not understand where the judges came from. He straightened his black-gloved hand and it glowed red, because he wanted to fight first and find out everything later. He immediately dealt a crushing blow to the black monster with a glare. Absent watched from the side as T1 fell to the ground, because a fight was impossible. The judge in the white uniform looked down on what was happening and noted that T1 should know about this, because he had already used force beyond his capabilities. Then Absent slightly closed his eyes and explained that T1 was not the same as Seoljin. T1 bared his teeth bloodthirstily and clenched his fist, realizing that he still had to fight. Absent's eyes bulged in surprise. Then he grinned maliciously and understood everything. A flash of green light flashed across the black space. He immediately opened his magic book and wanted to help the guy. The guy saw a green angel form appear above the judge, and now he wouldn't have to run away anymore. The guy looked at what was happening in amazement. Then his eyes widened in shock. He saw the green angel form evaporate. Gray clouds covered the glowing moon and a lot of time had passed since Dean left. All the guys watched as a whole crowd of black monsters ran towards them. The main character exclaimed, looking ahead, and realized that he had already fought and defeated this monster. He saw a purple man with glowing eyes rushing towards them. Pasty's eyes widened in surprise and tried to understand what was happening. He saw people flying towards them with bloodthirsty grins and rage. Pasty's frowned with sweat, his eyes wide, and he himself saw this power and purple eyes, because behind this there were definitely players outside the rank, and he thought that Dean would take care of it. He immediately leaned over in anger and clenched his fists, because he himself was such a fool when he relaxed and completely relied on Dean, because he should have realized the complexity of the situation a long time ago. He believed that he did not deserve to be a player. Suddenly, Pasties put a hand on his shoulder. The protagonist indifferently pushed the surprised Pasties away and asked him not to worry, because everything would be fine. The brunette looked at him with a grin and noted that although Pasties did not trust Dean, he could easily replace a rank 2 player. They introduced Dean, whose cloak was fluttering on the battlefield. Pasties peeked out from under the hood with a grin and ironically agreed with this. He immediately sighed with a smile and wanted to try harder. They watched as the rest of the angry players flew towards them. Sumama stood at the front of the crowd, and they wanted to hold out until Dean returned. Sumama remembered sitting in the movie theater while Seoljin screamed next to her. Absent stood in the black space, and he had been working for Avalon since he was young. Several players looked ahead at the gray space, and Absent's job was to find candidates who met Avalon's requirements and help them win tournaments. Absent watched as the player in the black rash guard said goodbye to him with a smile. At that moment, Absent was standing under the hood and was about to lose himself. A flash of green light flashed through the black space. Then it changed its appearance and took on its natural form. It was a black space because Absent was about to re-enter the tournament. It was a funnel-shaped staircase stretching upward. Over and over again, Absent found one common quality in the candidates during his missions. It was a black screen, and that quality was an inflated sense of self-worth. That same guy in the black rash guard smirked and thought he was better than everyone else and thought he stood out from the rest. It was a crowd of armed players in the form of black silhouettes because they thought they were special and thought they could change this world. Absent looked at them with sadness because he knew that each of the candidates had similar thoughts. He watched as two players stood next to each other, and he called this quality arrogance. Then he looked down sadly because this was his personal opinion. Small gleams of light filled the black space. However, forming this opinion was one of his main tasks. Absent extended his hand, and a green cross appeared there. The man with long black hair smirked sarcastically and noted that this was an unexpected decision from Absent. He looked at the green crystal in the shape of a cross, and the guy did not believe that Absent chose this impudent guy. T1 now watched as the green form of an angel rose above Absent. The white-haired guy looked at what was happening in surprise and tried to find out who Absent was. This judge in a white cape looked with a green eye and said that everything was simple because he was what every person has. T1 looked at him intently when he heard that he was a desire. Absent bowed his head and began to illuminate with green light, because he explained that his essence is the combined desires of all players and these desires create the basis of his power. T1 saw how a huge green angel appeared in front of him, which was a rebuke. The green form of Absent under the hood smirked and noted that he lived in order to pass on this power because this is his duty. The white-haired boy's eyes widened in alarm when he heard his name. Avalon's henchman was leafing through his magic book with his green hands and wanted to pass this power on to T1. The boy was immediately stunned and panicked. Glints of dim light filled the space and the boy wondered why him. Absent's green form stared at the boy and answered because he thought that he might be able to change this world. T1 looked at the judge in surprise. Then he looked down sadly. He looked at his fist, lowered his head and resigned himself to this fate, noting that he did not know for sure if he could do it. Then he smiled brightly, closing his eyes because it was difficult for him to change even himself. Absent was about to tear a page out of the book and noted that it did not matter. The judge handed him the magical green leaf and noted that he chose it, although the spirit did not agree. The guy immediately began to be absorbed by the green funnel. The green spirit Absent began to evaporate and wished the player good luck. T1 looked at the green cross in front of him in surprise. He widened his eyes in shock and said the name Absent. A message appeared asking him to insert a coin. Then the connection began. At this time, the monsters were flying towards the group of guys. Pasties looked at Lilith and noted that since she had a good rest, he left the first monsters to her. Liber looked at the protagonist with enthusiasm, holding his hand and was going to walk with him. The protagonist held out a staff in front of him that emitted a glow and was glad that they could still fight. Then he looked forward and shocked through the discharges of electricity. He immediately dropped the staff, baring his teeth, as he received a discharge of electricity. Liber looked at him with alarm and asked if he was okay. The guy was screaming through his teeth for her to ignore him, and he could endure it, although it was painful. Various monsters were running towards them from the side from the cloud of dust, and he did not want to lose consciousness because it was not the end yet. Then flashes of blue light appeared through the smoke, and Xiao Jin wanted to fight. T1's malicious grin appeared, and Xiao Jin tried to calm himself down by saying that he was the strongest among the newcomers, and he needed to endure 5 minutes. A dim glow appeared, and Xiao Jin could no longer endure it. When the protagonist stuck the sword into the ground, his eyes widened, hearing that he was overdoing it. The brunette looked up and saw T1 in front of him. The guy with white hair looked through his bangs and said that he would take care of everything himself and Xiao Jin could rest. The time was already 5. T1 stepped onto the ground and broke it. He looked forward from under his bangs and wanted to use skill 392. The countdown of 459 began. The players of the unranked looked up and saw T1 soar into the sky with the help of the earth pillar using the movement of the earth crust. The protagonist looked up in surprise. T1 looked down from above, stretching out his fist with skill 29. He stood on the earth pillar, and a huge crystal in the form of an ice spear skill appeared above him. The players and monsters below looked up. A powerful explosion of light occurred. These monsters immediately turned white and emitted smoke from themselves. Pasties looked at this in amazement and noted that despite his injury, T1 defeated monsters and enemies. The white-haired guy looked down on the monsters emitting smoke, and his guys realized that he had become stronger. The counter was already 411. The entire white monster sighed sadly and crunched. T1 stared at what was happening and noticed that this monster was as durable as the legendary boss on the last level, and realized that it was at least B rank. This huge monster was about to swing its hand and grab T1. The white-haired guy extended his fist and asked the monster to wait. This man-monster with glowing eyes flew higher and crunched. The guy stared at it. Suddenly, the protagonist with a glowing sword flew towards the huge man monster. The protagonist swung his glowing blade furiously. He immediately dealt a light blow to the monster and flew on. Liber happily watched what was happening, baring his teeth and clenching his fist. The main character slightly narrowed his face when the blue electricity flew past, and he asked Liber if she was too excited and asked her to look at the appearance of the sword. The brunette flew forward with a tattered look, and he realized that he used too much power, thinking that it was due to Liber returning to her original form. He also realized that if this was the reason, then his limit was only 2 attacks. Xiaojin flinched and widened his eyes when he was called a frivolous brat. The brunette glared at T1, who shouted at him that he asked him not to interfere and did not understand why he did not listen to him. The hero did not understand why T1 helped him, as if he was trying to seem cool. The white-haired guy angrily extended his index finger and noted that Xiaojin was weak now and asked how he was going to fight such a monster. Suddenly, other player monsters were flying behind the protagonist. Suddenly, the girl clenched her fire fist. Xiaojin saw Lilith flying with her fire father, who drove away the monsters with a fire attack. The brunette looked at her with enthusiasm, frowned slightly, and thanked her. The fire father looked at the protagonist and replied that it was he who helped, because it would be hard if he died here, and added that they needed to talk about something later. The brunette's eyes widened and he was slightly nervous. Glints of fire appeared in the black space, and Lilith's father said that he should have said this running ahead and asked him to politely take care of his only daughter. The fire father sniffed. At this time, the furious Lilith grabbed her fiery father and tried to understand what he was even talking about. The brunette watched with sweat on his brow as the events between the fire and Lilith unfolded. Lilith looked furious and angry. The protagonist watched from the side as the angry girl asked her father to understand her, because she did not do this to help him. Liber immediately opened her mouth and began to add that she knew this, and therefore they should protect themselves, and asked Lilith to stop being so clingy. T1 at this time watched what was happening with bewilderment and indifference. The clock was already 2:30. The white-haired guy looked down intently. He saw how the monsters were trying to surround the protagonist and Lilith. The pink-haired girl furiously backed away, waving her fiery hand, and asked Xiaojin to come down. The brunette looked at her with alarm and agreed. A red beam of light flashed. Pasties and Sumama watched as their friend stood on the earthen pillar from above. T1 calmly extended his hand forward and addressed Lilith, noting that he really liked her attitude, but asked about how she was going to kill everyone who was under control. The girl looked back at the guy furiously along with her fire father. At this time, the monsters were trying to climb the earthen pillar. The white-haired guy watched the monsters closely and expected that there was something strange here, because the monsters were not reckless and most likely possessed by something. There was 1 minute left on the clock. T1 extended his hand with magic downwards and wanted to test this theory and apologized to Xiaojin in advance. The protagonist stared down in shock, looking down, because he was bound by a red rope. He immediately flew down with a red beam. The protagonist found himself at the foot of a dirt mountain with a monster, and T1 explained that he should not worry because he was not going to kill him. The brunette was confused by this event. He was tied with a red rope and hung as a bait in front of the monsters, because T1 wanted Xiaojin not to help him, but now it seemed like she really wanted to lose. The white-haired guy pulled the red magic rope towards himself and looked ahead, because he assumed that Xiaojin was their target, and this was justified, and therefore wanted to use him as bait to distract them. He stretched out his hand and a red net appeared. The brunette looked up in horror and saw how all the monsters fell into the red net. Xiaojin tilted his head and realized that T1 caught all the possessed, and it was an amazing skill. Pasties looked up in surprise and tried to figure out what Xiaojin should do now, since T1 could only use one ability at a time and his ability had to stay active to keep them all tied up in the air. T1 raised his fist as the boys tried to figure out what he was going to do. There were 10 seconds left on the clock. T1 peered through his bangs and noted that it would be over soon. The time was up and the clock read. Pasties covered himself with his hands from the powerful splash and explosion. Sumama stood next to the guy in the jacket and tried to figure out what that was. Pasties looked ahead through his hood in shock and replied that it wasn't T1. The white-haired guy was squinting through the cloud of smoke at the time. Then he squinted with a smirk and noted that Dean was late. At that time, Dean's black silhouette was sitting on the ground. The leader of the monsters, the brunette, bared her back with the number 7. The black silhouette of Dean with a glowing hand walked into the cloud of smoke as a monster. All the guys looked at what was happening with enthusiasm. T1's eyes bulged in bewilderment. They saw how the black silhouette of Dean swung his glowing hand. The light stream cut the black screen in half. All the monsters received light blows when Dean swung his fist. All the guys watched the powerful light stream. Pasties and Sumama stared in surprise. Lily's eyes bulged in bewilderment. She continued to look forward in surprise. Pasties bared his teeth maliciously and noted that it was a rank 2 power. Dean stood there cold-bloodedly while his cloak fluttered. The brunette looked at his friend with enthusiasm and noted that he was late. He started running after Dean and waved his hand at him because he knew he would come back, and now they had stopped the rest of the unrankers. The blonde coolly tilted his head to the side. A stream of light flashed through the black space. Liber ran out of the smoke cloud and grabbed Seoljin's hand, wishing he wouldn't go there. She looked angrily through her bangs and didn't know why she did it, although she had a strange feeling. The two of them looked at the black silhouette of the fighter in the smoke cloud. The blonde coolly looked at them from under his bangs. A noise flashed through the white space. T1 stood in front of the entire team and stretched out his hand in front of them in displeasure. Pasties looked forward with a downcast gaze and asked Seoljin if he was close with number 2, and therefore asked if this was really the Dean they were familiar with. The boys looked at the black silhouette of Dean with a glowing hand. The blonde looked away and noted that it was amazing, because Seoljin did more than he expected. Then he turned away and looked at the cloud of smoke. It was a black screen, and he was looking forward to it. Black ash flew through space. Dean extended his index finger at the boys and wanted to give them the last task. He stretched out his robot hand and slyly ordered them to defeat him. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement and his eyes bulged, not wanting to believe that even Dean obeyed the mirage. It was a black screen and the words "not true." Purple flashes of light filled the space. They wanted to start with the fact that the mirage could not control Dean, and the reason was that they did not make such a contract. It was a guy in a red mask who was smiling maliciously. A letter and a magic wand were glowing in space because it would be an exclusively fair contract between good and evil, and this is what the mirage ability is called. Dean at that moment looked at the magician with a cane, who picked up a piece of paper, and to conclude a pact, 3 elements were needed. The mirage began to write with a magic pen in the letter and grinned, because the first point was to write mutual conditions with a special pen created by the mirage. Then this letter began to curl into a ball, and the second point after signing the contract, a single fruit should appear based on the agreement. Then these two guys began to eat this glowing fruit together because the third point could be shared with each other. It was a glowing apple at the core of the contract with the drop, and once the deal was made, it was always valid, and the contract could only be made with the consent of both parties. At that moment, the brunette extended 2 fingers and said that they must also disclose information about their abilities. The blonde looked at the glowing letter with sadness and understood that both parties must be familiar with the terms of the contract before they sign it. Mirage began to grin sarcastically through the mask and replied that this was all he could offer. The blonde opened his ear wide and was asked to read carefully and make a decision about the contract. Dean held the contract with his metal hand and the conditions were really simple. At that moment, the guy in the mask stroked the little girl on the head, and after signing, Mirage will answer Dean 3 questions, and at that time only the truth can come from his mouth. At that moment, the blonde stood with his back to him and in turn allowed the Mirage squad to leave alive. The blonde gritted his teeth and was angry at that moment. He screamed furiously and clutched the apple in front of him. The Mirage continued to look at him sarcastically and noted that Dean had no choice but to agree to the offer. The blonde watched from afar as the Mirage spread its arms to the sides, because at that moment it could already answer any questions. The guy in the red mask opened his mouth wide and smirked and said that no matter how much Dean explored the tower, he still would not find the answers, and only he could help him. The blonde looked angrily through his bangs and decided to ask his own question about why the Mirage suddenly appeared. The guy in the mask smirked sarcastically, bringing his fingers to his mouth, and replied that it was not his choice. He scratched his head and stuck out his tongue because he couldn't do anything, and most likely it was even fate, or so he could assume. Dean stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, when he heard that time had finally moved in the heavenly terrarium. The brunette in the mask turned away with a smile and noted that the game had finally begun because a real player had appeared. The blonde in the cloak stood at that time in the empty space on the roof. The brunette in the red mask through his bangs said that if there is a beginning, then there is an end. If everything continues like this, then most likely the whole world will plunge into darkness. He imagined a huge tower that was burning to the ground. Mirage showed his teeth with a smile and bowed his head, saying that they were unrankers, and they appeared in order to prevent this. Now the blonde stood in front of the protagonist when the other guys were lying on the ground because they were going to kill the player. The brunette sweated and widened his eyes in amazement, trying to understand what had happened to Dean. Mirage smiled maliciously, saying that if there is a beginning, there is also an end, and if everything continues like this, then the tower or even the whole world will plunge into darkness. Mirage imagined the tower burning in flames. The man smiled slightly, saying that they were unrankers, appeared to prevent this, and they were going to kill the player. Dean stood with his back, looking into the distance. Mirage said that he was the one who was close to the top of the tower and therefore should understand. The man stretched out his hand, creating purple sparks. The brown-haired man said that there was not an ounce of lies in his words. The purple sparks began to crack. The man smiled maliciously, asking if he was right. Black specks of dust rose into the air. The man turned to Dean. The blonde stood with his head down opposite the brown-haired man. Mirage asked what his second question was. The space was plunging into darkness. The author was talking about the true player, the goal of the out of ranks, and the end of the world. The blonde looked ahead in horror. It was a shocking conversation, and so many mysteries. The guy imagined a dark whirlpool. The author noted that in this whirlpool of events, the guy slightly opened his mouth. Dean's second question had already been formulated, and he was determined. The man's scarf was fluttering in the wind. It was as if he had already promised. Dean asked who the player was. The author noted that he had promised to accept the other person's choice. The man scratched his head, saying that it was so difficult because it really was a secret. The man smiled broadly, saying that he could not hide it from him because their contract did not allow him to. The man raised his hand, saying that he already knew him and that he was his friend. The author noted that these were the words of the world of the face. Mirage said that his name was. Dean pulled out his eyes. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. The guys were standing around Seoljin. Dean said that he was giving them the last task. He looked at the guys with a cold gaze, telling them to defeat him. The brunette widened his eyes in bewilderment. The blonde was heading towards the guys. He stamped his foot, raising clouds of dust. Thick clouds of dust and smoke began to rise around the blonde. The guys looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Pasties narrowed his gaze, saying that he understood what he felt when he looked at that protagonist. A terrifying aura emanated from the guy. In fact, the concept of feelings is quite simple, just even the pressure emanating from Dean's steps. The blonde looked at the guys with a menacing gaze. They won't be able to escape, that's what everyone thinks and feels in that situation. The guys rushed to attack the blonde. They have no choice but to fight. Lilith moved her hand to the side, telling the guys to close their eyes. In front of the blonde, there were flashes of fire. The flashes of fire began to explode, raising clouds of smoke. Gray clouds of smoke and dust rose into the air. Dean looked down. The blonde narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had missed on purpose, which meant in front of the blonde, there was a man of fire. Dean thought that they were plotting something. The man of fire tried to grab Dean with his hand. He looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that he was very fast, and he was faster than anyone he had ever met. Dean jumped into the air, dodging the man of fire. The man of fire looked ahead with fury, shouting at the guys to act right then. He thought that he already knew about it. Dean looked down with curiosity. Red ribbons appeared from the fire. They wrapped around the guy's body. The blonde looked ahead with a cold gaze, telling T1 that he did use his brain after all. The white-haired boy smiled slightly. He was holding the ribbons tightly in his hand while clenching his other hand into a fist. T1 said that it was too early to be surprised. Dean looked at the boy in confusion, wondering how he was able to use two skills at the same time, and he thought that it was impossible. Dean widened his eyes. He thought that at that moment, he realized that he had become much stronger. T1 smiled maliciously, frowning. Dean raised his leg as a red energy spear was heading towards him. The energy spear appeared in front of the blonde's throat as he grinned maliciously. A bright flash erupted. The blonde said that one strike was not enough. Dean suddenly appeared in front of the boy, attacking him in the stomach. The blonde turned his gaze to the side, telling T1 that he did not expect him to try to fight him one-on-one again. The blonde's fist dug into the boy's stomach. He noted that in the end, he lost. T1's eyes widened as blood gushed out of his mouth. The white-haired boy began to fall to the ground. The blonde looked down at the boy. Then he turned his gaze to the boys. He stared intently ahead. A white being with glasses appeared in front of the blonde. The blonde turned his gaze to where Pasties was lying on the ground. The hooded boy was reaching out his hand to the blonde. Dean asked what it was. Pasties narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth. The white being clenched his fists. Dean's eyes widened as a green lightning bolt appeared. Pasties stared in confusion as a green aura appeared. Then he widened his eyes. The lightning struck the boy, causing him to open his mouth wide, screaming loudly. Dean smirked maliciously, telling him to use as much power as he wanted if he could endure it. Pasties sat on the ground as a green aura enveloped him. Pasties bared his teeth in pain, thinking that he was disappointed. A shadow fell on Dean's face. Pasties thought that the condition was finally met, but he couldn't accept the fact that he was stronger than him. Sumama appeared behind the blonde, swinging her weapon. Pasties thought that if only he had a little more power. He looked ahead in surprise to see Sumama. Sumama bared her teeth angrily, telling him to watch out as it was time to use her 9th attack skill. A yellow lightning appeared in the air. Suddenly, Dean's hand unexpectedly stopped the girl. He threw her aside. The girl crashed into the hooded guy. They crashed into the wall, raising clouds of smoke and dust. The boys sat near the wall unconscious. The blonde stood motionless. Then he turned his head to the side. Opposite the blonde stood the protagonist with the fireman. He slowly moved towards the protagonist. The blonde took a step. Liber looked ahead nervously. The fireman looked at Seoljin, telling him to run and he would do everything possible to stop him. Seoljin slightly opened his mouth, calling Dean's name. The protagonist imagined the huge blonde man with a sparkling red gaze. He thought that Dean had come for him. The protagonist looked at the guy with alarm, thinking that maybe he would kill him. Seol Jin wondered why and that this was a test again or a mirage using some kind of trick. The protagonist thought that everything was fine. He looked ahead with horror, noting that whatever decision Dean made, he had to accept. The protagonist stood motionless with his back. He thought that even if he did something he did not understand, nothing would change. The protagonist looked straight ahead in confusion. He thought it was just because he hadn't told them everything. The brunette remembered Dean hugging his shoulder with a wide smile. He mentally thanked the blonde for being his friend for so long. The brunette looked at the guy in horror. He thought that this was something he could do for Dima, wondering if this was his destiny. Lilith suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. The girl's pink hair was fluttering in the air. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. Lilith looked at the guy with a cold gaze, telling him to run. Yellow sparks appeared in front of Dean and exploded. The blonde stood motionless, pressing his lips together. He looked at the guys with narrowed eyes. Fiery sparks were floating in space. The mirage presented a black silhouette of a guy with a severed head. He said that the Unranker's plan was to defeat the real player Seol Jin. Dean stood in front of Mirage. Mirage said it was to get rid of the reason why time started moving. Mirage lightly squeezed his fingers, saying to kill him and they would forget everything. The man clenched his hand into a fist, saying they were just made of empty shells. Dean looked at the man with an indifferent look, noting that he never asked about his plans and that he had a loose tongue. Dean looked at the man with narrowed eyes. Mirage smirked maliciously. The blonde asked if he was hinting at anything for him to help him. Mirage patted the little girl's head. He noted that this was more of an addendum to his first question. The girl noted that he understood him. The man raised his index finger, noting that he was not asking for help and was simply thinking of one thing. The man imagined the image of the protagonist walking the line. He said that Seol Jin was getting stronger every time he climbed higher and higher up the tower and the situation would only get more complicated. Mirage extended his hand, stating that one day they wouldn't even be able to touch him. He clenched his fist in front of his face, smirking maliciously. Mirage said that he had said too much. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest. Mirage said that he could ask anything. Dean looked at the man with a cold gaze. Mirage asked what his last question was. The protagonist and Dean stood opposite each other. The protagonist looked at the blonde in horror, calling out to him. The blonde stood motionless, not answering the protagonist. Cold sweat from fear ran down the protagonist's face. Lilith grabbed Dean's leg with her hand. She looked at the guy with displeasure, telling him not to dare run away. The blonde looked straight ahead. Lilith said that if he was going to do it, then let him kill her first. Dean turned his gaze to the girl. The protagonist appeared in front of Lilith. He opened his mouth wide, telling him to kill him. The blonde looked at the guy with a cold gaze, asking if he was serious. The brunette noted that his target was him. The pink-haired girl looked at what was happening in horror. Seol Jin said not to touch the other participants. The blonde's hand reached out to the main character. The girl screamed Seol Jin's name. T1 was lying on the ground, gritting his teeth. He thought that if he could move at least a little, but he was completely immobilized. Pasties slammed his fist on the ground in displeasure. Dean stood motionless, reaching out his hand to the guy. The blonde hugged the brunette, saying that he was sorry. Dean smirked slightly, saying that as expected, it was too much for him to become a villain. The blonde stood in front of the Mirage. The man said that he could ask anything, asking what his last question was. The guy slightly opened his mouth. He looked at the man with a sad look, asking what he believed in. The man looked at the guy with bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The little girl looked at the man. Mirage asked if he looked like a coward who wouldn't answer such a question without a contract, noting that he should think so as this was his last chance. Dean slightly opened his mouth, telling him to answer. A purple flash appeared in the air. Mirage extended his hand as a purple energy cross appeared in it. The blonde looked at the man with a cold gaze, telling him to answer him. The little girl looked at the man. Dean asked what he believed in. Purple lightning embraced the man. Mirage asked what he believed in. The man pressed his hand with the cross to his stomach, saying that he did not trust it. The man squeezed his hand, telling him to listen carefully, and in this world there were only facts and lies. The man gritted his teeth, saying that there was nothing he believed in. Bright sparks appeared in the air. The man said that it did not matter in God or anything else, since he did not even believe in himself. Dean disappeared in a purple haze. The little girl looked at the Mirage and called out to him. The man grabbed his face with his hand. The girl asked if he was okay. The man replied that he was not. He grinned maliciously, wondering why this villain asked that. The man cut the purple haze with his weapon. He told the girl that it was time to go back. The Mirage smiled slightly, saying that he admitted, and this time he really lost. Dean walked up to the brunette, hugging him. He grinned slightly, noting that as expected, this was too much for him, becoming a villain. Red lines appeared in the air. Lilith asked that this was a test, and he should explain everything to them. The guys glared at the guy. Lilith asked how they could beat him since he was in second place in the ranking. Dean told them to calm down. The blonde smiled awkwardly, saying that they must have been in a lot of pain and he was trying to adjust to their strength. The blonde smiled and pointed at the bodies, saying that he really didn't intend to kill them. The boys looked at the boy in confusion. The protagonist stood with his back to them, watching what was happening. Pasties told him not to joke like that again, and he got goosebumps. Lilith noted that everything was right and that it was too much. Dean said that he was sorry. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He wondered if this was just a test. Seoljin pressed his lips together, thinking that it was a lie because the tension with which Dean approached him was realistic. The blonde smiled and looked at the boys. Liber leaned on the protagonist's shoulder. She asked if he was okay, because he looked very tired and that she used too much energy. The protagonist pushed the girl away from him, saying that he was fine and that she shouldn't worry. Liber said that's fine then. The protagonist blushed slightly, clutching his cheeks. He thought that he needed to pull himself together. Liber watched the protagonist in confusion. The protagonist thought that even if her body had gotten bigger, he was the owner of the ego sword and didn't need to be afraid of Liber. Pasties collapsed to the ground, saying that he was losing his energy. The guy sat on the ground with his head down. Pasties said that he was just kidding and they were risking their lives. The pink-haired girl squeezed her hand, thinking that she knew. Tears were streaming from the girl's eyes. She asked if this was a test, and he mocked her by noting that they didn't know. Lilith remembered looking at the protagonist, telling him to run or he would die. Lilith covered her face with her hands. Dean smiled slightly, saying that he thought they were wrong. He crossed his arms over his chest, asking that he said not to stop him, but to defeat him, and that he actually said that. The boys looked at the blonde with confusion. T1 asked how they could do that and what he meant. The blonde grabbed his chin with his hand. He asked the boys what they thought was the most important criterion for a player to rise in the rankings. Sumama looked at the boy with a shabby look, asking that it took strength. Dean said that was wrong, and the most important thing can't be expressed in just one word. Pasties wondered why he asked then. Dean smiled slightly, saying that for players with different characteristics, the most important thing is. The blonde clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it was a firm intention to achieve the goal and the faith that supports this intention. The boys stared at the boy. The blonde said that these two criteria say that even though he will know that he will lose, he will still not chicken out and will help his teammates to the end, noting that he saw strong will and faith. The brunette looked at his friend in surprise, asking what he wanted to say. Dean grinned slightly, saying that everything was correct, adding that he congratulated them. The blonde looked at the guys with a smile, saying that from that moment they were officially players. The guys looked at each other in surprise. They smiled widely and happily. The bright sun was shining above the tower. The guys' screams were heard throughout the entire space. Green petals were falling in front of the girl. She stretched out her hand to the petal. The blonde began to cry joyfully, pressing her hand to her head. Black specks appeared in the air. Dean was sitting on the edge of a cliff. He looked down, noting that he was glad that he saw it for himself and that the level of the finalists was different this time. The blonde grinned contentedly, noting that these were the 97 guys who started the game and that he was going to leave a big mark on the tower's history. The blonde sat with his back to the game, looking into the distance. He noted that they were the ones they had been waiting for so long. Black specks of dust were flying in the air. Nagi looked down with a menacing gaze. Indifference was visible on her face. Pasties raised his hand, over which a seal was hovering. Dean pressed the seal on Pasties' hand. A green mark appeared on the guy's hand. The guys looked at the mark with admiration. Pasties noted that it was a player's mark and he had heard of it. Pasties happily began to roll on the ground. Dean noted that the next day it would become colorless, so let them take a closer look at it. T1 raised his hand, looking at the mark. He looked down with a serious gaze, thinking that according to the webtoon, with it, the player's vital signs would be registered by the guild union. The boy imagined the crystal near the arch. He thought that it was necessary for the portal movement used by the upper class members and something that only real players could use. T1 clenched his hand into a fist. He sighed contentedly, saying that it meant that if he received such a mark, he would be recognized as an official player. Pasties appeared behind T1 with a crazy smile. The white-haired boy said that all the tests for candidates were really hard. The hooded boy said that he knew quite well, asking that he must have studied the matter. Pasties slapped the boy on the shoulder. T1 noted that he had simply encountered similar things before, asking if he could step aside since he was too close. Pasties said that he was so shy. Lilith stood with her back to the boys. She smirked slightly. A fireball appeared near Lilith. Her father asked why she didn't join them. The girl lowered her head, saying that it was over. The boys happily talked to each other. Lilith noted that they were happy, but for her. She pressed her knees to her chest, saying that this was a normal reaction after the end of the fight. Her father watched his daughter with a sad look. Lilith lowered her head to her knees, saying that just watching from there was enough for her. Black sparks appeared in the air. The protagonist approached Lilith, asking if she was really tired and that she must be feeling really bad since she was moving away like that. The girl looked at the protagonist with embarrassment. Pasties smiled widely, clenching his hand into a fist. Sumama looked at her hand with admiration. The protagonist sat down next to the pink-haired girl. He turned his gaze to Lilith. The pink-haired girl turned her head away. Seoljin thought that her ears were red. The protagonist's hair was fluttering in the wind. The protagonist slowly moved his hand towards the girl. He thought that even so, she was not avoiding him. The protagonist looked at the ground with embarrassment, calling out to Lilith. The pink-haired girl looked at the floor with embarrassment. The guys looked at each other. Seoljin asked if he could touch her hand. Seoljin looked at the girl with an embarrassed look. The pink-haired girl looked at the guy in surprise. Her face turned red from embarrassment. Then she turned her head away. Lilith closed her eyes. She lowered her head to her knees, saying that he could do it. The protagonist reached for the girl's hand. The guys stretched their hands towards each other. Liber appeared out of nowhere, asked what's going on. The protagonist abruptly raised his hand up. Tears were streaming down Sumama's cheeks. Liber asked what was wrong. Sumama said that it was not that. Liber looked at the girl excitedly. Sumama noted that they would finally be able to climb to the top of the tower. Sumama cried without stopping, noting that now she had a chance to find her mother. Liber hugged the sobbing girl. Black sparks appeared in the air. The protagonist noted that they all lived for their own reasons. Pasties grinned contentedly. Seoljin noted that for the sake of wealth or fame. Lilith looked away with a slight grin. The protagonist noted something by the will of fate. Liber hugged the girl. The protagonist noted something in order to find himself. T1 closed his eyes and lowered his head. The protagonist noted that if they do not find the meaning of life. The brunette looked at the sky. He widened his eyes, wondering what will they live for? Black specks of dust appeared in the air. Dean sat on the edge of a cliff. His gaze was directed downwards. He noted that he was glad that he was convinced of this personally, and the level of the finalists was different this time. The blonde grinned slightly. He thought that these were the 97 guys who started the game, and he was going to leave a big mark on the history of the tower. The blonde's hair fluttered in the wind. Black specks of dust rose into the air. Dean noted that they were the ones they had been waiting for so long. The boys stood next to each other, looking into the distance. Dean noted that they were the light that would illuminate this world of beings who would soon reveal their true potential. Dean grabbed his head, scratching it. He said that then there was only one option, and he had no choice but to protect them. The blonde smiled contentedly, saying that even if he had to risk his life. Mirage stood with his back, lowering his head. The blonde thought that he would not let him rule this world. Mirage smiled maliciously, raising his head. The man brought his finger to his mouth, saying that he had seen the future. The man with yellow eyes looked ahead, saying that he would die there on this day. Dean stood with his back, looking into the distance. The boys stood next to each other, looking ahead. The blonde noted that from now on, his future was dedicated to these children. The blonde stood in front of the bodies, wondering what he could do for them. He lowered his gaze, saying that first of all they needed to know the nature of this purple power. Dean leaned towards the boy. The purple aura moved along the boy's arm. The blonde furrowed his brows, noting that this purple thing was still active and the cracks did not stop spreading. The boy imagined a tree emerging from the purple aura. He noted that more importantly, they continued to take root in the body. The boy, with a dejected look, imagined the image of a girl in a mask. He thought that in any case, if he interfered, this could lead to serious problems, and he had no choice but to show this to Mary. The blonde looked ahead with displeasure. He stood with his back, imagining the image of a white-haired girl and a man. Dean wondered how much Avalon knew about this. The blonde gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that if he was hiding something as terrible as this. The boy looked ahead in surprise. The man said that it must have been hard to handle it alone. The boy looked behind him, asking if it was Zichmund. The man narrowed his eyes, smiling at the boy. He said that he was glad to meet him, calling the boy a judge. Dean glared at Zichmund. The man said that he did so well on the test. Dean asked if he was making fun of him. The blonde pointed his hand to the side, telling him to look around, asking how dare he say such a thing. Zichmund smirked, saying that he couldn't save everyone. He held his hand out in front of him, noting that if he hadn't appeared, they would have all been destroyed by now. Dean glared at Zichmund. The man noted that it was just like that situation at the entrance to the village. Zichmund glared at the boy, thanking him. The bodies of the people lay on the ground. Zichmund said that thanks to them, useless people were injured. The blonde grabbed the man by the collar. He burned him with his furious gaze, asking that he was asking for a fight. Zichmund looked at the guy with a sly grin, asking what if so. The guy widened his eyes. The man pressed his hand to his leg. Then he began to raise it. Zichmund pointed his finger upward with a crazy smile, telling him to look. Dean raised his gaze to the sky, from which he widened his eyes. A black silhouette of a girl was visible on the cliff. The guys looked up in shock. T1 looked away in surprise, saying that this could not be. The main character looked up in bewilderment, saying that it was Nagi. The white-haired girl with a cold gaze looked down. The man approached the blonde, saying that it was a good job. Zichman flashed his yellow gaze, saying that from now on, the best player of the Avalon Guild will take the reins into his own hands. The white-haired girl slightly opened her mouth. She cut the space around herself using absolute area. Dean widened his eyes in surprise. White energy appeared near the guy's face. From the strong flow of aura, the bodies rose in air. Dean looked away in horror, thinking what if they were cut. The flow of energy cut the man's head. The energy cut through the bodies of people. The girl used infinity. The protagonist watched the white energy sphere. The protagonist watched in surprise as the energy approached him. He widened his eyes. Zichman said that everything was going as predicted. Nagi looked away in bewilderment. Zichman looked ahead with a malicious grin, saying that he should cut it for Avalon. Arthur smiled maliciously. Nagi landed on the ground in front of the protagonist. The brunette looked ahead in confusion, noting that he couldn't move. Liber gritted her teeth. She noted that she couldn't move at all, but she had to help Xiaojin. She looked up. She thought that she had to move, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Liber rushed forward. Nagi looked ahead with a crazy look. Liber noted that she had to protect Xiaojin. Liber looked ahead in horror when her body was cut. She looked down. Then she turned her gaze to the protagonist. Tears began to appear in her eyes. Nagi pierced the protagonist's body with her blade. Xiaojin looked down in confusion. Blue lightning passed across the brunette's face. A blue spark appeared in the air. System notification of a warning. The system announced that the game was over. Various objects were visible under the starry night sky. Treasures were visible on a mountain of gold coins. A chest and an anchor were on the gold coins. Arthur said that this sword should not be used like that. He looked at the phone with a wide smile, noting that this meant Xiaojin would die on the day of his victory, asking why it turned out like this. Arthur smiled maliciously. He said that he thought he had not forgotten what he said back then. Nagi pierced the protagonist with her blade. Arthur said that next time he would pay. Xiaojin looked down. Blue lightning moved across Xiaojin's face. A blue spark appeared in the air. Dean widened his eyes in horror. Behind him stood Zichmund, who said that he had heard and hoped that he understood everything. Zichmund smiled wickedly. He said that that boy should not exist in this world and asked not to do his stupid things. Dean looked at the man with a furious look, squeezing his hand. He told him to shut up. The blonde rushed to attack the white-haired girl. Nagi turned her attention to the guy. Dean bared his teeth furiously, swinging his fist. A guy suddenly appeared in front of the blonde. Dean looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking what he was doing. Rand frowned, looking down. He looked at the blonde, telling him to stop, since the entire guild association, including the human court, was just watching. Momo and the rest of the guys were watching what was happening. The mechanical dog was lying broken on the ground. Rand told him to look at all the destruction caused by the unrankers. Momo and the guys were standing near the table. Rand noted that the heads and judges, realizing the problematic situation, held a meeting, and they came to the conclusion that only by handing everything over to Avalon could the problem be solved. Zichmund brought his finger to his mouth. Dean looked away in bewilderment. Rand noted that, in other words, if he spoke out against Avalon, then not just them, but the entire village would be dragged in. Rand frowned, looking at the ground. He asked the guy to stop, since they had no choice. Rand was sorry that his hand was bleeding. The blonde looked ahead in horror. He lowered his gaze. The guy stood motionless with his head down. The protagonist fell to the ground as Nagi looked straight ahead. The protagonist's eyes widened. Lilith watched the scene. She widened her eyes in horror, asking to wait. A red lightning bolt appeared in the air. T1 sent out a slashing blow of red aura. The judges watched the scene. The judge said that it was a brutal attack, and if he didn't stop it, they would be dead. The old man noted that here was a copy ability. The boys stood with their backs turned to T1. The old man noted that it looked useful. The white-haired boy frowned at the boys. He told them not to move, and they knew his ability, so they knew that he would kill them instantly. Lilith looked at the boy in confusion, asking why he wanted to fight. Pasties stopped the girl. He looked at T1, noting that she was furious, but she should stop since everything he said was true. The pink-haired girl looked at the hooded boy with confusion. Pasties suggested to listen to T1 at least this time. Lilith asked if he was serious. She pulled out her eyes, asking that he would take responsibility for the situation just by looking at him. The protagonist sat on the ground with his head down. Pasties looked ahead warily, saying that he would do it. He thought that T1 had awakened during the test. Pasties narrowed his eyes. He thought that, in other words, the fact that he could use two abilities at the same time was only known to them, those who took the test with him. T1 stretched out his hand in front of him. Pasties thought that the white-haired boy had reminded them of this. T1 narrowed his eyes. He noted that they had cleared that up, but now there was another problem. Nagi was reaching for her blade. T1 pointed out that it was a fact that Nagi was fighting Genya, and it all depended on how hard he would resist. Nagi raised her weapon above her head. The protagonist sat motionless. A sword appeared in front of the protagonist, blocking the girl's blow. Liber looked ahead angrily. She asked the protagonist that he was just going to stand there and catch blows with his body, telling him to wake up. The protagonist sat with his head down. Zichman crossed his arms over his chest, saying that it was useless since it was fate and nothing could be changed. Zichman narrowed his gaze, saying that Saljin would die on that day. Nagi moved her hand aside with a furious look. Zichman said that this would be the price. The guy pressed the buttons of the slot machine. He used combinations of blows. Nagi delivered a slashing blow. She looked ahead in bewilderment when the sword stopped. Her eyes widened. The protagonist stopped the sword with his fingers. The protagonist took a fighting stance. He slightly opened his mouth, asking how he did it. Xiaojin grinned maliciously. He looked at the girl with a crazy look, saying that he simply repelled her attack by looking at her. Liber looked away in bewilderment. Nagi asked what a god was. The girl looked ahead in bewilderment. God said that it was a game of dogs, asking that, apparently, she managed to become a boss dog. Arthur smiled widely, appearing in the body of the protagonist, who was standing in a fighting stance. He said that he had not done anything for a long time, so he needed to warm up. Eyes were visible above Zichman's head. Zichman's power is the eyes of prophecy. The brunette with her eyes blindfolded smiled widely. Although this power, in fact, belongs to Lucia, his weapon. Zichman extended his hand to the girl's eyes. This ability temporarily allows you to see the world through her eyes. The man grinned maliciously. Blood dripped from his hand. For this, Zichman pays with his life. The man touched the girl's face with a bloody hand. Lucia licked the blood from her hand. At that point, Zichman had already given more than half of his term in total. Clouds of smoke and dust rose above the ground. The author said that the prophecy had changed for the first time in all of time. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance in front of the white-haired girl. Zichman's eyes widened. He smiled madly, saying that this was what he had been waiting for. A system notification was visible that the game was over. The protagonist stood in front of the inscription, noting that this was unfair. He pressed his hand to his leg, noting that this was not enough and he must become stronger. The protagonist looked ahead with a downcast gaze, wondering why. Red sparks were visible in the space. Xiaojin wondered what he had been fighting for. His gaze fell on the inscription that the game was over. A yellow spark appeared in the air. The protagonist looked at the blonde's body. He widened his eyes, asking what Liber was. The protagonist abruptly rushed to the girl, asking how she was. Yellow sparks rose into the air. Xiaojin noted that at that moment he realized the girl was lying on the ground unconscious. The protagonist noted that as soon as he approached her, he realized that he wanted to do something meaningful. The brunette grabbed the girl by the shoulders and lifted her up. He noted that he wanted to give her something, like she gave him the strength to fight. The protagonist frowned, noting that creating a reason for them to fight would be enough. Xiaojin thought that they couldn't, and everything couldn't end like this. The girl flashed with yellow light. Arthur appeared behind the protagonist, asking if he needed help. The guy put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, asking if he could use his body. The brunette looked at the blonde. Arthur noted that he didn't really have a choice. He smiled widely, telling him to just sit, watch, and keep quiet. The protagonist's cloak was fluttering in the wind. Arthur said that this was the payment he owed. The brunette looked ahead in surprise, asking what it was. The protagonist with blue eyes and a crazy smile looked ahead. He raised his leg. Arthur in the protagonist's body used a combination by jumping into the air. He kicked his leg towards the girl, throwing her back. Pasties watched in bewilderment, saying that they were making fun of her. Momo looked at what was happening in surprise, noting that he had thrown her back. The brunette smiled madly, saying that now it was her turn and he was waiting. He widened his eyes. The girl cut off the protagonist's hand. The brunette jumped to the side. The white-haired girl grabbed her blade. She made multiple slashes in space using absolute territory. The protagonist flashed his gaze, saying that he was advancing. The protagonist jumped to the side with a crazy smile. The attacks converged with each other, after which an explosion occurred. Nagi looked ahead with a cold gaze. She did not make many slashes with her blade. Liber lay on the ground, watching what was happening. She flashed yellow light slightly, smiling. The protagonist swung his sword at the girl who appeared in his hands. Liber said that this is a god. Dean looked at what was happening in shock. He noted that he made a hole in the absolute territory, and he is faster than her, wondering, but how? Dean widened his eyes. White pillars of energy appeared in the air. The blonde noted that the technique he used and tore the territory into pieces. Arthur in the body of the protagonist smiled madly, saying that it was him again. Nagi looked up. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow with a blue aura. Momo watched what was happening in bewilderment. The guys widened their eyes. The protagonist threw the sword behind his back. He smiled maliciously, asking what they were wondering, who he was. He looked ahead with a mad look, saying that his name was Arthur. Arthur smiled widely, saying that in this world he was. Sichmund smiled maliciously, saying that he was a god. Arthur threw the sword over his shoulder. Suddenly a dark substance rose from the ground. The young man was closed inside this space. He squeezed the hilt of the sword with force. The god made a wide blow to the wall of this space. The cut did not give any results, and the young man noticed this. He smiled and offered to test how many blows it could withstand, but he was asked to stop. The man stepped forward and said that he would not be able to cut the wall with this sword because it had a special structure. Sichmund smiled broadly and added that he was very pleased to meet the god and that he thought he already knew who they were. The deity smiled and asked him if the man knew him because it was amazing. The interlocutor smiled and replied that it was too early to be surprised. Suddenly magical projectiles appeared around the guy. Nagi stretched her hand forward. The god exhaled with a smile and asked if they were making fun of him because this was electric type magic, an ability that was created for beginners. He looked at the shells hovering above him. The boy jumped away from the impact point and said that it would not work against him. He frowned with a smile and looked at the opponents. The guy attacked the girl with a sword. Lucia smiled in surprise, looking at what was happening. The weapons of the opponents met with a crack. The girl added that the god was really angry. Xiaojin screamed in horror, seeing what was happening to his partner. He looked at the god and said that Libra was hurt. The blonde at first did not understand what he was saying, after which she asked there what he wanted from him. The boy looked at him in alarm and said that he should not use her anymore. Libra clenched her teeth, while tears of pain flowed down her cheeks. The boy said that she was in a lot of pain. God looked up at the screen and said that it was okay, that she was just a sword he had created, so she should last for a long time. The brunette replied that she had already been injured when she protected him, so she couldn't take that much. God calmly replied that she was about to break. Xiaojin was shocked by what he heard. Bok smiled widely and happily said that it was okay because there were many such things. He imagined various treasures and living weapons. Arthur continued to fight with his opponents, striking them with lightning speed. Nagi lunged, which the god blocked with his sword. Yellow sparks began to come from the blade. The hero frowned in anger, called out to his partner and said that the god couldn't do that. The next second, he was thrown back. The deity answered heavily that he was sorry, but he hated instructions, so the guy could just keep quiet. He turned to the brunette with a smile and offered an alternative option in which he would have to pay his price. Xiaojin looked at him tensely. The god in the body of a young man smiled madly, looked at the blade and asked the girl to hold on, asking if she could handle it. Liber closed her eyes and with tears in her eyes answered him that she could. The next second, a powerful beam of energy struck the ground. The god kicked his opponent away. He jumped from his place, holding the sword behind his back. The gray-haired girl took out another weapon. She blocked the attack of the young man. The god frowned angrily and shouted that the weapon must find a gap and strike there. He began to strike madly. Liber's blade was badly damaged and cracked. The man with a slight smile said that he was sure that the god also understood something. He looked at the damaged blade and said that she could not hold out any longer. Xiaojin gritted his teeth in tension, watching what was happening. The man said that it was time to make the right decision. The guy panicked, thinking about what the deity was doing. He watched the battle and thought about whether his ally was really just a thing to use. He imagined mountains of treasures and weapons and decided that this was nonsense. The hero clenched his fist and repeated in his head the words of the god that there were many such things, after which he added that his partner was not a thing at all. He imagined Libra sitting on a pile of things and looking into the distance, thinking that she was really waiting for him. Arthur continued to fight emotionlessly. The young man asked to stop it. The guy frowned angrily and said that he was the owner of this weapon. Suddenly, the sword disappeared from the hands of the god. A shining chest piece appeared next to the boy's belt. The god looked around in surprise. The guy raised his eyebrows, not understanding what was happening. The chess piece glowed brightly. The system gave an error message saying that the user was not recognized and then started the recovery program. Xiaojin frowned in surprise when he saw the choice window where he had to confirm it or not, and then agreed to self-recovery. Momo and her sisters were standing on a high ledge. Kitty put her hand to her forehead and laughed and said that Sichmund's ability looked very unsightly. The other girl replied that it had been 30 years since he demonstrated his skills in public. The older man scratched his chin and said that it had been exactly 34 years. The cat girl asked in surprise if her grandfather had seen it before. He smiled widely and replied that he was still young at the time, and that the old man was not going to tell them everything in detail, but he lowered his gloomy gaze and added that the fact that he showed his power today showed how worried they were about all this. The fair-haired youth walked towards the darkness. The man added that it meant that there was something he wanted to hide. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that a god was in that place and Xiaojin was in danger. He clenched his hand, activated his ability and thought that he should help them. Suddenly, a shining image of a girl appeared behind him. The youth looked back in surprise, hearing the words that now was not the time. The girl with a calm expression added that he should wait a little longer. Xiaojin's hand was incinerating in its own energy. The girl said that he should grow up. The youth clenched his jaw and closed his eyes, feeling a sharp pain. He opened his clouded eyes and heard the god's words that this power was not suitable for him. The youth's hand emitted powerful energy. The god asked him if he knew that he would absorb this power if he relied on it, and in that case he would not be able to return to his world. The god paused the battle. He turned to the boy and said that he meant that the boy would be better off handing over this power to him. The boy frowned angrily and concentrated. He looked at the deity and tried to tame the energy. The blonde looked at him silently. He turned away, exhaled, and said that he understood him because he believed that the power belonged to him, after which he called him greedy. The boy looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that it was extremely unexpected and that the god did not know that it would respond to him. He began to close his eyes, thinking that he felt his body was weaker. The image of the god began to blur in his eyes. He smiled at the blonde and said that the boy could enjoy this until he realized that in fact it was a curse. He dissolved into thin air and added that next time he would definitely take this power. Xiaojin's eyes began to take on their usual appearance. The boy occupied his body and lowered his gaze. The wounded liver lay in his arms. He lowered his eyelids and smiled slightly. Nagi stood calmly in front of him. The dark space around them began to collapse. The girl took the handle of the blade. The next second, the youth's energy dissipated around the area. T1 won from what he saw. The examiners silently watched what was happening. Pasties froze in place, looking at what was happening in surprise. Dean and Rand sadly lowered their eyes. Lilith froze in place with a shocked expression on his face. The youth dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only a trace of energy. The test for the players was over. The guys gathered at the fortress wall, on which Avalon hung a notice. They looked at the member of the organization and the inscriptions on the wall. The man in the hood spread his arms. The sheet behind him began to glow. Avalon announced his official position. Barrage smiled widely, standing behind his subordinates. The organization announced that due to the interference of mysterious unranked users who hid their identity, Nagi and Zichmund, being the president and vice president of Avalon, considered the judge's power insignificant and took control of the situation themselves, but unfortunately, many people were affected by the dark energy. In the process, some candidates began to show abnormalities. Avalon's symbol hovered over the monstrous head of a man. People began to call this process monsterization. Since there was no known way to reverse it, measures were taken to prevent its spread. Nagi stood in the middle of a dark field burning with contaminated energy. Avalon decided to accept the power. People read the writings on the wall. Information regarding the 97th generation was published by Avalon. People thought about what they saw. Naturally, these facts caused a lot of controversy, but in the end, the space near the announcement was empty. No one spoke out against Avalon. A light source of energy was burning in the darkness. This all happened because no one wanted to become a monster, and also because of the fact that the guys gathered at the healers. All 9 candidates were not resurrected in the tower. Usually, all players were resurrected in the tower when they died. This was an immutable law. In other words, the fact that the candidates were not resurrected indicated that they had become different from ordinary players. Lilith looked down sadly, including Xiaojin. 9 candidates were sacrificed. The newspaper headline was about the incident of the 97th generation. Fluffy clouds floated in the sky above the tower. Rumors of the incident spread inside the tower from outside, and just like that, the time in the tower began to move. T1 sat in the gateway and observed the surrounding energy in his hands. He strengthened the circle, sadly lowering his gaze. The guy smiled slightly. He plunged into the abyss of darkness and said the name Xiaojin. Pasty's voice sounded in the gateway. The guy said that they were there. The gray-haired youth met them and asked if everyone had arrived. The guy in the hood looked into his eyes and asked what he was doing, because he had not been seen for a long time, and why the hell he wears a hoodie in such a gloomy manner. The interlocutor calmly wanted to answer, after which he became indignant that Pasties did not like something about his appearance. The guys frowned tensely. Looking at him, the young man asked if they were really waiting for the hero to return, despite the fact that it could take forever. Sumama lowered her gaze and said that they could not do anything else. Lilith sadly lowered her head. The girl added that they basically could not do anything. The guy in the hood looked at the interlocutor and said menacingly that he did not even show his face, after which he asked if he thought that this concerned him too. T1 smiled slightly and addressed them. His voice was heard on the street. The guy said that he only understands what is happening in front of him, and this responsibility is imposed on them by emotions. Pasties angrily clenched his teeth, hearing the words that the interlocutor does not need this. He grabbed the guy by the clothes. Approaching, he angrily frowned and asked if the guy wants to fight him. The blonde looked into his eyes emotionlessly. The guy in the hood looked at him with rage in his eyes. Suddenly, he was surprised and stepped back, realizing something. T1's pupils flared with energy. The guy said that this could not be, and asked about when he managed to do this. The young man answered that it happened right before the hero disappeared. The energy coming from his eyes intensified. The boy asked them to listen carefully. He transferred the energy source to his palm and said that from that moment on, he used one skill over and over again. The guys looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that this is a hunter's compass, and as the name suggests, this ability is needed for tracking. He opened his palm and showed them the compass, saying that if the target is within a certain radius, then he will see its exact location. The guy looked down and added that if the target of the ability. The girl took a step forward and, interrupting him, called the name Xiaojin. The guy in the hood frowned tensely and shouted that this means that with this ability they can find the place where he was reborn. The blonde put the compass away, closed his eyes and answered negatively, saying that, unfortunately, the compass has not reacted in any way since the moment the boy disappeared. He looked down and added that maybe some condition for full activation was not met because he did not know much about this ability. He clenched his fist until it was tight and added that he was sure of only one thing, because the ability was still active. The blonde looked up at his interlocutors and said that this meant that the missing young man was still alive. Next to the terrarium sky arena was the guild association. Sunlight was streaming into the hall through a window on the first floor of the lobby. Kitty raised 3 fingers and said that she won due to the number 37. She jumped up from her seat with a wide smile and added that she had won. And this means that the last candidate goes to her. The general said with a shout that he simply could not accept this, because he did not understand why they were dividing the players using a game of rock, paper, scissors. Louise asked her friend to calm down. She looked to the side and asked why the general thought it was unfair, because at least it didn't guarantee 100% manipulation, like voting. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. He looked back at the girl sitting behind him. The brunette with a calm expression said that in that case, the distribution of participants was over. Pasties was supposed to join the North Street. Sumama was supposed to join the Night Demons Guild. The blonde was joining Avalon because of the majority of voters. Lilith also joined Avalon. Louise slightly lowered her head and thought that she didn't even think that the elf would accept Avalon's offer. She lowered her eyelids and added that she did not look like a person who thirsted for power, after which she assumed that the elf had changed her mind. Imagine herself in front of a powerful force, or clouds floated across the sky above the tower. The girl decided that the participant had some kind of goal. In the damaged terrarium, the dragon wrapped its body around the blue crystal at the entrance to the portal of the first floor. One of the guards extended his hand and said that all the candidates of the 97th generation had been successfully distributed, and now, before entering the damaged terrarium, they needed to know a couple of things. He imagined the silhouette of a man with the epicenter of energy in the body and said that first of all, their internal energy would change a little, so they could only enter if they were fully prepared. The guys listened to him silently and looked at the crystal. The man added that the place where they would be transferred was the second floor of the terrarium's heavenly arena, and when they arrived, the registered guild members would be waiting. He finished the sentence with a calm expression, saying that this was all he had to say. The participants looked at him silently. The man asked if they had any questions. Not hearing an answer, he calmly said that they could begin the transition. The crystal began to glow brighter. He asked all the candidates to come forward. The guy took a step forward. The guys followed him. Their group calmly entered after the blonde. T1 frowned slightly and thought about his missing comrade. Pasties frowned sternly. The girl frowned and looked at each other. The young man finished the thought by saying that everyone was waiting for him. They approached the bright light. The guy mentally addressed his comrade and said that they were waiting for him with the honorary title of player. The guard frowned and hoped that they would achieve their goals. A spatial bridge opened in front of the participants. They were greeted in the heavenly arena of the terrarium. The portal suddenly closed. Xiao Jin found himself in the darkness with his eyes closed. He opened his eyelids and wondered where he was. In the dark space, a white flower called Fate hung. One petal broke off from it, a symbol of the fact that a person loses part of his memories if he dies in the tower. The petal touched the water surface. This fact was known to almost all the players. People gathered at the foot of the tower. Some players began to ask questions a long time ago. In the dark space, there was a white man's strength crumbling into pieces. People wondered why they lose their memories and where their memories go. The body of the dead player passed into another dimension. Because when what normally is called death happens in the terrarium, for him, with the naked eye, the body disintegrates into particles of light. The guys are sure they found it ahead. The particles after death are collected into a form that was changed when they first entered the tower. A small source of energy burned in the darkness. Somewhere during the transfer process and memory is lost. The shining silhouette of the tower was also in this space. The criteria necessary for memory loss were unclear, but a man in a cloak stood in the middle of the darkness. He was the player who left notes and experimented with this using his own body. He wrote a huge number of books containing all his memories in as much detail as possible. Having gone inside the tower, he experienced different versions of death. A huge scarlet canvas exuded blood. The man compared the difference between death on the upper and lower and pelvis, between the amount of time experienced before death, the difference between death at the hands of a stronger and weaker opponent, between death at the hands of a player and a monster, and much more, but ultimately the experiment failed. A huge number of his destinies intertwined together. The experiment was interrupted because he did not find any single concept, no matter how hard he tried. He slammed his own book shut. At the end of his recording, only one phrase was written. The man ran his pen over the paper, writing down words about how he was stupid because no system in this tower made sense. He wrote everything by the light of an oil lamp, thinking that if there was some kind of standard, it would not be for losers. The white-haired man sweated from the effort of writing his thoughts. He bent over the piece of paper and decided that now, because of his failure, he rested his hands on the table and thought about how he could not even remember them. His notes ended with the fact that they did not deserve to meet again. Xiao Jin woke up in a classroom dressed in a school uniform. He looked out the window. The boy opened his eyes in surprise and wondered how he had slept for so long because it was already night. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He suddenly realized what this meant. The boy's eyes widened in horror. He looked around the classroom and wondered if this was all a dream. Liber peeked over his shoulder and said that he finally woke up. The girl approached him. The young man looked around in surprise. The blonde asked what was wrong. The guy grabbed her cheeks. He pulled them apart. The girl tried to ask him what he was doing. The next second, she hit him several times. The guy rested his bruised head on the desk. The girl said that first he should stop. The young man apologized and said that he thought it was a dream. A soft light spread throughout the office. The girl asked if this was really a school, a place where knowledge was acquired. She sat down on the desk, crossed her legs and said that she wondered why she was dressed like that, because it seemed to her that it looked like what he was wearing the first time they met. The boy crossed his arms. The girl smiled happily and asked if this meant that this was his world. The boy replied that he thought not, because she was standing right in front of him. He looked back and asked her to look out the window. 3 celestial bodies were circling in the sky. The girl called it a beautiful sight. The boy said that in his world there was only one moon. He frowned tensely and began to think that they were most likely somewhere inside the tower, but he did not understand why this place looked like his school. He remembered the shining chess piece and wondered if there was some connection between these things. The girl looked around. The boy tried to think about what had happened. He turned around in surprise when he heard the question of whether this was his room. The hero answered negatively and said that this was a classroom. Liber looked around the room. The boy said that there were 30 people sitting in this room, and each had their own seat. She pulled out one of the chairs. Sitting down on it, she said with a smile that she would sit in this place. The hero was surprised, stepped back and thought that this was a VIP place because it was a desk at the end of the class. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, trying to remember who was sitting in this place. Vague scraps of memories flashed through his head. He wondered what this place was. Light penetrated the windows of the corridor. The guy decided that this was bad. They went out into the corridor. The girl looked back at him and asked if there should be a teacher there, because it would be good if there was one. The young man answered in the affirmative. He frowned tensely and decided that this was strange, because he could not remember anything. He plunged into the abyss of his thoughts, thinking that he did not remember his place, his class, or the face of the class teacher. Plunging into darkness, he realized that everything was like in a fog. Xiao Jin looked down and decided that it was similar to the aftermath of death, namely memory loss. He began to lose his mind, holding his face, and thought about how much he had lost just from 2 deaths, and he wondered how much he would forget over time. The hero clenched his fist and wondered what would happen if he forgot his entire real life. He frowned tensely, looked at the girl and said that he had something to tell her. Liber took his hand, interrupted his speech and called him by name. She smiled widely, pulled him along and asked to show him everything in this place. She looked into his eyes happily and said that this was the school he went to every day. The young man looked into her eyes in surprise. He exhaled with a smile. The guys walked further down the corridor. The guy agreed to her request. He looked at her rainbow smile and thought that he was glad to see her like this. The guys entered the director's office and started fooling around in it. The young man decided that it was a relief because it was not a dream. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the damaged terrarium. On the 2nd floor, a lot of people walked along the streets. Mayo and Sato met the guys. The girl said that she would hope for good cooperation, and that she was from the Guild of the Northern Street. The wolf introduced himself by name and said that he came from the Night of Demons. The guys smiled happily. The wolf turned to the newcomers and offered to finish their initiation into the intricacies of the 2nd floor. They bowed low to the oncoming players and said that they would hope for good cooperation. The merchant refused one of the visitors. The blacksmith forged a white-hot tool. The guys at the table played among themselves. Comrades happily walked along the street. The guy in the hood said that it was noisier there than he thought. The girl replied that he was probably just worried because he was inside the tower. The wolf looked at his companion. The girl said that there was nothing to worry about because the second floor is a neutral zone. The man asked them to speak up if they needed anything because the elder would definitely buy anything. Mayo explained with a calm expression that as they climbed the tower, all the groups fought for control of the floors, so there were special zones like the second floor where everyone lived in peace. The guy raised his hand and said that as expected, the players had no choice but to fight each other. His companion said that all talented people were like that. The wolf pointed at himself and said that not everyone participated in this, like the Northern Street and the Night of Demons. Mayo closed her eyes, agreed, and said that it was because the guilds were different, but they didn't have to be enemies. And since alliances were constantly being made, you had to try to get along with all the possible guilds. But she frowned in anger. The wolf hid behind her shoulder in fear. The girl said that this didn't apply to Avalon's case because you shouldn't even try to get along with them because they were idiots. The man asked her to stop there because you can't overdo it, and then turned to the guys and said that they were from the 97th generation and he heard that there should be 2 more of them. The guys frowned tensely, remembered T1 and Lilith, and said that they were not bad kids. They looked at each other and said that if you think about it, Avalon took them, but they hoped that the guys were okay. Suit's voice rang out in the cave. The man said that he hoped the newcomers would listen to him. He clenched his fist and frowned, saying that he was their senior and that from now on they would listen to him. He smiled evilly and added that if they needed anything, they would first contact him, and then asked what they had been doing before they came to this place because he had heard that something had happened and they had sorted it out. Lilith listened tensely to his words. He said that if they continued like this, they would die. The ally asked her to be patient. The man extended his hand to the side and addressed them. Glowing evil eyes appeared behind him. The man said that from now on the welcoming ceremony would begin. The girl looked up. The blonde said that it was clear to him why they had moved to the cave. The companion asked him to hold on. The man smiled widely and said with passive aggression that he would explain the rules since they had 10 minutes to catch 10 monsters. The terrifying monsters watched them. The man added that if they failed, they would start over again until they succeeded. If they died, they would also start over. He smiled madly and said with a scream that if they caught everyone, he would become their subordinate, but he did not think that would happen. The next second, sparks flew across the cave. The guy and the girl dumped the monsters in one pile. The guy, scared, recoiled and said that they were lying. The girl stopped hiding her bloodlust, saying that he said something if they caught all the monsters, and then turned to her ally. The blonde looked angrily at the man and said that, according to him, he was supposed to become their subordinate. Suit jerked in fear, hearing their scream. The guys looked at him angrily and ordered him to go away. The man ran away in fear to the exit of the cave and screamed for help. The girl exhaled heavily, touched her head and said that she did not want to join this guild because she knew that this would happen. The young man asked her to forget about it, because everyone would have such a reaction, and that the man would hide in a corner for some time, so there was nothing to worry about. The interlocutor frowned angrily and said that this was just a waste of time. She remembered the crystal portal and said that they did not have time to sit in the blue chair. The player's handbook, which told that the tower levels were divided into 3 categories. 3 light sources appeared in her mind. She thought that the category name was related to colors: blue, orange, and red. An image of a tower with windows of different colors appeared in her imagination. The girl thought that the color shows the status of the floor gate, and the gate is needed to move between floors. She knows that the color depends on the degree to which the floor has been cleared. Lilith imagined a blue rock and said that blue means that the clearing is 80% complete. Free movement through the gate is allowed and the development of these floors is in full swing. And many areas are already being adapted for housing, so these places are mostly safe and there is no need to look for rare dungeons and items. Then she imagined an orange crystal and said that the clearing of this place was more than 30%. People can move between the upper and lower floors because there are the largest number of guilds there, and the assessment is done, and in this category there are mainly experienced players, and the work is usually done in groups of 3 or more people. An image of a red rock appeared in her imagination. The girl said that the clearing of this level was done by an unknown percentage. Instead of almost completely unknown, the class is unknown and the risk is also unknown. It is recommended to move in a group accompanied by 300 top rankers, and if someone moved to the red floor, it is better to immediately report it to the guild and leave as soon as possible. Night fell over the school building. The guy noticed the girl peeking out of the office. He drew something on the board and began to explain to her. Liber came to the board and instantly drew an even circle. They went outside and walked towards the gym. 3 moons were shining in the sky. The girl said that she had fun. They sat down on a bench. The girl stretched and said that she could not believe that school was so fun, after which she said that the guy was very lucky. She looked ahead with a smile and asked if he thought that this place was from his memories. The boy answered that it probably was. She smiled softly and said that they must have died. The hero jerked tensely, hearing the words that she was never able to protect him. He jumped up from his seat, looked at her and said that it was not so, because she did everything she could. He frowned angrily and said that he was the one who did nothing when she was so bad. The girl looked at him in surprise. The boy added that she also lost her memory. Seol-jin looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The girl said that everything was fine. The children did not like her memories. She smiled softly and said that she only remembered that she was alone, and that losing these memories did not change anything. The hero frowned angrily and asked her about what she was saying. The next second, he got hit on the forehead. The girl lowered her hand and called him a fool. She smiled happily and asked why he was so serious, because he was ruining the whole atmosphere. He grabbed his head and looked at her in surprise. The girl suggested finishing the inspection of the school because they were still in the gym and she heard that there was a lot of things in this place. The dark sky hung over the gym building. The guys went inside and saw a scarlet crystal. The guy looked at it in fear and asked what it was. A dull sound emanated from the crystal. The hero frowned and thought that this thing looked ominous and wondered if it was somehow connected with the damage to the terrarium. The young man watched the crystal pulsate and thought that he first needed to figure it out before approaching. The girl came up and kicked the crystal. The guy jerked in fear and said that it could be dangerous, so she needed to move away. The girl patted the crystal with her hand and said that everything was fine because it did not even react. He watched her tensely. The interlocutor suggested that he come closer and take a look. The hero reached out his hand to the surface of the crystal. He touched it and said that it was a little warm. Suddenly, energy burst out of the crystal's surface and turned blue. It hit the young man with a strong discharge. The guy's body lit up. The system announced the end of user recognition and the beginning of checking the epic item liber. A chess piece was shining in the space. The boy received a notification that the hidden condition for the first quest, job change, was fulfilled. The young man stepped back. The system asked him if he wanted to enter the former first level dungeon. His ally and thought that it seemed to him that this was a good opportunity because they had not had a normal conversation after the test. The guys sat down on a bench. The young man told her absolutely everything. He touched his head and thought about the fact that his companion did not know about the information windows that only he could see. He remembered how the shining chess piece hovered in front of him and thought that she knew nothing about his player class. Then he remembered Arthur and Lilith and added that she knew nothing about the stories he heard from the girl and the god, but most importantly, he imagined the god's smile and added that he thought he knew something. The girl silently listened to him while he told all this. The young man looked at her in surprise and thought that she was strangely quiet. The girl thoughtfully touched her chin. The young man assumed that she would ask him a lot of questions, but she was too polite this time. He jerked in surprise, hearing the words that she understood everything. She looked into his eyes and asked if this thing was an entrance to the dungeon. The hero answered in the affirmative and said that this was only if they believed the window with information. The girl stood up from her seat and said that they had already been given an answer. She smiled happily and suggested going into the dungeon. The hero looked at her worriedly and tried to object, saying that they did not know what was there. The girl frowned confidently. The young man silently looked at her and realized that her gaze was very firm. They held out their hands to each other. The hero decided that he was sure that those eyes. Seol-jin smiled happily, deciding that she had completely believed in her and then agreed to go. They went to the crystal. The young man decided that he wanted to repay for this faith. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the space. The Avalon soldiers were standing at the head's door and discussing who had just come to her. The bald man frowned in surprise when he heard the words that the newcomers had done something wrong, and then asked if the 97th generation was problematic. Standing at the door, they discussed the fact that they had sent a member who had become their head and then laughed at the situation. The head tapped her finger on the table. She calmly looked at the newcomers. The guard hoped that they would not quarrel with the woman. Aram frowned slightly and turned to the guys. The girl and the boy looked at her silently. The woman said that she would listen to their excuse. The boy turned around in fear, hearing from his ally the words that their elder was with us and they thought that they should take care of him. The boy exclaimed and said that she would remain silent, but only made it worse. The woman looked at them silently. The guys looked back at her. The woman said that the guild does not need blind obedience, but she looked at them sternly and added that if they do not behave according to common sense, they will not leave. It is so simple. The girl smiled slightly and said that she found it strange to hear Avalon talking about common sense. The blonde gritted his teeth and answered the leader that it was their man who first forgot about common sense, so he does not understand why they cannot reconsider the situation. The woman replied that they are very arrogant. The guys looked at her silently. The woman added that she thought this relationship was based on self-confidence. Aram slammed his finger on the table. Suddenly she stopped. The next second, the door to the room was torn out. One of the guards looked back in surprise and peered into the room. The woman put her legs up on the broken table. The man said that she was angry. The leader looked angrily at the guys and said that the 97th should remember that they obey their superiors. The guys looked at her tensely, clenching her jaw. The woman added that this is the rule of Avalon. She took out her blade and said that she would teach them that they are a complete zero in the tower. T1 and Lilith stood with their backs to each other. In fact, they can be considered as promising Avalon players. A bright source of energy shone in the darkness. The narrator explained that they could not be considered as something more because it was a sprout that had just begun to grow. The woman with the blade stood against the background of a shining tree. The narrator added that the sprout could not compare to a giant tree. The leader took a step forward and walked towards the guys. The blonde frowned and decided that their opponent was a warrior of the guild, and the chances of winning were extremely small. He slightly twitched his hand and wondered what they should do. He imagined that he and the enemy were alone in a dark space and wondered if they should even fight her. T1 imagined the scales behind her back and decided that her reaction was quite justified. He pursed his lips and thought that on the other hand, they had already deceived their elders, and everything they were showing in this place was a continuation of their disobedience. He twitched his fingers slightly and decided that they could be punished calmly in this place because in the long term. A small fire appeared in the air. The boy thought that it was only a moment. His ally created a flame and raised her hand. The boy thought there that it was possible before the first action she made. Aram was surprised that the girl was actually going to fight her. The boy realized that this was probably the right decision. He clenched his fist and thought about how he had not yet become a full-fledged member of the Avalon Guild. His eyes acquired a mad look. The boy realized that he only had one life. The next second, he opened the fire and created a hoop of energy. The boys prepared for battle, deciding that they first needed to survive. The leader exhaled heavily and decided that she did not know if they had made the right judgment. She clenched the handle of the blade and thought about their choice. The woman was instantly engulfed in dark energy. She decided that a lot would happen because of this. The young man clenched his teeth, rushed forward and decided that he had pissed her off. He looked back at his ally. The guy looked at the back of his comrade. Suddenly, an image of Xiaojin flashed through his mind. He crossed his arms, controlling the energy, and thought that they really were similar, but it was not so important because it was just a random thought. The flow of his energy grabbed the beam. The guy was thinking too much. Looking ahead, he realized that in the end, he usually did not have time to make the right decision, and this was his weakness. T1 clenched the threads of energy in his hand. He made a sharp jerk, realizing that the choice he made right now was absolutely correct. A whip of energy went straight to the enemy. The young man threw a table at her. The woman thought that he wanted to block her view. The blonde frowned and called out to his ally. The next second, the room burst into flames. The girl burst into a powerful flame and directed an attack at the enemy. The powerful attack nailed the table and began to burn it. The blonde gritted his teeth and decided that he had not let the leader run wild, so they would definitely not die, but he needed to prepare for the next step. A cross of fire pressed the table to the wall. The guy could not understand where the enemy would attack from now. He raised his hand and thought about what he would do in her place. He formed a shield and decided that this would be the case from the front. The woman took a step forward. She found herself behind the guys. The woman thrust the tip of her sword into the floor. The guys did not have time to look back at her. They turned their heads and were struck by the enemy's cut. The next second, they were thrown out into the street from a powerful blow. The soldiers watched in shock as the incident occurred. The new recruits were lying in a pile of rubble. The woman came out and addressed the soldiers. The guards saluted her. The woman asked them to clean up. She raised her head and suddenly remembered something. The soldiers were shocked to hear the word that they should drag them to the basement as soon as the new recruits woke up. The leader began to walk away. The soldiers discussed whether they had ever seen such a thing before and came to the conclusion that this was the first time. Aram smiled slightly. One of the guards decided that he was no longer laughing. The woman lowered her head slightly and decided that she could not believe that they did not give up even after she showed them the difference in strength, so they really were funny. She walked forward down the corridor, thinking that she was interested in what would happen next, and that no matter what their goals were, even if they did not want to, it did not matter. The warm sun illuminated the streets of the second floor. Liber and Xiaojin headed towards the crystal. The woman added that the towers would make each of them grow. The next second, a bright flash illuminated the space. The crystal was covered with cracks. Suddenly, a deep cut appeared on its surface. The guys entered the first level of the dungeon. Suddenly, a rumble of purple energy was heard in the space. Mirage said that fortunately, the man's plan failed. He pressed his fingers into his eyes and added that the young man survived, as they planned, then asked the interlocutor if she felt it. Bibian was sitting with her back to him when she heard her name. The girl with a soft smile turned around and greeted Xiaojin, then said that she would wait for him. The young man and his partner broke out of the darkness. They headed towards the bright light. The girl closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, saying there that the light was blinding her eyes. Suddenly, she opened one eye. The boys found themselves in the middle of a flower garden filled with blue flowers. The man raised his hand to catch a petal. He He looked down at his hand sternly. Libber walked around the garden with her bare feet. She waved her arms and said that everything was nice and that this dungeon was completely different from the one they had been in before. She hummed something under her breath and said that a monster would appear soon. The boy asked her not to turn around while running or she would fall. He looked around and decided that the space was quite impressive. Looking at the flowers, he thought that only one kind of flower grew in this spacious place. They approached a wooden house. The hero decided that this meant that something controlled this place. He swallowed tensely. The boy knocked on the door. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared behind them and sternly asked who they were. The boy froze in fear and, feeling his breath, wondered since when he was standing by them. The girl looked back with a smile and asked the boy if he remembered what the teacher taught them, because the man was just like a B-class monster. The boy looked at her with concern and asked her to wait. The girl swung her left leg and said that if their opponent was of a higher level, then they should fight with all their might. The young man watched in shock and thought that the man could talk, which meant that he was probably human, so he should hurry up and stop her. Suddenly, he noticed something. The man stopped her leg with one hand. The girl froze in this position. She looked at his palm in surprise and said that she tried her best, and he stopped her with one hand. The old man clenched his fist and aimed it at the girl's leg. She looked down tensely. The man gave her a light punch and pushed her aside. The girl fell into the flower field with a crash. The hero watched her in fear. He frowned in anger and tried to call her. The man suddenly grabbed his face. He leaned over and threw the boy's body over his knee. The boy hit his head on the ground with incredible force. He looked at his ally with a cloudy gaze and spat out his own blood. The boy watched the clouds in confusion and thought that this looked like some kind of joke. The girl lay unconscious among the flowers. The boy decided that they could not defeat the enemy. The man looked down and said that the garden had become dirty. Petals flew past them. He added that he needed to clean it again. The man was lost in his memories. The shining moon hung in the sky. The girl looked at the flowers and turned to Asarian. She sniffed the flower and said that it smelled nice, just like him. She turned to the man and added that all living things have a smell, then asked what she smelled like. The girl touched the man's face and said that she hoped that one day he would be able to tell her about it. Blue petals flew through the air. The girl stopped her speech. The crescent moon hung in the sky above the house. The guy shuddered and jumped up from his place, calling out to his friend. Suddenly he noticed something. The blonde was sleeping soundly next to him. The young man grabbed his head and laughed nervously. He noticed the scabbard on the pedestal and said that he did not know what was going on. He carefully examined the scabbard and tried to wake up his ally. The man was messing around in the garden. He lowered his head and asked the guys to stop. The guys looked at him. The man added that he would not allow strangers to enter his garden. The guy frowned tensely and asked if that was why he attacked them, and if this was a dungeon. The man exhaled heavily and said that this was too many questions. Suddenly the young man noticed that a bottle was thrown to him. The man extended his hand to the side and asked them to drink it, because it was made from the local flowers. The girl frowned tensely. The man added that they had slept for 3 days, so it would be useful for them to restore their energy first. He approached them and said that they should get down to business right away. He looked up at them tiredly and added that he had cleared this dungeon, so they would not be able to get anything from this place. The boys stepped back tensely. Asarion opened his eyes angrily and suggested that they leave this place quietly. A crescent moon hung over the garden. The young man looked up at it. He saw the man's memories of the girl. Looking at the sky, the young man thought that there had been several occasions when other people's memories had passed through him, which meant that the memory belonged to. He stood alone in the middle of the field, realizing that the memory belonged to that mister. The man lifted the flower to his face. He looked in front of him and said that he could not smell it. The man looked down sadly and said that this was one of the sins of his youth, and then said the name Achwarion. He again immersed himself in memories of one of the nights when he said that it was already the 15th. The man looked down and said that there were still 15 days left until the full moon, and at that time the path leading to other levels would open. The young man lowered his head tiredly. The girl was shocked by what she heard. The man said that until then they should be quiet and then leave. Libber said in surprise that it was too long and that they were very busy. The man turned sideways to them and said that he had nothing more to say to them. Mayar suddenly stopped him. He looked up and said that if the man did not mind, he would like to know his name. The old man turned away from him. He took a step away and said that he had given up his name, so they could call him whatever they wanted. The man lowered himself to the flowers. He raised his head and asked the interlocutor what she wanted to say. The blonde looked at him silently. She remembered the image of her ally and awkwardly screamed, saying that she did not like this either, but the guy did not stop blaming her. Suddenly, she looked down in embarrassment. Her hair was scattered across the field. The girl said that she came to apologize, after which she asked for forgiveness for hitting him last time because she thought he was a monster. The man lowered himself slightly to the flowers. She looked at him silently. Suddenly, she happily raised her hand, hearing agreement, after which she asked if she could ask another question. The interlocutor looked down and said that she could do as she wanted. Asarian looked at her, hearing the question about the name of the flowers he grew. The girl leaned towards them with a smile. The man answered that they were forget-me-nots of love. The blonde said that it was a beautiful name. He exhaled heavily, hearing the words that the potion made from them was tasteless. A crescent moon hung in the sky above them. The man answered that what is good for health often has a bitter taste. The girl looked down at the flowers and asked if the man knew that she was a living weapon. She remembered how he gagged the guy and said that the man prevented him from summoning her, as if he knew it was dangerous. The man silently lowered his head. He rose from his seat. The girl asked with a smile how he knew about it, and if he had ever seen another living weapon. The old man asked her to stop. The blonde looked at him with a wide smile and guessed that he had seen it after all, then asked about when and where, and asked him to tell her about it. The old man grabbed her wrist. He pulled the girl towards him and looked into her eyes. Lowering his eyebrows, he said that he was sorry. His words echoed in the girl's head about her being just an instrument, albeit with a heart, and that she was a soul whose freedom had been taken away, destined to be used and then thrown away forever. He looked at her sternly and added that she should just leave her owner. The man let go of her hand and said that the guy was just using her. Liber looked at him in shock. The old man added that this was the only thing he wanted to tell her. The man walked away silently. Suddenly, he felt a blow on himself. The girl jumped and hit him in the back with her head. Resting her forehead, she said that he was talking nonsense. The girl bit her teeth in anger and repeated his words about her freedom being taken away and being used. Asarian trembled slightly when he said that she didn't know what kind of living weapon he had met before, but she was different. The girl touched her chest and said that she liked being the guy's weapon, she liked being Liber. She frowned in anger and added that no matter what people said, the boy was fighting for her, and she was also fighting for him. The girl pointed her finger at the man. Stretching out her hand, she said that they should talk properly tomorrow. Liber said loudly that they would show him what they really were. The man looked back at her. His words echoed across the field. The man agreed and said that since she said so, they would look at it tomorrow. The girl crossed her arms when she heard the question about how they would fight. A light diffused throughout the library. T1 fell asleep at the table with the books open. He was snoring loudly. Lilith brought 2 glasses of coffee and exhaled, thinking that he called her first, and now he is sleeping, although he has been working a lot lately. Suddenly, she noticed something in surprise. She paid attention to the books and realized that this was a record of the owners of living weapons. The girl lowered her eyebrows and thought that, as it seemed to her, the young man guessed about Xiaojin's class and did research, but in fact, Xiaojin is such a player class. She lowered her gaze and added that the reports only mentioned his characteristics as owners of living weapons, and considering the situation he is in, it is not so bad. The girl plunged into her imagination and imagined a man with a living weapon in his hand, thinking that the owners of living weapons do not live that long. Because there are a couple of reasons for this, either because their life energy is gradually absorbed by their weapons, or because. She imagined the image of a god and added that a god can hate them, although there are no facts confirming this. People gathered at the foot of the tower. The girl thought that there are not many owners of living weapons in the heavenly arena of the terrarium. 2 silhouettes of men popped up in her imagination. She thought that this is why among the players of this class, only 2 users who have reached the level of a master of living weapons are registered. Zichmund was drawn on the page of the book. The girl thought that one of them is the vice president of the guild, and the second. On another page, a young Asarian was drawn. The girl added that this is the legendary disappeared swordsman. The man shaved off his beard. He looked sternly in front of him. The man took the sheath of the sword and, turning to Hwarion, asked her to go. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and said that his ally did everything well. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if he heard what she said. She shrugged her shoulders and said that she could not understand how this happened, because she wanted to apologize, but she got into a fight. The young man replied that she apologized anyway, but he ignored them. The hero opened the door, headed for the exit, and said that she tried hard, so she can go to bed first. The girl agreed with him. The girl looked after him, not understanding what happened to him. The young man rested his back against the wall. He clutched a shining chess piece in his hand. A system window opened in front of him, informing him that the boss monster will appear in 14 days, 3 hours and 18 minutes. The guy calmly looked at the sign. He looked at the edge of it and thought that this time coincided with the lunar cycles that this uncle mentioned. He touched his face, imagining the silhouette of the monster, and thought that this meant that eliminating the boss that would appear in this place was his goal in this dungeon, and decided that he had too many thoughts in his head. Suddenly, a warning plaque appeared in front of him. The young man thought there that the identity of the one who gave him this information. He grabbed his head and decided that he did not need to think about it, because it was not important now. He clenched his fist and decided that what was important was that when the monster appeared, he would have to defeat it. Then he remembered how the god took over his body and thought about how he had to avoid death, and in order to do this, he came up with several options. The young man imagined the image of the old man and thought that naturally, the first thing that came to mind was to get closer to him and make him his ally. He imagined the man's stern face and added that in addition to avoiding unnecessary conflict, if everything worked out, he would be an incredible support. A question arose in the young man's mind. He thought about the fact that this was why he provoked the conflict, to pump up his ally. Looking ahead, he considered that the reason was because he was looking into the future. Xiao Jin touched his chin and thought that even if he received help from the old man now, the biggest problem would be. He imagined the number 1 on the dial and decided that the test would be the first quest. The hero imagined himself standing in front of the tower and thought there that he could not stop thinking about it because he did not know how far he could go without dying. The hero raised his head and decided that he must be strong, and for this, suddenly a man approached him from behind. The young man thought there that he must train harder because it would be the most useful in this situation. The old man looked at him calmly. He held the stick out in front of him. The young man smiled slightly and noticed that the man had gotten a haircut and that he looked great now. Asarion replied with a calm expression that he did it out of politeness to Hwarion, since he did not want to make the excuse that it was hard for him to watch. The hero smiled awkwardly. He noticed the stick in his hand and wondered if all this would work with a wooden stick. The hero swung the blade to the side. The man assessed the blade and thought that it had a lot of energy. The young man rushed into battle. The man thought that this was the basis of their confidence. The hero aimed a cut straight at his head. At the last second, the man dodged. The boy looked back tensely. The old man attacked him from the bottom up in the jaw. He hit him with the stick, causing his head to twist in the air. The man thought that they were still young. Xiao Jin almost passed out and spat out a lot of saliva. He landed behind the man. The old man looked ahead and decided that this was the end and that he would be quiet for a while. Suddenly, he felt something behind him. The youth attacked him again. The man blocked his blow. The hero frowned, thinking that the old man was hitting him with a club. He noticed that the man rested the handle on his finger, thinking then that he was blocking and beating him at the same time. Xiao Jin smiled widely and realized something. He looked at the calm expression on the man's face and thought that he was not going to kill them. The opponent looked at him sternly and asked what he was doing. The youth smiled and replied that he was killing time. Asarion frowned sternly, hearing the words of that within the next 15 days he hoped for favorable cooperation. It was from then on that their training began. After 7 days, the youth was again thrown back by the old man's blow. He rested his blade on the ground and stopped. The boy looked at Asarion with a wild look and thought about how he hadn't even scratched him in a week and that it seemed pointless. He frowned angrily and decided that he couldn't handle it, even if the man wasn't trying to kill him. He remembered his previous 2 skills and decided that they weren't applicable to the old man, so he needed to think. The man looked at him sternly. The hero decided that he needed to acquire a new skill. Asarion looked down at the stick and decided that the boy had grown in 3 days. There were light scratches and marks on the stick. He frowned sternly and looked up at the boy. The boy froze in surprise when he heard the words about him using a living weapon. Energy flashed in his eyes. The man added that he was working with a sword. Asarion slightly tilted his head and said that there was something else. He suddenly frowned in surprise. Energy flashed in the young man's hand. The man thought that there must be power. The guy raised the sword and looked at the enemy with anger. He frowned angrily and noticed a flow of energy. A thin line passed between the man's eyes. The young man realized that this was a cut in a new form. The next second, he rushed past the enemy at incredible speed and attacked him. The man opened his eyes in surprise. Ran raised his head and said, "Is everything really going to be okay?" But they answered him that Dean would take care of the kids, they should trust him, and that's what the people with red eyes heard. Then the girl went forward and called them to follow her. An hour's walk to the tower, called them her children. Then she looked up and mentally addressed Liber and Xiao Jin, asked if the guys were eating well. She also imagined Dean, thought about who would be stronger when they met again. Her heart was already fluttering. Then she raised her eyes and thought that she was sure that they had met a teacher much better than her, and they should take care of themselves until they saw each other again. Humor, meanwhile, was fighting. His opponent lowered his head. Then he rose and looked at him. The brunette looked at the sword and realized that it had gone out. Then he turned around and thought that he needed to act urgently. A strong explosion thundered. The guys were thrown back by a shock wave, and the sword finally spoke to him, asked if it really moved. "Why did you put it away during the battle?" The boy fell to the ground and answered that he couldn't concentrate, thought he was doomed. He looked at the weapon and thought that he had concentrated so much on being light and fast that the sword had become too thin and disappeared. Then he grabbed it and thought that this method was a complete failure. Meanwhile, the man was approaching him. He lowered his eyes and said that this blow right now was not a simple coincidence. Perhaps his desire was to do it quickly. He even mentally imagined it. Then he turned away and asked if the guy was still holding on. He answered that of course he was. The man immediately pointed his finger at him and asked if he could continue only with the sword. He looked at him in surprise and wondered what he was talking about. He ordered him to answer, so the boy suddenly shouted yes. Then they stood opposite each other and pointed their weapons. This was the first step. At that time, the girl lowered her eyes and asked something. She looked at the students and asked what they thought of their first lesson. The blonde raised his head and asked why he had to suffer like that. She did the same. Lilith said that it had nothing to do with discipline and that she thought it was just a waste of their time. The woman wavered and said that they seemed to have no motivation. Then she exhaled and added that she had heard that the kids were sneaking into the library after work. She came closer and said that these kids were looking for something, or rather, someone who had disappeared. The kids looked at her in surprise. Then the woman came even closer and said that for 2 weeks, starting from today, if they completed her lessons on time, she would help them find their lost comrade using Avalon's influence. A bright flame instantly appeared. The two were ready for lessons again and agreed with her. The teacher immediately smiled and said that she thought they agreed. Suddenly, the boy raised his hand and said something about that promise, and the girl did the same and continued, asking them to try to keep it. Suddenly, bells rang and they were asked to stop. A girl ran there and said that she was responsible for Lilith, not Aram. The girl turned around and was surprised. In front of her stood the same man, and the little girl smiled back and asked what she thought, who she was. During the battle, the conditions are simple. Opponents stand opposite each other, you need to show convincing results. The woman exhaled, thought about the sword of light, again this skill, this is not a habit, more like stubbornness. And also, as soon as the young man attacked her, she thought about this fighting style. She pulled out her sword. Then she returned from the blow and thought that she should use it against her and also attack without any protection. The young man was determined, but in other words, victory is his only goal in a fight with others. He did not have time to do anything as he received answers and a blow. Now, he must be flexible, otherwise he will lose. The woman approached him quickly enough and struck blows in a row, and then she completely threw back his wall. There are many other possibilities, and T1 is simply united by his strength. Then she lowered her head and thought that if the boy did not get rid of his stubbornness, it would become a big problem in his future mission. It is necessary to broaden his horizons. And the boy himself meanwhile woke up and thought that if he had not used his power, it would be different. Then he clenched his teeth and thought that he could not give it his all because he was still tracking his comrade. In this state, what should he do? His hands were shaking, destroying the wall. Then the boy stood up and went to the teacher. Yes, she thought that she understood that this situation was problematic, but he did not use even half of his declared abilities. Then she frowned and thought that it did not matter the situation the boy was in. She had to accept it. She had to admit her weakness. His silhouette literally appeared next to her in a moment. And here is another thought, such a boost to complete her training. In the other room, meanwhile, the girls were fighting. Lilith raised her head and was already exhausted, and her opponent came closer and said that she should look at herself, sat down on the floor. Was she not feeling well? Was she going to run and cry for daddy? Then the girl raised her head and thought that the other one was really annoying her, and she smiled and said how dare she, her sister Kalua must have destroyed her, huh? Then she started laughing and said that she should pull herself together, called her Miss Drew Dick with pink hair, added that she would not let her slack off. It was Bailey, a rank 301 summoner. There was only a week left. The fight between the boy and the man continued, and in a week the boss D1 was supposed to appear. He frowned and looked at him. Then he said that he was sure that the boy was satisfied with their agreement while he was trying to get up from the ground. This is all that men can do for him. Then energy suddenly began to gather. The boy rose from his knees and agreed with him. Suddenly the boy smiled and thanked him, said that he had become stronger, and called him a teacher. The man flinched and thought that he had no one like a student. It was deep night. The blonde raised her hands and thanked the teacher. Then she began to laugh loudly and said that her comrade should tell everything to the teacher, and he got angry and asked her to stop, said that he should have called him. He did not tell him his name. Then she turned and agreed, said that she was glad that the young man tried at all, and also said that, to be honest, she was angry with him because she could not create a new form. The young man heard this and was very surprised. Immediately after, he imagined the last minutes of the fight, heard that when she cut a blunt club, she felt so good. The girl smiled and said as expected, the young man is her master, and both have already gone so far, just think, so they must do everything in their power to defeat this boss. The guy listened attentively and was very surprised. Then he turned away and coughed. The blonde came closer and asked what was the matter, and also why his face was red. He was confused and asked what was going on. Then he turned around and asked if she was the strange one here, called him the master. Where did all this shyness come from and what were all these words for? The girl blushed from what she heard. Then she said something that embarrassed the guy. She said that she had not started to be shy. Everything was fine with her. Did he really think she was a fool? Then she started to run away and call him names. In response she received a question, is she really in kindergarten? At that moment, the little girl started to run through the flowers. The guy noticed this and shouted at her. Then he grabbed her hand, but her friend was already falling. A moment later, the guys landed in a field of flowers and were embarrassed. The young man raised his head and looked into her eyes, and the blonde turned away embarrassedly. Then she looked at the sky and asked if her friend would move away. He apologized in response, and so they were sitting together in a flower field under the moon. The brunette turned away and asked why his friend had fallen. It was so awkward, and she replied that she hadn't just fallen, she was sure she had stepped on something. And then she noticed something. She immediately called her friend and suggested that they take a look. As soon as the guy turned around, he was very surprised and asked what it was. A screen appeared with a notification from the system. The time until the boss appeared, 0 days, 0 hours, 30 minutes. The moon was especially beautiful that night. The man was sitting in the same field and looking at her. He raised his head and said that 15 days had passed. They say that people remember smells best of all. Then he picked up the flower and thought that, unfortunately, he couldn't smell them. Despite the huge number of flowers around, they were nothing to him. The petals began to flutter in the wind. Then the man raised his hand and looked at one of them. He thought that he would like to smell her scent again. A woman's silhouette appeared in his memories. If he could smell her scent again, could he take better care of her? Immediately after, he grabbed his staff. Then he dropped his eyes and remembered how he was called a teacher. This man frowned and thought that this was a very funny word. Suddenly, images appeared behind him, asking why he doubted. Was he really worried? They added. The brunette was surprised and thoughtful. These images continued to envelop him. They said that now he had to act. The ghost extended his hand to him and repeated the same thing. And in a moment it disappeared. Behind the man there was only the wind of flower petals. He turned around and looked there, and then he landed on the ground again. He lowered his head and asked not to press on him so much. Then he clutched his coat and said that soon everything would be possible to see. The countdown to the appearance of the boss continued on the screen, 0 days, 0 hours, 1 minute. Then the young man raised his head and asked again what was this. Some strange objects appeared in front of them. They began to turn into weapons. And at that moment the brunette was surprised to say that these were all living weapons. Someone approached them and said that it was just like them. It turns out that it was the teacher who told them to take their sword and go to the position. The guy turned around and looked at him. And he came closer and called himself the owner of this dungeon, Asarion. Boss Monster Asarion, the task has begun. The man lowered his head and thought, what if they had the opportunity to change the past? What would they do? About 300 years ago, there was a fire on the 86th floor. There was also one that said it was a red level. A Cyclops monster of threat level was attacking the guys. They raised their heads and said that one was a problem. And there were 3 of them. What should they do? The leader tensed up. These 3 guys were on the team, elite members of Avalon, sent to the commission with a special order. The goal of the mission was to find the missing Avalon members on the red level. The girl entered the battle and thought that she did not want to retreat like this. Then she suddenly began to scream that this was a war. The Cyclops approached them and looked closely. Suddenly, the woman was very surprised by what she saw. He opened his eyes. This cannot be, as if he invited them inside. And he left, lowered his head and said that we must begin. Then he took out his sword. And then it began to blaze. Everything around began to glow. The Cyclops did not understand what was happening. And the leader thought that it simply could not be this monster. Suddenly convey with his eyes on the body of the Cyclops a man appeared. Brunette turned around. It was the great swordsman Asarion, who immediately asked if the guys were okay. His class was the owner of a living weapon, rank 8. After some time, they approached him and bowed. He thought, said what he thought. Now he understands what is happening. The guys who entered first disappeared. Then the girl lowered her head and said that everything is so, if possible. The young man interrupted her and said that in this case he would go with them. Then the man folded his arms, and when asked if he was serious, he said that of course he did not mind. If any players were in danger, their decision would be the right one. Then he took out his sword. Suddenly, a blonde grabbed him from behind while he was saying that he should not worry about this. She came closer, said that she told him not to meddle in other people's affairs. It was H-Warion, class, living weapon, rank 8. The guy immediately grabbed her hand and agreed. Then he hugged her and pulled her towards him, adding that he knew she was very kind and would want to help them, right? Besides, this was Avalon, and they had a young master of a living weapon there. The girl got a little angry and said that she could not refuse only at his request. In response, she heard that, as he thought, she was as kind as her appearance. Then he looked at the guys and added that by the way, he even had ever had anyone younger than them. They were a little embarrassed and said that it was lovely. They would be helped by a great swordsman and a living weapon. And the woman winked in response. For some time, the guys discussed that there was no need to worry. They could return first. They would complete the mission. Then the girl was surprised and asked if they were sure that they could handle it with just the 2 of them. In response, she heard that of course. The guy did not wink and said that together this team was invincible. After that, they both disappeared. There was an extinguished crystal on this floor, and the gates on this level disappeared, and they say they never appeared again. Everything was blocked off. After this incident, the required qualifications and the red class threat level were raised. No one saw the guys anymore. This is the last story related to the legendary swordsman that was on everyone's lips. And now someone's hand appeared, and in it was a sword. This hand appeared right in front of the man, and from nowhere, the young man looked at his opponent in horror, thinking, what was it? Why couldn't he win? In front of him was a monster that had been struck by a sword so many times, just from a simple touch to it, its flesh had already spread. And now the same thing was happening with the sword. The guy was scared and thought that when this monster touched him, he immediately understood. Suddenly he opened his eyes and thought that if they did it again, it would simply be erased. At that very second, the monster stretched out his hand forward, and literally a moment later it was above him. It seemed that this was the end. At that moment, his beloved appeared, which threw him back. Asarion did not have time to do anything, he only looked at her. And finally, his beloved smiled at him and asked him to live. A moment later, the monster destroyed her. The sectarians were standing somewhere nearby and asked if this was fair. The man looked at his hand and said about the Easter egg, and also about the fact that he had finished. Then an ally approached him. He smiled and asked who it was. Wasn't he the great swordsman? The guy was sitting and looking at them, not understanding what was happening. Then the man lowered his head and said that he was completely lost. Then he took a step forward and said that he would tell him what he had seen. Asarion listened attentively when they told him that it was devouring. Then he was horrified when they added that this monster must constantly eat others in order to live, to absorb them. After its creation, the palace forgot about it, and now the dragon of death is a relic of God, abandoned without supervision. Therefore, all these people are forced to do God's business instead of God. The man also added as he approached that there was no logic in how God had designed everything. Didn't he think it was unfair? But at that moment Asarion could only think of one thing: he would never see her again. The young man began to scream out of grief, then imagined his beloved, whom he would never see again. Then he lowered his eyes and began to cry. Then he clenched his fist. The young man could not cope with the pain and began to scream. He collapsed to the ground when a man approached him and said that this guy was completely broken. He was hoping for at least a thank you for saving him. Then he said that it was fun. The mysterious stranger leaned over and asked how long he was going to lie there. If he was the best swordsman, then his potential should be used to the end. Then he held out his sword and asked, wasn't that right? The brunette raised his head and continued calling his beloved. Suddenly they said that the guy was right. The magician put his hand on his shoulder and said that Hwarion had not completely disappeared yet. Then he smiled and asked what the great swordsman thought about it. Did he want to change the past? Suddenly he realized that he recognized those eyes. Mirage was standing in front of him. The young man was very surprised when he heard that if all the conditions were met, he could make anything real. It was an offer to sign a contract. And now Asarion threw the weapon on the ground, naming exactly 99. Then he came closer and said that during the full moon, that was how many living weapons he collected. The young man was very surprised when he heard that his sword was the last one. Libra was scared when she heard that she was the 100th sword. Suddenly the man ordered Seoljin to stand. Then he came closer and said that he was the owner of this dungeon, and these guys were his last chance. The guys were standing in the middle of the field and did not know what to do. There were many living swords around. The young man was scared and thought that there were as many as 99 of them, and they were all the same type as her friend. What does all this mean? It turns out they are corpses. It was as if there was a whole mountain of corpses in front of them. The blonde then closed her eyes and was very scared, and the young man suddenly shouted her name. At the same moment, he raised his hand and turned it into a weapon. A screen appeared, which said that the task with the monster boss had begun. The main character was determined, asked why the man was doing this, and he was walking straight towards him. The man did not answer and simply attacked him. The battle began. The young man merged with his girlfriend and they began to ask in one voice why this man did this. But the brunette just continued to fight. He struck again and again. The boy skillfully reflected them, thinking that she had blocked the attack. At such a distance he had an advantage with a sword. But he received a blow right in the chest. The man looked at him and said that if he needed a weapon, he could take any. Then he pointed to those same 99 weapons. The boy jumped back and did not answer. Then he exhaled sharply. It was very painful for him. And the opponent came closer and said that he had not fought officially for a long time. Then he raised his leg and said that everything was fine. After that he hit the ground with all his might. Even stones flew into the air. The blonde was simply furious then, asking her comrade to get up and said that it would hurt now. Meanwhile, the man had already swung his weapon at him. Then he hit him and said that it was the end. A huge blast wave was approaching the main character. Literally a moment later, explosions thundered behind the teacher. He walked forward and did not turn around. And then he heard something. A weapon suddenly appeared. It cut everything around, including the ground. The blow was so strong that smoke and ash flew up. It turned out that the young man withstood the attack and was ready to continue the battle. He came closer and said that this is not the end, not yet. His energy was gaining more and more momentum. The brunette stood opposite and said that it was true, and so the opponents stood opposite each other. The young man clenched his teeth and said that this man killed them with his own hands and then threw them away like trash. Then he looked at the weapon. The teacher listened attentively as the boy said that he had already decided everything, decided to remove it. Then a flame broke out. The guy looked at him with burning eyes and added that he must fix this terrible attitude of his. When the man came closer and asked if it was true, she thinks that this is possible. Well, she learns quickly. Then he looked at him and thought that he was very worried about this power. If he weakened his defense, he could be injured. And at the same moment his beloved turned to him and said that she was in so much pain. Then the girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked him to save her faster. The man pressed his lips and replied that he knew. Literally a moment later, he threw it at the enemy. The young man also ran in his direction and began to fight back, and the brunette thought that this was the end. Then he imagined himself in front of the dead boy and thought that if they did this just once. She raised the bed with long arms and began to think that she would be able to see her again, her beloved. Therefore, he ran and was very determined. The battle began immediately. The guys took turns hitting. The young man did not understand what kind of feeling it was. During the battle, he thought that everything was different. His trajectories were too simple. At least, he could predict them, just too fast or some kind of trick. Then he frowned and thought that no, this was his opportunity. The boy immediately swung and struck his sword in front of his opponent. He lowered his head and did not understand what happened. The boy simply stuck the sword in the ground. Why? There were dead living weapons all around. The brunette began to look around and suddenly there was a serious explosion behind him. Then he lowered his head and looked at what happened there. It turns out that the young man took out his sword and had already struck again. His eyes were burning. At that moment the boy reasoned that, as he thought, the enemy blocked. Although it was a strong blow, a good move was to block his retreat with all weapons. If the weapon in his hands breaks, it will not help. Then he struck again, quite strong. And suddenly the boy stopped and thought about that memory and that moment. A fragment appeared in his head when his girlfriend fell out of love with a log. And the man came up to him and asked if he wanted to know how to use a sword. He was asking the wrong person. The young man looked at him and did not understand what was happening. He asked what was meant. Then the teacher pointed his finger at his girlfriend. Then he looked at her and said that he could ask his sword how to use the sword. She would tell him. It was then that the young man realized this and began to scream loudly. The girl heard him and asked what was going on, said that he just had to trust her, she would lead this battle. Suddenly, there were peals of energy everywhere. The sword seemed to become 10 times stronger. A strong blow followed. From this power, the man flew back, and the guy was getting closer and closer. He was quite serious. But the enemy did not give up. He fought back as best he could. Suddenly, his weapon flew into 2 halves. With one blow, the young man was able to cut it. Because of this, the teacher had to jump back and decide what to do next. He looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Fragments of his sword flew in different directions. The main character did not even notice him. He continued to destroy the weapon, and that flew into small pieces. Then there was a serious explosion. The man raised his head and said that this simply could not be, and the young man stood in front of him and tried to come to his senses after a serious attack. After he raised his head, his eyes acquired a different shade and began to blaze. Then the teacher smiled and said that the boy finally did it. He came closer and said that it happened thanks to him. Then he grabbed his weapon and said that he could now see. This was a vision of Liber. The young man seemed to split into 3 parts. Now he could move faster than he could think about the next step. It was simply incredible. But there was one thing, the enemy was still alive. At that moment, the guy's girlfriend turned to him and asked if he was okay. He replied that it was just the first time this happened to him. Then he swung and added that too fast and the movement were squeezing him. His body could not withstand it. Meanwhile, the teacher was approaching him, while the boy only needed to catch his breath. He was very determined. He did not want to lose. But nevertheless, he penetrated very strongly. They stood opposite each other and looked into each other's eyes. At that moment, the man raised his head and began to twist it. Then he imagined how he kills the boy, and again he twisted his head, saying that maybe this is fate. The guy stood opposite and did not understand what was happening, and the brunette lowered his head and apologized to his beloved, then asked her to wait for him one last time. Then he stretched out his hand and took another weapon. Then he grabbed it and said that if anyone could stop him, then perhaps it was this boy. The young man then stood opposite and still did not understand what was happening. Then he raised his hand and said that this is exactly what would happen. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared behind his back. The woman asked who said that. The man saw this and was very scared. And the huge creature looked at him and said that he must keep his promise. Because of this, the man had to attack the boy and pierce his chest. And the young man did not have time to say anything, as if he was defeated. Then he simply collapsed to the ground. The teacher looked at him with burning eyes. Victory was his. At that moment, a screen appeared to attract attention. The pictures on it began to change. Arthur then sat in front of the screen and watched carefully. Then he smiled and said that he didn't know what was happening because there was nothing on the screen. And indeed, the screen was just white, and the brunette still didn't understand one thing. God smiled and noted that the young man couldn't cope without his help. Now it was his turn again. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and something happened. Then he realized that there was a book and tore out a piece of paper. Then he thought about some tape. It said that the young man had to devour them all in his images. A moment later, God inserted the tape into the video player. Toffee activated the game. He took the joystick. Meanwhile, the young man began to sparkle, lying on the ground. The man stood nearby and watched him. And at that moment, a character appeared on God's screen, and everything suddenly turned red. Someone raised a sword and began to chop up the corpse. Blood flowed in all directions. The man cut the boy and didn't stop, as if this was a game where you have to destroy everything around you. On the screen, the game character continued to move forward. Thus, the entire field was cleared. The man continued to cut him and screamed. He wished him dead, hit him with such force that blood was everywhere. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his hand and told him to stop. Then he stood up and said that he can't do this. First, he needs to change the genre. Isn't this an action fantasy? The brunette looked up and didn't understand what was happening. And the boy looked at him with wild eyes and said the name of God, said that thanks to him he returned. His consciousness at that moment was simply blazing. The girlfriend watched this and didn't understand what was happening. In front of her stood the silhouette of a friend who was slowly dissolving. And next to her, the silhouette of God appeared. Suddenly, she grabbed her face and said that this can't be. The blonde turned and greeted her. Liber watched this in horror, then began to cry and mentally asked her friend for help, while his body, controlled by God, grabbed the teacher. He remembered how the guy stood in front of him and thought that it was a crushing force. He should have guessed that there was some secret behind it, but behind it was God himself. And now there was some wild puppet in front of him. The brunette did not know what to do. He thought that the boy needed help and how much it would cost him. A lightning discharge immediately appeared. From the force of the blow, the man was thrown back. Then the young man smiled and said that it was strange. What kind of floor was this? There were many swords around. God did not understand if he created such a thing at all. Then he looked around and said that perhaps he created so many that he no longer remembers. Meanwhile, the teacher stood in front and tried to come to his senses. He frowned and said that if only he remembered. Then he imagined the monster that swallowed his beloved. And he remembered the girl, adding that if only he remembered her in that tragedy, this would never have happened. After that, he saw the girl smile. The man was simply furious at his memories. He was overcome with horror. Then he raised his hand and said that he was going to cut God's throat. He looked at him and smiled. The brunette came closer and said that his blood would calm Ichwarion's soul. And then he presented a beautiful rose. He squeezed his sword. Meanwhile, there were more and more roses. Suddenly, the teacher began to plow with a bright flame. And the god looked up and said that, be that as it may, isn't this level of power too great? It would take him several hundred years to do this. After that, he didn't have time to say anything because they had already pounced on him. The battle between them began. The swords cut each other. The blows were very strong. But nevertheless, the god in the boy's body managed to dodge them. And then he received another blow. And then he smiled and agreed. In his head, he imagined a combination of keys with which he could destroy the enemy. Then he looked at the man and said that there was nothing more fun than breaking the toy he had worked so hard on. The opponent's sword was somewhere nearby. They had to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Suddenly it began to sparkle. The teacher saw it and began to shout the name of his beloved. God did not understand what was happening, repeated and asked what was happening to him. But suddenly it dawned on him. He remembered something. In front of him sat a brunette whose Kadu had run out of strength. At that moment, the blonde lowered his head and said that he remembered him. He also broadcast this for him through the boy's body. As if on a chessboard, he imagined this game. It was a candidate. In the middle of the board at that moment there was a pawn. At the same time, the soul of the young man was filled with memories. The guy remembered how he was still in school and thought that he was an outcast. He lowered his head and noted that there was no reason for this as such. It was just that everyone around him condemned him. At some point he realized that the eyes of other people were fixed on him. And so he became a loner. A couple of days later he became completely invisible. The boy exhaled and thought that he had decided that he just needed to accept this fact and had been alone since then. There was nothing around. His soul seemed to be drowning in a huge sea. Now there was nothing but loneliness. The young man opened his eyes and thought that it was time to accept it. Even at the moment when he watched his comrades fight, no matter how hard he fought himself, reality was too complicated. Then he imagined the girl, and also imagined the teacher who killed him. Immediately the young man opened his mouth and released air bubbles, thought that it would be better to just give up and drown. But suddenly he heard his girlfriend calling him. Then he opened his eyes and realized that he had to act. He continued to drown, but rethought everything. Immediately varnish. Then he grouped himself and thought that it was enough to give up. Then he lowered his head and asked what else they wanted from him. Really, he should stop. He was already very tired. Suddenly, a small portal appeared somewhere in the distance. Meanwhile, God in the body of the young man stood in front of the enemy and said that it turned out that this was the legendary swordsman and the owner of the living weapon, Asarion. Then he looked him in the eyes and said that he seemed to be setting him up like that. The guy came closer and said that he thought the man was dead because he hadn't seen him for hundreds of years. Seriously, had he been hiding here all this time? Then he put his hand to his forehead and said that he couldn't believe that he was meeting him again. It seemed that he had thought it all through well. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and added, was he even human? He raised his head and looked at him. Suddenly the man spoke. He smiled and asked, does God really not know who did this? The blonde, meanwhile, was simply watching him through his body and did not understand what was happening. Then he smiled and said that it was Bibian. The girl at that moment transformed and greeted him, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. But then the young man grabbed her by the neck. Then he swung his sword. He smiled and asked how things were. Because of this, she had to overpay the man again. Then he smiled and said that it was useless. Then the young man turned around and saw that his sword began to sparkle. And Bibian was sitting opposite and asked if he was having so much fun that he didn't notice. The woman looked up and said that, for example, it was worth remembering about Xiaojin. The young man turned around. It seemed to have already dawned on him. God had lowered his head in his room and was thinking. The girl grabbed his hand and explained that this body was no longer his because she had marked the seed. It was this seed that was that ray in the darkness. Then the blonde came closer and said that she would soon be able to take him as a candidate because her seed was already actively growing. The brunette looked at her and turned, saying that he would always interfere with her resurrection. Suddenly a light appeared. The young man looked at it and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the light began to shine brighter and brighter, and then it all crashed into his chest. Because of this, a huge column of fire appeared above the body. The girl lowered her head and asked what it was. A guy fell in front of her. Her back was covered in fiery wings. God began to laugh loudly and was very surprised by what was happening. He sat in the room and shouted that they both received damage from this. At that moment, the young man raised his eyes and there was a girl in front of him. Surprised, looking at her, he noted that it was the same one. Indeed, the spirit of Hwarion stood in front of him. The blonde sighed and said that she simply could not look at this. Then she came closer and said that she spent her last strength to come here. Are they really going to hang around for a long time? She leaned over and added that it was time to hear her. His partner was waiting. The young man lowered his eyes and thought. Then a slap was heard. The girl slapped him and tried to bring him to his senses. Then she lowered her head and asked him to tell her everything. The brunette was surprised at first, and then he got upset. With a trembling voice, the young man began to talk about the fact that he was defeated again. Then he lowered his head completely, said that he did not want to be a loser, so he ran away to this world. He was afraid to rise again, so he tried to die. Nothing has changed since she came here. He was sad to talk about it, but his friend said that they can become stronger together. If she comes back, then everything will end with the girl simply dying in front of his eyes. At that moment, Hwarion swung and hit him hard in the face. Immediately after, she turned away and embarrassed, changed, said that she hits him in the face when she sees someone stupid. Then the girl sat down and touched his chest with a burning hand, said that if he continues to sit like this, then what will his weapon do? Added that the little girl screamed before that the young man will definitely return. He was struck by the words spoken, and also that the sword screamed that the guy promised that they will become stronger together. Then he pressed his lips and tried to hold back his tears. Then the blonde stood up and added, what will she do now? She will not sit here after what she heard. And the young man smiled and said that someone like him would not be able to live up to her expectations. In response, Hwarion smiled and said that it would be better to go and ask her directly. Then she hugged him tightly. She smiled and said that there was no need to worry so much, the guy would definitely cope, because Asarion had personally chosen him. Everything around him began to burn. Hwarion said that she would help him, so he had to go and save her. Then she put her hands on his shoulders and said that his girlfriend was waiting for him. He was very surprised by what he heard, and the girl looked at him with a smile, asked him to simply promise her that everything would be fine. A bright flash occurred below. The guy grabbed his chest and woke up. Asarion was standing in front of him then and did not understand anything. Misunderstanding was red in his eyes. Could this really be his beloved? Immediately the young man trembled. Another flash of light appeared, and in front was a girlfriend who was hugging him. Then he looked down and apologized to her and said that she had kept him waiting for too long. Liber said with a smile that everything was fine. The main thing was that the guy was back. At that moment, the young man began to look around. There was a man standing in front of him, so the boy had to get up and apologize to his girlfriend, saying that they could celebrate later. He looked up and said that they still had work to do. The blonde returned and looked at the enemy, and then agreed. At that moment, the teacher looked at the guy and thought that he could understand this intuitively. Then he raised his head and thought that he did not know how, but his beloved saved the guy, and now the enemy stood in front of him again. The man got very angry and began to blaze, and the boy turned to him. Then a crunch was heard, and literally a moment later, the man was struck by his own sword. He even squinted and did not understand what was happening, and the sword continued to penetrate his chest. At that moment, the teacher turned to the guy, who did not understand what was happening at all. Then he held the sword forward and said that he would like the boy to teach him on her behalf. The young man exhaled and lowered his head. Then he frowned and looked at him. The opponents stood opposite each other. The teacher lowered his head and closed his eyes, and then he looked at the young man and mentally thanked him. He grabbed his sword and thought that the only way he could repay him was to put his whole soul into this blow. Suddenly the sword began to blaze. The guy at that time gathered all his energy and thought that he saw there was an opponent in front of him, and no matter what happened, this would be the last blow. Then he understood his head and thought that everything was fine. After all, next to him was a faithful friend, and on the other side, Hwaryeon also supported him. In addition to these two, there were many guys who helped the boy. Then he began to step forward, and the opponent did the same. Finally, the guys clashed in a duel. Blow after blow, they inflicted damage on each other and tried to repel attacks. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of Ushi's neck. Immediately, the guy began to remember his lessons, that he had to be faster and faster. So he raised his sword and swung it well. And a moment later, he struck such a strong blow that even the earth began to shake. Then there was silence. The boy stood in front of his teacher. He was defeated, raised his head and said that he had an excellent sword. The brunette simply remained silent in response. At that moment, the man lowered his head and turned to him again. The young man listened attentively. Asarion imagined Mirage and told him mentally that this guy should be avoided. Suddenly the young man opened his eyes, and the teacher continued to dissolve and said that everything was fine because this man was the one his beloved chose. Then he began to dissolve himself. The guy continued to watch all this and tried to restrain his emotions. Asarion was already on the verge of death. He thought that he knew that he would never see her again. And imagining flower meadows, he thought that because of this affection, the earth was covered with the blood of so many people. Now the man was ready to accept this and pay for all the sins. It was quiet and empty around. Then he raised his sword and thought that he had to pay for not being able to protect her with his life. Also, the living weapons killed by him could finally calm down. The crimes committed against them were a crime against the defenseless. And so the man raised his head and mentally addressed her, said that her name should not be spoiled by him. The teacher sat on the ground and continued to look into the distance. Then he raised his hand and said that he would finally let her go. After he began to lower his hand, he wanted to let go of the weapon. But suddenly someone grabbed it. It was that same Hwaryeon. Asarion saw her and could not believe his eyes. The girl was sitting opposite him and crying. Suddenly he spoke and said that his beloved was still with him. Then he raised his hand, and hugging, the two of them disappeared. Only the main character remained on the battlefield, and a notification appeared on the screen that the former first level dungeon had been cleared. Then another card appeared, a notification about receiving a reward in the form of a swordsman's blessing. Received the blessing of the legendary swordsman. The guy also took over some of the power that he had in life, another flurry of sword. Now he can use the last blow of the legendary sword. The boy stood and looked at the screen, and then he just collapsed to the ground. He raised his head and thought. Memories of the last minutes began to emerge in his head, how the man stood opposite and said that everything was fine since Hwaryeon chose him. Then he covered his face with his hand. He remembered how Hwaryeon herself told him that he could handle it because Asarion had chosen him. And at the same time, something else came to mind. The last one he mentioned was Mirage. The man advised him to be wary of the main character. The guy raised his head and was very surprised. It finally got through to him. Meanwhile, in another place, the woman said that training was over for today. Then she walked up to the guys and looked at them. They were very tired and downtrodden. And the teacher turned around and added that Bailey should also finish. She replied that a good job had been done. Then she turned around and smiled. She looked at the guys, said that you just have to look at their faces. Then she came closer and noted that they probably thought that if they tried hard, they would succeed. How could they? He was not going to feel sorry for them now. Then she smiled and added that even if they tried to fight, it was still useless. The guy and the girl at that moment just listened silently. After some time, they ended up in the restroom. The young man leaned back and asked what about her. His friend looked down and asked if he didn't know. She was totally screwed. What an answer she heard. Didn't expect to be in the top 300, it surprised her. The little girl started screaming that she thought that if it weren't for the scoundrel who introduced the conditions not to summon spirits, she would have lost, but would have won easily. She knew how hard it was for a spirit summoner. Then she pointed her finger at him and added that he was always bragging about his strength, but he never achieved any results. The young man got angry and replied that his friend forgot about the hunter's compass. He had to maintain this ability throughout the day, so he couldn't use more than half of his strength. As for Aram, she occupies 182nd place. Her rank is 100 positions higher than her opponents, so the girl was just making excuses. She got angry and asked if her friend was really asking for trouble and wanted to fight. He looked up and replied that of course he would like to with pleasure. Their hands touched. The boys looked at each other, and at that moment, when a man entered the room and was surprised that they were there. Then he said that guests had come to visit them. They turned around and looked at him in surprise. Because of this, the girl and the boy got very angry and asked if the assistant really thought that he was in the mood to receive guests now. The servant got scared and explained that these guests seemed to be important to them. He heard that they were friends with Xiaojin. They were both very surprised by what they heard. Suddenly, someone entered the room and said that according to Mr. Dean, the boy was not as bad as before. He thought he still had a long way to go. It was Ran, who added that the boys had not seen each other for a long time. The blonde looked at him and was surprised, and then the mentor came in and said hello. Then she took off her hood and asked if these people were really friends of Xiaojin and Liber. In response, they were very surprised and asked what about them. There was a fire burning in the room when they decided to sum it up and said that the main character was still alive. The same man lowered his head, and the woman thought about it and said that his location was unknown. Then she looked at the guys and said that they decided to start searching. In response, she heard that this was true, but everything was not going quite as planned. Suddenly, the mentor jumped up. She bowed before them and thanked them. She smiled and said that she could not even believe that they were working so hard for them. Then she added, which surprised them even more, that Xiaojin and Liber turned out to be such good friends. Meanwhile, the man stood by the wall and just smiled. Then the mentor put her hand on the guy's shoulders and said that she was asking out of pure curiosity, "Are these two dating?" They were surprised and answered in chorus that they were not. Then the woman got embarrassed and started apologizing, said that it looks like they are in a good relationship. In response, she heard that it turns out she doesn't understand this at all, and this time the young man agreed with her. Then he rolled his eyes. Then he smiled and said that Xiaojin confessed his love to Lilith. Because of this, the girl got very angry, and then these two started arguing. Why talk about this at all? The boy shouted 100 just told the truth, and the woman's man stood nearby and didn't know what to do. Then a spirit appeared in the room and said that he was very pleased to meet them. The man came closer to the mentor and said that he was Lilith's father. In response, he heard that they were also pleased to meet him. Then they began to discuss that they needed to take care of her. They tried to introduce themselves, but the girl intervened and asked in surprise what these two were doing. The blonde was completely lost and didn't understand what was happening. Then the man raised his head and said that it looked like a lot had changed. They should help a little. After some time, everyone went outside. Rand stood in front of the guys and asked if everything was okay, and in response he heard that everything was okay. They didn't have that many people anyway. Then the woman smiled and said that they could start, and he also raised his hand and asked if they were really here. The girl also didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, the man turned around and said that he forgot to warn them about something. He remembered, right before the selection of players, their comrade suddenly grew in strength very much, and he was able to defeat one of the first opponents. Then he came closer and asked if his comrades wanted to know the reason. He smiled and said that there was no need to worry. A monster appeared there, and the man smiled and said that it was time to find out. The next day, the woman stood in the training room and said that T1 and Lilith were late for some reason. There was a completely empty room in front of them. Then the woman thought about it and said that maybe the guys overslept, but Bailey assumed that they gave up. Suddenly the brunette heard this and opened her eyes. Then she bowed her head and said that there was something wrong with her teaching method, and she heard that it wasn't her fault. The little girl looked up and said that it had been too much of an honor for them to begin with, that such representatives of Avalon had decided to teach them. Then she raised 2 fingers and said that at least their training had been a success, and they should go and eat. The woman lowered her head and thought again about the guys giving up. Then she imagined them and thought, is it just like that? Does not think that it is really so. She walked around the room and said that perhaps these two found a better teacher. And indeed, in the meantime, they had a training session in the forest with a stronger opponent. Both the guy and the girl screamed with all their might and asked him to stop. The first day of training ended, half of the forest was destroyed. These two were simply exhausted. The teacher came up to them and said that today is enough, asked if they had fun. They raised their tired eyes and thought that they did not look like they were having fun. At that moment, Rain came up and asked if this game of hide and seek would be enough. The woman answered that she wanted more, but they did not have much time, and also added that Xiaojin and Liber had been doing this day and night for 3 days. The guys heard this and wondered in surprise if their comrades had really endured this for 3 days. The man immediately smiled and said that everyone seemed to have heard it. Their friends had been doing it for 3 days in a row. Then he looked at the angry faces of the boy and girl and asked if they were ready for the next lesson. The teacher went to have tea with a spirit nearby, and Ran approached the students and said that before continuing the lessons, they needed to learn about their abilities. Then he waved his ribbons and ordered them to show them. At first, the guys did not quite understand what to do. The blonde approached him and asked if everything would be okay, even if it was him. If they started at the same time, it was a little strange. But at that very moment, some strange root appeared near their feet. Literally a moment later, this root flew out from under the ground and grabbed one by the leg. He began to throw the guys in different directions. The young man was scared and wondered what it was. Could it really be his ability to control matter? At that second, the man pounced on them and offered to check it out. Then he made a blow from which even the earth shook. However, the young man was able to reflect its creator. Rand smiled and said that in fact it was so. It's good that there is no need to worry about damage. His blade at that moment was already approaching the shield, and almost immediately broke it. The guy was surprised and thought that his opponent was strong. It turns out that before that he controlled his strength. He immediately remembered the moment when he controlled the ribbons, and it was decided to attack him in full measure. Then the guy turned to his friend and said that she also needed help and that they both needed to do it. The girl ran forward and apologized in advance, said that she did not know whether the blonde would suffer, but it was necessary to give it her all. They concentrated all their strength in one place and directed it at the enemy. He simply leisurely raised his hand, and in one movement he created a huge racket made of fabric. Then he lowered it, and with one blow he was able to throw the fireball back. Lilith was surprised and thought that now her attack was reflected with a simple blow of the wind. Suddenly, many ribbons appeared around them, and claps were heard. Then the men closed their eyes and said that these two worked hard, finished checking their abilities, then asked if there was anything else to say. And the boys meanwhile were hanging in the air and answered that they had nothing to say. The teacher watched this from the side along with the spirit and noted that these children were very obedient, then answered that she really did not even expect this. Thanks to this fight, Rain was able to decide on the direction of their training. It was about overcoming weakness, because right now the boy and girl faced it. The teacher frowned and said that perhaps it makes no sense to say this now, but to teach them a strong blow. He understood the thumbs up and said that it will be no matter who they fight, we'll turn them into warriors capable of attacking. The boy looked at him in surprise. The girl did the same. Finally, the second day of classes ended. The sun was high, and the forest was quiet. It was the terrarium of the 34th floor. Inside the building, they said that they understand that they want to get support. It was Sato and Mayo who said that the new students were simply excellent. Then they looked at the man opposite and said that perhaps he could find out the truth he was looking for. The young man answered indeed, he would look. Then he turned to Pasties and Sumama. The boy in the jacket raised his head and said that he was pleased to meet him. He remembered the composition of the trio of their leader, the last person to see the swordsman defeat Uvaria Saryan. In front of them was Mrs. Balvini. Meanwhile, T1 and Lilith continued their special course. It was the fourth day, training was in full swing. A man stood in the middle of the field and said that this was not like him, the boy should stop hiding. Then he came forward. He looked for him and said that he was sure that the young man knew that his ancestors would not achieve anything when he stood hiding behind a tree and thought that he knew nothing. The young man covered his face with his hands and thought that he had almost no strength left because of this monster. No, he rested for several hours and used his skills all this time. Then he lowered his hand and thought that if he rested a little, he would be able to use it again. Until then he should breathe and behave quietly. But suddenly Mo Kai-ko got out of his pocket and greeted him. It turns out that this was the Pasties emergency communication system, through which his comrade asked him if he was here. The boy picked up the radio and thought why at such a time, began to ask what it was, asked to tell him faster. After that, a dialogue took place. The young man asked how things were. In response he heard that the blonde just wanted to know what he needed because he was busy now. The boy said that he was so rude, but he again asked if his comrade wanted to die. At that moment, Pasties smiled and said that he would like to tell him something. He had a lead on that swordsman Asarian, who was asked about earlier. T1 came out and was very surprised. Then he started shouting into the radio if it was true. His comrade replied that it was surprising, but the guard of their guild had something to tell about that incident. And while his friend was saying that he would tell something right now, the teacher looked out from around the corner and said that he had finally found him. Realizing this, the young man was very scared. A loud scream was immediately heard from the radio. Pasties did not understand what had happened. Then he lowered his head and asked what the guys were doing there, and Sumama came closer and asked what that scream was just. Suddenly the fox turned around and said that if the guys had finished with their business, then it was time for them to go. They agreed. While they were walking forward, she also added that she was surprised by something. She looked at them and said that she did not think that they were interested in information about the disappearance of Asarian. Now she treats this case as an urban legend. Then the wolf turned around and asked why they were so interested in this, and the young man was a little taken aback and said that this was information that he needed to find for his friend. Then he looked up and said that he was asked to do so. After some time, they arrived at the dragon's habitat. The man was walking surrounded by guards. Then he raised his head and noticed someone. Then he asked who it was. Pasties was standing in front of him. The brunette assumed that he thought this boy was from the 97th generation. The young man came closer and introduced himself, also said that he was a member of the North Street Guild, and he had several questions about the incidents of the 97 generations, asked to give him some time. One of the guards was very indignant and asked how dare he, should he get rid of him now? But the gentleman raised his hand and stopped him. Then he smiled and said that sometimes it was nice to watch newbies play detective. The boy tensed up when he heard that they still agreed to discuss something with him. At that moment, the crystal began to shine brighter. The young man remembered meeting with a comrade, and that day they had a strange dialogue, after which he analyzed all aspects of the incident of the 97th generation without exception. Because of this, he came to one building. Also imagined Nagi with her sword, and also formed an opinion about the influence of Avalon. Also remembered about the black space where the girls went. Then he grabbed his hood, and as a result, he had a question. Now the young man was standing in front of the gentleman. This was the place where you can find out everything. The man approached him and asked what question he wanted to ask him. The guy raised his head and thought, and a moment later he just started flying at him with his fists. Because of this, the brunette smiled and said that he decided to act, not talk, not bad. Then he stretched his hand forward and was going to stop the boy. There was a click, and then the guy noticed how the man was twisting his hand, and then he clenched it into a fist. The same thing happened to his face, as if a whirlpool appeared, and then he was carried back. The blow was so strong that even the walls began to collapse. Because of this, Pasties briefly lost consciousness. Then the man came closer and said that he couldn't even believe it. There wasn't a single crack in the wall. As expected, this place was protected. Then he came closer and added that he regretted it, said that he couldn't control his power because a lot of time had passed. As soon as he came close to him, he extended his hand and wanted to help him get up. Then he bent down and asked if he could do it. The guy just looked at his hand. A moment later he raised his. Then he extended 2 fingers. But he couldn't do anything because his hand was instantly nailed to the wall. Someone was approaching and said that this child was very impudent. A girl appeared in front of him, smiling and saying that unfortunately this trick doesn't work. Then she asked a question that surprised him, or rather, did he have any aces up his sleeve? Hearing this, the boy smiled. Then he began to answer. He looked at her and said that it was not purple. The girl did not understand what they were talking about at all. While she was listening that he had achieved his goal, nothing more to confirm. At that moment, the guy approached the man and said that it was better to kill him than to find out anything. Then he frowned and added that it was worth doing the same as when Xiao Jin was killed. Then the man thought about it. Then he smiled, and then he started laughing, asked if he was serious. He had great talent. Then he looked at the guy and said how far he had gone, or rather, how he had found out about it, and asked him to tell him. The young man looked at him at that moment and thought that this man was really crazy. He also lowered his head and thought that this was a good opportunity. The longer he could talk to him, the more information he would get, so he said that he had just witnessed his mistake. The gentleman listened to him attentively, and the boy started shouting and added that according to the information about the incident of the 97th group, which was announced by Avalon, the reason why the 9 candidates could not be revived was because they had turned into monsters. Then he introduced the people and said that in their words, there should be no exception for all 9 who had not been revived. He looked up and added that he had shown them something that should not have been seen, and that was the death of a comrade. Immediately after that, he remembered that terrible moment. The young man was a little upset and added that the power that dominated him was not purple, but blue, and also said that this is what was different from the other 8. The men laughed in response to this. Pasties gritted his teeth and added that like the other 8 students, his friend also did not revive, therefore it can be assumed that. He introduced the girl and said that everyone who dies from her sword disappears forever. Immediately looked up and said that this is a misconception. Then he introduced her last fight and said that Nagi demonstrates her fighting skills every year, but no one disappeared forever. He also added that if she had the ability of eternal death, then the guild would hide it, because it is a good diplomatic tool for them, otherwise their actions could be predicted. The brunette listened to him attentively then. The young man raised his head and said that he had some doubts about him, but was convinced that his power color is not purple. This proves that Sichmund is not related to the ability of eternal death. All that remains is. Suddenly the man interrupted him and told him to stop if he continues talking. The same one wrapped his neck with some kind of fetters and began to squeeze. Lucia was hovering nearby, who could break him at any moment. Then she smiled and said that she liked a child like this. If not for this contract, what a pity. The young man then lowered his head and thought what they were going to do with him. The gentleman came closer and said that in any case, it would be great if he joined them. Then he smiled and added that he thought the answer would be no. Then the man spread his arms and said that if there was another question, he would answer as much as possible as a reward for his intelligence. At that moment, the boy tried to get up. Then he looked into his eyes and said that he would like to know what happened to the rest of the guys except his comrade. The brunette simply smiled in response, and then looked at him from under his brows and said that these people were completely destroyed. The things he heard shocked the boy very much. After some time, they all approached a huge dragon. Sichman turned around and waved at the guy, and he just looked at him, and at the same time clenched his fist. There was rage in him. This bastard did it on purpose. Then the boy took a step forward and thought that now everything was clear to him. He hated this man and thought that now he was his main enemy. He didn't care what happened. Now comrade, I would definitely find him before him. This is what brought them to point B where Balvenie was. The moon was high enough. Xiao Jin and Liber were resting in the clearing. Both were sleeping and resting. The young man was even snoring. Then there was some kind of click, and he suddenly stood up. Then he grabbed the back of his head and asked how long he had slept. His head hurt. Suddenly he looked down and noticed something. A blonde was sleeping next to him, and the nature of the heavenly arena, physical strength is restored simply during sleep. However, this does not help restore mental strength, especially in this environment. There was an uninhabited desert around them. Then the young man covered his girlfriend with his cloak and thought that he could not continue to live like this any longer. Immediately after, he raised his hand and thought that he still had a long way to go to get closer to his level, and immediately he imagined his teacher because he strove to be closer to his sword skills. The boy stood up and thought that it was time to leave this place and start working even harder. Then he looked at the sky, and he remembered Lilith. The young man looked at the moon and thought that he was sure that everything was fine with the guys. In the meantime, they were going through both active and training. The woman looked at them and said that the guys had finally returned, and then it was time to start. The guy and the girl came closer and were ready for anything. The woman turned around and looked at the student. Then she came closer and said that he had returned. Apparently he had found a way to pass her test. He rolled his eyes and said that he thought so. He raised his hand and said that he was sure of one thing, everything would be different from last time. Then he attacked her with his spear. Suddenly a scratch appeared on his cheek, and the sword flew to the side. The teacher ran towards him and said that it meant there was no need to stay any longer. At that moment her weapon appeared in front of his face. There was an explosion that even broke the walls. Meanwhile, plaster began to fall in another room. Bally smiled and noted that it looked like the battle had begun. What to do? Her friend was being beaten again. Then she looked up and added that they should also start. Lilith then raised her hand, interrupted her and said that it was time to start, suggested that she attack and said that she would never be defeated by some newbie. The woman smiled. Then she asked again in surprise, said that now they were destined to find out. After that, she ran towards her and shouted that she thought the girl was making a big mistake, not everything would be as she wanted. She raised her hands, realized that they wanted to destroy her in one blow, suggested that she try. At that moment, her attack was already approaching the girl. Yes, she raised her hand and launched an additional projectile. Then she smiled and said that she wanted to do something else first. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The walls around her began to collapse. The little girl smiled and said that the student should have understood everything, why she was not even close to her, trash like her would never reach high ranks. Then she went to the formed rotor and said that the girl and her friend would not achieve anything. At the same time, the girl's father, a spirit, was waiting for her in the forest. A man approached him and asked if he was worried about the kids. It was Ran. The spirit answered him that the blonde continued to hold back because of the need to maintain the search ability, did not even sleep, thought the last time he had a normal rest, in addition to the Battle of Kina to maintain shape is 2. The mentor appeared from behind and agreed for him, said that the battle was too harsh, probably this is what the spirit wanted to say. Then she came closer and said that she thought she needed to show her father something. Suddenly he was surprised. The teachers showed them the wounds and torn rags. Rand showed his weapon and said that they got wounds from these guys. These kids are very strong. The blonde joined him and said that they will probably come to their expectations. The man also looked at the spirit and said that thanks to them, he calmed down. Xiao Jin and Liber have good friends. In response he heard that this is so. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Bailey looked up and was surprised, thought about the ceiling. How is this possible? The girl clung to the ceiling, using melting. Her hands literally melted the concrete, but it was impossible to avoid burns. Then the teacher struck again and said that she would throw this crazy woman down. Presence of spirit has a clear limit on the firepower available to the user, so the girl looked at it and thought that even despite the fact that she reduced the range, reducing it to the tips of her fingers, it still limits her speed. In such a situation, getting wounds means a fatal outcome. There is no chance to escape. Because of this, she had to jump down and think that another figurative attack will be made, but she cannot ignore its destructive power. Before this, Lilith was always reluctant to get wounded, ran away from the enemy. That's why even playing tag, she played very passively. The same thing, of course, happened to her in the fight with Bailey. Baby tensed up. The enemy's shells were flying at her. She involuntarily focused on avoiding, not fighting. Then she pushed off the wall and thought that if they all hit, they think she won't be able to put it out. She jumped forward and thought that, however, if she wants to hit her, she can't avoid them forever. The enemy noticed this and began to scream. Was she really going to jump? At that moment, the girl stretched out her hand and activated the blow. A surge of energy suddenly appeared, and everything around began to explode. Then the woman looked at her and started laughing because the girl had blocked only one. She would not be able to avoid the rest. Literally a moment later, she sent several more projectiles at her. Lilith's training continued. The girl lowered her head and said that she had blocked the biggest attack. Then she smiled and added that it would not hurt so much. This meant that she had managed to get rid of the fear of injury. Immediately after, she eliminated all the other projectiles. Smoke rose. The little girl lowered her head and said that as expected, she had no choice but to control the power, otherwise, it would be too painful. She found herself right next to her opponent and said that it worked. Now it was her turn. She was very scared and started screaming. Has the girl really gone crazy? If she attacks so close, then it will hurt her too. But Lilith lowered her head and asked what then. The woman was taken aback by what she heard and did not know what to answer. At that moment, the girl activated micropurgatory, and right after there was a strong explosion, the walls nearby began to melt, and then a huge fireball appeared. The little girl stretched out her hand and said that she could defeat her with one blow. Thus, Lilith passed. Then she exhaled. The battle was over. She lowered her head and thought what a relief. She finally passed the test. If Bailey had not controlled her firepower to prevent this place from collapsing, she would not have been able to reach her. Then she turned around and said that on the other hand. She raised her head and added that the test, which does not require adjusting the force in a small place, is incomparable. Besides, she plays against the top 100 rankers. The girl stood there and wondered whether her comrade would be okay. Meanwhile, his battle continued. The woman stood opposite and looked at him. The young man was almost exhausted. In his memories, the last conversation with Rand surfaced, who told him that the possibilities of his copying ability were limitless. The outcome of the battle would depend on his skill in using it. He stood opposite and listened, that it means that every moment he will have to make a choice will require fast and accurate decisions. Then the man came closer and said to do it, he needs to understand the ability of the three-dimensional dimension. The boy asked again. Then the teacher came closer and said that it is necessary to take his ability as an example. Then he activated his flaps and said that the young man attacked him and imitates how the teacher used it. To be honest, was surprised, could not believe that he was able to immediately use his skills. The guy then thought about the fact that he had just seen this several times in the webtoon. Rand then lowered his head and said that in fact his ability does not specialize in attacks. The young man was surprised by what he heard, and the man extended his hand and said that these abilities are used for defense, in particular specializes in territorial defense. Then he presented their lessons and said that, for example, the other day, used the roots to lure him into a trap. He immediately squeezed the cloth and added that he could not tell him everything because it affected the safety of entering the village, but he could gain more advantage by using the ability in this way. The young man stood in front of him and wondered and surprised that he had never heard of this before. It was not written in the comic at all. Did he really misunderstand this man's abilities? Then he imagined all the battles and wondered if the other skills he used for this were really wrong. The man came closer and said that it seemed like he had a lot of assumptions. Then he frowned and added that he was asking about this to find out how much he knew about his abilities, but it seemed like he did not have a detailed idea of them, right? The boy lowered his head to this and replied that yes, apparently he even knew less than he thought. At that moment, the teacher took a step forward and said that he wanted to ask him. He came as close as possible to him and asked how he used his abilities. The guy hesitated a little, tried to answer. Then he presented some matter and said that he did it with the help of an impression. Also creates an image of a teacher in his head and says that he has an impression of the person's skills in his mind. Think so. He smiled and said that then something needs to be done. At that moment, a bright fireball appeared, and the teacher with glowing eyes said that in that case it is necessary to embody this impression. Not just imitate what the original owner of the ability does, but make sure that he understands what he is capable of and create the characteristics and limitations of this ability as his own. He also frowned and added that in this way, when he uses them, it will no longer be a copy, but an original, and matter will turn into reality. The young man understood the finger. His eyes lit up. It was rank 73. Immediately he hit the ground with his hand and said that it would be a light spear. How much does a person know about his abilities, I wonder? The young man frowned and thought that they know enough about this ability. The next question arose, what about the other person? How much does he know about his skills? And there was a woman standing opposite who was arguing that another light spear had been used. It could be used about 60 times. If you add up all the spears he had used, there must have been less than 10 left, and he had summoned many at once, so he wouldn't be able to use them again for a while. There really were a lot of weapons in front of her. Then the woman frowned and thought that she hoped it wasn't an emotional decision, and asked what the boy was going to do now. He raised his hand and said he was going to do this. Suddenly the spears began to sparkle. They all created something in common. The teacher was surprised and thought that he was using it as a barrier, sending energy through the spear, serving as a carrier. She had never met such a student before. Meanwhile, the boy was already attacking her. Then he struck at her, but he couldn't reach his target. He swung and did it again. And again the woman blocked it. Then she raised her sword and looked around. The country played around her energy. It was even more annoying than she thought, like killing a mosquito. Suddenly the guy attacked from behind, shouted that this was a weak spot, but the woman simply dodged by jumping. He felt a little annoyed by this, and the teacher did not waste time and kicked him into the wall. Then she turned around and thought that she could not believe that this happened. But the boy not only improved his skills, but also increased his attack ability. She immediately smiled and added that this was the effect of the current battle. What a relief. But something still confused her. Meanwhile, the young man was already running towards her. Then he attacked. This was not enough. The boy was angry and very determined. He struck one blow after another, creating a whole stream of energy. Then he frowned and said that he would end it all. A huge spear appeared in his hands. The woman watched this and thought that it must be the last one squeezing out of herself. Then she raised her sword and thought that great, it was worth fighting. The battle continued for some time. Smoke was everywhere. She fell to her knees and turned to the student. She stuck her sword next to him and said that he was too obsessed with winning. At that moment, she managed to knock him to the ground. Then she bowed her head and asked him to be more modest when conquering a tower. In any case, he meets countless barriers, monsters, and strong opponents. Then she looked at her sword and said that only when a player can recognize the strength of another person, also accept his weaknesses. She came as close as possible to him and said that only then will the player be able to fight someone stronger than himself. The young man simply rolled his eyes. Then he smiled. He looked at the teacher and said that he would take her advice with honor. At that moment, a spear appeared above her back. The guy lifted her up and grabbed her hands. Then he smiled and asked how Aram was going to dodge this. The girl blushed. A weapon hung over her back. It was a suicidal attack. At that moment, she looked him in the eyes and said that the boy had caught her. Then she added that she agreed and lowered her head. The boy was very surprised when he heard that she admitted her defeat. Then the teacher smiled and said that the training was over. There was a silent pause. The woman asked if the boy was going to let her go. He did not realize what was happening. T1 finally passed too, and so they all came to the heavenly tower, to the 7th floor. There was a nest of wyverns. Aram turned around and said that she once again congratulated them on passing the exam. In turn, she was ready to keep her promise. Then she looked at them and said that she learned the story. If they want to find a comrade, the missing candidate of the 97th generation, they need to go through the red gate. The boy was surprised, and the girl asked again why they needed a nest in that case. Suddenly, someone appeared on the top of the cliff. The woman looked there and said that the person who could help them had arrived. And then this man fell down. Suddenly there was an explosion near them, and there appeared a woman. The young man covered his face with his hands and thought what it was. His body was not moving. Was it because of her pressure? The blonde took off her hood and asked if these two were looking for their friends. Then she smiled and said that she liked it, decided to help. Meanwhile, the Sky Tower was near the 86th floor. There were guys at the entrance to the dungeon of the Cyclops. Pasties saw the entrance to the dungeon for the first time and was very happy. His friend noted that this was a very high floor. She did not think that she could quickly climb so far. The woman turned around and addressed them, and then she looked at them and said that they had to promise to stay close and not lag behind. The comrades answered in unison that they agreed. Suddenly, fire appeared. The woman took out her weapon and said that it was time to enter the dungeon. Something immediately surprised them. There were an incredible number of different monsters. A huge cyclops appeared right overhead. The young man got scared and thought that there were 3 classes of monsters. It was bad. He thought it was better to retreat. But their leader raised her hand up. Then she swung, and with all her might she smeared the cyclops in the face. Another one ran there and started screaming. Then he extended his hand to her. But the woman was not going to give up and flew in his direction. And then a moment later this cyclops was also eliminated. Then she landed on the ground. She immediately turned around and looked at her comrades. The fight continued. Victory was hers. After some time, the room was enveloped in smoke. The girl stood, victory was hers. Then Pasties was very surprised and said that this was madness. She defeated them herself. With such skills, she is probably in the top 300. His girlfriend noted that she would not like to meet such strong people anymore. And Balvenie turned around and said that it was time for them to move on. And so the guys went on. After some time, they came to a grave. 2 people were buried there. The guy was surprised and wondered what kind of place this was. And the woman took something out of her vest. It was a small blue flower. Then she sat right in front of the grave and lowered her head. She called the guys to come to her. Then she got upset and said that this was the last place she saw the sword master. There were 2 tombstones and many flowers. This is where the girl stopped last time. They were very surprised to hear this. The woman looked at the flowers and explained that at that time she was the commander of the vanguard group of the Avalon Guild. Then she introduced Asarion and Hwarion and added that with their help she managed to escape. She also frowned and added that she would like to ask these children a question. In what situation could you rely on someone? The guy scratched his head and said that you basically only in a catastrophic situation, because if you turn to someone for help, you admit that you are no longer fit to be a leader. And the girl thought about it and said that she would ask for help if there was mutual trust. The woman immediately stood up and said that this was a good reason. Then she raised her head and said that her group did not take this too lightly. If you imagine a tower and a huge number of monsters, then you can say that in this place there is no such thing as death, as a result of which very interesting consequences arise. In the terrarium the feelings of fear are dulled instead of oblivion, but can you call it a blessing? She thought about it and said no, it is a curse. Same looked at the grave again and said that there is no death here, but they will undoubtedly come to an end in its various forms. However, players who have forgotten their fears endanger both themselves and their loved ones. The same thing happened to their team. The guys listened to her attentively, and the leader looked ahead and said that she was afraid that it was too late to talk about it. She was able to realize this only after the loss of Asarion and Hwarion, and now only the grave remains of them. She continued to broadcast, saying that once she realized this, she could no longer move forward, was not ready to take responsibility for the lives of her group members and even for her own. She lowered her eyes and added that, however, she believed that she needed to do something, so she began to keep watch here. While standing near the graves, she said that she was waiting for these guys to return to life one day. Suddenly, the girl took a step forward and asked if this meant that she brought all these flowers here. And Balvenie finally wilted and answered that this was all she could tell them about the history of the incident with the Red Gate. Then she raised her head and added that now she wanted an answer to her question. Do you think her decision was right? The guy and the girl stood opposite and did not know what to say. At this point, the woman explained that they should stop moving forward and stop here, asked if this was the right thing to do. Then she came closer to them and asked what she should do. In response, the young man shook his head and said that in his opinion, despite all this, he looked at her and replied that she should still move forward. Then he took a step forward and said that he was a person who was enjoying himself. His face looked very serious, and the boy added that all this was because he was a player. The woman simply stood opposite him, listening attentively. Then she smiled. A beam of bright light fell into this room when she replied that she understood. Suddenly the walls shook. The guys turned around and did not understand what was happening. And right in the distance, someone's silhouette appeared. Someone was flying there and screaming very loudly. It was the blonde who was dragging Lilith and T1 behind her. And those who were standing below saw this and were very scared. Suddenly, these people fell to the ground. The woman tensed up and ordered everyone to step back. But the young man said that they should wait a minute. He most likely knew this scream. A silhouette appeared in the distance. The blonde let the guys go. The young man said that it turned out that they were his friends. Then she looked at them all and said that she was glad to meet them. Then she raised her hand and said that she was here to help them. Then she smiled and introduced herself as a scarlet dragon. No one around understood what was happening. The room was still brightly lit when she said that she was very pleased to meet them. And then the guys came up, introduced themselves and said that yours was somehow awkward. They also thanked her for the polite treatment of pensioners. In response they heard that it goes without saying. Lilith then looked at her clothes and thought that before that she assumed that the woman would be strict. That's why she put on the uniform issued by Avalon. This uniform is really uncomfortable, so tight, she will not wear it anymore. Balvenie meanwhile lowered her head and thought about the dragon, and a red one at that. Then she took a step forward and said that this was of course a useful acquaintance, but she still found it hard to believe. Even though she was a former member of the guild, the young man said that even though she said so, they would still have to trust this woman. And she stood nearby and warmed up. Then she turned around. She lowered her head and thought. She felt unpleasant, so the girl decided to leave. Then she took a step forward. She threw something off herself and said that there was something somewhere here. For a while, she fell silent in thought. A bright energy appeared in the air. The red dragon suddenly opened her eyes and said that she had found what she was looking for. Then she stretched out her hand, and with one blow, she cut the space in front of her. Some kind of crack appeared, and then this crack turned into a portal. A bright red light appeared from there. The blonde saw it and said that it was very amazing. And Balvenie came up and said that it looked the same as that day. The woman was shocked and said that it was the same red gate. Indeed, a crack in the form of a red gate opened in front of them. The blonde turned and said with a smile that they had to go in there. Everyone looked at her in surprise and said nothing. In the heavenly terrarium, in the haven of peaceful residents, a fire was burning. 2 people were standing at the edge of the village. One of them smiled and said that this time the prophet was quite decent, it made him very happy. And the other answered that he did not think so, he did not like anything. Suddenly this man turned and saw something. The other smiled and turned to Mirage, said that here he finally paid off his debts. Well, it was time to get started. The whole city was engulfed in flames, it was time to get rid of the weapons. Near the gate at that time, Balvenie folded her arms and said that she would stay here, because entering the red gate could cause serious problems according to the current rules. She was going to stay here and follow the rules and order. The girl looked at her and said that she was sure that this person wanted to go there more than anyone else. And the blonde intervened and said that however, they needed to think about what would happen if they could not return here. He thought it would be better if one person stayed to report the situation from the outside. And she also said that it was necessary to do the right thing. She would contact Avalon separately as an association. The blonde heard this and was surprised. Then she looked at the young man. She came up to him as close as possible and began to swear. Then she smiled and said that this guy was not bad. Pasties was completely confused and wondered what was going on. Was he really her type? At that moment, the woman looked at the gap and said that it was time for them to go. And the guys all moved in that direction. And Balvenie was left behind. She watched them and asked them to be careful. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. She threw everyone back. Lilith looked at the gate and thought that there was so much disordered energy there. The blonde also had a bracelet instead. He stretched out his hand and did not understand what was happening to it. Then a hunter's compass appeared, and the fact that the compass was activated meant that the guy opposite him. He appeared there by human power. Then lightning discharges, and then the silhouette of a woman who turned to the boy and said that he had grown so much that it was difficult to recognize him. The blonde looked up and was surprised, and she continued to say that they must be careful, these people are approaching. And a few moments later she showed him the silhouette of some strange demons. They had burning eyes and definitely bad intentions. All this was in the form of a vision. Then the woman appeared again and said that this is all that can show him, it will be impossible to avoid them. The young man was scared and started shouting, "Who is this? Why are they helping him?" He also asked why he was summoned to this world at all. He lowered his head in strength and answered that there must be a mix-up in his memories. The boy was very surprised when he heard that this also proves his strength, the only answer he can give now. After she said goodbye to him, it was deep night. Xiao Jin and Liber were looking at something in the meantime. There was a sword in front of them. The girl said, "Did the guy really make a whole tombstone out of them?" Right. A cemetery of living weapons appeared around. The brunette smiled and said that it was so. 3 months had passed since they arrived here. They stood and thought about everything. Then the young man raised his hand. To some extent he can already cope with the abilities he received from the teacher, but he has not used them yet. Then he looked at his girlfriend and thought that they had already tried to leave this place 15 days ago, but could not. He also noted that he again clearly felt the moment when he last fought Asarion, and the memories of them did not give him peace, because then a whole crowd of comrades helped him. But in the end they decided to make a grave. Although this is a simple formality, it was his girlfriend who came up with this idea, so the young man thanked her. Today, the arrangement of the graves was finally completed. Deep at night, the guys decided to leave, creating a portal right under the moon. The guy thought about it. The girl noticed this and asked what was wrong. And he lowered his head and asked if it was really normal that he left like this. Then the blonde turned and replied that they made graves. It seems to her that this will satisfy them. In response he heard that she was most likely right. Then the main character thought about it, thought that he did everything he could. He frowned and said that they could only do everything possible so that this would not happen again. He exhaled and walked forward. There was nothing behind him. Suddenly, a portal began to open. A bright light filled everything around. The guys jumped and did not understand what was happening. It seemed that the crack was getting bigger. At that moment, the girl grabbed him and shouted that it was dangerous, and the light was getting brighter. It was unclear what was happening. The young man looked there. His girlfriend did the same. And then friends appeared in front of them. The blonde and the brunette looked at them and became a little embarrassed. In general, everyone present became embarrassed from what they saw. Suddenly, Liber jumped up, and the young man asked how the guys were doing. Then Lilith lowered her head and turned to him. And then she began to scream loudly and ask how to understand this. She approached him and said that the guy had gone crazy. Didn't he know how hard it was for them to get to him? But now you should look at yourself, sitting here shamelessly. In response she heard that it was just a misunderstanding. The guys showed up so unexpectedly, so he got scared and fell. Then he turned to his friend and said that she should support him, confirmed that it was a setup, but she asked again. Lilith looked at her in thought. Then she turned around and said that Liber would do the same, but here he is. Because of this, the blonde brunette was very scared. Suddenly Sumama pounced on them and started hugging them. Pasties did the same and said that they were very worried, so glad that the guys are alive. The red dragon watched from the sidelines with a smile, and Xiaojin and Liber did not know where to go from happiness. Then the blonde came up to them and said that she would find a way through the red gate. She can feel the red energy. The blonde looked at her and said that he would like to ask a question, because this woman is not even a player. Why is she helping them? She was surprised and fell silent. And then she smiled sharply and replied that just like the guys were looking for each other, she was also looking for something, so it was a simple bonus, in fact. They looked at her and simply agreed. Then the red dragon turned around and left. T1 followed her and asked what he needed to do. In response he heard that nothing special, just go. Then he looked at her questioningly and agreed. Then he turned away and thought, this is not even bad, he needs to think about something. He immediately remembered that strange silhouette and thought what kind of thing it was. He looked ahead and reasoned that this woman gave him strength and called him into this world, but he does not remember anything else. Then he lowered his head and thought that all he remembers is there, in that world. When he was still a human, his last memories were a flash so bright that it filled everything around, and then a white shroud. And when he woke up, everything was quiet and calm, and there was a terrarium in front. The boy raised his head and reasoned that there were three things that did not leave his thoughts even during confusion: the power granted to him, the energy that settled in his body, the existence of the god, Arthur, and what he must do, these three things. He lowered his eyes and thought that if he thought about it, how did Xiaojin get into this world? He imagined the guy and thought that they would need to discuss a lot upon returning. Then he rolled his eyes and began to think. Suddenly the woman turned and said that they should go further. The boy agreed and then asked if he had finished and watch. Then he caught up with her and asked how old she was. The girl asked again and said that if we are talking about years, who the hell knows, she hasn't counted for a long time. Because of this, the blonde thought even more, does not understand what this man is thinking. Are all dragons like this? He said that then why did they ask to follow her? They just keep going and going. The woman turned around and said that this young man smells like her. Then she asked in surprise if this guy is really from another world. This news simply shocked him. The guy stopped and started screaming. Does it mean that the Scarlet Dragon is also from another world? The girl said no, she wouldn't say so. In any case, she was glad that the blonde followed her. The young man was completely confused and thought why, it must be some kind of contract. And Lilith, meanwhile, thought that she was ready to kill the guy out of anger. It was deep night. They were sitting next to each other but did not speak. Suddenly, the boy asked embarrassedly how they were doing, and the girl turned away and said that she had already dried up. Then she looked at him and asked how he was doing. He asked again. Then he lowered his head and said that a lot had happened. Memories of Asarian also surfaced in his head. The girlfriend noticed that the young man was upset. He was sitting next to her and completely wilted. At that moment, the girl became embarrassed. Then she turned to him and suddenly hugged him from behind. The brunette looked at her and was very embarrassed. Let's dive into her past. Their family was called the Fire Family. Even toys were made from fire, reborn by fire, destroyed by fire, the damned Fire Family. The little girl watched all this and was very surprised. Her dad came closer and said that the family was proud that it was a fire family, so you should always be proud of yourself. You can create and destroy because you know how to control the sacred fire. At some point, everything around was ablaze, and somewhere nearby there was a building. There was a father and daughter sitting there. The father said that you need to listen to him carefully. The baby should stay in the temple. The power of the Great Spirit will protect her. When the girl raised her head and asked what about dad, the spirit would protect him, wouldn't it? He lowered his head and said nothing. Then he began to tremble and couldn't answer. Suddenly a loud knock was heard. A silhouette of some people appeared in the distance. They were approaching and saying that this time they had destroyed 100 people, so her friend was in her debt. Another said that she shouldn't let her guard down, then pay the appropriate price. There was still a temple left there. The daughter and her father were hiding inside. He stroked her head and said that the baby was the hope of their family. Then he leaned over and said that she had to survive no matter what happened. The daughter didn't understand what was happening. Then she was left alone in the temple and began to scream, asking him not to leave. But the door there closed. After some time, a huge lake of fire was in front of her. Tears flowed like a stream in the eyes of the little girl. She lowered her head when a huge silhouette of fire appeared in front of her, and this silhouette enveloped her from all sides. Little flames appeared on the girl's hands. Then the little girl clenched her fist and thought that she would kill them. She sat and thought that in the name of her family, she would kill her offenders with her own hands. There was an incredible amount of rage in her eyes and a desire for revenge. After that day, she never cried again, because she did not deserve to cry. But was it right? Now she was sitting next to the guy and thinking. The brunette next to her lowered his head and thought about his own, while the girl sat next to him and looked at him. Memories of that day began to emerge in her head, and then a decision was made to reach out and hug the young man. He looked at her and became embarrassed, and Lilith stroked his head and told him not to say anything. Then she came even stronger and said that she did not know what happened, but everything was fine, she could cry if she wanted. The guy was very surprised by what he heard. Then he hugged her and thanked her, tried to object. But after a moment he began to cry and asked her to give him a minute. His friend leaned back and exhaled, and then she hugged him again. And her father was watching all this. There was despair in his eyes. The spirit apologized to her and said that the baby needed a hug. It hurt him to look at his daughter, but unfortunately, in such a guise, he could not give her a hug. Suddenly, something happened nearby. Everyone turned and paid attention. The man frowned and did not understand what was happening. A huge rift appeared above them. What was that? Others on the side also noticed it. The blonde got angry and wondered if someone was coming towards them. The rift became larger and larger, and its color was purple, and everyone noticed it. Then the brunette moved there. While running, he turned around and said that Liber went in that direction. He needed to go check, asked Lilith to stay here. She was surprised and asked again. And the young man was offended and reasoned that something was wrong here. The mirage appeared differently. Could it really be some new enemy? A person appeared there. The woman smiled and asked who we have here. Is it really possible that there are still living weapons? And the blonde stood opposite and said about the purple aura. Then the rival smiled at the question whether these people are really bad, aren't they? Then she raised her head and asked what's wrong with that. If we make a small digression, we can discuss why Momo and Pasties wear garters, belts for their legs. The guys sat down next to each other and answered that they were really called to answer such a stupid question. Well, in fact, they just like wearing them. They feel safe with them. The young man said that he thought the same, and he also felt more comfortable this way. Apparently the guys are similar in this. At that moment, a woman appeared in the middle of the cemetery. She raised her head and said that it had been a long time since she had seen so many corpses. She felt many spirits of the dead. Well, it seemed that the mirage had kept at least one of its promises. Then she raised her hand and said that for some reason she did not feel the spirit of the swordsman. She closed her eyes and began to scan the space. Then she opened them and assumed that there was a saboteur somewhere nearby. At that very second, arrows flew at her. There was a powerful explosion, so strong that smoke rose up. A huge monster appeared above her head, covering her with its body. And the young man stretched out his hand and said that he had never seen this unranker before. The blonde frowned and pointed his finger at her, said that he did not know what her goal was, but he would not allow everything to go according to her plan. Then he began to study the opponent and thought that this monster appeared out of nowhere, which means her ability, they are her comrade. That is, she has the ability to summon, although he thinks it is too early to judge. Fortunately, his, and so it turns out it worked. Then he lowered his head and thought that he didn't know if he could win or stop her, but he would at least try to stop her unless another enemy appeared. Then he looked at his opponent again. The girl came closer and said that she knew what the guy was thinking. Then she took out her weapon and said that of course she wasn't the only one who came here, so why shouldn't he go to his friends instead of bothering her here? The young man just stood opposite and listened to her attentively. Then he smiled and said, are they really asking him to run away? To worry that he would have to deal with both of them? If that's really the case, then it's funny. But the girl just frowned, and the blonde then smiled and added that his rival didn't think that his friend was already running here to help him. And indeed, at that moment the brunette was approaching there. He was very determined. Meanwhile, a woman was standing in front of the living weapon. She smiled and asked who they had here. Was there really any more living weapons left? The blonde frowned and said that it was a purple aura, which meant that these people were bad. She only received a smile in response. Then the woman raised her head and asked what was wrong. A judge suddenly appeared above her head. The girl looked at him. She studied him and did not understand what was happening. And then he pointed his finger at her and said that she would not succeed. She would not succeed. At that moment, Pasties intervened and extended his hand. The woman looked at him, and then something appeared behind her. It was Sumama, who hit her right on the head. Because of this, the stranger flew back, and the blonde shouted to her friend. She literally began to blaze with energy and told her to watch. Then she stood up and said that she was not fooling around. Then she swung and delivered another blow to the enemy. The woman flew back and began to think that she assumed that the girl was just a newbie. But she quickly came to appreciate her, so it seems that these guys are not facing unrankers for the first time. Then she tried to break with her legs with all her might. She started laughing loudly and said that the guys were so funny, but they didn't pay attention to her. Pasties shouted to her friend that it was time. She activated the demon in herself and agreed with him. Then she jumped up and shouted that she understood everything. Suddenly a projectile of energy appeared, so strong that she found it saw it from afar. He frowned and said that these people were already here. Rabbi raised her head and said that the opponent got into the sky. She didn't like it, even though she was standing in front of her. Then she ran closer and said that she would be upset if she looked away. Sumama got a punch in the jaw and thought that this woman was fast. The young man stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. When dealing with a strong opponent, you have to act abruptly. Therefore, Liber intervened, you shouldn't let the enemy discover their weakness. The girl literally took out her opponent with 2 legs, acted firmly and confidently. Suddenly the guy ran up and started shouting that they had to do it again, the 7 o'clock position. And her friend repeated the blow. The young man thought that if they did not have a physical advantage, then they had to be smarter. The fight continued, but the opponent was still holding up his surprise. She looked around and thought, what kind of 7 o'clock position is this? These guys are just attacking her, aren't they? Well, it's funny, the instructions for these guys are very well thought out. It dawned on her that the guy in green is the most alarming, because it is he who gives the rest the command. Pasties felt her gaze with her whole body and noted this. Then he looked at the judge and said that it was time for him to demonstrate what he can do. It seems the woman guessed that he has more passive skills. Then he imagined the last fight and thought that he has a conditional ability. There are some conditions for their activation, but for example, you need to have an idea of the opponent's abilities. He raised his hand and thought that in order to activate them, he also needed to feel hostility towards the opponent. So now he had to borrow the power of one of his girlfriends. He looked at them and thought that therefore he had no choice but to find out what ability his opponent had in order to fulfill the first condition. The boy was very serious, thought that in other words, he was of no value as a player now. However, the woman also did not know his skill. Therefore, she studies it and does not understand what to expect. Because of this, Humor stood nearby and thought to simply keep his distance. This should be enough to control her. Then he extended his hand and thought that everything was fine. He just needed to make sure that none of these friends would get hurt. And while the girls were beating the enemy, he thought that now was the right moment. But at the same time, Pasties understood that he could be wrong, because assumptions do not always come true. He looked at her and thought about it. That is why he was not completely sure of his assumptions. But he trusted his friends. One of them was approaching them at that moment. The brunette got very angry and mentally asked the guys to hold out a little longer. It does not matter who the enemy is, but they will definitely be able to defeat him. The woman at that moment seemed to be leading the battle. Pasties saw this and got scared. The girl put her hand to her forehead and asked if she was serious. Then she fixed her hair and said, "Are these guys really as weak as the young man thought before?" The situation was not developing as he expected. Meanwhile, Lilith stood nearby. She lowered her head and thought. There were 2 possible paths in front of her. Signs pointed in both directions, so which way should she go? Which way did Seljong go? Then she went forward and thought that now was not the time to fall into a stupor. She would try to choose randomly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her, and then a huge fire monster. The girl raised her head and realized that it was her dad, but what was he doing now? He leaned towards her and told her to listen carefully. The man clenched his fist and said that he felt that those who destroyed their family were very close. The girl heard this and was very surprised. At that moment, the battle between Rabbi, Sumama and Liber continued. The young man stood behind and asked if the girls were okay. The answer was that yes, but it seemed to her that her opponent was deliberately putting them down, because she was standing opposite and smiling sarcastically. Then she adjusted her hair and asked if these guys felt weak. She immediately extended her hand and said what she thought. She had already seen everything that those abilities could do, so she had to finish them off. And right after that, she launched a huge projectile of energy straight into the sky. The guy got angry and thought that this woman was much stronger than them. Everything around began to collapse. The plan had failed. They couldn't withstand it any longer at this rate. At that moment, the enemy was actively gathering energy for a strike. And the young man got even more angry and thought, is she really going to use her abilities? Damn, I was waiting for this moment, but now is not a good time. Rabbi raised her hand and activated the fire sword. A weapon began to appear in her hands. She smiled and said that the first strike would come now. Lilith was already approaching the battlefield. Her father was flying nearby and saying that they had to hurry and not be late, until these people did the same thing as they did to their family that day. The girl frowned and said that she knew. She thought that she needed to hurry because something terrible had happened that day. Huge purple trees appeared in front of them. There was a monster standing there. After the harvest tree sprouted, everything was over. The blonde guy was fighting him at that moment. Opposite him stood a woman without a face, and she was covered by someone like a henchman. This monster raised its head and started screaming very loudly, and a moment later, it all rushed at the guy. He raised his hand and said that this monster was too noisy. Then he swung and called the examiner Momo. As soon as she hit the ground, everything around was on fire, and a monster appeared from the ground. It was a golem. 2 huge monsters clashed in battle. Because of this, a very strong explosion occurred. The girl stood nearby and just exhaled. And the blonde guy was opposite and thought that he would not be able to defeat her if he completely copied her abilities. He needed to use them in his own way, taking into account his strengths. Then he frowned and thought that he needed to show what he was capable of and called for help. An energy silhouette appeared nearby. It was his ability. The young man's eyes were burning. The 7th skill was activated. He immediately sat down and said that first we need to use a gravitational field. As soon as everyone flew up, he used anti-gravity, and then he began to spin around himself. The 73rd skill helped him with this. The young man gathered the maximum amount of his power and launched a huge spear of light at the enemy. The woman raised her hand and said that she understood everything. Then she opened a huge fan and said that apparently this guy was not just talking. At that moment, a terrible monster appeared in front of her, and it was this monster that took the attack, and the young man was flying at her from above at that moment. He swung and decided to use the 29th skill. He launched an ice spear at her. It seemed that this could help, but the opponent began to spin her fan. Then she raised her head and used the spell of the Schumann Spiritualist. At first, a small light appeared in the sky, and then this light turned into a huge whirlwind. The boy began to slow down and activated the 392nd skill. It was an earthquake. Then he landed and said that this was some kind of monster. How could you stand it? At that moment, the whirlwind had already turned into a full-fledged tornado. The girl standing above called the enemy a fool, said that he did not do it, it was too late. Another light appeared. Almost immediately it began to grow into a plant, and then it filled everything around. A huge purple tree appeared. The woman noted that from the very moment of her appearance, everything was already predetermined. Then she looked at the guy and told him to come closer, but the young man was not going to give up. This surprised her. A cloud of clouds began to appear in the sky above them. A huge tree grew straight from there. The blonde looked at it and thought that this was an incredible aura where such power came from. No matter what happened, it would not be able to stop it with one weak skill. Then he stretched out his hands and decided that in this case he had no choice but to use his power. Then the woman looked at him and activated the first attempt. Some kind of flower appeared, and then a huge energy cloth that filled everything around. The young man raised his head and was very scared. Then he frowned and thought that if he wanted to stabilize this thing, he had no choice but to use this, his secret weapon. Almost immediately he took out his sword and decided to use it. But Lilith intervened and told T1 not to touch her. A light appeared. The girl said that she would do it herself. And then a huge column of fire rose. A huge monster formed around it, the girl's father. The woman looked at him and wondered if this was really the same fire. The guy turned around and saw her there. Lilith stood there filled with anger and a desire for revenge. She looked at the woman with wild eyes and said that she had finally found her. There at the top stood the unranked Bari, who had caused her so much pain. The woman exhaled and said that she was lucky. A long time ago she could not take her soul, but now the girl herself came to her and even grew up, the princess of the Fire Clan. Meanwhile, the girl came closer and closer. Then she raised her hand and said that it was good that she remembered her. She looked at her and said that thanks to her she could concentrate on her revenge, and also added that she would tear her into pieces and give her to her clan. In parallel, the battle between Rabbi and Pasties continued. The rival twirled a weapon in her hands. Then she called the first person. She took a step forward and headed towards them. The guys were already a little tired at that moment. At the same time, they kept a small distance. But suddenly the earth began to shake. So much so that the guys were thrown into the sky. Somewhere in the distance, a huge tree appeared. Rabbi looked there and said that Bari had already started. Couldn't she wait for her? What was the hurry? Then she noticed something. The guys decided to attack her from different sides at the same time. The woman lowered her head and asked if they were trying again. They were already annoying her. It was time to finish. And literally with one blow she pushed everyone in different directions. The guy flew away and thought that it was the woman even faster than she was. This monster was holding back before. It turns out she was playing with them all this time. Who is this? Why is she doing this? The comrades flew in different directions, and she lowered her head and said that now she wants to talk to a living weapon. And she went towards the blonde. Suddenly, her attention was distracted by something. Sumama rose behind her and ordered her to stop. Rabbi turned around and asked if she was really that strong. Then she came closer and said that her pot was not cooking. She had already given everything she could. Her attacks would not reach her. The future was obvious. And she also said that since this girl was weak, why not just indecently hit the ground, stretching out her tail? She heard this and got very angry. Then she exhaled and said that she already knew everything. She grabbed her sword and said that she was weak and useless. She knew it better than anyone, but there was one thing. The girl immediately jumped up and started screaming that if this happens, and if it's only for a second, she could become useful. Then she jumped up and ran towards the woman. She swung and tried to attack, but she stopped her attack in an instant. And then, without any extra effort, she wounded and threw her back. The young man saw this and started screaming. His girlfriend was already unconscious on the verge of death. Then the guy began to reason that he needed to think, do something, the enemy's abilities, inclinations, goals, what could be used. He looked at the enemy and thought that everything was useful, so he needed to use it. He needed to do something so that everyone would survive. Rabbi at that moment reached the blonde. She lifted her up and said that first she wanted to figure out how to kill the living weapon. The little girl looked at her and said that she was the same. and the guy at that moment was trying to get up and thought if only Seol Jin was here. Then he looked at her and asked if he really should have fun. He finally got up and asked if it was fun. Rabbi turned around and asked again. Pasties looked at her and said that it was probably because he was very strong. I wonder if it was fun to do this with weak people like them. Then he asked if he was trying to kill the living weapon first. And he also said that this should be so that the owner would appear. The woman listened to him attentively. And then the guy finally stood up and said that it was a good decision because her master was the strongest of them. Then he came closer and decided to repeat. Pasties was very angry when he said that Seol Jin was the strongest of them and was already on his way here. He immediately introduced his comrade and explained that if Liber were killed now, who would lose the chance to fight him? It turns out that this is some kind of fool who was afraid of weaklings. Rabbi listened to all this and thought. Then she smiled and loudly began to laugh. She looked at her opponent and said that this was a cool provocation. She thought that they would beg for mercy, but the boy did not even think about it. Then she turned around and added that he really thought about catching her on this. Sumama was lying nearby and thought that it did not work, but this was her comrade's last move. He stood and did not know what to do, and the woman smiled, immediately threw the blonde aside and said that the young man was right. He could not refuse a real fight after so much time, so she decided to fall for this trick. She smiled and said that all she had to do was kill them first, right? Liber was very scared. Sumama was on the verge of life and death, and Pasties didn't know how to save them. Then he gritted his teeth and said that this fool could do whatever she wanted. Rabbi heard this and was surprised. The main character finally appeared behind her. Time was up. The brunette lowered his head and thanked the guys for waiting for him. Then he looked at her with shining eyes and said that now he would be her opponent. The brunette stood in front of his friends and thanked them for holding out. Lightning emanated from Seol Jin's eyes. He turned to the unranked, saying that he was now her opponent. The green-haired girl looked at him happily, thinking that this guy was strong. She clutched the shining weapon in her hand, thinking that if she came like this, what was the point of attacking from behind? She would counterattack as soon as he attacked. A swift punch landed right on her nose. Flying back from the blow, the girl asked, "What?" Leaving a bright trace, the opponents flew apart in different directions. Seol Jin confidently looked forward. Having landed, the green-haired girl leaned over and asked, "His name is Seol Jin, right?" Looking wildly, the girl was about to introduce herself, but the hero interrupted her, turning to Liber. Holding a sword in his hand, the hero asked, "Is he okay?" Looking down, he apologized for the hard time she had, but will she be able to continue fighting? A glowing figure of a girl appeared in front of him, who said that she was okay, not to worry. In addition, his power was flowing into her and helping her recover. They were one team, so they should fight together. Looking down, the brunette thanked her. Unranker looked in surprise as the guy talked to his weapon. Narrowing her eyes, she asked him why he was acting so arrogantly with her. Putting her hand in her sleeve, she thought with a smile that he could enjoy his power while he had it. Soon she would fix it and kill him slowly and painfully. The girl took out a shining purple blade from her sleeve and exclaimed about the fifth strike. The blade in her outstretched hand shattered into pieces. The green-haired girl turned to him in surprise. A bright blue beam not only split the ground, but also cut off her outstretched hand. Holding the sword confidently, Seol Jin told her to stay put. He would deal with her soon, and then decisively turned away. Looking at Sumama and Pasties, he asked how they were. The guy in the hood held the girl, who said that they were fine, and asked in shock how he was. He must have been wandering behind the red gate all this time. The brunette hugged his surprised friends, saying that they worked hard and thanked them for taking care of Liber. Extremely surprised, Pasties replied please. He looked at his trembling palm, thinking that just standing like this, next to him, he felt a surge of energy. Was this really Seol Jin? He wasn't that strong before. He imagined the brunette in flowing clothes and thought that even his image had become clearer. Pasties glanced sideways at his friend, confused, thinking that he hadn't made it into the rankings yet. Was he really a player like them? The green-haired girl smiled, asking if he was done chatting already. She held a scythe in her ghostly hand, attacking the hero from behind. The weapon in her hand glowed. She said that this was the 10th strike. Seol Jin swung his shining sword. Rays and flares flew out from his rapid strikes. The guy with shining eyes angrily ordered her to slow down. His attack caused a flash to appear on the girl's hand. A purple flame appeared where the opponent stood. The girl, still shining, jumped back. With wild eyes, she said she couldn't believe he had crushed her 10th strike. Okay, she'd admit, he was really strong. Pasties watched their battle tensely. He remembered the glowing blade of the Anraker, the way she swung her scythe, the way she gripped her weapon. The shocked boy analyzed the images of the recent battle. Seol Jin turned around when he heard his name being called. Holding his friend, Pasties shouted that he didn't know how, but it seemed she could create weapons or heal herself with the power she had accumulated and the source of that power. Xiaojin's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that it was other people's souls. Turning to the green-haired girl, he asked if that was true. The girl laughed, asking if he wanted her to reveal the secret of her ability, and he was being funny. The gloomy boy repeated that he asked if it was true. Staring with glowing eyes, Xiaojin asked, "Did she really steal someone's souls?" The girl turned her head slightly, smiling. Holding her hand, she said that this is why she does not understand people who use living weapons, because he constantly spends his emotions and strength. Xiaojin looked at the girl and asked again, hearing her question, "Does not it give him an extra headache?" Raising her head, the unranker said that yes, she can collect other people's souls and create weapons from them. A purple glow emanated from the girl's clothes. She said that the question is. Reaching her hand into her shining sleeve, the unranker rabbi continued how many souls she had. The man jumped, causing the ground to rise. Swinging his sword, the hero swooped down from above, asking, "What difference does it make?" Rabbi smiled widely, exclaiming the 50th blow. Blue and pink glow intertwined. Past these saw a blinding flash. Columns of smoke rose. Rabbi and Xiaojin crossed their swords. Holding the weapon, the girl suggested to check who was stronger. Colored beams flew out in a spiral. Bright flashes appeared from the rapid strikes. The comrades jumped back when one of the bright beams crashed into the ground at their feet. Another explosion appeared ahead. Xiaojin looked ahead carefully. The guy in the hood opened his mouth, thinking that she still hasn't calmed down. Even if it's not visible, Xiaojin is having a hard time. He is forced to fight, protecting them. Pasties gritted his teeth, mentally repeating, "Protecting them, as outrageous as it is true." The heroes stood, surrounded by the rising dust. Pasties thought that they had no choice but to leave this to Xiaojin. Smiling predatory, Rabbi said that he was stronger than she thought. It was strange that she had never heard of him before. Her foot stomped on the ground. A purple glow was spreading around the green-haired girl. She said that she would try this move on him too. Bloody foam was coming out of her mouth. The 100th blow. A bright beam shot up. Pasties opened his mouth in surprise, shouting for his friend to be careful, no matter how strong he was. Words were heard that he was fine. Xiaojin stood with his back turned, telling the guys that they should rest. Blue lightning was spreading around. He told them not to worry. Everything was fine. One of the hero's eyes was orange and the other was blue. He was clutching a sword, saying that he himself wanted to try something new. A shadow fell on Lilith's face. She thought that she imagined this day and this moment over and over again. The girl with flaming hands stood by a tall tree. She thought about how she would set fire to the tree that killed her family members. She looked at her palm, surrounded by a glow. She imagined it so many times that she even lost count, and from these emotions, her original skill was formed. Taking a fist, she said, "Purgatory." Bright flashes of fire flew into the tree. Bari saw them in surprise. Explosions were caused by the blows, and the words 10 shots in a row were heard. Smoke and sparks rose, and it was heard that she had managed to make so many fire explosions. Bari knelt down, saying that she believed the princess had not been idle all this time. Looking at Lilith surrounded by bright flames, she thought that she had been constantly attacking the harvest tree, so the completion was delayed. Fortunately, she had already prepared everything. A purple glow appeared. The eyes of the man in purple widened in amazement. Looking forward, Bari laughed and said that she thought that the strongest swordsman had disappeared forever. Xiaojin with multicolored eyes was clutching a weapon. She said that his aura was coming from this guy. The hero held the weapon in his hand, telling Liber to begin. Pasties looked at him in surprise, thinking that the shape of the sword had changed. He had never seen anything like it. Rabbi's lips stretched into a smile. She said that changing the shape of the sword was interesting, then they would have another fight. The girl held a shining purple blade in her hand and said 100 of her souls against 2 of theirs. Whose will be more powerful? Bright flashes danced. A bright trace remained from the swing of the sword. Rabbi attacked, shouting 100 souls. Without looking up, Xiaojin told her not to make him laugh. The guy's eye burned with fire. He confidently declared that she would be the only one they would cut. He used the sword dance technique. Many blue rays appeared from his rapid attacks. Rabbi looked forward in surprise. A bright flash appeared in its place. Her head spun and rolled along the ground. Her comrades looked at her in fear. Opening his eyes, Pasties laughed nervously, saying that he really won. Sumama added that this could not be. A gloomy Xiaojin heard that it happened with one blow. The man with the long red scarf stood with his back turned. A member of the unranked class, Mirage, would go to any extreme to avoid death. The shining apple was wrapped in a ribbon with writing on it, because after that, he would not be able to maintain the contract of absolute justice, so all contracts would be nullified after his death. That was why he tried not to die. The guy with the red bandage asked why he suddenly brought this up. He waved his hand and said that it was a bit unpleasant. Wasn't it strange that he avoided death? "Are there any people who wanted to die?" Touching his temple with his fingers, Mirage stated that everything here was happening together under the name of the Heavenly Terrarium. Sitting in the chair, he said, "Isn't it pathetic? They only call it a battle when their lives are at stake." Bibian stood with her arms crossed and heard that if she used her ability, the seed of the forbidden fruit, she could easily win. The man sitting opposite her continued that with such a seed, she could obtain the power she desired in exchange for the gift of true death. Looking at him with black eyes, the girl asked what he wanted to tell her. Since he called her, it meant he had business with her. Smiling, Mirage said that yes, he wanted to know if Seoljin had used one of her seeds. The brunette stood with his legs wide apart. Sumama asked in surprise that the earthquake pasties added was really the tree moving again. He looked gloomily ahead, thinking that it was a huge amount of aura. Bright yellow rays rose up. They circled around the pink tree. The guy continued that they were being sucked into it. Seoljin clenched his teeth, calling out to the unranker. The graves continued to blaze yellow. Frowning angrily, the guy said that he would not leave her alone even after her death. A loud, dissatisfied cry was heard. The guy looked at the lying head of Rabbi, who screamed why he was acting so arrogant. "The fight is not over yet." The brunette turned his gaze to her, hearing that she hadn't used even half of her power. The head, with its eyes wide open, screamed that it couldn't be that a guy whose name she had never heard of had defeated her. He was definitely cheating. Once she recovered, they would have a rematch. Her purple eyes looked surprised. A purple haze appeared next to the guy. The head saw the image of Bibian, who was covering the guy with a clawed hand. Frowning angrily, Rabbi screamed that she was bad. This was all because of her. How dare she use her as a pawn in her plan? A bright blue beam appeared. She continued that she would destroy her toys with her own hands. Pink beams fell around Seoljin. Looking at the severed head, the guy said that if she lost, then let her just disappear. What was she yelling about? A purple glow shimmered in the smoke. He continued that whether it was Bibian, her, or anyone else, they could come to him anytime. Seoljin angrily looked ahead and said that no matter how many times he had to cut them down, he would eventually destroy all of their souls. A pink tornado rose into the sky. The heroes standing behind him looked at it. Looking in the same direction, Seoljin said that one had managed to escape. He should have cut him down while he had the chance. His comrades looked at him in surprise. Turning to his friends, the hero said that it was time to go back. The red-skinned girl opened her mouth in surprise. Pasties looked at him, agreeing. The figure of the guy was heading into the distance. Sumama looked at the hooded guy and asked Seoljin if he had won. He replied that he had, but it was the first time he had seen him so furious. He looked at the figure of the guy standing with his back. The girl stood, looking at the night sky. She closed her eyes and said that as she thought, it wasn't here either. When would she find it? Naziv turned around, noticing a tornado behind the purple one. Looking at it, she said that in any case, it seemed like their battle was ending. She hoped that the boys would win because of the oath she couldn't help them in battle, at least as long as they were alive. Lilith stood looking at the purple flashes. The flickering began to form into the image of a person. The girl thought in shock that this image and the flame in her chest, most likely it was. The purple fire began to grow skin. She realized that it was the spirit of the fire family. The girl fell to her knees. Looking down, she said that in the end she couldn't win despite her preparation. With tears in her eyes, Lilith said that she couldn't put an end to her family's suffering on her own, let alone take revenge. T1 watched as the girl cursed and punched the ground. The white-haired boy remained silent. Looking at Lilith, he thought that although she could not win for a moment, she still managed to suppress the opponent with great force. He remembered the bright flashes, thinking that if he came face to face with such an opponent, would he be able to win. The heroes approached a black portal with bright edges. Liber exclaimed joyfully, "Were they finally going to leave here?" Seoljin, who was standing in front, confirmed. His leg was burning with a bright flame. He extended his shining hand forward. Pasties held Sumama with an indifferent look. The girl, turning to him, said that she could not even fight properly, unlike Seoljin. Without raising her head, she asked what he thought, how much stronger they should become to be as strong as him. The hooded boy remained silent, and then answered that he did not know. His body also began to be covered in shine. It was finally over, but there were still many regrets. Seoljin covered his eyes with his hand, protecting himself from the bright color. The influence of the 97th group was certainly enormous. The heroes were coming out of the cave. The people in the crowd turned around when they saw them. One of the men held out a microphone, shouting that they really came out of the Red Gate. He was a reporter for the Monthly Player magazine. Let them tell them everything. Seoljin stared at the crowd of reporters in confusion, who were shouting to find out who was first and demanding to move. He asked what was going on here. Sumama opened her mouth, hearing that fortunately, it seemed like everyone had returned unharmed, and recognized that voice. In front of them stood a smiling Balvini. The girl behind asked which one of them was the swordsman everyone had come to see. Looking at the guys, the red-haired girl said that these were her close friends, who, like her, went on a quest 300 years ago. They were all waiting for this day together. Seoljin was amazed and Liber happily heard them being called. The teacher rushed to hug them, shouting how much they had grown. The guy asked why she was here. She happily hugged them, saying that they had disappeared, so she decided to go look for them. How were they? Weren't they hungry? Did they eat normally? The guy awkwardly said that people were watching if she didn't stop. Ran looked at the hero and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It seemed he had become much stronger. The man thanked him for coming back. Dean would also be happy about that. Seoljin stared at him in surprise while the teacher kissed him on the cheek. A cry was heard that T1 and Lilith had also come. They had worked hard. Their teacher was happy. Lilith indignantly shouted that she understood, so let him get off her. Sumama held onto the guy and smiled. Pasties said that they were apparently very close, and she confirmed that they looked good together. They turned to the side when they heard their name being called. The heroes bowed deeply in gratitude. Without raising their heads, Balvenie said that they had made their dream come true, a dream that they themselves could not make come true. No matter how much she expressed her gratitude, it would still not be enough. Pasties and Sumama heard that they were their heroes. The full moon was shining in the sky. Seoljin sat at the table opposite Ran with Liber. Touching his face with his finger, the man said that he was glad to see them alive, but that they still had a lot ahead of them. While Liber was eating, the guy asked what he meant. The long-haired man replied that since they did not enter the gate of the Sky Terrarium in the usual way, they were considered unauthorized players. The brunette was shocked to hear that this meant that they were unrankers. The white-haired girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that they probably knew who they considered unrankers. The man sitting in front of them said that they were currently protected by the guarantee of their village at the entrance of the tower, but it was temporary. Tomorrow, at a hearing broadcast on the radio, they would have to prove to everyone that they were not like the other unrankers. The guy asked again. Rand frowned, thinking how to explain briefly. He presented white symbols, saying that after they demonstrated their abilities, they would need to convince the guild to accept them. The brunette listened carefully, saying that this was the only way they could free themselves from the stigma of being unranked. Lilith stood against the backdrop of the night sky. She raised her head, looking at the moon. The girl's gaze became surprised when she heard that she was asked what she was doing here. Turning around, she saw Seoljin approaching. Sitting on the fence, she asked what he was doing here. Shouldn't he be sleeping already? The brunette replied that he couldn't sleep, and what about her? Did something happen? The heroine quickly said no. They turned away from each other in embarrassment. The guy asked really. He put his hand on the head of a blushing Lilith. She screamed, pulled away from him, putting her hands out and asked what he was doing. Seoljin asked what she meant. He simply stroked her head. She even hugged him. Why was she so surprised by this? The embarrassed girl exclaimed in shock that this was different. This was completely different. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he understood and was already leaving, so let him relax. Suddenly, he heard no. The palm touched the fence. Looking at him embarrassedly, the girl suggested not to leave and sit down. The hero was surprised to hear this. They sat together, looking at the night sky. The full moon shimmered in it. Words were heard that she heard that he was having a special hearing tomorrow. Will he be okay? Seoljin replied that he thought everything would work out somehow. Lilith noticed that he was talking as if it did not concern him. She turned to the guy and said that since it was him, she thought everything would go fine. The guy blushed, embarrassedly thinking that she was cute. The girl laughed when he waved his hand and said that he was not lying. The grandfather who was pulling the cart with Mikiko was dissatisfied with something. The silhouette of the heroes was visible against the night sky. The guy was standing in a room with red lights. The girl in the white suit said that a special hearing was now beginning. The crystal lit up, surrounded by red rays. A bright red flash shot up in front of Seoljin. Slightly frowning, he looked ahead. In front of him was a long-haired gray woman. The system reported that this was a monster, the Lick Queen. The danger level is unknown. The brown-haired woman in the white suit announced that a special hearing for the unranked Seoljin was now beginning. Red lights were burning in the room. Words were heard that the guilds ready to accept him must change the red color to green, which will mean a pass. A tall white-haired figure stood in front. Rand stared at her in shock, saying that it was the Lick Queen. Is Avalon out of his mind? Eve asked if something was wrong. The man frowned down and said that usually a C-class golem was used for special hearings, but the Lick Queen was captured during a large-scale raid about 3 years ago. Seoljin stood in front of the monster. Rand continued that it was an S-class boss monster. The spectators sitting in the stands were talking among themselves, and a question was heard, could it really be the Lick Queen? He heard that it was quite difficult to defeat even the lower S-class monsters, so why did they release her? Even if they were so reluctant to let him through, this was too much. Seoljin's comrades sat there with worried and sad expressions after hearing that the result was quite obvious. He wouldn't be able to handle her right. Lilith called out to the boy anxiously. Zichman stood in front of the screen, saying that in order to defeat her, he would have to use all his power, so he released it. Smiling, he said that now he should show what power he had acquired in the Red Gate, God's chosen one Seoljin. The guy stood in front of the Lick Queen with a shining sword. the monster opened its toothy mouth. From her scream, shadows in the form of horned skulls flew forward. The guy, squinting, said that this was the first stage of the Lich Queen. It was difficult to defeat her not because she was strong, but because her attack pattern was intricate. But the main thing in it was quantity, so he should be able to withstand her. The girl in a mask sitting next to him said that this was only until the next stage. But if he suddenly could not cope with this stage, he would not move on to the next one. Horned figures with shining eyes surrounded the hero. Raising his hand, Seoljin told the examiner that he had a question. Is the safety of the audience guaranteed here? The girl looked at him in surprise. Looking down, she said that yes, it seemed like the battlefield was close, but in reality, it was a separate space. She thought that he should be worried about his own safety. The hero stood surrounded by horned shadows. Looking ahead, he thought that this place was quite cramped, but the space was different. Even if it was cramped, he was still grateful. Seoljin swung his shining sword and continued for the fact that there was more space between him and the audience. A bright blue glow pushed the shadows back. The hero used the slashing sword technique. Bright rays scattered the monsters. Holding the sword, the boy thought that it was easier than he expected. Maybe it was because it was a test monster. The blue glow tore apart the shadows. Seoljin looked down thoughtfully, thinking that she was regenerating, but that only meant that he needed to cut her a few more times, so as not to show off his skills too often. The hero quickly rushed forward, continuing the thought that he would aim for the main target. A blue glow crossed the Lich Queen's body. A huge bright flash appeared. The guy landed among the debris and dust. The monster was surrounded by a figure with a star inside. Opening its mouth, it screamed, creating shining balls. Seoljin watched as they quickly flew towards him and said that it was too noisy. A huge bright explosion appeared. Ran watched the fight tensely. Words were heard that now the second stage began, which was a magical attack. His strength was excellent, but he most likely would not be able to reflect this attack. A dark silhouette appeared in the bright glow. Ran thought hard, what kind of technique is this? Is it even possible? Didn't he use a sword? So why does he have so much karma? Eve covered her mouth with her hands in shock, exclaiming that this is her technique. Holding the hilt of the sword, Seoljin heard the voice of Liber, who said that this monster blocked their technique. This is the first time for her. He replied that he knows, but there is still an effect. The figure of the long-haired monster was alone. The guy said that all the spirits she summoned disappeared. Spreading her arms, the Lich Queen said in an unknown language that the time has come, let them rise. The opponent standing in a bright symbol continued, her 3 loyal warriors. From the bright glow, figures of warriors in armor were formed. Looking at them, Liber said that these spirits are different from the previous ones. Lowering his gaze, the guy replied that apparently she realized that they cannot be defeated by numbers alone, so she decided to change tactics. Looking at him with multicolored eyes, Seoljin said that in that case, he thought they should change theirs too. T1 stood up, saying that it was time for him to go. Pasties looked at him and asked, already? The white-haired man turned to him and said that yes, he was really interested in watching a fight with an obvious outcome. A huge figure in armor approached the standing guy. Seoljin parried the blow of his mace. He was clutching a shining sword in his hands. With a sharp movement, the guy cut the monster's figure in half. Lightning danced around the bright blade. The hero quickly ran forward, cutting through the remaining spirits. A whirlwind appeared next to the Lich Queen. Stretching out her arms, she directed a huge ball of power at Seoljin. Yellow lightning flew out of his eyes. The guy used the sword dance technique. Bright traces of cuts crossed the monster's body many times. Zichmund looked down in shock, saying that this was a Sarine's skill. He introduced Seoljin standing next to the figure of a man. The audience looked forward in confusion. A cry was heard that this skill, he killed not only those spirits, but also the Lich Queen herself in one blow. He even had some energy left. Many lights glowed green, and cries were heard that he needed to be accepted urgently. The examiner looked forward, wondering if this was the friend that T1 and Lilith were looking for. She thought that he would not have the strength to pass this test. The girl smiled, realizing that she had underestimated him. All the lights in front of the guy changed to green. He said that he did not expect to get a 100% pass. There were green lights around Seoljin's silhouette. Looking at them, he thought that the special hearing ended earlier than he thought. Maybe he should have stalled for time a little. Something shining fell behind him. A gold and silver ring lay on the floor. The hero asked what it was. Did it say take it? He saw the girl who answered that it was a dropped item, the Lich Queen's treasure. Seoljin was surprised to hear that since he defeated her, the treasure was now his. The guy picked up the gold and silver rings. The system reported a dropped item. Passive emotion skill activated. Squeezing the rings in his fist, Seoljin thought that this was a passive skill, but with the characteristics of the player class. He thought that this was a class full of mysteries, but it seems that it also has ordinary functions. There were ornaments on the palm of his hand. The system reported, Sun Ring, unique, bind item, the owner gets sun protection, fire resistance plus 50. Bind special effects, not revealed. Moon Ring, unique, bind item, the owner gets moon blessing, cold resistance plus 50. Bind special effects, not revealed. Xiaojin thought sadly that, unfortunately, it seems that these rings are useless to him. The system setting window appeared, the passive skill special reward is activated. The information window said that the S-class boss monster has been defeated. A reward will be received for this. Below is the receive button. Standing at the shining window, Xiaojin thought, special reward. He is worried about something. He does not even know what to expect. He thinks he should receive the reward in a more secluded place together. The examiner girl with a scabbard on her back congratulated the guy on his victory, saying that she was Aram, a representative of the Avalon Guild. Looking at her, the guy said hello, and to himself he thought that the Avalon Guild, but it seemed to him that she was a good person. The brunette said that she would like to talk longer, but unfortunately, apparently there was no time for this. They stood surrounded by green lights. Xiaojin turned to her, hearing that the moment of his choice had come. Every guild was ready to accept him. Which guild was he going to join? The guy turned away, thinking. Indifferently looking at the lights, he said that he was not going to join any of the guilds. Aram looked at him in surprise. The spectators in the stands, including his friends, were in great shock. The girl standing in front of him said that joining a guild gives all sorts of privileges. Was he really going to give up such an opportunity? Xiaojin replied that yes, he was not going to join anyone. Looking at her, the brunette continued that he just wanted to be recognized as a player. He thought that the reason he really didn't want to join a guild was because then they would find out that he belonged to the player class and then he would have a hard time. The examiner looked at the guy, agreeing, and said that she respected his decision, but his statement meant that he also gave up his right to protection as an unranger. The hero thought about it. The spectators in the stands were talking among themselves. The hero looked at them gloomily. Aram looked at the guy who turned away, wondering what he was going to do. Standing in front of the crowded stands, Xiaojin thanked them for their attention and said that he wanted to say something. He looked at them with determination and stated that the reason he was showing off his abilities and following the rules here was to show that he was different from them. Looking at the crowded stands, he stated that there was no other reason, even if they didn't believe it. Xiaojin said with determination that he would prove it. He stood in front of many spectators. Lilith opened her mouth in shock. Tastes was shaking with his head down. And then he laughed loudly, shouting that he was crazy. I wonder what else he would say. The girls glanced at the hooded guy who was shouting with tears in his eyes that T1 was a real fool. He didn't even know what he had missed. The pink-haired girl looked down at Xiaojin, thinking what he was going to do. He didn't have a good excuse to refuse to join the guild. The spectators in the stands looked very dissatisfied. She thought that this was the atmosphere. We can't let a social hearing end like this. Xiaojin needs someone to support him. Lilith raised her hand, thinking that even if she had to do so. Her eyes widened in surprise. She turned around in shock, thinking that it was applause. The girl's gaze was extremely surprised. She thought that it was Dean. The blonde man stood with a wide smile applauding the guy and said that it was fun. Questions were heard. What is Dean? Why is the player in second place here? Ran was taken aback and said that he was wondering where Dean had disappeared to. The girl with horns said that in any case, he was just drawing attention to himself. Xiaojin recognized the guy who came down to him. Looking at him, the blonde man said that he had matured. He put his hands on the guy's shoulders with a smile and said that it seemed that even his childishness had disappeared. He was now a full-fledged player. Covering his mouth with his hand, he said as if he was secretly saying that he thought they had enough of talking. They would rather go and eat. Xiaojin anxiously asked if this was okay since they were in the middle of a special hearing. Turning away, Dean said that he thought they could end it here. Looking at the others slyly, he asked, no one had any complaints, right? An unknown force lifted their clothes up. The spectators felt the swirl of his energy. The silhouettes of the hero were visible in the open door. A bright light was shining from the other side. The spectators looked at the stands with delight. Shouts were heard that he knew Dean. In that case they could trust him. Another said that Dean supported Xiaojin. Was it possible that he considered him his equal? Could it be that after so long, someone as strong as Dean had appeared? Both of them were very strong, depriving Avalon of the power of speech. The hooded guy laughed, shouting how funny it was. Even his stomach hurt from laughing. Lilith shielded herself with her hand and said that they should leave. Sumama confirmed with a smile that they should move on. The silhouette of a girl with a sheath behind her back was visible. Aram looked up, thinking that Avalon had a chance. The cafe logo was hanging on the wall of the building. A customer with a tray looked ahead in surprise. The heroes were sitting at the table. Many burgers were lying in front of them. A question was heard, isn't this the player in second place in the ranking? But who are those guys sitting opposite him? Dean smiled happily and said that maybe they should test how strong he had become. What about arm wrestling? Xiaojin was so discouraged by the attention of the visitors that he was drooling into his glass, but he agreed, thinking that it was very embarrassing. Xiao Jin took the lid off the glass and thanked Dean for supporting him, but wouldn't that cause problems? He thought that such an act could offend those present. The blonde smiled happily, telling him not to worry, everything was cool, he was the second-ranked player, if someone was not satisfied with his act, then let them try to fight him. Xiao Jin's words were heard in the cafe, who said that now he sounded like an arrogant bad person. He replied that he really had matured and even began to be cheeky to him. The cafe's customers listened to their conversation in amazement, thinking that he was being cheeky to the second-ranked player. Dean crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was like that before. In fact, it was he who showed them today when he declared himself an independent player. Xiao Jin was shocked to hear this. He imagined the silhouettes of the heroes. Besides him, several other players had already declared their independence, which was not surprising if you think about it. Pointing his finger at his friend, the blonde said that his case was different. He introduced a floating red stone and Xiao Jin with a glowing hand, saying that he was the same on-ranker who had uncovered the secret of the Red Gate. So it was obvious that Avalon had arranged this special hearing with the intention of luring him into a trap, but in the end, he had succeeded and declared himself an independent player. Holding Xiao Jin's sword, he pompously raised his hand up. Dean said that he was just like a star, it was just great. The brunette sitting opposite him smiled and asked, "Is it true?" Raising her hand, Liber asked for more soda. Dean touched his chin with his finger and said that it was not a joke. Interlacing his fingers, he said that his actions would probably have a positive effect on many players, and he was one of them. The brunette was discouraged to hear that he had become a great player. The blonde chuckled, saying that by the way, there was something that interested him. The heroes looked at him in surprise, hearing the question, how are they going to make money for a living now? Xiao Jin broke out in a cold, sticky sweat and asked, what? A full moon shone in the night sky above the building. Liber snuggled up to the fluffy blanket, shouting, what a wonderful bed. She plopped down on the bed, shouting that they had passed the tests, eaten delicious food, and they also got comfortable beds, how wonderful. Let Xiao Jin lie down on the bed too, it was really soft. Xiao Jin imagined the guy and the gold coins, thinking hard that he hadn't even thought about it. He looked at the blonde, confused, and asked what they should do now. How did other players make money? She replied that the guilds they were in usually gave them a subsidy. Liber, blissfully closing her eyes, hugging the blanket, said that it was of course very important, but they didn't have to think about it right now. She heard that it actually concerned her too. The brunette was confused when he heard the girl say that she understood, but they hadn't had a proper rest for a long time, had they? The blonde, covered with the blanket, turned to him and asked if they could sleep together then. Xiao Jin blushed, hearing this suggestion. The building shook slightly. The guy hit his head on the wall and mentally ordered himself to come to his senses. This was Liber, she didn't mean that. Rather than thinking about all sorts of things, it would be better to think about how they could earn money. They should start doing something about it from tomorrow. Liber glared at the guy who said he had to borrow money from Dean to pay for the hotel today and said he was a fool. She yawned, covering her mouth with her hand, and said she understood. By the way, did he check what rewards were for defeating that monster? Xiao Jin exclaimed that she had completely forgotten about it. In front of him was a system window saying that the Lick Queen had been defeated. Because of this he could receive a reward. His finger touched the shining window, pressing the accept button. A quest window opened in front of him, proved to everyone that he is a real player. The task is to participate in a large-scale raid within a week. Timer 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 43 seconds. Reward unknown. Failure to comply will result in a death sentence. Xiao Jin stared at it in shock and asked, death sentence? Death? Really? He grabbed his head with a scream, exclaiming that he thought there was a reward, but he was tricked. The alarmed guy saw a message that he managed to attract public attention to himself. The passive skill special reward was activated. A huge slot machine with a lever appeared, then a message appeared that the slot machine was launched. The lever was pressed by itself and the pictures began to change. An image of 3 sevens appeared on the screen. The system reported that he had won. Xiao Jin looked up in surprise after reading that he would receive the biggest prize for this. The silhouette of the slot machine darkened, and then it opened like a chest, pouring out a huge pile of gold coins on the shocked guy. Liber slept soundly and did not hear his heart-rending screams that this was money. Was all this really money? So much. Wow. The next day, he stood in front of the Gray Bank building. The man with the gray beard said with a smile that he was the manager of the bank branch on the 15th floor. It was a great honor for him that he trusted them with such a large sum of money. The bank employee was carrying away a huge bag of coins. The manager said that he could withdraw this money from their bank branches on another floor, but of course it would be difficult to withdraw a large sum at once. He thought he had seen him somewhere. Was he by any chance a high-level player? Xiao Jin scratched his head and awkwardly replied that no, he was just a new player. The man's eyes widened in shock and he stopped abruptly. The guy was surprised to hear his question. Was he by any chance Xiao Jin, and asked if he knew him. The newspaper showed a photo of the guy in front of the stands. Lilith held the newspaper with a displeased face and greeted Mr. Celebrity Seoljin. Sitting in front of her, the hero heard the question, what was going on, and replied that he himself did not know. The girl exclaimed that they printed something about him in the newspaper. The customer's words were heard, was it Seoljin? He heard that he had deposited quite a large sum of money into the bank. Seoljin turned white with fear when he saw Lilith flush with anger after hearing the question. Who were the two girls next to him? The customers saw a flame appear above the angry girl's head. With a displeased look, the pink-haired girl asked why he wanted to meet her in such a public place after everything that had happened. Was he trying to attract more attention to himself? Seoljin sheepishly apologized, saying that he did not know that things would turn out like this. He widened his eyes when he heard the question, why did he call her? Lilith's face was extremely surprised. She asked again, did he want her to tell him how to participate in a large-scale raid? She looked at her friend who was downcast in surprise and asked why this was all of a sudden. If he was in a hurry, he replied that she had a reason for it. The pink-haired girl extended her index finger and replied that she herself didn't know that much. Usually, large-scale raids were conducted by guilds. Independent players like him didn't participate in such things. Seoljin raised an interested gaze when he heard that he could find out more if he went to the mercenary guild. He asked if that wouldn't cause any problems. Lilith imagined two hands clasped together and said that large-scale raids were usually hunts for catastrophic-level monsters that could affect the entire floor. Although it didn't happen very often, most guilds worked together for a good cause. Imagining the silhouette of a girl and a man with a sword, she said that the mercenary guild was different from others. They only did everything for their own benefit. Looking at the guy who lowered his head, she continued that the people who were in this guild were simply crazy, so solo players tried to avoid this guild. Looking down, the pink-haired girl said that she wanted to help him, but she also had some things to do. Seoljin raised his head and began to convince her that everything was fine. He was already grateful to her for the information, and thought to himself that he heard that she joined the Avalon Guild. He remembered how they sat under the moon and thought that the reason was probably that she wanted to avenge her family, as she once said. Thoughtfully lowering his gaze, Seoljin thought that despite her busyness, she still came to his aid. Even now she is helping him. Lilith looked with a smile at Liber, who was enjoying ice cream. The guy thought, can he also do something for her? His eyes widened in realization. Lilith saw him stand up and ask her to wait a bit. The guy took the girl's palm in his. Lilith looked at it sullenly. Blushing, she asked the brunette what he was doing. Why was he holding her hand? The hero put a silver ring on the girl's finger. Lilith blushed the color of her hair, looking at the jewelry in amazement. Blushing very much, Lilith looked at her palm and thought, why did he give her a ring? Seoljin looked at the embarrassed girl and asked what happened. She didn't like it. She quickly answered that she liked it. Thank you. The heroine, covered in sweat from the heat of her cheeks, mentally ordered herself to calm down. This was Seoljin after all. He probably didn't mean this. Surely this ring was a dropped item that he received after defeating the Lich Queen. Lilith's cheeks were the color of her hair. She was still worried about something, although she tried not to think about it. Steam was coming from her head. She was worried about the location of the ring the guy gave her. She looked at her ring finger, thinking hard that, let's say, he just gave her this ring, without any message. But usually when you put a ring on the ring finger of the left hand, it means something. She imagined herself standing next to the hero in a wedding dress, and then her mouth opened in amazement at this picture. Seoljin looked at the girl in surprise, thinking what was going on. Why was she so red? Even her ears were red. Did he do something wrong? The hero thoughtfully touched his chin, and then his mouth opened, deeply shocked by the guess. Blushing, he began to babble, explaining so that she would not get the wrong idea. This was a dropped item that he received after defeating the Lich Queen. He saw that this ring had frost resistance, so he thought that it could be useful to her, so he decided to give it to her. In the same tone, the frightened girl quickly said that she thought so. It really is a useful thing. Liber, who did not understand anything, just looked at them. Clenching her fingers into a fist, Lilith thanked her. Hiding her embarrassed face in her palms, she promised to take care of it. Seoljin's eyes widened in surprise and he stared away from her. And then he felt someone sharply pull his ear. Liber looked at him gloomily, saying that she of course understood that he gave Lilith the ring because he wanted to thank her. Seoljin awkwardly looked at the white-haired girl, who said that now because of this she felt like a third wheel. Extending her palm, Liber slyly asked, he can give her a ring too, right? A tall tower was visible behind the houses. The girl happily giggled and rubbed her hand with the ring. She seemed to glow and hum with joy, and Seoljin thought darkly, why did he feel so exhausted? A tall gray tower rushed upward. About 800 years had passed since the Sky Terrarium appeared, but the tower had not yet been completely captured. The number 88 was on the screen. So far, they had managed to capture floors 1 through 88, despite the fact that raids were carried out every 6 months, and the end and edge of the tower were still not in sight. The guards stood by a large shimmering crystal. As they conquered, the movements between floors became more frequent, and the use of the blue gates that moved from the 1st to the 50th floors increased. However, you need to pay an amount proportional to the distance between the floors through which you want to move. The girl with the package heard the employee thank you, saying that the payment was confirmed, she could go through. In the untied bag, gold coins were visible. If a person is not a member of the guild, you need to pay an additional fee, and this fee is quite large, so not every player can pay it. This is a kind of tyranny on the part of the guilds. The employee was shocked to see the bag of money and thought that he was able to pay an additional amount, and even for 2 people at once. Xiao Jin passed by her with Liber, hearing that the payment was confirmed and thought that it cost him more than he expected, he should save some money. The girls in uniform were gossiping. The brunette said that someone told her that this man's photo was in the newspaper. The brown-haired girl whispered that it was the first time she saw a newbie who could pay such a sum. The brunette frowned in displeasure, hearing her whisper. Did she mean that this was the same on Ranger? He thought displeasedly that attracting so much attention was a dubious pleasure. If it weren't for Dean, then maybe he wouldn't have to deal with this. Continuing to think, Xiao Jin stopped himself. He should think more positively. Maybe if they gossiped more about him, then the probability of him getting into the mercenary guild will increase and he will be able to participate in a large-scale raid. Thick smoke was coming out of the factory chimneys on the 10th floor. The 2 giants were guarding the entrance to the Sirius Division HQ. Xiao Jin approached, thinking that this was where they could get information about large-scale raids. The giants leaned towards the heroes and chased them away, saying that this was no place for small children. Liber clenched her fist angrily, asking what he called them, and Xiao Jin exclaimed that they wanted to participate in a large-scale raid. The man with the mohawk leaned towards them, saying that they were the missing Andrangers from the 97th group. Right. After receiving the agreement, he waved his hand, saying that I understand, but they should hold a fan meeting somewhere else. Their fame might work on others, but no one cares about it here. They are so popular, so why do they look like weaklings? Apparently, passing the special hearing is not as difficult as before. The second one asked with a laugh, maybe he should entertain them a little. Liber said angrily that they were annoying her. The dark-haired man told her to hold on. He had foreseen this, so he hid an ace up his sleeve. He handed them a piece of paper with a black symbol drawn on it. The giants looked at it. Hearing that it was a letter of recommendation from Dean of the Scarlet Wings Guild, he asked them to pass this on to their leader. The small legs compared to the giant walked forward. The giant with a beard told him to stop. Xiao Jin heard tensely, who allowed him to step on their land. They slammed their weapons into the ground. The bearded man frowned, saying that he might not be able to cancel the results of the special hearing. But he would not go back on his words. Liber stood in the dust and shouted angrily. What was he doing? Hadn't he seen the letter of recommendation? The man towered over her, saying that although this was only the 10th floor, once they entered the unit's territory, it would turn into a battlefield. Here, his usefulness is determined not by some piece of paper, but by the guild. The giant with the mohawk asked nastily. They understood they did not belong here, especially the stupid girl behind him. Xiao Jin jumped up and suddenly hit him in the jaw with a fist surrounded by lightning. Angrily clenching his fist, he told them to remember he did not care what they thought and said about him, but he would not allow them to insult his partner. The beaten man's head was thrown back. The second giant swung his weapon at him. Blue lightning appeared around Xiao Jin. Liber jumped up and broke the blade of his spear with a kick. The giant looked at the heroes, clenching his teeth in displeasure. A powerful blow leaving a bright mark knocked him off his feet. Xiao Jin stood on the fallen body of the giant. People ran towards him shouting that the twin brothers were knocked off their feet. One of the runners asked, "Do you think that guy is a criminal? If they catch him, they will give him a reward. Let them take their weapons, now the fun will begin." Xiao Jin looked at them indifferently, thinking that they were going there too. His fist lit up with a bright blue lightning. He thought that maybe it was even for the best, they would immediately show them what they were doing. Clutching a shining sword, the brunette said that they were going forward. He froze in shock, hearing the question, "Is everything okay? They didn't come here to fight, right?" The hero turned around, recognizing that voice. Standing on the defeated giant, the guy turned around and saw Shonen. With a wide smile, the guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When did he manage to become so strong? Standing on the giant, Xiao Jin saw a dark-haired guy. He turned around in surprise, recognizing him. Shonen smiled silently. From the shining sword came the voice of Liber, who said that this was the monkey they fought in the qualifying tournaments. If her memory serves her right, he was rude but not mean. The guy said that she was right. He was not the type to be defeated so quickly. Thoughtfully scratching his forehead, Xiao Jin thought that this time he managed to win because he was distracted, but now it is unlikely that this will happen again. A bright glow appeared around the smiling Shonen. The guy thought that if he starts fighting for real, things will be bad. The hero was shocked when Shonen, turning to the others, said that it seems that they misunderstood him. They are his friends. The members of the mercenary guild heard that perhaps they came here to meet him. He supposes that this can end the conversation, especially since they defeated the twins, their strength is proven and they are worthy of joining them. The girl asked in surprise that they are friends. The disappointed guy said that he thought they could have fun. The guy with the hammer turned around, almost hitting Shonen on the head, saying that they were going back. The brown-haired guy turned to the heroes and said that he wanted to talk to them. Since they were here, it meant that they wanted to participate in a large-scale raid. Xiao Jin was amazed to hear the guy smirk and say that he would help them. On the 50th floor there was a tall, rich castle. This was the main building of the Avalon Guild. A rich golden chandelier hung on the ceiling. The words Player T1 were heard. He was informed of his exploits. Surprisingly, he only recently joined their ranks, but he had already managed to become famous. Well done. T1 was sitting on one knee in front of the man who said that he was able to uncover the truth behind the Red Gate. This case was a cherished dream for their guild. He was the pride of the guild. T1, who was sitting in a bow, heard that he had learned that he had been training even harder since returning from the portal, which was commendable. The boy replied that it was an honor to participate in a high-level grand hunt, and he was trying to prepare himself as best he could for this occasion. He wondered that Zichmund was a mysterious person. For what purpose had he summoned him? The man put his palm forward and asked him to prepare himself. He had summoned him to reward him. The man put his palm forward and said that he was appointing T1 as a player. The white-haired man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that he was now Master Naga's personal assistant. The boy stared at the elder man tensely, wondering what he was thinking. Why was he appointing him, a newcomer to the guild, to this position? He imagined a girl with a sword and thought that Nagi was the strongest weapon Avalon had. Appointing him as her assistant could mean that they were wary of her. Looking at the man, T1 thought about who came up with this plan. They were too obsessed with the Red Gate. No, he needed to think more simply. He had to bear this risk one way or another. The maid stood at the door and asked T1. She had been informed about him. Let her follow him. The guy stood at the high blue door and heard that Mrs. Nagi was in her room. Thoughtfully lowering his gaze, the white-haired man thought that the most important thing now was to find out her position, and for this he needed information. Opening the door with his hand, he thought that he needed to calm down first. The hero bowed, saying that he had been appointed her personal assistant. T1 was at her service. The girl sitting by the window heard his words that if she needed anything, she should call at any moment. Without turning around, Nagi replied that it was fine. The guy raised his head in surprise, thinking that he was hearing her voice for the first time. The girl sat in a chair by the window. The hero thought that since he came here, he had never heard him again. Such an awkward atmosphere surrounded them. The white-haired girl sat in a chair in front of the window. T1 thought that he knew about the achievements of the first-ranked player Nagi. This was mentioned a lot in the webtoon, so he understands this side more or less, but he doesn't know her as a person at all. There were weapons and documents hanging on the wall. T1 thought about her character, voice, appearance, habits 0. What was her life like up until this point? To be honest, she aroused great curiosity in him. The boy with white hair thought that she didn't talk to him, so he didn't know anything. The only thing that became clear to him was after observing. He looked at the figure sitting by the window and thought that Nagi spends the whole day looking at what is happening outside the window. Crossing his arms, the hero thought that she lives, fenced off from people. Isn't she bored? All we can see outside the window is a garden. Nagi turned her gaze to him. T1 was scared when he heard her call him and thought that she seemed to notice how he was staring at her. Without turning around, the older one told him to sit down. The boy awkwardly sat down on the chair next to him. Sweat was running down his face from excitement. After that, they both started to look at what was happening outside the window. The girl did not even turn her head to him. Silently, without communicating, T1 turned his gaze to her and thought that her elimination was Xiaojin's goal. How to say it, this is not the picture he can imagine. Without turning his head, the guy looked at her, thinking that there was no evil aura coming from Nagi. Absolutely empty. Was she even thinking about anything? She was like a doll and such a person, a member of Avalon, a first-rank player. The guy silently closed his eyes. Sitting in a chair in front of the window, he asked if she liked sunbathing. Maybe they could go for a walk sometime. Touching his fist with his fingers, he said that it would be better than just sitting here. They made a very beautiful garden in this estate. Not hearing an answer, the guy turned his gaze to the girl, and he got scared. Noticing that she was silently looking at him, he asked why she was looking at him like that. There was a gazebo with a fountain in the garden. The hero walked behind Nagi, looking back and thinking that he hadn't expected her to agree so quickly. Maybe he had proposed in vain. Looking at her, he thought that it was as if she was moving according to his order, a strange feeling, as if he was no different from Zichmund for her. He needed to be more tactful. The girl stopped, seeing a furry animal. Coming closer, T1 said that it was a mokai-ko. They often walk here. This one was still small. Crouching down, he stroked the fluffy one, saying that they love people. Looking up at the girl, he said that if he wanted, he could stroke it. It was very soft. Nagi hesitantly extended her hand to it. However, the animal bent over, avoiding her touch. The girl was surprised to see how he ran to the animal behind a bush. Mokaiko licked its fur more. Standing next to the girl, T1 said that perhaps it was his family. Without turning around, Nagi asked, "Where is his family now?" The guy looked at her silently. Then he looked back and said that he doesn't have a family and never had one. The girl looked at him and said that she doesn't either. The light was on in the white tent. Inside, Shonen was sitting at a round table opposite the heroes and said that this was his personal room. During the entrance exam, he was recognized for his abilities and paid well. Not bad, right? If he's willing to work hard, it won't even feel like work. Liber was nibbling on an apple and said that it wasn't bad. Looking at the guy, Seoljin asked how he ended up in the tower. Didn't he fail the player test? The guy holding the glass asked discontentedly, "I mean, how did he end up here?" Waving his hand, he replied that he was stuck here, but the test was conducted again not long ago. The guy asked, "Are player tests conducted that often?" Shonen took a sip from his glass and said that no, they were quite rare. Last time he had to wait 5 years to take it again, but since so few people passed in the 97th group, they decided to make a special program. Seoljin stared ahead in shock when he heard that that incident also happened, so they decided to quickly create a new generation to avoid the fuss. Scratching his ear, the guy asked if there was anything else. He had questions. If so, let him ask. Liber waved her hand and asked if he had any more food. The guy replied, "Why didn't she slow down? Did she just come here to eat?" Seoljin spat out his water in shock when he asked, hadn't she already eaten everything on the table? Was she a pig? Liber grabbed the guy's clothes, saying that he had changed a lot. The answer was heard in the tent under the dark sky. That probably. Shonen stood next to the hero with a pipe in his hand and replied that yes, he thought he had changed quite a lot. Holding the pipe, he said that ever since he lost to him, he had been thinking about it every now and then. Thanks to him, it became clear how wide the world was. Seoljin looked at his comrade in surprise when he heard him say that after all, he was just a little monkey who lived to leave his master. Now he understood why he was worried about him. Shonen grinned and asked, he didn't think he would understand it so quickly, right? As expected, he is the best. Seoljin thought that he still had a long way to go to become a human. His words were heard, which was by the way. Turning around, the brown-haired man said that now they would move on to the main thing. They would talk about partnership. The brunette heard that. As he could see, his desire to prove his abilities to the world had not changed at all. He looked ahead boredly and thought that it was annoying when they were too far apart. He should have brought Liber with him. Clenching his fist determinedly, Shonen said that he planned to prove his ability and faster than anyone else by participating in a high-level raid. So by borrowing his father's name, he gathered information faster than everyone else. He would use it. Seoljin looked at him in surprise when he heard that he would not waste time on others with their rumors. The hero thought that he came up with a better plan than him, right? Looking at the man holding the phone, the hero wondered if he was using everything he had. The old shonen would not do this because of his pride. This guy had definitely changed. Turning around, Seoljin said that his words did not match his actions. He said that he would not waste time on others, so why would he want to cooperate with him? Without turning around, Shonen replied that no, he was different from the others. The guy turned his gaze and said that he had defeated him, so he was confident in his strength. He extended his palm and said that he was proposing. Shonen smiled and extended his hand and said that Seoljin, they were together, why don't the two of them go on a large raid? At this time, Liber was snoring on the sofa. There were mountains of sand on the 24th floor. The heroes saw a pyramid on the northern border. Shonen asked, they see karma pouring over the edge in the middle. There was a colored area on the top of the pyramid. The guy said that there are many relics to be found on the 24th floor. The pattern here is also familiar. The surroundings are turning into a desert. They say that they can resolve the situation with a large-scale raid before things go too far. But this time, the desertification is normally fast and the location is terrible, since it started on the edge, where few people have not yet really reported it. And if this continues, the 24th floor will soon be lost. Looking sideways at the brunette, Shonen asked if it was all for the sake of glory and valor, right? First, they would get rid of the monsters beneath them. He would attack from the left and his comrade from the right, and then he would come from that side. The brunette was surprised to hear his comrade say 7-3. Seoljin showed him 3 fingers and said that they would split the loot they had received in a 7-3 ratio. Of course, 7 for him and 3 for Shonen. The brunette was indignant and shouted that wasn't he acting like a bad person. He had offered him a partnership and given him the information he needed, and he was talking about dividing it up. Even if 7 was still not enough for him. Seoljin responded indifferently that if he didn't want to, then he wouldn't do anything. The hero held out his hand and said, okay, they had discussed dividing the loot. He pushed Shonen, throwing him off the cliff, and wished him a safe journey. Smiling at him, he said that if he understood anything, let him tell him. The guy flying down squealed indignantly. Falling feet up, he shouted curses. Liber said that he was flying well. She put her hand to her eyes like a visor and said that she didn't like him, but did he really have to do that? That wasn't like him. Looking down, Seoljin said that he wanted to test his abilities once. He thought they would be fine with this guy. The brunette standing in front of the girl thought that Shonen's offer was quite profitable. Apparently he trusted him a lot. He probably offered to join because he wouldn't be able to clear a large raid alone. Most likely he thought so they needed to test his strength. In order to defeat unranked in the future, they would need a certain number of allies they could rely on. Shonen held out 2 fingers, surrounded by red flames. The hero thought that the most important thing was that Shonen was one of the most capable players he had ever met. Seoljin thought that he wanted to see how he used his powers. Shonen held the spear, gritting his teeth angrily, shouting curses and that he would meet him again. A bright red beam hit the ground, causing a flash. A dark silhouette appeared there. Shonen with a shining symbol in front said that this is what happened, it's time to warm up a bit. 30% should be enough. The boy's eyes widened. He saw several monsters ahead, wrapped in bandages like mummies. Shonen frowned, thinking that this was strange. He had heard that there were only insect monsters here, and out loud he said that it seemed like he had been given false information. He thought that it didn't matter while gripping the red handle. The monsters were attacking the boy surrounded by a red glow. He thought that first, he needed to concentrate on the enemy in front of him. Swinging his spear, he used the technique of Rift, level 1. Bandaged body parts flew everywhere, surrounded by flashes. Liber standing above looked at this and exclaimed that he was good. Seoljin agreed, saying that he was not just waving to show off. Shonen jumped up, leaning on the pole planted in the ground. It straightened, sending him flying over the monsters. The hand holding the weapon was shaking. The hero towered over the monsters and cast a level 2 rift. The huge pole sank into the ground, scattering pieces of monsters. Shonen stood next to it, landing, and then he turned his attentive gaze to the side. One of the monsters hit him from behind with a spike on his back. The monsters were quickly approaching. A flash occurred. The guy was pressed with his back against the pole, covered with monsters. Surrounded by a glow, he clenched his teeth in displeasure and thought that these monsters were endless. He could not add strength to his body. They were sucking out his karma. If this continued, he would die. Seoljin silently watched him from above. Bright flashes appeared near the red pole. Shonen was stuck to the pole by many monsters. Liber pointed her finger and said that it seemed like the monkey was not coping. Maybe she could help him. Seoljin replied no, they would wait a little longer. Clenching his fist, the boy thought that it was dangerous. Shonen could die. Could he really help? No, if he helped him now, it would leave a negative mark on his career. The only thing he could do now was trust him. The bandaged hands held the boy's hand. He dug his fingers into the pillar, and then he destroyed it with force, scattering the monsters in all directions. A bright flash appeared. Seoljin watched the battle tensely and thought that he had adapted to the enemy's onslaught. If he was going to use another form, it would be better to do it now. Wooden fragments flew down. Shonen put his hands forward, surrounded by a bright glow. The monsters' bodies were smashed by bright flashes. The hero landed next to the broken base of the pillar. Wiping his forehead, he exhaled and said that they were not really monsters. How did they like his original skill? Turning around, he exclaimed. Seoljin saw his attack. He is the boss of their team. If he doesn't like it, let him come down and test his strength. Seoljin was discouraged as he asked Liber if she saw him. How did she like him? Did she fall in love with him? Perhaps. The girl cursed, and the guy calmed her down. The brunette looked down and asked, "What is this?" Shonen raised his hand and called them to a big hunt. They will defeat everyone. Suddenly, a huge scorpion monster appeared behind the frozen guy. The guy turned around in fear, looking at it. Seoljin flew at the monster from above, piercing it with a glowing sword and scattering sparks. The guy stood on the scorpion's body, saying that he was sure he could defeat it himself, but his body reacted reflexively. Looking down, he said that he was still far from Ran or Dean. Shonen looked forward in surprise and asked, "Really?" He thought that this monster was the same insect that was mentioned in the report, Aka the boss monster, and it was killed with one blow. Since when did Seoljin become so strong? The hero saw a bright light, thinking that he should act restrained, and heard the brunette call out to him. The hero walking in front of him thought tensely that he could not fully trust Shonen. He tried so hard to control himself. He remembered the heroes lined up in a row and thought that even if the guys from course 97 were standing in his place now, nothing would change. He remembered the image of the guy with the red armband and thought how he would be able to fight unranked players if he could not trust his friends. Seoljin imagined the image of his comrades and thought about how insignificant he was. Frowning, the hero decided that he needed to think more calmly. He imagined the images of the people dear to him and thought that this was necessary in order to repay the trust that his loved ones showed him. A glowing figure of Liber appeared behind him and asked, "Is he thinking about something again?" The guy froze tensely, hearing what she felt because they were partners. The girl, closing her eyes, touched her forehead, trying to find the words, and then, turning away, crossed her arms over her chest and said that she liked him for who he was. She liked him now. Seol-jin was surprised to hear that she was suggesting not to worry. The guy looked at the sword, addressing the girl, but she had already hidden inside and shouted that she was going to sleep. Let him call if anything. Libra sat leaning on her knees. The guy standing in the desert held his sword. He touched his head with his palm and told himself to concentrate. Shonen stood behind the hero and looked at him. The brown-haired man's gaze was perplexed. He asked, "Is he talking to himself?" Became strange while they were not seeing each other. A bright glow appeared among the dust storm. The glow began to take the form of a pyramid. The guys were standing at the golden doors of the pyramid entrance. Looking at it, the brunette said that this dungeon seemed to be not an easy one. There was a lot of stuff written at the entrance. Shonen held a piece of paper in his hand and told him not to worry. He brought the transcript. Holding the paper in front of him, the hero read that the one who does not keep his promise is doomed to the wrath of the sun. Complete blackmail. In a word, if they follow the rules, nothing will happen. Shonen pointed his hand at an inconspicuous passage and said that this dungeon can be entered through these two entrances. But if you do not follow the rules and try to destroy the entrance, then traps will be activated. 4 boss monsters appear here at the same time, which, in theory, should line up in the dungeon in turn. To avoid the above-mentioned outcome of events, players usually choose the entrance on the sides, after which there is a long labyrinth. The guy raised his hand, on which lay a gold object, and exclaimed that he had this, the key to the big door. He will open them a shortcut that will help skip the labyrinth. Seol-jin pointed at the key with his finger and asked how much time they could save. The brown-haired man answered with a chuckle so he wouldn't be surprised. If they went through the labyrinth, it would take them about a month, and with this key. The guy's eyes widened in shock when he heard 1 minute 2 weeks. The hero remembered the time limit of the quest and thought that this was a disaster. It meant that even with the key he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon within the specified time. Shonen, who was standing behind him, was twirling the object in his hands, saying that he would see if he turned it here. It worked. He turned his gaze to his partner, who asked if he believed in him, and asked why he was suddenly doing this. The guy's gaze became shocked. He asked what he was going to do now. Seol-jin attacked the door with a bright glow, while his comrades shouted that he had gone crazy. The hero raised the shining sword over his head and apologized to his comrade, saying that he had unforeseen circumstances. There was no other way. The brown-haired man held out his hand and tried to stop him, saying that he couldn't do it. He had told him that if he broke the door it would be a disaster. A bright light illuminated the frozen guy's face. A swift beam of attack raised a huge pile of dust. Blue lightning appeared, and then the clubs formed into spirits, intertwined with each other. Seol-jin gritted his teeth, thinking that this was incredible karma. Maybe when a dungeon was destroyed, the monsters that were inside died. That would be too simple. The whirlwind swirled around the bright ball, and the guy thought that this karma was moving purposefully. In front of him was a ball with a bright glow in the center. It stopped glowing and became like a viscous black liquid. A huge drop of liquid dripped in front of Shonen, who shouted that they were coming. He saw his comrade rushing towards the black substance, shouting that he would go first, and behind him. The guy shouted, trying to stop him, "Let him wait." Was he serious? This is pure suicide. They are not even in the top places in the rankings. They will not be able to win. Seol-jin asked with shining blue eyes. He wanted to become famous and thereby enter the top of the rankings. Let him trust him. The brown-haired man froze in shock when he heard that the two of them could defeat them. A red glow appeared around Shonen. He cursed. Resolutely clenching his fists, he screamed furiously. How can he resist such words? Seol-jin turned around, calling out to the guy. The brown-haired man frowned, thinking that he knows how to put people in an awkward position. Probably picked up Lilith in the same way. A coward. I need to remember this trick. The bosses of this dungeon were a man with a dog's head, the boss monster of the first level of the dungeon, the gluttonous Duumudef. Next, the monster in the form of a mummy is the boss monster in the second level of the dungeon, the damned Kebesenuf. A dark-skinned man in a lion-headed mask, the boss monster of the third level of the dungeon, is the furious Imseti. Next to him sat a red-haired girl with animal ears. This is the boss monster of the dungeon level 4, the dancer of sorrow Isis. Raising his head, Shonen looked up, saying that Seol-jin with the sword has already supplemented. They will begin. Palm trees grew at the entrance to the pyramid. The men in white hoods lined up in a row. Stretching out her hand, Isis looked at the lined-up rows. Imseti approached her from behind. The girl turned, smiling at him. The guy, closing his eyes, smiled back. Suddenly, a crowd flew in unexpectedly. A fierce battle began. Tears appeared in Isis's eyes. People in masks in the form of a bird's head raised her body on spears. Struck by arrows and spears, Imseti stretched his hand forward. His fingers clenched into a fist. The outline of the pyramid was hidden by a sandstorm. A voice was heard asking who was it that dared to desecrate their land. Images of mummy monsters appeared among the sand. Who was it that dared to mock their oath? Clenched teeth appeared among the bandages. Even in death, they cannot close their eyes. An oath that they could not fulfill that day. The monster's eye glowed green. They are waiting for the day of judgment when they can finally fulfill the oath. Arthur sat, resting his head on his hand, and watched the pyramid, smiling, said yes, yes. He grinned, asking how else. The great hunt, the damn oath, the beginning. Shonen looked ahead carefully and thought that something was wrong here. Ahead stood a man in a beast mask, surrounded by a bright glow. The hero thought that the information leaked to him did not say that the monsters in this sentence were humanoid. Maybe they were so weak that they were not even rumored. Getting into a fighting stance, the guy thought, what difference does it make? He'll kill them and that's it. The ground swung up from the movement. Shonen jumped up, and the pole in his hand became a giant pillar again. He attacked the boss with it, but he managed to intercept the blow. Looking at him sullenly, the brown-haired guy thought that he blocked it. He was strong. Instead, he held a large red pole with his hands. The hero held it from the other side and angrily asked if he really wanted to play arm wrestling. He would play another time. Shonen pulled out his weapon with force, pushing the monster away, and said that now was not the time for this. Jumping up, he screamed, teasing the boss that he got hit in the face, who even told him that he could stand in his way. The eyes in the beast's mask glowed. He heard a scream to lie down and not get up. A white ribbon flew forward. A monster in the form of a mummy appeared nearby, throwing the hero back. Bandages swaddled angry Shonen, who shouted that they were cowards, decided to take numbers. He lost his weapon, and this thing does not allow him to move at all. The frightened guy screamed that nothing can be done. Now Xiaojin's turn. A blue glow flew into the monster's chest. Xiaojin, who had approached, exhaled, clutching a sword in his hand. With a swift movement, he cut the monster from the bottom up. Flying back, the guy said that he would have fallen in one blow. But no. The hero swung the shining sword again, saying that if so, he would attack until then. Lightning spread nearby. The guy continued until he died. Dust flew up from the movement. Imseti jumped up, holding the staffs in his hands. Gritting his teeth, the brunette grabbed the weapon, thinking that nothing, he could handle it, he would change shape. Isis stood below the fighting heroes. Looking down, she called the spirit of the lost son, saying that it was time to fulfill the oath. A black blot appeared ahead. A request was heard to take away the light from the one who dared to desecrate their land. Xiaojin froze in shock, and his eyes turned black with white sparks. Shonen waved his hand in front of his eyes in confusion, asking, "What is this?" The hero froze, surrounded by mummies, and said that he saw nothing. Xiaojin's body was crossed by bright rays. The boss flew back with a swift jump. He landed, rising on one knee. The man in the dog mask looked ahead. A sandstorm separated him from the hero. Xiaojin clutched his wound and worriedly thought that he was wounded, but how much? He cannot understand, because he cannot see anything. Should he try to understand the depth of the wound with the help of the severity of pain? How would he fight if he couldn't see anything? How long would it last? Would his sight return? A dark foot took a step. The hero thought he heard footsteps. He was getting closer. He had to fight. Looking ahead blindly, he thought, how? Intuitively. Nonsense, that was impossible. Mentally, he ordered himself to think. He couldn't see anything. Darkness, the fear that came with it. Everything was like a black haze, the loss of the ability to think rationally. Shonen looked ahead in confusion, seeing nothing, and thought that in reality he had only lost his sight, but his body and his mind were not paralyzed. His hand was clutching a red pole. Anyone who found themselves alone in the thick darkness could not escape this fate. Libra appeared behind the brunette and asked why he stood like a statue. She smiled, pointing to her eyes, and asked, "Have you forgotten? They are one. If he can't see, let him use her sight." The guy surrounded by the glow turned to her with a smile. Imseti stood surrounded by the rising sand. He noticed a rapid movement in front of him, and then a powerful attack, throwing up the sand, threw him back. The boss stood in the dust with his hand outstretched. He could only catch the cloth with his staff strike. Xiaojin, without a cloak with glowing eyes, communicated with him from behind. Frowning furiously, he shouted that he was coming and used the skill dance of the Lord of the Sword. Flashes of the use of the dance of the Lord of the Sword technique flew around. Xiaojin and his opponent clenched their teeth and crossed their blades. Behind them, a red-haired girl was kneeling. Isis was sitting on the ground with her hands folded in front of her. Imseti bared his teeth. With a sharp movement, he threw the brunette back, and then he jumped up swinging his weapon. A strong energy spread around from the attack. Shonen blindly turned around, feeling the vibrations, and asked what was happening. Why was the ground moving under his feet? Xiaojin blocked the pole's blow with the glow of his sword. The sand moved under his foot. The brunette frowned angrily, thinking that the ground was floating under his feet. Imseti rushed to attack again. The guy thought that it seemed that he had already gotten used to this situation. Sparks flew around from the clash of weapons. The guy thought that he urgently needed to come up with something. His mouth opened in realization. Surrounded by mummies that seemed to be climbing to hug, but in fact did not. Shonen heard his comrade ask if he could hear him and replied that he was busy. Seoljin turned his gaze to him and asked him to increase his staff in his direction. The brown-haired man looked in his direction in surprise and asked what he wanted. But then he swirled the staff around, scattering monsters, and agreed. Swinging his weapon, the brown-haired man shouted that it was his own fault. He ordered the pole to grow and it threw Imseti back. A foot and a white boot landed on the pole. Seoljin said, "Great, as expected, it is comfortable to stand on." Standing on a stable surface of wood, the guy with a smile declared that now it was time for his domination. Imseti looked tensely at the enemy. The hero was rapidly approaching on the pole, leaving behind bright lightning. Stretching out his hand, Shonen shouted that he was starting and ordered the pole to split into parts. The weapon immediately separated into fragments. Imseti found himself hovering on one of them, surrounded by a glow. Seoljin stood on the other. The players resolutely looked forward. Red and blue flashes flickered in the air, a fusion of two forces. The body of the boss was as if crossed out by many bright lines. Seoljin held a brightly glowing sword in his hands. The wounded monster screamed as it fell backwards. The sandstorm gradually died down. The heroes stood next to the boss and the defeated mummies. Shonen said that his vision had returned. It seemed they had won. Seoljin looked ahead carefully. Behind the figure of the man with the staff sat a red-haired girl. Looking at her sullenly, the brunette reasoned that there was a monster standing behind. She had not moved from her place even once. Was she casting a spell? No, it didn't look like it. While Seoljin was thinking why, then Shonen grinned and said that they were the last ones. It was time to finish them off. Clutching the red staff, he exclaimed that it was time for them to go home to the underworld. Imseti, sitting on one knee, looked at him. Suddenly Kebe Senuf jumped out and covered the guys with her hands. She lowered her head, breathing heavily, and then raised her face, wet with tears. Looking at her, Shonen asked, had she stood aside the entire battle and now she decided to resist? Was it too late? His fingers were trembling as he clutched the red staff. Seoljin put his hand on the guy's shoulder, stopping him, and said that something was wrong here. He moved forward. The brown-haired man exclaimed, asking what he was doing. They should hurry up before they regain their strength. They didn't have time for such antics. The girl noticed how the sword was fumbling in the ground. Looking at her, Seoljin unclenched his fingers and let go of the hilt. He looked at the Underhimmel bosses, thinking that, if you think about it, they hadn't attacked them during the entire fight, as if the main thing for them was to defend themselves, not attack. Isis touched the man's muscular chest. The hero thought that even now they were trying their best to protect each other. He frowned, thinking that it was strange. It seemed to him that monsters were illiterate creatures, obsessed with doing only evil. He pursed his lips, wondering if he could kill these two for no reason. Seoljin recalled the images of the Unrangers, wondering if that would make him any different from them. Why did the guy remember how the mentor left? And he looked down silently. Isis's eyes widened when the hero asked her to tell him. Approaching, he put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked who they were. The red-haired girl looked at him silently. A bolt of lightning ran down the guy's hand. It was as if he transferred Seoljin to the memories of the pyramid with palm trees, about how she stood in front of the army, about the attack and murder. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Arthur smiled widely. Seoljin saw this and stared forward in shock, asking what was that. Shonen was scared when the brunette fell to his knees and asked if he was okay. The guy grabbed his head, asking if this was a memory. Did they become monsters because of Arthur? The hand pulled the black cloth. The bosses were surprised to see his flying cape. A bright flash appeared. The players were surprised to see lightning strike the monster's body. Isis looked down in fear, and then her eyes widened in shock. Shonen frowned, asking what he was doing. Did he resurrect these monsters? Isis and Imseti's gaze was very confused. Seoljin looked at them silently. A light flickered next to the dumped pile. Arthur sat, looking at the screen and asked, Seoljin. The blonde touched his face, and then he leaned back on the pillow, closing his eyes, and laughed loudly, asking how he even got here. This floor was not ready yet. How did he know? Crazy. Holding his head, the god said that this was very strange, and such strange things happen not for the first time. He began to rise, saying that although there is one who is capable of this. Arthur smiled predatorily, saying that he would see who would win, turning to Merlin. Imseti and Isis's looks were confused. The girl looked at her palm and exclaimed, "This power, she feels the influx of life. It's strange, only one god in this world is able to revive." She turned to the hero, asking maybe then he is the servant of that very god, but then said no, his karma feels too warm. She saw the surprised brunette and asked who they were. Liber exclaimed in surprise that they can speak the same language. Shonen scared the hero with his scream, asking, is he out of his mind? What kind of fool would heal monsters? Seoljin sullenly closed his eyes and apologized to his comrade. The floor bosses heard that he would not be able to kill them. The brown-haired man pursed his lips in displeasure. Turning sharply, he walked away saying that he didn't know. Let him do what he wanted. He could kill or not. He didn't care. Since they killed all the monsters, he went to rest. Liber sighed, saying that his tongue could be pulled out. Xiaojin turned to the red-haired girl, who asked why he saved them. Thoughtfully scratching his neck, he said that it wasn't that he was expecting something from them in return. He just. Isis looked at him, hearing that he didn't want to see how someone's lives were used for fun. Liber, standing next to him, said the guy's name. The brunette waved his hand, saying that he read their memories and didn't know what would happen to them. Isis and Imseti looked at him, hearing that he was sure that this time they would succeed. He believed in them. White clouds floated above the desert ground. Suddenly, someone's palm landed on the sand. Xiaojin recoiled in fear, seeing the heroes kneel down. Isis lowered her head, holding a black cloth, and thanked him. They lived in the past, the curse swallowed them. She remembered sitting at the feet of a man surrounded by radiance, and said that they had already forgotten why they were born into this world. Isis stood on one knee next to the hero and said that he did not just free them, but gave them a new life. Looking into his eyes, she said that they wanted to respond to his care with service for the rest of their lives and asked him to take them with him. Xiaojin opened his mouth in shock and asked how. Let them raise their heads first. Waving his hand, the hero exclaimed in fear that they could not thank him. He initially did not expect anything from them. They were still subjected to someone's manipulation. The heroes listened attentively, that now they no longer need to sacrifice themselves for others. The former bosses looked at each other with a smile. Isis turned around and said that no, the current situation had nothing to do with it. They didn't think they were sacrificing anything. They wanted to follow him based on a purely personal decision. Xiaojin was shocked to hear her ask to take them with her again. Her hand pulled at the fabric of her shirt. The guy looked at Liber, who said with a sly smile that in her opinion it was tactless to refuse in this situation. She looked back, saying that she seemed to understand how they felt now. If they went with him, it seemed like a fun adventure awaited them. Xiaojin looked into Liber's eyes. Suddenly, a sharp blue flash appeared behind him. A system notification appeared about the end of the big hunt. A special condition was met. A special reward was provided. The player looked at the shining window and said that great, so he did it, a special reward, what is it this time? His gaze became tense. He asked, what kind of reward is this? On the screen it was written, the reward is a meeting with a god. The shocked Xiaojin repeated the meeting with a god, and then they were surrounded by a bright force. Shonen was surprised when a blinding beam appeared behind him. He turned around sullenly, asking what was going on. Either monsters suddenly spoke in human language, or some light from nowhere. What was going on? Xiaojin covered his eyes with his hand in the fog. He opened his mouth in amazement, seeing a shining figure of a girl in front of him. Looking at her tensely, he thought it was written a meeting with a god. Then why didn't Arthur appear? Then it turns out that she is different. The girl woven from bright light said that she was glad to meet Xiaojin, the first player of their era, and the Liber that accompanies him. Her name is Merlin. Thanks to her, he received his player class. The heroes looked at the girl in shock, hearing that she once worked together with Arthur. Merlin and the crown said that she came to them for one reason, to help. Xiaojin widened his eyes and asked what she meant. The shining girl said that kind-hearted creatures like them, who loved this terrarium, this world, would be able to accomplish everything they had planned, and in the future. Blue lightning appeared. She said that maybe he would succeed. The heroes were surprised to see the ground beneath their feet shimmer blue. Xiaojin asked why. Liber said that only Arthur could do that. Looking at the heroes surrounded by radiance, Merlin said that it seemed like her time was running out. Turning to Xiaojin, she told him that she wished him success in accomplishing what he had planned. Blue sparks appeared. She continued, in this world that she loved very much. The system reported that the following monsters were joining Xiaojin as subordinates. He saw the silhouettes of the aforementioned Lord of the 24th floor, Master of Light Control Isis, and the Guardian of the 24th floor Imseti. The shining blue crystal lit up blindingly. The system reported that due to the fact that the monster had become subservient to the player, the 24th floor was considered completely cleared. The guard at the crystal looked at it in surprise, saying that the color of the portal was changing to white. He had never seen or heard of anything like it before. He and his comrade looked at the blindingly white crystal and asked if there was still a space in the tower that they knew nothing about. Two figures were sitting on the ground near the tall tower. The girl in the hood turned around and asked if she felt time in the tower begin to pass. The gloomy rabbi replied that yes, that percent, it was his doing. With a wide smile, the girl said that Xiaojin should wait for her. She would personally destroy him. Behind the trees stood the majestic castle of the Avalon Guild headquarters. Zichman sat at the table in the deputy guild leader's office. Holding documents in his hand, he said that the frequency of awakening of monsters on the middle floors and above was increasing. Lately, this is the only news he hears. He pointed his finger, which was illuminated by a bright glow, and turned to Aram. With a wave of his finger, the guild symbol appeared on the document. The man asked how things were on her territory on the second floor. Clasping her hands behind her back, Aram replied that she was reporting. Looking at the deputy, she said that currently on the second floor, joint exercises of two guilds, Northwalkers and Beakwi, were taking place. Bailey was responsible for these exercises, but over the past month, calm still reigned on the blue floors. The blue floors, which included the second, were, as always, the safest. Zichman smiled and repeated safe. Well, yes, perhaps she was right. The brown-haired woman looked at him questioningly. Putting his palm on the document, the man asked if she wanted him to tell her something. Putting his palms together, he continued, one very interesting thing. Zichman imagined himself standing in front of a huge red crystal and said that long ago, when he first crossed the threshold of the tower, would she believe it if he said that even then it was accepted that the colors of the portal reflected how dangerous the floor was? He asked the girl standing at the table. She was surprised. She answered that yes, a little. She did not know that it was proven so long ago. Looking at her, the man said that the most interesting thing here is that it is unknown who exactly for what purpose spread this information as a given. He presented a crystal of blue, yellow, and red colors and said that this is just a theory. But what if the colors of these portals reflect something completely different than the state of danger? Aram listened attentively. He was also interested in another point, for example, the numbering of the floors. First, second, third, the numbering goes sequentially. It is believed that the first number was assigned when the first portal was discovered. Aram, looking at him, thought that he could start such a conversation for only one reason. She remembered the white crystal and thought, a colorless portal is top secret information, probably wants to know what she thinks about all this. Lowering his head, Zichman said that what was taken for granted and was considered to be invented for the convenience of the players. Maybe they didn't really come up with all this so that no one would ask unnecessary questions about the tower. What did she think? Aram walked down the corridor. Lost in thought, she looked down. Zichman told her with a smile that he suggested postponing the official announcement of the white portal. She could go free. The girl remembered, thinking that postponing the official announcement meant that he himself would soon inform all the players about what was happening. Aram stopped, looking out the window and thought, I wonder what kind of change this announcement would bring about. Exhaling, she said that she was sure chaos awaited them. They should take a vacation while they still had the chance. T1 bowed his head and asked Zichman to give him a task. The man leaned on his hand, sitting at the table, and said that it was strange, if he remembered. He had already given him an important task, to guard the head of the Nagi Guild. Did he have any objections to this? Looking at him, the guy thought gloomily, so as not to make him laugh, he literally put handcuffs on him, decided to ignore his words. Expected reaction. Okay, he will go ahead. The guy introduced Lilith and said that he heard his colleague from the 97th course Lilith is already taking part in the big hunt. He, as a real player, also wants to leave his mark on the development of the tower. Slightly frowning, the guy repeated his request to give him a task. Zichman lowered his gaze hearing his request to give him a chance to grow. He asked T1 to stand up. Towering over the kneeling guy, the man said that he thinks he has already grown enough. Of course, his desire to endlessly develop is worthy of praise. But sometimes the power in his hands is not the most important thing. T1 frowned, thinking that he thought he would let him go after a few words. Why was he so fixated on him? Zichman smiled and called the boy. Looking into his eyes, he said that if he was going to follow Xiao Jin, he would not learn anything. T1 was shocked to hear this. The man continued that to learn and experience with his own eyes how this world, this tower, functioned. This was the real reason why he appointed him as Naga's personal assistant. The boy, along with the other men, walked behind the white-haired girl. They approached the blue crystal. Frowning, T1 thought that he could not answer him. He clenched his fist, thinking that Zichman was right. He was still trying to get out from under Xiao Jin's shadow. The word stop was heard. Looking ahead, Nagi declared that she would go alone now. The guard in the white suit shouted that they had received orders to protect her. The second confirmed, saying that they could not retreat here. Turning her head, the girl said that she understood. She pointed her finger at T1 and said that then one would be enough. The white-haired man was shocked to hear that the others were just a hindrance. The fog hid the outline of the tower on the 34th floor. Green haze emanated from the holes in the ground, a conflict zone. T1 looked at the girl standing nearby and wondered what to make of this. Why did she take him with her? He thought that she was quite capable of handling Zichman's task alone. Slightly turning her head, Nagi called out to him. He responded, saying that he was listening. Looking at the guy, she said that he wanted to get a new task, didn't he? Awkwardly lowering his gaze, the white-haired man wondered if she really wanted to talk about this and replied that it didn't work out. The guild leader looked at him, hearing that he was told that only the position of her personal assistant would help him open his eyes to this world. However, he still doesn't understand what that means. Looking away, Nagi replied that she understood. and pointed with her hand, saying, "Go." T1 thought that, strangely enough, he didn't understand her either. Blue sparks appeared in the darkness. Suddenly the ground rose and purple monsters appeared from there. The girl indifferently told him to go. As expected, everything ended too quickly. Now it's clear why she didn't want to take the guards with her. There was a floor map above T1's palm. He said that the last square remained to be cleared and he thought there shouldn't be any problems. The guy clenched his fist, removing the map, and thought that thanks to training with Ran, he was able to improve his hunter's compass skill. Now he can determine where karma flows from in the area. He didn't think he could improve his abilities so much. He looked at the girl standing with her back to him and thought, why did Zichman send her here? She currently ranks first in the ranking. Her place is in the big hunt on the upper floors. He doesn't understand it. Thoughtfully looking at Nagi, the guy thought, what's the difference? He didn't need an extra headache, so perhaps he would leave his thoughts about his intention alone. Walking behind his boss, T1 thought that let it be as it will be. The man with the gas mask said angrily that those creatures from Avalon again. The black spirits bared their teeth. Words were heard. How dare they cross the threshold of their territory? This time they will not leave them alone and will show them. Behind him, the man waved his hand and told everyone to calm down. Ryujin said that Her Majesty the puppet had finally deigned to appear to them. He offered to get to know them better. Bailey was lying on a tree, her hands behind her head. She yawned, covering her hand, and said that bosses know how to get on your nerves, who asked to organize joint exercises in Aram's absence. The girl coughed in amazement. Ahead, she saw dust rising. Sumama lay on the ground with her mouth open and asked if they had succeeded. Pasties, lying in the same position, answered that yes, now they would show them that they could do more than just stand and watch. The heroes bumped their fists with a smile, congratulating each other on acquiring a new skill. In the tower, a white crystal was hovering behind a chain. The heroes stood opposite each other. Ran waved his hand and said that he was glad to see them. Turning around, he said that, unfortunately, it was time for them to go. The blonde smiled and told him to let her know if he was going to the entrance village. Sumama smiled and said that they would definitely do it. Pasties waved his hand, saluted, and said that they would pass on their words to the guys. Ran looked away. He watched as the heroes carefully discussed whether she was more beautiful even with scars all over her body, and thought that they were no longer the same as they were before. That was good. He was worried. He thought that they were tormented by the thought that they were lagging behind their friends. But now, looking at them, he realized that he was deeply mistaken. The man imagined a huge clawed hand reaching out to the guys and thought that their main concern now was the unranked players. Cruel individuals who committed the most terrible deeds. Ran, frowning, closed his eyes and thought that if it weren't for his position, he would have helped them, but to leave the village unattended in Dean's absence. He imagined the guy's silhouette and thought that he couldn't. Duty calls. Showing a thumbs up, the man wished the guys to hold on and said goodbye until the next meeting. T1 followed the girl among the trees. He looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that he didn't like it here. Maybe he should have chosen a different path. Not only was it easy to hide here as a monster, the people behind the trees watched the heroes walking. The guy thought that the uninvited guests were also breathing down their necks the whole way. The man in the gas mask turned to the commander and said that it seemed they had noticed them. He replied that it didn't matter, they had already fallen into their trap anyway. The green-haired man in glasses told them to remember their target was not the queen, but the pawn that followed her. The heroes saw an explosion rise up ahead. A huge green monster crawled out from there. Words were heard that as soon as the battle began, they would kidnap him. T1 opened a map on his palm, saying that there was a big karma flare up ahead. It seemed that the monster boss was here. He thought that things were bad. They were surrounded on both sides, plus they would have to fight the strongest monster. A huge green beast appeared in front of the girl with its mouth wide open. The hero thought that there was no other way out. Nagi turned her gaze, hearing the assistant say that the ground underneath them was weak. If the battle dragged on, this floor could collapse. Showing the edge of his palm, he asked to do it in one hit. Nodding, Nagi reached for the sword. A bright glow crossed the monster's body. The girl swung the shining sword, using the skill Red Hot Strike. Half of the body flew towards the pursuers. Ryujin looked ahead in surprise, saying that she had finished him off with just one blow. Looking at the girl standing in front of the half carcass, he thought, was she really the same person as them? T1 thought that he seemed to be starting to understand why Zichman sent her here. From the very beginning, the main problem was not the monsters. The squad captain clenched his teeth. The hero thought that the real goal was to scare the solo players who gathered here for the sake of hunting. He imagined handcuffs, thinking that these players could not be taken by law, but whoever they were still players. Nagi swung her sword near the monster. The guy thought that the only way to deal with such players was to show off their strength. The slashes left bright marks. The hero realized that Nagi was a warning from the Avalon Guild. The white-haired man smiled and thought that she did not move an eyebrow. He believed that she was simply incapable of thinking. Nagi stood there, looking forward emotionlessly. The guy thought that even here this trait perfectly complemented her cold-blooded image. This is what it means to be number one in the rankings. The girl turned sharply to T1. She looked at him silently. The guy smiled and called her to go, and thought to himself, what was she thinking about? The man looked at Ryujin and said that they would leave when they were taken. The second asked the commander what he would do. He told them to be quiet and wait. Sighing with displeasure, he thought why these fools even thought that he was their commander. From the very beginning, he did not even count on them. The man looked at the silhouettes of the heroes, thinking that his original plan was to show off his strength a little and suck up to the Avalon Guild. He looked at the white-haired guy and thought that, as he saw, there was a sly fox there and his plan would clearly go down the drain if he did not think of something. Looking ahead, Ryujin asked, so what should he do next? There was a grate in the dark tunnel. Mirage held a paper in his hand, saying that the map was very detailed. He did not expect it. Taking off his blindfolded glasses, he said that it was a good job, and asked the long-haired monster bowing before him, what is his name? The brunette with a sharp nose answered that Mezcal, let him order him anything, he will do anything he wants, he grew up in the initial village. The black-haired looked at Mirage and said that he can get not only a map of the underground tunnels, but also absolutely any information about this village. The man with the bandage thanked him, saying that he does not need the rest, he knows perfectly well. The monster smiled widely, saying that this means that the respected Mirage will finally give him a grain of power now. With a movement of his finger, he sent forward a bright purple flame. Blood splashed and a scream was heard. Red streaks appeared in the tunnel and the question is why? Mirage looked at the shot monster and asked again, why? What, in his opinion, has gone crazy? Why would he waste grain on him? He thinks they grow on trees. Smiling, the guy in the bandage said that he only gives power to those who are worthy of it. The monster lay on the ground, hearing that he was stained with blood, that's why he does not like to be outside the tower. On the other hand, at least it's fun here. The girl with the backpack said that everyone gathered. Mirage answered that very quickly. He smiled, saying that they hadn't gathered like this for a long time. Finally, this long-awaited moment had come. Imagining the image of the girls, he said that they would start a war. The man in glasses arched an eyebrow and muttered what he should do next. The disgruntled guy walked past him and shouted for the guild members to stop. They came closer, and T1 covered Nagi with his hand. The disgruntled brunette exclaimed that they were barely maintaining balance here, and they had destroyed everything and were now planning to leave quietly. The blonde asked the lady not to interfere, promising to sort it out himself. He looked at the others and thought that they looked like a typical rabble of losers, so there was nothing to worry about. The young man said that they had eliminated the enemy target, thereby doing all the work for them. The men got angry and pointed at the blonde with displeasure, saying that they were the ones who had captured all the floors and were leaving them without work. And after that, they still had the audacity to justify themselves. T1 froze and asked again. The man in glasses came closer to the guild members and said that this was the third case this month. He smiled and introduced himself as Ryujin, a representative of the Union of Small Guilds. In his mind, the man added that it was only in words. The leader narrowed his eyes because he did not want to interfere. However, he couldn't stand such arrogant looks as this boy had. The blonde looked at his interlocutor with disdain and thought that finally there was a person with whom it was possible to talk. Ms. Naga's personal assistant introduced himself and asked to tell him more about these cases. Ryujin made a gesture with his hand and said that this was the number of hunting grounds they had destroyed in a month, and these were only the ones they knew about. Additional missions and rewards that they received for eliminating what the boy called an enemy object, plus additional items for destroying them. The man said that this was their only remaining income. It could be said that this was the only way small guilds survived, and Avalon was destroying their last hopes like weeds. The young man frowned and asked what and for what reason he had to listen to their insignificant complaints. The man looked at him intently and remained silent. Then he grinned and clarified the name T1. Nagi's assistant responded with displeasure. The guild representative noted that the boy had never existed outside of Avalon's protection. He waved his hand and said that he would go find another place to hunt. His subordinate looked at the commander in surprise, but he repeated that they were leaving. The man warned the blonde one last time, saying that the monsters had become much more active lately. The guild members watched him indifferently while he wished him luck in defending the tower. The young man frowned and thought that, instead of admitting their weakness, they blamed others for all their troubles. Such statements only evoked pity in him. He clenched his fist, thinking that Nagi had been listening to this the whole time. He wondered if she felt anything, but her face showed no emotion. Ryujin chuckled and noted that the blonde had not said a word. Funny, the man standing at the top was actually a puppet. Who would have known? The man took another step and thought that with this fact, his last hope disappeared. He did not expect that his words would be true. Now, so be it, he would have to side with Dean. Terrarium, 75th floor. The dark vaults of the cave, from inside which a hissing sound was heard. A huge snake was quickly approaching. A fiery hand suddenly grabbed it and squeezed it. The elemental separated and shouted to his daughter to grab him. A fiery ribbon flew by and curled into an intricate knot. The snake was torn apart. The elf standing nearby crossed her arms and clenched her fists. Both the monster and her little helpers were destroyed. Kina glared at the enemy and used Amber Blast. A fiery flash pierced the ceiling of the cave. The girl stood under a huge hole above. She sighed, finishing the mission. The two guys exchanged glances, discussing the new girl from the Avalon Guild. That same pretty elf. They wondered if they could befriend her since she seemed too cold. One friend asked if they should try talking to her, but the other quickly put him down, saying that he would be immediately rejected. The pink-haired girl walked past them, ending the conversation. They chuckled, embarrassed to approach. The girl frowned and walked on, feeling that awkward atmosphere again. The elemental hovering next to her looked at her and suggested that they try to develop communication with the people around her. Kina closed her eyes and replied that they had already discussed this topic. Personally, she did not fence herself off from anyone, but for some reason people kept their distance from her. The girl added that she did not have time for meaningless social events. The elf frowned and thought that she needed to hurry up and become stronger in order to be ready for the next meeting with her opponent and, this time, win. She clenched her fists and pulled herself together. The elementalist turned around at the noise near the bulletin board. The girl came closer and heard people discussing the duo of hunters who had already won their 4th game this month. They assumed that their ranks of hunters would soon be replenished with new players. Kina's eyes widened in surprise. Someone continued to discuss that this was a mercenary guild, and they say, do not know how to work in a team. The girl was surprised to recognize Xiao Jin on the poster. Shonen threw his weapon over his shoulders and noted that the tower was high after all. The protagonist agreed. The trio looked around, and the brunette noticed that there were people here. The guy thoughtfully looked up and thought that Kina was somewhere around here. He wondered how she was doing. The elf was stunned by such news. The library. A ring glittered on the cord. Kina looked at it with a smile and thought that it seemed to be holding up well. She remembered the hero saying he would act alone, as if it were yesterday. The girl chuckled and noted that the young man had managed to make friends with Shonen and hunt with him. He was quite the sly one. She even felt a little sorry for the other hunters. They had a lot of extra work. In front of her sat a red-haired girl, whom the elf had just noticed. She blushed and exclaimed, what was she staring at? The interlocutor shrugged and said that the pink-haired girl didn't look like herself, she was always smiling. The girl asked if she had fallen in love. Kina said that it was none of her business. Jin Garam, the head of the library on the 75th floor, stood up and asked with a smile what it was this time. She leaned her elbows on the table and said that there was an opinion that withdrawn personalities often run away to where there were a lot of books. But still, you shouldn't look in here so often. The girl added that if word got around that one of Avalon's rising stars was visiting the local library, it would be packed. The elf frowned and said that it would be good if more people visited the library. Jin looked closely at her interlocutor and asked what kind of ring she wore everywhere. The girl shuddered and blushed. Kina turned away and exclaimed that it was nothing special. The interlocutor narrowed her eyes slyly and said that she had seen it on her since the first day they met. The redhead grinned and noted that she didn't wear it on her finger, but hid it from everyone. She wondered if the girl was keeping her distance from everyone because she already had someone. A light flared up in the elf's hand, which she quickly transformed into a large ball and threw back behind her head. Kina said that she was sorry to part with her interlocutor, but she left her no choice. Jin grabbed her leg and reminded her that they were in the library. The door opened with a ringing sound. The manager sighed with relief and greeted the guest, and the pink-haired girl sat down in her seat, displeased. The protagonist appeared on the threshold and said that he would like to unlock the book. His friend recommended this place, saying that they could help here. The elementalist stared at him in surprise and blushed. The old friends exchanged glances, shocked by the unexpected meeting. They began to ask what they were both doing here. Jin watched their dialogue with a sly smile, having received answers to all her questions. The protagonist put the book on the table and said that he received this item as a reward for completing a recent hunt. He looked at the librarian and added that when he tried to open it, it turned out to be blocked. Therefore, his friend recommended that he come here for help. The girl replied that he did the right thing, because for her, nothing is impossible if it concerns a book. Jin's eyes glowed green as she decided to see what was going on. A second later, she looked at the boy and crossed her arms, declaring that nothing would work. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what the reason was, since she had just said that nothing was impossible for her. The interlocutor shook her finger and said that unlocking it would not be difficult. She narrowed her eyes and said that the most important thing here was money. Judging by the complex appearance of this item, it was at least Class A. Unlocking it would require a lot of karma. A simple player would not be able to afford this price. With these words, the hero poured out several gold coins and noted that he had no problems with these. Jin began to sort through the treasures with admiration, among which she even found a mermaid's tear, which she had read about in a book. She decided to take another look at the book. Kina looked at the guy and asked where he got it from. The brunette scratched his head in embarrassment and replied that this was how much he had collected after the hunt. The manager took the book and the bag of jewels and said that she would try to unlock the book. The pale young man said goodbye to the money and said that he was counting on her. The girl brought her hand to the tome, and bright green lightning stretched from her fingers. The redhead looked at the book and activated her unlock skill. She frowned, and fire burned in her eyes. The book was engulfed in green light, but the next minute the girl shuddered, seeing predatory eyes above her. Jin fell to the floor, throwing the book away, and the elf asked if she was okay. The librarian rubbed her head in confusion and noted that she would have to bother. This book has a connection with an ancient dragon. The hero shuddered and asked again. The pink-haired girl glanced sideways in surprise at her interlocutor, who said that additional items were needed to unlock the item. Anything related to the dragon was needed. Jin jumped up, suddenly remembering something, and asked the two guys to go somewhere. They looked at her questioningly. The 31st floor. The hero was walking along the street between the shopping arcades and eating a snack. Xiao Jin was pleasantly surprised, because he expected that they would need to go down into the dungeon, but it turned out to be an ordinary festival. Couples and carefree residents were walking around. He looked around and thought that he should quickly finish and go back, because Kina would definitely not like this. The brunette turned around at the voice, and his eyes widened from what he saw. The elf shyly approached him, covered in stickers and with purchases. Apparently, she liked it here. The hero's gaze fell on her cleavage, where the ring lay. He became embarrassed and covered his face with his hands. The girl asked why he was looking at her like that. The young man quickly waved her off and mentally noted that the interlocutor was carrying a ring with her. Xiao Jin extended his hand to her and smiled, offering to take a walk. The elf blushed and agreed. They continued on together, visiting various amusement shops and trying on accessories. The hero particularly focused on the cat ears his companion was trying on. They continued on. A barker's voice was heard, announcing that the players could try playing the damaged hammer. A man in a bright pink suit stood in front of the attraction. He explained the rules: put your karma into the hammer and hit it. The numbers would rise proportionally to your strength. He bared his teeth and declared that the one with the highest number would win. The man trembled before announcing the grand prize. It was the scale of the legendary white dragon. The attempt cost only 40,000 gold. Passers-by discussed how expensive it was, but they could try it. The companions stopped and looked at the attraction. The hero realized that this was their object. Kina noticed that he was in an accessible place. The young man grinned and stretched his arms, ready to begin. At this time, Liber was lying on the bed. She stretched out her hand with the ring and looked at it indifferently. The blonde muttered that he was late. The girl stood in front of the entrance to the festival and was happy. Sumama sighed and asked if they had to go everywhere with the blonde. She felt uncomfortable in such places. Pasties crossed his arms and replied that he would have to be patient because Liber was boring. After a while, both girls were having a great time, pestering the promoter with balloons in a Mo Kaiko suit. The guy smiled tiredly and muttered that this was probably even for the best. Let everyone have a good time today. Sumama and Liber walked down the street. The blonde, holding cotton candy, said that Xiao Jin would have liked it, and it was a pity that he was not with them. The interlocutor asked where the hero was. It seemed to her that the partners were inseparable, and they could not go anywhere without each other. The girl answered that he said that they needed to unlock the item obtained during the hunt, and went somewhere. She muttered discontentedly that he could have taken her with him. Sumama shuddered in embarrassment, realizing that she had touched on an unpleasant topic. The girl hugged the blonde and exclaimed that he probably wanted to please her. She smiled and said that she heard that they had been constantly arguing lately after arriving at the tower. Maybe the young man did not take her with him to give her a little time to abstract and rest, so she needed to not worry about him and have fun. The blonde lowered her head and muttered that she hoped the guy wouldn't get into trouble while she was gone. The companions heard a voice announcing a competition for a dragon scale and turned around. They came closer to see what was going on. Pasties refused, saying that he didn't like gambling. Demian, a rank 284 Special Forces warrior, passed by. He smiled and decided to give it a try. The spectators wondered what the result of one of the hunter squad's commanders would be. The man paid the host for his participation. Demian grinned, thinking that everyone here was naive and didn't even understand the value of the item being played for. He was sure that he needed to act, always and in everything, giving his all and using any means necessary. Behind him stood the man who was feeding him energy. Pasties adjusted his hood and thought that this was an unfair game, although it didn't concern him. Demian swung his hammer and hit. The value kept going up and up. The host exclaimed that there was no point in counting, because this was a new record. It seemed that there was no one here who could beat it. The boy looked in that direction with displeasure and noted that this was why he didn't gamble. He heard a voice that said that the column had risen to the very top. The boy shuddered, recognizing Xiao Jin, and turned around. The protagonist was standing next to the elf, arguing that maybe he should give up. The girl frowned and said that he hadn't even tried yet. The hooded boy sweated, trying to figure out what the two of them were doing here. Could it really be a date? He turned pale and wondered if this was the very reason why the guy had left alone without Liber. The girls approached him and looked in the same direction. Kina stepped forward, declaring that she would be back quickly. An elemental appeared on her palm. The elf looked back at the hero and asked him to trust her. The guy looked at the fire in surprise, wondering what it was for. The pink-haired girl fixed her hair and picked up the hammer. Because of the name of the attraction and the simple rules, people think that this is a simple game of measuring the strength of the players. But it is not. She did not quite understand how it all worked, but this thing reacts to karma. Since Xiao Jin does not use karma as often as she does, therefore she has a higher chance of winning. The girl squeezed the handle and fire swirled around it. The elf decided that she would be the one to take the scale of the white dragon. She charged the hammer with her karma and lightly hit it. The scale instantly rose to the top. The host grinned and exclaimed that this fragile girl set a new record. The pink-haired girl happily turned to the guy and asked if he saw. She shuddered when she saw that Xiao Jin was already holding the hammer in his hands. The object sparkled in his hands. The young man thanked Kina for demonstrating how to play this. The elf stared at him in shock and tried to explain that she had planned to end it there. She closed her eyes as a bright flash lit up the entire festival. A pillar of light rose from the ride, attracting everyone's attention. The protagonist scratched his head in embarrassment, holding the prize in his hand. He muttered that it turned out to be hard to control his power. The guy simply repeated the motion he uses to control Liber and did not know that everything would turn out like this. His companion turned away and nodded emotionlessly. It seemed that she was offended. The brunette came closer and asked what was his fault. Tina lightly hit him in the chest and turned around embarrassedly, saying that he could have trusted her at least once in his life. They exchanged glances, blushing, and the young man apologized. They were watched from around the corner. Pasties turned pale and asked if this was definitely not a dream, and Kino was really acting like this. He was going to throw up. Sumama wondered what kind of relationship they had and why they were here together. There must be some reason. For example, a quest. However, if you look closely, it seems that there is a certain vanilla atmosphere around them. Pasties sweated and thought that it was not worth continuing to watch, because Liber would clearly not like such a picture. He shuddered, noticing how the blonde approached. The young man turned to look at her and noted that she looked very serious. The player thought that, for whatever reason they came here, now it looked more like a date. The guy looked closely at the blonde and wondered what choice she would make. The girl lowered her head and muttered that everything was clear now. Liber turned around and offered to go home with a smile. Pasties froze in surprise, and Sumama ran to catch up with her companion. The young man in the hood grabbed the blonde by the hand and asked if she was really going to go home so easily without doing anything. He frowned and asked if she would regret it. The girl's face reflected doubt. Her name was Excalibur, an ego tool created by God. During the time she had been here, she had managed to learn a little about herself. The girl was sitting on a mountain of treasures. First of all, the things she liked. For example, counting seconds, searching for treasure, playing word games. But most of all, she liked to tidy her hair, thinking about how God would praise her. Of course, there were things she didn't like. The girl's gaze dimmed. Excalibur didn't like waiting. The blonde sat on a stone, wondering when God would come for her. It was embarrassing to admit, but sometimes she had this thought. What if she stopped waiting and went looking for him herself? However, she quickly realized that this was a stupid idea. The girl looked ahead in disappointment, wiping sweat from her face. Even the biggest fool here would understand that God was everything to her and she was nothing to him. There would always be a replacement. She was an ego tool, just a means to fulfill someone else's wishes. The girl sat with her arms around her shoulders and muttered that sometimes she hated her creator. She didn't understand why he had given her a soul. If she didn't have one, she wouldn't feel anything. And today, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Every day she continued to wait, praying that she hadn't been abandoned. God lay on an ottoman and turned a Rubik's Cube in his hand. He wondered what others thought of him. He was offended if he was considered bad. The guy smiled and muttered that everyone had been in his place when, upon meeting a homeless cat or dog in an alley, you wanted to shelter them. Upon seeing a discarded object, you thought that this thing was still suitable for use. When you see a person who is facing difficulties, you want to help him. But all these thoughts are only in your head, no one is putting them into practice. The blonde leaned on his hands and said that this should in no way be considered a wrong action. Others do not implement this desire not because they are fools. They simply decided not to give in to emotions, because they understand that taking responsibility is hard. God stood up and threw the cube. The guy smiled and said that if you are not going to take the responsibility you have taken, then it is better not to start at all. He hoped that Xiao Jin shared his opinion. The main character froze and shuddered, hearing the voice of his companion. Tina looked at him and asked if he had lost something. The young man absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head and replied that he was just thinking a little. The brunette smiled and said that since they got what they came for, they can go back. They headed towards the crystal. The sky was covered with clouds. Pasties held the blonde's hand, waiting for an answer to his question. She lowered her head and asked what he was talking about. The guy said that if they left these two like this, then soon someone else would take her place next to him. That's why he asked if she would regret it in the future. Liber jerked her hand and asked him to let her go, especially since it didn't concern him. The young man frowned, but Sumama asked him to let the girl go. Pasties lowered his head and said that sometimes he thought that what the blonde felt for him was something like a childish whim, a desire not to give up his own. He let her go and scratched the back of his head. The guy asked directly, does she like Seoljin? The girl shuddered when she heard this. She remembered how she saw the main character and the elf from the side, and her face drooped. The young man looked at her and thought that silence was also an answer. He asked her to be honest with herself. The girl frowned and screamed that she didn't know. The blonde turned around and exclaimed, how could she know? She was shaking and tears were streaming from her eyes. Liber started to run. Sumama put her hand on the boy's shoulder and hit him hard in the face. The boy looked up at her in surprise and asked what was wrong. The girl frowned and called Pasties an idiot, blaming him for what happened. Sumama ran after the blonde. The boy wiped the blood and muttered that another girl should have hit him. He leaned against the wall and sighed. It was hard for him to understand people. Meanwhile, it started to rain. Liber stopped and sank down into a puddle, exhausted. The girl raised her head and thought that God must be watching her somewhere. Well, now she hated him. If he hadn't given her a soul, the girl wouldn't be having such a hard time now. The blonde began to cry loudly, drowned out by the sound of the rain. Dark clouds covered the top of the tower. The festival stalls were empty, and only raindrops remained on the streets. Sumama ran and called Liber, but she did not answer. Pasties stopped and wondered where the girl had disappeared to. The two of them stopped under an awning to wring out their clothes. The girl suggested that they take a rest somewhere, since they could not search forever. She was sure that their missing person would also be hiding from the rain somewhere by now. The young man shook his hood and muttered that even if they found her, they would not be able to help her, since now she only needed him. Pasties froze in realization and started to run, leaving Sumama to rest without him. He turned around and said that he would try to catch up with the hero and Kina at the portal. The girl took off her hat and muttered why he had even started this conversation. They could have avoided so much trouble. She looked down, hoping that Liber had also taken shelter from the rain. The blonde was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees. The rain was running down her face, but she didn't pay attention. The girl thought that she had changed a lot, but she was still the same as before. She had just changed her object from God to Seoljin. And she, like a fool, was waiting again, sitting here in the rain. And since when had they even started such a relationship? In the beginning, he was just an ugly boy, a stupid idiot, a coward. But the hero was the first to show real care for her. He broke into her world, where only God existed before. Then who was she to him? The girl covered her face with her hands and muttered that she didn't know. Liber didn't understand what was wrong with her and why she had such thoughts. Tears flowed down her hands along with the rain, while the blonde screamed that she hated all this. If he hadn't given her his hand first, she wouldn't have been so pathetic. An inner voice asked if the girl was really waiting for him like a fool again. It should be obvious to her that he wouldn't come like all the times before. All she had to do was go and find him herself. Liber hugged herself and said that she was scared. The rain didn't stop. Pasties ran to the portal, where he met Kina. He caught his breath and asked where the main character was. The elf looked at him in surprise and replied that Seoljin had run away. The hero was standing in front of Liber. The girl looked ahead in shock. The partner lowered her head and asked why he had come. How disgusted she was by this situation, because she was nothing to him. The young man replied that he had felt her calling him. It was probably because they were connected to each other. The girl cried from the realization that, despite everything, she wanted to smile at the mere thought that the guy was standing in front of her right now. And that was why she was disgusted with herself. She muttered that the interlocutor was right, because Liber was his sword, just a means. The girl said that she knew perfectly well the reason why the hero had come to her. If he had not needed her, he would not have looked for her. The blonde was simply still needed. She said that she was behaving like this now because she wanted to be needed by him. The partner clenched her fist and declared that she was just a means to fulfill his desires. The girl cringed and asked what difference it made what someone like her felt. The blonde added that she understood everything perfectly well and would return to form in a while. Therefore, she asked to leave her for a while. The hero extended his hand to her and offered to go home. Liber pushed him away and screamed for him to leave her and go away. She froze when she saw her partner's gloomy face. The girl asked what was wrong with him. Why did he look like that? Why was he so wet? The hero took the cloak and threw it over his interlocutor. The brunette sat down and said with a smile that perhaps she had not noticed, but it was raining outside. He called her to come with him again. The girl pursed her lips and began to cry, after which she suddenly hit the guy in the side and cursed. The young man bent over and asked why. The blonde frowned and with tears in her eyes exclaimed why he cared about her so much, because she was just a sword, nothing more. He could just use her and then throw her away. Xiaojin lowered his head and replied that he didn't know either. The blonde looked at him in shock and asked if he was an idiot. The brunette grinned and asked if she had only just realized that they were birds of a feather. The girl cringed and suddenly screamed that it was driving her crazy. The guy stared at her in surprise. He flinched when he heard that he had become completely impudent lately and that his partner hadn't liked him from the start. He was an outcast, but he acted as if he had become a star. A flame flared up in the girl's chest. She blushed and her eyes lit up. The young man looked at her in surprise and muttered that her head was shining. Liber declared that after that it was a draw between them. The girl grabbed him by the shirt and kissed him. The brunette blushed and stared at his partner in shock. The embarrassed interlocutor frowned and said that next time he decided to look for her, he would need to prepare a more elegant answer. The young man froze, still unable to recover from what had happened. Meanwhile, the rain stopped, and the sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. The stone in the treasury of God was empty. It had one inscription: Liber was here. Terrarium of the planet Chonkin. Unclean floor number 89, full of all kinds of monsters. Dean squeezed his mechanical hand and looked up. He was surrounded. The blonde swung and said that no matter how many floors he cleared, he was surprised at himself every time. The guy punched and muttered how great he was and how well he pinned the enemy down so that he couldn't escape. The player tore the monster into several pieces. Dean sat on a mountain of corpses. He squinted and noted that 68 simple monsters had been neutralized, plus 4 known ones. Now this territory was completely cleared. The blonde squinted and thought that it was not enough. Not long ago, time in the tower began to pass, and as long as Xiaojin continued to grow and accumulate strength, time would never stop here. Of course, the tower they knew before would no longer exist. Not only would it change its appearance, but things would also happen to it that no one could predict. The leader was sure of it. Therefore, in the shortest possible time, he must become as strong as possible, to be that very reliable player who could be relied upon at any time, in any situation. This was the goal he was striving for. Dean lowered his head and asked to speak quickly if he had any business with him. Mirage appeared next to them. The man climbed out of the monster's corpse and was surprised that it quickly realized that he was here. The player noted that it seemed that the interlocutor was unguarded this time. The guy smiled and asked if the man had really gone completely crazy and was tired of life. Mirage smiled and replied that he was not prepared last time. He added that he was only able to defeat him because he caught him off guard. The brunette asked not to pretend that the blonde was supposedly stronger than him. His arrogance was what would keep the guy in second place forever. Dean grinned and replied that the only thing his interlocutor was better at was chatter, and he only survived thanks to his lousy talent. The player asked him again why he had come. The man bared his teeth and said that this time he would win. A weapon materialized in his hand. He had come to take revenge. Meanwhile, near the portal, Liber smiled and showed her friends her new, more busty form. Tina, Pasties, and Sumama stared at her in surprise. They began to ask one after another what had happened to her and if she was okay. The blonde scratched her head in embarrassment and asked them to ask in turn. The elf looked at the girl in shock and asked how she had grown so much in such a short time. Liber took the hero by the arm and pulled him to her chest, saying it was a secret. The young man muttered if they were standing too close to each other. His partner asked if he didn't like it, to which the guy replied that he didn't. The elementalist's face darkened, and Pasties and Sumama glanced warily at her. The boys exchanged nervous glances. The girl exclaimed that Liber had now grown taller than her. The young man added that even for an ego weapon, she had grown quite quickly. The blonde approached them and corrected her, saying that she had returned to her previous appearance and had not grown. Pasties asked why she had become smaller then. The hero's partner smiled and said that the power of an ego weapon grows with its owner, but after concluding a contract with Xiaojin, it had decreased. This was due to the fact that on the first day of their meeting, the guy was a spineless weakling. The girl wanted to add that before that, God was her owner, but the hero quickly shut her mouth. He laughed nervously and muttered that his partner had something on her lips. The friends stared at this feigned scene. The brunette looked at his partner in panic and muttered that they had agreed not to tell other people about Arthur. Liber pushed his hand away and smiled slyly, grabbing it. The young man was embarrassed and looked at the girl in shock, realizing that she did it on purpose. The elf frowned and wondered what this feeling was. She had a feeling that Liber had not only changed her appearance, but also her position. The blonde turned to Kina and stuck her tongue out at her. The elementalist froze in surprise. Floor 75, library. The hero's partner looked at the dragon scale with interest. She asked if this thing was really necessary to unlock the item. Jin narrowed her eyes and asked who she was. The librarian turned to the elf and whispered that she had a competitor. The pink-haired girl replied that they were just friends. Probably. Tina pouted in embarrassment. The redhead touched her forehead and began to unlock. The The girl herself in the book glowed gold and green. Knowledge redirection. The chains around the manuscript glowed and began to gradually collapse. Finally, the book opened. The observers stared at it in shock. It seemed that Jin had succeeded. The hero pointed to the side where a crack appeared in space. Clawed paws appeared from the crack, and a voice asked who dared to wake him up and disturb his sleep. A bright yellow eye looked out from the abyss. Seol, Jin, and Kino raised their heads. The hero noted the monstrous release of karma. The girl wondered who they had summoned. She asked if Jin was okay. The librarian froze and could not believe her words. The girl began to sweat and muttered that this simply could not be. According to the contract, the dragon has no right to interfere with the player's actions. Liber looked at her with concern and asked her to express herself more simply. The manager frowned and said that she herself could not believe it, but there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. It was a white dragon summoned by scales. The friends shuddered in fear. The eye narrowed. The voice said that it did not expect that one of the lower beings would be able to recognize it. He asked what object they managed to summon it with. The book was engulfed in flames. The dragon did not know that this thing was still in the tower. The monster thought that the protagonist had summoned it. The young man shuddered at the mention of himself. The mighty lizard extended a claw to the rift between dimensions and declared that he would grant him invaluable knowledge. Whether he needed it or not, only Seol Jin would decide. The guy looked at the object and assumed that it was a compass. The gift moved lower and pierced the hero's chest. The young man screamed and was engulfed in a bright light. The girls rushed to help him. Liber threatened the dragon as she ran so that it would not hurt her partner. The redhead blocked their path, putting her hand forward. The elf asked what she was doing. Jin sweated and reassured them that nothing would happen to the brunette. If the dragon was going to do something against him, it would have already done it. She asked them to just trust her and wait. The girls frowned, but refrained from attacking. The artifact stopped emitting a bright light. The hero smoothly sank to his knees. The guy was breathing heavily and shaking. The dragon narrowed his eyes and noted that the boy was no slouch. For his actions, the lizard wanted to take all his karma, but so be it. As promised, he gives knowledge. The young man frowned and tried to catch his breath. The lizard said that with the help of this negative energy that he shoved into him here. Purple light swirled inside the artifact. The dragon smiled and said that he never thought he would have to tell about the territory where the history of his clan's shame was kept. He decided to tell about the location of the death dragon. Kina and Liber looked at him in shock. The elf expected that he was going to pass on the knowledge that the player really needed at the moment. But why would he need this location? The brunette raised his head and muttered if this was the dragon that had kidnapped Asarion and Hwarion. The eye looked at the compass and said that he was now near the tower. The hero shuddered in surprise. Entrance Village was that place. 3 dark silhouettes were looking down on the residential buildings. The brunette smiled and asked if her companions felt the same. The oiled blonde narrowed her eyes and noticed that someone was spying on them. If someone could really do it, then it was probably him. Rabbi bared her teeth and said the main character's name. Bibian frowned. A floor invader, and now also a bloodhound. It seemed that the young man was growing up very quickly and was getting closer and closer to the appearance of a real player. The girl smiled and thought that it was much faster than she expected. Maybe he would even be able to catch them. However, these thoughts could be put off for later. A huge shining tree towered over the houses. The residents looked at it in shock. The little girl froze, trying to understand what it was. Bibian flew up, folded her arms and said that the choice was Seol Jin. Ran, looking at the suspicious object. His face was tense. The hero grabbed his partner by the hand and pulled her along. They had to hurry. The brunette frowned and thought that if the death dragon was really in the village, he would be of no use. He needed to tell Dean everything, and he would definitely come up with something. The eye followed the hero and asked him not to rush, because he had not finished yet. The guy turned around in surprise. The lizard said that he himself learned this for the first time, but there was another dragon on the territory of the tower. He is on the 88th floor in front of the second strongest player. Seol Jin turned pale and asked again. The golden pupil was watching the young man closely. The lizard said that, unfortunately, the guy will have to make a choice. Where will he go? Dean was standing opposite Mirage. They suddenly approached each other and swung to attack. The blonde was the first to throw his opponent back. He was advancing forward while the man was fighting back. The guy noticed that the stick was approaching him from the side. Mirage grinned and was glad that the first blow was his. However, the player grabbed it with a mechanical hand and muttered that he caught it. His processes took a different position, and the guy slammed the enemy into the wall. The man managed to shield himself from the fist with the stick. He said that the longer he looked, the more surprised he was by his hand. He wondered who created such a mechanism. The blonde swung and replied that it was none of his business. The village leader struck again, sending his opponent flying. He narrowed his eyes and noticed that something was wrong. Dean turned to the man and thought that despite his claim of victory, he was still as weak as before. The brunette stood up, leaning on his weapon. At this time, the player wondered what Mirage had prepared for him. He charged the mechanical arm and decided that there was no need to complicate things. Perhaps the man was just one of those who liked to chatter. The guy ran to the attack, thinking that the more he thought, the sooner he would probably fall into his trap. Mirage smiled, admiring the speed and blows of his opponent. He really wanted their duel to last as long as possible. However, time waits for no one, he would have to take advantage of it. The man dodged the attack. The blonde turned around, deciding that one more blow and that would be the end of it. A bright flash, silhouettes appeared through the smoke. Dean was shocked. The man laughed. The blonde's punch was stopped. It would be more correct to say that his body seemed to freeze. The guy shuddered and wondered if this was another one of his skills. The stick in Mirage's hands was glowing. It was clearly the problem. The opponent sighed and said that he wanted to use it against the player in first place, but it would be better to use it against the second. The blonde stared at the enemy in shock. The man laughed and said that the guy should appreciate the honor bestowed upon him. The weapon that Mirage possesses is not of local origin. The man himself also does not know exactly what this item is truly intended for, but he decided to consider it a weapon. How it got into this world, no one really knows. However, Mirage knows for sure that this thing came here from another dimension. Taking into account this feature plus as a result of Mirage's decision plus taking into account its true purpose, all this together gave rise to karma. As a result, the one against whom this weapon is used and its user are subject to one single simple but very serious rule. 2 players fight in turns, 1 hit at a time, alternating. Dean received a blow to the arm, unable to move. The guy flew several meters to the side. The man raised his weapon and was amazed by such a super effect. He smiled and said that it was unlikely that he would be able to catch the enemy by surprise the second time in the same way. In that case, it was worth immediately moving on to the second option. Dean jumped out at him from a cloud of dust. The brunette grinned and used the forbidden fruit of God, a contract of absolute justice. Casino opening. The counter with numbers rang. The opponents momentarily entered a dimension where prize tickets flew over the brunette's head. Dean jumped back, noting that he needed to be careful with his new skill. At first, he decided to stay at a distance and observe. Mirage stopped on 2 glowing sheets in front of him. The man raised his hands and the energy of the scrolls healed his wound in the side. The brunette muttered that he almost died. Dean frowned, noticing that the enemy's wound had healed and the 2 papers had evaporated. It was now clear to him that what was now flying randomly in the sky were the contracts that Mirage had made with the forbidden fruit. This meant that he needed to finish him off as soon as possible, before he had time to use his other skills. The blonde swung his weapon, but the man asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Invisible fetters had tied the guy up. He frowned, wondering if one of the 2 missing sheets had worked. The player couldn't even move a finger. The man smiled and offered the enemy to see the effect of the sinner's brand skill in reality. Mirage raised his index finger and said that this ability had the absolute power of binding an object to space. However, if the owner of this skill moved 1 meter or used another skill, the brand would stop working. You could say that these were 2 sides of the same coin. The man smiled and asked if the guy knew why he had explained the details of this skill to him. The blonde looked at the enemy from under his brows. Mirage spread his arms and said that he wanted Dean to understand how long and painstakingly he had prepared for their meeting. The player tried in vain to move while the enemy continued his speech. The man knew that he would not understand him anyway. He threw his head back and exclaimed that the ranker was supposedly a genius. The villain pointed his finger at the blonde and assured him that he did not deny the effort he was putting in. It was obvious to everyone that without them he would not have been able to take second place. The brunette smiled and said that such a genius would never be able to understand such simple people as him. Oh, this injustice of the gods. A genius is someone who believes in themselves and their abilities, who endlessly puts in effort and ultimately achieves their goal. But they and he are not like that. The efforts put in by a man betray him, the world turns away. The world wants to see not 99 secondary actors, but only one main character. Mirage darkened and said that he was grateful to the gods for allowing him to know this truth. Oddly enough, this process of knowledge made him understand that he was also worth something. The villain accepted as a given that all his efforts were meaningless. He put his hand to his chest and said that, therefore, the question arises, will he really have to be content with playing a secondary role without the right to choose his own destiny? Why should he live a simple human life? Mirage smiled and added that the old Dean would never be able to understand him even after he learned the truth about this tower. The blonde hung his head. The man laughed and called him a fake protagonist. He asked if the guy was really going to continue dancing to the tune of God, content with the role assigned to him. Mirage said that he was going to change this world. The man promised that he would make Dean a real protagonist. The brunette extended his hand and said that he would make everything come true the way his opponent wanted if he agreed to go with him. Mirage extended his hand saying that everyone he wants to protect, everyone he wants to delete, he will make it all come true. The blonde hung his head. The voice told him to go with it. Well, suddenly Dean started laughing. His laughter became louder, so he became an unranked player just because he wanted to get recognition from the world. He looked at the interlocutor with disdain, saying that he was the same petty person as everyone else. Mirage clearly did not like these words. Bowing his head, he replied that he was very sorry. He thought that the guy had changed, especially after he learned the truth. Raising his hand with a pen above his head, he smiled, saying that it was a pity that he was of no use. Mirage uses half of his own life. The pen left glowing text. Dean laughed evilly, shouting that he would do this to end his life, calling him a false hero. An evil face appeared on a piece of paper, after which bright rays spread from it, from which a monster appeared. The monster became huge. The blonde raised his head in shock, not understanding what it was. The three girls turned around, looking at Seol-jin. He lowered his head in confusion, thinking that, unlike the others, he can imagine what the Death Dragon is capable of because they have already seen it in his memories. If there really is a Death Dragon in the village and in front of Dean now, then neither side will be able to survive. He imagined himself as Dean's body was torn apart, understanding that even he would not be able to do this. He clenched his fist thinking about what to do. A scream rang out in the cave. Seol-jin. The girl grabbed the hero's hand. Raising it higher, she said that he did not have to think about which of the decisions he made seemed right, since for her, all the decisions he made would always be right. She looked at him, trying to instill confidence by saying that she was still his partner and wherever he went, she would follow him. The pink-haired girl was very surprised to hear this, and I think that she said it without a single hesitation. The confused guy continued to hear that no matter which side he chose, he would still regret it, so let him think it over carefully and make a decision. Looking into his eyes, Liber added that they would bear responsibility together. Thinking about these words, he looked ahead. Then he lowered his head. With a smile, she heard the answer that Seol-jin made a decision and thanked her. Meanwhile, something very large stood in front of Dean. He looked at it in surprise, saying that it was a dragon. He had already dealt with it once in the past. The dragon was incredibly large at that time. It was part of the vanguard participating in a large-scale hunt. During the hunt on the 77th floor, they accidentally stumbled upon one of their representatives. Saliva was dripping from the dragon's mouth. The monster is a mud dragon. The danger level is unknown. It is the highest creature of all living beings. They were sure that it only exists in fairy tales. The guy with the iron hand thought that he was ashamed to admit the first feeling that grabbed his whole body was fear. After which he stood on the body of the defeated monster, remembering that he had promised himself then. It was hard to breathe. He held onto the sword, remembering that the next time he had to fight him, he would be braver. Well, what's in front now? There was fear on Dean's face. This is something else. It is not comparable to the dragon that he had met then. His hands were shaking when he realized that this creature was much superior to that. The shaking in his hands increased. He looked at several pairs of eyes of the monster. I feel that I met something that should not exist in the world. Trying to come to my senses, I asked Mirage to what extent he was going to break this world. He smiled and replied that he had already said that he was going to change this world. Standing on the monster, he laughed evilly, asking not to tell him about ethics, morality. He noticed the blonde's shaking hands and asked how he felt about what he was seeing. The creature was surrounded by a bright glow when Mirage screamed that he was dying of laughter. There was a loud blow to the ground, but Dean managed to jump up, avoiding the blow. Looking down, he thought about what this meant, and this is the very energy of death. The monster's paw was glowing brightly. He thought that everything that touched him would be destroyed and wiped off the face of the earth. He looked down with a smile. Having started his iron hand, he was glad that he was finally amused. Meanwhile, the monster was surrounded by a bright glow. A little later, he opened his mouth, releasing a stream of energy. A bright sphere was directed towards Dean. The blonde was surrounded by a bright glow. The user is confirmed. Unlock the limit of the main limiter. The guy's metal hand opened and glowed brightly. Unlocking the limit of the main limiter is allowed. 100% production. A large wave of energy burst out of it. He looked towards his target and directed all the energy there. Unlocking. Mirage was amazed, thinking about what kind of karma is this story in it. It turns out that his left hand went beyond the divine providence. Meanwhile, a bright light sounded on the mechanical hand. Looking at the time, the blonde said that he was wrong. Bright marks appeared on the monster's body, cutting off his limbs, and Dean said that he was not the only one preparing for their meeting. Looking at the result, he thought that the house was able to injure him, which means he has a chance. The wounded monster fell to the ground. It may not be possible to kill him, but that is not the main thing. The main thing is to immobilize him. Kneeling down, the blonde thought that after all he needed to capture him, then he would have a chance to win. He caught his breath. They say that he barely managed to hold on. After he got up again, answering his opponent that he was not bad, he did not expect that Dean, a natural-born genius, had prepared so carefully for their meeting. A smile appeared on his face when he said that it was an eye for an eye and he could also teach something. The hero fears his metal hand, listening to Mirage, who asked what is most important. Will you learn the players if you need to defeat him? The blonde thought that he was talking again. which means that he is at a loss. Dean collected his mechanical hand. He decided that he would not listen to him and must be ready for the next attack. Mirage's scarf was breaking in the wind when he said that in his opinion this is not a technique or the enemy's signature moves. Not at all. And smiling broadly he replied that the most important thing is to find out what he values. The deaf dragon is not alone. There are more. Raising her head, the blonde thought that this was a bluff because it couldn't be. If it were so, he would have already called him. It's good that he was lying. Mirage laughed loudly and asked if he really thought he was bluffing. Standing on the dragon's back, he spread his arms, saying that why does he think so just because he can't see? But what kind of fool would use several dragons in one place? It's not about winning at all. Pointing his finger at the blonde, he said that one dragon was fighting him. Understanding, Dean opened his eyes wide, saying that really, he was terrified enough to even imagine it. Mirage turned his head and said that it was true. When Dean realized that Mirage had read his thoughts, he was covered in goosebumps. In the village, the blonde was dumbfounded with fear. A shiver ran through his entire body. Noticing this, the opponent said with a smile that he really liked his devil expression, but there was something else. The battle ends the moment he loses concentration. Something hit the blonde man hard on the back. He wanted to see what was behind him. Opposite the wall stood a glowing tree. Rand was watching it. Suddenly he heard someone's footsteps. A soldier appeared behind him and said that the guards were on full alert and the evacuation of civilians was in full swing. His face showed signs of excitement. Several people in white cloaks were standing at the gate and the guard said that the Avalon Guild had refused to accept the citizens. They would not be able to use their territory. They said that they would do everything possible to protect the portal. After which the soldier bowed and the guy said that this was understandable and thanked him. Frowning, he opened his mouth wide and shouted so that the terrified listened to him. The people below raised their heads. He shouted loudly that until today they had avoided conflicts with all their might. The guards in blue uniforms listened to him say that even if someone allowed themselves to insult their honor and dignity, they did not attach any importance to it. Saliva flew from his mouth. Did this mean that they were cowards? The guards answered in unison no. Rand put his hands behind his back, saying that they fought because they were not warriors. He looked at the people below, saying that they were defenders. Several dozen people gathered in front and Rand proudly declared that they existed to protect this village. The hour had come. He started shouting again, saying that this was the hour when Seol Jin was not here and they should not fulfill their mission. The guards looked at each other for the sake of their colleagues. One of them looked at the family photo for the sake of his family. Another guard lowered himself. Rand began to shout even louder because they must protect their homeland at the cost of their own lives, so that not a single foot of these creatures dared to step on their lands. Several spears rose into the sky. The girl with dark hair watched this, saying that they were very much in battle. But upon closer inspection, she noted that these were just words. The guards tried to direct the people. The girl thought that they were trying to hide their disorganization. Smiling, she brought her hands to her face, finding it very cute, but they were still willing to wait. No need to rush so much. Rabbi asked the girl behind her back how much longer they should wait, because his hands were already itching. Smiling, Bibian replied that she understood her, but she needed to wait a little longer, and in return she would let her have a good time today. These words pleasantly surprised Rabbi. Turning away, she said that if this was so, then she humbly obeyed. After which Bari approached Bibian, saying that she of course agreed to help her. Maybe she would tell her what she had planned. If they continued to sit here, then a surprise attack would be of no use. She looked at her interlocutor and asked why she assumed that they were attacking from behind the garden. Did she really think that she had called them for something so cowardly? Not understanding, Bari looked at her interlocutor, who had once said that they would challenge them and fight fairly. Smiling, Bibian said that in order for the whole world to know that they had come, players outside the rating, they are prepared and invincible, and the world of the exorbitant should no longer be ignored. Just the thought of this gave her a lot of pleasure. I said that I myself would not wait for this. She already wants to see desperate faces. Dean's body was torn apart. Opening his mouth, he only tried to ask Rand for forgiveness. Sitting on the edge, Rabbi dangled her leg. She looked down intently, suddenly noticed someone in front of him. The man took a step forward and she asked who he was. Rand put out his palm. The girl looked at him in surprise. Bending his hand, he gestured for her to come to him. Opening her mouth wide, she said that he was not afraid of anything. Quickly come to him, she said that she would teach him a lesson now. Bari watched this and said that Rabbi had fallen for it again. No matter how much he explained to her, it was useless. Bibian replied that it was not so scary because she was waiting anyway. Looking at this, she added that they also seemed to have finished their preparations and offered to check what they were capable of. Approaching them, the girl demanded to show her hands. Energy appeared in her hand and she said that it was for him to warm up. After which she was already holding a large braid, shouting about 10 servings. The girl looked at Seol Jin with confusion, asking if he was sure. Did he really think that Dean didn't need help? Turning around, he looked at Lilith. She said loudly that she couldn't follow, don't do anything, and would rather ask the guild for help. But the guy objected. He looked down and added that it would complicate things. If the guild was involved, another war would start after the meeting with the unranked players. That was obvious. The blonde folded her arms over her chest and noted that Xiao Jin was of the same opinion as she was, after which he asked Lilith to promise him. For a moment, Lilith was surprised by this. Looking at her, he said that everything she was about to see would remain a secret. Something broke with a bright glow, after which this section surrounded Xiao Jin. Looking at her in confusion, she thought that she had already seen this somewhere. A moment later, his eyes became larger and I gave up. Was there really something white in his hand? Is this a portal? Holding it in his hand, Xiao Jin replied that she was right. It looked like a portal that moved them between levels. The girl was shocked, thinking that this one wasn't like the ones on every level of the tower. It was special. It violated all the laws of terrarium. If the world found out about it, it could start something bad. So that's the player's strength. Xiao Jin frowned, saying that it was unlikely that they would be able to immediately move to the village or to Dean. The girls crossed their arms. He understood that they could find the nearest place from where they could get to them. Almost holding it in his eyes, he thought about doing everything possible, mentally asking them to hold on. Meanwhile, the guy with the blindfold mockingly asked how Dean was feeling, noting that he hadn't felt despair for a long time. He must be remembering the past right now, right? At that moment, Dean's body was literally breaking apart. Tears were streaming down his face. Putting his hand to his face, Mirage said that the blow had gone right through. Had he really returned? Spreading his arms wide, he shouted that he couldn't even think that he would be able to injure him, much less kill him. His light hair hung to the ground, and Mirage continued to talk about how everyone usually runs away from fear, but he, on the contrary, decided to fight. What's wrong with him? Now, being in this state, even the slightest breath of wind can kill him. An ominous smile appeared on his face. That's why everything is useless for people like him. Looking from above, he remembered another person, saying that he also thought that it was enough to simply swing a sword to win. Experiencing great torment, the blonde again asked Rand for forgiveness. This confused Mirage, asking what he was saying. Can't he even pronounce it normally? Put your hand on his shoulder. He noted that it was a good job. Well, although he waved after him, saying that they would meet in the next life if there was one. We were again introduced to the heroes carrying you behind your back. Dean, the player occupying second place in the ranking. One of his hands was metal. He was called the lucky one from the slums. He was born in a poor family, wrote history every day. He clenched his fist menacingly. People called him a hero. He was introduced as standing on a mountain of enemy bodies. Others admired him. Once his body was cut in half. It was that everyone lost to him. Looking at this, he said that he did not believe his eyes. The metal arm broke into two parts so quickly and accurately. The limb fell to the ground. These are the classes of the player in first place. Nagi looked at the floor. I break. The guy said that this is his painting. Arthur stretched out his hands in front of him. They say that the hero who can never defeat the player in first place is always second. This is how he drew it. His hands lay on his knees. He reasoned that the mechanical knight class he gave him was invented only as an excuse. He is his main character. He had to come up with something more interesting. With a smile on his face, he thought that he should be shorter. Dean's body is recovering. What is happening now is beyond his authority and his idea. You are still missing a hand, and he apologized to Ran again. Should have believed him. With a smirk on his face, Mirage turned to him. Almost fell for it. I feel better. The blonde said that it was embarrassing to appear in public like this. The guy pursed his lip, thinking about how everything was still standing here, and his body was badly injured. However, willpower was not enough here. He saw a bright glow appear, wondering if it was some kind of hidden power. With surprise, he remembered his class. Meanwhile, one was already able to clench his remaining hand into a fist when Mirage was still wondering if he had trained something inherent in his class. Dean suddenly turned to Mirage. He smiled in confusion, thinking that he heard a heartbeat. But later he decided that it was more like the sound of an engine. With a crazy look, Dean looked at him, saying that he had warmed up, and offered to play. Cool. Several heroes stood with different weapons in their hands. Not every player has one. I stand in front of a tall building. However, there are those who receive his account before entering the tower. Surely you can ask the question how in such a situation the class is determined. The man was lying in bed looking at the light in his hands. They say that ordinary players at some point in their lives suddenly just realize it. Such players have one common and very simple process. A light silhouette appeared out of nowhere, and you can describe it in one phrase. The silhouette clenched his hand into a fist. This can be called the formation of personality. We can say that this is the first and most important condition for obtaining a class. The warrior put a large sword on his shoulder. Kitty smiled evilly and looked away. Some players claim that only those who received a class outside the tower are real players. In other words, receiving a class does not directly depend on them. A golden thread stretched from the bright section. That is, it is a simple combination of various factors. The life that the player lived, his values, talent, and potential. Several balls of golden thread lay on a plate. Oh, this defines the class. The finger pointed down. Whether the player wants it or not, this law cannot be changed. So it was with Dean. He stood with a weapon on his belt. After he defeated the monster by cutting off its head. Dean's class is a mechanical knight. After the battle, he looked at his damaged mechanical hand. However, except for the prosthetic hand itself, he does not have any characteristic features that would make him a mechanical knight. The mechanical fingers were torn off from the palm. This hand is worse than his body. It does not recover even after the restoration of karma. Rather, it bothers him more. He looked at it, thinking why exactly he became a mechanical knight. He thought the tall man was told that besides him, there were other players with prosthetic limbs. Therefore, Dean did not stop asking himself 2 questions. A bright glow poured from his chest. He did not remain unanswered for long. Exactly 10 years after he began to climb the tower, a problem arose. Looking at him, Mary said that due to the constant influx of karma into his body, his cups could not withstand it. The silhouette of the guy was holding a sword in his hands. Dean had an innate feature, an endless source of karma. Lying on the floor, Arthur said that it was due to the fact that he was originally destined to be the main character. Of course, Dean himself did not know this. In a word, it was a blessing for him. The blonde walked along a path of light. However, from the moment he climbed the tower, Dean's karma began to gradually increase. This is due to the fact that Dean himself began to improve the imperfect installation of God. The guy with wings on his hands rose into the sky. In a word, this is the story of a man who went against God. But as a rule, the end of such stories is predetermined. After that, the hand stuck out of the water. Something flowed down, dissolving the man's body. At some point, his body simply could not withstand it anymore and began to fall apart. The blonde stood last in a row of falling dominoes. An endless source of karma is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Smoke was coming from the guy's figure. His silhouette was covered with many cracks. Or rather, fate. Even at some point in his life, Dean was destined to die precisely from the constant influx of karma that was supposed to bury him under its weight. But as everyone knows, the main character always overcomes obstacles. Later, she connected the blonde to the device. Taking off her mask, she told him to listen to her carefully. Now she will begin to modify his body. Putting on red glasses, she continued saying that this is not to make him stronger, but to save him. A bright light came from Dean's chest. From now on, his heart will work only at the expense of his karma, and this fragile hand will become a means of ejecting it. Bright light fell on his face and Mary, so now he must take care of them. After the procedure, the guy entered the arena. This is now the only way for him to survive. Looking ahead, he said that until this moment he always thought that he had to become a mechanical knight just to survive. The prosthesis was surrounded by a bright light. He made a sound and the guy said that now he got into such a situation realized that he was wrong. A powerful explosion raised the earth. A smile Mirage looked at it thinking about what kind of colossal release of karma is this. It affects the entire territory of this floor. He was nervous. He thought that Dean was injecting this karma for more than one day. How much time did it take him? Dean's silhouette was visible in the epicenter. No, Mirage thought it was definitely not it. If you do not take into account the amount of karma, you can understand that this is just an ordinary splash. Is an ordinary person really capable of splashing out so much food? The monster again erupted something bright towards Dean. Having hit the blonde, it enveloped him completely. He stood and withstood the blow, they say, so that the system could regulate the karma surge to the 4th level. Energy of such power destroyed everything around. Afterwards, smoke came from Dean. Shocked Mirage looked at him, understanding that he had recovered with the help of karma that was flowing out of his own body. Whistling to the monster, he decided it was time to leave. He loudly prophesied in response. Raising his head, he did not understand how the monster could disobey his orders. She extended her hand to the blonde, and Mirage wondered if the monster had gotten out of control. The bright hand almost touched Dean, but the next moment he was able to reflect this attack by parrying it with his hand, after which his metal prosthesis made a sound. The blonde pulled his hand back, after which he struck, which crushed the monsters by knocking out his head. Mirage opened his mouth in shock. Lowering his head, he put his hand to it, saying that this is no longer funny. Does he really have no sense of proportion? Laughing, the guy with a bandage on his face said that he admits that he already thought that he dealt with his opponent quickly, but he did not expect that he would gather to defeat him after almost losing. The purple paper began to burn. He extended his hand and said that the contract was torn by the death dragon. The monster began to transform into a man and Mirage said that he was free, but only in the grave. With a crazy look looking at this, the blonde said that he began to worried that it would not come to a serious battle. But now he sees that everything is just beginning. High towers stretched to the sky. The girl stood at the front door. Looking away, she thought about the fact that the deputy head had not left the room for several days. It was strange, this had never happened before. Something black was crawling out from under the door. Is something really outrageous happening in the tower? The man was sprouting black roots. The girl with a bandage on her head asked if he felt it. Time was ticking in the tower. With a smile, he leaned his head on his hand saying that he felt it. And not even on one floor, she was on several. Everything is happening as predicted. He does not quite understand at what speed. With her mouth wide open, the girl next to him offered to use it to find out, but the man replied that he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. His place said that he was not going to interfere, but preferred to stay behind the scenes. What do they call it? Ignoring the problem. Looking ahead, he decided that it would be decided here who would play the main role and who would play a secondary role. This war would put everything in its place. Several people watched the battle between Rabbi and Ran. The soldier who was watching changed his mind, telling the commander that the preparations were complete. Looking at the bright flashes, he thought that the enemy was an unranked player. Do not call him weak. And what kind of tree is this? Where did it come from? It is not clear. Their side is already ready for battle, but will they be able to oppose anything at all? Sweat trickled down his face as he realized that there was no point in asking himself such a question. Clenching his fist, he thought that he could do nothing about it. His thoughts were like a train, and if he stood still, then he would not move. The swing of Rabbi's scythe left a bright mark. Spreading her arms, she smiled, saying that it was right on target. There was a sound in the smoke, after which the object spread. He passed by Rabbi almost touching her. There was a crazy smile on his face. She swung again, leaving a bright trace, screaming that his actions are predictable. The scythe pierced the place where Ran was. He turned his eyes, she saw him behind his back, saying that he moved like a rat, and knew at least there were some traces left. Rabbi held his weapon, asked if he really wanted to fight him in the air. Ran probably wanted to catch her by surprise. She suddenly found herself behind the guy, taking away that she could change the direction of the attack at any moment if only there was strength. With a crazy look, she added that the rat was caught in a mousetrap. Suddenly she noticed that something had formed under the guy. She looked at it confusedly, not understanding. The fabric was compressed under him. A footrest. One movement, he flew high, entangling the girl. It's a spring. In the air he pulled the belt, and stretching out his hand he headed down. Landing on the ground, there was a powerful explosion. Looking ahead, he decided that judging by the sound she was able to dodge all the blows. She has excellent intuition and physical training. The girl got out of the smoke. The guy was glad that she lacked experience. Black blood was coming out of Rabbi's mouth, and she asked him what place he occupied in the ranking. Before meeting Ran, a battle with him would serve as a good warm-up round. Folding his hands behind his back, he replied that he himself was interested in where this guy was carried. Looking carefully at her, he warned that for now he was stronger than him. She asked again. Rising into the air around her appeared various weapons, and she pumped up that she was very happy about it. One of the soldiers gave a sign, waving a yellow flag. Seeing this, Ran realized that everything was ready and replied that he no longer had time to play with her. Looking at the guy, she did not understand how he dared to say such a thing. Raising 2 fingers, he replied that she would do well to learn something for the next battle. A yellow belt immediately burst out from under the ground. The girl looked at it, wondering where this fabric came from and how it happened. She remembered the recent attack and realized that by knocking her to the ground, he pretended to attack her, but in reality, he was burying the fabric underground. The next moment, she was already tied up with this fabric, surprised at how strong it is. Looking at the back, it was not offensive because her karma is much greater than she lost. Still decided that he would not accept defeat. Opening her mouth, she thought how she wanted to smash his face, but she screamed that she was sorry to disappoint him, but still he should give up his idea. Turned to the side and listened carefully. Tied up, she smiled. They say that she knows that he wants the return of their main thing. Light illuminated her pupil when she said that she did not want to disappoint him, but the death dragon summoned by Mirage most likely did not leave anything from him. Immediately, someone landed on her face with a demand to stop. Her face pressed to the ground when Bibian said that provocation should be used depending on the object of application. She tore the yellow fabric. They say that if Rabbi had said a little more, she would have already been dead. I did not watch this carefully. Raising her head, the girl with dark hair turned to Bari and said that now it was her turn. Raising the horn with the help of magic, she replied that she knew. Looking closely at Bibian, she asked if she had forgotten about their agreement. Smiling, she replied that she remembered the debt and would repay it in full. Bari blew into the horn. Several armed figures appeared. The man was shocked that soldiers were appearing from the tree. They moved towards him. With his legs wide apart, he thought that the real battle was only beginning now. He would protect everyone and hold out. The men frowned. Even if it cost him his life, an army of dark forces rushed towards him. He went into the room and said that a letter had come from the deputy. It stated that the players in it were raiding and asked to immediately resolve the situation. The girl stood silently by the window. The nervous guy asked again about the order. The army of dark figures was gone. The Dark Rider left a bright mark with his weapon. The men looked at this, that the battle would be head-on. The rider put his weapon in front of him, and the man shouted that they were coming, they needed to beat the drums. One of the soldiers hit the big drum. The army of dark monsters rushed into battle. They quickly pressed themselves against the wall. Looking at this, the man in the dark uniform thought that any of them, a soldier, was not even a match for the players. They were so ordinary that they could not win the right to enter the tower. But they were still a squad of defenders. The big cannon fired a volley. If they joined forces and began to sit down in front, then they would have a chance. One of the masterpieces, Ikar. 2 soldiers shouted fire. The pink charge headed towards the army of monsters. The power of the explosion scattered several at once. The girl watched this thinking that the magic charge was charged by players. Usually, people who are not players find it very difficult to use such things. They literally sacrifice themselves for the sake of battle. This is very interesting. They fell near the gun. Looking at this, she was sincerely sorry, but this will not stop her soldiers. After all, in life they were truly invincible warriors. The rider raised his spear again. Ran watched this. He frowned. Pointing his hand forward, he ordered the opening of fire. Several archers raised their weapons to the sky, after which a hail of arrows fell from the sky, and Bibian was surprised that they decided to take her with arrows. But she looked closely, seeing the fabric on the tips of the arrows. Yellow discharges appeared in the sky. Touching the ground with her finger, the test was complete, setting up communication between the defenders. Several bright discharges fell on the enemies from the sky. Downpour. The soldiers rejoiced at what had happened, saying that now it was up to the commander-in-chief. Blue knelt down and covered his head. Language thought that they decided to build a strategy around the player. This is a big hassle. People are much more problematic than any guilds. Standing on her feet, she put her hands behind her back, and with great speed she rushed forward, saying that it was time to warm up. Keep moving thought what the enemies would do no matter how many people lied, they are just ordinary people. And she will break their formation, then her soldiers, they are not rivals. And quickly approach the wooden gate. I understand that if she breaks them, then the scales will tip in her direction. Smoke came from the corpses of monsters. Rand said that he warned the player out of the raiding, after which the pipes began to emit yellow. Turning around, the girl saw Rand in golden armor, who said that she would never enter this village. Looking at him, she noticed that he became faster than he was in the last battle. The guy dealt a powerful blow. His entire body was covered in golden armor. They were created thanks to the connection between the soldiers and the village detachment of defenders. Lying on the ground, the girl said that she was surprised that she found at least one worthy player in this village besides Xiaojin. Her reconnaissance failed. She will take note. With a smile, she asked the guy what place he occupied. Frowning, he replied that he did not know because he was not interested in these children's games. Lowering his head, she said that he was not bad. Spreading his arms wide, an army of dark monsters appeared behind her. They all headed towards Ran. In response to this, he put his hand to the ground. Using karma, the guy can move any object he touches. The yellow fabric began to glow. He simply decided to choose the fabric himself. The structure of the fabric was ideal. Such an ambiguous choice was due to the strength and mobility of the fabric, which provides its texture. Thanks to these simple properties, Rand can use the fabric as a defensive and offensive tool. He held the fabric in his hands by force. There is one condition: it is necessary to maintain direct tactile contact with the selected object while charging it with karma. In short, this condition can be called marking. The silver watch read the time. The marking works exactly. Rand walked along the streets of the city of fabric over his head. Due to this convention, he has to walk around the entire village every day. The bright light of the sun fell on him, and every day he is forced to keep his ability active. In the center of the village stood a tower. In other words, for Ran, the village became an impregnable fortress. Raising her head, the girl looked up, wondering what it was. A hole opened in the sky, studying the bright light. Rand's eyes glowed with white light. That is why this is his territory. There was an army behind the girl. A snake of yellow fabric appeared behind the guy. He was assigned the class of defender. Veins appeared on the man's face, and he said that if they tried to find him without an invitation, he would kill them, all the defenders of the village. The blonde looked at the girl with long hair. A bright light burned in her chest. The girl with horns on her head lowered her eyes. The cloak of the man with dark hair fluttered in the wind. There was confusion on his face. He felt this feeling again. A long shadow stretched behind his back. Whatever he did, no matter how hard he tried, his place was already predetermined. He looked at the guy with the prosthesis and the girl above him. Again, feelings of insignificance and secondary roles that he did not choose, from a fate that he also did not choose. Raising his head, a smile appeared on his face, thinking that this feeling does not give him peace. Well, he decided not to think about it, because everything was ready a long time ago. The fabric snake opened its mouth wide, the connection between the defenders of activation. Ran jumped on her head. Frowning, he ordered to attack. The snake broke through the army of enemies, destroying them. The soldiers on the wall were amazed. The spinning snake raised the earth into the air. Watching this name, she thought that this was like a second fortress. The honey of hundreds of soldiers was not successful. Should we come up with something else against this snake? However, on the contrary, this is all he is waiting for. She plunged her blade into the ground, understanding that she needs to take this fortress by numbers. Looking down, she thought that she needed to find out what his weakness was. The monster raised their copies on command. The rider moved his hand to the side. Several copies flew towards the golden snake. Standing on its head, the guy said that the check was complete. He jumped towards the flying copies. Covering his hands, he said that they dared to raise a weapon against him, and for this he swam his father, and released several fabric-rolled projectiles. Snake fangs. They hit the copies flying at them. The soldiers on the ground covered their eyes from the bright flashes. One of them turned to the man in the dark uniform and said that the wall might not hold up. Maybe they should go to Plan B. He replied that the main commander was doing quite well. He would say that he dominated. Noticing the black projectiles, he ordered to focus on protecting the snake. The projectile hit the army of monsters. Bari's eyes became larger. Looking at this, she remembered that intelligence did not report the existence of such a problematic warrior. The soldiers on the wall rejoiced. Watching this, the girls realized that the divide and conquer strategy was not successful. The blitzkrieg failed. They were at a dead end. Well, watching what was happening, we asked Bibian what to do now. Enough on the ground among the craters, will he really fight personally? Lowering her head, she was surprised by the player. His ability most likely lies in moving objects charged with karma. Watching the snake's movement, she wondered how he managed to bring such a unique ability of this level. It's not often that you meet a player who has fully mastered his ability, who owns it down to the smallest detail. Breaking the tank's hand, she decided that she would also have to use her abilities. A dark tree was visible among the smoke of ash, but he looked closely at the remaining enemies, thinking about what had choked her so much. Could they really have repelled the first wave? Another army appeared near the Dark Rider. No, it's too early to rejoice. But looking at the bright trunk, I think that from their actions, it is clear that they were not seriously prepared. They definitely have aces up their sleeves. Frowning, he realized that they had not won yet. Hand back, energy appeared around her. Libero armor. Rand stood surrounded by a bright glow. Both abilities require a huge amount of karma. The guy seemed to be comparing, weighing the options on the scales. Therefore, when using both abilities at the same time, he cannot use the full power. A halo burned brightly behind him. To hide this envy, Rand specially demonstrated armor to the enemy. It was a psychological attack. The escalation of his ability awakened a primal fear in his opponents that tied their hands and feet. Sitting on the ground, Rabbi looked at this with hatred, and it's good that his plan worked. For now, Rand had a tense look. The village is the foundation, he is its shield. Therefore, he cannot leave it. That is, the further Rand is from the village, the more food will be needed to maintain it. And soon it will be almost impossible to maintain them. The hero stood on the head of a snake looking at a tree. In other words, he will not be able to destroy the tree that creates soldiers. Weapons were created from dark matter. The guy held it in his hand. But the rest of the horizon is clear. As long as he has karma, he can kill each of these soldiers. Rising to her feet, the girl looked at the golden snake, saying that this rag infuriates her and she wants to tear it apart. Gritting her teeth, she was not sure that she could win, and her hands were shaking with anger. Soul Collector. If only one soul knew at what price she had to pay to get this ability. She wasn't a weak player after all. The snake towered over her. It was simply not fair. Tears were flowing. Suddenly, someone's voice asked her if she wanted to win. Turning around, she saw Bibian in front of her. She said with a smile that she would be happy to help her. After all, they were on the same team. The physical embodiment of death. Dean stood with his head raised. It was impossible to come up with a more suitable description for what he saw. The girl with big eyes looked at him. She found leaving bright traces. Each of her steps left a trace warning of the approach of death, and this trace was slowly approaching the blonde. They stood opposite each other. The guy silently looked at her. The girl looked into his eyes. Suddenly, she fell to her knees. However, who would have thought that the first impression would be so deceptive? Lowering her head, she begged him to stop. The woman bowed her head and said that Mirage was not guilty of anything, because it was all her fault. She tensed her arms to the point of shivers and said that she had to put him on the right path. The blonde silently listened to her words that she promised to do everything so that he would no longer think about committing evil. The woman swore on her name and said that she understood that the man had done many bad things. Keeping her head down, she added that deep down he was a good boy, after which she begged and asked the enemy to stop. The next second, Dean chopped off both her arms and destroyed the breastplate. The severed limbs fell to the ground behind her. The blonde looked at her angrily. The girl grew her arms and said that, apparently, the enemy also needed to protect someone. The man clenched his hand and aimed a blow at the enemy. With one attack, he tore her body into 2 parts. While in the air, the girl said that she thought it was impolite of her to behave like that in front of a man who was going to fight to the death, and then apologized again. She fused her body parts and said that words couldn't solve anything anymore. Looking sadly at the blonde, she added that she would fight to the last drop of blood to protect her loved one. The enemy looked at her emotionlessly and thought about how such a strong creature would kneel to protect an ally. He looked at them and added that this meant that something had happened in their past. He slightly lowered his head and added that he was absolutely sure that Death Dragon and all unranked players were absolute hacks. He looked at her with a crazy look and asked how many people she had already killed, because she regenerated very quickly, and then thought that he was just as sure of his rightness. The man remembered how his prosthesis was destroyed by the dragon's blow and thought that her attacks did not split. He imagined the moment of the prosthesis's destruction and thought about how they transform the matter they come into contact with into energy, after which she inhales this energy. The woman looked down sadly, touched her chest and said that she never wanted this, but there was no other way to lift this curse imposed by God, so she simply had no choice. The blonde lowered his head, having listened to the words that he had reached high with that one and should understand this perfectly well, after which he replied that everything was as he thought. His hand began to transform. The man replied that they should not exist. He stretched his hand above his head and activated the 8th information, the activation of the sword. Rand watched what was happening from above. He frowned tensely and thought that, apparently, his target was behind this tree, but he could not see anything at all, and it was unclear where such dust was coming from, because they were not in the desert. Thick dust clouds were rushing through the air. The man thought that things were bad and that he felt that he was missing the most important thing. The next second, something was torn from its place. The man quickly turned around, feeling it approaching. Bibian knocked him down from above. The guy pulled his hand to the side and created a hoop of energy. The girl swung her right hands. The opponents attacked each other, creating a bright flash. The man slightly spread his arms, controlling the flaps. The girl landed and slid along the surface. They were flying along the tower at incredible speed. If I continued to fight. The man extended 2 fingers. The golden snake pointed its open mouth straight at the girl. She clenched her fist and directed the attack at the beast. The girl attacked the snake and threw its head to the side. Spinning in the air, she landed on the floor. The girl touched the hole in her clothes and said that the man almost tore her blouse and that it would be very awkward. The opponent silently watched her from above. He frowned tensely and thought that one thing was clear to him, because the opponent was fundamentally different from the previous girl. Bibian stretched her shoulders. The man tried to understand what her abilities were, because by her appearance it was impossible to say that she was even a little tired, after which he wondered if she could constantly draw strength from something. The girl closed her eyes and exhaled heavily. The man paid attention to her eyes and decided that it was impossible to understand what she was thinking from them. He moved his hand to the side, grabbed his weapon and decided that she needed to be killed because she was dangerous. The girl lowered her head and thought about the fact that this player was truly strong because they came face to face with him, and he did not even lose his head, so his strength is beyond praise. She licked her lower lip and said that there is nothing ideal and perfect in the world, so everyone has a weak spot. The man fell down at great speed. The girl thought that he was simultaneously using 2 strong abilities at full capacity, but she did not care how well he controlled karma because he would not be able to maintain 2 abilities of this level for long. The opponents clashed again. The girl pulled back her left limbs. She attacked the enemy and scratched his cheek. The girl smiled widely, approaching the man, and said that she had injured him, after which she suggested that his armor had become thinner. She looked into his eyes and asked if he was okay, after which she began to tease and say that it was time to redirect his power to fight her. The guy silently looked at her. He frowned tensely. The girl smiled madly and said that the enemy looked confused. Suddenly, he frowned deeply. The man jumped to the side, seeing an incredible shot. The soldiers raised their hands and rejoiced that they had hit the enemy. The man frowned and told them not to worry about him, but to focus on defending the fortress. The enemy soldiers continued to climb the fortress wall. The guards were ordered not to let the enemy onto the walls because they should not interfere with Ran. The man quickly looked back, hearing the words about how to keep an eye on your opponent in battle, and then thought that she must have already recovered, although the cannon shot hit her right. The next second, his shoulder was pierced by the enemy's shot. The soldiers were shocked by what they saw. They saw how the man's silhouette was pierced by the attack. The warrior gritted his teeth, thinking that she was an unranked player, as he thought. From the dust, the silhouette of a girl appeared. Her hands were burning with dark energy. The man thought that she was hiding her true ability. The girl's energy was burning in the air. She said that she was glad to see Rabbi again. In her hand was a shining sword. It turned out that the girl was a master of ego weapons. The man's blood dripped onto the floor. He took his hand and thought that, as he thought, this imperfect armor was not enough to withstand her blows. He frowned tensely and thought about the fact that it was a cruel joke of fate. Out of all the classes, he got exactly this one. The girl stretched her arms out to the sides, holding weapons. Rabbi crossed her arms over her chest, turned to the mistress and said that she was helping her not because she liked her. The girl raised the sword and listened with a smile to the words that this was done only to tear this rag. The warrior said that she was satisfied with such a reason. She looked at the enemy with a smile and turned to him. The warriors stood opposite each other. The girl offered to chat. The man raised his early hand and activated his ability. The girl said that she would not act like that in his place. She raised her hand with a smile and said that he was bleeding, so he should at least do something about it. Rabbi looked at her mistress with irritation and said that this is why she doesn't like her, because when fighting an enemy, she can't just kill him because she needs to talk. The warrior looked at the man angrily and said that she understands that he is not in the mood to talk to her, but he is able to assess the situation quite sensibly and understand that it is more profitable now because he is an excellent player. The man frowned tensely. He raised his hand and deactivated the ability. The girl folded her hands and said with a smile that this was an excellent decision, after which she introduced herself and asked about the name of the opponent. The man touched his wound and said that his name was Ran. The opponent lowered the sword to the ground, saying that she was pleased to meet him, after which she suggested that it was also fate to meet such a strong player. She picked up a small stone and said that she wanted to ask him one question. The girl crushed the mineral with a smile and asked if he knew why a person could never defeat a dragon. The man frowned, wondering why she needed this conversation, and whether it could be some kind of condition for activating her ability, after which he decided that she had already revealed her ability, so it was unlikely, and he should not try to give meaning to every action of hers, because she was also right, because time was on his side. He pressed his injured hand and decided that he could only play along with her, after which he replied that the statement itself did not carry any meaning, because it was impossible. The girl pointed at him with a smile and said that he did not disappoint her, because she was sure that he would answer exactly like that. A giant dragon appeared behind her. She said that a creature that went beyond common sense, a creature with enormous power, almost equal to a god, that was a dragon. She imagined a book from which pages were flying out. Then an image of a dragon appeared in her imagination. The girl said that people have been hearing stories and legends about dragons since childhood, and eventually formed the idea that a person cannot defeat a dragon. The man frowned deeply, listening to the words about their brainwashing. The opponent looked away and asked him if this thought seemed right, after which she added that she did not care what he would answer. She imagined a silhouette of a person with energy in his chest and said that abilities consume karma based on the image they form in the head. Then she imagined a cage in a person's head, inside of which a fire was burning, and added that human imagination is blocked by some common sense on a subconscious level, after which she asked who is really stronger, a person or a dragon, because this question no longer means anything, because of this thought, a person gets into a situation where he can never defeat a dragon. She touched her temple and added that in other words, imagination is an absolute factor that directly affects the power of the ability, and that is probably why his ability takes the form of a dragon, so she wants to ask another question. A lightning aura struck the air. The girl said that it was impossible to tear the fabric with bare hands. She created scissors from her living weapon and asked what would happen if she tore the fabric with scissors. The man frowned tensely, noticing that her weapon had changed shape. The woman suddenly jumped up from her seat. The man noticed that she was attacking. He touched the ground and decided that he was trying to understand what she wanted to convey to him, but it turned out that she was really just chatting. The ground under his feet split. The man added that imagination really has a strong influence on the ability. His ribbons went towards the opponent. He added that this is about efficiency, not power. The girl smiled widely. She cut his ribbons into small pieces. Smiling, she said that cutting was very pleasant. The enemy frowned in shock. The next second, she flew past him and cut his chest. He spat out his own blood and coughed loudly. The girl looked back with a smile. A column of blood burst out of the man's chest. Rabbi waved her hand with a wide smile and said that this was her true power. The girl corrected her and said that this was their combined power. The man put his hand in front of him and activated his ability. A giant snake burst out of the ground and headed towards the girl. The enemy opened the scissors and asked the man why he continued, because he himself knew that this would lead to nothing. With one single movement, she cut the snake into 2 parts. The girl flew past the monster and headed towards its owner. Bibian smiled widely, aimed the attack at the man's stomach and said goodbye to him. The enemy frowned sternly. The girl closed her eyes in happiness. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise, but suddenly someone appeared in the air above them. The girl looked up in surprise and asked what it was. The creature smiled widely. It fell to the ground with a crash. The dust began to settle. The warrior who arrived smiled widely and said that he was a little late while he was moving people to a safe place, and now he had arrived to replace the ally's cow. The man frowned happily and agreed with his ally. He imagined a patchwork kite and thought that initially there was only one Amugi in the squad of defenders. Then he remembered looking at the fire in his hands and thought that activating several abilities at the same time affects their effectiveness, so it is more optimal to use abilities at one point. His energy was collected in one point. The man thought that there was nevertheless an ability called wing clothing, and the hairs of you swirled in a whirlwind. The ally appeared next to them. The man thought that it was used for another person. The girl smiled blissfully and said that she didn't even know how to cut it. On the 24th floor of the terrarium, a pyramid was burning. The guys were walking through the dungeon of this floor next to running water. Tina looked at her ally incomprehensibly and asked if they were in a dungeon and why the portal led them to this place. The young man looked back at her. He smiled. Liber chuckled, hearing his words that it was better to show him once than to tell him several times. The girl agreed with him and said that her ally would not believe it anyway until she saw it herself. Kina was hurt by the words that although you can't tell at first glance, she thinks very slowly. The blonde stepped forward and said that there was impenetrable darkness ahead. The young man asked her to go slowly for this very reason. Kina looked at them with annoyance, wondering what floor they were on. But one thing was clear to her, it was definitely not the first floor. She didn't understand what her ally was thinking, because she couldn't ask, because she was afraid that she would be teased again. The girl imagined a fire-breathing dragon and thought about how several dragons appeared at the same time in different places. And as far as she knew, this had never happened before. She wondered about what was going on in the tower. Slightly pursing her lips, she decided that she shouldn't think about it, because she might give in to fear, so she should only think about the good things. She looked down and thought about how this was the work of the ranked players, which meant Tina imagined the terrifying images of her opponents and thought that they might appear again. She was sinking into despair and thought that even though she had become stronger than before, she didn't know if she would be of any use. The boy turned to her with a smile while she was wondering if she could do anything. He turned to her and said that they were almost there. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when he said that it was dark ahead, so she should be more careful. The blonde looked back and asked if he remembered the exam was in a similar dungeon. The boy answered in the affirmative and said that he would rather forget it. Kina looked at her allies and thought that even in such a situation, the boy remained calm. She took a step forward and wondered if the tower had affected him, since he had become much stronger, but she compared to him. Suddenly the boy accidentally stepped on something. The boy tripped and hit his head on the tiles. He frowned and said that something had gotten under his feet, but he couldn't see anything. Suddenly he looked up. The boy found himself at his ally's feet and blushed awkwardly. The girl looked at him in surprise. The blonde lowered her eyebrows and asked what he had forgotten there. The boy shuddered in embarrassment. Kina covered her ears. The boy tried to justify himself by saying that he had stepped on something. The blonde replied that he was a player, but had managed to trip into something incomprehensible, so she would never believe it. The girl smiled happily and exhaled. The blonde took the owner in a painful hold. Kina said that every time she looked at them, she felt like she was such a fool because she was constantly thinking about the wrong thing. She took a step forward and added that instead, she should go forward with her head held high. The girl created a small flame and asked if they agreed. She looked back at her allies and suggested moving on. The guy looked at her in surprise and agreed. He looked back at the angry blonde. The girl watched them with a smile. Liber asked the guy why he was staring at her like that. The young man said that nothing like that happened. The sun rose over the pyramid. Imseti and Isis bowed their heads and said that they were waiting for their master and were waiting for his instructions. The guys went outside and were shocked by the scene they saw. The guy smiled awkwardly, approached the girl and said that the word master embarrassed him, so they could address him somehow differently. The girl replied that they could not think of anything better. Kina was shocked by what she saw and asked about this situation and how he was able to subdue the boss monsters. The girl yelled at the boy in rage and said that she didn't understand if it was even possible, but if he did it, then it was possible, after which she asked how he did it, because she had never heard that there were monsters with whom players could negotiate about something. The boy awkwardly answered that this was exactly why he didn't tell her in advance. The girl frowned tiredly and decided that he had subjugated the boss monsters of this floor, and it turns out that he is now the owner of this floor, after which she realized that this is the secret of the white portal. But if anyone finds out about this, suddenly she heard someone's voice behind her, which said that Xiao Jin had finally arrived. The guy with the pole yawned widely and asked the boy why it took him so long, because he almost broke his back while the guy was cooling off somewhere. Suddenly he trembled in shock. The guy turned his attention to the girl and called her by name. Kina recognized Shonen. The young man grabbed the hero by the scruff of the neck and asked to talk to him in person. He frowned deeply and asked with a shout what the girl was doing in this place, since they had agreed to keep everything a secret, after which he said that now everything was clear to him. Since Seoljin had told her that he was in this place, that was why she had come to meet him. The young man replied that his imagination had gone beyond common sense. He smiled slightly and replied that the girl could be relied upon since she was one of them. Kina watched them in surprise. The blonde put her hands on her waist and said with a smile that she had been in their group even before the boy, so they had nothing to hide from her. Shonen touched his chin and looked at the blonde. The girl asked if he recognized her. The boy frowned in disgust and asked if she had gained weight. The blonde hit him in the face with incredible force the next second. Seoljin asked him if everything was okay with that one. The guy with the swollen cheek muttered something. He hobbled to the young man, fell to his knees and said that he couldn't do this anymore because it was impossible to find a common language with her. Seoljin looked at him in surprise and said that he thought she was very nice. The girl pulled a gnawed bone out of her mouth. She smiled blissfully, lying near the empty plates with food. The young man added that he thought so, looking at her by dragon standards. The giant orc lay on the ground with a cut on his shoulder. The blonde smiled widely and thanked him for saving her, after which she said that because of the curse she could not harm anyone, so she was confused. She pointed her finger at the young man and said that they had met before. The guy reminded her of his name, after which he noticed that she did not have a scratch on her. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he had not heard her name. The dragon looked at him in surprise. She scratched the back of her head. Then she touched her chin. Suddenly an idea came to her and she smiled happily. She put her hand behind her belt and said that she had something for him. The guy thought that she was not at all good at avoiding an answer. The dragon handed him a book. The guy took it. The girl said that she had recently found it, but she did not need it, so he could take it. She smiled broadly and in return asked him to tell her how he liked the book. The girls watched what was happening from around the corner with distrust. Shonen turned to them and asked if they should eavesdrop. The girl answered in the affirmative and said that it was a dragon, so no one knew what she would do. The blonde added that they were almost inaudible. Suddenly someone's voice was heard from behind the door. The guys instantly fell silent. The dragoness sat down on the fluff with her back and asked the young man what his impression was after the meeting. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that she knew that the book was connected with the white dragon. The girl leaned over slightly, hearing the words that he did not know if it was possible to say that. He scratched his cheek and awkwardly answered that if he spoke in 3 words, he was arrogant. Ms. Eve looked at her in surprise. Suddenly the guys heard a deafening laugh. The girl began to clap the guy's hands and say that he was definitely arrogant. Because all dragons are a little crazy, well, of course, except her. The young man awkwardly agreed with her. The fluffy animals began to fall asleep. The girl said that they had discussed everything. She stretched, yawned and said that it was time for them to hit the road. Suddenly she looked back, hearing a request to stop. Seoljin touched her chest and asked if she could move between floors because his friends were in trouble now. He frowned and asked for help to move him to the first floor, but the girl answered negatively. She narrowed her eyes and said that it was impossible. The girl imagined a lock hanging on a chain and said that when she crossed over to this world, a curse fell on her never to interfere with what was happening in this place. She looked at her palm and added that if she violated this condition, it may happen that she will no longer be able to exist in this world. She activated her energy, angrily looking at the guys, and said that this is not very good for her. Seoljin gritted his teeth, thinking about the colossal pressure, and now he understands the power of the dragon. The blonde smiled widely and replied that she could have said so earlier. She stretched out 3 fingers. She looked at the boys mockingly and said that there were 3 things. The hero was surprised and flinched when he heard the conditions, that he was also a being from another dimension, like her. The dragon pointed her finger at herself and added that the second thing was that she was just going to the first floor. She took a step forward and named the third thing. The girl poked the boy in the chest with her middle finger and said that he was the one who met these conditions, because he looked very much like her old friend. She frowned angrily and moved closer to his face. The dragon turned away, waved her hand and said that they were a little different because he was a little meaner, but at the same time he was always reliable. Although now there was no difference because she almost didn't remember him, the boy thought that his heart almost stopped. Ms. Eve looked back with a smile and said that there were a lot of reasons in his favor so she could listen to him. Thick smoke dissipated in the air. The giant warrior appeared before Bibian. The brunette smiled blissfully and thought that with such a difference in size, she might not be able to cope. But she thought that with the speed and accuracy of her blows, she could defeat him. But the enemy is very strong, so she doesn't even know what to do with this giant. The warrior attacked her. The girl jumped aside and decided that he was, in a word, impenetrable. She rose high above the ground and looked at the giant. The girl smiled widely and decided that she had not sweated so much for a long time and that she was very excited. Rabbi frowned in irritation when he asked her if she had analyzed her opponent. The girl answered in the affirmative. The warrior smiled widely. The girl said that only one thing was clear to her. Bibian stretched her weapon above her head. The girl added that she definitely could not defeat him with scissors. The brunette smiled and agreed with this. She created a giant hammer and decided that she would have to change shape. The girl directed the attack downwards. Her blow created a flash of incredible brightness. Smoke and dust rose into the air. The warrior stopped her attack and said that she thought that her opponent relied only on brute force, but it turns out that she is much more cunning. Vivian was surprised that the warrior could speak, after which she decided that she could not be defeated by blows that covered a large area. Her energy flashed in the air. The girl created 4 rapiers. Wing Clothing smiled and thought that now she was using a sword and trying different options. She was looking for a way to win. But such people do not really know how to retreat, so it is always so difficult with them. The girl delivered a flurry of blows. The warrior thought that this was very funny. She covered herself with her hand and blocked the attacks. Wing smiled widely, looking at the spikes in her hand, and said that it tingled a little, but the brunette was standing on her hand. The girl asked if this was all she could do. The opponent smiled widely and said that she knew it from the beginning. Rabbi with a crazy expression smiled and said that there was absolutely nothing inside the enemy. Vivian attacked the enemy's hand and cut it off. The giant looked tensely at what was happening. The brunette smiled and replied that she had come up with a way to win. Ms. Eve crossed her arms and asked the guy his name with a smile. The young man introduced himself by name and thought that he had already told her this several times. The dragoness looked at him and called him by name, after which she asked if he had ever thought about the meaning that the name carries. Xiaojin looked into her eyes and answered negatively, thinking about where she was leading and whether this was some kind of mystery. The girl imagined the cycle of a person's life and said that a name is a magic word that defines a person as an individual, and it accompanies him from birth to death. She imagined the yin-yang symbol and added that she had once visited a country where, when inventing a name for a person, his relatives took into account many different factors, even harmony and sound. But if you think about it, this is a good decision, because a person will hear this word more often than any other. She smiled softly and added that he had once asked her name. The young man recoiled in surprise. The dragoness sank to the floor and said that he was the first to ask her name, because usually people do not even assume that a dragon can also have a name. She imagined the silhouette of a dragon and added that their race for them is just dragons. In a word, for them they are such creatures that do not need an explanation. Ms. Eve imagined various words and added that this is why the name is especially important to them. She poked herself with her finger and said that they do not obey most of the laws of nature, and that she can only be bound by her name and a contract. She extended her index finger and said that this is why dragons do not give their names. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl added that on the other hand it is very sad. Xiaojin looked at her in surprise. The dragoness said that this means that after death no one will remember her name. She got up from her seat and approached the guy. She lowered herself down to him and said that he was the first to ask her name, so she wanted him to remember it, and to remember it from time to time, even when she was dead. The girl smiled widely and asked if he would do her such a favor. The young man frowned and agreed. The dragoness smiled happily. She closed her eyes and said that the contract was concluded. The dragoness brought his head closer to her. She smiled widely and whispered her name. Ran received deep wounds on his body. He sank to the ground, removed his armor and spat out blood. The soldiers exclaimed loudly. The man pursed his lips. One of the soldiers said that the commander-in-chief cannot continue the fight, so they will call the medics. The warrior replied that he is fine, because the armor took the blow. He gritted his teeth and added that if he surrendered at this point. The man spread his arms out to the sides, frowned deeply and said that in that case he did not understand what kind of defender he was. The soldier was shocked by what he saw and thought that the commander-in-chief had clenched his upper garment, and this helped to stop the bleeding. But this was only a temporary solution, because if they did not touch his wounds and left it like this, he might not survive this fight. The man clenched his jaw and wondered how far the commander-in-chief was capable of going. He clenched his palm and thought that if he had the same strength. Ran rose up and, interrupting his thoughts, said that the squad of defenders fought well, but he needed their help. He frowned angrily and shouted, ordering them to follow him, because they should not let the enemy interfere with the teacher. The enemy soldiers climbed the wall. The knights looked at him in surprise. The commander-in-chief said that they would defend everything together until Dean arrived. He jumped over the fence, hearing the team's agreement. Heading down, he thanked the unranked players, because thanks to them he learned a good lesson. The scraps of fabric shone with a bright light. The man added that he could use these cut pieces of fabric for you to create a more accurate copy. The man created a frightening dragon, exactly like the real one. The brunette smiled positively and said that she had found the enemy's weak spot. The giant's hand flew into pieces. The warrior looked at the severed hand. The giant immersed himself in memories of the mentor, thinking that she had nothing. The dragon looked in front of her in confusion. She had no name, no age, no class, absolutely nothing. The girl looked pitifully in front of her. The warrior added that she most likely just did not remember it. The mentor appeared before the tower. Her memories begin from the moment when she opened her eyes one fine day in the forest. The dragoness raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the tower. A giant structure appeared before her. It seemed that she was inside the tower, but she did not even try to remember her past. The girl happily stroked her pet sitting on a stump. She simply did not see the need to restore memories. The breeze carried leaves past her. The lack of knowledge of her name, age, and class did not interfere with her life in the forest. The stump was covered with a small moss. She made such a decision because she decided to live in the present and not dwell in the past. But the mentor looked in front of her in confusion. As a result, this stopped her development. She looked in front of her with a foggy look. The lack of memory meant that she did not know herself, and this greatly interfered with managing karma and activating the ability, because as a rule, in such conditions, the use of abilities is almost impossible. But she didn't care at all, because the woman suddenly looked back. She hadn't felt the need for it until now. The giant was looming over her. The woman was so strong that she didn't see the need for it. The giant's hand remained in the air. The warrior of tension took his teeth off. Suddenly the mentor opened her eyes wide. This day opened the passage of time, which stood still. The woman smiled widely. Bari watched from above. She yawned into her palm, indignant at the role she had been given, just sitting and watching her spirits die, which she had collected for so long. She said that in that case she would have to perceive it as a small sacrifice for the sake of greater goals. The girl perked up. Seeing the girl coming out of the portal, she asked if so much time had passed already. Looking at her, she asked what about Mirage, but she answered that she had no idea where he was. The brunette lowered her eyes, noting that they asked her to convey that the plan has not changed, and they continue to rely on it. Bari, looking at her, said that she sympathized, while thinking that Mirage was showing off so much and apparently fell where he belonged. Stopping the girl with her hand, she asked if she could wait a little. While the teacher and Bibian were fighting below, she said that there was a similar situation here. The brunette smiled and mentally noted that she should have guessed that she had already defeated her, and now she was wondering what she would do. The monster opened its mouth. The girl looked at it with surprised eyes. A moment later, her body was grabbed. Bibian, being captured, noted that it was good that she was also having fun. A purple light began to sparkle in the air, and she replied that, however, breaking away from the fight with a bright flash, the brunette asked if she was getting carried away too quickly. While lightning was intertwined with yellow rags everywhere, the demoness apologized, saying that she could not control herself. She came close to her opponent, telling him that she had not given her powers freedom for so long that her head was literally torn off. Looking at the approaching fist, the girl asked who she was. A purple light froze between them. A second later, a sword appeared in Bibian's hands. Before she could attack, she flew back from the blow. While the mentor retreated, the brunette thought about being hit, but the most amazing thing now was this incredible power, which meant that she was what had previously been a carcass of fabric. She clenched her fist and mentally noted that now everything was clear, and that the inside of the carcass was empty because she was outside. But then she herself refuted it, thinking that it definitely could not be that far, and therefore it was somewhere inside, in some separate part. While her opponent swung her fist at her, Bibian noted that if this was so, then it was possible to find the exact place. Looking at the demoness and scraps of fabric, she thought that she needed to understand where she was. The woman apologized, saying that she would not have fun without her. She landed in front of her opponent. The brunette abruptly began to climb up her arm. Raising her sword, she mentally noted that she did not know how many times she restored or created a new one, but it would not continue indefinitely, because she might not be able to do it. She mentally noted that she needed to concentrate and think carefully. Rabbi frowned, warning of an attack from behind. The teacher swung her second fist at her. Bibian's eyes widened, noting that she was very fast. She swung her sword. The girl blocked the attack, thinking that she could easily withstand such speed. She was thrown back. After that, the woman swung her hand. Looking at the brunette, she raised them up. Bibian, smiling, looked at her, saying that it was unexpected. The teacher caught it in her palm and hit the ground. White dust rose up. Among it, the brunette was sitting on the floor. The teacher appeared in front of her. The beaten girl smiled and said that she would not be able to follow Mirage's plan for a very long time. She raised her bloody face and said that if he did not hurry, she could not guarantee that she would be able to keep her promise. Continuation of the frozen glow. The two girls watched from above. At the same time, Ran was fighting below. It was noted that no one present could predict who would emerge victorious, but nevertheless, the sand in the hourglass was almost gone, signaling that the battle was drawing to a close. It was noted that time in the tower continued to pass, and no matter what the outcome, Dean stood in front of his opponent with his sword. Death Dragon looked at her partially missing arm, thinking that there was no point in dreaming about recovery, and the karma she had accumulated over the years was almost completely used up. She looked ahead and noted that it was incredible that she, the Death Dragon, who occupied the pinnacle of monsters, was pinned down so easily. Looking at the boy in front of her, the girl wondered if a person could really generate that much karma. With a closer look, she noticed his sword. Looking at the glowing blade, she thought that it defied the laws of nature, or rather, was nature itself. Death Dragon waved her hand and said that a normal person would not be able to survive such power, and even if he killed her, he would explode himself due to the excess power. The blonde frowned and said that it was none of her business, and no matter what she said, he would not change his mind. Raising his hand, he said that she would have time here and now. Dean pointed his finger, noting that he did not care about what happened next. The girl lowered her head, saying that this was irresponsibility. Remembering her comrades, she said that if he killed her, the threat they posed would not go away. She asked if he cared what would happen to the people he was so eager to protect. The guy smiled and said that she was wrong. He moved his hand away, saying that his role was to clear the way. Smiling slyly, the blonde said that besides, the players he wanted to protect were not the kind to sit back and wait to be protected. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes. She turned around with a sad expression. A man was standing to the side. Death Dragon froze and confirmed, saying that they were like that, the ones who were given the ability to climb the tower. She jumped at her opponent. Dean clenched his fist furiously, mentally noting that the vibrations had increased, and it seemed that this was the limit of his capabilities, and then there remained. The guy swung his sword, noting that this was the final blow. The girl stood among the bones, noting that these lands were not always a scorched wasteland, it was she who made them like this. Stepping on the skull, she thought that the wide grasslands, mammals, and people who accidentally ended up here were all destroyed by her. Death Dragon looked down sadly, thinking that she could not say that her actions were spontaneous. There was a man standing in front of her, and a bright light was shining above his head. She understood that something was telling her to kill everyone around her. Reaching out a clawed hand to the man, the girl noted that she could not say that she did not have questions, but the man, crying from fear, called her a monster. Seeing her own silhouette in his gaze, Death Dragon thought that her reflection in his eyes screamed that she was a monster. Tears flowed down her cheeks when she realized that she was born to destroy. She thought that this was her destiny, and she saw herself exactly like that. There was no man standing in front of her. The guy greeted her with a wide smile. The girl looked up at him, remembering that she had met an unusual boy, but he was really strange. The brown-haired man followed her, and Death Dragon mentally noted that he chatted and talked about himself without stopping, and didn't even get tired, so she had a feeling that if she left him alone, he would chat forever. She thought that, however, the most surprising thing. The girl sighed, thinking that she couldn't believe that she had simply decided to spare him, and in return he was trying to gnaw away at her brain. She wondered if she should kill her. She looked up, offended. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The guy was smiling, asking what was wrong, and was there really something on his face. He stretched out his hand, saying that she was embarrassing him, and Death Dragon thought about his eyes. She thought that there was no fear or hatred for her in his eyes, and there was nothing like what she saw in the eyes of other people. A tear ran down her surprised face, and the girl thought that this shocked her. The brown-haired man perked up and loudly asked if she was really crying and if he had done something wrong. Death Dragon, wiping away her tears, noted that she had decided to watch him because she could always kill him whenever she wanted. Time continued to pass. The guy was saying something, waving his arms. The girl looked up when he said that he was interested in something. The brown-haired man rubbed his neck, saying that he should have asked about it a long time ago, but he could not catch the right moment. The brunette's eyes widened when she was asked what her name was. She answered that she had no name. Death Dragon lowered her head, saying that she was a creature called Death Dragon and that was it, she had no other name. The guy smiled and asked again. The girl perked up when he said that they were similar. He folded his hands in front of his face and said that he also had no name, or rather, he had refused it. Remembering how he looked at the tower, he said that when he entered the tower, he promised himself to give up everything that reminded him of the past because he was too weak then. Remembering the dark silhouettes around him, the brown-haired man said that he had no abilities and karma, and everyone told him to just live a simple life. He lowered his gloomy gaze, saying that however, he really wanted to become a player no matter what it cost him. The brunette listened with interest to his words about how, fortunately, someone helped him and he managed to enter here, but then he told her to forget about what he just said because it was a secret. Waving his hand, the guy said that, to be brief, he hated his past self because he was too weak and because he could not achieve what he wanted. Clenching his fist, he said that he decided to change, and that was why he entered the tower. The girl looked at him silently. The brown-haired man perked up when she said that she sympathized with him. Turning her back to him, she said that no one can escape their destiny, and all beings live by its rules, and they are obliged to live the karma that is given to them. Death Dragon put her hand on her chest, saying that this is predetermined from the very beginning of life and no one can change it. When the guy approached her, she said that for sure, when he entered the tower, he thought that at least one step closer to his dream, but no, so she advises him to give up, because the dream that he so sincerely hopes for will never come true. The brunette said that all this is an illusion. The brunette pointed his finger and said that it was just a great observation. The girl frowned when he said that he had decided everything, and from now on his name was Mirage. She asked if he really listened to her. Looking at her, the guy answered that he did, but such statements made him sick, and he was tired of hearing the same thing. Death Dragon's eyes widened when the guy noted that this was why he would show her that she was wrong. The brunette's mouth fell open. Then she quickly turned away and said that this was nonsense. She mentally noted that she would be lying if she said that she did not expect anything from him. While the two pairs of footprints were on the ground, she said that they had a great time together, so much fun that she forgot when she was alone. Mirage asked why she did not leave this area if she was so strong and could go anywhere. The two of them lay on the floor, and the girl answered that this was not right. Looking up, she said that in hindsight she felt she should keep quiet and hidden, but if someone were to find her. The guy froze with his mouth slightly open when she said it would be a god. Death Dragon turned away from him, saying that she should cease to exist, a being unfinished in the process of creation. She said that she barely managed to get a large bowl. As if in zero gravity, the girl said that the karma that flowed inside her was not his, but someone else's, but she was simply not capable of existing any other way. She added that she believed that her creator had simply forgotten about her. The brunette looked down sadly, saying that she had no reason to exist, nor any emotions, and at one point she realized that she had no reason to exist in principle. Mirage lay next to her, silently listening to her until the end. She thought about the fact that, however, she knew that something had changed inside him. The girl froze with a surprised face when he told her that he would be arriving soon. The brown-haired man smiled when she asked if he really had to leave. Tal replied that of course he did, because he couldn't stay here forever. Stroking Death Dragon's head, the guy added that he wanted to say a few words to the god who abandoned her here. Her eyes widened when he added that he would personally change her fate. Standing with his hand outstretched, Mirage said that he would return, and when that happened, imagining a tower next to them, he offered to travel around it together. While he was playing with her hair, the girl asked if he really thought that was possible. The guy smiled and answered in the affirmative, saying that he was a player. The brunette froze. Through her tears, she began to laugh. Then she wondered if maybe she shouldn't have let him go then. The girl was sitting in front of the tower. Looking at her, she spoke about a player. Two people were approaching the tower. Death Dragon was hiding behind a tree nearby. Looking at the tower, the players said that it seemed like there was nothing on this floor. When a portal opened near them, the guy said that maybe it was even for the best because they accidentally entered the red portal and the main thing for them was to return safe and sound. The girl agreed, adding that this place gave her some unpleasant feelings, and she also had no idea what kind of portal it was or how it opened. When the portal began to disappear, her comrade said that in that case they should leave quickly before anything happened. The brunette waved her finger, closing the portal and saying that it was very tiring. She smiled, thinking about the fact that at some point she stopped killing everyone who accidentally ended up here for no particular reason. Remembering Mirage, she thought that a lot of time had passed since he left. Looking at the crossed out sticks, the girl noted that probably as much time as since she was born. She crouched down, thinking that it felt like an eternity had passed. Looking down, Death Dragon thought about how she didn't want him to leave. Looking at the tower, she thought that she didn't care what was going on outside, and she didn't care where they ended up as long as he was there. Remembering the brown-haired man's face, the brunette mentally noted that he was the only member of her family, beloved and at the same time a stranger. She sighed, thinking that for her, he was the whole world. The girl curled her lips, noting that the outside world was probably full of temptations, and perhaps he. The thought of what to do if he didn't come back haunted her. She was especially haunted by his words about how he would change her fate personally. Running her hand through her hair, the brunette thought that she regretted telling him everything when she remembered them. She asked how he managed to speak so simply and not blush. Remembering the guy's silhouette, she thought that she had prompted KGT to do this, and perhaps he had already died trying to do something he could not do or could not bear the burden she had placed on his shoulders. Death Dragon smiled contentedly, thinking that what surprised her most was that she was able to influence someone, and this feeling intoxicated him. She put her hand on her chest, mentally noting that for the first time she had the feeling that she was taken seriously. Looking up, the girl obediently waited for Mirage to return. She believed that he would definitely return, and after a while, what she had been waiting for so much came true. A man in a purple cloak approached her. The brunette called the guy with a joyful smile. Then she saw a bright flash of a portal appearing. A man appeared behind the brown-haired man. The stranger in the hood noted that he was not lying. He smiled bloodthirstily, noting that Death Dragon did exist, and he would never have thought that such a creature would hide in such a wilderness. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Zhao lowered his head and smiled widely. Raising his eyes, he, with his eyes bandaged, noted that as he said, there should be no problems, and the girl realized that something was put on him. She froze and asked what happened to his eyes. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand. Approaching her, he said that as he promised, they would leave here now. Tears began to well up in the brunette's eyes, and she mentally noted that. Then she realized that she had not taken care of him. She closed her eyes, thinking that she was glad that she had him. Looking at Mirage's gloomy face, she wondered what happened to them. Tears flowed down her chin while Death Dragon called him. Touching his hand, she apologized. At that moment, she was slashed right across the chest. Dean's eyes were shining brightly. The wounded girl fell to her knees. Looking at her wound, she mentally noted that her body would not recover and this was the end. Looking down, she thought that as soon as she got here, she already knew that she would die at the hands of this young man. Death Dragon looked at the blonde. Pursing her lips, she thought that she did not regret anything, and if she could help Mirage in any way, then she was fine with it. The brunette abruptly recovered from the wound, realizing that she was trying to convince herself of this, but in fact, she still wanted to live. She looked up, mentally noting that she still had unfinished business. Death Dragon swung her leg. Hitting the ground, she created a pillar of light. The guy covered himself from it with his hand. Turning away, the girl wondered if he wasn't chasing her because he didn't think it was necessary, and then she thought that she didn't care. Dean watched her run away. A bright light flashed. The brunette's arm was cut off. Then the limb fell to the ground. After that, Death Dragon turned around. There was a gap behind her. The blonde looked at her with anger in his eyes. Death Dragon was breathing heavily, trying to get away. Dean exhaled loudly. Suddenly, another flash hit the girl's body. The guy froze with the rejected sword. Blood splashed into the air. Then 2 severed legs lay on the ground. The brunette greedily gulped air, saying that it was too early. She tried to crawl with one hand, noting that she hadn't yet. The blonde followed her. Then he stopped. Mirage stood in front of Death Dragon. She reached out her hand to him. Looking into the brown-haired man's face, she muttered that she was his. Then the girl froze as her hand began to crumble. Her body fell apart in front of the guy. After that, he smiled widely. Someone greeted the wanderer. The shackled man sat in the water, saying that he was the first one to reach him. He raised his hand in shackles and apologized for borrowing his appearance, since he had lost his own a long time ago. For NP laughed, saying that he hoped that he did not hold a grudge against him for this. Mirage was breathing heavily, holding his side. Someone smiled widely, saying that he saw that he had to sacrifice a lot to get to him, and then added that he looked lousy both outside and inside. The man waved his hand and said that trying to dig an answer out of him would be too much, but anyway, he would try to repay him. Looking at the guy, he said that he should warn him, however, that he was not the god he had hoped to meet. Someone smirked and clarified that he was not that god yet. Looking at the brown-haired man in front of him, he said that this did not mean that he was not capable of anything, noting that he had managed to get here, so he deserved some kind of reward. While Mirage was holding his side, he asked him to say what he wanted, because if he could do it, he would do it, adding that, however, he was far from omnipotent. Why could he only fulfill one of his wishes, so he needed to think carefully before asking him for something. The guy lowered his head and opened his mouth. The man listened attentively to his words about how he was interested in the very essence of this world, the truth about its existence. He clenched his fist, saying that this meeting had almost completely exhausted the question, but he still asked. The brown-haired man waved his hand, asking if there was a god in this world. He clenched his teeth and mentally begged. Looking at the man, he hoped that nothing like that existed after all. Someone began to laugh. A moment later, he burst into mad laughter. Brushing his hair back, he apologized for it, noting that the question caught him off guard because he never thought he would hear such a question. The man covered his mouth with his hand and said that it was funny. He propped his chin up with his hand, asking what would a clean sheet of paper become when it was ruined by paints. He asked why he was tired. Remembering, someone perked up, talking about the essence of the world. He extended his hand, answering that there was no hidden truth in principle. Mirage listened attentively to his words, that it would be more correct to say that there was a more understandable explanation. The brown-haired man smiled and asked if he knew the truth from the very beginning. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Clenching his fist, he asked how he could say such a thing. His body trembled, and he asked what it meant. Someone put his hands on his knees and praised her. He stood up and said that he understood him correctly. The man straightened his shoulders and said that no matter what you call it, nothing like that exists. He poked Mirage in the chest and said that the only truth here was his wish that these lofty matters would not be true, and his fear that they could actually exist, adding that these were the only two things. Someone clung to the guy, saying that there was no good or evil, and such concepts simply did not exist in this world. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, breathing heavily. The man called all this just fun. He smiled madly and said that the sacrifices, suffering, and other trials that he had to see and overcome, and all this existed only for the fun of one creature. He noted that here it was, his truth. Mirage fell to the floor. His body began to break, and he hardened loudly. His brain seemed to be pierced by lightning, and he thought that then, if this is the truth, everything he saw, all these moments, every meeting and personnel acquaintance. Someone's hand reached for his eye. Blood gushed out. The guy, sitting on his knees, grabbed his face. Someone was standing in front of him, saying that he had one ability that would suit him perfectly and he could consider it a gift, and at the same time he gave him a companion so he could rely on him. He smiled widely, saying that, as they say, gods are also imperfect, and maybe this will be the key to victory. Mirage smiled with empty eye sockets, thinking that if so, then for him now. He mentally noted that everything in this world no longer has any meaning. The brown-haired man looked at the crumbling body of Death Dragon. He smiled widely. Dean approached him. Frowning, he said that it was time to finish. Smiling contentedly, the guy answered that he agreed with this. He asked to ask one last question. Mirage put his hands in his pockets and asked if he believed in God. The blonde looked at him with a puzzled look when he told him that he believed in him himself. Suddenly, the guy clenched his teeth tightly. The man smiled wickedly, saying that what he saw was the result of his faith. Dean saw a bright portal opening up ahead. Looking up, he wondered if this was all karma, and then thought that it was more accurately a contract, and then wondered if he had been sitting quietly while Death Dragon was shooting back for him the table to prepare this. Seeing the bright lights ahead, the guy mentally noted that these contracts were coloring the entire crew, and this affected the entire Sky Tower. With a furious expression, he called Mirage a crazy idiot. At this time, the man smiled widely. He said that the terms of the contract were all he had. The brown-haired man pulled the space, saying that what he desired was. He tore off a piece, saying that it was the destruction of the world. He spread his arms to the sides and said that it was time to end their journey. Mirage raised his head. He started to turn around. When the blindfold came off, he said with a crazy smile that he hoped that he could at least entertain them all. It was like he was submerged in dark purple water. The man gritted his teeth. He was told that he was interesting to watch. Someone smirked and said that he tried. Looking at him, he asked what he came for after visiting the amusement park created by Arthur. Mirage stood silently. The man smiled and said that he saw that they agreed on this. Lightning flashed. Someone passed through the brown-haired man, saying that he had granted his wish. His shackles fell down. When they shackled Mirage, the man dressed himself in his body, noting that he was collecting payment for him. The brown-haired man stood in the water, shackled. He smiled grimly. Someone spread his arms out to the sides, mentally telling the players to see the uprising of the players with a secondary roll. The blonde lay on the pillows. He stood up with a puzzled face. Looking at the bright light around the tower, he asked what it was. In the forest, a woodcutter was also looking at the tower. In another place, all the girls were also watching it. At the same time, the team of friends also saw it. Sato and Pasties froze with puzzled faces. The guy opened his mouth in shock, shouting that it was purple. The locals also saw the bright light. The warriors froze in shock. The little girl looked at the light in amazement, saying that it was very beautiful. Rand gritted his teeth, mentally asking what kind of flash of karma was this, and was this really what they wanted? He thought that if this was the case, then things were bad for them. Meanwhile, the mentor was standing in front of Bibian. The girl looked up and said with a smile that he was able to do it after all. Something flashed in the air. The brunette abruptly jumped to the side. The teacher smiled and said that she was sorry to see her go because they weren't done yet. Turning around, Bibian apologized and said that she had a date, and there was no point in fighting her if she couldn't be defeated. The woman laughed wickedly and said that she had been overestimated. As she rushed forward, a frightened Rand began to try to stop her, noting that something was wrong. The blonde had returned to her normal form. Looking at her with shocked eyes, the man realized that her head had been blown off because she had used her abilities for too long. The woman in the form of a monster stopped next to Bibian. Smiling and breathing heavily, she asked if she was out of breath or if she simply had nowhere to run. When the girl turned around, the teacher said that she had thought much better of her. The brunette smiled crookedly and muttered that someone might actually think that she was running away. The woman froze, hearing that it was just bait. Calves flashed in the air. Lightning began to appear under the mentor's feet. She gritted her teeth and mentally noted that she had a bad feeling. She realized that something was clearly approaching. Bibian spread her arms and asked Mirage if he could see. He looked up. When the dragon behind her formed a huge ball, she said that it was a gift from them with best wishes. Rand froze with a shocked face. The woman also looked at the bright light. The man with dumbfounded eyes mentally noted that everything was clear now. He thought about the tree, then about the soldiers, then he looked at the fog in the passage. The brown-haired man realized that all this was just a screen. Looking at the giant dragon, he noted that this was a deception designed to hide the reason for their action. The brunette smiled and said that now was the time for the death dragon to enter the stage. He broke free from his chains. The mentor had been standing below all this time. They were frozen in shock. The blonde inside the monster's body opened her mouth. She turned her face, which was covered in cold sweat. Her eyes widened. Not far from the tower, a long mark from the blow remained on the ground. Sparks flashed in the air. A bright beam of light hit the man. His body began to disintegrate. Looking at it, Dean realized that this was destruction, which meant that he had failed to finish him off, and he had fooled him. He said that no matter how offensive it was, he would have to admit it. Standing in front of the beam of light, the blonde said that he had lost. Mirage smiled and said that it was fun watching his battle. The blonde clenched his teeth tensely. The brown-haired man smiled widely and said that thanks to him, he had come even closer to his goal than he had originally planned. Dean's eyes widened and he realized that it wasn't Mirage, but someone else. He mentally noted that his instincts were literally screaming at him about it. The guy started running, realizing that it was dangerous here, and while he hadn't finished his recovery, he had to stop him. He was rushing towards the province. Suddenly, a bright sphere flashed. The blonde winced from the pain in his chest. He began to fall to the ground. The brown-haired man said with a smile on his face that he was sorry that his heart couldn't take it. Continuing to smile, he asked if his name was Dean. The guy, trying to get up, mentally noted that the cup limit was exhausted at the most inopportune time. The brown-haired man began to roll up his sleeves, noting that he even felt a little sorry. Taking off his tie, he said that to some extent, it was even better for him and he didn't really want to ruin such a talent. Meanwhile, the blonde was clenching his teeth in anger. The brown-haired man with purple eyes showed him a thumbs up and praised him for his look. Snapping his fingers, he said goodbye to him. Entering the portal, the man bowed and said that it was not Stuffy to interfere with him enjoying the last minutes of his life. Dean was able to sit down on the ground. He was the only one left kneeling. Tense and with a hole in his chest, he cursed and then said that it looked like this was the end. At the same time, the mentor stood in place. She threw a frightened glance back. There was a long mark from the blow on the ground. Vivian thrust her sword into the ground. Then she smiled wickedly. The woman, looking at the trace, mentally asked if it was really her who did all this. Seeing the wounded soldiers, she wondered why there was a battle to win. The herbalist froze with a shocked face, realizing that she had forgotten her primary task and her duty. She stretched out her hands. Looking at her palm, the blonde thought that time could not be turned back. She grabbed her head in shock. The brunette chatted contentedly after her. A fist cuts through the air. The woman hit herself in the face. The girl was surprised, looking at the flying shreds of fabric. The mentor froze. Then she fell to her knees. She clenched her teeth in anger. Standing opposite, Vivian mentally noted that her aura had changed. Smiling, she thought that it was amazing that she not only did not lose her head in such a situation, but also began to think more rationally. She said that she was not mistaken in considering her a serious opponent. The dragon's mouth emitted a bright light, and she said that in this case she would not take any more risks. He stretched his neck up. Looking at him, the teacher thought that this time she had to stop him. Getting up from the ground, she tried to figure out how to do it. The woman, walking forward, thought that even from one attack it is clear. Looking at the faithful silhouette in front, she mentally noted that this something disgusting cannot be stopped. Imagining her body being burned, the teacher understood that she would not be able to stop it and would disappear even from one swing of it. She mentally noted that for her it means nothing. Gritting her teeth in rage, the blonde thought that she had to stop him, and that it was her duty which she could not do anything about. Vivian, looking at her, spoke. Directing the attack at the woman, she announced the second round. The mentor, grinning, told herself that she would definitely stop her. Stretching her arms out to the sides, she said that she would do it no matter what it cost her. Opening her mouth wide, the blonde noted that it was all because this village and these guys. The man's voice apologized to her. The yellow rags began to disappear from her body. She looked at the fabric. Her eyes suddenly widened. In front of her, the mentor saw Ran. The man, bound by the bright light, frowned. The mentor froze. She looked ahead. The woman in the monster's body opened her mouth and asked him why. Rand's entire body was covered in huge holes. The blonde asked him what happened. Rabbi smiled wickedly, saying that he was doing so well at the beginning, but he was so inept at the very end. Looking at the holes in his body, she said that it was all because he was trying to protect the weak. Vivian stood next to her, saying that her original plan was to only use 2 dragon attacks, and next time she would have to take all the variables into account. Looking at the death dragon, she wondered who would have thought that an ordinary person could withstand its attack. The girl thought that physical strength alone was not enough here, and that this was a miracle that happened thanks to strong zeal. The brunette smiled, thinking that however it did not change anything. Looking at the man, she said that now he could not do anything anyway. His face turned red. Then, a light shone in his eyes. The brown-haired man swung his fist. The large patchwork monster headed towards the opponents. Rand screamed loudly in anger. Now there was his last figure, created by the bond of the squad of defenders. The yellow cloth turned into the face of a dragon. Rabbi looked at him with shocked, fluid eyes, mentally asking if he had really gone crazy and was going to fight in such a state. The yellow dragon opened its giant mouth over the death dragon, and the weapons thought that he would not be able to withstand such a massive blow with a sting. Suddenly, the man began to vomit blood. The base of the patchwork monster began to disintegrate. In a moment, it fell apart into small rags. The girl laughed and said that this was exactly what was expected. The mentor caught the body of her comrade. Burying her face in it, she began to cry, saying that he was a fool and asking why he did this. Ran, without raising his eyes, asked her what kind of stupid question she was asking, after which he replied that it would be much better. The woman looked at him with a puzzled look when he said that it was better if he risked his life and not her. The brown-haired man smiled wryly, saying that if anyone was going to do it, it was him, since he was the protector. He covered his eyes, saying that, however, bright pieces of fabric began to play in the air as the man noted that he would still have to ask her for a favor. The mentor looked at her with surprised eyes while she was told about the people and Dean. Ran collapsed lifelessly, asking him to protect them in the village. The blonde lowered her gloomy face and called out to him. The brown-haired man showed no signs of life. Suddenly, a huge glowing sphere hung over them. The woman clenched her teeth in anger. A silhouette flashed in the air. Blue rays of light suddenly began to destroy the sphere. The mentor, holding her comrade, looked up. Her eyes widened in shock. Bibian was also watching what was happening. She also looked up. The girl opened her mouth. She saw an angry Sealjin. Smiling madly, she exclaimed that he had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Dean was lying on the ground. Frozen, he thought about how his body was not obeying him. Looking down, he also realized that he could not feel his legs. Imagining how his body was covered with cracks, the guy thought about how the karma over which he had lost control was about to destroy his body and more often. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he mentally noted that he was beginning to understand what real death was and that it was completely different from what he had seen in the tower, however. The blonde covered his eyes with his hand and smiled, asking where the light at the end of the tunnel and the choir of angels was, noting that he expected it to be less boring. Dean looked blankly, muttering that it made no difference anymore. He lay without one arm and a light in his chest, saying that the most important thing was that he had lived a good life. A crack appeared on his cheek as he thought about how after his death time would continue to move and the world would continue to spin because it had never revolved around him. The guy began to close his eyes, mentally noting that all his unfinished business would have to be left to others, and perhaps they would do much better. He lifted the stump of his arm. He saw Mary lying in front of him. The blonde muttered with a smile on his face that she would probably be very angry with him. Putting his hand on the ground, he noted that he had never been able to make him happy. A voice called Mary's name. Dean's eyes widened when she asked him if that was the name of his first love. He turned his shocked gaze to the side. There stood a guy smiling. T1 came to him with Nagi. He smiled and asked him to stop pretending and get up. The girl looked at him silently. The white-haired man extended his hand to the blonde and said that it was too early for the main character to die. Looking at him with surprised eyes, Dean asked where he was from. The guy with a gloomy face suggested that he leave all the talk for later. He concentrated karma in his hands, adding that now was not the time. Introducing the girl, he named the types of the player in 758th place, blacksmith, that is, Mary G. Xenos. Then he introduced the player in second place, Mechanical Knight Dean. T1 raised a glowing sphere above his head, telling them to unite. The blonde looked at him with puzzled eyes, asking him to stop. Then the sphere was launched at him. The white-haired man gritted his teeth. The guy's severed arm began to glow. His eyes widened in shock. Seeing that his arm began to recover, he mentally noted that this was all real and his abilities with Mary really did combine. Dean looked down at himself, noting that it was not only his arm that was affected, his body and the cup were also restored. Gritting his teeth, he asked T1 what his ability was. The white-haired man, holding out his hand, told him that they had nowhere to relax, and that this was a temporary solution and would last for an hour at most, and the power would be no more than half of what he had used before. He grinned wickedly, saying that he was the only one in the tower who could win, so he had no choice, and then asked the guy to agree that it was very cool. While Dean looked at his hand, he said that first aid had been given, and now it was time to move on to the main thing. Clenching his fist, the blonde looked with puzzled eyes. T1 moved his hand to the side and noted that while it supported his cup, he had to use up all his available karma. Shaking and smiling, he said that he had no choice and then asked if he agreed. Dean froze with a shocked look, asking how was this possible. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The white-haired man smiled when he began to say that he hoped he did not mean. T1 said that forcing Dean, the player in second place, to use up all his karma was simply impossible, and that was pure madness. However, one player could still do it. Nari stepped forward. The guy with a sly smile on his face noted that he thought he had already guessed everything. When the girl pulled out her sword, he told them to fight to the last blood. The blonde darkened and smiled, calling him a bastard. Yellow lightning flashed in the air when he noted that, however, he liked it. He activated his karma and said that since that was the case, he would try to show what he was capable of. The white-haired girl looked at him with indifference. At this time, Rand dived under the water. Without opening his eyes, he thought about how his life could not be called happy. Remembering himself as a young guy in front of the tower, he mentally noted that it probably seemed that way to people looking at him from the side, and that he was alone. A hand fell on his shoulder, and he thought that this was not so, and in fact, he was not alone. Dean and Mary, people close to him, approached him. Remembering how he went to the village, the man mentally noted that he had something that he protected with them. The three of them walked forward, and the brown-haired man thought that they always supported each other, and each was a support for the other. He smiled, thinking that he believed that this was the right thing to do. There was a blue sky above his head, and Rand thought that, however, sometimes he had a question. After a while, he looked at the round moon. Pursing his lips, the man mentally noted that he had no aspirations, no dreams, like Dean and Mary, and if he had anything. Remembering the children of the village, he thought that this was the desire to protect those who were truly dear to him. The brown-haired man lowered his eyes. Looking at his palm, he wondered if this was really the right thing to do. Rand froze, mentally noting that he wanted to protect those who believed in him, but he did not know what to do to get rid of this feeling and excitement. His silhouette was framed by a yellow cloth. This is why he became a protector, and he did not have a special Miz-even task. Walking through the village, a man told the children that the tower's territory began here, so they should be more careful. The little girl turned around. She extended her hand and thanked him for supporting them and protecting them, and the boy agreed with her. Flasha brown-haired rounded when the children told him that they wanted to be like him when they grew up. Sweat appeared on his face. After that, he smiled. Raising his head to the sky, Rand thought that from some point they became the meaning of his life and, most importantly, its value. He lowered his eyes and mentally noted that perhaps one could even say that they were protecting him and not the other way around. Turning his head back, the man thought that he was sure that they would continue to live just fine even if he was not there. He paved his back. On his shoulder was a bandage indicating that he was a protector, and the brown-haired man wondered for whom he was trying so hard, himself or others. He mentally asked if it could be that he just wanted to fulfill his desires. Rand thought that he wondered what they would think, and perhaps they themselves knew perfectly well that they were protecting him. The yellow fabric had eaten into a huge knot, and he realized that thinking too much was harmful. Then the man wondered if he had lived his life correctly. He raised his eyes. Then he closed them. The beaten brown-haired man with the last of his strength managed to open them wide. In front of him, he saw Xiao Jin. Smiling, Rand said that now he understood what it was like. Lowering his gaze, he muttered that it was possible to be, then he was not mistaken at all. The mentor was sitting over his body. The man's eyelids were half closed. Dean stood in the darkness. He looked at his palm, wondering what was going on with the village and if its inhabitants were okay. He imagined the brown-haired man and the mentor, wondering how they were doing. He was also curious about how the guard squad was doing. He was also interested in Liber and Xiao Jin. The guy clenched his fist, thinking that since his end was delayed, he should try to do something more for them. A spark flashed in the darkness. Yellow light shone in his chest. Opposite him stood Nagi with a sword. Looking at her, the blonde muttered that it was time for him to stop tormenting himself with unnecessary thoughts, since now was not the time. Shining yellow light, he noted that after all, he was still a player. Smiling widely, Dean offered to play. Exchanging glances with his opponent, he thought that he needed to discard himself as Dean and start acting like a player who occupied the second place in the rankings. The boy attacked with his fist. The girl blocked his blow with her sword. She extended her hand towards him and then activated a fireball. The blonde was surrounded by bright flames. He broke out of it and kicked. Frowning and smirking, the player said that he was very disappointed that she was trying to deal with him with such petty tricks. He asked if she was just afraid of him and that was why she kept her distance. Nasher looked away in irritation. A piece of stone rose up and blue threads appeared behind the arena. Dean looked at the net with surprised eyes. He smiled, realizing that this was absolute authority and saying that he was waiting for this. The inscription V4 lit up. The boy was surrounded by a bright light and he said that now he really wanted to fight. The girl looked at him with an indifferent face. The blonde smiled smugly, thinking that her reaction was obvious. Seeing that she was still standing straight, he thought that he had managed to reflect her absolute power, and she had not even faltered, as if nothing had happened. The white-haired girl raised her eyebrows. The player bit his head and asked her with a smile how she had managed to become the first, after which he noted that he did not like her. Looking at Nagi, he thought that the difference between them was only one place in the ranking, but his ability was not even fit to hold a candle to her, and he even felt that she was counting on her cowherd. Looking into her red eyes, Dean noted that they directly said that the opponent opposite him was absolutely worthless, and as if nothing in this world could arouse her interest. He thought that her gaze did not change in front of anything. Probably, she was sorry for herself. The guy gritted his teeth in anger, mentally noting that he would never forgive someone like her. The girl perked up. Striking her, the blonde indignantly asked where her eyes were looking. The white-haired girl frowned. The player hissed in displeasure. A yellow light was shining in his chest. She struck with her fist, but Nagi blocked it with her sword. She didn't even move. The blonde froze, feeling pain in his hand. He looked away, thinking that he was wrong and gave in to emotions, which could cause T1 to suffer. They both looked to the side. Suddenly, the player's eyes looked at Nagi. His lips spread into a smile, and he said that he understood what was going on. Smiling smugly, Dean asked if their princess was interested in anyone at all. T1 perked up when he was asked to hold on for another minute. He indignantly asked if it would be better for him to commit suicide right away. The guy continued to smile contentedly, answering that since he was still talking, he had the strength. His body was engulfed in energy, destroying everything around him. The white-haired man furrowed his brows angrily and asked why he was asking his opinion if he was going to do it anyway, noting that he was already starting to regret helping him. He clenched his teeth, thinking that too much karma was flowing to him, which meant that the player was in a tizzy. Watching him glow yellow, T1 thought that he felt like his ego was swallowing him. He began to fall backwards. The guy was standing in the water. Looking at him with an indifferent gaze, he noted that for as long as he could remember, he had always kept his distance. He remembered Kahlua and Absent, thinking that everything that happened after he got here, as he decided, was not real. Then he remembered the team of friends, noting that it was all a dream. The white-haired man hung his head, realizing that it made him feel better. He trembled slightly, saying that however, looking at the huge Dean, the guy thought that this couldn't be fake. He clenched his teeth, thinking that no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, and no matter how much he ran, he was told that this was reality. Someone smiled and asked his opinion. Opposite him stood his past self. T1 continued to look down, thinking that he was afraid to face reality. Looking at the guy, he noted that however, this story is not about this world. Remembering himself in the past, white-haired thought that yesterday he was like this. He started to say that the guy understood that sooner or later everyone comes to the realization that they must accept the reality they live in, and they must do it no matter how much their soul resists, but his case was not one of them. T1 stood with a surprised face. Looking at his hand, he thought that he was again experiencing that feeling as if his body was not his at all. He thought that it was as if it were alien to him. The guy looked at his back, thinking that he was as if observing himself from a third person. Filled with dark spots, he asked why he ended up here, whether he could return, and what kind of world was this that he found himself in. The white-haired man hung his head. Raising his eyes again, he mentally noted that, however, it was not that his world was fundamentally different from this one. He thought that wherever he was, everything remained the same, so it was better to focus on what he could do. T1 thought that he was the type of person who kept his emotions on a short leash, but it turned out that he was wrong. He looked at Nagi, thinking that he simply did not take his emotions seriously. The boy smiled weakly, realizing that this was why he could easily forget what he saw, could easily ignore what was happening. He also thought that he simply did not have the need to think. The girl turned around when white-haired asked if she thought she should take care of herself a little more. She asked him why with an indifferent face. T1 smiled nervously and asked what she meant. He continued to smile, mumbling something, and then noted that it was obvious. He wondered if he even had the right to advise someone on such things. Remembering how he looked at the tower, white-haired thought that in everyone's life there comes a time when they must accept reality. Looking up, he tried to understand where this sentimentality was coming from. Seeing the tower, he said that all this was not real. T1 extended his hand and asked who he was then, if so, and was he a fake. The boy put on his school uniform. Remembering different periods of his life, he asked when in that case he was real, before he came to this world or after. He asked what would happen when he returned back and where should he return to. The boy laughed. T1 in his school uniform noted that this was funny, and since he had already started to think about it, it meant that he had already gotten used to it. He lowered his eyes. Remembering the players, he thought that however, he still seemed to be much taller than him. Then, imagining the dark silhouettes, the boy thought that the more he communicated with other players, the more often he questioned his essence. They hung over him like a big shadow. T1 looked back, noting that it wasn't easy. Looking at Hiseo, he realized that this was why he always kept his distance. He thought that he was always just watching. Looking at Xiaojin's back, the boy thought that however, he always spoke to everyone first. Remembering his classmates, he meant them. Then he remembered the players, noting that the brunette had spoken to them too. The boy clenched his teeth, realizing that he had spoken to him too. He screamed in anger, thinking that this was why he didn't like him. He asked why he had to act like a friendly fool, and also make a fool of himself in the process. He wondered why he had to take on someone else's responsibility, and why he had to work so hard. T1 asked if he really thought he would get rewarded for this, and noted that in his eyes, Xiaojin looked like a stupid fool. He lowered his head, saying that however, looking at the brunette's back, the guy noted that apparently he liked this ideology. He gritted his teeth, thinking that this is how he is. The white-haired man stretched his hands forward. The ground beneath his feet was crumbling. Meanwhile, a battle was taking place in front of him. T1 grinned in pain, thinking about what he tried to ignore and refused to admit. Seeing Seoljin right in front of him, he realized that he refused to admit that he always wanted to be him. The guy stretched out his hand, saying that he knew it. A small sphere began to appear in front of his palm, and it said that by running away from himself, he cannot move forward. The sphere began to grow. The white-haired man raised his hand, exclaiming that he knew, because he was not a fool. A spark appeared in his hand. He raised a huge sphere above his head. Nari looked at him with surprised eyes. Dean smiled contentedly. A bright white light flew straight at him. T1 also began to smile and praised the girl for raising her ward well. Looking at her dissatisfied face, he asked if it was possible that he had raised her on the contrary. Nari frowned. The guy froze, thinking that until now he had been trying to escape from himself and was afraid to face reality. But he can't say that I don't like this iteration of myself. Holding his hands above his head, he mentally noted that therefore he will live his life in this world, yes, extinguish their own way. But he has a question. The white-haired man drew his eyebrows together, mentally asking Seoljin what he thinks. While the brunette was on the battlefield, he asked him what he thinks about what is happening in this world and about himself. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He saw a tearful Liber. Then Rand's body appeared in front of him. The girl reached out her hand to the guy, trying to call him. However, his face immediately darkened. The woman looked at him. The brunette's face was covered in sweat, and he realized that he was too late. Looking at the man, he knew that it was all over. The protagonist reached out his hand to him. Horror froze in his eyes as he began to think that if he had arrived a little faster or been a little stronger. He clenched his hand into a fist. Remembering how he stood in the pavilion, Seoljin told himself that if he had put in more effort then. Remembering how he walked with Lynette, he thought that if he had not wasted his time then. Then, imagining how he had sat in the rain with Liber earlier, he thought that he could have just hurried then. The guy covered his mouth with his hand when he began to feel sick. He began to vomit on the ground, and his girlfriend ran up to him worriedly. The brunette raised his clouded gaze, thinking that he needed to somehow save him, no matter what. He hung his head, thinking that he would definitely do it. The protagonist looked ahead with shocked eyes, forcing himself to think, because no matter what it took, he had to save him. Standing near the rift in the ground, he noted that he had to save everyone. The teacher called him when Seoljin reached his hands out to the man. Looking with a crazy look, the guy went through various options. Looking at the brown-haired man, he wondered if he should ask someone for help, but who and how could he help here? He perked up, thinking of something. Remembering Arthur's face, the brunette mentally noted that he could try asking God, because he was definitely worth doing. With a nervous smile, he put his hands on his neck, thinking that he needed to meet Arthur, and maybe if he pretended to kill him, then maybe he could call him and ask him. Suddenly, Liber grabbed his shirt and called loudly. The protagonist glanced at her and asked what was the matter. The girl buried her face in his back and started crying. She said with a gloomy face that they were too late, and he himself knew it. Seoljin froze, his mouth slightly open, when his friend noted that it was impossible to resurrect the dead. Tears began to well up in his eyes. He began to sob. Then the guy screamed loudly. The woman grabbed his hand. She stood right in front of him. The brunette looked at her in surprise. The mentor was also crying bitterly. The protagonist silently looked at her. She did the same in response. Seoljin continued to cry, mentally saying that this was not so, and that she was not to blame for anything. Suddenly, he perked up. Closing his eyes, he mentally noted that everything was clear to him. The guy touched the mentor's palm and said that he understood everything. He looked at Liber. A moment later, the girl began to disappear. When a sword appeared in his hand, the brunette said that they would regret it later. He went to meet his opponent. Bibian smiled slyly and said that she was glad to see him and even missed him. The protagonist listened to her words with a dissatisfied face, suggesting that he had matured a lot during the time they had not seen each other. Seoljin pointed his finger at her, noting that he had no desire to chat with her and wanted to get it all over with as quickly as possible. The girl was surprised. She covered her mouth with her hand, noting that he remembered her name. The guy rushed to attack, and the brunette jumped up, exclaiming that she was very happy. A bright flash burst in the air. It was the light from their attacks. The two opponents crossed their swords. Their arms were tense. The protagonist clenched his teeth, and Bibian smiled. Seoljin's eyes widened at the thought of the ego weapon. He looked at the two glowing swords. As Rabbi was pressing Liber, the girl waved her hand and asked if he was surprised, then remarked that they were the same class, and perhaps it was fate. The white-haired girl frowned, exclaiming that they had met before, and then asked if she was an ego tool too. Rabbi smiled and replied that she had grown a bit since their last meeting. Liber's face darkened when she heard that despite this, she was still wagging her tail in front of her master like a dog. The girl perked up when she was told that it was very funny that this was said by the one Seoljin had previously smeared on the wall. The players were surprised to see bright flashes of swords. The guy looked down in confusion when Liber told him that he had defeated this weapon before. He asked when that was. Suddenly, a fist passed through the air. Bibian swung, asking why he was chatting with another while she was talking to him. She hit him in the side, noting that she was even a little jealous. Liber, with a worried face, screamed loudly. The brunette froze, steam coming out of his side. He clenched his teeth tightly in anger. The protagonist struck back. Grinning, he asked who allowed them to talk to him like that. A drop of blood ran down the girl's battered face. The mentor watched the bright flashes of swords. She lowered her head, thinking that people had placed their hopes on her, asked her to protect the people dear to them, and she wanted to live up to their expectations. Looking at the battle, the woman thought that now was the time to do it because she couldn't let Ran down. She glanced at his body, noting that she needed to help Seoljin as soon as possible, but her body was numbed like a stone. Clenching her fist, the blonde noted that her hands were shaking, and this was the first time she had experienced this. She opened her mouth. The mentor felt tenacious paws grabbing her and understood what pressure meant. She raised her tear-stained eyes and thought that trust was a sweet and especially heavy burden. She said she, and then corrected it to they. Looking at the guy, the woman said how heavy a burden they had placed on him. She mentally noted that despite the fact that she knew how heavy this burden was, she still hoped for him, and she was very ashamed of it. The blonde put her hand on her chest and began to beg. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. He hit Bibian with all his might. The brunette fell back with a bruised face. After she hit the ground, the prisoner thundered. Seoljin grabbed his side, thinking that in all likelihood, he would not be able to avoid a hospital bed. The girl's silhouette was visible in the smoke. Crouching down, she swung her hand. The guy frowned, thinking that it seemed like he hit with all his might, but judging by what he saw, she didn't care at all. Narrowing his eyes in anger, he mentally noted that it was not that I was surprised, since it had not even occurred to him that brute force alone would be enough for him, because she had already defeated them before without any additional tools. The protagonist is built on the sword in her hands. Clutching his, he said that however, this does not change anything. Seoljin put his sword forward, saying that his main weapon is not hand-to-hand combat. He saw Bibian flutter. Flying down, she smiled, shouting that she was coming to him, and then asked if he could withstand the onslaught. The guy took his weapon away. His eyes flashed, and Liber aimed her weapon. The brunette began to spin around the opponent at great speed. She looked at him with an enthusiastic look, saying how fast he was. Meanwhile, the leader surrounded Rabbi. The protagonist hit the girl, thinking that if she did not stop acting like a fool, they would simply lose. Blue lightning flashed in the air. Seoljin swung his sword. The brunette flinched, wondering if he had changed shape, and barely copied them. At this moment, Rabbi was clenching her teeth in anger. The guy struck again. The weapon pointed a finger and asked the owner how they could play with some imitator, adding that he would definitely use it, so they needed to get ready. Bibian, meanwhile, laughed happily. Their eyes widened. The protagonist held a sword above his head, emitting a beam of light. With a furious look, he called for a swing of the sword, tearing through space. A bright flash flew at the girl when he called for a spear. She dodged to the side. The brunette looked puzzled. Rabbi frowned, asking what was that just now. Looking at the sparkling flashes in the air, she asked where he hit. A spark flashed above the girl's head. She opened her mouth and asked if that was a crack. The space above her head began to collapse. The guy landed on the ground. Bibian looked up, puzzled. Her weapon said with an indignant look that there was something up there, and then asked if those were monsters. Imseti and Isis looked out of the hole, saying that it was quite high. Rabbi grabbed the mistress and asked her to wait, asking how he controlled monsters if his class was related to weapons. Bibian looked at her and asked her to stop panicking. She pointed her finger, saying that he was not the only one who could control them. A dragon appeared behind her. The girl smiled and asked the protagonist what next. Looking at his gloomy silhouette, she asked if he would go after his friend. The dragon struck with a bright flash. The guy was still on his feet all this time. He was breathing heavily. With his mouth wide shut, the brunette screamed, asking for help. A portal opened in the air. A woman flew out of it with a bright light. Landing down, she said that she would help him. The blonde swung her fist, advising him to get ready. Her fist cut through the air. She hit the monster with all her might. Bibian froze, saying that she couldn't believe her eyes. Looking at the gloomy silhouette of the woman, she asked if it was really a red dragon. God looked at her through the screen. He folded his arms and said that this was too much, and this was not part of his plans. Arthur scratched his forehead, saying that the red dragon could stay, noting that they were always causing trouble, and he had long since gotten used to their antics, however. Looking at the crack, the blonde asked what kind of gap in space was this. Propping his head up with his fist, he said that he didn't expect this from Seoljin, adding that he had already begun to be suspicious of him during the exam and had seemingly handed him the useless Excalibur, and now he was demonstrating new tricks every time. God waved his hand, saying that he thought it was no big deal, but this time, he clenched his fist, asking if he really wanted to imitate him. Clenching his fist and smiling, Arthur said that he didn't know whose idea it was, and then asked how he felt about it. He laughed harshly. The blonde fell onto the pillows and exclaimed that he was simply delighted, and everything suited him, and it was like in a good TV series when you can't predict what will happen next. He looked back, saying that he couldn't watch such a funny spectacle with an empty hand, and it seemed like he had a bag of popcorn lying around somewhere from last time. His hand froze when the smart one was asked if he really thought he still had time to laze around. God smiled, saying that he had been hearing a lot of bored voices lately. Seeing the dim red light, he said that he was glad to see her again. The girl appeared on the pillows, holding popcorn. She looked at him with a displeased expression. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zichmund looked at the destroyed crystal. Looking down, he smirked, saying that the portal was destroyed, which meant that was what they wanted from the beginning. There were shards on the floor. The shadow began to boil under his feet, while the man said that on the other hand, he would definitely not leave here empty-handed. Lucia appeared behind him, and Zichmund said that he felt that the battle was going to be spectacular. A purple light shone on the battlefield. Ms. Eve stood on the dragon's body, wishing him goodnight. She lowered her eyes. Suddenly, the woman stirred. Vivian attacked her, creating a bright flash with her sword. She looked with the eyes she saw, asking was it really that easy. The gloomy blonde held the blade of the sword on her little finger. Looking with a stern look, she asked was she really tired of living. The brunette looked at her and answered, knowing that it was impossible to catch her off guard, and from this pressure, it was clear that she had angered her. She asked why a dragon interfered in the affairs of ordinary people. Her sword began to disappear when she noted that this was breaking an elf. Ms. Eve smirked, noting that she was well aware. She clenched her fist, saying that she was right and that she had no right to interfere in their affairs, however. The woman smiled wickedly, asking what business it was of hers between them, dragons. Vivian perked up in shock. Meanwhile, Bari was watching from above, saying that a dragon with intelligence would willingly help these stupid creatures. She said that she could never imagine it. The girl looked down, thinking that she had no idea how the protagonist managed to persuade the dragon, but he had developed his strength to the point that he could defy the laws of nature itself. She saw Xiao Jin below. Bari narrowed his eyes, saying that this is what it means. The guy squeezed his sword. His eye flashed and he sighed sharply. The blonde laughed, saying that making a pact with a smart boy was a very interesting feeling. The brunette frowned, asking if it was really a pact between a dragon and Xiaojin. Ms. Eve smiled smugly and asked what was the matter and was she jealous. She smiled widely and called the protagonist. He raised his sword above his head when the woman said that she had done her job and the rest was up to him. A spark flashed above his head. The brunette grabbed the sword, telling him to attack. Monsters began to fall from the gap in the ceiling. Shonen and Lilith were with them. The man in uniform looked up in confusion, asking why the players were with the monsters and what the hell was going on here. The guy looked at him with a nervous smile, saying that he couldn't believe his eyes, but for some reason it seemed to him that they had come to their aid. The gloomy ships rushed to attack. Imseti and Isis attacked them along with their comrades. Shonen and Lilith also rushed into battle. The woman's hand touched the ground. The pink-haired girl landed along with her friends. The blonde threw her hands behind her head and said that she seemed to be standing next to them now, after which she asked if it was true that they had beaten them up badly. Vivian opened her mouth in shock. Rabbi appeared behind her, mentally noting that everything had gone wrong. She exclaimed that they had accomplished the main objective, and that the portal was now destroyed. She waved her hand with a dissatisfied face, saying that they had done everything in their power, and that this would be a good warning for them. The girl asked if she could hear her. The brunette silently listened to the words that they needed to get out of here. She turned around and answered with a crazy look that she did not want to. Rabbi froze in shock. Fear appeared on her face. Vivian stood alone in space. It was said that she was always cool-headed and thought rationally, and nothing could ever knock her off track. The heroine hung her head. She stood motionless while it was said that she partly owed this to her past, but at the same time it was innate, therefore. The grandfather's gaze did not express any emotion. She loved being provoked. A soft mist began to spread around. It was said that she loved it and craved it, so sometimes she wanted to add fuel to the fire herself. She saw a male silhouette to the side. She waved her hands with an enthusiastic face. It was said that at such moments her vulnerable spots were exposed. The main character frowned at her with a displeased look. It was said that the fact that she could not be provoked meant that she was bad at dealing with them, and this meant that if she was provoked correctly, the girl seemed to be pierced by an electric shock. Her brain literally began to melt and flow down her happy face. It was said that she did not look at all to react. Her weapon screamed that they had dropped the main task and the portal had already been destroyed. Rabbi waved her hand indignantly, exclaiming that they had done everything in their power, and for them this would be an excellent warning. While a black tear was running down the brunette's face, the girl was telling her that they needed to get out of here. The heroine looked at her with a frightening look and replied that she did not want to. Soldiers were watching all this from above, and one of them turned to the deputy, saying that the enemy siege had ended, after which he asked if it was possible that their army had fallen. The man replied that it looked like that, but they still needed to be ready since it was unclear whether the reinforcements had really accomplished their task. Someone suddenly jumped towards them. The herbalist was holding a body wrapped in yellow cloth. The man looked at him with frightened eyes, asking him not to tell him what it was. He saw a man's hand. The woman, without raising her eyes to him, said that she was leaving him to them. The deputy looked at her, pursing his lips. The blonde was still looking at the body. It was said that if a dispute is the result of a clash of different opinions, then war is a mass clash of these opinions. Vivian looked at her opponents. She gritted her teeth, saying that it only now dawned on her. Looking at Lilith, Shonen and Imseti along with Isis, she said that she understood how he was able to turn so many players to his side, and very different ones at that. While the main character stood silently, the girl thought about how it wasn't his ego weapon, not Arthur or his class. A blush appeared on her cheeks as she mentally noted that she was starting to feel sympathy for him. Xiaojin frowned, while the brunette thought about how this was what made him different from the others. She asked what she should do. Vivian smiled lustfully, starting to talk about how her sincere desire to finish him off overshadowed all other thoughts in her head. Rabbi grimaced in displeasure, thinking that now everything was lost, and there would be no more way to convince him. The mistress turned to her and called her. While the girl's body was shackled, the heroine asked to listen carefully. Approaching the blade of the sword, she said that if she contradicted her, she would never again gain a human form. Meanwhile, the protagonist leaned on the man. He clenched his teeth in anger. Lilith looked at him with displeasure, wondering if he was really at his limit. She thought that this was not surprising, because the portal functions due to karma, which must be spent after the transition, and he activated such a portal and transferred so many people through it. Purple lightning flashed in the air. A bright flash gathered on the brunette's sword. The pink-haired girl, activating her karma, warned about the beginning, after which she asked if anyone had forgotten anything. Shonen clutched the staff with trembling hands, saying no, and that the plan was the simplest, where everyone fights with all their might to defend their position. Lilith and Bibian rushed to attack. The girl with a gloomy face told her to step aside, because she was not interested in girls. She hit her opponent. While the yellow hand was squeezing the purple lightning, the pink-haired girl said what an unpleasant and heavy karma it was, after which she exclaimed that she could not go near her for a long time. The brown-haired man swung his staff and asked to hold it tighter. He ended up behind the girl. However, a moment later she punched him in the face. The guy flew to the side. Frozen with a shocked look, he wondered how this happened if he used all his strength to the maximum. He mentally noted that she surpassed all those with whom he had to fight before. Bibian looked to the side, asking who is this. The red-haired girl folded her palms. The girl suddenly froze. A black spot appeared above her, and she asked what was wrong with her eyes, while two guys jumped on her. They hit Bibian. One staff hit her in the chin. The second hit her from the other side. The brunette reached for the weapons. Grabbing them, she called them annoying. The heroine jumped to the side. Shonen and Imseti began to fall from the stream of her blows. Lilith watched all this, thinking that everything was going according to plan. Looking at the brown-haired man, she mentally noted that this was not quite what she expected, but everyone was doing their best to give Xiaojin time to recover. The dark-skinned man gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the protagonist was on the sidelines, leaning on his sword. He looked up with angry eyes. Arthur watched him, eating a snack, saying that all this was bullshit. Looking at the screen, he muttered that the guy was not only late, but also in no condition to fight. While crumbs were falling on the floor, the blonde was saying that he had spent all his strength teleporting his friends, now he couldn't even wave an Excalibur. But this was the main character he wanted to see. He added that the main character should always surprise the viewer. Merlin was watching with popcorn when asked her opinion. She replied that not long ago he was a vocal student. Arthur wiped his lips when he was told that he expected too much from him. Sitting with the girl in front of the screen, he asked how much she knew about the one named Xiaojin. Merlin perked up in surprise. The blonde smiled widely and asked if she was interested in why he chose him. Meanwhile, the main character's silhouette darkened. Looking at him, the girl replied that most likely there was no such reason. The man nervously glanced at her and asked where she got that from. Merlin grinned and replied that it was because he was your man. A smile spread across Arthur's face. He went to the chessboard, saying that she knew him too well and it would be better if he didn't ask her because he would only spoil his mood. Taking one of the chess pieces, the blonde began to say that she was right. Looking at the girl, he added that in fact there was no reason. Looking at the high tower, the man said that these many eyes were created to show his world. He took out that also with the help of these eyes, he was able to place a comic book in their world, dates, and select candidates. Remembering the many screens, Arthur said that one day, by pure chance, he came across an ordinary boy, and this boy turned out to be Xiaojin. Thinking about the main character in the past and the present, he said that, however, he began to be interested in him after the call. The blonde propped his chin up with his fingers, and what was the interest in his person or the fun he showed him when he was playing with new obstacles and players was beyond all praise. Merlin listened attentively to his words about how, among those he had summoned from reality, he had been able to walk the farthest along the tower, and he had one suggestion on how he could have achieved all this, but more on that later. The man pointed his finger, starting to sum it up. He smiled broadly and said that although he was not respectable, there was something fascinating about him, and that was his assessment. Arthur happily spread his arms out to the sides, asking how and if she was satisfied with the answer. He quoted that the beginning was weak, but the end was magnificent, and although everyone would say that it was banal, but in the end. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and began to laugh, repeating his words about there being something fascinating about her. The man froze when she agreed and said that it was funny. He asked what was wrong with her, and what funny thing did he just say to her. Covering his mouth with his fist, Merlin asked how could one not laugh. The blonde looked at her with a puzzled face while they were telling him that he was being so blunt, as if these were the fruits of his cold calculation. He began to step forward while the girl said that he was certainly right, that Xiao Jin was a very unpredictable object. Introducing the main character, she said that he was so unpredictable that you don't even want to know about his past. Merlin approached the god and asked what he was like now. Moving away at some distance, she said that he watches every move, hopes for him, and sometimes gets disappointed, and sometimes he even exceeds his expectations. The man's mouth fell open when the girl noted that these were the expectations of the god of this world himself. Bright blue energy began to flare around him, and he asked what she wanted to say by that. The girl smiled and answered that nothing like that. She asked with a sly grin what was the matter. Fluttering over the blonde, she asked if he was really angry. Merlin looked down at him askance as Arthur said that he knew she was slowly gaining strength, knew that she was constantly trying to do him harm behind his back, but always turned a blind eye to it. He asked if she wanted to know why, and then noted that the answer was simple before the state fees. The man put his hands in his pockets, saying that he simply did not like to bother. Fiddling with his pocket, he said that, however, this did not change the fact that she was now on his territory and if she contradicted him. The girl smiled and asked if he would kill her. The blonde darkened when he was asked if he had enough strength. Merlin said that time in the tower had stopped tens of thousands of years ago, and all this time he was worried about only one thing. She imagined a god lying on a pillow. He was only worried about the fun. Arthur ran upstairs while they were telling him that thanks to Xiao Jin, time had finally begun to move here. He smiled broadly. The girl asked with a slight smile on her face, was he really going to give up on this without a shadow of a doubt, and thought he had enough willpower to do it. The man kept his hands in his pockets while being asked if he was curious about how this world would change. Merlin asked with a smile if he was curious about what she had planned and what decisions they would make in the end. At this time, the protagonist stood on the battlefield while the others held Bibian back. Xiao Jin frowned, mentally noting that he had used a cloak but was still barely able to stand on his feet and had no time to relax. Looking at Bibian running with an admiring face, while he thought about how she was unpredictable and if he interfered, maybe something else would die. Ms. Eve appeared behind him and asked if he was really going to fight in this state. She, looking at him with a tired look, began to say that she had done her part, so she was not going to stop him, and had no right to do so, but she wanted to ask him to answer one question. The guy opened his mouth in shock when he was asked if he considered his comrades a burden. He turned around abruptly and exclaimed that this was not so, after which he asked where she got that from. The woman answered that this was indicated by what he was going to do now. Looking at the brunette, she said that he wanted to help them, but they also really wanted to help him in return. At that moment, his friends were fighting in Bibian. The blonde lowered her head, saying that to be honest, the desire to help her neighbor was alien to her. She handed him a fruit and added that, probably, it was because she was a dragon, however, this is exactly what an ally should do. The protagonist looked at the peach in surprise, noting that it belonged to Shonen. When he took it in his hand, the woman said that his comrade asked her to give it to him, so he should be grateful in the future. She asked if the fact that he gave him his precious food was not an attack of true trust. Remembering the trembling brown-haired man, the blonde mentally noted that because of this, he would probably be left without strength when the portal opened, and that she also should not hold back in passing on that he would later pay for this expensive gift. Xiao Jin hung his head. He bit the fruit sharply. The woman watched him eat contentedly. The guy smiled widely and thanked her, saying that he had regained his strength and would definitely win. Ms. Eve threw her hand behind her head, thinking that people are so ambiguous, and a few beautiful words can immediately change their positions, and perhaps it is because their lives are so short. She looked away, muttering that she didn't think they would lose, but something was definitely wrong. The blonde watched the battle. Meanwhile, the beaten Bibian thought about how she couldn't see anything at all and wondered how much time had passed already. Getting hit with many blows, she mentally noted that she was in a lot of pain. The girl covered her body with her hands, thinking that she hadn't felt such pain in a long time. While blood was flying in different directions, she mentally asked for more, noting that she wanted this to last forever. A purple sphere began to shine inside her, while the brunette thought that she wanted this to never stop for anyone. At this moment, Bibian was sitting on the monster. She looked down with displeasure. Looking at Bibian, the woman mentally noted that she looked depressing. Meanwhile, the brunette froze emotionlessly. Lilith and Shonen stood aside, asking what was wrong with her and why she was still standing. He noted that they were beating her now, but nevertheless, they were almost out of strength, and she told him that it would be impossible to do this because they would not have enough soldiers to collect the necessary amount of karma for Icarus. The man frowned furiously, telling them in that case to bring spears, bows, or something else because they must defend their positions no matter what it costs them. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed his ears. The brown-haired man asked if they were really compensating for something with this, and what else did they have hidden in reserve. The pink-haired woman looked up with shocked eyes. Inside the bright glowing sphere, she saw something. It was an emaciated elf. Her comrade noticed her confusion and asked what was the matter. At this time, the brown-haired woman watching from above noted that her reaction was different from the others, and Bibian noted her lack of observation. She tried on her eyes and told her to remember that the main thing is not only how powerful the image will be, but also how it will look. Then it will be doubly funny to watch the efforts of your opponents. She added that this charming gift was prepared especially for the princess of the defeated state. Lilith, meanwhile, froze in shock. Then she immediately jumped up. Standing behind, Shonen tried to stop her, noting that she herself had said earlier that it was impossible to act alone. Without turning her head, the girl replied that she and only she would stop him, so he should not dare to interfere with her. The guy looked after her with shocked eyes. He smiled nervously and said that now he was beginning to understand his father's words about all the beauties being capricious. Shonen looked back, saying that although she said that she did not need help, he would still follow her, since together they would cope much faster. Looking at the man and woman, he told them to stay here and keep an eye on this crazy woman. Said he wondered since when did he start ordering them around. He frowned, thinking that they would keep an eye on her. The man looked at Bibian, who was emitting a dense aura, and then asked how they were supposed to do it. He approached the red-haired woman and asked her what she thought. Should they kill her or wait for their master to arrive? She replied that she didn't know. Looking down, the girl mentally noted that if they let her live, it would be a good opportunity to get information about the master's opponents, but something told her that leaving her alive was an extremely rash decision. Iris waved her hands and said to first make it so that she could no longer fight, and if she resisted, then she allowed her to be killed. Imseti approached the brunette. She sat with her eyes closed, thinking about how she hadn't touched him until now. Thinking about the cake with the strawberry on top, she mentally noted that she had found her precious treasure. Bibian, in her school uniform, looked on with an admiring face, thinking about how she wanted to preserve it as much as possible, and that she wanted to enjoy it, admiring it forever. The girl looked at the piece of cake with love, thinking that this is why she wanted to keep it safe and sound and why she hadn't gotten it yet. A dark silhouette of a man loomed over her. While the blood was flying in all directions, the girl thought that this was to break this fragile and valuable treasure. The beaten brunette smiled crookedly, saying that however, since she had held on for so long all this time. The strawberry flew into the woman's mouth. Imagining the lush flower, the girl wondered if it was true that she could taste it now. She suddenly stood up. Imseti turned to the red-haired girl and told her that Kanta had changed color. She replied that the spell she had used earlier had also been destroyed. She looked with frightened eyes, wondering if she hadn't run out of steam yet and had simply used this karma earlier. Looking at Bibian, Iris mentally noted that somehow she managed to concentrate it in one place. The brunette smiled and thanked Rabbi, noting that the time had come. Meanwhile, the weapon squeezed the blackened hand and told her to shut up, since they did not have that much meat time. The girl began to laugh lustfully when she was told to have fun whenever she wanted. She suddenly jumped on the man. Tal gritted his teeth in shock, wondering how she was jumping like that if there was no living place left on her. He thought that he might even die. Suddenly, the protagonist parried her blow. Iris, along with him, said he looked with a smile, happy at his arrival. Xiao Jin frowned and ordered them to step aside. While Bibian was getting gloomy, he said that he would take her on himself. The brunette smiled happily and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time and that he shouldn't worry because she wanted the same thing as him, and then asked if he wanted to be alone with her too. Liber pointed her finger and asked indignantly what she was talking about, and then added that the protagonist wasn't interested in such crazy women, so she should stay away. At that moment, the guy struck. The blonde stood next to him and asked if he also felt that something was wrong with them. The brunette looked at Bibian, who was getting up. Gloomy, he answered in the affirmative, adding that, however, it didn't matter now. The protagonist frowned and added that they also had a chance to fight at full strength. The girl grinned slyly, thinking that from now on. Xiao Jin hung his head, noting that they were fighting to the death. He looked with eyes burning with anger. The brunette laughed contentedly. She smiled widely and called her opponent cool, saying that she had no idea that he managed to lure a dragon to the vault, and not just any dragon, but a red one. She asked if he would share his gift of persuasion with her. The girl blocked the blow and gently noted his hot temper. The guy frowned when she asked if he remembered their first meeting, noting that she was unarmed, but even so, it was difficult for him to resist her. Looking at their crossed blades, Bibian noted that now they were already fighting with swords. She looked at the brunette and said that, to be honest, she was perplexed, and no one could have thought that he would grow from nothing into this, after which she asked how much he had to try for her. The girl closed her eyes and said with a smile that after all, better late than never. Everything around the tower glowed with a bright pink light. The guy and the girl jumped back from the blow. The protagonist frowned. Remembering the man, Bibian began to say that she recognized that Ran was a truly great player, and if he had not come up with an additional burden for himself to protect the village, it is still a question how everything would have ended. She looked from under her brows, asking what difference did it make now. Xiao Jin stood silently all this time. He looked with an angry face. The brunette frowned. When the guy pulled back his sword, she clarified if he was alone. While she was trying to remember his name, the protagonist jumped up. The girl, dodging the blow, said that she remembered. Remembering the dark-haired man, she said that he was kind of boring, and in some words a joke, since Mirage did not even have to try. After the death of his beloved, he immediately broke down. Xiao Jin with a gloomy face listened to her words that he clearly had problems with his head. Bibian laughed happily, saying that these two were probably his mentors, and then asked if she should thank them first. She added that they really had a lot to teach. The girl touched her face with her fingers and said that, however, he should never repeat their mistakes because she did not want to mourn him somehow. The guy abruptly hit her with his sword and she dropped the weapon. Looking at the brunette, Bibian thought that she expected more and then wondered why he recovered and did not pursue her further. Her eyes widened when she realized that something was wrong. The brunette turned her attention to his sword. Tears began to well up in her eyes when she realized that she did not feel that cold at all. The girl looked with frightened eyes, thinking that he did not answer her questions clearly, and he did not even listen to her. The main character stood with a dissatisfied face, saying that he missed. Bibian hunched over and said that she was here and standing right in front of him, and then asked why he wasn't paying attention to her. She started crying, saying that she was very upset. Rabbi, still clutching his hand, indignantly shouted that they didn't have time for her senseless antics, and if she didn't hurry, her body. She suddenly trembled when the girl emphasized the senseless antics. The girl began to breathe heavily when asked what she meant. Hugging her neck, the brunette said that the senseless thing that was here now was her, and if she understood that, she should sit quietly. Lowering her gloomy gaze, she ordered her to answer. Rabbi cheered up and answered in a trembling voice that she understood. Suddenly Bibian perked up. She looked at the guy and began to apologize for being distracted by someone else. The girl smiled widely and asked if he would forgive her. After all, she suggested to stop being offended and just talk. The main character remained silent, his face dark. Suddenly, the brunette's eyes widened. Liber appeared behind Xiao Jin, and he asked her if she also felt that everything was going smoothly. She answered in the affirmative, adding that it seemed like there was some kind of certain sequence. The main character smiled widely and said that it seemed like they would actually be able to defeat her. The white-haired girl's eyes also became detached. She froze and asked if it seemed to her or if she could see her too. Bibian stood in front of her at some distance. She froze. The veins on her mad face began to bulge when she said that she would never forgive her. Meanwhile, on the 89th floor, Mo Kaiko was walking along the road. Suddenly, a small explosion threw him up. T1 was standing on the ground while a battle was taking place in the sky. Dean and Ours jumped away from each other. Then the guy ran after his rival while Mo Kaiko tried to escape from them. A woman's leg was approaching him. He looked at it in fear. The white-haired girl was giving the beast a drink. At that moment, the blonde frowned, mentally noting that she was caught. After that, he hit her in the chest. T1's mouth opened in shock, surprised that he was able to pass the defense. His face turned pale as he wondered if this meant that he could lose to him. Dean's hand froze at the girl's neck, where a weak light was burning. He was clutching the varnish and breathing heavily. The white-haired girl froze for a moment. With a wave of her hand, she threw her opponent away. The blonde looked with frightened eyes, realizing that he had made a mistake. Nagi was rushing at him with a blade. There was silence around. The tip of the sword stopped near the guy. The girl was standing in front of him. She pulled the blade towards herself. Then she put it back into the sheath. Dean lowered his head and called her name. He asked her what she was doing, flaring with rage. A vein bulged on his forehead, and he wondered why he stopped and why he couldn't kill her. While the yellow sphere glowed in his chest, he thought that it was obvious that Nagi was fighting him to help, and it would be strange if he actually killed her. Looking at the white-haired girl's frowning asshole, he realized that she put away her sword for the same reason and was not doing it out of malice. The guy bent over and called himself a goat. He pointed his finger to the side and told the living to save their strength, because if he died, he would be the one to answer for it. The white-haired man asked him again with fear in his voice. Dean grinned slyly, saying that from now on he would act in his own way. He flared with a bright light. The guy began to spin. Suddenly he frowned. Then he ran at his rival. She dodged, throwing a surprised look. The blonde jumped up to her face and said that he would give her all the karma he had and then see if she could withstand it. The two of them gave birth to white light. Then Dean seemed to be standing on the surface of the water. With surprised eyes, he thought about the quiet waves in this empty space. Looking ahead, he heard only silence. With his mouth slightly open, the guy thought about how he heard nothing and felt no one at all. He looked at his hand, mentally noting that there were only quiet waves and a ray of sunshine, and he felt as if he could see every movement of the wave. Looking at the bright lights ahead, the blonde realized that it was completely empty. While a small flash flashed above, he thought that there was neither good nor evil here. He lowered his gloomy gaze. Ahead, by the window, Dean saw Nagi. She was sitting with her back to him. His eyes widened. The guy reached out his hand to her. Then he began to walk forward. However, the girl, without turning around, began to chase him away. A bright light burst out of his chest. The blonde fell to the ground and coughed. Looking at her with a stunned look, he wondered if this was really her inner world, and this was the consequence of the fact that he forcibly poured his karma into her. When the white-haired stopped in front of him, Dean tried to understand why he came to his senses and did it really not work out. Seeing Naga's furious face, he realized it was because he had been rejected. He smiled widely, noting what an honor it was for him, and then began to say that he had never intended to anger her. The girl froze in shock. It was said that PvP is a battle between players. Such things were said that the audience simply loves PvP and it ends a month before the battle itself. The question arose about what excites people's minds so much, forcing them to go there every year. Momo sat with her legs crossed, clarifying whether she was being asked about this. She sighed with displeasure and said that she would answer since she had nothing else to do, after which she began to say that the most interesting thing about PvP is unpredictability. On the playing field, she broke the Sealjin figurine, noting that of course, there are battles where the end is already a foregone conclusion. While the guy's figurine disappeared into the portal, the examiner said that, however, even in such cases, it is difficult to predict how the battle itself will go. Introducing multicolored threads, she said that one of the most important aspects of PvP is introducing pasties opposite the opponent. The woman said that this is how players adapt to negative factors. The guy smiled maliciously. His opponent stood with a confident look. Momo said that in just one battle, you can learn a lot about two players, their personalities, styles, and abilities. She smiled grimly. Putting a notebook on the table, she said that it was as if they were looking into someone else's personal diary without permission. Starting to leaf through it, the green-haired girl said that this is why the first part of the exam is PvP. Imagining Lilith stepping on a girl's head, she said that two stronger players can miss out on victory under certain conditions. Pasties won in rock, paper, scissors, while the woman said that sometimes, no matter how dangerous the situation, with due ingenuity you can find a way out. Remembering how T1 attacked the main character, she said that in other cases, psychology can be the key to victory. Imagining an exclamation point from the players, the examiner talked about unpredictability, noting that it is possible to bring the probability of losing closer to zero, but to completely exclude such a possibility, no. Introducing the bright light, she said that it was a constant. When darkness came, the woman said that, despite this identity, the many situations the player had gone through, the victories he had torn out with his teeth. Introducing Nagi, Momo said that for all these results, players were assigned a rating. Two swords clashed in battle. Bibian attacked Sealjin. While he was clenching his teeth, it was said that he would have taken about 50th place in the ranking. The brunette smiled madly, and it was said that she would have taken at least 10th place. Looking with a crazy look, she made deaths for Liber. The white-haired woman crossed her arms in front of herself, exclaiming that she could not break it, and she could not even dream of touching him. The girl hung her head. She looked at him with shocked eyes, while it was noted that based on the available factors, it can be said that their battle is just a farce, and although they are currently fighting equally, it is only because Bibian wants to have fun, because she is well aware of the gap between them. The girl tightly clutched her weapon. While sweat was pouring down her face, she chanted that she would never forgive. The brunette swung her sword. However, it began to crack, because it was this thirst that became her Achilles' heel. Rabbi's darkened hand broke off. The same thing happened to the blade of the sword. The girl inside hunched over and cursed. While blue lightning struck Bibian's chest, it was noted that the accumulated damage during the long battle accumulated and led to an incredible result. A thin line slashed across the girl's surprised face. Her body was suddenly thrown back by Sealjin's blow. He clenched his teeth in anger, noting that she had finally exposed herself. Blood gushed in all directions. She remained hanging in the air. The girls stood on all fours with their backs to the ground. Then she grabbed her wounded face. Arthur, watching this, grimaced and noted that he knew that someday the toy would definitely fail, which, in fact, happened now. He lay in front of the screen, saying that this is exactly why you need to be on good terms with your ego weapon, after which he asked why she changed it for this cheap fake. The man raised his head and asked if she was ashamed of Seol Jin's tyranny. Suddenly he began to jump, waving his arms and saying that it would be better if she fought him. The blonde threw his head back, muttering that this was all very boring. He remembered Merlin. Putting his hand on his face, the god answered the fact that she had completely lost her fear since she decided to challenge him. Grabbing his hair, he exclaimed delightedly that this intrigued him very much. He remembered how the girl asked him if she should tell him one very interesting proposal. She smiled widely, feigning the memory that there was no benefit to him in it. Arthur grabbed his head. Covering his smile with his hands, he said that he was eager to find out what she had in mind. Smiling widely, he said that so be it, he would play along with her and she could do whatever came into her head because he absolutely did not care and he wanted to ask for only one thing. The man asked her not to disappoint him. A dark fog swirled around the tower. Nagi emitted a bright blue light, looking at Dean. With a sly smile, he thought about how it felt like she was suddenly replaced, so it was difficult for him to stand in front of her. The guy froze with a sly grin, noting that this is what a real Nagi is like, and he can finally see it with his own eyes. Watching her raise her sword, he mentally noted that this is the peak of her abilities. Her eyes widened when she said Wrath of the Azure Blade. Blue light hit the blonde. Dean swung his fist, thinking that this was a very fast attack, but not faster than him because something had changed in him and his body began to react to attacks. He realized that he was almost approaching his limit. The guy rushed at his opponent. She gasped with her sword. The blonde looked with a nervous smile, asking really. Looking at the glowing silhouette, he thought that the Wrath of the Azure Blade was Naga's signature skill and the most famous of them. It was noted that the activation conditions were quite simple. Draw the blade, firmly grasp it and strike with all your strength. While the girl was striking, Dean mentally noted that in other words, the Wrath of the Azure Blade is not a one-time ability. The white-haired girl swung her blade. It was noted that it was rather a skill that remains active for as long as she wants to kill someone, meaning it lasts for the entire fight. Nest cut the space around the guy. He smiled with a mad look. A sphere was shining in his chest. The blonde rushed forward with a furious cry. He pulled his hand back to strike. He clenched his teeth tightly. Then a smile appeared on his lips. The blue light filled the surrounding area. Then the guy fell to his knees. The girl held a sword in front of him. The tip was pointing at his chest. T1 also fell to his knees, thinking that it seemed that Dean's karma had stabilized. Pills were flowing down his pale face while he thought about that. However, she stopped again before the last blow. The guy hung his head under the sword. The white-haired man clenched his teeth, thinking that although this fight didn't concern him, even he understood what an insult it was. Nagi put the sword back in its sheath. When she started to leave, T1 thought that it was a shame, and it was as if he had been walked over. Dean smiled contentedly. Breathing heavily, he began to rise. The white-haired man looked at him in surprise. The blonde leaned back, saying that he finally saw emotions on his face because before he thought he was a robot. He smiled contentedly, saying that he lost and he didn't have a chance, for which he deserves respect. Nagi hung a gloomy face. T1, meanwhile, listened in surprise to the words that with each blow he felt what a gap there was between them. Thanks to this battle, he realized that he had room to grow. Dean leaned forward, saying that he would return when he became even stronger, and until then he offered. He fell face down on the ground, saying that he offered to fight again. Nagi was silent the whole time. She turned around when white-haired addressed her. Passing by him, the girl said that she needed to rest. Seeing her off with a surprised look, T1 replied that he was listening. Looking at her back, he wondered if it seemed to him or if something had changed in her. A bright light shone above the tower. White-haired was dragging Dean along the ground, saying that he was heavy. Looking at him, he mentally noted that he was completely limp, and it was good that at least he remained alive, so he needed to take him to Mary. Suddenly his eyes widened. His lips stretched into a smile, and white-haired said that now he understood what the main character was like. Looking at the tense but satisfied face of the blonde, T1 noted that it was clear from his face that he had not played at all. After a while, they were no longer there. The man stroked the surface, saying that he had finally managed to catch Nagi. He placed his hand on the floor, noting that he was only a little late, but he was probably heading towards the portal already, so it didn't matter. Now was the perfect time to implement his plan. Ryujin stroked his chin and said that, however, the problem now was that kid from the Avalon Guild. The area near the tower was empty. Several dark silhouettes were standing near the broken stone. T1, with a surprised face, wondered if the portal was broken, and if it was Dean who did this. He waved his hand. He easily noted that he did not have the ability to move between floors, and even if he had it, he had no karma left. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that all that was left was to wait for the guild to come to their senses and send reinforcements, since the leader was here now. The guy thought that, however, the guild would not soon suspect that something could have happened to Nagi. Looking at the blonde, he thought that, in addition, Dean might simply not last, and no matter how hard he tried to support his prosthesis, it was about to fall apart. The white-haired man noticed the eyes, wondering if he should just let him die here in peace and let him be reborn since his karma had already stabilized. He realized that it was too dangerous since his arm was critically injured, rebirth wouldn't help here. Looking at the tower, T1 thought that besides, the current tower gave him some strange feelings, and he wasn't even sure if he would be able to be reborn in principle. He mentally noted that he didn't know why, but his intuition told him that unranked players were involved in this. The guy remembered Mirage and wondered who he really was. Looking down, he thought that he was the only one of the inhabitants of this world who wasn't part of the cast of characters, and when they first met, it felt like he already knew that he would come to this world. Nagi turned around, while the white-haired man was thinking that now was not the time for this, and he needed to find a way to move to another floor. He turned around with a shocked look when a voice said that they could use some help. Ryujin came up to them and said that they hadn't seen him for a long time. Turning to him, T1 asked what he was doing there, and he was surprised that his name was remembered. He smiled contentedly and said that he was flattered, but he had forgotten his name. The white-haired man furrowed his brows angrily. The man spread his arms and said that he was joking, after which he asked why he was so angry. He grinned slyly, asking him to calm down since he was here on urgent business, and this urgent business was dangling on his shoulder. The guy looked at him with a displeased expression. The old man grinned, noting that of course, Tal might not believe him, but he would try to earn his trust. T1 listened to his words with a displeased face. Ryujin said with a soft smile that he helped Dean, who he bet on, so he can trust him to some extent. His expression darkened when he spoke about Nagi. The girl looked at him with indifference. The man closed his eyes and said that this was a plus. T1 tensely clenched his teeth, wondering what he was trying to achieve. He thought that this man was very incomprehensible. The old man smirked, starting to say that not a single living soul knows. He began to glow brightly, saying that he would show them now. Items began to appear when he said that his class was Baker. A shining oven appeared above him. Ryujin spread his arms and said that one of the abilities of this class is speech. The white-haired man's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the oven, he listened to the man's words that he could bake any product that came to his mind. Smoke began to come out of their oven. A bun appeared in the old man's hands and he replied that there was nothing in him that could shake their trust, so they could trust him. T1 looked at the food. Frowning, he thought that there was no question of trust, however. He began to think about the fact that despite this, he was thinking too rationally. Thinking about the man, white-haired thought that this was an expression of his love for himself. With a gloomy look, he mentally noted that he was sure that this was precisely the trait that disgusted him. He thought that, however, if you abstracted from his personal opinion and focused on the situation, he had no reason to lie. The guy thought about the fact that he was locked in this space and he did not need to make more enemies for himself, and most likely, he showed himself to unite forces. While thinking about the bun, he thought that if he was planning an ambush, this trap was for Nagi, not for him, and therefore he considered his actions to be friendly. Ryujin held out the bun and indignantly told him to try it before it got cold. The white-haired man grabbed it and said that he was just about to do so. He looked at the food nervously. Then he opened his mouth. A bright light appeared. A wave of energy passed through T1. Looking at him, the old man asked how he was feeling and noted that although he could not restore all the karma, it was enough for one day. He put his hand on the stove and said that he understood that the pastries he baked had a special secret, and although it was not a very useful skill in battle, it was very useful in life. The old man frowned and said that he had revealed his cards to him. The boy looked away when he asked him if he trusted him. Several Mokaiko were running towards them. Nashi was sitting in front of Dean's body. The man threw several cookies. When the animals began to eat them, White-haired asked what they were. Ryujin smiled and asked the animals not to hurry. They were eating contentedly. The old man stroked one of them. Playing with the Mokaiko, he said that they loved his cookies. Naga's eyes widened when he noted that they could be said to be best friends. She suddenly appeared next to her comrade, and he noted that she scared him. After a while, the animals were resting quietly. Looking at them, Ryujin said that it seemed that they had already eaten their fill. Suddenly, the eyes of one Mokaiko opened wide. He walked away with his comrades, calling for them to follow him. The old man rose to his feet, saying that they should follow them, asking them not to forget Dean. T1 muttered that he was a person, not a pet. At this time, the sleeping blonde forgave the water. After a while, they approached the cave. Walking forward, the guy said that he did not know that they were here. Muslina answered him that she was probably needed, because without her there would be no animals here. He smiled contentedly, saying that in the tower for familiars there are many indulgences, and it seems to him that this is much unfair. The white-haired looked at him with surprised eyes. While Mokaiko ran through the cave, the old man said that they need to go faster, otherwise they will fall behind them. On the ceiling of the high cave were dark stalagmites. The animals led people through the cave with green moss. T1, looking at Ryujin's back, thought that this cave was damn long, and it seemed to him that they had been walking for an hour, after which he wondered where they were going. He pressed his lips together, thinking that the sensation was very pleasantly strange, and that he couldn't feel part of his body at all, and even though he still had Dean on him, he didn't feel tired at all. The guy walked on, noting that it was as if all his senses had disappeared. While water was dripping from the ceiling, White-Haired wondered if this was a cave or flat ground, if they were rising or descending. Sweat was dripping down T1's face, and he mentally noted that he felt like all these senses were suddenly falling asleep. Suddenly, a male voice said that they had arrived. The man turned to him and told him to introduce himself. The guy and the girl froze with surprised eyes. In front of him was the huge Mo Kaiko, who was the queen of Mo Kaiko. White-Haired looked at her with surprised eyes. The big furry beast looked back at them. The puzzled blonde called the head of the guild. The old man put his hand in front of her and said no. He looked back with displeasure and said that he knew too well how she usually behaved, and that would not work here. Ryujin said that they did not have a portal, why the only way to get out was with the help of the queen of all Mo Kaiko. Looking at her, he noted that Dean was now literally in the hands of her majesty. The large beast narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, the man stared at her. The queen began to babble in her animal language. She moved from her place, showing a tunnel among the hay. The old man smiled with relief after that. Approaching the portal with the others, he said that it seemed she liked them. The guys began to climb higher. Looking at the tunnel below, White-Haired began to ask if this was really. Ryujin asked if it was great, after which he noted that he was also shocked when he saw it for the first time. He narrowed his eyes and began to say that Mo Kaiko had existed on different floors since ancient times and everyone was wondering how this could happen. After which he added that the option that players meet them everywhere because there are too many Mo Kaiko to the right causes many inconsistencies. Looking at the magic portal, the old man added that the answer is right in front of them and it is a secret passage. The white-haired man, his eyes wide in surprise, thought that there was no information about this in the webtoon, and he could not even imagine that such a place existed in the tower. Looking at the passage, he mentally noted that the walls seemed to be made of wood, and they were alive, and pieces of portals seemed to stick out from everywhere. Ryujin glanced at him and laughed, asking how long he would admire it, because it seemed to him that they were in a hurry. He grinned slyly and suggested that they go ahead. Jumping down with the others, the old man said that they would be transported to Mary's floor G Xenos. The treetops appeared. They moved to the 15th floor. The girl opened the front door. Suddenly she froze. On T1's shoulder she saw Dean. She glowed with anger, asking if that was how they beat him. Nagi reached for the sword, and the white-haired man tried to convince her in fear that they had misunderstood everything. The red-haired woman's eyes widened when she heard a familiar voice. The blonde man sat up and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He added that these guys were with him, and without them he wouldn't have gotten here. A red lightning bolt flashed from the prosthesis on his arm when he said that he thought she had already guessed why they came here, and that he would tell her more about it to T1. Mary took off the mask from her face. Moving the guy's cape aside, she saw the prosthesis. Her face darkened, and she replied that she had guessed everything. Having hit Dean with all her strength, she exclaimed that his legs were still in place, and he could be killed and killed. He asked her to calm down, saying that he was really dying. The others watched as the girl screamed, asking if it was a sign of how much effort and time it took her to make this hand for him, and he still managed to do this to her. Ryujin mentally noted that she was a scary woman. The red-haired girl pointed her finger at them and ordered them to wait here while she helped this idiot, after which they would tell her in detail what happened. T1 looked at her with a white face, wondering if she could be trusted with Dean and if she would kill him. As black smoke rose into the air, the man said that he never expected to visit G Xenos' workshop in his lifetime. He squatted, telling her that although they worked in different fields, it was an honor for any craftsman to visit here. Ryujin said that G Xenos' workshop was the living embodiment of the highest craftsmanship, where masterpieces were created. Mo Kaiko muttered when he added that he probably wasn't interested. T1 looked at him and said that they were only here because of him, and his cookies were a masterpiece. The old man glanced at him. While the animals were gnawing on the cookies, he was a guy who had no idea why they liked them so much, but honestly, he had every right to see animals eating anything. Ryujin touched his forehead and thanked him. Looking down, he explained that the cookies were the most special part of his ability, but also the least favorite. He looked at the white-haired man and asked if it was true that he didn't trust him. T1 mumbled. The man looked at the animals and began to say that he was good at hiding his thoughts, but his eyes gave it all away and that it wouldn't work with him because how could he notice? The old man raised his head and noted that they weren't that different. The guy curled his lips in displeasure at this. He extended his hand and asked why he could Dean and reveal his secret to them. Ryujin sighed heavily and noted that it was better to ask a direct question than empty guesses. He smiled and said that he most likely did not understand how a person with whom the first meeting did not go well suddenly decided to help. The old man looked down and said that it was very ironic. The white-haired man's eyes widened as he began to apologize. The man took out a cookie and said that he did not reveal all his cards. He held it out and began to say that he would tell him why he was helping Dean. While Ryujin's silhouette was glowing, it was noted that his most special part of the green oven skill was a certain cookie. It was said that it could only be baked once a week. The old man took a bite, while it was noted that due to the power of the cookie, lightning flashed in his eyes as a sign that he could see the future for a short time. He walked through a white space with many threads. It was said that the main problem with the ability was that the future for demonstration was chosen in a completely unknown way, so almost all the futures he managed to look into in this way did not concern him in any way. It was noted that the targets of his clairvoyance were completely different people, as if no one cared what would happen to Ryujin, and that was why. The man glanced to the side and smiled. He had once realized that there must be some kind of pattern. Introducing the cookies, the old man said that, for example, they are chosen purely based on the personal taste of a certain object, and he does not know who this object is. He showed several fingers and said that his skill of the Providence skill is not possessed by any of the famous players. Narrowing his eyes, Ryujin said that despite this, it is unlikely that he is the only one with such a skill. Thinking about the cookies, he said that we use them about once a month, and if he sticks to this frequency, he sees the future of only a couple of characters. T1 clenched his teeth and began to ask if he was by any chance the hero of his foresight. The man smiled and answered positively, noting that he had seen Dean's future. He imagined the blonde man clenching his fist. The old man said with a gloomy look that thanks to this, he was able to find out information about Nagi as the location of the workshop, and also learned a lot of new things about all sorts of things, even the most useless ones. The white-haired man curled his lips and wondered if he had really moved the future from Dean's point of view. Clenching his fist, he mentally noted that this was not the case, and he was mistaken because the future he had seen. The guy thought that this was very similar to excerpts from the plot of the webtoon that he had read. Looking at the man with surprised eyes, the white-haired man mentally asked not to say that his skill allows him to see not the future, but moments from the webtoon. T1 frowned and thought that it was too early to say anything. If the future Ryujin foresaw was the content of the original webtoon he read, then the things he would discover later would be a clue as to the direction this world was heading. The man took the cookie and said that he had previously seen many unrelated fragments of the future, but at some point he began to see only Dean's future. Ryujin frowned and said that at first it really irritated him. As if there was no one else in the world, as if he were the main character. The blonde shuddered at these words. The interlocutor smiled and added that this feeling quickly changed to something diametrically opposite. He would never have thought that he would become his fan. The man looked ahead and said that his view of the world was hardly ordinary, but even he saw Dean as a hero. T1 looked away and coughed, agreeing with this. The interlocutor chuckled and said that he thought that he would understand him. Ryujin chuckled and said that the most interesting things were yet to come. The young man looked at him questioningly. The hunter said that recently he had stopped seeing visions of his future, and now he was going crazy with curiosity. He was impatient to know what would happen to him next, what his path would be. So the man decided to stay nearby to see everything with his own eyes. Ryujin narrowed his eyes and concluded that this was exactly why he was going to help Dean. Initially, he was watching him against his will, but now he decided to help him himself. Ryujin looked resolutely at his interlocutor and said that before he had only gone with the flow, stood at the side of the road along which the world moved. Now he himself would sculpt his destiny. Smoke was coming out of the lab chimney. Neri was working hard to restore Dean. Her face expressed tension and the highest degree of concentration. Ryujin and T1 were sitting waiting for the operation to be over. The man hoped that the ranker was not being killed there. The blonde glanced at him sideways and said that he had mentioned that he had stopped seeing Dean's future. He asked if Ryujin could see the future of another person when he ate cookies. The other man nodded affirmatively and added that it was almost a pity that the future he wanted to see had never come to him. The bespectacled man rubbed his chin and said that lately he had been having some kind of confusion. Sometimes he didn't understand what he was seeing, sometimes there was only darkness before his eyes. He was thinking about giving up these cookies altogether. However, after meeting T1, he began to think that nothing happens for no reason. The young man looked at his companion in surprise. The man sighed tiredly and apologized for not telling him everything sooner. To be honest, he hadn't planned on revealing his abilities at all. Ryujin didn't expect the guy to believe him. A shadow fell on his face, and the hunter told him that lately he almost always saw one new player, and T1 himself constantly appeared next to him. The blonde shuddered in surprise. The young man sweated and asked again. The guild representative was curious about this player and found out that his name was Xiaojin. Ryujin remembered the first time he saw him in the arena. He noticed the surprised look of the blonde and decided to share his vision. Right now, Seoljin is most likely in the village and is fighting a rather long battle. If his prediction is true, the main character will not survive this fight. The brunette stood in front of Bibian. After such a blow, she must have difficulty even standing. The girl was holding her face, and her weapon was broken in half. The young man lowered his head, then looked at her menacingly and said that it was time for them to finish. Let her say whatever comes into her head about Rin. About Asarion, too. It does not affect anything, and everything is torn apart for him. He will not fall for her provocations. The guy made his decision when he first entered the battle. Bibian deserves only one thing, death. The young man clutched his weapon, lightning flashing around him. The hero was in no mood to listen to her last words. Liber frowned and looked at her partner, realizing that Seoljin could not be convinced anymore and there was no point. He was right, because the girl had killed countless people, including those close to them. If they left her alive, even more blood would be spilled. More unnecessary deaths would happen. The hero swung his sword. They had to do this. Suddenly, a man appeared between the enemies and suggested that they calm down a bit. Bibian and Seoljin shuddered. The man smiled and said that he hoped that he would not miss such interesting events anymore because they were birds of a feather. The brunette was shocked. She did not notice his presence until he appeared right in front of her. She did not see and did not feel. The hero's eyes reflected the moment when he was pierced with a sword. Seoljin swung his weapon in anger and struck the man. Zichman smirked and easily stopped the hero's weapon. The man muttered that the boy still had a lot of growing to do. He looked down gloomily and said that there was no definite future. The man asked someone if she was ready. The boy shuddered in surprise. The girl with her hands tied, who was in another dimension, heard a voice offering to show the boy what the pinnacle of ego mastery was. She blushed and smiled in anticipation. It was Lucia's turn. Time to lower the curtain on their disgusting spectacle. The man held a black staff in his hands. Liber looked at him in fear and asked what it was. The hero frowned and said that it was an ego weapon. The girl's spirit was flying above Zichmund. The man took a step forward and noted that Seoljin had done well and his merits would definitely be taken into account. Thanks to the young man, the man will have a much easier time. The brunette gritted his teeth, feeling the air become heavier. He couldn't believe that the ego weapon was capable of such a thing. He needed to control himself. The hero frowned and squeezed the hilt of the sword. The guy thought that he still had a lot of karma to deal with the enemy. Zichman smiled and asked him to give up his place to the master. The enemy's weapon pierced Seoljin through and through. The young man coughed up blood. Lucia grabbed him from behind and wished him good night. The brunette fell to the ground. He heard his partner's voice asking what just happened. She asked him to answer because she could not see anything. The hero's hand lay on the sword, but he himself did not respond. The man came closer to him. A bright flash, and Bibian was already flying at the villain, demanding that he move away from the young man. Zichman grinned and noticed that she was completely exhausted. He parried her blow and suggested that she take a break. The girl frowned and attacked with her sword again. The enemy narrowed his eyes and noticed that she was also a master of ego weapons. Now it was clear why the brunette was so fixated on him. A red flash burst from the staff. The girl was thrown back by a wave several meters. The enemy looked at her in surprise and muttered that he did not plan to hit so hard. He asked if the fragment in her hands was an ego weapon. The man said that this trash was not enough to manifest even half of her strength. The girl leaned on the sword and tried to get up. The dark blade in her hand crumbled. Zichman smiled and added that, in principle, this was to his advantage. Dark energy grabbed Bibian and lifted him off the ground. The protagonist was also wrapped in matter. The brunette's exhausted weapon lowered its head, allowing the enemy to entangle it. Liber jerked in fear as a dark force penetrated her space and tied her hands. The girl exclaimed that she couldn't move. She had never heard of anything like this before. The man extended his arms with the weapon and suggested silence. He smiled and declared that together they would witness the birth of a new era of players. A huge silhouette of energy rose from the ground. Kina and Shonen froze in surprise. It took only 0.01 seconds for the black curtain to cover the unreachable height. It was an instant. Like a solar eclipse enveloped everyone involved. The elf crouched down and exclaimed what happened. The young man frowned and assumed that this was the work of that crazy woman. Most of the people saw something. The girl with horns looked forward in fear and saw the protagonist, whose face was distorted into a grin and his eyes were glowing. The instinct screamed at the top of its voice that something terrible was happening. The blonde muttered the main character's name in horror. Bari crossed her arms and said that this was how it all ended. The mouse looked at her and asked if the lady had seen anything. The woman narrowed her eyes and muttered that he was a fool. His self-confidence was his undoing. Mirage rubbed his neck and grinned. Bari frowned and said that she was not amused. She was disappointed with this outcome. A large figure with a crystal in its chest loomed over the players. Shonen asked what was wrong with it. The monster froze, then turned around and walked in the other direction. The young man turned around and asked if they should go after it and finish it off. The interlocutor replied that it seemed that their master had achieved his goal, or, on the contrary, he had not. The man frowned and thought that, one way or another, the monster had lost interest in them. Then who was their master fighting with? Shonen approached the girl and asked if they should consider themselves victorious. She replied that it was unpleasant to admit, but it seemed so. They turned towards the sound. Kina frowned and asked who had let him go. The girl pushed herself off the ground, and Shonen was unable to stop her. The hero was hanging, bound with dark matter. He muttered that it was interesting. The young man raised his head, and his eyes glowed blue. The guy smiled and said that he had personally buried him, so what was he seeing before his eyes? Mirage thoughtfully rubbed his chin and grinned, asking if there was anything that the great Arthur did not know. If so, then maybe he should renounce the title of God. The brunette smiled and repeated, interesting. Zichman grinned and demanded that they stop. He stood between the enemies, tying up Mirage along the way. The man said that he was quite content with the role of a dumb nobody who watches great men talk, but he had gathered them here for another reason. The god in the person of the protagonist looked at him with displeasure and asked why he should listen to a villain. The master of ego weapons smiled and reminded that in this small shadow space no one could contradict him. Gods were no exception. Mirage shuddered and smiled. Arthur clenched his fists and laughed. He was beginning to like the fact that he was truly immobilized. Dagierd looked at them and said that he wondered what kind of desire made him such a strong being. He offered to grant the wanderer's wish if it was realizable. Zichman turned to him and said that there was no need. The man was used to getting what he wanted through his own efforts. He smiled and said that today he would take their powers. The gods exchanged glances. A bright flash appeared from the void. A message appeared among the clouds to prepare for the next round. A loading window appeared on the screen. Arthur, who was sitting in front of the screen, held a pillow in his hands. Everything is ready, he said. Finally, he will have some normal fun. A girl stood behind him with popcorn in her hands, who said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. The guy replied that he had not had any free time in the last few days. When did she manage to come back? Walking back and forth as if she was at home. Taking some food, she said that it was nice here. And also, there was something to remember. However, this time Merlin would meet Xiaojin. Waving his hand, he wished her good luck. Asked not to scare the boy. The girl replied that who would talk. Looking at the man in front of the screen, she said his name. He did not even turn around, and when he heard that this was their last meeting, the blonde lowered her head. Footsteps were heard on the floor. She began to move away when Arthur asked if she would really do it. Looking at the floor, he justified himself by saying that he was not trying to dissuade her. Without raising her head, she heard the question of whether she was happy. The white t-shirt raised the inscription, and Arthur said that all her life, she did nothing but clean up after others. It started even before he became a god. They stood with their backs to each other when Arthur asked if she was happy with her life. She turned around and replied that at least she could say that she had no regrets. The creation of the wall was almost complete. Smiling widely, the blonde said that he was happy. Not afraid of it, he said, this is one of his best projects. The girl looked at him with a smile. After that, she disappeared, leaving behind only a bright trace. Something bright appeared in the dark space. The girl stepped onto the floor thinking that she was not sacrificing herself. Raising her hands to her chest, she told herself that she was making a conscious choice. Not in the eyes were directed downwards. Arthur held the joystick in his hands. Merlin believed that Xiaojin would be the next candidate for the name of God. A boot shortcut appeared on the screen. The soldiers watching from the wall noticed how the tree began to crumble. One of them was shocked when he realized that one was retreating. Did this mean that Ran had won? Bari, running away, asked to open a portal. His abilities would still be useful to them. Someone answered that he would obey. Several flames appeared. A powerful explosion was heard. Pointing at Bari, the blonde asked if she was running away because she was afraid of losing. When she returned, she was very surprised. Yes, she moved her hand to the side and prepared a powerful attack. Her fist began to glow brightly. There were bright lights around. With a blow to the entire body of the tall dark monster, bright flashes appeared. Looking at this, Bari thought that such a powerful blow almost point blank was very funny. The attacker probably got it too. Fireballs from the sky, it was a bold decision, but irrational. Looking at this, Bari thought that one way or another, but the opponent is just an elf. All she does is hide behind the spirit of her father. Someone's voice obeyed her so that she looked in the other direction. Turning around, she saw Lilith standing below. Looking down at her, Bari said that since their meeting in that portal, she never forgot about her. Remember how she sat at the table and said that she dug through everything, every corner, but she could not find even the slightest bit of information. It seems that she really wanted to remain in the shadows. Then Jin passed by her and looked at the girl in surprise. Now she pointed to her rival, saying that the work has borne fruit. She combed through everything that came to hand and was able to dig up something. Looking up, she said that Bari wanted to hide it. The interlocutor lowered her head and frowned when she heard about the Princess of Dead Souls. Clenching his fist, Lilith continued that it was no longer important because today not even ashes would remain of her. A dark beam descended to the ground. The man stood between two tied people. One of them missed, saying that they were taking away his power. The dark shackles began to disintegrate and he wanted to say that he thought of something, but interrupted himself that it was not important. Veins appeared on his hands when he asked if he wanted to take his place. Lowering his eyebrows and smiling, he advised him to think again. He also said that he was not going to listen to a boring and stereotypical monologue. He rejected the man and said that he didn't care what his answer would be, but he thought that he would just laugh. The tied Mirage looked away. Putting a finger to his chin, Zichman wondered if he wanted to become a god. This is an interesting question. He really wants to have the power that he considers divine. Putting his hand on the back of his head, Xiaojin looked at him, having heard that Zichman did not crave unimaginable power and did not want to subjugate anyone. The man spread his hands and said that he was quite capable of this now. His existing strength and power could be enough for him. Looking away, he noted that he simply wanted to protect his rights. He gets very angry when someone controls his home world. He is very scared when his life does not belong to him. These words threw her into a shudder. He raised his head and noted that if it was necessary to become a god for this, then so be it. Red marks were on the dark gray hair. The Princess of Dead Souls. The old man in the crown raised his hand. She was the king's seventh child. Naturally, the seventh contender for the throne. But this was not enough for the king. He asked the gods for a son to whom he could leave the state. In the basket lay a small child. Disappointed in the gods, he immediately sent the newborn princess far away so that she would not catch his eye. Small hands rose from the basket. The closest people did not give her any love. Although it was not about love, they did not give her a name. However, after a long time, the matured princess suddenly saved the king and queen from imminent death. Spreading her arms, she was surrounded by a bright light. She gained divine power, which allowed her to control death itself and give shelter to wandering spirits. A blue light formed around the palm. She provided equality among the spirits, demanding nothing in return. And, it would seem, here it is. The princess, who lacked love so much, became a respected person who is needed by everyone. But nothing happens that easily. The girl fell into a dark abyss. She was disowned again. The creatures she loved very much, whom she cared about. From her eyes under the drops of tears, parents and the whole world. Lowering her head, Lilith said that ordinary people might think that this is an ordinary sad story with a bad ending. Surrounded by bright light, she looked at Bari. For some time, she also adhered to this version. Bari listened silently. However, for some unknown reason, not a single piece of information could be found about her. Neither the author of the legend, nor ever she appeared, the exact period that was described in the legend. As if all this was what is from the chronicles. In the hands of the girl was a large fan. But, still, one thing was known for sure. This is what Bari controls, the huge fan. I go forward and said that it looks like now, it is not there. A whirlwind appeared around Bari. The icon, to activate the ability, it is not needed. They say this on Lai appeared a smile. She hides her appearance so carefully that she is completely unrecognizable. And the most important thing is demonstrated by the order. Listening to this, the girl with ears lowered her eyebrows. Lilith continued saying that this is contrary to the desire to hide her history and identity everywhere. With a laugh, she said that she so wants to forget her past, but does not want everyone to forget her. In response to this, the girl in the cloak said nothing. Looking at her, the girl with rose hair hoped that she would answer something. She had nowhere to run. The monsters were surrounded by purple flames. Why? Bari calmly looked ahead. Why? The girl with the doll in her hand was surrounded by fire. Why? Lilith asked this question again. Tired, looking at her, Bari replied that she had tried in vain. Well, she knew who she was. Would this really change anything? Frowning, Lilith shouted that she had stopped talking nonsense. Bari replied that her interlocutor was thinking for too long. Her eyes became larger, she asked again. Lightning pierced the sky. Destruction of the clan, revenge. A large fan appeared near Bari and she asked how much longer the girl would dwell on such meaningless things. Verno began to open up and she said that she was sincerely sorry. Holding it in her hands, she took it aside, saying that he would teach her a very valuable lesson. Lilith rose to her when she finished that they were just a member of the crowd, objects that are needed for special heroes to achieve a great goal. With her eyes wide open, she said that their stories have no meaning and no value. The foot left the ground, and even if her words could not open her eyes, so be it, she will die. I do not understand this. A huge monster with white hair appeared behind them. She said something, her mercy. Lilith struck. Then she moved the burning fist aside. Something bright pulled her hand, asking to call it. But the girl was aiming at the enemy. Her eyes were still playing with fire. She lowered her head, thinking about the words she had said. The fire began to fade. She began to slow down her run. The burning creature asked in surprise, why had she stopped? Bari looked at her, saying that they were not even looking at their battle now. A bright beam was destroying the stone wall. That's how meaningless it all was. Seoljin yawned, raising his hand. There was applause. Mirage repeated the phrase. Being tied up, he spread his hands, noting that it was a great speech. It seemed to him that their goals coincided. Smiling, he asked if the man would allow her to help him realize his goal. He guarantees freedom of action. Smiling in response, the man asked who he was to trust him with other people's goals. Mirage listened silently when the interlocutor said that the one who hid his identity until this moment was the enemy of the invincible god. In this case, the answer is obvious. Pointing his finger at him, the man called him a loser with a grin. Mirage laughed. Keep your hands in your pockets, Homtor Iskova, this is funny. Looking at this, Zichman said that this is weak for a person who is going to share his goal, and advised him to cool his ardor. Bright lightning appeared in the air. How talkative they are, Seoljin said. A powerful energy selection occurred next to them. The hero held a bright sword in his hand. They say that it looks like he is wrong for both of them. He noted that he fitted into one sentence. The man raised his hand and a dark weapon appeared in it. He thought that the ego weapon, the hero recently became much stronger. His sword is stronger and brightly lit up. While it's not perfect, of course, it can withstand force well. Gritting his teeth, the man realized he would have to try harder. The girl, in pain, opened her eyes and mouth wide. It was as if she was in a flow of energy. Hugging her knees, she only thought that she needed to hold on a little longer. There was no need to worry, there was nothing to be afraid of. But she knew it. Tears were streaming down her eyes. He would definitely come for her, Seoljin. The guy continued to drown. He clenched his hands into a fist. When he opened his eyes, they did not glow brightly. Smoke was developing in the dark space. This was not the first time. As soon as he opened his eyes, everything became clear. Seoljin hit the table with his fist. He died. Keep hitting. He screamed that he needed to get up. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed that he did not care how he did it. A loud scream was heard. The man sat on his knees, leaning on his hands. Bowing his head, he healed his teeth. This was not the 5th time he died in this world. Twice after that, Arthur took control of his body. Most likely, this time it will be the same. Frowning, he thought that he was beginning to understand a little under what conditions this happens. He imagined how Liber reaches out to him and dies in circumstances beyond his control. Arthur takes away his right to own his body. He began to tremble with anger. He has to stay in a coma for some time. He punched again. He imagined the girl kneeling in front of Arthur. He will have to suffer again because of God. He hit his head on the floor with anger. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought about how he must return at any cost. Merlin appeared behind him asking if he was really worried about her. He turned his eyes and abruptly tore off his hand in her direction. Looking at her, he realized that he had completely forgotten. His fingers unclenched when he realized that Liber was not here. Clenching his hand into a fist, he wanted to hit his interlocutor, but she held out her hands, after which she unexpectedly hugged the hero. Continue hugging, she asked him to calm down. After all, she does not wish him harm. While they talk, the flow of time will stop. Putting her hands on Merlin's shoulders, she swore. Looking sincere, she asked him to believe her. The guy was confused. Then he fell to the floor. He looked down and said that this was good. Looking again at the girl in front of him, he apologized for wanting to attack. It's just that so much has happened lately when you can't know what to expect. Covering her with her hand, Merlin laughed. The guy asked why she was laughing. Turning to him with a smile, she said that she simply asked him to believe her, and he just relaxed completely. Why did he trust her? The guy was confused as to what to answer. Rising to his feet, he said that she did not look like a villain. Did her face really interest him so much? In her head, she said that she knew that she was not mistaken in choosing him. And, having met him in person, she was convinced of this once again. Looking into his eyes, she said that her name was Mirage. It was she who summoned T1 to this world. He was shocked to hear this. The girl said that she wanted to test him. Red smoke rose to the sky. Extending her hand to him, she said that if he could, then she will give everything she has. The guy was shocked. Sparks came from a small fire. Later, the flames became larger. Initially, they were driven only by revenge. Monsters burned in the fire. She swore that she would definitely take revenge, that she would make the guilty pay for the extermination of the clan. The girl stood in front of the fire monster. But this is an oath? Was it really for the sake of the clan? She adjusted her earring. Watching this, Bari thought about what was wrong with her. But she looked closely. The fire that protected her did not disappear. Did she really decide to just take the attack head on? A large fist was heading towards Lilith. Watching this, they thought about whether she had given up. She imagined how he moved her around the board like pieces and thought about whether she had really disappointed her once she knew the truth. Frowning, she decided that she was overestimating her. She was too hot-tempered. Her character does not allow this. But the fire giant took Lilith in his arms, asking her not to do anything stupid again. but she thanked her father. Great, everything is going according to plan. Standing in front of the enemy, she thought that the only sure way to win this fight was to use her father's power. Only then would her karma quickly run out and she would not be able to continue the fight. A bright light appeared near the girl's face. She used only the necessary minimum of force. Having struck, she jumped to the side and barely managed to get away from there. A loud explosion sounded behind her. Brave girl, she said, got off with a slight burn, but she still has the strength for a decisive attack. Frowning, the fiery figure said that he always supported her in everything, but now he must free himself, otherwise her life will be in danger. They are not in the tower, but he will not be able to resurrect. Legs quickly ran along the ground. Today they will retreat, and next time. Stopping, she told her father that she was fine. Stretching out her hand, she was surrounded by flames. One blow at the right moment. The moment will not be better than this. He was surprised, asking where she got so much karma from. And it seemed to him, but it must end. Bright and sparks appeared in the air. Her strong convictions and determination make her stronger. These sparks appeared near her face and she said that he would see everything himself. Frowning, she added, saying that she would definitely win. The flame rose up. The fiery figure silently watched. The figure had facial features. He always wished only happiness for his daughter. The man remembered himself as an elf. He stroked the child's head. Smiling, he thought that this was his little son. A ray of light in the dark kingdom. The girl laughed merrily. Whatever path she chose, he would always be on her side, even if it costs him his life. At least what was left of her. The torn toy fell to the ground, so that the daughter does not think dad always worries about her. Ash particles rose into the air. The fiery figure put out his hand, thinking about his soul, his body, which should have turned into ashes and dust a long time ago. Are they destroying her future? Maybe he should. The girl looked at the emptiness in front of her. She told her father no. With the light of her face, she asked him to just trust her. Frowning, she said that he would definitely see with his own eyes how she would win. The fiery spirit raised his head. There were several monsters above. Bari stood at the head of them. She thought about the fact that the elf was risking her life for the second time. Did she really decide to burn everything that would fall under her friend? In principle, doing this twice is irrational in her style. A powerful explosion was heard. On the other hand, what if this is just a cheap provocation? Ver began to open with a sound. If we start from the second, it is best to simply ignore her. Bari raised a large fan with her head. The dark monster opened its mouth, a cry through tears. Looking down, Bari thought that the cry through tears is an ability that allows you to simultaneously summon many souls of the dead. But with this name, you can't control. The souls were intertwined with each other. Thus, this ability is only good for defensive positions. In addition, you can maintain this wall for no more than 30 seconds. The hand burned brightly. True, they are quite enough. By the time the elf spends all her karma, the wall will stand. A bright aura appeared around Bari. She said that her opponent was wrong to succumb to emotions. She should not have shown her vulnerable side. So, what will she choose? Will she spend all her strength to destroy the wall and present it to her without any karma? The large hands of the dark creature reached for Lilith. Or will she drown in torment? That's what she frowned at. The fiery figure thought that as a father, he simply cannot help but interfere in this situation. Well, what are you stopping him? He clenched his fist, thinking that his instinct told him that his place was here. What he should do now is watch his child move forward. Lilith pierced the dark monster. This surprised Bari very much. The girl flew out from the other side holding a dark skeleton. Smiling, she told him that she was late. There was fear on the face of the dark figure. Someday they will meet together. Let the father rest in peace. Tears appeared in his eyes. The body of the dark monster began to disintegrate. The skeleton in the girl's hands completely evaporated. She looked down in annoyance. Imagining how the fiery figure falls out of his hands, he called her a clever girl. Her hand pressed against his face and said that he was very proud of her. Then she turned and showed the middle finger. The winged monster looked at this. Bari, who was standing on it, did not answer. The assistant said that she opened a portal. They need to go. Turning, she agreed. The girls headed towards the portal. Angry and frowning, Bari cursed. The game was open on the mobile phone screen. One can imagine that this world was created by someone specific. The man folded his hands together. The presence of a creator. Many take this thesis for granted. The old man spoke of different figures in space. This belief was formed thanks to human imagination and knowledge gained over many centuries. From the past and the future, Mirage lowered his eyes. And she also has her own opinion. Arthur put his hand on the back of his head. All this makes sense exactly as long as nothing is predetermined. It is important to note that this world is very stupid for her. Extending his hand, and Merlin said that it was created by a certain being. Xiaojin listened to the fact that there was no need to explain this because he was watching what was happening through a certain comic book. Lowering, the girl said that in other words, what he saw, heard and felt in this world is a lie. The hero bowed his head when he heard that he himself knew this very well. putting his hand on his chest. The girl said that most players, upon hearing this truth, went crazy, or at least became disillusioned with life. Seoljin replied that maybe he was one of them too. Keeping his hand on his chest, the girl replied that this was not so. Clenching her hand into a fist, she continued to talk about how this was all the reason why she chose him. She was interested. She grabbed his hand, asking what was the reason, what was the goal, what was the motive, what drives him, what made him come here. The guy listened to this in confusion. The girl frowned and screamed, asking how he was able to stay sane. He opened his mouth in surprise. Looking closely at her interlocutor, she thought that this was her test. No need for unnecessary words here. He just needed to convince her. She hoped that he would be able to give a great answer. She did not take her eyes off the fact that if he succeeds, then he will be granted her strength without a trace. But if he fails, then defeat. Part of the stone wall was destroyed. The hand grabbed another boulder. The soldiers stood near the golden giant. He said there that here, who is still able to move, you need to help those who are lying on the board. The giant clenched his teeth. Veins appeared on his hands. A tear flowed down the girl's face. She thought that now is not the time. If she succumbs to unnecessary emotions, this will lead to even greater losses. You just need to trust him. He will definitely cope. The deputy turned to the giant saying that the tree was withering. Tears flowed down his face when he said that the enemies retreated. It turns out that, although not without losses, but they won. The giant shuddered and heard that he could go. The man stood among the other soldiers saying that the giant needs to protect him. Let him leave the rest to them. Lilith filed to the ground. The guy running towards her asked what all this was for. Did she really want to look at beautiful angels? But, to be honest, it was cool. Coming closer, he noticed that she was badly injured. Asking how she was, he noticed that he had no peaches left. If he had known, he would not have shared them with them. The girl replied that they were just scratches. He was indignant, saying that it was as if a cat had scratched her. She would tell this to someone else. We looked at her. He said that since she had dealt with it, all that was left for them to do was solve the problem with this black pillar. Something dark was rising into the sky. The girl remembered how she had already tried to get closer to it. A shiver ran through her body when she thought about how the closer she got, the more fear enveloped her. In the end, she just came back. She couldn't overcome herself. He said that he still has a lot of growing to do. Don't worry, she replied. Breathing heavily, she said that Seoljin was inside now, wounded, but she raised her head. They say that this means that he will definitely come up with something. She believes in it. After which she fell to the ground unconscious. Noticing this, Shonen also noticed that the fire creature also evaporated. How much karma did she spend? Looking with horror at the dark pillar, he thought about what was going on inside. Meanwhile, Merlin held Seoljin's hand. Touching the bright hand, he thought about the test. He clearly remembers it now. The answer he gave her. The guy opened his mouth. This is one of the most terrible answers that he would like to erase from his memory. The test, the reason why he can exist here in his right mind. His eyes grew bigger from surprise. He looked at the bright girl in front of him. She didn't understand what he was talking about. She doesn't understand such things at all. The guy was thinking about whether Merlin was the same as Arthur or not. Why did she suddenly become interested in his thoughts? The hero was tense, thinking about how to discard everything unnecessary and come up with something. It was like an exam. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his head. She was very surprised to hear the answer that it seemed unimportant to him. Poking him in the chest with her finger, she demanded that he be more serious. Among the people Arthur chose, he was the only one who had settled in this world and remained sane. She put her hand on his chest, saying that he probably knew the reason and begged him to say that every time she pushed him to fight to the death. Nervously, he put his hand on his neck, answering about popularity. The girl's hand drooped. Shocked, she asked again. The guy made a stupid face, saying that in this world he is extremely popular and has a lot of friends. Blushing, he raised his finger, saying that thanks to the fact that they are friends, they all give it their all so much. Something like that. The girl lowered her hands and asked again if this was the final answer. I don't know what to say. He started waving his hands. Nervously, he asked again if he was wrong. Upset, Merlin grabbed her head with her hands, thinking that this guy doesn't think about anything at all. And she bet on such a person. But this can't be true if he really doesn't think about anything. The kid looked at him, thinking that maybe he doesn't want to tell the real reason, to keep everything a secret. The hero was scared. The girl laughed madly. Covering her face with her hands, she said that they were similar in some way. Is this like a sign for them? The guy asked again. Removing her hands, she looked at the interlocutor and said that she remembered the past, the first person she believed in. The hero was shocked to hear that it was Arthur. The girl stood with her back to the interlocutor when he asked what she had just said and replied that she was his partner. He froze, thinking that he might have heard something very important, top secret. Turning around, Merlin began to leave, saying that they could talk about it later. Now they could solve the problem. The hero asked again what problem was she talking about. Turning around, she tapped the head, asking if he needed power. He sighed with relief when he heard that he had answered the question correctly. Looking at him, she thought that although it was difficult to call it an answer, he was too banal and simple. Raising her head, the girl thought that until recently he had been an ordinary schoolboy. Arthur was demanding too much from him. Now she lowered her head, laughing at this. Extending her finger, the girl called his name and pointed at him. He watched and listened to her, choosing him as a candidate for the place of the next god. The mentor was surrounded by a bright red color. Beads of sweat were running down her face. Angry, she began to move forward. A strange sound was heard, and she looked forward in surprise. Zichman stood in front of her with his hands behind his back. She opened her eyes wide, asking what happened here. He looked at the car, thinking that it was the deputy head of the guild. What should she do now? Who is he, a friend or an enemy? Calmly looking, he asked where the head of the squad of defenders was. The heads of the guys and girls were sucking down. The confused mentor opened her eyes wide, not understanding what happened here. The man looked at her and said that if she came to him on personal business, then let her come back sometime later. He is not in the mood at all now. The guy with blonde hair fell from the cliff. The figure in the light cloak watched this. Suddenly, a tall monster appeared in front of them. Raising his head, he said that he thought that animals cannot talk. Extending his hand forward, he noticed that he was causing him not the most pleasant emotions and recommended not to give in to them. He stood silently listening. That as a defender of the village, he must understand what consequences this will entail. The men looked at him with a smile. He threw his prisoners on the ground, said that they can be taken. They passed each other, and the man added that they would most likely live. The soldiers were descending the ruined wall. A voice was heard saying that the battle was over. Standing in front of the people in uniform, Zichman declared that from now on he, the deputy guild, would take personal control of the situation. Those present were surprised. The man raised his clenched fist. The silence did not last long. Zichman began to convince everyone why he should take control of the situation. Several players stood under a dark tree. Players attacking it raiding. Ran and Dean stood next to each other. The loss of one combat power to the village. Smoke rose from the high tower. Damage received by the guild and other moments. Zichman put his hand on his chest. His perfect speech, which was based on facts, almost convinced them. But the main argument was the destruction of the portal, and a bright beam divided the darkness. And this means that there are no more entrances to the tower in the village. The inhabitants of the game are confused. Now this situation concerns not only their village, but all the players. The soldiers listened silently. Everyone understood this, but this did not mean that there would be no opponents to his leadership. A dark pillar rose into the sky. What could one expect? Because Zichman's speech did not say a word about a black pillar. He extended his hand. No one would object to him. It was he who stabilized the current situation. The man asked if there were any objections. His eyes shone brightly. The emotions that he was able to hide during his speech created even more objections against him. Maybe this is exactly what he wanted. Later, a giant appeared in front. When he turned his cold back, everyone understood that they would not hear from him, and they dispersed again. Passing by, he said that he was sincerely sorry. The giant silently listened to Ran being a good person, after which he laid his allies on the floor. Shonen raised his head and thought what happened there, inside. Why did he have such a strange expression on his face? And where did that crazy woman who was fixated on Seol Jin go? He snapped his fingers while thinking. There was a huge hole in the village wall, and he thought that he was not satisfied with this ending. Mo Kaiko made a purring sound. She shook her head and looked at the blue sky, and so it seemed that peace had reigned again. The columns moved, raising dust. A little more to the left, looking at this, Imseti said that good work. Doesn't it seem to his comrade that such abilities would be more useful in construction? They are on the battlefield. The bright figure noted that with his help they will quickly restore the village. The guy asked to stop mocking him with his abilities. A child was playing happily between the heroes. It's great if the abilities of names bring benefit to others, isn't that true? His daughter would probably agree with him. People were cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. The village quickly began to take on its former appearance. Candles stood near the photographs of the dead and flowers lay. And naturally, it would be foolish to hope that after an attack by players without a rating there will be no scars. Such wounds do not heal. The deputy was dressed in all black. A victory after which only emptiness remains. The inhabitants looked at the people in white cloaks. A world woven from uncertainty and anxiety. Zichman sat on the throne surrounded by darkness. But time passes and does not give a minute to think about such things. He put his hand to his face thinking about Arthur. The working men were hot in the sun, the second day of restoring the village. The light fell on the roofs of the houses. Seol Jin was lying in bed. From the bright rays, he opened his eyes. Sitting up on the bed, he put his hand, realizing that everything hurt, and asked himself how long he had slept. Well, he looked in front of him in surprise. Libra was lying next to him. Turning around, the girl called his name. From this, the hero's eyes became larger. He stretched out his hand, asking why she fell asleep on the floor. Putting his hand on the blonde's head, He stroked it, saying that it was uncomfortable. The plate of water fell to the floor. Seeing this, Lilith was shocked. She opened her mouth in surprise. Frightened, he moved away a little. Oh, Mirage stood in front of a large red screen. She looked at it carefully. Several men stood opposite each other. The guy smiled, saying that he knew. He noted that he had not changed at all. He was still grumbling. Looking at the men in front of him, he offered them a bet, but said a little later, because now he was not ready. And his eyes lit up brightly, and he said that he would start by sending them both. Sigismund and Merlin asked again. He put his hand to the men's heads. Leaning over him, Lucia told him not to blame himself. He simply had no way to refuse. Raising his finger, he agreed. He had been going to this moment his whole life. This realization made his eyes red, because now he felt very bad. These words delighted Lucia. The guy stood with a wide smile. No matter what he did, his fate was in his hands. Did he really want to say that? Xiaojin silently looked ahead. Black blood flowed down the man's face, and he said the hero's name. The dishes fell to the floor. Both silently looked at each other. She looked shocked. The hero crawled back. Leaning over him, she was surprised that he woke up. Water and bandages fell to the floor. He was unconscious for 4 whole days. How is he feeling? Does anything hurt? He replied that he didn't seem to have been hurt too much. He got away with it. The girl sat down next to the bed. Looking down, she decided that he didn't remember anything, but she hoped to find out something about what happened inside the black pillar. He lowered his head and apologized for not remembering anything after Sigismund appeared. She thought that it was better not to tell anyone about Merlin for now and apologized in her thoughts. The girl looked at the hero with a smile, saying that the main thing was that he was not hurt. When Lilith woke up, she immediately realized that he would be fine. Maybe he didn't remember anything because of the coma. It was better to concentrate on treatment for now, which he agreed with. They looked at each other in silence. After awkwardly looking at each other's eyes, they discussed the weather tensely. The guy said that there was a sky in the towers too, but it was a real special pleasure to look. You could see the blue sky through the window. The girl noted that the sky here was somehow more alive. The guy smiled, thinking about the light wind. It inspired the thought of freedom. He had already forgotten this feeling. He looked at Lilith sitting next to him, thinking that they had not been alone together for a long time. The silent hero was clearly nervous. The girl, slightly upset, lowered her eyes. In her sleep, Liber turned over, scaring them both. Turning around, he began to push her and ask how long she was going to sleep here. Did she even know what time it was? She thought that she had completely forgotten that she was here. She would get into an awkward situation again. Lilith told him with a smile not to wake her up. Sitting in front of the bed, she said that as soon as the girl came to her senses, she came here. And so she sat here. It was unclear whether she slept at all. Meanwhile, Lilith lay with her eyes closed. She was very exhausted. The guy looked at her with sympathy. He took her hand and stroked her head, apologizing to her. The girl with rose-colored hair watched this with a smile. Then she lowered her head. Turning around, he began to leave. Actually, she also cared about him. The spark looked at the hero. The girl was shocked, not expecting to hear this. The spark pointed to the bowl with a towel in it. He looked again and said that she constantly wiped it. Every day, every 30 minutes. Xiaojin looked at the girl, worried. She looked so confused. That's not all. Every day, bent over for several hours, he sat near the door of his room. Perhaps he does not know, but the room is very closely guarded. Outsiders are not allowed in. And Lilith came here so much that all the guards remembered her face. Whatever she did, everything fell out of her hands. In the dining room, they fed her bread, but she did not eat it, but took it with her. He was still wondering why she brought it to him here. The girl's eyes became bigger from shock when the spark continued to talk about the girl, quietly whispering the hero's name in her sleep. He was very offended, because he was her father. He can forget the last one. The rest of the guys entered the room, asking if Xiaojin was awake. Meanwhile, the girl rested her foot on the light, trying to shut it up. Getting out of bed, the hero happily answered that they were just in time. A friend asked if he could leave them alone. He shouted for them not to do that. Waking up, Liber asked why everyone was gathered here. She said that she would look after Xiaojin and could not help but worry. Then a guy in bandages entered the room holding a tray of food. Questions were heard if everything was okay. Someone asked not to pounce on the hero because he had just come to his senses. All the friends gathered near the guy's bed. He looked at his comrades with a smile. After that, the mentor entered the room. He returned to her in surprise. Approaching his bed, she hugged him tightly. She asked for his forgiveness. Xiaojin replied that he was fine. Tears ran down her face when she said that if it weren't for her at that moment, who might not have died. These words shocked the hero. When the deputy entered, he saw that everyone was gathered. He brought several bandages, said that he had finished preparing for the funeral. There was a set of clothes in the box and the man asked to change. Xiaojin looked at him sadly. Smoke was rising above the house. The blonde was lying in bed. His eyes were open. He raised his bandaged hand. Looking at it, he noted that life is quite long. he is still alive. Smoke was coming from the house. T1 knocked on the door and told Mary that Dean had come to his senses. There was no answer. He frowned and thought that this was what he expected. She still did not answer. After the operation on Dean, she stopped leaving the room. What had knocked her down so much? The girl was sitting at the table. Ran and Dean exchanged a paired device in case of an emergency, with which you can understand what is happening on the other end of the line. The principle of operation of the masterpiece created by Mary is as follows. A bright shine with the help of karma, previously placed inside, sparkles. They both put karma into the devices and exchange them. Once the karma is not received, the device does not stop shining until the owner dies. Dean kept this device in his chest because he believed that it was the safest place. It so happened that Mary was the first to know about Rand's death, and now she must somehow tell Dean. The girl approached the guy. She looked down and turned to him. The blonde looked at her in shock when she said that Rand died. The farewell ceremony began. Everyone who knew Rand was there. The guy laid a flower. Rand lay in a coffin. The brunette looked at him. Mentor looked at those present and said that each of them remembered what this place was like initially. It was a real garbage dump. There is no other way to say it. She looked down and said that it was both the entrance to the tower and a place where you could throw away anything without any consequences, no more, no less. The man lowered his head when she said that they had neither the strength nor the desire to climb the tower, and therefore became outcasts of this world. In such a place they had no future. Mentor said that Rand had put things in order here. She looked up. The woman dropped the paper. Lilith looked at her as she said that the portal to the tower had been destroyed, as had part of their village's fortifications. They had a long way to go. The hero looked at her as she said that they had a long way to go. The mentor clutched the paper and said that she had the power, but all this time Rand had cared for her. He had always made up excuses. She grabbed her shoulder and said that Rand still believed in her like that, and in his last moment of life he had given all the power he had left to her. Everyone looked at her as she said that she wanted to justify his trust. The mentor turned to the villagers. She placed her hand on her chest and asked them to let her continue his path and his mission. Everyone looked at her. The man tore off his garter and raised it in the air. Everyone else followed his example. All the warriors raised their garters. The teacher looked at them in shock. She lowered her head. Members of the Shadow Clan have one peculiarity. They are all born with a certain inscription. These inscriptions have different meanings. Members of this clan call them the Oath of the Spirits and treat them as something sacred. That is, these inscriptions are an eternal personal symbol, the meaning of which cannot be assessed materially. These innate inscriptions almost never change. But if something like this does happen, it is believed that this shadow was born again. Today, Ren died, and was born again. The teacher looked up. A system window appeared that her name is now Ren. She brought the fire to the structure. The girl lowered her eyes. Here rest 42 heroes who gave their lives for the village of Ipku. Everyone looked at the fire. The teacher and the man lowered their heads. The others were crying too. Lilith looked ahead. Xiao Jin wiped away his tears. The girl held out a box and said that it was for the hero. He looked at her and asked what it was. She bowed her head and said that they were tailors. They were making equipment for the guards under Rand's direction. She said that after the battle was over, they found his protective cloak. It was very tattered. The girl looked at the hero and said that he was wearing the original cloak. The right way to restore it, to return it to its original appearance, to the original owner. Rand was always worried about this. She said that he had ordered them to prepare a new one so that when he visited their village again, he could give it to them. The tailors looked at Xiao Jin and said that these were the clothes they had made under Rand's orders. This was his personal outfit. They had put their hearts into it and would be grateful if he accepted it. Xiao Jin looked at them in surprise and said, "Could this really be a parting gift from Rand?" He put it on. The hero clenched his fist. Smoke was coming out of the house. A man was drinking tea. He looked ahead and said that he thought the atmosphere inside would be hot. He wished that their conversation would be in a more pleasant atmosphere. Dean was sitting at the table. He lowered his head and said that Rand was no more. Nagi looked at him. T1 asked in shock where such information came from. Despite him, the blonde answered that he could not be killed so easily. He was strong, very strong, and when it came to the Ipku village, he became unstoppable. He was sure that this was the work of the unranked players, and if they had started to act, their guild already knew about it in advance. Otherwise he couldn't understand why she suddenly appeared in front of him. Mary looked down gloomily when he said that they found out with the help of Eugen's skill that it was impossible to return to Ipku village. He frowned and told her to tell him everything she knew. T1 looked at him in shock and thought that it was incredible that he could create such a pressing aura without using karma. He frowned and thought that he wouldn't be able to talk to him normally, and first he needed to calm him down. He said that they received information from the deputy guild leader. He said that it said that unranked players had appeared, so they went to the specified floor. That's all they knew. Dean widened his eyes and asked Nagi if this was true. She looked at him emotionlessly. The guy got mad and said that if he found out that they were pulling the wool over his eyes, he would turn a blind eye to everything that had happened recently. If they were in cahoots with the unranked players and were somehow connected to what happened in Ipku village, then Mary kicked him. She frowned and yelled at him to watch his language. They had sworn an oath to protect Ipku village, and they had brought him here and barely saved him if he had died too. The guy was sitting on the floor. The girl looked down. She hit the poor guy again. Nagi looked ahead and said that the unranked players were enemies of the guild. She looked at him. Dean looked at her. He lowered his head and said that she was right. The guy stood up. He turned around and apologized for them seeing him in such a deplorable state. He asked them to forget everything he had said. He thanked them for their help and said that they could go. T1 looked at him in shock when he said that when he gets back on his feet, he will thank them somehow. Dean was walking towards the exit. The guy frowned and asked if they had any plan. The blonde stopped. The white-haired guy looked at him and said that if they had a plan, then let them share it. He was ready to help if it was in his power. Dean asked again without turning around. He looked at him and asked if he was able to resurrect his friend. If not, then he did not need his help. T1 looked at him in shock. He thought that he was able to read the hero's feelings and realized that Nagi and Dean could well get along when they sorted out all the omissions, understand each other's thoughts. Someday they will still be able to make peace, but now he realized that everything could happen completely the opposite and there would be no turning back. The guy lowered his head and thought that he still felt like a loser. After a while, Liber looked away. Seoljin rubbed his neck and said that he came back. The girl looked at him and said that he scared her a little. The hero looked at her and thought that she was crying again. He sat down next to her. The guy lowered his head and thought that he couldn't wallow in grief forever. Enough of sitting around. He should cheer her up, maybe say something. Nothing worthwhile came to mind. He himself was in the same state. He thought that it was natural to be in mourning now. The hero remembered that Ran was the first one to accept them in this world and now he was gone. He joined his hands and thought how much time had passed since his death. He had a feeling as if he had lost the meaning of existence. He lowered his head and thought about what he should do next. Lilith pursed her lips. She burst into their room with a smile and said that she had searched them all over, enough of them being sour, it was time for dinner. Seoljin and Liber looked at her in surprise. The girl frowned and said that with their sour faces they wouldn't even go outside, so she invited them into her room. After a while, the girl pointed to the table and asked them to sit down while she cleaned up. The hero was surprised that her room was much bigger than theirs. The girl replied that she rented it when she lived in this village, but when she started going up the bathhouse, she forgot about it. She still needed to unpack her things here. Lilith asked the hero if he really had a new outfit. He replied that it was a gift. They said that it was made from a cloak that he used to wear. The girl asked if it was really so. It suited him very well, because he always wore the same thing. He thanked her. The hero and Liber were silent. Lilith looked at them and thought how gloomy they were. She looked down and thought that it was hard for them and that was natural. She knew better than many what it was like to lose loved ones. The girl thought maybe she shouldn't have interfered. She frowned and thought that in this situation she simply had to help them. This is what true friendship is. Seoljin looked at her in surprise when she asked, "They haven't even eaten normally yet, have they?" She made a ponytail and tied an apron. The elf smiled and said that she would now think of a clearing for them. Lilith smiled and said that she would think of something. She looked at her father and asked if he remembered how he always cooked for her when she threw tantrums as a child. It was so delicious that she still sometimes remembers his cooking. He always said that delicious food is the key to a good mood. Her father looked at her in surprise. The girl smiled and said that you need to cook with soul. Is she right? Fire started crying. He was touched by how she was trying for her friends. He said that he was very proud of her. When did she manage to grow up so much? He reminded her of one nuance, that she couldn't cook. The hero looked at the brew in horror and asked what this dish was called. Lilith was lying on the floor. She cried and said that according to her calculations, the cooking was going perfectly. She faced the most serious test since becoming a player. What would happen to her after such an inedible failure? Lilith turned around and asked them to be patient a little longer. She would fix everything in a moment, a little more and it would be ready. The hero and his partner took the utensils. While the girl screamed that she realized that the reason was the fire, her father said that he hoped that she had not forgotten that she could control fire. She asked what that had to do with it at all. She turned around and asked if they were ready. Seoljin narrowed his eyes and thanked her, wishing himself and Liber a pleasant appetite. They put the spoons in their mouths. Black liquid gushed out of all their cracks. Lilith and her father screamed in horror. Thanks to everyone who followed Seoljin's adventures, but it looks like it's time to change the main character. Liber passed out. There were plates with breakfast on the table. The hero smiled and said that everything was ready. Lilith cried and apologized for promising them so much, but in the end everything turned out badly. She turned away and said that they cooked the dinner themselves, and she, so to speak, found herself in the role of a guest. Liber said that she also did not do anything special, only cut the bread. Everyone was delighted with the food. Lilith raised her eyebrows and asked what it was. It was much tastier than what they sell in the shops. Libra looked at her and said that it was amazing. The first time they met, she couldn't even imagine that they would cook together and sit at the same table. Lilith looked away and said that when they first met, she had a difficult character. Seoljin got into a lot of trouble because of her. The girl laughed and said that it wasn't her fault. He was such a loser then that it couldn't have happened any other way. The hero asked if it embarrassed her that he was sitting in front of her. Lilith smiled. The blonde laughed. Seoljin looked at them and thought that they were sitting well. He looked ahead. He folded his hands on the table and thought that it would be nice if it were always like this. The monsters were approaching. The guy smiled. Suddenly the house shook. The hero raised his head and asked what happened. Lilith answered that it was behind the fortress. You can't see from here. He stood up and said that they needed to get there faster. Said he looked ahead. He frowned and asked who he was. The monsters were looking at him. The guy came out to him and said that they were seeing each other for the first time. Where were his manners? He smiled and said that he would be good for a warm-up. The man prepared for an attack and shouted that they were being attacked. They needed to inform the defender. They began the attack. The guy jumped. Said he blocked his blow. He gritted his teeth and thought that his main weapon was a sword. His skill was high. Was he really a player? His class needed to be determined. The red-haired man smiled and said the activation command. An explosion occurred. The man gritted his teeth and wondered where this pressure suddenly came from. The guy smiled and said that he expected more. There was so much talk about how real monsters, not people, lived near the terrarium of the planet Shinkan. He asked his opponent what place he was in the local rankings. Said he frowned and said that he was not a player. The guy looked at him in shock. The hero knocked him down. He smiled and asked if he was next. He was happy to see everyone. The red had attacked Seoljin. Said he looked at him and said not to underestimate him. He had an unusual sword. The guy raised his eyebrows questioningly. Seoljin attacked him so that he flew off. Dongju smiled and thought how this happened. Did he really throw him away with an active skill? Even if he is strong, skill does not depend on strength. He said that he saw that he had an excellent sword. He thought that incredible energy emanated from his sword. Dongju smiled and asked if this was his weapon. He had heard so much about it. He pointed his finger forward and said that it meant he was a player. The redhead smiled. Seoljin looked at him and asked who he was and why he had brought an army here. The monsters were pouring over the city wall. The hero frowned and shouted who had ordered him. Were they unranked players or a local guild in White Hoods? He smiled and said that he could interrogate him if he won. He took out his sword and activated his skill. The guy smiled and said that he had forgotten that before the fight he had to ask Dongju his place in the ranking. There was a fire burning in the ground. Lightning flashed. Seoljin was flying towards his opponent. He widened his eyes in surprise and thought what it was. Just a little more and he would have lost his head. A female voice asked how much longer she had to repeat this. The girl appeared between the hero and the red-haired man and told Dongju to stop causing her trouble. She looked down when he said he just wanted to warm up and asked since when using the Eightfold Path and the 5 vows was considered a warm-up. The guy smiled and asked her because she was interested in what kind of fighters there were, and to find out, they needed to seriously measure their strength. This was the only way to find out the difficulty level on the planet Shinkan, where Prince Shonen was headed. Seoljin looked at them in shock and asked if they knew each other. The girl looked at him. She said that he had a cute face, a sword that shone with a blue shine, which meant that. The girl took off her hat and apologized for not introducing herself. She put her hand to her chest and said that her name was Samjek. She looked at the hero and said that she was Shonen's fiancé. Terrarium 15th floor. 3 people walked forward. Ryujin frowned and thought that after they left the workshop, everyone seemed speechless. What were they thinking about? What were they planning to do next? Did he make the wrong choice? Nagi looked ahead. There was a cave in front of them. The man said that they had arrived. He turned around and told them to choose where to go next. The girl looked at him and said that they were returning to her estate to await further orders. That was the order she had received. T1 looked at her and asked if they were really returning. Just like that, was she serious? He frowned and said that God knows what was going on in the tower now. Everyone was probably going crazy. In addition, the entrance to the tower was destroyed. The players who were there were stuck in it. The guy looked at her and asked if she thought that there were things that were more important than orders. She was the player who ranks first in the rankings. Ryujin looked at him and thought that he was certainly saying the right things, but their prince had forgotten the most important thing, that Nagi was a puppet. The girl looked into space and said that Avalon's orders were not subject to discussion. There were no exceptions. T1 looked at her in shock. He said that in that case he would no longer mindlessly follow her. The guy frowned and said that he wanted to understand why he had to follow some orders like a dog on a leash, why he had to obediently wait for the next order, which would be God knows when. He said that if she could not explain it even to him, then he refused to follow her. Nagi turned around and said that he did not have to understand. She looked at him and said that she was the one who received the order. T1 looked at her in shock. The girl walked away. Ryujin rubbed his neck and said that she really left and that Mokai-ko would show her the way. He understood everything, but he was still her first assistant. He couldn't leave her alone. What would he do next? He thought that she had done well for him. The guy turned to him without raising his head. He gritted his teeth and said that he needed to go to the 75th floor and asked for help to get there. The man whistled. The guy thought that he needed to stop the players outside the system and the destruction of the tower. T1 walked forward and thought that he had to protect the people he had met here. He looked ahead and thought that he was too involved in what was happening to just close his eyes to everything. The guy took a step forward and thought that he couldn't stay away. The girl took off her hat and introduced herself as Samjing. She put her hand to her chest. The girl looked forward and said that she was Shonen's fiancé. Seoljin looked at her in shock. He spread his hands and asked if it was really so. She confirmed and said that the biggest star in the universe received news from Shonen and was going to visit their village. They were sent here for reconnaissance. Dongju scratched his head in embarrassment and said something like that. Sword began to transform and asked if it was true. Liber smiled and asked if this meant that they were Shonen's friends. The hero asked her to be careful, otherwise she would fall. The woman said that to be more precise, they were his subjects. Seoljin smiled and asked why they were pretending that Shonen was from some royal family. Samjing looked at him and said that he was. There was silence. The hero laughed and asked if Shonen was really a prince. She said that it was absolutely true. He was sent here to train and conquer the terrarium. This was supposed to be his preparation before the coronation. Imseti was upset and said that he could not believe it and what to do now. Should he really be addressed as you? Seoljin thought about it and said that if everything he said was true, then it turned out that all this time they had been addressing him not according to his status. Samjing replied that he did not like pretense. She thought that he would be happy if they continued to communicate with him informally. Even she and Dongju, his direct subjects, communicated with him as a friend because they were the same age and grew up together. The guy approached Liber. The hero frowned and screamed. He took the girl by the hand. He smiled and said that she was beautiful. Dongju opened his arms and said that in the form of a sword she glowed with an incredible blue shine. In human form she was like an angel descended from heaven. He could not believe that such beauty exists in reality. Seoljin looked at him in shock when he said that he was a subject of His Majesty, the biggest star in the universe. The redhead smiled and asked Liber to marry him. The girl clenched her teeth in disgust and refused. Dongju laughed and said that he knew that she was a flower on the top of an unattainable mountain, but if she was so kind and gave him a chance, she would not regret it. He would do everything for her. What was so disgusting about him? Liber frowned and said that he was a weakling. His face was terrible. She didn't like almost everything about him and let him let go of her hands. She would not feel sorry for him anymore. The hero frowned and said to let her go. He had already been refused. Shonen hit his subordinate and told him to take his dirty paws off. He stuck out his finger and said that he was crazy. How dare he disgrace their family in front of his friends? What kind of nonsense was he talking? They are not on their mountain. Liber hugged Seoljin. The girl approached the prince and said that she knew he had been hiding from them all this time. He turned around in horror. Shonen frowned and said that he had not been hiding at all. As soon as he saw them, he immediately ran here, very joyfully, even jumping. He asked how she was doing. He hoped that nothing bad had happened. He had not written because he had been very busy. Samjing looked at him gloomily and said that the biggest star in the universe was calling him. She was asking him to follow them. She said that the army that was present with them now was the main force of their kingdom. If they were delayed, the kingdom could suffer seriously. Dongju would remain in the village, so they would not be left without help. They could rely on him. Besides, the biggest star in the universe does not forget those who raise a hand against him, so she doubts that anyone would dare to attack this place. Lilith looked at the hero and asked why they were following her. He told her quietly Samjing is very scary. Shonen waved his hand and asked if everything was okay. Did they forget what he asked them to take? Seoljin replied that they took it. But why did they need swimsuits? The guy smiled and asked what was so unclear. Since such a chance had come up, he was suggesting a good rest. They had never rested since they entered the tower. Mount Hwagwa is famous for its beauty. It is called the resting place of the gods. There is even a sea there. Lilith's father widened his eyes and said, "Are they really going to get to the sea?" She said that Mount Hwagwa is one of the 5 most beautiful places in the world. Seoljin looked at his companion and asked if she seemed to have said that she had never seen the sea. She replied that she had not seen it and was looking forward to it. Kitty said that they had never seen the sea either, they had only read about it in books. Shonen frowned and said that then they would rush to the sea as soon as they arrived. Samjing looked at him and said that this was impossible. The guy turned around when she said that as soon as they arrived, he would have to do something else. He asked if it was really that important. After the sea there was no way at all. Shonen opened his eyes in shock when she said that he would first have to explain himself to her. The girl looked at him impartially and said that he would have to explain why there had been no news from him yet, explain in great detail so that she would understand everything. Shonen swam and said that he would obey. Lilith turned away and thought that she was an ugly woman. Terrarium 75th floor. T1 said that the guild leader went to the headquarters, and he extended his hand and said that this was all. He hoped that his answer convinced him. Pasties was sitting in front of him. He smiled and said that he was being asked for help. What an honor. Was he really asleep? He was about to pinch himself on the heel. T1 frowned and asked him to stop dodging. Would he help or not? The guy smiled and asked what exactly he wanted from him. Pasties crossed his arms over his chest and said that he understood everything in general terms. Rujin smiled when he said that he could predict the near future, and there he saw death. The guy said that Sichmund was involved in this again. T1 frowned when he said that, to be honest, he was kicked out of the guild. Pasties looked at them and said that it was the first time he heard about a skill that allows you to see the future and has no idea why the deputy head of the White Hoods is chasing Xiaojin. He spread his hands and said that let's say he believes everything that was said, the latest news was quite significant. He pointed to the side and said that if all this is true, all we can do now is go outside the tower and personally assess the situation, namely, go to Xiaojin. Does T1 by any chance have a suitable skill? He replied that on the way here he thought about it a lot, but all in vain. He said that the best he could come up with was to create a new skill by combining several others. Of course, this requires a huge amount of karma, but he thought that he could pull it off once. Pasties looked at him and thought, can he really do this? The guy looked at him and said that he had never combined more than 2 skills before, but in order for them to have at least a chance of success, it was necessary to combine at least 3. The more skills in the combination, the more karma was required, and now no matter how hard he tried, he still could not combine 3 skills and use it. He said that after dozens of unsuccessful attempts, T1 frowned and said that he was only able to implement the process of combining, but the attempt to apply the result of the combination in practice was unsuccessful. Pasties gritted his teeth and thought, is it really tens of times? How much karma is hidden in him? He is crazy. T1 said that as you can see, the problem lies in the last step. No matter how many skills he combined, he could not apply them in practice. He smiled and said that all this is in the past. What is the situation now? Pasties looked at him in surprise. He smiled. The guy frowned and said that he was very smart. He smiled wider and said that there is one way. After a while, Samjing said they had arrived. This was Mount Hwagwa, the territory ruled by the largest star in the universe. Shonen and his bride looked ahead. Everyone had landed. Liber smiled and said it smelled like grass. Lilith said the air was very clean here. The hero took his backpack. Samjing looked at him and said they had to go. They had prepared a place to sleep for them in advance. Xiaojin said he would sort out the things first then. Said he could help if it was too heavy for him. The hero turned around and said he could handle it. Shonen took his hand. The boy asked if he really wanted to help him too. He frowned and asked to save him. After a while, the prince was kneeling and reported that the bad son, that is him, had arrived after a short journey. His father was sitting on the throne. He grinned and said he thanked him. He could raise his head. Samjing raised her finger and said that before meeting the biggest star in the universe, she wanted to warn them about something. She said that Shonen's father has the skill of fiery eyes, golden pupil, which can distinguish lies from truth. They should keep this in mind. Lying will not help them. Xiaojin looked at her and asked why he had to appear in front of him. Samjing pointed to the girls and asked which of the two was his fiancée. The hero blushed and said that it seemed she misunderstood them. She said that judging by his reaction, he had not decided yet. He really was Shonen's friend. She asked him to forget. It seemed her joke had failed. Xiaojin exhaled and thanked her. The girl went ahead and wished him luck. She would take good care of their friends. He should not worry about them. The guy raised his eyebrows when she said that they would meet at the beach. She turned around and said that he would not be disappointed. It was very beautiful here on Mount Hwagwa. The hero frowned and thought that he was sure that she lied to him on purpose to confuse him. In the end, he got scared and did not notice how he got here. But why is he here? Samjing's father looked at him and said that he heard that he broke the Dragon Ball. He smiled and asked how he liked the world. Samjing lowered his head and said that he was not able to understand it yet. The hero looked at the prince, who said that he only saw the terrarium, which is part of the world. Nothing from what he saw there does not matter to him a clear understanding of its structure. The guy looked down and said that therefore he would like to set off again after a short break, until he can answer his question about the location of his treasure. The dragon robe was only rumors, but the exact information, unfortunately, he did not know. The king frowned and asked what he was talking about. He pointed his finger at the hero and said that he found and brought the dragon robe to him. Shonen turned around. He looked at the hero in shock. He frowned and said that they had misunderstood. This robe was not a dragon robe. It was a former cloak. It was given to him by his teacher. The king smiled and said that a dragon robe is a robe worn by kings. It doesn't matter what it looks like. The main thing is the essence. In this case, what material it is made of. Xiaojin looked at him in shock when he said that these clothes were made of a heavenly gem, a material in which the energy of the gods is embedded. Such clothes are dragon robe. The king said that his clothes were made of a material that was much better than the dragon robe that he managed to try on, plus high sewing skills. These are not clothes for little ones. He frowned and said that he had not lied to him. It really was given to him by his teacher. The king frowned and asked how he got it. Did he kill him or take it by force? Xiao Jin looked at him in shock. The man looked at Xiao Jin and said that his clothes were made of a material that was much better than the dragon robe that he had managed to try on, plus the sewing skill was high. These clothes were not for little ones. Then he frowned and added that he saw that the young man had not lied. The clothes really did come to him from his teacher. Then he smiled and asked how he got them. Did he really kill him and take them by force? The guy was surprised and asked again. He raised his head and replied that these clothes were given to him by his teachers, who wanted him to live longer. It was sewn for him with great love and care. Then he frowned and said that his last words had greatly offended the pure intentions of his teachers, so he insisted on taking his words back. The man laughed loudly in response. Then he frowned and asked again about the gift, which meant that his teachers had no idea how valuable the robe was. He looked at the boy and added that he looked like a pig with a pearl necklace. He couldn't even use it for its intended purpose. He raised his head and offered to buy it back, paying well. The young man heard this and was surprised. Suddenly Shonen intervened and turned to his father. He fell to his knees and reminded him of what he had said earlier, or rather, that his dragon robe would definitely bring it to him with his own hands. The Monkey King listened attentively. The boy got angry and shouted that these clothes belonged to Xiao Jin, so he asked him not to insult the boy and his teachers anymore. The brunette listened to all this and was surprised. Meanwhile, the father emphasized that his son was talking about his dragon robe, therefore this robe is not his. Then he smiled and agreed, saying that nothing could be done. He would have to retreat and not lay claim to this robe. After all, he was his father. The guys were very surprised and asked again. Suddenly the Monkey King came up to Xiao Jin and apologized. He bowed and said that he thought Samjing had already warned you, but she would remind you that his eyes were cursed, although some call it a gift, so he always tests a person in this way to understand his worth. Then he looked at the boy and said that he felt his words and intentions. He received this robe in an honest way. It is really his. The young man looked at the king and asked him to raise his head, then honestly admitted that he did not yet quite understand what the man meant, but he understood what a burden a special gift can be. Then the Monkey King put his hand on his shoulder and shouted that this meant that the boy forgives him. He knew that he would forgive him. You can immediately see a generous soul. He also said something that offended his son, because he called him worse Xiao Jin. Then he sat down and summed up. The young man came to them from afar, so he thinks that he should be properly hindered. First, he thinks that he should learn more about his clothes. He thought about it and said where to start. Perhaps he should start with Shonen. And he also added that he heard that he measured his strength with both his son and Jonju. Is that true? The boy was a little embarrassed and said that it really happened. The old man presented the sword and replied that this means that he was able to see their weapons in action, both the Dragon Pearl and Jonju's weapons. Perhaps the young man will be able to quickly understand everything. In short, his clothes are made of the same stuff. The brunette listened to him and was extremely surprised. The man also smiled and said that as he suspected, he does not know anything, so we must start with theory. Then he presented the sword and said that some things have existed since the creation of this world. Nothing is known about their origin. He also thought about the spear and added that it is believed that they were sent from heaven, so they are called narings. The guy listened carefully, that in the case of his clothes, narings are the fabric from which it is woven. Nothing is known about the heavenly gem, neither the origin, nor the method of production. Nothing. The man frowned when he said that narings cannot be broken in the usual way, and almost all of these items have special power. There was an urgent question. Some items can be activated, but the limit of their power and the principle of operation no one knows. The most important thing is the limit of their power. Most weapons that everyone uses require the karma of the user, but narings are charged with power from the outside. He raised his hand, showed them and said that for example the weapon of the Eightfold Path, which Jondu has, about the 5 vows, which is charged with the karma of the opponent, this is worth talking about separately. The guy looked at him and thought about the fact that these items do not require karma. This is a real setup. In a fight their existence alone is enough to ensure victory for the owner. Suddenly he heard that naringi had not only positive properties and was very surprised. It turns out that they are capricious in choosing their owner. The man sat closer and explained that even if he knew how to activate the hidden properties of naringi, if he was not chosen, it was impossible to control them. Then he smiled and explained that before fighting side by side with them, you need to establish contact, as if they were people, and it was funny. He also said that in other words, the guy just does not know what his robe is capable of. He pointed at it with his hand, adding that this means that he has not yet received its recognition. Xiao Jin listened attentively to the old man. Suddenly the man lowered his head and said that in such a situation, the dragon robe did not give him the opportunity to get closer to it and eventually left him. He frowned and reasoned that if the guy really cared about this robe, then he advised trying to activate it. The son approached him and thanked him. Then he bowed and thanked for the army that was sent to the village of Ipku, and for the knowledge that he shared, then promised to become better. The boy closed his eyes and promised to definitely try to repay his care and trust. Then he heard that he still has a lot to grow, does not understand even such simple things, and was very surprised. The father came closer and said, "Does a father need a reason to take care of his own son?" Then he stroked his head and said that it is worth trying in everything, his father will always be on his side. The boy immediately ran up to him and hugged him, and the young man stood from the side and watched this, thinking about his family. Then he looked up and heard from the man that he had a request to make peace with Samjang before he left, because sometimes he even got goosebumps from it. In response, he heard that his son would try. It was a clear day. The boys came to the sea, were happy. It is much more beautiful here than they imagined. The comrade patted the main character on the shoulder and said that there was no time for talking. He agreed with him. Then he understood his head and thought that this time, his friend was right in everything. But, really, will they really put them on? The young man thought. Then he was surprised. They were told that the guys were already here. A friend in a swimsuit stood in front of them, said that they had to stay a little longer to see. The meeting with the biggest star of the universe was successful. The guys saw her and were very surprised, and Shonen even asked what kind of rag she put on. The brunette just looked at her and could not say anything. Then his face turned red. Liber and Lilith appeared there, who said hello and shouted that it turns out they were also prepared. They raised their fingers and thought that they should forget what the promo said. He also thanked him for inviting him. The brunette replied that he was grateful to him. If not for him, he would not have been able to contain his father's character. Meanwhile, in the village of Ipku, the teacher stood opposite and said that she hoped that the young man was happy. He folded his arms and said that he was very grateful to her. This battle was simply incredible. He was looking forward to tomorrow's training with impatience. Then the woman raised her head and said that she would like to know why his sub was, asked not to bother her anymore. She already had a lot of things to do. The guy ran closer and added that when he was told to stay in the village, he was upset. But meeting such a strong person shook him up. For him it was a great luck. If he continues to train, Lady Liber will definitely pay attention to him. Then he was surprised, because he heard that of course you can't command the heart, so she was still silent, but asked to listen to him. She raised her head and said that if the young man was going to stand between Seoljin and Liber purely for fun, then she advised him not to even think about it. The guy was surprised and asked again, then added that his intention was quite pure. He raised his head and added that on the contrary, he was not at peace with the brunette's position, as it seemed to him, he treated her like a lover. Then he thought for a moment and added that he also noticed that he clearly didn't like it when he communicated with Lady Liber. Their relationship seemed very deep, but that's probably why she had doubts. The blonde looked at him and didn't understand what was happening. Then she introduced the two of them and asked who. In that case, the main character considered her. The guys were having fun in the sea at that time. There were splashes of water around. Everyone was having a lot of fun. Someone was sunbathing on the beach. Someone was meditating in the sea and fishing. And someone was just splashing around on inflatable mattresses. The guys were having fun and playing, a carefree time. At that moment, the spirit flew up to the man and said that the weather was just great. He replied that the young people were having fun. It was good. Then he lowered his eyes and said that, to be honest, ever since he started looking after the gentleman, he felt guilty in his soul. No matter how incredible his strength was, he was still a child. But because of their weakness, they have to bear a heavy burden. He watches the boy having fun with his peers, and his soul becomes lighter. The young man was then playing in the water with the blonde. Suddenly, Shonen ran up to them and fired a water pistol. Then he raised his head and started shouting that he hit the target, like him, a specially designed water pistol for the gentleman. The others were surprised and asked to give it a try. And the man himself then raised his hand and showed off his class. Then he grabbed the young man and shouted that he was going to bathe with him now, called him a monkey, and the boy began to apologize, said that he would not do it again and promised. But it did not help, and then he flew straight into the sky. The girls were lying on the beach and sunbathing, discussing how the sun was very warm here, how her body was filled with a positive aura. One of them looked at Lilith and asked why she wasn't going swimming. The girl asked again, then became a little embarrassed and said that she didn't really like swimming. She didn't like water, probably because she controlled fire. Then she turned away and said that she probably still felt a little uncomfortable in such an outfit, that she had dressed up like that in vain. It suited the others, but not her. She couldn't move freely. But the other one looked at her and said that she was a pretty girl. Even the fact that they had bothered with these clothes evoked a certain sympathy. She was very surprised by this, especially the question of whether it was possible that these efforts were for someone specific. Then a blonde ran up to them and shouted that she had found a friend. Then she grabbed her and said that they had to go swimming. How much longer was she going to mope under an umbrella? Since she had come to the sea, she had to swim. And a moment later she threw her straight into the water. The girl fell there with a crash, splashes flew in different directions. Then everyone disappeared on the horizon. The guys started looking for her because the girl did not float up. The brunette assumed that she could have drowned, but in response he heard that the water here was knee-deep, and also that most likely she decided to play a game with them. Suddenly the girl surfaced. The young man ran up to her and started asking if everything was okay. In response he heard that there was no ground under his feet. Then his friend grabbed him and started asking for help. While the guy explained to her that she needed to calm down and that it was not deep at all, the others watched from the side and with annoyance and watched this. The blonde ran up and shouted that they needed to quickly move away from each other. Now everyone was relaxing at the sea. Here you can accidentally get hurt. And at that moment she twisted her leg. It hurt her a lot, so the girl started screaming. Then she went under the water. After some time, they put a cast on her. The nurse turned around and said that it was a common dislocation, and that it could be treated without skills, and the guy thanked her in response. After some time, the little girl came out of the tent and said that it was very painful for her. What kind of misfortune was this? But then she looked at her friend and was surprised. He knelt down and offered to carry her further on his back. And after some time, they were walking along the beach. The young man carried her and said that he warned her not to fool around like that, and she heard an apology in response. Suddenly, the girl raised her head and said that the sun was already setting, and the guy replied that they had already paid off for today. Liber continued to sit on his back when he asked if it hurt a lot, if she could turn into a sword, but the little girl replied that she did not want to because she had not dressed up for so long. Then the girl pressed herself against his back, and the brunette raised his head and with a little embarrassment said that then perhaps she should slow down. He also looked at her hair and said that it had grown quite long, almost like when they first met. The little girl smiled and said that it meant that they had both become much stronger. The waves caressed the shore while the boys discussed that now they could do all sorts of beautiful hairstyles, and in general the girl simply adores hair. Although in the mornings it can sometimes be difficult, with short hair it was also possible to experiment, but because of all the fuss that fell on them then, she somehow missed the moment. She raised her head and said that a lot had changed since when they came down to earth. At first she thought they were finished, but now her life is full of all sorts of pleasant things. At that time, these two continued to sort of shore. Suddenly the young man lowered his head and asked if he regretted what came down with him. And from what he heard he was very surprised, because the answer was negative. The little girl smiled and said that she did not regret it at all, because she was beside herself with joy. Afterwards he turned away and thought, and the girl just hugged him tighter. She also looked at the sunset and asked if he regretted Seoljin. Then she looked at him and asked if he wanted to return to his old world. The blonde looked at him attentively and waited for an answer, and added that she wanted to hear more about him, how he lived before they met, what he was going to do when it was all over, maybe share. The guy was surprised and thought. Then he started talking and hesitated. Some time passed. The guys were sitting on the shore and discussing that the young man, to be honest, did not remember his past. His girlfriend listened attentively, that here he did not remember the number of the bus he took to school every day, whether his friend with whom he had lunch every day wore glasses, his parents, he did not remember anything at all. Then he lowered his head and added that he only remembered how confused he was when he suddenly found himself in this world, so at first he thought that the memories did not emerge because he had no time for sentimentality. The young man twiddled his fingers, saying that it was not the case. Then he raised his head and said that he simply forgot everything. If you imagine a previous life, no matter how hard you try to remember, nothing emerges when you have forgotten everything, maybe because of several deaths. Then he imagined himself as a schoolboy, said that maybe from the very beginning he was too unimportant in that world. The blonde sat next to him and listened attentively. She clenched her fists when he said that this did not mean that he was unhappy, maybe on the contrary, for him it was for the best, then he did not need to bear any responsibility, never perceived himself as the main character. At that moment, the girl raised her head and shouted at him. Then she fell silent and said that everything was clear to her. The brunette turned and asked what happened. But the kid started shaking and said that nothing happened, asked him to continue and then thought that it seemed to Seoljin. The guy at that moment scratched the back of his head and said that one thing can be said for sure, then he was much shittier than now. She hadn't told him about her past before because he was ashamed of it. At that moment, her friend raised her head and started asking what she was feeling now. Memory loss upsets him a lot, and his parents, he is not lonely. She heard that he doesn't know. At first, maybe he was lonely, but now he doesn't care. The blonde listened attentively when her friend explained that the past, memory, future, these are all problems of his future. The sun was setting, and the boy added that when it's all over, when the dust settles, when he wants to return to real reality, when the moment comes that he will have to return. The brunette lowered his head and said that if there is an opportunity, then he will return to this issue. And then she squeezed, and also looked at the sun, added that now what is more important to him is what is in front of him. The friend sat next to her and was embarrassed. Then she jumped up and shouted that it was true, now they need to defeat the enemies and protect their real ones. In response she heard agreement. Then she raised her fist and started shouting that anyone who dared to go against them would get what they deserved, even the raiding players, even the White Hoods, even the God Arthur. Then she looked into the distance and turned to her friend. She turned and said that she wished him not a feather or fluff. He also smiled and said to hell. For some time the guys sat on the beach and discussed what the others understood and what God thought about him. Whether he was able to deal with him, the girl answered that when they became stronger, that would be the end. It got dark outside, the long-awaited moment had arrived. The girl stood in front of her friends and said that the preparations for the barbecue were complete. The biggest star in the universe sent them expensive ingredients collected from everywhere. You have to be sure that he will remember this dinner for a long time. Because they lit incense that attracts fireflies, you don't have to worry about lighting, and these fireflies also scare away insects. The young man imagined a spiral from his world and said that he had seen it somewhere before. Then he looked at the table and noted that there was so much here that you can eat it. While the girls were discussing nearby, there was a request to stand on the grill, and of course they allowed her, seeing that the kid really loved to cook. Then a blonde ran up to her and said that it would be better to go play. To cook barbecue, it was so boring. The brunette supported her and shouted that the girl was right, it would be better for him to do the cooking. Lilith lowered her head and said that the most important thing in barbecue is fire, and she is an elf who controls fire. Then she raised her head and said that she should be given an opportunity to correct her past mistake. The guys looked at her with frightened eyes and said that the ingredients were very expensive. Then the spirit of her father appeared nearby and told them not to worry. He turned into a huge barbecue master and said that he would help her. It was time to pass on the secret of their family to her. Some time passed. Skewers were fried on the grates. The father said that this is how it should be done, as if it does not fry the food that is on top, it heats the stones that are below. The daughter completely repeated his movement, while he said that it is not as easy as it seems. Subtle control of the amount of karma is required. This is good training. This is like helping to create a new skill. Meanwhile, the young man stood nearby and said that he was hungry, asked when it would be ready, suggested just using firewood, and the man next to him said that they should shut up because it was distracting them. And while the guys were butting heads, a blonde came up and said that she would like to launch fireworks after eating. She saw it at the festival and wanted to try it sometime. In response, she heard that it was worth trying. They had never had anything like that. And finally, Lilith finished cooking and said that everything was ready. The comrades looked at it with frightened eyes and said that it looked normal. They should not let their guard down. Maybe it only looked normal, it didn't taste very good. Shonen immediately began to eat and said that the meat was cooked just great, wished everyone a pleasant appetite. And he continued eating with pleasure. Everyone was surprised, because the young man ate it, and the spirit asked what the result was. Then they came closer to him and looked at what was happening. The boy began to shake, asked what it was. Then he looked at the shashlik and said that the high heat allowed not to release the juice of the meat and the depth of the piece. The low and medium heat fried the meat from all sides. The aroma that arises with each movement of the jaw, which gives the fat, located between the softness. This is the most real medium roast. This is the most delicious barbecue in his life. The guy and the girl stood nearby and rejoiced, shouting that they finally succeeded. The elf watched from the side with amazement as everyone wanted to try and said that it was so delicious and incredible. Then she hugged her dad and said that they did it. This is what she heard, that he was glad to see how happy the girl was. Then he added that if only Xiao Jin would confess on the wave of success. The father looked at her and asked if his daughter was not ready yet. Because of this, he was a little upset, said that in any case he would support her, but she came here because she was worried about him, because she wanted to talk to him seriously. Then he flew back and said that if she continues to drag things out, her vacation will simply end, and in response he heard that he knows. The daughter turned around and replied that she wanted them to stop nagging her, that she would decide for herself what to do, that they stop talking to her like that and making fun of her. And then she ran away, calling her father a fool, and it really hurt him. Some time passed. The little girl was sitting on the seashore alone. She was sad and thinking that her father was right, that if she behaved like this, she would not be able to talk to him properly, that the clock was ticking. Then she looked at the sky and thought that there was one but. The little girl covered her face with her hands and thought that she could not find the words. She looked back, that she needed to rest first, or maybe because she was standing there taking a break, that she was overtired now, that she was thirsty, that there was nothing to drink. And surprisingly, there was a trolley with drinks nearby. Then she saw some bottle and started thinking if it was drinkable. Probably one of those expensive ingredients. The inscription probably means Mountain Chwagwa. After some time, the guy was wandering along the shore. He looked around and shouted at his friend, asking her to answer if they could hear him. Suddenly he came across her father, who said that his daughter had run away somewhere because they had had a little fight. Then the spirit asked him to look for her, and the boy looked away and thought where his friend had gone, had a fight with her father, hoped it was nothing serious. And then he heard something nearby. It seemed like his friend's voice. But he was confused by the fact that the girl didn't seem to know how to yell like that. She stood nearby and, looking down, said that someone was annoying her. Then she raised her head and asked why the young man was yelling, wanted to get hit on the head. Ha! The brunette saw her and got scared. The elf had a bottle in her hand. The guy saw it and thought that it was the same thing that the biggest star in the universe had given them. He came closer and asked what was in the bottle, and all he heard in response was a question: what difference did it make to him? The girl raised her hand and started screaming that she was drinking and drinking. What did he care? He was always acting like this. It was annoying her. Then she threw the bottle aside and screamed that she had had enough. The young man pressed himself against the rock out of fear and asked her to wait a little. But suddenly her hand was right next to him. The little girl came closer and turned to him. Then she leaned over and added that she would like to talk frankly. The tables with food were already empty. They also launched a fireworks display and shouted how beautiful it was, as if a flower had bloomed in the sky. The woman was sitting nearby and asked if Shonen wanted to take a closer look. He replied that no, he had seen enough of it since childhood. Then he looked up and thought, and at that moment he decided to apologize to Samjang, and also said that he would fix everything. Then he scratched his head and said that there was no need to worry anymore about what his father had made up. At that moment, he was puzzled by the question, what was it all about? The girl lowered her eyes and said that she had chosen him as her fiancé. He was very surprised and asked again, was this really serious now? And then he heard an answer that amazed him, that this guy was sloppy, so he often made rash decisions. Sometimes he exalted himself too much, so he spoiled the mood of everyone around him. Because of these qualities, not everyone liked him. Therefore, he was not a good candidate for the post of the leader of the people. She looked ahead and continued to say that the boy was very kind, and his thoughts were always pure. He knew this better than anyone, because they grew up together. The girl looked at his waist and said that Shonen loved him like that. Fragments from childhood began to emerge in her memory, especially from the early moments. The boy was embarrassed and asked if she really liked everything about him. Then her friend thought about it and said that she probably needed to think more because she was counting more on the future day. At that moment the bottle stopped flowing to them. There was practically no drop left. The guys were discussing what it was. The waves washed the bottle onto the shore. The guys were sitting on a rock nearby and discussing something. The brunette lowered his head and thought that too much time had passed. The guys were probably worried about them. It was time to go back. But suddenly he heard something. The girl said that she was seeing the sea for the first time. She was telling it only to him. The others were somehow ashamed. Then she smiled and said that it was a secret. She couldn't tell anyone. And the young man was embarrassed and said that he understood everything, and he himself thought that he should stay a little longer. The elf was sitting nearby and smiling embarrassedly. Then she turned to him and attracted his attention. She leaned back and asked if he liked it. The guy was taken aback by the unexpectedness of the question, and she pointed her finger at him and said that the brunette blushed. It was very cute. Then he waved his hand and began to ask why the girl suddenly decided so. In response, she heard that he himself told her that he liked her. Did he really forget or lie? The main character thought about it and said that it was not that he liked her, she just suddenly asked. And at that very moment, his girlfriend kissed him on the cheek. Then she stroked his head and kissed him again. The girl smiled sarcastically and said that she knew that he liked her. And the guy began to jump back and shout what she was doing. In response, he heard that she had one question. Lilith came closer and asked who he liked more, her or Liber. The boy thought about it. I didn't know what to do. Then he raised his head and asked what was meant. Right above them at that moment, a fireworks display appeared. The elf looked at it and said that it turns out that they really explode so beautifully. And at that very moment she ran there with an offer and to catch. She jumped into the water, despite the fact that suddenly she stopped. So he had to jump after her, discussing on the way that you can go crazy, this girl can't swim, how much did she drink? For some time he had to look for her and call, but no one answered. Suddenly a hand appeared from under the water. Then the girl burped at him and shouted that she caught him, and he began to ask not to pull him. It was already dark. Another firework shell rose into the sky, and then it turned into a multitude of shining lights. The guys were already very close. The girl said that now she would kiss him on the lips. The brunette looked into her eyes and did not know what to do. And the elf smiled and said that if she did not leave, it meant that he had chosen her. Her hands were shaking from tension, and the guy was lying on the ground and clenching his fists. And then the distance between them began to decrease. Then something strange happened. The elf simply fell unconscious next to him. Then the young man looked at her and said that he was having trouble breathing. At that moment, T1 and Pasties appeared behind them, who asked how they should understand this. The guys were standing behind all this time and watching what was happening, saying that the guy was acting up. Then one of them ran up and started shouting that it seemed like they had appeared at the wrong time, suggested that they take a walk for 10 minutes, or better yet, an hour. In response he heard that first he had to say why he was going through all the trouble. The boys began to discuss that their friend had grown up too quickly, and he was lying on the ground and understood that at the moment no excuse would help him, so he decided to cry silently. The candle was burning and they said it was time to start. The blonde was sitting opposite his friend. First they had to reveal their abilities to each other. Pasties said that he needed to know about his abilities in order to know how to work with him. Exactly the same applies to him, then asked him to tell him what he knew about his abilities. He moved closer and said that the skill of a gambler's joke is determined by the result of the game of rock, paper, scissors. He heard that this was not true. The friend looked him straight in the eyes and said that the key moment in activating his rock did not play rock, paper, scissors. The key moment is the judge. Then he raised his hand and said that everything depended only on him. That is, in order to activate his skill, it is necessary to convince the judge of his victory, and rock, paper, scissors is the easiest way he could think of. Then the guy thought about it and said that everything was clear to him. He did not even guess, maybe because his game was very memorable. At that moment, Pasties raised his head and said that he himself had only recently come to this conclusion, so it was not for him to show off. In short, he had recently managed to come up with a new condition, but based on it, he managed to try to borrow another player's skill. He introduced this player and said that he called it the last survivor. Then he smiled and added that the amount of borrowing is one time, that is, he can use his skills once. He began to shake his hand and said that of course, special abilities come with certain restrictions, but more on that later. There is no time to discuss them now, and by the way, it's a secret, only Sumama and T1 know about it. The young man was sitting opposite him at that moment and thinking that this man was so calmly revealing his cards to him. Not every player would dare to do this. His skill is associated with fulfilling certain conditions. He also thought that it was impossible to even imagine how it would end if the conditions were not fulfilled. In fact, his comrade was risking his life to determine the patterns of his skill. Pasties, when he sat opposite and with a sinister face, said that now it was the blonde's turn. Then he smiled sarcastically and added that he would like to hear what his capabilities were. He looked at him and thought. If you imagine him in space, as everyone knows, he recently realized his immeasurable helplessness and as a result decided to join Xiaojin. His eyes were shining brightly. For this, the guy decided to use his skills to the fullest. Having activated them, past experience showed that teleportation between the floors of the tower was not available to him, or rather, he decided so. But nevertheless, it was right. He accepted when it was given that teleportation between the levels of the tower is the will of God, because no matter what he did, there was no solution. Well, what can you do? And now if you imagine this person again, he still cannot abandon his plan. He accumulates energy. For this he must make the impossible possible. This is the minimum that he can do for those who relied on him. On the other hand, this is the reason for his existence. Therefore, during training, he had to try very hard. In the process of studying the skills that he possesses, their combinations and use separately, thanks to the observer, he was able to get one conclusion. Then the teacher looked at him and said that he had to listen, changed that he was interrupting, but he had one question. The guy listened carefully that there was one nuance in his abilities, depending on which skill he uses, the required amount of karma and differs. In short, it depends on the individual characteristics of the player and compatibility with the outside world, which happens with each attack. And for all people it is different. Poets, for this reason, from the first days when the young man began to use his abilities, he began to exclude tequilas, which are difficult for him to control. As a result, one combination remained, and it turned out to divide his skills into 3 categories. The guy actively accepted them during the battle. The circle meant skills whose appearance looks powerful and which are very suitable for his character. The effectiveness of such skills is usually higher than originally stated. This includes mainly skills that have the shape of a spear. Also a triangle, skills that require a huge amount of practice. Such skills can be activated, but their use requires a lot of karma, and as a result, their effectiveness is not guaranteed. And finally, a cross, which some of them have. This includes rocks that are almost impossible to use as a rule. Such skills have a very complex activation condition, or require more karma than he has in principle. Such features of skills were mainly noted by red colors. And so the guy raised his head and asked why he did not use the skills included in the 3rd category to create new combinations. It is obvious that he would get from using skills that are difficult to activate. But suddenly it dawned on him. The teacher listened attentively as the boy realized that he should not try to create a new skill, but combine simple ones to create analogs of new ones from the 3rd category. This method can give him not just powerful skills, but hypothetically even stronger versions of the original ones. Then he said that this boy is a genius. The candle continued to burn when the young man explained, that is, to combine various other skills and create conditions that can activate the skill of the circle category. Then he looked at his comrade and said that this is the basis of his plan. The current one is simply not able to use the result of a combination of 3 skills. But his comrade, he thinks, can quite well. Unlike him, his referee only requires the fulfillment of conditions, after which the use of the skill itself does not require any other conditions. Then he raised his hand and said that this is the very skill of the cross category that he chose to use. The Lord of the Small Shelf, Eskill's category is a cross, like an old man, skill, teleporting. As a small pike, I will reduce this skill looks very useful, but the guy has never been able to properly use it yet. The reason is that the conditions for its activation are too complex. The coordinates that need to be specified here must be precise, not the slightest mistake. For example, to find a certain book, you need to specify its exact location on the shelf, then it will shine brighter than a star. For this reason, its previous owner from some point until his death was never able to leave the library. The man came to the conclusion that his abilities were only useful there, so he just sat and looked at the books endlessly. He believed that in his old age he would not be able to adapt with his skill to the new outside world, especially when the outside world is constantly changing, and the old one is fading like leaves on trees. He spent his entire old age in one small room, and even there he could not move freely. If he needed to go to an unfamiliar corner, or crawl between the tables through a small gorge, he had to try hard. When T1 chose this skill to teleport to Seoul-jin, he had to decide on two things. The first was how to determine the exact coordinates, the second was how to find the exact coordinates of his comrade, as if there was a huge map in front of him. He had to make a quick decision. After much thought, he chose two skills that were supposed to solve these problems. Suddenly the boy looked at the jar and said, "What is this?" And he imagined Seoul-jin's battle with Nagi and replied that it was a piece of a cloak that came off when the girl pierced him with a blade. The guild took it from the battle site to conduct an investigation, but they didn't get much in the results. In the end they just forgot about it. This will help determine the coordinates. Pasties picked up the bottle and looked at it in surprise. The first solution to this situation was this: using the Ran rock, marking a piece of the deed is carried out. Marking is a skill that allows you to control this object when infected with karma. The blonde chose this skill not because it was possible to control the object. He was interested in the principle of this skill as well as the principle of the man. The marked object can be presented as a part of the human body, using his skill to try to feel where the body of this person is using magic. Thus, solve the problem, and Ran could keep this skill active for a long time, more than 24 hours, so the young man trained for a long time and wanted the same as him. The second solution is a retrograde mechanism. The category of Ella is 3 triangles, a skill that returns fragments of objects to their original place. The duration of use is 5 minutes. After this time the skill disappears. The purpose of this skill is not a train, but restoration, based on the power of the feed that the user has. The size of the restoration object is different. This skill cannot be used for plants. At this point, Pasties jumped up and said, in short, the marked particle of Seoul-jin's deed is to move to where the guy himself is, use this particle to find out the exact coordinates, and then move there further. Then he introduced the judge and said that the missing moments of their plans to resolve with the help of his interaction skill, said that this is excellent, suggested trying. And at that very moment, the guys activated all their abilities. After some time, the blonde realized that they had succeeded. They managed to do what was considered impossible. It was not a find that made it possible, but Yurkila, not even the development of an existing one, did something that greatly surprised the teacher and Sumama. The secret of success was a burning desire, and it was a burning desire that opened up a new opportunity for them, so they managed to open a portal. And it also helped the impossible become possible, thanks to which the guys ended up here, right on the seashore next to a friend and a girl sleeping nearby. T1 learned with blood and sweat that nothing in life can be controlled, asked why they were going out of their way. At that moment, Pasties was just jumping around the brunette and laughing. Then the blonde closed his eyes with his hands and said that the main thing was that, in principle, his squad successfully joined Seoul-jin's squad. Sumama hugged Liber and asked how things were, and in response she heard that she was very glad to see her. For some time they discussed that the girl became much more beautiful, grew up again, and Sumama began to look much more masculine. What happened while they were not seeing each other? Meanwhile, the guys stood nearby and discussed the topic that thanks to Shonen, they had a good rest. I will bring a tent, and inside there is a real resort. That's what it means to be friends with a prince. The boy replied that a friend can enjoy it as much as he wants. A man sat down next to him who said that he was glad to see their celebrity and asked if he slept well. Seoul-jin replied that his friend told him a lot about this man. Then Ryujin smiled and thought that this guy finally met him too, which means that the very main character is in his charge. I will look like a typical naive guy. He looked at him and thought about what was different from what he saw. Maybe in everyday life it always seems like this doesn't pretend. It's crazy. Now it's clear why the blonde couldn't explain what this person was like, and the brunette sat opposite and thought about the fact that maybe there was something on his face. That's why he was staring like that. At that moment, the man raised his head and asked where the young girl who was lying next to him yesterday. It seems they were caught at the wrong time. They had already seen each other in the morning. The guy answered that she was now sitting in her room. Probably, after yesterday she had a bad headache, so they decided not to wake her up until the very departure. And the girl was really lying in her bed at that moment. She was crying and thinking that she didn't want to live, mentally asking someone to kill her. After some time, she finally came out of the room and said that the bed was so soft, she had slept all morning. She offered to talk one-on-one. Meanwhile, the boy was packing his things and said that he couldn't get distracted now. In response, he heard that it was okay, there was no need to rush. Sofia lowered her head and said that she would like to discuss last night. The brunette listened to her warily. Then she came closer to her friend and asked him to just forget. There was a silent pause. She was very ashamed, so the girl told him that he didn't have to erase everything from his head, period. Then she shouted that that was it. She also had to pack her things, and the guy stood nearby and wondered if the girl really remembered everything. Then the blonde turned around and said that everyone should check their things again, see if they had forgotten anything. Not forget to clean up after themselves in their tents, and Pasties ran after Lilith and asked if he could ask something. Up to what point did she remember something? And then he got hit right in the face. While the boy lay on the ground knocked out, the blonde watched everyone and thought that the girl had become stronger. The princess approached them and said that she hoped that the time they spent here on the mountain had become unforgettable for them. Then she came closer and explained that the largest star was the universe and said that she was handing over the right to make decisions about what was happening in the tower to Mr. Shonen, and also said that the hero of this time had the right to change this world. In her opinion, there was a deeper thought here, although the guys said that it looked somehow irresponsible. Then the girl took off her hat and said that Shonen's father had asked her to tell him personally that if she was scared, she could escape from there at any time and come back. The young man was a little embarrassed and said that he seemed capable of such a thing because they would rip off all my skins later, so they would do everything in their power. In response to this, the princess smiled and said that she agreed. It seemed that the boy had matured a little. At the moment when the bird spread its wings, she said that she wished them a good journey and see you soon, and also a successful flight, and then she saw them off with her eyes. While the bird was flying across the sky, the flight time from point A to point B was enough for the players of the 97th stream to exchange their news. First, they briefly told each other what had happened to them during this time, sat and talked for a long time. They even lit a fire inside, as he knew, at its core this news did not contain anything positive. And after listening to everything, the brunette lowered his head and said that it was clear to him, Dean already knew about Ran. The elf grabbed her head and said that the portal was destroyed. In this case, life in the tower became much more dangerous. What were the players in the rating even up to? And the blonde lowered her head and said what would happen to them in this tower. She did not want to part with them. Pasties at that moment sat and said that what had happened was what was supposed to happen. On the contrary, it would be strange that peace reigned in the tower. Just think about it, in the tower, where a huge number of the greatest players are concentrated, nothing really happens. The man intervened and added that they shouldn't take everything so seriously. On the contrary, it could become a good opportunity for them. First, the Avalon Guild, which owned most of the infrastructure in the tower, now has no way to command all of this. The power that they have will be shaken, which is bad news, and here they have members of their guild. For them this is of course bad news. The blonde then rolled his eyes and thought that the man does not know how to raise the mood, completely inappropriate. Then he smiled and added that to put out external changes, not just to survive, but to enjoy every minute. This is his life position, because they are all players here. After the exchange of information, a certain silence obtained. During this silence, a certain peace was felt, probably due to the man's words. Only the birds made some sounds. Pasties sat in the corner and thought about why T1 was rushing to join Xiaojin, simply because he was worried about them. Probably not. If he wanted to solve the problem, it would be better to turn to the heads of other guilds. Then he looked at his comrade and thought that there were not enough pieces for a complete puzzle. These two, what are they hiding? Suddenly a girl jumped up and said that the tower was visible on the horizon. Sumama came up to her and asked if it was really already. How quickly they flew there. Where is the tower? They leaned out of the window and asked what it was, what happened to it. Opposite there was some huge pillar of purple energy. A comrade came up to them and said that it was terrible, and were they really suggesting to go there? Another answered that she hoped that her guild colleagues were okay, and the elf said that they could only hope. The blonde sat aside and reasoned on the topic that based on the original content that he knew, the image of the tower is unchanged. The tower cannot be radically changed, unless it is the work of God. Then he looked out the window and thought that, moreover, this is red lightning. His body resonates under its influence. He is not sure, but this time God is involved in this matter, and Arthur has nothing to do with it. He imagined the silhouette of a red woman, thought that this is another god who called him into this world. Merlin, she is definitely up to something. And then he looked at the brunette. He knows all the ins and outs no worse than he does. Will he tell what is going on? He sat and exuded this energy, thought that he really wants to ask him about it, but now, when everyone is nearby, it is impossible. He began to get angry that too many unnecessary questions were pouring in their direction. He wanted to know as soon as possible what the hell was going on here. Xiaojin, meanwhile, stood and watched everything that was happening and said that everything would be fine. The guys went outside. After a while, the players of the stream arrived at the place in the village of Ipku. With the village, nothing more happened because of this time, thanks to the army of Hwagwa, which remained, the village almost restored its previous appearance and they were met by the teacher. After checking the safety of the village, the guys seemed to have conspired. Everyone gathered in one place, and it was a cemetery. Rand's grave was wrapped in his own ribbon. They brought flowers there. The man stood nearby at that moment and reasoned that this was a player who had incredible strength, equal to the players included in the strongest players, but at the same time chose a life outside the tower, the guardian of the village, a close friend of Dean. Then he looked at the flowers and thought that such a player had died. He was sad to realize that he also couldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. And for players who live in the tower with almost immortal life, death is presented as something impossible. And then he looked up and thought that Dean would also understand this someday. So he stood behind and thought that death was not the last page in his story. Suddenly, a man appeared there and said that it was a great regret. The man lowered his head and said that after finishing his rest, he thought that he would visit him first. He also asked if it was too early to come to his grave. Is today a Memorial Day? Because they had just recently held a grand funeral. The guys at that moment looked at him with angry eyes. This man crushed all the flowers in the flower bed, and the crack was destroyed because of him. It was time to present it to the truth. He came closer and said that, to be honest, he was a little surprised. He thought it was good to take care of the players of the 97th course. And he also looked at them and added that these people do not show loyalty, and they also look at him with such contempt. At that moment, everyone started rummaging through their pockets and wanted to get their weapons. Literally right after that, they launched energy projectiles at him, but he easily reflected them. Then he showed them the seal and said that it was surprising to him that these two were still bringing in the guild sign. Some mass appeared next to him, who said that she slept so well, did they have to wake her up like that? Then she overpaid and said that these children are really tired of living. At that moment, the elf raised her hand and said that if something loses its value, it should be thrown away. They are not satisfied with something, they do exactly as they were taught. This is the Avalon method, right? The brunette listened to them attentively. Then the blonde came closer and said that, to be honest, they were slightly surprised by their presence. The entrance to the tower was destroyed. They thought that they had temporarily taken on the duties of the village defender, and this man was only trying to think of how to turn this situation in favor of his guild. Then he smiled and said that this man had trampled many players under the slogan of defending the tower. So many players had been sacrificed under this aegis, and that everyone introduced Nagi, and the young man added that the guild leader himself had fallen for the story of the players outside the rating. Then he smiled and asked if he was ashamed. Lucia smiled at him in response. Then she flew closer and asked what this boy was talking about, that he couldn't protect their right village, the entrance to the tower, and why they needed them. After that, a discussion began between Zichmund and Lucia. They discussed that these guys were uneducated. What else to expect from them? They needed to be taught everything. In response, he heard that these people didn't know anything at all. And, excuse Lena, they didn't want to move, but were pretending to be God knows what. The blonde was then sitting on the ground and covering her ears, saying that she found all this disgusting to listen to. Then the man came closer and said that, in short, neither the villages nor the entrance to the tower were objects for him to protect. He also added that there had never been a case when he could not restore order in the tower, and the fact that everyone was alive now was proof of this. The children were about to pounce on him, but Ryujin stopped them and said that this man was provoking them. He frowned and said that he did not expect fools to understand his plan, and did not see any point in casting pearls before swine, as they say. It is better to see once than hear 1,000 times. He thinks it is better for them to first see the truth, and then discuss it. But the guys looked at him with the same contempt. Then the man turned around and said that when they were ready, they would be waiting for them at the guild headquarters. He would tell them a very interesting story. And he also turned around and added that he would be looking forward to them. And then they disappeared into thin air. If he wanted to sow chaos in them, then his plan was a success. Everyone stood and did not understand what to do next. His words, mockery, hand movements entered into a complex reaction with their questions that had no answers. Past he stood in shock and thought, order in the tower, the objects that this man protects, ignorance, history, readiness to admit the truth, that is, he is going to reveal a secret that requires the listener's readiness. Then he looked at his comrades and thought that most likely, this secret is connected with what these two are hiding. He also introduced him, while announcing it in front of all of them. That is, it means that they are offering to listen to this story not only to them, but to everyone else. The question arises, why all of a sudden? The guy lowered his head and continued to think, does he really want to break them? No, he does not need this, and now he could easily kill everyone. Then the next question is why, and another question is what is his benefit? The young man reasoned that perhaps it is for fun. He was scared by the fact that if this was true, then his offer should not be accepted under any circumstances, but someone said abruptly that they were ready to go there. Everyone looked at Sumama, who explained that she would probably ask where to go, But it did not matter, the main thing was to go together. She threw up her hands and said that everyone had gathered just for this. The guys stood and looked at her with bewilderment. Suddenly, someone came up and put a hand on her shoulder and said that she was right. It was Pasties, who said that no matter what happened, they would somehow be able to get out of it, they had to go together. Then the players of the 97th stream, including an adult man, after a long meeting decided to go to the Avalon Guild headquarters together. They stopped at this point, because they came to the unanimous conclusion that Zichmund was not going to attempt on their lives, so he was safe. They also introduced Lucia and thought that perhaps this was the reason they were shown her. They came to a decision quickly, but their doubts still remained, so they deliberated on the topic for a long time, sitting by the fire. During the entire meeting, Liber and Seoljin did not utter a word, they just sat and listened. No one focused on this, but everyone did. As a result of this meeting, they decided that they needed to prepare before entering Avalon headquarters. First, organize an evacuation route. T1 would have to organize more than 3 escape routes using a combination of his skills, as in the real world. If they planned everything carefully in advance, they could easily implement a short teleportation to exit Avalon headquarters. Then the boy reported that the coordinates were complete. Second, put Shonen as a sentry to guard the space. Since Ipku village had not yet fully recovered, they needed a person who could cope in unforeseen circumstances. As a result, the meeting unanimously decided to leave him as a sentry, who was absent during the meeting with the leader. The guys had no objections. They came to this decision because his skills are not designed for closed spaces. Besides, the young man himself is not eager to learn the truth of the tower, so he has no reason to go. Therefore, he had to stay in the camp. Of course, he did not like that he was the only one from the 97th stream staying in the village, but he decided to keep silent about it because he thought that adults do this, so he just stood aside. The latter, to provide security, Ryujin stood aside, decided this time to take a little more cookies and foresee the future of Seoljin. While his ability to see the future, they decided to keep a secret from the other players of the 98th stream, so his intuition told him. After the vision came, eat cookies. For more than 30 minutes he enters a state of trance, in which he sees the future. If he eats a lot of cookies, it is almost impossible to remember the details of the dream. But now the details were of no value. The main task was to understand whether this object is in the future. If the future, then this object is not dead. After some time he jumped up and said that his head was splitting. So, they determined that everyone was alive in the future, but something was clearly wrong here. It confused him. As if some object had split, from some point the cookie began to show the future fully. Maybe something does not want to see the future or is not formed yet. He smiled and said that it was quite interesting. And so the next day everyone was at the entrance to the guild. The door opened in front of them, and there stood a man who said that everyone had come in full force. It seemed he invited only those who were ready to listen to the truth. Well, what difference did it make? He was glad to welcome them all. The blonde stood opposite and thought about the fact that there was no guard at the gate, and there was none here either. What was this man up to? He suddenly snapped his fingers, and everything around began to collapse. A huge eye appeared in front of them. The leader himself began to exude energy and said that the headquarters of the Avalon Guild surrounded the tower only in order to keep one secret a secret. The huge door began to open. This entrance leads right to it. The guys saw this and could not believe their eyes. Everyone was shocked, did not understand what was happening at the moment. Only the main character was very determined. A huge staircase led down. This road connects to the dungeon of the tower. The leader came closer to the entrance. I said that there was not one or even two such places in the tower. Their guild is on each floor precisely because of these dungeons. The goal is simple: to prevent players from getting there. There is a high probability that these dungeons can be used for selfish purposes. Everyone was surprised and asked again what we were talking about. And their companion was generally thoughtful. The tower dungeon, he cannot say that this is news to him. The entrance that Mokaiko uses is not a portal, but is located somewhere outside the levels. However, he did not expect that the guild already controls these dungeons. Although this is Avalon, it was quite possible to guess. The brunette turned around and apologized with a smile for the long introduction, asked to follow him. Then he went forward and added that if they thought they were ready, or were simply scared, they could leave. No one was holding them. The team went straight after him. While they were stepping forward, a strange mass appeared. They were met by Alicia, who said with a smile that they had nice guests and all together and invited them to feel at home. There was a rather strange space around, filled with energy. Their feet began to sink, as if something was trying to seep inside, some kind of fear, a sticky thing under their feet. Could it really be karma? At that moment, the man turned around and said that they had to be patient for a little while, to consider that this was for their safety. The space was covered with the girl's karma. His ego was a weapon. He also added that she was able to monitor this space more accurately. Someone calls it control, but it seems to him that it works at such a level that it is difficult to even give a name. Then the girl flew up to the others and said that there was no need to worry, she would definitely protect these kids. Pasties at that moment realized that he was already trapped. Then he looked at her and thought that it was such an unpleasant feeling, as if he was about to end up in the stomach of some monster. For some time, the whole team went down the long stairs. Their guide looked ahead and thought how much time had passed, couldn't feel his legs, what was down there anyway? And the blonde stretched out his hand and thought that the signal had disappeared. The coordinates had disappeared when they entered here. The protective dome, the floor had blocked the connection with the outside world, and this even affected other active skills. The guys were walking behind. Judging by their faces, their situation was no better, probably only their comrades could use their full strength here. Or rather, Xiao Jin and Liber, who were walking ahead because they had the same class. Pasties then thought that things were bad. He should have asked his comrade about the leader's abilities in advance. He had fought him, after all, and didn't want to make him remember Rand's death, but it turned out to be a mistake. Zichmund himself smiled and said that he felt their fear, asked them to pull themselves together, said that he was not weak, but keeping the protective dome active was not an easy task. Then he turned around and said that there was no need to worry. He wasn't even thinking about harming them now because he had promised. And immediately looked at the brunette, turning to him. No one understood what he was talking about. The man went lower and lower, said that everyone was here, like in God's bosom. In front of him was a huge monster that scared everyone. The guys jumped back and said, why monsters live here? Such creatures, they had never met such before. Well, what a thing. The elf tensed up and said that there was a feeling that it was a death dragon. The man then looked at her and said that she was partially right. These creatures are very similar to them. They are called remnants. He took out some kind of staff and explained that these creatures are much weaker. Unlike dragons, they do not have a normal form. Zichmund with Nagi periodically descend here to get rid of the remnants. The monster attacked him at the moment when the leader said that if they were left untouched, they could turn into something like a dragon. And that they were worse, this was more of a preventative measure, well, to show them. Of course, that was not what he wanted. Then he threw up his hands and said that they were almost there, but first they needed to clean up. Then he raised his staff and said that he would do it with their permission. At the same moment, the monster attacked him. The man looked up and said that Lisha was coming out now. It was time to have a snack. And then the girl began to devour them. Laka was cute and thanked them for the treat. It all happened so quickly that the guys did not have time to realize anything. Sumama looked at the energy and said that it really was a monster, but it was not like them at all. As if after the collapse, this monster turned into different people. Then the man turned around and said what was surprising, it really was a monster, not his own at all. It's a pity, but it's too early to be scared. Never wondered where these monsters come from. And then everyone tensed up. So he presented the embryo of a monster and said that sometimes players who die without spending all their karma turn into them. Sometimes monsters appear from the corpses of other monsters, but the main origin is the death of creatures that do not have skills. At that moment, the guy and the girl raised their heads and discussed that they could not believe what they saw. Her mouth, and what if this is her real size? In front of them was simply an incredibly large Lucia. He found her surprised and thought that the stronger his friend becomes, the further she matured. In other words, the size of the body of the weapon is directly proportional to its strength. He assumed that there is a difference in strength between them, but so much. He looked at the man and thought that the flow of his power is impossible to even imagine. And he meanwhile continued to imagine these creatures and said that creatures that do not have skills before death and lose only 80-90% of their karma, there is always 10-20% left. Then he turned around and said that these remains are collected and turned into monsters, which they are already aware of. Monsters are worms that are only capable of destruction, and players, dishes, are engaged in cleaning over and over again throughout their lives, for example, like the moment when they fight the Cyclops. The girl looked up and looked straight at him. Ryujin listened in horror to the side. That in a word, the planet's terrarium, despite its beautiful name, is a large garbage dump where all these creatures are collected, and the players are cleaners. Then Zichmund threw up his hands and said that they are all hard at work cleaning up other people's garbage, and compete to see who does it better. When he admitted this truth, his patience snapped. Then he raised one of his hands and said that he also had a question. And the question itself was this: why do monsters still appear? And so the man smiled and said that she knew. Players have been hunting monsters for 1,000 years. Players work much faster than creatures without skills die. That is, monsters should have ended long ago. Then he raised his staff and said that for some reason they appeared again and again. He was surprised that it was quite strange. No matter how you look at it, there were too many of them, as if someone somewhere was constantly producing them. And then it dawned on the blonde, could this really be it? Finally, the cleaning was over. The leader came closer and noticed it. Some kind of lump had formed nearby. He suggested this look. Then he came closer and said that this body that he sees is the first monster that appeared in their world. and the monster has been in this pose literally since the first time they saw it, as if it were protecting something very important and very valuable, covering it with its body and trembling. The guys came up to him and did not understand what was happening. Everyone watched and heard only his screams. Suddenly, the man crushed his head with his staff. He looked at it and smiled, and then he moved it aside and said that the lecture should be continued. He raised his head and said that he had learned the truth, that the remnants of karma were flying to them from somewhere. Suddenly, everything around him began to collapse. Everyone looked down and did not understand what was happening. The elf even thought that they had suddenly appeared in the sky. The leader turned around and asked someone specific to look at this. Or rather, Pasties immediately asked what he thought about the universe. The guy was very surprised. Then he came closer and asked why he was suddenly talking about this. But the man turned around and asked with a smile if he was really going to pretend to be a fool. He thought he had already understood something, because he was the strongest of them. Then he went to the very edge and said that what was under his feet was a place where there were no monsters and where everyone lived a peaceful life. Under them was an ordinary city, a parallel universe, another world. At that moment, he raised his hand and said that this was the hometown of Xiao Jin and T1, and those two just remained silent. Zichman smiled and said that if they wanted, they could just return them there. He thought that was why they started climbing the tower. It was time to make a choice. The blonde lowered his head and thought. The brunette did the same, while they were saying that the guys were irresponsible and the rulers of the world. Then he turned around, and even when he met those two, he immediately realized that they were not from this world. The man smiled and thought that however he did not even try to give it to his eyes, as well as the fact that their existence puts this world at risk. At that moment he had no reason that would require doing this. Zichmund himself planned to overthrow the god ruling this world, and the appearance of the guys was in his favor, and then together they would create a passage to their world, so he saw no point in interfering with them. The guys were developing and opening their abilities. Then why did he decide to reveal the truth to everyone right now, standing here in the dungeon? You can start the story from the end. At the moment Zichmund is fulfilling a conditional contract with Merlin. He met her after the appearance of two other influential entities. It was not so long ago. This meeting became the most understandable in his life. The car stood and did not understand what was happening. And in front of him appeared a silhouette who said that from now on only he would be able to hear what this creature was saying. Surprise was read in his eyes. And behind him appeared Merlin, who said that she was amazed and wanted to offer him a deal. She looked up and said that he was giving her boy the opportunity to make a choice, and in return he would receive the place he dreamed of. The leader stood opposite and listened to her attentively. Having weighed all the pros and cons, he came to the conclusion that it was pointless to refuse such an offer. On the other hand, he sat on his throne and thought that he did not want to leave the right to choose to someone. Then he raised his head and thought about making a choice, but what this choice would consist of, the woman did not say. Why? He thought for a long time about the fact that he had the gift of clairvoyance, but with all his desire he could not see the future of the main character, since they were the same class and he had become stronger than when he first appeared in this world, and now he was avoided, as Merlin probably knew about this. Later it seemed to him that in this way she wanted to say that she was leaving this choice to him. Zichmund is an object born in a terrarium, that is, an object created by this god, her creation, and she offered him such vague terms of the deal only because she completely trusts him, because this is her creation. There can be no other reason here. But does the goddess know that her offer, on the contrary, only angered this man, who went crazy and said that she could go to hell, so irresponsibly treat her own child, and care about someone else's as if it were her own? Good, now he is also interested. The man smiled and asked what her plan was. If you think about it like that, imagine it. Then right, this is his revenge, when he said that if the boys want, he can return them home, and so, the time has come for a choice. What seemed surprising, in fact, did not surprise anyone. Everyone present guessed about their origin and carefully watched what would happen next. Everyone was amazed at only one thing, that the boys' homeland was so far away, but in reality they were worried about something else. For example, the elf lowered her head and turned to her comrade. She imagined the two of them and thought that until now the guys had hidden their origins, as if it were the most terrible secret. A mystery is so arranged that the longer it remains a secret, the harder it becomes, and the harder it is. The harder it is to answer for it. Now both are more tormented by their conscience, and not by the fact that they came from another world, and also that they did not tell anyone anything, although they settled there as if at the bottom. And now this secret has been revealed. Everything that had been built for so long has split. And in the best possible way, what is now feeling? Has it become easier for the soul? What weighs on them the most? The girl looked at them and reasoned about it. But one thing was clear, this concept is only within their power. That is exactly what their friends and comrades thought. Everyone obediently waited for both to speak, looked at them and did nothing. And, as always, Xiao Jin was the first to break this silence. Tears appeared in his eyes. It was so good. The man saw this and began to ask what was happening. What? Tears? Well, Zichman did not foresee such an outcome and was attracted. Then he looked at the city and thought that by showing him the way home, he proved to him that this world really exists. That is, he turned his suspicions into a statement. Then he thought and said that it seemed he had failed, then he said that he admitted and was wrong. The brunette looked at him and did not understand anything, and the leader smiled and said that what happened was what should have been expected, it was worth killing him at their first meeting. Then he went to him and thought that his plan had gone to hell. He felt a complete defeat in front of the main character, and he decided to immediately admit this fact and at the same time implement the next plan, which he had prepared in advance in case of an unsuccessful outcome, or rather murder. Therefore, he came closer and said that in this case he would perceive his answer as a refusal to return home, said these words as a warning about the beginning of the next plan, then said that the contract was fulfilled and he was leaving. From that moment on, Zichman identified the young man as his sworn enemy, and also said that he did not want the boy to become stronger and more experienced thanks to a tower that he did not even own. At that moment, something began to happen nearby. The monster began to revive again. Lucia was then lying on the ground and reasoning that Zichman was a very passionate person, so he always preferred rational thinking over emotions. He had plans for all possible outcomes. Then she smiled and said that this did not mean that he copes well with emotions. On the contrary, it only emphasized his helplessness in front of them. She licked her lips and asked if Zichman was sure what a cutie he was. The girl stood up and added that he was really sure. She had already said that this should only be used in the most extreme cases. Meanwhile, the man came up and said that he was created so that this place would be safe to leave. Nagi would do it instead. And he also said that if you're lucky, you can get rid of a couple of 3 players. The guys heard this and were very surprised. Some huge monster with a cross began to appear in front. The boy looked at it and asked what kind of corpse it was. Huge karma, was it really alive? Here's the answer. He heard that its strange teeth and this chain. Of course, it was the missing vampire per Kaltsin, who occupied 3rd place in the ranking. Meanwhile, something was crawling up behind the girls. It was getting bigger and stretched out its hand to her. At that moment, her father protected her and told her to be careful, but he managed to launch an energy outfit, and this projectile pierced the father and also damaged his daughter. The spirit writhed and thought that this monster had passed through him, but how? The brunette turned around and was surprised by what he saw, and the girl began to fall, losing consciousness. The monster at that moment looked at him and called him Dad. The battle began. The guys shot back at the monsters as best they could. They all fought, but he dodged. Then the spirit turned around and said that they should be on guard. This one sucks out karma, and also asked to take care of his daughter. Fortunately, the girl was alive, but lost consciousness. The blonde looked at this and thought that she was attacked by the first monster, but he was killed. If he manages to escape from here and go to the village, then something bad will happen. Suddenly, the brunette began to shout that he found something, activating his gaze. A huge vampire was right above them, from above. His eyes were shining, filled with some strange energy. If you dive into the past a little, this is the player who occupied 3rd place in the ranking. Class, Vampire, Kaltsin. The last 30 years there was no word or spirit from him. His chair was empty. The man who occupied an important place in the tower simply disappeared. But at the same time, the players did not ask too many questions about his whereabouts. This player lived a long life both inside and outside the tower. There is even a mention of him in history books, so when it came to him, everyone thought that the time of the 10 flat did not mean anything to him, and that he was somewhere doing his own thing. That is, for the players, his existence was perceived as unchangeable. They just often talked about him, even over a mug and beer. The proof of this was his skills, which were constantly used in the tower during the battle with other monsters. Mind control with blood, blood manipulation, blood drinking, changing appearance, eternal life. He could do everything that people usually imagine about a vampire. This player became the personification of a real vampire. If you imagine him, his skills have no limit, unlimited power generated by karma that has accumulated throughout his life. This is the story of a player who took 3rd place. And now he finally appeared in front of them. Ryujin took a step forward and said that, well, Kaltsin himself became the first monster's meal if he escapes from here. But suddenly Pasties came up and said with a smile that this will not happen. It is worth finishing him off here. The vampire himself stood opposite and looked at them. Then a discharge of energy appeared. It turns out that the young man attacked him and tried to strike. Literally, with one blow he managed to cut the vampire in half, and he also quickly began to regenerate. The brunette saw this and was very surprised, because now there were already 2 opponents. He looked around and began to wonder if this was a bifurcation. He didn't even feel the sword go through the flesh. The battle continued. The steam was thrown back by a powerful blow. He looked there and thought that he didn't know what would happen if he fell now, and almost immediately crashed into some big stove or bottle. His friend who created it was sitting next to him and asked if the young man was okay. He wouldn't let him fall, no need to thank him. But nevertheless, the guy raised his head and thanked the man. He smiled and said that now it was time to take the groundwork seriously. The sweet party in the middle of the night was activated, and then huge sweet buns began to fall down. The brunette swung and attacked the vampire again. He smiled and looked him straight in the eyes, and the blonde then saw that she was still approaching him from behind. She told him to be careful. Pasties was guarding his girlfriend downstairs all this time and was thinking that this monster really uses the skills of that vampire. Their karma ratio was 6-4. Then he raised his head and thought that the difference between the split is that each separate part is a body. Of course, when splitting, his karma is divided into parts, but even if you divide the sea in half, it will still remain large. Now the situation is different. The hunt is not for the vampire, but for the first monster that swallowed him. This trash just took the form of a man. Of course, he manages to use the split, but he does it by feeding, which he absorbs others, and therefore he certainly manages to borrow skills, but these skills do not belong to him. That is, it turns out that this monster did not absorb calcin, but temporarily use his body. The weak part attacks less actively. They need to be separated. Then he turned to T1, asked how Lilith feels. Someone answered that of course he is not a master of healing, but does everything possible. Then he turned to him and told him that he was sure that he would succeed, and the blonde raised his head and repeated that he actually did not know how to restore. Then he got angry when he heard whether Seoljin could repeat it now, and said that it was fine, he would do everything he could, and called him an idiot. The comrade smiled and said that the opponent's analysis was complete. Now all that remained was to win. Ryujin at that moment activated the oven and said that it was already in full combat readiness. The series of combat cooking of biscuits was activated. A lot of biscuits appeared there. Then Pasties raised his head and began to shout that he should not let the monster's neck. If he bit him, he would become his subordinate. He could do everything that vampires from fairy tales can do. Then he winked and said that the second one would be taken on, and this one him also wished the main character good luck. He looked at him, then he smiled and thanked him, also said to trust him. Immediately after, a huge wall and biscuits appeared. The vampire swung and tried to break it. Then he began to destroy this wall with his blows, and the boy stood below and thought that this is blood manipulation, this famous skill. They are only using it now. How predictable. This creature does not yet fully understand the skills of a vampire. Therefore, he smiled and said that it is quite logical that he knows the skills, but does not quite understand how to use them in practice, especially if we are talking about borrowing other people's skills. He watched this monster and said that while this ignoramus does not have the abilities of a vampire completely, they have a chance to deal with this creature. He also said that this is their wonderful plan. At that second, Sumama was already attacking the monster from behind. He managed to turn around and aimed a projectile at her. The girl flew, did not even pay attention to it. Then she smiled and said that these are weak swords, they can be repelled endlessly. Literally a moment later she sent them all back and repelled the attack. The young man stood below and thought that while he was figuring out the skills, while his girlfriend was holding on, they had a maximum of 10 minutes. An hourglass appeared in his head with a countdown. Then he came closer and said to defeat the monster that had swallowed the player in third place, without losses, that means only 10 minutes. He smiled and said that this is a great time for a story. After the brunette received such relief, and the leader watched this in surprise. The girl also stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. And now there was a battle between the young man and the vampire. She was still watching this from the side. She saw how he was letting out projectiles of blood. Then she turned to her comrade and said that she wanted to ask something. He asked what was the matter. Or at the moment when the projectiles were flying at them, the girl asked why the young man began to cry. There was an explosion. The guy was thrown down, and with such force that the walls were broken, but he noted that fortunately he remained alive. Then he raised his sword and started shouting. Maybe he should come back to this later. He was trying to concentrate here actually, but in response he heard that she was so curious that there was no way he could concentrate. The young man thought about it and said that he himself did not know. It seemed to him that no one could shake him. His girlfriend listened attentively as he said that once he saw that world. He lowered his head and said that the doubts that he had previously brushed aside suddenly came crashing down. What if he had been led by the nose all this time? The guy was very scared. He felt so vulnerable that he could not find a place for himself. The girl began to smile and asked if it was really so. Meanwhile, monsters were approaching them. At that moment, the guy stood up and heard that it could have been worse, and defeating the enemy standing in front of him was much easier than dealing with all these problems. He smiled at the question of whether he agreed. Immediately after, some kind of meat grinder began. The monsters flew into pieces. The guys attacked them with lightning speed, and with one blow they were able to throw him back. Then the young man turned to his girlfriend and asked what she thought about this attack. In response he heard that she expected more, but in general it would do. The guys warmed up and discussed that in this case they should continue. In general, the girl did not even think of stopping. A silhouette appeared in front of them. It was necessary to show him where the crayfish hibernate. The vampire no longer looked like a vampire, partially began to turn into a monster. Time passed. There were literally a few minutes left. Meanwhile, the battle was actively continuing. The monster did not give up his position, but it was already hard for him, and so he decided to attack the girl, biting off her head. But she was able to return and said that she was still here, and then she swung and hit him in the face with all her might. He flew back from the blow, instantly activated the next attack. The girl was scared and thought that this was a skill. She came too close. How to dodge now? Will she really be bitten? And the monster did not notice how a spear was approaching him, and literally a second later she hit him. It was T1's spear of light. It turns out the boy saved Sumama. Meanwhile, the elf came to her senses and said that she was feeling better, said to help her comrade. The blonde raised his hand and said that she should be silent. She needed to save her strength. And Pasties, I made it clear what I should do, and now he can't be convinced, and one of his hands is still free. It was with this hand that the guy launched the outfits. Their friend landed and said that it was not a spear, but some kind of rocket. She knew that the blonde was strong, but that strong, when did he manage to do it? Meanwhile, their opponent was still alive. There was a serious explosion. The young man saw this and thought with a smile that everything was going better than expected. But it was too early to relax. You can't expose yourself to a bite. Of course he wants to help, but it's dangerous. Therefore, I just watched from the side and thought that I needed to stop him and quickly joined Seoljin. His friend was actively fighting. While I thought that I would have to take a risk, there are no other options, mentally supporting her. It seems that at some point the monster started to lose. Then he got angry and got serious. Some bloody marks started to appear behind the girl, and then they turned into two hands that threw her back. The girl immediately turned around and started screaming for him to take his hands away. The monster controlled her and started laughing. Immediately after that he threw the player right into the wall. The blow was very strong. The cookie began to fall apart, and Sumama herself almost lost consciousness and flew down. While flying, she changed in front of her friend. At that moment, the vampire was already waiting for her below. But suddenly something happened. Pasties entered the battle. It turned out that the monster extended 2 fingers, but the young man made a fist. Obviously, he had the victory, which the judge recognized. Then the guy jumped back and thought that thanks to his friend, everything would work out. The monster decided not to give up and went on the attack. Therefore, literally at the last second, he grabbed the boy. The man saw this and was very scared. Sumama had not yet come to her senses, but suddenly she noticed something. Right in front of her, the vampire bit her friend. He was in shock and could not even move, and the monster was shaping up. Victory was his. At that moment, the boy transformed into a vampire and also bit him, screaming that now it was his turn. Literally, with one bite, he tore out his shoulder and threw him aside. The monster flew away and did not understand what was happening. The guy asked how he felt, what he did not like. It is worth imagining what it was like for him. Pasties transformed into a vampire and said this is the danger of a third-rank player. They stood opposite each other. Now he could see the world quite interestingly. The guy became a real monster who saw it in crimson tones. Sumama and Pasties did not do anything worthy of attention since the ascent to the top. Many called them losers because they were from the 97th stream. We can say that the Order of Louise, the head of the Nabok Guild, was to blame for everything. The woman said that this especially concerns the guy, extremely passionate. This can play a cruel joke on him. He should moderate his ambitions. At stake is not only his life, but also the lives of his comrades, so he must be strong, control himself. The young man listened attentively, that his potential is simply enormous. After this conversation, she trained him for a long time, combat instinct and survival skills, general understanding of the tower, use and development of abilities. Everything that they encountered during training, there was no end in sight for training. During this time, a lot of events happened. The young man sat and thought that he needed to calm down, not look at others. He was angry, but he thought that he had his own path, he chose it himself. And now the sky took off and held a comrade in his arms. The girl looked at him and apologized, said that if she had held on longer, he would not have been bitten, asked how things were and if everything was okay. The guy looked at her and answered that everything was fine. He took the power of the bloodsucker. Apparently, his blood is directly connected with strength. One thing leads to another. Then he landed and said that this was a great job. This monster is now watching them, not only him, but also her. Then he smiled and said that it seemed that the time they spent was not in vain. The vampire got very angry. The fight began again, another blow, everything around was mixed up. Meanwhile, the man hid nearby and watched from the side. He smiled and thought that this guy was crazy. To use the abilities he had just acquired so skillfully, his respect, he was truly a genius. He looked at the explosions and thought that Pasties could use the abilities of a vampire, but he did not have such a huge reserve of karma. Therefore, the young man could simply run out of steam, and indeed his strength was already at its limit. He thought that he actually wanted to finish quickly, but he thought he had no other choice, he would have to repeat. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he hoped it would work. A moment later, he multiplied and shouted that he wanted to have fun, so he needed to have a bloody festival. Blood flowed in different directions. His clones began to fall down, torn apart by the monster. Meanwhile, the vampire was ready. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind him and said that he was caught. The monster turned around and tried to strike, but for some reason, he broke his hand on something transparent but hard. He immediately looked at it and did not understand what was happening. A moment later, he crashed into it face first. There appeared a huge spirit who said that he would teach him a lesson, offered to taste the abilities of his vessel. It turns out that once again the young man adopted his abilities and reincarnated into a strong monster. Then he looked at him and thought that he had spent a lot of karma, but he succeeded. At that moment, he also remembered training with Louise in the moment when the woman told him that he needed to remember when he tried to use Dean's power during the exam, but he failed. He caused more harm to himself than to him. She came closer and said that this was not a mistake, it was just that the time of using the ability he had received was close to 0. And she also added that the time of using the ability depends on the total amount of food, and the amount of karma depends on the size of the vessel, so he failed. His vessel is too small to accommodate the abilities of a second-rank player. Besides, it is impossible to increase the volume of the vessel, at least no one has done this yet, and the boy meanwhile sat and collected energy. Then the woman came closer and said that, however, if you go through long training, you can create a durable vessel that will not break. The boy listened carefully to her when she said that she also needed to remember that she borrowed abilities. There was no need to completely control them, it was only necessary to maintain the vessel intact. And now the young man stood and remembered the words about holding on, becoming more resilient, becoming stronger. After he swung and thought that a little more, and it would be possible to finish him off. He also remembered how he ate Ryujin's pastries and thought that the ability to use this suit was 38%. To be honest, even this was impossible without red beans of bread. An amazing result, somewhat reminiscent of entry-level nectar. Then he smiled and said that he hoped he liked his transformation, then offered to dance. And so they stood opposite each other with the demon. The guy raised his head and said that he was not sure that the vampire could keep up with him, because he would hit quickly. In response, he heard only a scream. Then he raised his head and thought that the wild characteristics of this monster speak of his arrogance and complete inexperience, dangerous as a monkey with a grenade. The opponents came as close as possible to each other. Then they started to strike, and it was worth taking advantage of this. The first blow was so strong that the walls around them began to collapse. Sumama looked out from behind the corner in surprise and watched what was happening. Her comrade was sitting right on the ground in front of her opponent. The guy lowered his head and was extremely upset. And in his memories, training sessions came up when he was also lying on the ground from fatigue. The teacher looked at him and said that, frankly speaking, she secretly hoped that the young man would give up. He looked at her when he heard that he had nothing to do on the front lines, his characteristics were mediocre, his ability was unreliable. Suddenly, the woman stood up and added that his advantages were resourcefulness, ingenuity, strong character, he believed in his friends and knew how to work in a team, useful and skills. The boy listened to all this and shook with resentment. And then the teacher came closer and said that for the squad leader, he just needs to stand in the rear, maybe stop torturing himself. At that moment, he lowered his head and said that he trusts me just like that. Louise listened attentively as he said that he was responsible for them. This is his time. He raised his head again and added that these idiots consider themselves to be so smart, they take all the problems on themselves. He introduced the brunette and said that their fear of making a mistake is greater than the fear of death. Therefore, he smiled and added that he will always entrust work to his comrades, having cast cursed fates on them, he can do a lot to win. The blonde closed her eyes and asked again about the curse, said that it could be so. And now the enemy raised him above himself on the battlefield. The guy clenched his teeth and could not do anything about it. And the vampire was very pleased with himself. He held him right by the neck and did not let go. Suddenly his girlfriend flew out onto the battlefield and shouted not to give up. The girl asked him to destroy the monster. At that very second he came to his senses and bit his opponent's hand with all his might. A judge appeared. This young man's ability, manual dexterity, you can temporarily use a more accurate copy of the ability of the opponent, whom you won in rock, paper, scissors. Therefore, the young man bit the monster and thought that this was good, it was time to even the score in. And then, right through his veins, the energy of this man oozed, and his eyes began to change color. Meanwhile, some melody was heard in the weapon cemetery. The man held a piece of paper in his hand and said that he hoped that this would be enough. They say correctly that you can achieve everything in the world. He looked at this piece of paper and said that the hardest part was to start, and then things would go well. Then he lowered his head and added that this also concerned Xiao Jin, something was approaching. At that moment, Liber turned to her comrade and said whether he felt the same as she did. With their current strength it was impossible to destroy the source of this monster. Then she turned around and said that it was time to choose, asked you to buy some time. The fight between them continued. They struck one after another, everything around was destroyed, and the young man stretched out his hand forward and thought that his physical indicators increased several times when he put on this suit. But would this be enough to defeat the vampire? In this situation, it is better to use the form of the great sword and not the standard one. Then he looked at the enemy. He thought, however, right now the girl is in preparation mode, and therefore changing the form will definitely cause her a lot of stress. Immediately he began to shout that apparently he had no choice. A moment later, a whirlwind of energy appeared. He would have to hold on to the last. The guy adjusted his suit and began to think about the fact that he managed to fight back. But he cannot use this form alone if he just keeps his distance until the girl finishes. But suddenly something surprised him. The monster for some reason froze in front of him. And someone suddenly said that this guy has a great body. This surprised him. A new monster appeared behind him and said that he would take him. And then he began to envelop the young man. He did not understand what was happening to his body. At that moment, the blonde was generating energy and watching everything from the side. She was in the preparation stage. The monster found himself inside the young man's body and was surprised that there was another soul here. Meanwhile, the blonde still did not move. So the vampire decided to approach her, recognized her and thought that she was probably sleeping. He extended his hand and thought that now this was his chance. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. Right above his head, in addition to the blonde, a goddess appeared. The woman looked into his eyes and did nothing. Then she snapped her fingers and ordered him to go away. She extended her hand, and the monster was very scared. And a moment later, he evaporated. That is why the guy was freed, and the vampire next to him was vomiting the contents of his stomach. Then he turned and asked why, what the hell happened. He looked at the guy and asked what the hell was going on. It was clearly some kind of monster. There was only a silhouette of a guy in front, not moving at all. It turned out that there was a discussion going on inside him. A woman appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting. She stood in front of the girl's guy, saying that the stabilization was finally complete. This would allow him to accept her power. Then she lowered her eyes and added that his determination was unwavering. The young man really stood in front and was not going to even think about giving up. At that moment, the goddess smiled and said that from now on, her power is his. A bright flash of light appeared. Let her power help him get home. Ryujin then sat and thought that he thought everything would be more difficult, but do not complain, do not think about it. Frowned and thought that after all, he had a vision that no one would suffer, but what's wrong with losing? He did not understand. They just need to hold on. Xiaojin will do the rest. Yes, irresponsible, what can you do? And now he stood in shock and watched all this. It was like a natural disaster. You just do everything possible to somehow cope. I also thought about the fact that even if there are victims, he tries to survive it and move on. That's how the world works. Shit is constantly arriving, and a person just tries to rake it up. Somewhere nearby Pasties stood in front of an exhausted demon. The man saw and began to shout that victory was finally theirs. He looked at the face of this monster and thought that the boy was able to cope with the third rank. Then he looked at his comrade, as if he had become how the battle would go. Suddenly it dawned on him from what moment, probably from the very beginning. He thought that the guy was probably ready for this battle even at the Iron Gates, because having reincarnated he was completely confident in himself. This man completely studied his opponent, not only his ability, but also his behavior, despite the fact that he did not immediately take him seriously. The guy immediately decided to pay the vampire back in kind when he bit him, so he let him do it. All he had to do was wait for the right moment, be confident in himself, and then every minute counted. The vampire danced to his tune the entire battle. He realized that the boy had acted recklessly several times, for example when he bit the vampire too hard. He frowned and thought that he had to finish him off as soon as possible. Otherwise he was finished. It would be easier to do in close combat. Well, let him attack himself, and he could only wait. However, this guy is still a player for a reason, who showed us the battle. It was clear that not everything went according to plan, but in the end, he managed to win. And now the monster was sitting opposite him completely exhausted. And the young man raised his head and said that Kaltsen should listen to his orders and repent. He heard this and was very surprised. Then he began to make some strange sounds, and a moment later he completely disappeared under the phrase rest in peace. At that moment, a stone flew at the boy's head. It hurt. Sumama was running behind, not understanding where her friend had gone so fast. Without turning around, he replied that they needed to help Xiaojin because he had been fighting a copy and was already exhausted, and the original was much more complicated. The man ran after him and shouted that they needed to wait. He understood his feelings, but he needed to think logically. If he went there in such a state, it would only get in the way. Then the young man turned around and asked if his friend really doubted him. Both fell silent and just looked at him. The blonde raised his head and said that this guy was very stubborn. With such a satisfied face they would hardly be able to stop him. It would be better to go with him. I took a drag at that moment and heard some kind of crack, and literally a second later the monster broke through it. The guy stood with his back and was even afraid to turn around. and then he finally looked at what was happening there. He smiled and said that his friend was just a fucking psycho. How could he do it? At that moment, a brunette was standing right on the wall, who was clearly winning this battle. His eyes were glowing bright red, and Arthur continued to watch this battle and rejoiced. But his face was smiling from ear to ear. He really liked everything that was happening. The boy's body seemed to be in some kind of aquarium. He opened his eyes and thought that he was experiencing this feeling again. But now everything was a little different. He felt warmth, and there was still a bright light ahead. A more familiar warmth did not stop being felt. Of course it was clear what it was. In front of him stood a goddess. Soul contact is a rare occurrence for ordinary people, but not for him. The brunette looked up and asked if the woman was sure that everything was okay. If she gave this power to them, then something would happen forever. The goddess looked at him. Then she smiled and said that everything was okay. She came closer and explained that she should have done this a long time ago. She took his hand and said that she hoped it was not too late. Her soul was fading, but in his hands it would get a second chance. The woman said this and smiled, adding that he should use it as he saw fit, as his heart told him, as he always did. And a moment later she simply evaporated. After these words, Merlin disappeared, leaving the boy alone. The young man felt the presence of her soul, like a flame among him, and the same flame was in his chest, warm but a little cold and so familiar. Soon he realized, it dawned on him that this was power. If you scroll through all the moments that had happened recently in your head, the awards, his strength, even the open portals, and what was happening now, or rather the battle with the monster. The young man lowered his head and realized that it finally dawned on him. The goddess had been helping him all this time, just in different forms. And that same flame, each of them was the one he needed most, a form that was unfamiliar to him. He was very surprised that he understood all this. Then he turned to his girlfriend, who was listening to him attentively. The guy turned around and asked who he was to her. The girl was taken aback and asked why she asked so suddenly. Then she thought for a moment and said that the guy didn't even know how to say it to her. Then the young man himself said that he always thought that she was just a sword with a soul involuntarily locked inside. The girlfriend heard this and was surprised, and he picked up the sword and said that it turned out to be wrong. The reason why he was in the form of a sword was because this was the form he desired most. The blonde turned and looked at him. The young man smiled at her in response and said that he now understood everything, thanked her for trusting him with her soul. She stood nearby and didn't know what to say. After that, she abruptly folded her hands and said that you can't put a thank you in your pocket. She thought that this fool was embarrassing her. Then the boy took hold of the hilt and thought that the point was that the essence of his strength was not in how skillfully he handled the sword. The victory over the monster was that he could interact with the soul of the inner one. There was always a girl behind him, his ego weapon. Opposite all this time stood the monster, who was already on the verge of defeat. He had almost no strength left, and plus his body was broken by a huge wall. It was painful to fall down. Then the girl put her hand on her friend's shoulder and said that there was talk. They were just going to try out new gadgets. And this monster ran away. In response, he heard that they had to catch up with the bastard, otherwise they would really miss him. The young man frowned and thought that there was little time, because there was something else waiting for them ahead. Or rather, someone. These were 3 strong opponents. Therefore, the guys stood opposite each other. The blonde looked up and asked him to say what the young man wanted from her. And he looked straight at her and asked her to give him strength so that he could fix everything. A bright flash of light flooded everything around. The monster flew, turned around and realized that they were catching up with him. Then he began to scream, because they immediately began to cut him into pieces. The main character was very determined. His eyes kept changing shades endlessly. A moment later, a huge monster flew out of the vampire's body. It began to bubble and swell and then completely exploded. At that moment, the elf, who was lying nearby, completely regenerated. The blonde looked at her and did not understand what was going on. The dark energy left her body. Did their friend really win? Then he raised his head and thought that his abilities were beyond this world. This is the power of a deity, but it is impossible to use it without harming yourself. Then he looked at the sky, saw an explosion and thought what price his friend would have to pay for it. He was just trying to come to his senses after the battle. His strength was running out, and almost immediately the guy lost consciousness, flew straight down. Suddenly, the blonde managed to catch him. She landed and showed everyone a thumbs up. It turns out she saved him. The guy was unconscious for a while. His friend looked at him and thought that he did a good job. Her master, Sumama, came closer and said that this man was able to defeat the original alone, and Pasties added that yes, this guy knows how to surprise. The man stood behind all this time and thought that everyone remained alive, as he was shown. And it also dawned on him that now the future had come, which he had not seen. The blonde was sitting opposite. She had no strength at all. She hid her eyes and said that someone was approaching. This someone was Arthur. Suddenly a bright light appeared. The man saw it and was very surprised. And then he smiled. Liber stood up and boldly met him. She lowered her eyes and understood who had come. Arthur, who had entered the body of a young man, was sitting in front of them. He was gradually changing his appearance. Then he smiled and said that they should rejoice at what had happened, for God himself had descended to their mortal earth. Lightning peals appeared in the sky. The clouds immediately parted, the tower continued to glow. The mentor was sitting below. Shonen came up to her and asked what he was looking at there. Then he scratched the back of his head and said that nothing could be solved with a close look, and she probably understood this herself. Lately she had been working almost alone in the village. It was better to rest. But the woman simply raised her head and asked if the guy could see it. Lightning around the tower hit her stronger and stronger each time. She watched this and said that the true nature of the terrarium is still unknown. You can only see it in the form of a tower. You can only get close to it in certain zones, the so-called inviolable zone. She also added that therefore neither weather conditions nor living creatures surrounding it can affect it. The guy was surprised and asked how she knew about this. Then the woman lowered her head and said that she always loved to come here, look at the tower, so she found out all sorts of things about it, but of course Rand told her most of it. The mentor sat down on a tree stump and said that looking at the tower she felt some peace. The helium players, the people, the raiding players in it, she liked to feel that there was no point in all this at all, but now it seemed to her. She looked up and said that something was wrong with the tower now, something serious, as if it was barely holding on, about to fall apart. She hoped that everything was okay with it inside. Meanwhile, it was raining heavily in the terrarium on the 75th floor. Kitty was sitting there with Louise and saying that the weather was not the best. It had been pouring down like a bucket for the second week already. Then she turned around and heard that the weather on the 75th floor was usually very good. Moderate temperature, humidity, and precipitation. The rain can last a maximum of 4 hours. She said that she believed it. Why did they decide to get stuck on this level? Then she spread her arms and said to look out the window. Where is the good weather? Do not make her tail laugh. The dog replied that not only the weather conditions had changed, but also the generation of monsters. She went to the window and thought that her intuition told her that these changes were related to the instability of karma. Not only this floor was changing, but the entire tower. She stood there wondering what was happening here, something huge, something beyond the control of any player. And then she looked at another lightning strike. Her intuition usually does not fail her. Meanwhile, God sat and reasoned that he never understood Merlin. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. She looked very serious. In response, he heard that something funny was happening there. She raised her hand and said that she had wanted to do this for a long time, but had just put it off. In other words, she wanted to do something useful. She built some kind of tower and said that at first she created many small worlds separate from each other, and now she decided to combine them into one. What is the name of its class? She turned around and said with a smile that all that was left was to finish the finishing touches. Was everything clear? In response, she heard maybe she shouldn't do this. It sounds too complicated. And then she said that that was the whole point. The more effort was put in, the more pleasant it would be to see the result. The girl created a tower and said that she was sure that he would like it. The blonde looked at her and simply agreed. The woman was obsessed with her creation. She sat and worked on this tower for hours, then she was simply incomparable. It was at that moment that the guy noticed how different they were, scratched his head and got upset. After that, they began to communicate less often due to some disagreements, which is not surprising. Even in winter, standing in front of the snowman, unlike the girl, he was alien to creation. Most of all, he liked to destroy. The man smiled and said that now it was his turn. From then on, he will do whatever he wants, began to smash the snowman and go crazy with the snow. And now he was sitting in front of the guys, saying that they should bow to God, because all these people are just mortals. He raised his hand and said that it was surprising that the guy was still holding on. What an idiot. After all, they had already discussed this with him. Was it really worth it? And the blonde at that moment stood nearby and listened to how the goddess had supposedly treated him well. She was scared, thinking that there was no need to be afraid. They had chosen this future themselves. The only important thing was to survive. Sumama stood and did not understand if this was really a god. Did he really think that they would believe him? And Pasties was in shock and thought that his body, even his soul itself, was trembling before him. This entity was pressing on him with its presence. The man was also in shock and did not know what to do. Suddenly, the god snapped his fingers and said that he was in a hurry, so they had to get down to business. Immediately, the tower began to collapse. Arthur turned to everyone and said that they should pay attention to him at all levels. Indeed, everyone heard him. He raised his hand and said that he was the god of this world. At that moment, as all the players looked at him, he also introduced himself. Different classes and ranks watched and listened that for 33 days they were preparing for a special event. Everyone was waiting for the heavenly arena where the tournament would be held. Zichman stood in the crowd and listened to him attentively. Arthur took the microphone and added that anyone who could defeat him would take his place if no one else could. He smiled and said that he would then destroy this world. Everyone panicked from what he heard, especially when they suggested discussing the main contenders for the title of Lord God. The blonde looked at them all and said that in first place, of course, he, their beloved current god, then Nagi, the top one in the rating. He also introduced Zichmund, the head of the Avalon Guild. And the third bull was the leader of the players outside the rating Shin Cairo. Last, but not least, was the main character, Seoljin. Then he raised his hand and said that he would transfer them all to the arena when the time came. Until then they could have fun, he just adjusted the tower settings. He also smiled and said that there was something else. The guys were very surprised when they heard that anyone who was dissatisfied could come to him in the arena and speak out. He would definitely not listen to them and would condemn them to eternal torment. Then he thanked them. He was having a lot of fun with what was happening, and he hoped that the others were having fun too. Then he said that he wanted to say goodbye to everyone, see each other later. The shocking speech, a call for all players, an announcement of a tournament at stake for the integrity of the world, really struck people. God smiled and talked about how he finally felt something again. Mentally asked the Goosebumps to continue running and fussing, dying from anticipation. A real chaos began. The players stood and did not understand what to do. 4 contenders will fight with the god. Among them there is no Dean. The tower, by the way, really changed, and this leader seemed to have been defeated by their leader. He should be dead. They also looked at the guy and thought about why he was included in this list. And the blonde smiled and said that the process had begun. Well, it was time to start preparing. He pulled on an even bigger smile and said that they would all see each other in 33 days. In front of everyone, for greater pathos, he simply dissolved. And then Seoljin returned control over his body. The guy appeared right in front of them. This was done so that the players would no longer have questions. Just at that moment the guy began to come to his senses. Suddenly he opened his eyes and saw something amazing in front of him. Then he looking at him and full of contempt. The young man was scared. All the players understood what it was and who it was. They looked and condemned him. Therefore, his eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if he was left alone in the middle of a crowd of ill-wishers. But suddenly it all broke. This was the beginning of the end. The brunette was left absolutely alone. Tears flowed from his eyes, and suddenly realization came. His comrades appeared in front. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he wanted to tell the guys everything. But suddenly the elf interrupted him and said that everything was fine. The man intervened and asked what the hell was going on. He ran as close as possible and started shouting that not only did this alien, who still had milk on his lips, manage to survive in another world, but he was also chosen by God. From what moment? When he became a player, or when he gained fame? In response to the answer from the very beginning, he began to shout even louder that the guy was mocking. Had he really been silent all this time? Pasties then smiled and said that even if they were told, they still would not have believed it. Only now he was convinced of the existence of God. Before that he did not believe it at all, and his friend said that what about the sword, with her too from the very beginning. The girl scratched her head and said that initially she was an ego weapon, she was used by God. Her friend was surprised and began to ask again. It turns out she is a divine weapon. It turns out she was demoted. Then the blonde came closer to her and replied that when Seoljin chose her, she was a little upset, but now everything is fine. To be honest, she even likes him more, and the boy noted that this is exactly why she behaved so unfriendly. The blonde then came closer and asked what he meant by the players' class. He should have told them a long time ago. The man generally made him tell everything. And then the elf intervened, said that she ordered him to hide all this, so the comrade simply followed her instructions. T1 was a little disappointed, but said that since he wanted to cover for him, it didn't matter to him, he was not going to get involved in this. Then the girl began to clap her hands and told everyone to pay attention to her. Everyone turned and listened to what she suggested to leave all discussions and disagreements until they returned to the village. The portal was closed, the first monster was killed, besides, everyone around was worried. She also added that if there were no objections and unanimously, then we should get started. The brunette at that moment fought off the man and asked him to get away from him. Right after that, everyone headed up the stairs. But the thing is, there was a piece of the monster left. As soon as they left the dungeon, they discussed where everyone was. They left the main gate unattended. Maybe they had other things to do. By the way, the leader is also not visible, but no one will bother them. At least something good has happened recently. Suddenly, the main character was shouted. The mentor ran up to him and hugged him tightly. He was happy and greeted her. The woman began to hug him and apologize, said that it must have been hard for him. She cried and said that taking on such a burden, without even suspecting it. She hugged him tightly and said that she was cruel to him. In response, she heard that there was no need to cry. Everything is fine. She has nothing to apologize for. All this time, Shonen was standing behind and just silent. Then he exhaled and said that he shouldn't look at him like that. He himself doesn't understand a damn thing. He was simply brought here against his will. In any case, he never thought that God would choose him. The brunette was surprised when he heard that he wanted to start saying from that moment that it was God who defeated him. Then he extended his fist to him and said that he had to try to defeat all of them there. The guys heard this and didn't understand what had happened at all, and pasties generally said that this guy would blurt out something, no matter what. After some time, everyone returned to the village, decided to go to their beds, and then gather in the Dean mansion. They needed a little respite before the final push. The village had already become home to them. The elf generally said that everything was already itching. When she came, she would immediately go to the bath. The young man stood nearby and wondered how she was doing there early. The blonde turned and pierced him with her gaze, asked if she really wanted to see. In response, he heard that no, he was just worried. She immediately calmed down and said that she needed to go and find out, because she was worried too. There was no need to be afraid. Nothing was threatening him there this time. The brunette turned and looked at her in surprise. Some time passed. The guy walked along the corridor and came to room 301. Then he found himself near room 304. It seemed to be here. He felt strange. For some reason he was nervous. He raised his fist and thought that he hoped it didn't look strange. Maybe he needed to change his clothes first. He could smell sweat from a mile away. As soon as he knocked, the door opened itself. This surprised him. The guy went inside and apologized. Then he scratched the back of his head. It seemed that his girlfriend hadn't arrived yet, although no, it couldn't be. She called her. And the only thing he thought of was to go to her room and think that the girl was probably there. The door was also open. He went in and asked if the girl was here. It turns out it wasn't a room, but a bathroom. The young man was mistaken. He started thinking and thought that it seemed he had come at the wrong time. He should wait outside. But then a strange sound was heard right from there. Her father appeared in front of him and said that if he had entered the bedroom, and the girl was there in her underwear, why the hell was she wandering around the apartment without asking? His eyes were filled with rage. Even if he had come here to visit her, then he was clearly not all right in the head. Probably, it seems, he really screwed up and went crazy. At that moment, the elf was taking a shower right in front of his eyes. If you go back a couple of minutes earlier, the girl was just standing under the water. She leaned against the wall and thought that not everything was so good. She lowered her head and thought that she was such a fool. Now I'm also a burden. She knew that this day would come, but she didn't think it would be so soon. Water flowed down her shoulders while she was thinking about what to be surprised about. While others were moving forward in spite of everything, she constantly looked back, wanting to return to the past. And now it was about the fight with Bari. In any case, now it was pointless. The little girl lowered her head and thought about her friend. She also remembered about God. Then she looked at her feet and thought that her friend alone carried such a time for all of them. She thought that she knew him, but it turned out that was not so. She frowned and it seemed that she could not even cope with this. If she thought so, the guy tried to tell her about himself and his past many times when the two were alone. But she did not listen. That was her whole essence. She just sat and thought about her own. She was only worried about her problems, and she did not care about the rest. She simply did not attach any importance to it. Everyone tried to treat her with kindness and understanding. She did not even bother to find out anything about themselves. She always kept away. It turns out, like a real egoist, she kept away and thought only about herself. She closed her eyes and thought that even now, well, apparently this is her curse. Suddenly the bathroom door opened. A silhouette appeared in the distance, a silhouette with glowing eyes. The girl stretched out her hand and launched a projectile of fire there, asked who was there and said that it didn't matter. It immediately went off and she screamed that this person would regret it now. Opposite stood a brunette and screamed that she couldn't come back. Fear was visible in his eyes, but at the same time she had to decide something. There was an explosion. The guy was still able to dodge and thought that he was still alive. His body reacted by itself. Damn, she couldn't hold back at all, and if she had, she would have killed him. While the girl was approaching, he was reasoning that he needed to come up with something urgently. Otherwise it would be the end for him. He said that it was her friend and he shouldn't kill him. He said that he had accidentally scared her. The elf wrapped herself in a towel and said that now everything was clear. She was just furious and said that this would be his epitaph. The main character got scared and thought that it didn't work. Even now he wouldn't listen to anyone. He needed to come up with something urgently. Suddenly it dawned on him that if there was an explosion, the guy decided to jump right on his girlfriend, destroying even the walls around her. And in an instant he pressed her right against the wall. She opened her eyes and realized that her friend was nearby. At that moment, his eyes were unnaturally burning. And a second later, everything returned to normal. The guy raised his head. The shower was still working right above them. It was thanks to the water that they managed to put out the fire that the girl had started. Then the brunette jumped back and began to justify himself, saying that his body moved on its own. He did not want to do anything bad. And it was at that moment that the towel came undone. The girl saw this and started screaming really loudly. The scream was so loud that it could be heard even outside the hotel. The main character fell to the floor and bowed his head. Then he raised his hand and started apologizing, saying that he didn't do it on purpose. And his girlfriend was sitting around the corner and asked only if he saw her. He looked at her and asked again. The elf started screaming with incredible rage, asking if he saw her whole body. In response, she heard that no, honestly he didn't look, and there was also steam. Xiaojin lowered his head again and said that he was really sorry, apologized again. He doesn't know what came over him. He didn't plan anything bad. He just wanted to visit her, and then everything became somehow foggy. He will do anything, just so that she forgives him. The kid lowered her head and asked again. Then she asked an additional question, is he serious when he says that he will do everything he asks without any questions or complaints? And the young man raised his head and said that of course, yes, he can be ordered to do anything. At that moment, she turned around and said that then the water in the shower turned on again. Only this time, the young man was standing there. Then he changed his clothes, was scared of something. He stood next to the bed and did not understand what was about to happen. The thing is that at that moment, the elf said that her father still had not woken up. Since they signed the contract with him, he never left her. She said shyly that she had never had to sleep alone before, and without turning around, she said that she would like the young man to stay with her until he fell asleep. And so these two were lying in bed. The guy turned away and could not fall asleep. The same thing was happening to her. Under the blanket, the guys touched each other with their legs, discussed whether everything was okay. Everything seemed fine. A night light was burning in the room. Her friend decided to ask if he was comfortable and not cramped. In response, she heard that even with a reserve, you can even lie down like a star. Each one was lying on its own corner, and Lilith suddenly said that she couldn't sleep. And then she asked him to do something that surprised him very much, or rather to tell him about his world. It was already deep into the night. For some time, the guys discussed what a high school was and how many people there were in this organization. The answer was that the guy didn't know exactly, but probably about 500 people. The little girl hugged her toy and said that it was incredible. It was hard to even imagine. Hundreds of people, and all her age, that's more than their entire tribe. Then the guy asked again about the tribe, and she turned around and said that he didn't know a lot about elves. She told him that their race was very unsociable, so many people knew little about them, and in general this person was from another world. Effa prefer a tribal way of life, conservatively. But everyone treats each other like family, and everyone is similar. You can imagine a whole village that looks like this girl. Isn't that funny? The guy listened attentively and thought how dear this doll was to his friend. So I decided to ask directly that he always sleeps with this rabbit. The girl smiled and said that she just feels safe with him, and anyway, what's wrong with plush toys? But then she asked not to tell anyone about it. In response, she heard that of course, he didn't mean to laugh at her, it's just clearly an old but well-groomed rabbit. Then the girl got a little upset and said that this toy was the last gift she received from her mother. The brunette heard this and was very surprised. And the elf continued her story and said that she hadn't told anyone about it, only him. Then she turned around and asked if the main character wanted to get to know her better. She put her hand on his shoulder and waited for an answer. At that time, the terrarium on the 31st floor was relatively quiet. But in fact, there was a real assault there, a place where players with a rank below 400 congregated, the so-called refuge of losers. Players were actively killed there, and at that moment a player in her rating appeared. It was Bari. The man looked at her and asked why, because everyone here had surrendered. The girl turned around and asked why. This man doesn't even think when he steps on a bug, although if he needs a reason. She immediately raised her fan and said that she was just not in the mood. And he at the last moment said that it was not worth thinking that everything would end there. The survivors would definitely take revenge on her. And while her fan was absorbing him, he added that this question would not be left like that. Prockle her, here is the answer he heard that he would keep in mind. Then she lowered her head and said that someone else will kill her. After some time, a portal appeared. A man appeared in this portal. A little girl came out of there and said that she came for her because Shin Cairo was calling her. The woman turned around and thought that she still did not know who it was, but no matter how you look at it, she was not looking for friends here, so she agreed. She followed her and thought that there was nothing to be afraid of. Then she looked at the little girl. She just walked forward, received a question whether she was thirsty for revenge. After that, Bari introduced the two of them and said that she heard that the man picked her up from the ruins of the destroyed order, and as far as she remembered, it was his doing. Then she came closer to the portal and said that however, the girl serves him faithfully and truly, and also noticed that next to him she does not calm down for a second. She nodded her head and said that she understood everything. The little girl just stood and listened. And when the woman entered the portal, she said that no matter what, she wants to take revenge or run away from him. The choice is hers. You can't run away from fate, she said, and the portal dissolved. And the man himself then turned and said with a smile that it was high time for a heart-rending story. Far beyond the wide expanses, on the horizon of which the mountains are barely visible, far from isolation, lives the clan of fire, worshipping the mother of flame and talking with spirits. There the woman meditated. His father was the head of this clan, an elf who controlled fire. and the girl was accordingly the heiress, a little princess. Everyone took care of her. From early morning until late at night there was always someone next to her, teachers, mother, nannies. She took all this for granted, just enjoyed her life. But this lasted for some time until a fire occurred. One day, her father faced an attack on their village, and wanting to protect her, he decided to reincarnate and sacrificed himself to the spirits of fire. Her father hid her in the flames of his body. From there it was not possible to get out. Thus, she became the only survivor of her clan, finding herself in front of a huge river of fire. For some time she walked and walked, very deeply understood that no one would come, there was no one around. A little later, she suddenly realized that she was walking barefoot. She realized that her feet would wear out into blood if she walked without shoes for a long time. At least it was dangerous. There were many new things for her, the fear that came with the onset of night, the vast world, crushing with its weight, hunger. She learned that truly hellish hunger comes after 3 days, when you are still walking and there is no one around. With severe dehydration, even tears do not flow. This is exactly what the baby faced. A few days later, her father appeared in front of her in the form of a spirit. During this time she had only walked half the way to the city. Another new fact, children's checkers are very small. The man hugged her and tried to bring her to her senses. And after that, she was met by a man in a cart, and then she had to wander from one settlement to another. She tried to get to the forest clan, of which she was once a part, and there she was met by another elf. The man looked at her and said that this was the last of the fire clan. Poor thing, now she is not alone. The baby stood right in front of him and was very tired. She lived in the village for so long that her teeth were completely replaced by molars, for which she is grateful to them. But it was not easy to live there. Other children bullied her. She was too withdrawn, too different from the others, an ideal target for bullying. Therefore, she remembers little about those times, only her pain. But she will never forget the eyes of her father, who climbed into her after a night-long tantrum, and she also remembers how the thirst for revenge for the clan warmed up in her. The girl was simply in herself from grief, and now she was lying on the bed and said what she thought. She became a player, only to find the person who destroyed her clan. Then she looked up and said that it was still difficult for her to let go of the past. The young man listened attentively, as on the day when her revenge was fulfilled, her adventures would come to an end. The elf continued to look at the ceiling and said that it was stupid, because revenge would not bring back those close to her. No one asked her about it, but at the same time she devoted her whole life to it. And now when she looks back, she understands that her life has no meaning, although she has made friends. The girl always stood somewhere on the sidelines and considered these guys to be really cool. And now she was lying on the bed and saying that despite everything, they were moving forward, creating their own future. She felt sad. She thought that she had told everything. She imagined herself very detachedly. It was not as she had imagined. It was hard, stuffy, and a little ashamed, even somehow careless. What a disgrace. This is the end. At that moment, tears began to roll down her eyes. Now everything was definitely decided. But suddenly something happened. The guy moved closer and hugged her. The realization came that this is a part of her that is stored deep inside. The baby lay with tears in her eyes and thought that now this part is eating her even more. She also thought about the boy. He did not say a word. He just decided to support her. His tender care, this is what she loves about him. That is why she came to his hand and hugged him tightly. Then she moved it away and thought that this fool can overdo it and you can suffocate. As soon as she moved his hand away, she noticed sweaty palms. The young man lay there in horror and then heard that he had committed a serious sin. Suddenly, her friend turned and asked if he was ready to take responsibility, and then she pressed herself against his chest. The guys hugged for some time, and the boy thought about the fact that this was a favor for a favor. He hugged her and thought that he was also changing, becoming more confident in himself. Then the door to the room slammed shut. The guy came out of there and exhaled. Then he completely slid down the wall onto the floor, sat downstairs and thought it was close, but he held out. That night, perhaps Lilith managed to forget about her revenge, and the blonde sat by the window and could not wait for her friend. Unfortunately, Lilith did not forget about revenge either. Regularly, even having realized the futility of the idea, people decide to see it through to the end, because it is too far. No matter what, the little girl will avenge her clan, because she is extremely determined. She plans to change, but only when the deed is done. When she realized what kind of life she wants to live, she became even more determined. If you imagine her father, her obsession with revenge became even stronger, no matter how ironic it may be. Even the main character is not able to understand her feelings, because the goals and values in life are relative. The guys are a little different. There is no point in comparing them. For one, goals and values may be dear to him, but for another they are not worth a dime, as in the situation with Bari. You just need to come to terms with this, and then only on the way. Such is reality. The woman had already been defeated by Shin Cairo. Nothing could be done about it. The man picked her up and asked who it was that we had here. They didn't remember anything. Then he smiled and said that they could see each other on the other side. Hopefully, in her next lives, there would be more meeting. She looked at him and called him a monster. Those were her last words. If we go back a little, the man stood and said what a disappointment. It seemed to him that this woman was one of the smart ones. He lowered his head and said that he got a little carried away. Don't I think so? People like them should stick together, right? The girl stood nearby and thought about what this man was leading to. She didn't like it. Then she heard that everything would be easier if she listened to him. But the girl didn't listen and came closer, saying that she had had enough. She joined this organization solely because she was interested in the actions of Mirage. She was not interested in the empty chatter of a pathetic monster. Then she turned around and added that if she wanted to be listened to, she had to fight Arthur. He might be fallen, but he was still a god. The man stood there and simply listened. Then he smiled and said that it was amazing. He hadn't even imagined that she knew so much. Apparently he couldn't manipulate human souls, but he immediately transformed into a monster and said that he could still force her to do it. The girl turned around and thought about how strong her thirst for murder was. She was powerless in this situation. She was finished. At that moment, her hand flew to the side. The man cut it off with literally one movement. Then he lifted the girl into the air and said that her abilities were related to necromancy. He looked at her faith and said that she was irreplaceable in large-scale battles, but against absolute power she was useless trash. This couldn't be called a call. Rather, placing a soul in a vessel, that's probably why the victim couldn't speak. She simply didn't have the time or strength to take a breath. The blonde looked at him and thought how this man could take her verfeed. When? Then she looked at her hand and thought that maybe he copied it. No, it's impossible. How can this be done? It's impossible without applying stigmata. Then she closed her eyes and thought that there was another option, but this simply could not be. Strange energy began to appear next to them. It became clear to her that this was not copying or stealing, and the brunette meanwhile said that this was interesting. His calculations did not include that they would be able to go so far. Bari continued to think that this was something more fundamental, something like the return of her own object, perhaps a convocation. Suddenly, some hieroglyphs appeared in the sky. Then a whole series of different runes formed, the most ancient type of karma that belongs to the creators. At that moment, the man lowered his hand and said that in other words, he is a lost lamb. There are only two ways when seeing a god. He looked at her and began to list: the first, to lead it, or to refuse its light. All this time the girl hung in the air, while he said that to be honest, looking at the summoned Arthur, his soul hoped for the first, but her action made it clear something. The man raised his head and said that these guys had become too willful. Then an envelope with a contract of absolute justice appeared. It could be opened. That's exactly what the guy did. Said who it is here with us. He didn't remember something. In his hands was a strange lump that had a face. Said that in this case they will see each other on the other side. He smiled, while shoving it into her face, said that he hoped that her next life would have more meaning. The girl tried to break free and called him a monster. A bright light appeared. The flash became brighter and brighter, and suddenly she was torn apart. The man smiled and said that he had not seen his old friend for a long time, and a hand began to stick out of blood. Then a leg appeared, and then the whole person. The guy looked around, and then looked at him and said nothing. In response, the man smiled and stretched out his hand and asked what it was like to be inside a woman after a long sleep. Unforgettable, right? But he looked at him with surprised eyes and spoke only about Bibian, asked where his girl was. It was Lancelot, the master of ego weapons. Meanwhile, the girl was in captivity. She was sitting in a pool of blood with her hands hanging. She had practically no strength. It was getting light near the tower. All the guys finally met, were assembled. Pasties smiled and said that from here the 97th stream would go back to the terrarium. He imagined the tower and said that the situation inside the tower was unpredictable. We must forget about everything we had seen before. Now resurrection would be available, one of the tower modifiers. Everyone also listened attentively, that probably this time they would have to sacrifice themselves. And he also added that first they need to reach the 75th floor, where two friendly guilds, Navak and Bikuyan, are located, introduced their leaders and said that they also need to clarify the situation with the tower and the players. Then he raised his hand and told everyone to listen carefully. Their goal is to protect Xiaojin until the Day of Judgment. Then he pointed his finger directly at him. The man came closer and said that no joke, the fate of their world depends on this, so it is better to put aside all their personal goals and prejudices. The elf stood next to him and looked at him. The blonde completely lowered his eyes and thought. Then his comrade came up to them and said that since they discussed everything, why did they blame it on him? As for him, the old man and the main character are better suited for this. His girlfriend replied that only he himself thinks so. Shonen at that moment stood to the side and asked what happened at all. They are faceless. He looked at the three and asked if something really happened last night. The brunette asked him not to ask. The blonde couldn't take it anymore and started getting angry, said that she was also interested in why the young man came so late. Asked the girl, she looked at her and asked again. Then she smiled and said that after yesterday everyone went home. She got embarrassed and said that then the guy came to her and then She turned around abruptly and ran away. They say that nothing happened, and the brunette said that her explanation leaves too much room for the imagination. At that moment an argument began. The girl told everyone to quickly admit what happened yesterday. The young man began to make excuses and say that nothing happened. They just lay and talked about life, that's all. The blonde asked again. They lay, trusted, allowed the check, and this man. Pasties looked at all this and said that if the guys forgot, the fate of the whole world is at stake, and his girlfriend said that lovers quarrel only to amuse themselves. Judgment Day, D3197th stream again decided to go to the terrarium. The main character's subordinates take care of the village. For those who defended the empty dead lands, the village is a promised paradise, so the guys agreed to stay there. The gate to the village was destroyed after the battle with the players in the unranked, and now it is impossible to get into it in the usual way. There were only fragments. Ryujin cookies were used during the meeting with Sichman, so the location of Mokai-ko was lost. The man was very upset about this. As a result, the 97th stream got into the tower with the help of the main character, who was able to open the portal. And finally, the gate opened before them. The young man came closer and said, "Is this really it? How is this even possible?" And the other said that he will probably have to fight with God himself. The brunette turned around and said that he was only able to open the gate to the 24th floor, then he could find another way. But for now he had to go. His comrades came in and said that it was enough to talk. The gate looked unstable, they had to hurry. Suddenly, something surprised him. A blonde was standing next to him and said that the door was already open. Maybe he should let go of her hand. It was time for them to go. The guy turned around and heard the question, "What is this look?" And then he smiled embarrassedly. And so everyone went inside. It was time to get started. Inside, for fear of the future, he was worried that everyone knew about his true origin. But soon it became clear how pointless it was, so everyone followed the main character. The guy smiled and said that they had to go to the top. Meanwhile, on the 5th and 10th floor of the terrarium, there was the headquarters of the Avalon Guild. It was quiet and calm inside. Greenery grew, fountains stood, and daylight fell into one of the rooms. Mokai-ko was sleeping on the couch there. A woman entered the room. The leader met her and said that she had carried out his order perfectly. He hoped she was happy with her hermit life. The girl lowered her eyes and did not answer, and the man smiled and said that from now on, she could say goodbye to this money, and now she had to listen to his new order. He looked at her and said that it was necessary to destroy all the enemies of Avalon. Nagi humbly lowered her head and agreed with him. Meanwhile, the guys got to where they were going. Pasties told everyone to pay attention to him. This time they would enter the tower. Adhering to the strategy, their Lord Almighty changed the rules of the game, and all those who disagreed were waiting in the arena to discuss the details. Then he introduced this guy and said that in other words, climbing to the top of the tower is still impossible. Otherwise, what's the point of starting this game? He smiled and said that you just need to understand one thing, what he wants to achieve from them. Having understood this, they will be able to play just like at the exam, so let's go. So the 97th stream entered the 24th floor. There was an explosion. Smoke rose to the sky. They finally succeeded. The guys came to their senses, said that they hadn't been here for a long time, and also do not forget that Shonen is not the main one here. No one will help him if he shows off. Another smiled and said that it seems that someone did not notice the elephant. He thinks they better look ahead. This baby used to be on the 70th floor. In front of them stood a huge monster, the guardian of the 1,000-year-old forest. Service, rank SS. A bright light appeared. Suddenly, the young man chopped up some monster, but it began to regenerate. Their comrade stood nearby and shouted that his ultimate ability was regeneration. Cutting him down was pointless. Then Shonen turned around and asked what he would order to do in such a situation. The monster continued to attack. At that moment, some serious explosion occurred nearby. It turns out that the elf launched a projectile of fire energy at him. The young man stood nearby and said that he just needed to fry her. He thought that it felt like the girl had become even stronger. Then he got scared and thought, what if she had hit him like that? The blonde folded his arms at that moment and offered to put him and Sumama in the vanguard. In response, he heard the girl asking him to take care of her, because they had never worked together before, right? Pasties watched this from the side and said that everything seemed simpler than he thought. The man intervened and said that if you don't believe the map, then those mountains are here, which means the north. In response, he heard that he was mumbling like an old man. But he didn't pay attention to this, picked up the map and said that it seemed like we needed to go there. The group's goal was the following: to find a passage to the next floor as quickly as possible. Shonen, Sealjin, Sumama and T1 make up the vanguard, sometimes replacing each other, paving the way, calculating the road from monsters. Lilith walked in the middle of the group, providing support with all her magic. If you imagine the scheme, and Ryujin is responsible for finding the path, while Pasties leads the process, these two are in the rearguard. The greatest responsibility fell on the shoulders of the girl, since no one could replace her in the center. Apparently, she learned something from past battles, stood like fire and told to believe her. Meanwhile, the guy did not open a new portal, finally got to the 25th floor of the terrarium, an abandoned forest. The guys came out of there and began to discuss that on the 25th floor, they look like the comrade was right. It's a pity that you can't use the blue portal and they have to go one level at a time. Then he smiled and thought that in this case the main problem will be the 29th floor. He hopes everything will go well. At that moment, the blonde turned around and said that they should go forward, their turn to take the vanguard. The girl said that there is no need to be afraid, she will cover his ass. Finally, it came to the battle. He stretched out his hands and said the ability of the player occupying the 7th place, Gravity Wave. Then he activated it against his opponents, while the girl also fought. He turned around and thought that Sumama's abilities are impressive. She does not just hit everyone in a row, she is able to track everything that happens on the battlefield. He watched the battle and thought somehow she manages to consistently get rid of all the incoming enemies. It must be the perfect symbiosis of one-time abilities and acquired experience. All this allows Pasties to calmly think about strategy and use his abilities. Then he looked at his two comrades and thought that they also worked well together. Apparently, the rumors were not lying. Then he frowned and thought that against their background he felt like he was lagging behind. He thought about something again. He will not be a burden for them. So the floors began to change, from the 24th to the 28th. And it came to the 29th floor of the terrarium, the burial vault. The man looked around and said that before the opening of the blue portal, the 29th floor was called the Grave of Beginners, so that in order for them to Naku, a lot of danger can await them ahead. He heard that it was pitch black, it was so dark there. Shonen looked around and said that their words gave them goosebumps. The girl added that there was no need to whine, it was thanks to this man that they were able to go so far. If something did not suit them, they could go back. Who said that they were afraid to imagine what awaits them in this darkness, and Pasties walked next to them and said that it was better not to think about it, maybe they would be lucky and would not meet anyone at all. Then the question was asked, they are going north, to trust him, so there is no point in letting them down. The blonde said that they are going quite correctly. But how much longer? In response I heard that he himself was here for the first time, so, considering their speed, they will be able to get there in half a day. The guy looked ahead and thought, half a day? They entered the floor 7 hours ago, so there is not much left. Everyone looks tired. Then he looked at the girl and thought that God gave them a month, so they cannot waste time at low levels. They need to hurry, they will not be forgiven for being late. Some bright splash appeared, the guy thought that he needed to act. Then he raised his spear and said that there is no point in wasting energy, he will go forward and light the way for them. The young man pointed at it with his finger and said that this spear of light is quite bright. Is the boy afraid that moths are watching him with me? He frowned and said that as far as he knew, the monsters of the 29th floor attack mentally. Their attacks will not be able to harm him physically, suggests going in a snake, so do not lag behind. A moment later he ran forward and said that he would go first. The guys asked him to wait, but someone said that it was better to leave him. This guy is even more stubborn than their leader. Meanwhile, the young man ran and thought that the 29th floor is considered difficult because of the pitch darkness. Besides, there are a lot of monsters here that beat players with the help of dark magic and illusions. He remembers the moment when Dean was attacked. Then he looked at the compass and thought that all he needs to do is dispel the darkness and avoid mental attacks. If you know how to fight with darkness, this floor ceases to be so difficult. He remembered that incident. The man then took on the role of a leader, using his ability to navigate in space, but mental attacks did not pass without a trace for him. His face was then silly. A question arose. Now, they have a spear of light. It should be easier. The only problem is the anomalies caused by the instability of the tower. He ran forward and thought that the monster, the environment, the landscape, everything in the tower was subject to change, and the higher the floor, the stronger the anomalies. He even remembered their meeting with the girl and thought that he did not expect that he would meet Arthur so soon. Maybe it was worth learning fencing from her. Maybe then he would understand how her abilities work and be able to use them. The girl was sitting next to him and playing with an animal. The young man smiled and thought that if he asked her, she would teach him such a lesson. He again imagined his friend and wondered how she was doing there. But something confused him. This girl appeared right in front of him. The guy stopped and didn't understand what was happening, and she stood opposite and smiled. Then she came even closer and looked at him point blank, and a moment later she became completely embarrassed. It was the monster of the 29th floor, the Dream Eater Succubus, a monster that places a person in an illusion, feeding on their karma. Most often, these creatures take people by surprise, creating a kind of illusion. They embody their most secret desires, which is what happened to the boy. A hand appeared on his shoulder while he was asking why her? There were already several girls around, while the guy was thinking that he could not do anything. At that moment, one of them tried to kiss him. Let's talk a little about Nagi, the head of the Avalon Guild, the best player, who leads the best guild. In ordinary life, the guy could not say that her character irritated him. He liked that she was stronger than the main character, Dean, and he also liked her mystery. However, in reality, everything turned out a little differently. When the guys met, he was very surprised. The girl could never pass by Mo Kai-ko, she always stopped and stroked them. And her gaze was full of thoughtfulness, but in fact she was just flying in the clouds, so she did not even react to him. In general, despite her insane strength, she was quite ordinary. The guy always followed and thought that there was nothing wrong with this. It even made her more alive. It was just a little strange, because in his eyes the girl seemed unearthly. Once he ran up to her and shouted that there was a dead end. He thought why the girl always went there. It also turned out that she had topographical cretinism, so she always forgot where she was. The young man ran up to her, said that he went to the same place every day. Is it really that hard to remember the route? Then he frowned and thought that with her, you need to keep an eye on her. The blonde just continued to look at him, so he was a little disappointed in her, but he could not say that he did not like her. And now there were 3 such girls in front of him. One of them tried to kiss him, but then the young man grabbed her face. But he smiled and said that a real girlfriend would hardly roll out her lips so lewdly. Then he threw them to the sides and started shouting that it was not worth going against the cannon. He wanted to support, it had to be done correctly. He clenched his teeth and thought how he could attack the illusion. Damned monster, it was unfair. He asked the Lord for strength. Suddenly, his comrades joined the battle. Sumama began throwing them to the sides and wishing to burn with hellfire. Then she exhaled and thought that she did not feel the blow. These eri are intangible, therefore, intangible monster of the 29th floor. At that moment, a handsome man with a pumped-up body appeared in front of her. The girl froze and thought that in the name of hell, her mouth was watering. But okay, a demoness mired in sins, how could an exemplary T1 fall into such a vulgar trap? And suddenly that same Nagi appeared before her eyes, which surprised her very much. At the moment when the girl tried to pronounce her name, her mouth was quickly covered. And the young man came closer and said that no one should know about this. Then he stepped back, and when asked how he felt, he answered that fortunately, his karma was in order and his head was a mess, but overall, not bad. Then he turned and said that it was good that they were in the vanguard. If Xiao Jin had fallen into this trap, the morale of their group would not have survived it. And the demoness said that they needed to catch those who had scattered. A comrade ran up to them from behind, asked how things were, said that he heard something and came to help. They both turned around and shouted at him that he should not come closer. On the 29th floor, the demon Gress was still there, everything around was ablaze. The guys gathered around the man, who said that even those who had heard about him never took the stories seriously. Each naively believed that it would not work on him, but the demon does not have an attack spell. Then he lowered his head and said, why be afraid? Yes, but demons stupefy, deprive common sense. He imagined this whole situation and said that some Goloptsi specifically sought out a meeting with the demon in order to see pleasant dreams, but returned with detached, directed far into the past views, said that the dreams were radically different from what they imagined. In addition, something strange was happening. He looked at them and explained that they say that if you meet this demon together with members of the squad, then you will see who is the object of his adoration. The brunette thought about it and said that it would be awkward. Then the man looked at him and said that this is putting it mildly. Often the demon showed a member of the squad, which was somehow told in the group. Therefore the dream demon is also called the destroyer of groups, and then immediately thought that he blurted it out in vain. While he was saying that he got carried away a little, he just got carried away. The tower variables, he blurted out without thinking. His comrades came and said that everything was fine, the path was cleared. Everyone ran up and started asking what fantasies she had visited. It must have been his big muscular older brother, they guessed. She said that they embarrassed her. And the man was standing nearby and asked the blonde how it went for him. Did he see the false leader? He turned around and did not understand what was happening. Then he just started shaking his head next to him. Some time passed. The young man was still standing nearby and asked if everything was really so obvious. In response, he heard that even a fool could understand it. Then the man looked at him and smiled. Oh youth. The young man stood nearby and burned with shame. Terrarium on the 31st floor, a portal opened in the shelter of losers. The guys came out of there and asked what happened here. If the monsters had not started burning everything to the ground, it would be possible to understand. But there was ash everywhere nearby. Pasties grabbed the hood and said that only 2 days had passed, and the situation was already so bad. Of course he assumed that the players would attack each other, but he did not expect this. There was a high probability that this was the work of an unranked player. The elf stood nearby, got angry and reasoned that everything was the same as that day. It was definitely Bari. While the group stood and discussed that first they needed to look around, apparently, someone had cleaned up here. A man came up to them and said that the group had arrived earlier than expected. It was Balvini, who said that they were expected. The others also greeted them. The guys saw her and were very happy. They ran to hug and asked what brought them here. They thought on their native 86th floor. In response, the guy heard that she decided to have some fun because once 2 young friends gave her important advice. She remembered their last meeting and said that that's why she decided to move on. Because that's what players do. From the moment the tower started acting strangely, she decided to help those around her as much as she could, and all thanks to the 2 of them. At that moment, the guys melted, said that they were embarrassed. Then the woman looked at her companions and said that she met Aram and her friend by chance on this floor, left Avalon and waited for them to come. It would be better to hear the details directly. The little girl then intervened and said that the brunette was to blame for everything. And the woman looked at them and smiled. Her friend glanced at the main character, said that apparently they had not wasted time. They reminded her of Asarion and Hwarion. Then she became embarrassed and began to say that such a cute couple, but the demoness shut her up, and the guy reasoned that apparently sooner or later it would be necessary to resolve this issue. After some time, everyone made a fire, discussed that it would be a long night because she had a lot to tell. Balvenie looked at her comrades and said that first of all, the changes in the tower, they could notice only two. Everyone listened to her attentively. The woman raised 2 fingers and said the first, resurrection in the tower no longer works, died, and that's it, the end of the game. The second, you can only go up 1 floor at a time, but you can't go back, so the 3 of them came to this separately so you can be sure. Aram intervened and said that it was true. So far they have not met anyone who decided to go down. Then the woman turned around and said that the next news would be quite difficult. She looked at the blonde and said that before the god gave his speech, she reached the 15th floor. He immediately realized that a blacksmith worked there. She introduced Dean and said that she wanted to meet him because if things got hot, his abilities would not interfere with them. The guys were surprised and asked again, then met with him, but heard that the woman had not finished yet. She frowned and said that she shouldn't expect help from him. The man no longer wants to connect his life with the tower. And then she said the worst thing, he gave up. The master was sitting on his knees and saying that the tower was collapsing, so the girl came to the wrong place. He had enough, she had just wasted her time. Then Balvenie came closer and said that how could she say such a thing? She should at least try. She wasn't asking him to take and solve all the problems. His presence to inspire hundreds of players in the tower. In response she heard and what next? This surprised her very much. The man sat with his head down and said who she was. They didn't even really know her. Why should he even listen to her? This is all a stupid idea. Then he looked at her and asked if he really wanted to use him as a human shield. The girl heard this and was very disappointed. Then she came closer and asked what they were talking about. The tower, of course, was not in the best shape, but this man was a player. He replied that he had heard these tales. He continued to sit on the ground and said that the missing hero, a player who guarded the castle of the sword, and everyone was waiting for his return, but here's what he would tell her. He raised his head and said that these rumors were not about him. The woman heard and got very angry, and a second later she felt the aura of a god who had entered their world and told her not good news. She fell to the ground and thought what had just happened. Did it really exist? If so, then what? Then she looked at her comrade. He was just sitting on the edge and doing nothing. At that moment, she was overcome with disappointment. The woman grabbed him by the neck and asked him to wake up. She looked into his eyes and screamed that she did not need to tell her anything, that he had decided to give up. Damn bastard, you have to be a man. Frowning, she added that she needed to pull herself together to lead people. As before, she just had to do it. She held him right by the collar and screamed that this man was the second place, but he looked at her with a soulless gaze and asked if she had finished. Then the girl was surprised. After these words she realized that it was pointless. In the eyes of this man she saw only despair and detachment. Next to him stood an unlimited number of empty bottles of alcohol, and the man himself was seriously intoxicated. He raised his mechanical hand. Then he took it with trembling hands. There was no emotion in his eyes. He lowered his head and thought that he had to protect. The guy looked away, no matter what, for Mary, no matter what. A bright light appeared. The young man knocked the woman to the ground. Then he leaned over and said that it was a draw. Did he hear? Tanya was a little embarrassed and said that she agreed. If they continued, one of them would definitely have suffered. Then the young man stopped and said that he was grateful to her for helping, even at such a time. Heard that on the contrary, she was happy to watch him grow. Besides, he really did grow a little. The blonde was surprised and asked again, said that he did not know. All this time he was in the tower and somehow did not notice any growth. Aram closed her eyes and was embarrassed, then agreed. She threw on her jacket and thought that the reason why they were able to achieve a draw in this fight was his determination. He was ready to do anything for the sake of the goal, even die. If she had not known this, something would have certainly happened. The woman buttoned up her jacket and reasoned that even without revivals he fights extremely aggressively. She lowered her eyes and thought. Then she looked at him. This guy was not like this before, apparently. He has a goal for which he is ready to sacrifice himself. And it dawned on her, what if the young man is training before the fight with Mrs. Nagi? She immediately asked him this question. Here he was very surprised. Then he bowed and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He should have warned her about it right away. He had no desire to deceive her. However, the woman interrupted him right away. She came up and asked how old he was. He became embarrassed. Then he raised his head and said that he was 18. In response, he asked how quickly he reached the top. He said that he did not count, somewhere in a year, I think. Aram came closer and said that he should not be offended, but there is one thing, in fact, she has a younger brother about his age. He found her, heard this and was very surprised. Memories from childhood began to emerge in the woman's head. On the day when she went to the tower, he was still walking under the table, learning something there, letters, numbers, fairy tales. She left and did not say goodbye to him properly. She thought that she would see him soon anyway. So the years passed. She got upset and said that she did not remember how long. As it turned out, in the tower they perceive time a little differently. The body does not age, and the environment changes not from the seasons, but depending on the floor. Then she met him when the guys came to them to learn, and she began to conduct training, watching how he grows and changes day by day. For the first time in a long time she felt something, then it dawned on her. The girl lowered her head and said that her younger brother had probably grown up too. Therefore, after he was appointed as Naga's assistant, she bought groceries and decided to leave the tower for a while. Fortunately, Bailey kept her company. Then she was lucky enough to see her brother again. This meeting happened. The boy had already grown a lot by then, and the woman raised her head and was very surprised. Then she smiled and was embarrassed. And now, standing opposite, she said that all this was thanks to him. Thanks to him she was able to get out and finally meet him in the tower. She also became embarrassed and said that next time she would like to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, thanked him. And the guy lowered his head and was amazed by what he heard. Then the woman began to introduce the head of the guild and said that he was definitely up to something and that Mrs. Nagi was involved in it. Then she came closer and said that this guy was the only one who could save her. She believed in it very sincerely. He lowered his head and said that he didn't even know. He was afraid that he would be useless. Her hand reached out to him. A moment later, the woman hugged him and smiled. Then she whispered into his ear that this boy was the person who made others around him change. Special, at least for her for sure. She opened her eyes and said that there was no need to be sad and thanked him, so the guys stood there for some time. Then the team gathered. Balvenie said that they would take them to the end of the 31st floor, and then they would try to identify the dead. And the pillars came out guys and thanked her very much, said that they hoped to see each other again. And the man emphasized that if anything, they can let you know. He will send a couple of people to help them. The young man meanwhile adjusted his sleeves. He looked at his hand and remembered about Dean. The sun was setting. Huge chains were stretched in the dungeon. The girl's hands were constantly in a suspended state, and her head was lowered. The only thing she could say was the name of the main character. Then she raised her eyes and heard that even if she managed to break these shackles, she would not get out of here. Opposite sat a man and said that the only way out is to make a deal. His head was lowered. Such are the rules of this place. The demoness looked at him and asked if this was mirage. After some time, he came up to her again and addressed her. The man stood opposite and asked if the woman had made up her mind. Tap raised her eyes and looked at him, and the guy smiled and said that her hands looked tired, rather than trying to break free, knowing that it was useless. But her hands really did have bloody wounds. The man smiled and said that Lancelot had sold it to him because he had made a deal with him. The brunette heard this and was very surprised. At that moment, the guy sat down opposite her and said that on paper it was in the plus. He hoped he hadn't sold her too cheaply, however, it was funny. He extended his hand to her and said that her resistance was pointless. All she needed was to accept the terms of the deal and then he would let her go. After that, he raised her head and in response he received only spit. He wiped it and said that he had been warned about her stubbornness. Then he looked at the incredible number of killed monsters and said that he would have to wait a little longer and called Lancelot. He threw the handkerchief aside and said that apparently it was only a matter of time, but there was still a way to convince her. He looked at the young man and said that she was still his. He raised his head and said that none of this mattered. Continued to eat monsters and said that they noted that the girl belongs to him, and that is enough. Then stood up and looked at him. Before the great battle D25. The guy turned around and said that he would like to try something new. The number of monsters destroyed by this man is 8731. Turned around and said what floor are the players on. At that moment, on the 61st floor of the terrarium, they were discussing as they thought something is wrong here. Everything around was destroyed. The guys said that there are no monsters anywhere. The girl generally said that from what floor they are already met by empty levels. The blonde replied that starting from the 50th, something is clearly going wrong. Then Pasties caught up with them and said that it does not matter. He came closer and added that in any case, this plays into their hands, so there is no need to burden your brain once again. Then he clapped his hands and said that they need to move forward. They do not have time to guess. On the same day, the 97th group reached the 73rd floor. So far they hadn't met a single monster. They were just walking forward and talking. This period of calm gave time to discuss some details of the ascent. The boy lowered his head. He was worried about something. Namely, if you imagine a young man together with a god, his past was worrying him. Then the boy raised his hand and said that he thought about what the guys told him. He looked at them and said that he came to the conclusion that their existence is important to the god, otherwise he would have simply erased them with a snap of his fingers. He also looked at the other guys and said why he needed this ascent with the last battle and the main boss, considering his omnipotence. The blonde then lowered his head and said that the god could have intervened at any moment to harm or help them or anyone else, but he did not do this, so he is inclined to conclude. The elf looked forward and said that the god does this. The brunette finished speaking after them, saying that he was doing all this for fun. In response, he heard that yes, most likely, that was the case. Pasties raised his head and said that it was obvious that their god was one of those who kept his promises, had put the existence of the world on the line to put on a show for himself. The blonde also listened attentively, that however, if you break the rules of the game, then he won't get any pleasure, in other words. The guy smiled and said that you can attack God. The blonde then raised his head and thought that this simply couldn't be, and the guy continued to address the main character and asked if he remembered the promise that God had given him. A memory appeared in his head that he had said that he was offering him any wish as collateral. The brunette was surprised and said that he could wish for anything. The man smiled and said that it was the case, this game. Then he stood up and said that this was not some boring story about how a person opposes God. This is a game in which the only goal is to defeat him at any cost. That's why Arthur watches them and wants the players to go to the arena. Then he smiled and said that there was one but. He introduced the arena and said that only those who can reach the divine level are capable of this. Meanwhile, Sigismund was already there. It was the 100th floor. The man smiled and said that if his own kind can stop them, then he has no right to fight with God. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor in the terrarium, opposite the girl, there were players and many corpses. The blonde looked around. Her master at that moment raised his hand and asked why God decided to remove resurrection, probably wanted to minimize the number of skirmishes among them. Then he smiled and said that however, he does not know at all how people are arranged. Do you think this will stop them? The brunette at that moment received a blow to the stomach from someone. The woman threw him aside with incredible force in the terrarium on the 75th floor. Liber ran up to him and started screaming, asking if everything was okay. Then she turned around and asked who she was and why she attacked them from behind. She was also a player, why would she do that? The woman came closer and said that she shouldn't be made to laugh. And Pasties recognized her and thought why, out of all the people they could have met along the way, they had met her. Kitty stood in front of them, calling Seoljin a pathetic sight and asking if he really had a player class. Then she looked at him and told him to get up, even apologizing. But then she rolled her eyes and said that his path was over. Not long before, the dog was sitting at the table and telling her that she had already warned her to avoid unnecessary skirmishes between players until the decisive day. Then she leaned on her hand and asked if Kitty had heard her. She turned around and said that she had been told about unnecessary ones, wasn't the desire to verify the brunette's strength what they needed. The woman frowned and said that this guy was a close friend of Sumama and Pasties, didn't he trust them? The other raised her head and asked again, then said, does her friend seriously think that this will be enough for everyone else? Or rather, for those who stayed with him on the floor. She also explained that if they let this person through because he has a player class, the others are unlikely to remain silent. Louise looked at her and asked if she was serious now. Then the girl stood up and said that someone has to do the dirty work. The guy is obliged to prove his right to represent all the players. The easiest way is to fight. And now they can return to the terrarium on the 75th floor. At the headquarters of the Navok Guild, the guys met a woman who said that she believed in their return. Then she folded her hands and said that she would like to celebrate this, but now they need to trust them and not interfere. Then these two were extremely tense. The young man thought about the restraint of their cold bloods, the teacher in his repertoire. It's good that their mentors did not attack them. And they just stood opposite and said that they were glad that these two were whole. On the contrary, they were protecting them from the other players. Then he came closer and while he was thinking, is there really no new way out? Besides, he asked where Seoljin was, not to obey until they answered. Louise rolled her eyes and said that at the moment the guy in the center of the 75th floor must undergo an initiation rite. He will have to fight in PvP with the head of the Biquian Guild. Indeed, the young man at that moment was standing right in front of her, thereby they wanted to test his readiness. The elf stood in the stands and shouted that defeat is death, it is not logical. The woman then said that Kitty is also at risk, perhaps it will seem unfair to him, but the real risk begins from the 75th floor. Therefore, the team listened carefully, that it was for this reason that the City of the Union and players was created here. Then she turned to Ryujin and said that no one would know better than him that if the blue gates were inactive, then sacrifices were required to get to the divine arena. She imagined a whole mountain of corpses and said that they only had some pathetic 20 days left, and all that was left was to pave the road to salvation from the corpses of their opponents. Then she raised her head and said that therefore, as the guild master of this floor, she was obliged to at least provide these players with the opportunity to make sure that their sacrifice would not be in vain. She also said that she believed that this was the only way to increase the chances of defeating the god, while the guy was already in the arena and preparing for battle. He looked around. There were players standing above who were watching him, and then his friend turned around and said not to worry, these people were just scared, so they were eating their defeat in advance. The people in the stands were shouting, confusing him with the idea that this was really Seoljin. This guy was very weak. This kid would represent all the players. God had calculated everything. They were definitely doomed to die. Then he looked at his opponent and thought that this was really why he needed to prove his strength. She thanked him for listening to her. Then she raised her hand and said that there was no need to worry. If he lost, he would find another representative, and he would clearly not be such a weakling as this boy, for example Dean. The young man heard this and was very surprised. Then he came closer and asked what to do if he didn't want to. What then? So she cracked her back and looked straight into his eyes, and then she immediately struck him right in the face. She started laughing and saying that this man, and even me, refused. There was no need to make her tail laugh. What a fool. Then she raised her hand and said that they should pull themselves together if such a lot happens. She smiled and said that she would make him fight, even if she had to take away the most precious thing from him. After all, she ranks second. There is responsibility behind this title, doesn't she? The brunette stood opposite and listened to her attentively, and the woman continued to grin and said that these guys had a very determined look. The blonde was already about to start fighting at that moment. Then the cat raised her head and said with a smile that it was enough talking, you just need to know that she hates him. Then she snapped her finger and lit a fire. She put on her burning cap, said that she ranks 10th in the ranking, and her name is Kitty. Then she spread her arms and named her class Martial Arts Master, asked this boy to amuse her. Suddenly a bright flash of light appeared. The young man stood opposite with a sword and introduced himself, said that his class is a player. The woman came closer and said that it was great. You need to know that they will fight until the last drop of blood, otherwise all the tests will go down the drain. Then she pounced on him and said that he had to give it his all. The battle began. The guys watched it through the screen. Louise was upset and thought that Kitty was the only player here who could compare with Nagi and Dean in PvP, so she asked the young man if he wanted to stay alive, not to anger her too much. But it seemed that it was too late. The woman pushed off the ground and ran straight at him. Everything around began to collapse from just her footprints. The guy saw this and was very scared. At that moment, pieces of concrete were flying at him. He had to cut them with a sword so as not to hit them. Spark appeared. His main trump card at the moment is the goddess. When it reaches the limit, it begins to activate automatically. He thought that this was not all. If he resorted to her power in a battle with the player, it meant he was not ready to meet Arthur yet. He frowned and thought that this ability was supposed to distract him, which meant that the conclusion would follow. And indeed, the enemy immediately attacked him. The young man raised his sword above himself and thought that first, he needed to reflect the blow. He pulled out the sword. He also needed to distance himself. But he was surprised that the opponent simply grabbed the sword with her bare hands, smiled and said that it was a good knife. Then she swung and hit him with her fist, said that the reaction was not bad. Let's see how long it would last. Activated day, the first path. A huge whirlwind appeared in which the guy was spun. After that, a whole column of smoke rose. But the main character was still standing on his feet. Kitty came closer and said that he managed to reflect the attack with his sword, so that's what kind of weapon this is. Then she looked at him and said that there was one but. She smiled and explained that the young man could have dodged the attack, but still took the hit. She got angry and called him a show-off, asking if he really thought he was cool. Not long before that, she met someone and said that these guys were even dumber on the road than she thought. There were players in front of her, blocking her way. Mayo raised her head and asked if the lady was really going to fight Seoljin. Because he was a close friend of Sumama and Pasties, if the fight happened, then losses were inevitable, serious losses. She was interested to know what was the impetus. The woman raised her hand and closed her eyes. Then she exhaled. She folded her hand and explained that the young man she remembered was a completely ordinary guy. At one time she was also a newbie without much experience interacting with the tower. Then she struck a pose and said that the world would perish if someone like this person did not risk his life. Now failures are normal. She was very determined and added that that's why she decided to beat him to death and make him surrender, and then appoint another representative for the competition. If they don't find a suitable candidate, then that's it, death is inevitable. The mentors looked at her and didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, Kitty raised her hand and said that they should listen to her carefully. She would explain to them where the roots of her arrogance come from. She stood opposite and said that the path she was currently following had no place for young people, and if the path was blocked, then the only way to break through was with fire and sword. He got angry and added something that her opinion as the head of the guild said, and turned to the player. Lisa stood opposite and listened to her carefully, hearing that the player must be old enough. And now the battle between them continued. The head was just beside herself with rage, and the guy stood opposite and apologized to his friend and said that he didn't think she could be captured. In response, he heard that it was not his fault, he had to be more careful. She also looked at the woman's hand and said that it was wounded, it was not there before she was caught. The brunette lowered his head and thought, something strange is happening here, the rival is strong, very strong, it will be oh so difficult to cope with her. She was already preparing for battle, while the boy was arguing that there is a way. She concentrates all her strength in one place, and at the moment of attack transfers it to the other hand. She manages to hold the sword, but such maneuvers do not pass without a trace. Meanwhile, the rival stood opposite and reasoned that this guy is just a tailor, withstood her pressure. This means that it is not so bad, but now just stare at her like a ram at a new gate. She gritted her teeth and thought that while he was overwhelmed by doubts, her confidence was growing. She knows what he is thinking. And the question arose, will he have enough strength to go out and confront God? She got even more angry and thought that she knew it, and she does not like it at all. The young man saw 20 above her head and thought that the higher the number, the stronger her determination becomes. He looked at all this and reasoned that he knew that the meaning of the number is strength, but what are the conditions? Will the number change over time? There is less and less time to think, he needs to decide quickly. Meanwhile, the leader came closer and turned to him, said when they first met, he deliberately took a blow from her, right. She spread her hands and said that this would be her answer, an eye for an eye. The protagonist heard this and was very surprised, and everyone else just facepalmed and did not know how to react. Louise frowned and thought about what she should not say. All her words went in one ear and out the other for this woman. She watched the battle and thought that she still did not understand that in front of her was not just a newbie who needed to be protected. Meanwhile, the young man shouted that now it was Liber's turn. The blonde heard this and agreed. Meanwhile, the woman was ready and thought that she had to start fighting with all her might. There was a flash of light. The guy hit the object with his sword with all his might. The walls and floor began to collapse in front of his opponent. A whole funnel was created. She saw this and smiled. Meanwhile, the boy ran straight to her and swung. Then he put his fist forward. The woman saw it in front of her face and did not understand where the sword was. She suddenly became angry, and she could not do anything because she was surrounded from both sides. The numbers began to increase sharply. If we consider Kitty's ability specifically, it is easy to defeat an enemy in the mountains, but it is difficult to defeat bad thoughts inside yourself, endless hostility. This ability turns hostility into a force acting on the enemy, creating a special attack form that strengthens it proportionally to its number, like a powerful dragon. It takes a certain amount of time, but thanks to this, it can release up to 20% of its hostility. In other words, in a normal fight it can only use 20% of its power, an ambiguous ability. Well, even with such an ability, she took 10th place, although she could literally do push-ups with 2 fingers. It was this woman who took it, so she is called a player who has the potential to fight the first 2, putting in all her efforts. However, although she has no shortage of hostility, now the guys were trying to attack her. Then Kitty raised her head and turned to them, said, are they really going to knock her down? She grabbed the girl by the leg so that she could not even move her, although the head noted that the blow was very weak. She also grabbed the guy. She looked at him and asked did he really not think that such a weak attack would not be able to understand her in principle. Then she smiled and said that even so, she thinks, made him worry. The numbers above her head were still changing rapidly. The brunette saw this and thought that she needed to do something about it, and the blonde tried to break free, but got stuck tightly. Their opponent looked up and said that if they were going to win at all, this blow was their last chance, and overall the only one, well, the guys definitely missed it. She also said that this is what the fight for life is. The longer you fight with the enemy, the faster you begin to understand him. She remembered how she once lost a comrade and said that if the enemy is strong, the fight will last longer. He was simply exhausted, listening to how this is the difference between monsters and people. Then he raised his head and turned to her, said that the determination needed to kill must be enormous. The woman heard this and was very surprised. Then the man asked her to survive. Before that, it was not enough. This applies to both these guys and herself, so now she was in herself with anger. Then, literally with one blow, she threw the guys aside. She watched them fly and reasoned that if these two make her hesitate, they will admit it. Meanwhile, the number above her head was already 44. Kitty broke away and flew towards her opponent, and then she hit him right in the face, and so hard that the guy flew far back. She stuck him in the ground. Then she came closer and ordered this player to show her his determination. The stars were shining in the sky. A question was heard, how are they doing today? Mirage smiled, asking whether to tell about the rarest abilities that people have at this time. The man with black eyes said that the correct answer is healing and teleportation. Turning his head, he explained that the reason is very simple. These abilities did not have much value in the terrarium, and convenience led to degradation. The brush moved along the canvas. Mirage continued that perhaps this is why it is the hardest to find a player with such abilities, too old-fashioned. standing at the easel with a painting. The man said that the teleportation abilities are especially interesting. Mirage touched his chin looking at the creation and asked if this is what the tree planted on the 75th floor looks like. The canvas depicted a gray tree. Turning around, the boy asked the brunette behind him. His talent for drawing had probably deteriorated as well. What would he say? Didn't he just seem like he wasted his time? Looking at him, Lancelot said that he couldn't be stopped. He kept talking and talking like a different person. The other man closed his eyes upon hearing this. Leaning over, Mirage said that he hadn't shared a small talk with someone for a long time. Pointing his finger at the painting that was glowing, he said that maybe this human body could really affect him like that. Who knows? The indifferent brunette in a shirt heard the request to take care of everything for him. Xiao Jin leaned on his sword on the dusty platform. The girl waved her hand and snorted that as expected. Such a child would never compare to their commander. The comrade objected that the battle was not over yet. A fire blazed above the furious Kitty's head. A question was heard. Has he ever seen the commander use her abilities to such an extent? A brunette with a swollen cheek asked what was wrong with his face. A shining liver hesitated, not knowing how to tell him gently. Xiao Jin clenched his fist, thinking that she really did live up to her place in the rankings. It seemed that it was a mistake for him not to use his potential. He frowned forward, wondering if he had become arrogant because he defeated Kaltsen, who was ranked third. He felt the difference not only in abilities, but also in pure strength. However, Liber looked at the guy in surprise and asked, did he feel it too? He confirmed that it was true. Clenching the hilt of the sword, the hero asked what they would do. Words were heard that the answer was known. Kitty quickly approached Xiao Jin, who said that they needed to try again. Eyes glowed brightly red. Technique of the blossoming of the red face god. Day 4. The woman approached surrounded by bright rays from the technique clear daylight. Moving rapidly, she used the blossoming of the red face god. Day 1. A powerful explosion thundered on the sight. Truth, night. Light wind in warm weather. Clenching her fist, Kitty thought that this was strange. She put all the forms into the blow, but she did not hear a single sound of a broken bone. Looking forward, the girl remembered that she heard that he had not only great karma and abilities, but also the strength of his vessel. And it was really not for nothing that he was chosen as a god. But even so, what difference did it make to her at all? Xiao Jin stood by the wall that had been shattered by the blow. He raised his head, looking forward angrily. Kitty looked at him darkly, asking, is that all he can do? The heroes stood facing each other in the rubble and dust. Blood was running down the brunette's face. He said that Pasties and Sumama were right. The girl with the fire above her head heard that even if she pretended to be a hot-tempered person, her character and thoughts could not be hidden. The sweat-covered hero said that now that he was facing her directly, it had dawned on him. Looking up with a determined look, Xiao Jin declared that he would not share the arena with someone who had such a contradictory ability. Kitty pursed her lips sullenly upon hearing this. Louise wondered in surprise, did this child notice? A bright flash shot up. That's right, her ability to replace hostility towards her opponent with physical strength. In other words, she can use her techniques with great power, but there are some limitations. The sword was surrounded by a bright glow. Yes, the power is determined by the amount of karma the player has. Usually, this is enough to create truly devastating abilities. Kitty's muscles tensed as she clenched her fingers. At first glance, nothing surprising, an ability that allows you to strengthen your body and techniques. Another mediocre one by the standards of this world. A blue one appeared above the red flashes. She can easily use it. The outlines of the inscription "Kill enemies" appeared in the flashes, for the intent to kill her opponent. But do not forget that this is still an ability with a condition. Her techniques embody progress based on hostility, not the desire to kill. Louise thought hard that hostility is an appeal to emotions. This allows you to effectively keep the enemy under control. Red glow. Yes, this is the peculiarity of her ability. A fire burned above her forehead. Although Nabai is not against conflict with others, she only resorts to a lethal outcome in special cases. That's just the way she is. Kitty sat down, crossing her legs, saying that this guy was absurd. Sitting opposite the hero, she said that she wanted to discuss many things with him, but she admitted it. The girl with cat ears said that she liked him. She also had no desire to kill him. Xiao Jin was very surprised to hear this. Leaning her palm on the ground, Kitty asked him to do everything properly. She was betting on him. The brunette saw her outstretched palm and heard a wish to defeat Arthur. The guy agreed. The opponents shook hands tightly. The spectators were talking. This is the end. She wished so. Even her hostility disappeared. Ryujin intertwined his fingers, thinking that Xiao Jin was good. Let him leave the rest to him. The spectators in the stands were surprised to hear a question. Well, are you ready? Ryujin leaned on the fence of the stands, resolutely looking forward. questions were heard. Is this man the leader of a small guild? Someone had heard rumors that he had died somewhere in the 70s, so why was he here? Pasties mockingly said that he thought he would be cooler. Lilith was angry, and Sumama tried to hold her back, saying that it was over now. The man waved his hand and said that not only had the player Seoljin received the blessing of the god, but he was now acknowledged by Kitty, the guildmaster of the night journey of the White Sign. Despite the outcome, he did not think anyone could refute the idea that the player had risked his life. Seoljin and Kitty were surprised to see the outstretched hand, hearing the man say that he also represented his guild and supported Seoljin. Turning to the audience, Ryujin continued that those who were dissatisfied with the outcome could come out. Someone's hand rose up. The heroes turned around, seeing a brunette approaching them. Lancelot raised his hand, saying that the brown-haired girl looked at him in amazement, asking who he was. The brunette approached and asked the hero if he was Seoljin. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, Lancelot said that he was told that his girl had lost Seoljin. The heroes looked at each other in amazement. Imagining the image of a girl with several purple hands, the hero thought that this was a feeling, really. Seoljin opened his mouth in shock before the approaching hand. A blinding flash appeared. The dust settled. Kitty looked down and asked the boy if he was alive. Seoljin sat on the floor with wide eyes and asked what happened. He jumped up, calling out to the girl when he saw her severed hand on the floor. Lancelot's sharp fingers were stained with blood. The author reported that Liber did not want to grow up. The older a person became, the more boring his life was, and naturally, he would have to do things that he did not want to do. It was the glowing girl Liber who curled up in a ball and realized that she was destined to become an adult. She looked ahead sadly because she understood that such a fate was inevitable. It was a small hut on the edge of the mountain from where smoke was coming. Mary held her nose in disgust and tried to say something to Dean. She saw how the blonde was sitting on the ground and pressing the corpse of the bird and tried to hear some explanation from him. He looked down angrily and answered that he himself was interested because he did not remember ever giving women a reason to stick a knife in his back. Suddenly Dean froze and bulged his eyes. He remembered the girl, with gray hair, who looked at him and asked her if she was then near the Mirage. There was a sharp knife on the ground. Mirage was in his world at that time, crossing his fingers, and telling Lancelot that it was a simple plot and he needed to become calmer and be more careful because these were the conditions of their contract with him. The brunette was standing alone in the black space at that time, and Mirage replied that it was their main character, and therefore asked Lancelot not to touch him. The magician at that time grinned maliciously from under the shadow and asked the guy not to forget that it was a contract and not a simple promise. Lancelot at that time stretched out his hand with a black aura, looking at the wounded guys. He looked at them arrogantly, spreading his palm in front of his face, and understood that it was close and his attack was not bad, so he was curious why the guys tried so hard to help each other. Suddenly, the brunette froze through his bangs, feeling a familiar taste. The protagonist sat next to Nabai, who was bandaging her severed arm, and praised Seoljin for holding up well and noted that in such moments, you can't give an opponent, especially one like him, any slack. The girl looked closely at the protagonist, who was peering at the battlefield, noted that she saw this guy for the first time and asked if Lancelot was Seoljin's friend. The guy answered that he was not, but he reminded him of someone. He remembered the image of the Bibian girl in the starry space, who was stretching out her hand. Nabai grinned maliciously through her hair and noted the situation as funny. Glimpses of black lines enveloped the space, and Nabai was sure of two things, because Lancelot attacked them, even though he knew about Seoljin's condition. She saw how their opponent squatted and began to envelop himself in a black form. Then that guy in black looked back, and she knew for sure that he was their enemy. Nabai looked forward furiously, baring her teeth in glee. It was a dark space, and not only Nabai thought so, but the others as well. All the players were trying to attack Lancelot from the air. One of the players was swinging his arms along with the earthen large copies of his hands, and did not understand how this scoundrel dared to eat Nabai's hand, especially on the 75th floor right in front of everyone. That guy immediately clapped his huge earthen hands. Another guy in glasses was stretching out his hands and was about to use sharp needles, although Lancelot had not yet managed to say anything, but all the players took it as a general instruction. The huge earthen hands were held in the palms and were tied with a ribbon and needles, because the first rule was to use strong abilities, and any risk would be justified since it was necessary to hold back the enemy. These huge hands were bound with tape and a needle was flying towards them. From above, some more players with glowing aura discharges were flying into the bound palms, because the second rule was to attack with all their might at the immobilized enemy so that the enemy would not see their attacks and could not reflect them. All the guys watched as powerful light strikes attacked the palms in which Lancelot was imprisoned. Sumama sharpened her guns, standing next to the other players, because the attack will be led by a player who specializes in close combat, and his target will control the events. These should be people who are confident that they can survive a couple of blows. Louise was watching the clouds of smoke from above, and the blow should be minimized so Louise will have more time to analyze the enemy. Sumama, along with another player, watched the flaring flames, and this whole process happened without a single instruction. And no matter how strong the players who reached level 75 were, but apparently everyone accepted the outcome of the battle. The sullen silhouette of Lancelot appeared, who realized that people in this era had become too talkative. A powerful energy explosion immediately occurred, which began to throw the guys back. The brunette swung his hand and cut the players in half, realizing that if they had just gathered to chat from the very beginning, they were probably ready to die, and he could not think that with such an attitude they believed in themselves and that they could cope with him. He looked ahead coldly and understood that it was worth offering his life. They simply could not abandon their comrades, since they were weak. Black ash enveloped the purple space and Lancelot understood everything. The guy stood on the battlefield, where the chopped bodies lay, and understood that the players of this era were too weak because they were just playing like dolls and they had no time for fights and any survival. Suddenly, the guy bent down because he felt an energy circle above his head. He looked down in a daze and felt the force of gravity. He managed to look back and saw bright flashes of light in front of him. It was a powerful energy flow that blew the guy away. At this time, Sumama was angrily pointing her finger at Lancelot, while Lilith was nearby and explained that this was a direct delivery to purgatory for the villain. T1 at this time angrily stretched out his hands and sparked discharges, because he felt that the help was delayed and wanted help for himself, but still, he did not really want to rely on others and had to do something right now. He noticed how some players remained alive on the battlefield and realized that this guy deliberately left some alive, but he did not want to attack his comrades at all. They saw how this guy stood after the energy shot and smoke came from his head, realizing that he was on the verge of death 3 times and this flame was very strong. He stared intently in front of him, lowering his head, and understood that he did not come here in vain. He looked up and saw 2 girls watching from the balcony. He playfully looked at the girl, licking his tongue, and noted that she looked delicious and wanted to taste her. Lilith's eyes widened in disgust, looking at him. Several red tongues of flame flashed in the darkness. At this time, Shonen tried to attack Lancelot from the air and cut off his hand. He looked at the enemy furiously while the halo glowed above his head and told this scoundrel to listen to him carefully. He did not have time to finish and received a crushing blow to himself in the face. Lancelot immediately sent this guy into the ground with a powerful attack. Then the brunette extended his hand to the side and grabbed the glowing blade. Liber at this time, stunned, widened her eyes, seeing the ego weapon. The brunette, perplexed, goggled. At this time, Pasties angrily looked down, holding onto the handrail, and understood that he wanted to leave this weapon for the higher floors and most likely he would have to reveal his trump card now. Clubs of fire showed in the black space, and Pasties realized that he couldn't hesitate, otherwise there would only be more victims. Lancelot was suddenly stunned when Nabai appeared behind him with fire. The number 100 appeared in a powerful explosion. The girl grinned maliciously, adjusted her cap, and thanked Lancelot for the new sensations and could now kill comfortably and without regrets. Lancelot looked back at her in bewilderment. A powerful explosive stream was flying. At this time, Shonen grabbed Seoljin tightly so that he would not break free. Louise spread her legs wide, looking at the main character, who was shackled by the guy. The dog girl sullenly wanted to activate her abilities. It was game time. Suddenly, the guys teleported in front of her, and the entire space began to be enveloped in walls. The girl stood with her fists clenched as the walls of light rose up, noting that Shonen had made a well-considered decision, and thanks to him, she had the opportunity to activate her ability. At this time, the brown-haired man held the protagonist by the shoulder, who looked down in shock. Louise narrowed her eyes intently, noting that Pasties did not even think about trying to capture his ability. At this time, the guy in the jacket froze and stood still, holding out his hand. Pasties leaned on the handrail and saw a magical and glowing cube in front of him when he was asked to take care of everything instead. Nabai looked at Lancelot and Louise, noting that he dared to kill her people and was an unranked player. The girl, a dog, looked haughtily through her bangs and declared that they were going to play with her now. Lancelot looked away coldly while Nabai bulged her eyes bloodthirstily. At this time, the battered Bibian was chained up and asked the Mirage if she could meet Seoljin. She stood with her hands up, looking at the arrogant pose of the Mirage, who said that Lancelot was heading to the player base, and this, of course, was just a guess, but his intuition told him that this was true. He stared at the girl with his black eyes and asked her if she wanted to visit her friend. Her chains immediately broke into purple flames. Bibian with 4 arms began to fall to the ground. She stretched out her hands. Then she grabbed her face with these hands and grinned as she felt the pain inside her. Then she saw a glowing platform in the distance. At this time, the guys were standing on the balcony, looking at the huge magic cube. The protagonist looked at Shonen, who was wiping his mouth with his hand, and apologized to him because he understood that he did not want this, but it was better this way. Suddenly, Shonen's eyes widened as he looked away. He saw the protagonist's puzzled look. He saw the player trying to save his wounded friend and other comrades running to them, because everything was covered in blood and a stretcher had to be brought. Sato and Mayo immediately approached the guys. The big wolf noted that they came on instructions from Louise and wanted to take them to the next level. T1 stood with a sullen look and realized that the chances of winning were still unknown, and leaving this level would be wise since they could not risk Xiaojin in such a pointless fight. He immediately began to walk forward while Pasties stood next to Sumama, trying to figure out if this was really the right thing to do. The monster girl looked back at the glowing cube and asked Pasties if they could leave everything as it was. The guy in the jacket leaned forward and noted that this was the guild's order. Liber at this time looked closely at the saddened Xiaojin. Suddenly the brunette perked up and shouted for the guys to wait as he wanted to tell them something. Pasties immediately extended his hand to stop Xiaojin. The guy in the jacket continued to extend his hand with his fingers spread. Shonen at this time looked at Pasties in surprise and understood what exactly the protagonist wanted to say, but Pasties had not yet figured out how to convince him. But he still pulled him back, and the situation was definitely worse. Pasties frowned sullenly, looking out from under the hood. The guy in the jacket continued to point at the main character, who bulged his eyes along with the girl, and said that if they did not do anything, then they would have to risk themselves to save everyone, and Pasties understood all this. He furiously shouted from under the hood that in the current situation they could not do this. Liber, along with the brunette, looked down sadly. Our hero looked worriedly at his angry friend, who said that if something happened to Xiaojin before the main battle, then the sacrifices of the others would be in vain. Pasties was about to touch the guy with his trembling hand. He bared his teeth in rage and grabbed his head, realizing that they could think of something and there must be a way to somehow stop this Lancelot and move everyone to the next floor. The blonde looked at his indignant friend with disdain and realized that the guy himself could understand that if there was such a way, then they would really use it. He remembered how Louise stared at him through her bangs and relied on him. At this time, Pasties was indignant with sweat on his brow since he could not cope with Louise's order. T1, along with Sato and Mayo, looked at Pasties, who was about to say that the guys might find it irrational and probably no one would benefit from it. The guy in the jacket frowned angrily and said that he simply couldn't leave this place. The main character immediately stared at him. It was a huge glowing cube with smoke coming from it, and the guys understood everything since they also couldn't leave this place. Louise at this time stretched out her hand, looking at the glowing cube, and this was a conditional ability, game time. It was a cube like a chessboard where you had to target an enemy within a certain radius, and the game was played in 3 rounds, which necessarily had to have fair rules, but the reward for winning had to be agreed upon in advance. It was a balanced mechanical scale, and Louise understood how strong or weak the enemy was. The risk had to be the same as him, and the measure of fairness was the conscience of Louise, the caster of this ability. The dog girl opened her mouth under a glowing aura and declared that no one could leave the space until the game was over, and this was a brief explanation of her ability. Lancelot held the dagger with one hand along with Nabai, while the caster stood next to her and wanted to accept the questions that arose because the transparency of the rules is the condition of her ability. The brunette looked ahead through his bangs and heard about a conditional ability for the first time, thinking that it was a way to maximize the effectiveness of an ability by increasing the ineffective limitations, and assumed that this special ability could have appeared while he was asleep. Nabai was grinning as she clutched his glowing blade Lancelot, which surprised him because he understood that her body was strengthened to the limit, meaning that she releases all her power in emergency situations, while limiting normal karma. The brunette lowered his head and laughed slightly, assuming that this was the very development of abilities, thinking that Arthur was still just sitting in his place. The girls looked at how the wounded Lancelot took a fighting stance, stretching out his blade, and he wanted to try them out completely. The spellcaster looked at him sarcastically through her bangs and said that they would definitely invite him for dessert and give him a reward for winning this game of life. The red-haired girl looked out from under her cap animatedly and, together with Lancelot, stated that they had no complaints. It was a tied ball of glowing ropes and it was game 1. Nabai stood in front of the brunette when glowing ropes stretched above them, and it was a tug-of-war game. Louise grabbed the glowing rope tightly and explained that the rules were quite simple: do not let go of the rope. Flashes of purple light filled the black space, and the guys had a question. Lancelot furiously squeezed his rope and thinned out purple flames from himself, asking the sorceress if he killed her, would he be able to escape from here? Louise pulled the rope towards herself and noted that this could very well be the case, and the sorcerer of this space would disappear along with it. It was a glowing rope stretching in space. Nabai immediately jumped into the air and was going to attack the brunette with her foot, saying that he was unlikely to succeed. She immediately kicked him. Lancelot looked at her closely and understood that it was true and one person was enough for victory, and he should better immediately go on the defensive. The glowing rope stretched in the black space. Louise stood on the chessboard floor and pulled the rope towards herself, and the guy understood that the roles in the fight against him were distributed in advance, and these girls turned out to be more interesting than it might seem at first glance. The brunette with a playful grin pulled the rope and understood that the girls' work looked well coordinated because they kept the pace. But he became curious about these conditions with the rules. Were they another trick? Nabai, with glowing eyes and a furious grin, asked if the guy was afraid. The girl flew into the attack and glowing moons began to appear in space. Lancelot received powerful light blows on himself and released the rope, realizing that each blow contained deadly karma. The guy tightly clutched his glowing blade and understood that if he was simply beaten, his body would not withstand it. Nabai quickly jumped on the shoulders of the brunette, who was pulling out his sword. The red-haired girl looked at him playfully and played around. The brunette looked at his cut glowing sword with a sly grin. The sorceress saw how the chest glowing floor began to crumble, and as if there were a couple of monsters in front of her fighting for their survival, and she believed that she should not interfere. While the sorceress haughtily held her rope, a paw print appeared above her, since she wanted to focus on winning the next round. Then she became slightly sad, thinking that the round would definitely not be easy and Lancelot would not allow it. The debris of the floor flew into the air. Nabai pressed the guy to the floor with her foot, and the sorceress did not want to let their match reach the third round. It was the image of a dogman in the form of beastmen, because they were anthropomorphic animals, a cross between humans and beasts. These beastmen walked in an army together with a carriage and a king because they emphasized strength much more than other times, and this was most noticeable when they gathered in groups. Nabai at this time sat in the dungeon with a sullen and shabby look, because she was considered weak and who were completely ignored, and their society was a social interpretation and expression of natural selection. At that moment, the red-haired girl looked at the army and carriage passing by. At that moment, little Louise was riding in the carriage with a sad look because she grew up in such a barbaric environment. 12 years later, in the heavenly terrarium where there was a high tower under the sultry sky. At that time, Nabai fiercely fought with Louise. The red-haired girl fiercely bared her teeth and frowned. At that moment, the sorceress looked at her in surprise. Then after the fight, they both sat on the ground, and Nabai noted that Louise ran away to the tower because she was tired of constant battles within the family. She immediately began to laugh maliciously, crossing her arms, and ironically joked that she ran in the wrong direction, because here she did nothing but fight. At that moment, Louise noted that she could laugh at her as much as she wanted. Most likely, she really looked ridiculous, and perhaps that is why she still has not shown her skills in class. At that moment, the sorceress, with a sad look, lowered her gaze and explained that she did not regret her choice at all. The red-haired girl crossed her arms and looked at her friend in bewilderment. Nabai noted from under her bangs that she came here in search of real battles. Louise looked to the side, cringing and squeezing hard. Nabai grinned maliciously, clenching her fist, because she wanted a battle at full strength and at any cost, where the loser steadfastly accepts defeat and no one dies. Louise at that moment sat with a sad look when Nabai explained that this only happens in the terrarium. Louise thought that her friend's brain consisted of muscles. The girl sarcastically asked her to check it. Nabai immediately stood up and raised her hands up to pull herself up, while Louise was thinking about the fact that she had not met beastmen for a long time. So for the sake of interest she tried to talk, and in vain, because the conversation did not go well. The blonde lowered her sad gaze and understood that by nature beastmen only sought strength in battles, except for her. The red-haired girl at that moment looked down on her maliciously and noted that she was still glad that they had talked, because it seemed to her that all the beastmen were thinking about how to fight with others. At that moment, Louise looked at her in confusion, asked what she meant. Nabai scratched her head in bewilderment and noted that she had told her why she had come to the tower. Nabai put her hands on her hips and looked at her friend who was sitting there, explaining that they had already fought well, and now they were sitting opposite each other and chatting about all sorts of nonsense. The red-haired girl maliciously bared her teeth and frowned maliciously, because it was for such moments that she had fought, so she went up to the tower and asked her friend the same question. The blonde looked at her in bewilderment, her eyes bulging, and it was after that conversation that they began to cooperate. Now the magic caster stretched out her hand and chose their path, and Nabai cleared it. The red-haired girl swung her fists with a malicious grin. It was a magic cube wrapped in aura, and they also fully revealed her previously unstable abilities. Now the two friends looked at the glowing cube and Louise touched her fingers, because it was an ability, game time, and so the magic caster thought that it was the most suitable ability for someone who did not like to fight. It was true, and she hated fighting, but if it was necessary, then she would be in the front row. Now the magic caster looked through her bangs with a sad look. She saw Nabai fiercely fighting Lancelot, from which light waves emanated. Now the sorceress got into a fighting pose, illuminating herself with light, and realized that she was ashamed in front of Nabai, because up to this point she had to bear all the burden on herself. The red-haired girl flew with two legs straight at the guy. The sorceress was going to clench her hand into a fist, which sparkled with light, and understood that there were 3 minutes and 20 seconds left until the start of the second round, and she felt that every second seemed like an eternity to her, and she wanted to hold on a little longer, and in this case, you can achieve the goal. Louise got into a fighting pose, clenching her fists. She saw how her friend was going to press Lancelot's body with her legs. The exhausted brunette at this time looked around with a puzzled look, feeling that he could not move, and the only and true way to get out was to end the game. That is, kill the magic caster, although it was not rational, but it could happen, so the space will remain even after Louise's death. The red-haired girl fiercely swung her fist. She dealt a crushing light blow to Lancelot's body. From such a powerful blow, smoke came out from him and an eye flew out, because he lost 40 lives at once, because he thought to warm up a little, but this exceeded all his expectations. He saw Nabai stretching out a fist to him, which was all smoking. The battered Lancelot grinned maliciously, because he noticed that the number of cracks on the girl's body increased. The brunette immediately stood up in a cloud of smoke and noted that the girl's vessel was too weak to properly use the ability. Lancelot, with a half-disfigured face, noted that there were many like this girl before, those who tried to go beyond their own capabilities. Nabai pulled out her eyes, as if she had gone crazy, and called out to Lancelot, as if he had chatted too much and wanted to run away. The exhausted brunette without one arm slightly narrowed his eyes, because the girl expected that the guy's regeneration was not infinite. Nabai looked at him sarcastically, her mouth open, and said that it was a war between her body and the brunette's regeneration. Lancelot, with a good-natured look, looked down and heard that they were now going to test each other's endurance. They immediately flew at each other, swinging their arms. Their fists collided with each other. Nabai's eyes bulged in shock. Her face twisted harshly and threw it to the side. She flew back from such a blow and her hat flew off. At this time, Lancelot stretched his new massive hand to the side. The beaten red-haired girl widened her eyes, noticing that Lancelot's arm had recovered. Nabai immediately sat down on the ground with a disappointed look. While she was sad, Lancelot was walking towards her from afar, and for her it was crazy because it was an attack with 100 hostility. At this time, the brunette extended his fist on his new hand. Lancelot extended his hand in front of him, illuminating it with light, and the girl realized that he had been hiding his power all this time. The guy looked at her mockingly from under his bangs and noted that it was amazing because the girl intended to finish him off, but in the end she only suffered from an overload of her own abilities and sincerely stated that he had never met such a girl before. This guy opened his mouth wide and swung his fist to devour the girl, because he told her to take responsibility for this and satisfy his hunger. He immediately dealt her a crushing blow, and everything was covered with dark matter. The girl flew back in a cloud of smoke from such a blow. Lancelot looked at her closely and noticed that she was all twisted, although a lot of time had passed, and he was not used to controlling the force. The purple energy flow rushed past. Lancelot pulled the glowing blade with a grin and wanted to finish it. Splashes of blood flew into space. The brunette looked through his bangs in bewilderment. At this time, Louise was under the sword. Nabai's eyes bulged in horror, seeing her friend's death. The red-haired girl screamed furiously, looking at Louise. The sorceress lowered her head with a bloody mouth and said that the original condition of this game was direct contact with the object, so she wanted to start the second round, the treasure hunt. Lancelot immediately pulled out his blade and 2 glowing cores flew up. It was a purple and blue core spinning in space. The round was called restoring half of the karma to the user, and the karma taken from the user is hidden as a reward in one of the tiles of the game area. A glowing tile on a chess-like playing field, and the sorceress noted that the reward would be given to the one who found the winning tile first. The brunette looked forward with bewilderment, his eyes downcast, when he heard that the hidden karma would be saved until then. He was told that the invader knew exactly what it meant. Louise looked at him with a bloody mouth and told him to find half of his karma. Lancelot continued to look forward. The sorceress immediately began to fall forward, and that was it. The magical walls began to evaporate and collapse. Magical glowing dust scattered to the sides when the sorceress fell on the battlefield. Her bloody body lay to the side. Nabai was lying on the ground, dumbfounded, trying to call her friend back. The brunette looked out from under his bangs with a sad look and realized that this woman had taken the hit, and therefore his feelings were dulled and his interest was gone and he was about to stop. Flashes of glowing beacons filled the space. At this time, Dean was walking towards Lancelot from the side. Accept looked back in bewilderment, recognizing the guy. The blonde looked at him angrily. The blonde stood opposite the brunette on the battlefield. Lancelot looked away in bewilderment, recognizing the guy. Dean continued to look at him angrily. The main character shouted his friend's name from afar, dumbfounded. T1 stood with an amazed look, his eyes bulging, realizing that Dean was here. It was a dark space, similar to space. Suddenly, a mouse beastman appeared behind Dean, and the guys did not understand why Dean was with an unranked player. It was a girl with gray hair and mouse ears. Lancelot was slightly angry at this time, pursing his lips, and felt that Dean's karma was better than what this era could produce. Most importantly, he noticed his steadfast spirit. He looked at the shining silhouette of the blonde, whose cloak was fluttering, and he realized that in some ways they were similar to him, although his hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. Lancelot looked at him intently and understood that now he should definitely retreat, because he didn't really want to die here, but now they were unlikely to let him go just like that. Dean began to walk forward when Lancelot managed to step aside, because he realized that he still had some chance of winning and was going to close the distance. Suddenly, the brunette looked back in shock. He saw how the blonde was going to take the wounded body of the sorceress. Louise noted through her bloody mouth that Dean had come on time, because she knew he would definitely come. The blonde asked the girl through her bangs not to waste her energy in vain, because there were other people who needed to hear her story. At this time, Nabai tried to call out to Dean from afar, sitting on the ground. Exhausted, Nabai looked at her sadly through her bangs and asked the blonde to help the sorceress. Dean looked at her with disdain from under his bangs. At this time, Lancelot bowed his head as if he was exhausted because he sighed heavily. The mouse girl looked at the brunette from below and asked him to convey a message to the imposter. Wherever the mirage was, she would definitely find him. Lancelot looked at her in bewilderment, bulging his eyes, and noted that she herself had run away then. The girl with mouse ears looked at him coldly when she heard that it was she who had dragged this monster here. All the guys looked at the blonde guy with Louise's body landing next to them. All the guys immediately started helping the wounded sorceress, realizing that the blow was on the abdominal part and she needed to quickly stop the bleeding, and they asked her to stay conscious. Mayo opened her mouth in horror, looking at the sighing silhouette of Louise, who thought that Nabai was in front of her. Mayo immediately said that Natasha was fine and Dean would protect her. T1 at this time tearfully held the sorceress's hand and trembled, noticing that there was too much blood and the losses were huge. Mayo along with the other guys were stunned, their eyes bulging when they heard that all this had to be stopped. The sorceress looked forward with a half-dead look and did not understand why the guys had such expressions on their faces. Ryujin was standing with another guy at the time when the sorceress said that it was not the first time she had died and it would just be a little different this time. Her wound on her body was bandaged, but blood was oozing out and it was her personal decision, so she did not want to regret it. Mayo tearfully looked at her mistress, spreading her fingers, when she heard that she would take the place of Louise, the guild leader, and added that Nabai would definitely help her, although she herself was still harmful, but she coped with her duties well. The dying Louise looked up and turned to the protagonist. The protagonist knelt down and worriedly looked at the guild leader, who asked him to save his strength because he was much more important than any of the players. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when Louise began to justify him, as if he was not guilty of anything, so she asked him to use his powers only for himself and his loved ones. All the boys were surrounding the guild master's wounded body when she turned to Pasties. The hooded boy looked at his mistress with a grim expression as she addressed him as her apprentice and told him that she always wanted to teach him only the best, but in her own way, she felt like she was forcing him. Louise began to close her eyes and cried tearfully, apologizing to all the boys for letting them down and for not being able to do her job. Dean walked away from all the boys who were mourning the guild master. The blonde looked back and realized that Mary had asked him to save the world, but reality had decided otherwise, and they could only protect what was right in front of them. Suddenly, a huge silhouette of Lancelot was flying from behind Dean, thinking that if Mary was okay with this, then he would do everything in his power. Dean managed to look back. The player immediately backed away, meeting Lancelot with his back. Lancelot's eyes bulged from such a blow, turned completely black and was covered in light when Dean swore before Louise. A black silhouette with a cloak was flying to the side of a glowing crash because the blonde was not going to kill anyone else. Dean and a black guys towered over the ruins, arrogantly looking into the hole, and noted that the villains seemed interesting to him in their own way, because what they did not lack was the ability to cut off what they considered unnecessary. The brunette immediately flew out of the hole with lightsabers and sarcastically replied that he was glad because he liked the blonde too. There was a powerful explosion of light in space. Dean fought fiercely with Lancelot, who had a hole in his body and was missing an arm. The glowing brunette looked up with a grin. Suddenly, in place of the torn-off arm, a new glowing arm of Lancelot with a sword appeared. The blonde looked at him from under his brows and was slightly surprised by such a skill. Lancelot's eyes bulged with slight bewilderment when he heard that he was on the side of the weapon. A powerful light wave spread throughout the entire space from the epicenter. The blonde jumped slightly, standing near a cloud of dust, because he remembered that he clearly felt how he cut the enemy, but he was restored again. Dean had a glowing magic circle on his chest, and he knew that the only way to definitely destroy Lancelot was to destroy it with V8 or something stronger, but if he increased the power here, it would affect the entire floor. He saw a bright aura glowing through the smoke cloud, and he knew that this was a bad situation and he had to focus on defense. Lancelot's glowing and jagged silhouette noted that it was absurd because he was losing to him in terms of karma. If it weren't for Louise and her game, it would have been easier. Dean looked back at him in bewilderment through the smoke cloud. Lancelot swung his black axe, emitting beams of light, and decided to risk his life, so he assumed the master class of his weapon. Dean furiously shouted that he would take it upon himself and told the guys to take care of the consequences. T1 adjusted his glove when the main character shouted out his agreement with the order. Two powerful streams of light collided in space. Dean in a demonic form towered over Lancelot, who looked at him. It was a powerful nuclear explosion in space that sent down light. Dean bared his teeth furiously, while Lancelot grinned, and everyone believed that victory would be his. At that time, the Mirage grinned maliciously, standing in front of the fiery smoke, because he offered a contract for the mouse girl to use her powers only for him, and she did not need to think about anything. At that moment, the Mirage held the girl's striped scarf and said that she would not have to bear any responsibility. Now the mouse girl was sitting on the ground, looking at Dean. The girl with gray hair looked ahead coldly and said that she came here to kill Dean and avenge the Mirage. The player looked at her with bewilderment from under his bangs and noted that he was no longer surprised, since she was not the first and not the last. At that moment, he pointed his finger at Mary, who was looking at the knife, when the blonde asked the beast girl if she could even imagine how she would do it, since it was necessary to at least somehow prepare for the assassination attempt, and you can't even kill a goblin with such a knife. The mouse girl looked at him with disdain and noted that she wouldn't know about it until she tried it, and if she even started thinking about such trifles, then only as a last resort. The blonde's eyes widened in bewilderment when he heard that the question was different, and why didn't he kill her? The mouse girl looked closely, with a glowing gaze, and noted that, most likely, the guy had long ago guessed that it was thanks to her that the Ipku village was suddenly attacked by unranked players. It was a glowing cloud in the black space, like free movement across floors, and one of her key abilities. Dean immediately turned away from the girl sitting on the ground when she said that she killed Rans. The blonde guy didn't turn around and said that nothing like that happened because the guy was just protecting what was dear to him and nothing more. The mouse girl put her hand on her legs while sitting on the ground when Dean noted that the guy definitely didn't die because of her. So he asked her not to overestimate herself because arrogance is a bad advisor, and asked her not to take responsibility when no one asked her to. The girl sat with a sad look because she realized that she thought so. She saw how the blonde guy approached the red-haired girl with a knife and understood that they deserved each other. Mary in the mask looked up, hearing that the same thing would happen on the 75th floor as in the Ipku village. Dean looked back with a slight tremor and incomprehension when the beast girl replied that her disappearance probably undermined the imposter's plan. However, most likely, the attack only undermined the imposter's plan. However, most likely, the attack has already happened. The girl approached the player and explained that if he wanted, she could take him there. Dean immediately became sad and worried, because he realized that the 75th floor was where most of the players gathered, and they were going to arrange a massacre there. He looked at his three comrades and knew that by now everything would be bad. He imagined the wounded silhouette of the red-haired girl from behind. He sweatily bulged his eyes through her bangs. Then he lowered his gaze. He immediately received a blow to himself from Mary and flew forward. He held onto his back seat, bulging his eyes, having received a blow from his friend, because she told him to shut up, because she refused to listen to his pathetic excuses any longer. Mary glared at him furiously and screamed at him to leave here and do what he had to, because she could take care of herself. The blonde looked at her in bewilderment. He immediately narrowed his eyes slightly when the beast girl sitting next to him agreed with Mary, because in one case there was no point in Dima being ranked second. Dean looked at the puzzled beast girl and the furiously screaming Mary in bewilderment. They both started to put pressure on him as if he was constantly bragging about his second place in the ranking, and when it came down to it, he immediately got scared. The blonde's eyes bulged and he was shocked, because the girls did not understand what was the point of training for several months if he would just chicken out on the day of the competition, as if second place in the ranking was a pathetic creature for them. Dean tensed up and looked up when they started to put pressure on his manhood. The dim light stretched into space, and Dean shouted that he did not know anything. He immediately extended his index finger with a furious look, and the beast girl ran there, because they were going to ruin the villain's plans, so he asked the girl to open the doors. The boys saw the mouse girl open a huge gate. The blonde looked at the girl intently, calling out to her. She immediately slapped him on the back of the head when he was about to make a final speech, as if he had decided to die. Mary looked at him with disdain, her mouth open, and explained that if he tried to leave her, she would give him a very harsh thrashing in the next world. Dean stroked his head with a slight smile. Dean in a black guise entered the space and saw Lancelot with a spear, although he considered himself 2 in the ranking. The blonde in a black suit began to touch his spiked hand with discharges. The glowing silhouette of the brunette stood in a fighting pose and grinned, thinking that Dean stopped a blow of almost the same strength as his, and he corrected the mistakes that had arisen on his part almost instantly and considered the enemy worthy of himself. The brunette immediately swung his glowing blade and felt that it explained everything and the forces were equal. He immediately dealt a crushing, powerful blow to the ground, and Lancelot felt that although he looked a little battered in Bibion's eyes, He needed a little more strength for his victory. Lancelot tightly clutched his spear and stuck it into the ground. His black silhouette with glowing eyes fiercely looked forward. In the past, the Mirage trained Lancelot on a piece of paper, who used his power sparingly. At that moment, the magician showed all the theory on the piece of paper for the guy, because the attack on the 75th floor was the fulfillment of a contract with the Mirage, and this did not have any special meaning. At that moment, Lancelot looked at his severed hand, and in other words, it was possible to finish everything with minimal karma consumption and strive for efficiency naturally, although he thought that it was a waste of time and it was better to fight like this. However, now he was faced with a complex variable, and the angry Dean was heading straight for Lancelot, and the situation had definitely gone beyond the point where there was any sense in calculating the inefficiency rate. It was a furious fight between two players with their superpowers and monsters, as it was a night journey of 100 ghosts. T1 was anxiously shouting that he did not understand what was happening at all. Lilith looked at what was happening in shock. She looked forward with her convulsive gaze and understood that this was something. Dean at this time was under a mask and in a glowing demonic form. The player in the cloak watched as his opponent crushed the earth from the air with energy. Dean bared his teeth angrily, looking at what was happening. At this time, Lancelot's black leg crushed the earth with a touch. The blonde's cloak fluttered from the energy flow that flew past. Dean immediately looked to the side when he was given a choice. All the guys watched as it was a furious fight between ghosts and monsters. At this time, Lancelot's demonic form swung a glowing spear at the beast girl, when Nabai was already lying dead, and Dean was asked about who he would sacrifice. The mouse girl's eyes widened in alarm. Sparks of light flew across the space and the inscription V8 appeared. At this time, all the ghosts and the huge monster were cut in half, and all its parts began to fall. Lancelot at this time swung his spear. The glowing brunette with a sly grin looked back at the guy and asked his name again. He saw how the furious image of Dean descended to the ground with sparks of discharges. The blonde with sparkling eyes looked forward furiously and said that it was his choice. The black image of the blonde leaned forward, emitting smoke. Suddenly, Lancelot turned his back to him, on which a crack occurred. Suddenly, a glowing bucket appeared from his back. The brunette looked at him slyly through his bangs and noted sarcastically that he was sorry. The blonde with a black sword flew forward when an explosion occurred behind him. Dean landed on the battlefield, blowing away a cloud of smoke and knowing that he wouldn't care if he got out of here today. He blew smoke out of his mouth furiously and knew that his only job was to protect without regret. At this time, a beating purple heart was lying on the ground. This heart began to beat faster and emit discharges. It was the torn body of Lancelot, which began to gather into flesh. The brunette found himself on the ground, looking back at the tower in the distance. Lancelot rested his hand on the ground and smirked, because he knew that he would never forget his name until he took everything from him. Pasties passed by the blonde, who decided to grab his hand. The unranked player slightly narrowed his eyes, tilted his head, and asked his friend about where he was going. Pasties furiously shouted from under his hood that he himself knew where he was going. The smoldering purple flame evaporated into space, and Pasties noted that he felt Lancelot's presence, and he was still alive, and asked Dean why he did not finish the job. Pasties looked away with a confused and angry look and explained that if they did not finish Lancelot, then the same thing would happen on the next floor, although Louise had weakened him, and they would not have another chance. The blonde continued to hold Pasties' hand with his sparkling hand, and said that casualties were inevitable, but if they stopped now, then Louise's sacrifice would be meaningless. The guy in the jacket turned to the warrior, adding that if he did not act now, then he would take the initiative. Dean looked back at his friend with glowing eyes and said that there was a certain meaning in this. The guy peered out from under the hood in horror when he heard that all this made sense only for himself. The blonde continued to hold his sad friend's hand and explained that if he really wanted to see Louise's will, then he had to do what he had to do. Pasties lowered his head in sweat and anger. Dean, with his hair disheveled, stared at his friend and understood that this phrase sounded easier than putting it into practice, and he understood it perfectly. Somewhere in the past, Dean was screaming furiously and trying to figure out what happened next. Now the ceiling began to crumble, and this was Dean's choice. The player looked up at the ceiling, which began to crumble, and his real battle would begin right now. Pasties spread his hands in shock, noticing that the floor was breaking like glass, but the blonde looked cold-blooded and noted that this was a side effect of V8. A bright core began to radiate from the player's chest, and Dean asked him not to worry because he had come up with a solution. He reached his sparkling hand to his core to his chest and noticed that he was using his core to restore the lair. Pasties from the shadow of the hood began to scream furiously that Dean should go to the beast girl who came with him because she would open the way for him without any problems, and asked the guy not to sacrifice himself. Rays of light stretched in space and a sacrifice occurred. The player grinned maliciously and smiled from under his brows, saying that he would simply fill the hole he created. A powerful explosion of light occurred in the black huge space, and the expectations that Dean lived with left him like a child left an old toy. And even if his loved one died, and even if his whole world collapsed, it would not affect the global picture of things. The blonde smiled mockingly from under his bangs and explained that now he was asked to protect this picture, and there was a limit to indifference. Another crushing explosion occurred. Mary at this time lay on the ground, holding her head. She stared through her bangs with malice. She saw a flask with a glowing liquid and begged it. At this time, Dean flew to the attack with a malicious grin. He remembered how he stood in shabby clothes on the trash in front of the tower. At the same time, Mary, along with another player, looked at him from behind. The black silhouette of the player looked at the beast girl before the surge of energy. In the black reaching hand, a smiling Seol-jin was visible when a finger reached for a petal. Dean watched all this and understood that they all needed a hero, and if there was no hero in this world, then he would have to become one. The player looked up in shock, trying to call Seol-jin back. At this time, Seol-jin flew above him, emitting light into the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed for Liber to do as she knew, and this time he would not let her down. The glowing girl slightly bared her teeth and voiced her agreement. The glowing girl was reaching out with her hands along with the hero's blue beam towards the core. Seol-jin bared his teeth angrily, clenching his blade, and mentally asked Liber to remain in character. The glowing girl stared ahead, and Seol-jin asked her to remember this for everyone's sake. The girl sat on the black ledge near the swords. Dean's eyes widened as he watched the scene. He watched the scene intently with amazement. He watched as flashes of blue and yellow light began to appear in the clear sky. Lancelot suddenly appeared, placing his hands on his waist, and said that this was Merlin's ability to materialize an entire layer. The brunette, the main villain of this scene, looked at the scene with a sneer, realizing that it was a bit rough, but overall not bad, and assumed that the guy was the official candidate. He scratched his head and was about to exit through the portal, thinking that he should definitely kill him. Dean watched as Liber walked towards him with a shabby Seol-jin. The girl was carrying a guy who looked tired and smoky. The guy looked at him through his bangs with a cool expression when he heard Dean address him by name. The main character lowered his head in sweat and tears and said words of apology, and they were unable to protect the village of Ipku. Suddenly, Dean hugged his comrades tightly, which shocked them. He smiled happily in the arms of the guys and missed them very much. The brunette widened his eyes when he heard that Dean was very proud of them. Liber was also surprised, widening her eyes at such an event. It was Rand's glowing silhouette, standing with his back turned, and they apologized to him because Dean thought that they would meet soon. Now Dean stood in an empty space, and he tried to live on. He looked through his bangs with a sly smile and did not consider himself alone. The glowing silhouette of his dead friend fell and smiled back. The blonde immediately began to lose consciousness and fall. All the guys immediately rushed to run to help their friend. Liber, along with Seol-jin, looked at Dean in shock and shouted that he could have died, although the blonde replied that he simply overdid it because he was going to destroy the core. He looked up with a satisfied smile and thought about the player representative, although in fact he hardly believed in it. However, now he saw everything with his own eyes and began to understand everything himself. Dean saw the puzzled faces of Seol-jin and Liber in front of him, and told them that they were quite suitable for this role before the decisive battle of D13 and the Black Hieroglyph. Before the decisive battle of D13, they were transferred to the Heavenly Terrarium on the 88th floor, where there was an underground multi-story building. The sect of rulers sat at the table and looked at the magic screen, noting that something serious had happened on the lower floors, and that was putting it mildly, because for the first time in their lives, they were witnessing the appearance of a new floor. The old man bared his teeth furiously and hit the table, noting that if the stars were lit, then someone needed it, resigning himself to this fate. At this time, the guy in a shirt and a cotton head was smoking a pipe, talking about the future, because this really interested them. Another pumped-up guy was leaning his hands on the table and grinning when he heard the question about why the world was needed if no one was in charge, because there would be casualties anyway, and the leader thought that the player would not be able to completely destroy their world. This pumped-up guy with bandaged hands answered that it didn't really matter, because he hadn't even had time to live properly yet. Vivian was standing in front of the table with the Lord, who noted that they were quite happy with a ruler who would become a true god. This old man slightly squinted from the bright light and heard that one of the abilities could further increase their value. It was a glowing purple core. Then a light veil of fog covered the purple space, and the old man noted that no matter what they did with Seol-jin on this floor, the guys did not want to participate. The brunette closed her eyes with an exhausted look and was told that instead the girl was an unranked player and would give them the power of the seed. Ryujin then held a pen in his hand and was about to sign the diary. Before the decisive battle of D12, he decided to keep a diary of the current events. The blonde sat at the table and entered the entries, because ever since he climbed the tower, he constantly used the ability to look slightly into the future, but lately he noticed that there was no meaning. They were bitten chocolate cookies. Then the black space began to crack under the rays of light, and the starting point is the moment when everything went wrong. Ryujin recalled how he fiercely fought the protagonist, standing in a fighting stance, because his ability predicted that Seoljin for some reason fell into a rage, and after that he was supposed to die at the hands of Dean. In the memory, the blonde stretched his index finger at the black silhouette of the warrior and half lost his mind. Dean accepted Naga's challenge. Ryujin closed his lips and slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was supposed to happen, but now this future was only his imagination. Glints of light burst out of the black spaces, and this was the same future obtained with the help of cookies that were constantly changing. Dean furiously began to write down notes with a pen, and he regretted that the abilities of the previous protagonist and the current protagonist were now ineffective, and now he was standing at the forefront of the foreseeable future. He reasoned about whether it was possible that the future he saw coincided with God's plan, and then the current situation was completely unpredictable, because at this rate, the chances of victory would go away. He sat at the table and fussily took notes as he was distracted from the objectivity of the diary. He imagined a huge tower reaching into the sky, and this was the situation on the 75th floor, ridiculous in many ways. All the guys were standing in a deafening vacant lot, like a cemetery, because it was the funeral of Louise, the former guildmaster and the victims of the recent events, so they were held without fanfare under the leadership of Mayo, the current guildmaster. This was the closest place to the sky, and the floors almost touched each other. These were the black marble pillars of the cemetery, because there were only 14 victims including Louise, and this is an insignificant number. But losing such a significant number of combat units was sad, and perhaps with one of them, their future would have been a little brighter. Sato watched as Mayo sadly scattered pieces of dirt, because the atmosphere was gloomy, but surprisingly no one shed a tear, because this was due to the characteristics of the beastmen who believe in reincarnation. Pasties at this time stood one in the dark space and also kept his composure, so Ryujin was even more worried. Sato together with Mayo surrounded the bandaged Nabai, because the guildmaster, the Knight of 100 Ghosts, came to her senses half a day after the funeral. The guy bowed his head and thought hard that if Nabai managed to return to the ranks, then she would most likely settle here on the 75th floor to make sure that nothing happened to him. He understood that their guys faced a truly superior opponent, and even in an unexpected place, most likely this was not the last such meeting. Well, he was definitely sure that they could handle it. At this time, Pasties stroked the sleeping white wolves. He looked at them sadly and thought that they hated him. The white wolf was going to lick his hands. The bandaged red-haired girl in a black cape narrowed her eyes, seeing Pasties, as she was looking for him. The guy immediately looked at her and noticed that her eyes still didn't obey her, but the girl asked him not to worry and that she just needed to lie down for a while. She also came up with a smile and decided to pet the white dog, saying that these animals also loved Louise very much and she was curious how all this would affect them. She immediately began to pet the dog's head and took responsibility for taking care of them. From under the black cape, a bandaged severed hand of the girl was visible. Pasties slightly squinted and looked away sadly. He immediately stood up and decided to leave, saying goodbye to Nabai. The red-haired girl, without raising her head, called Pasties' name. The guy in the jacket shook slightly when the girl noted that she was not going to take revenge, and she thought that Louise would have done the same in her place. Pasties stood with his head down, his back to Nabai, who asked him to try to live in the present. Her friend in the jacket looked back sadly. Nabai looked at him in bewilderment and thought that now she could upset him even more, and she never succeeded. At this time, the protagonist sat in a black cave and looked at the blue crystalline sky. He looked up in amazement, his eyes bulging, and understood that they had done a whole story with Liber, and he still could not believe it. He goggled his eyes in alarm and tried to understand if this was what they were capable of. Then in that case he should try to fight that invader. He remembered how the half-dead Louise sadly told him to save his strength for those who were really important to him. He opened his sleeve and blue cracks were illuminated there because he still used his trump card. He opened his sleeve and there was a blue plate lit up because he understood that his body could withstand another 2-3 times. He squinted at his sleeve, stretching out his arms, and realized that if he died, then Arthur would win, and for the common good it was worth using this skill with caution. The protagonist immediately bulged his eyes when T1 peered into the space and noticed a delightful view. The blonde looked back at Seoljin, who was sitting there, and asked him where his partner was and if he had offended her by any chance. The brunette explained that she was with Sumama, and he thought that the girl wanted to support her at such a moment. T1 looked warily from under his brows at the guy. Then he looked forward and turned to his friend. The protagonist looked closely at his friend, raising his eyebrows, and heard that T1 no longer remembered the old world. His black silhouette peered into the outskirts of the cave, and he said that it had been a long time since he stopped thinking about the reasons for all this, and to be honest, he was no longer interested in memories because it was not a very fun time. He was already thinking about how they could clarify the current situations after all this. It was a blue crystal sky, and T1 assured that if this battle ended, they would be the winners. Then he looked at Seoljin and wanted to apologize to him. The protagonist leaned forward slightly and looked at T1 in bewilderment, hearing that they could be the winners. His eyes immediately bulged from such a realization. Sumama sat between the two girls, and they looked around because Seoljin was thinking about what would happen after. It was a crystalline sky enveloping a rocky crater, and Libra had a strange feeling that they would all be able to see this scenery together again someday. Lilith replied that she was devastated, but she felt this peace. Sumama looked up at the sky good-naturedly and asked the others to calm down because she was fine. The blonde's eyes widened in shock as her friend asked about what she and Seoljin had done back then, which must have drained her of her strength and energy. And she was worried because she didn't know how soon she would be able to meet Arthur, or if she would be able to at all. Lilith sat there with a puzzled look on her face, looking at the ground. When Sumama asked her about her father's appearances being less frequent lately and tried to find out the reason, reminding her about the unranked player using her enemy's skills, Sumama smiled with a smirk and stated that everyone had such difficulties, including hers. Then she stretched out her hand and informed the guys that she already knew that she was weak, and no matter how hard she tried, it was hard to even reach her toes. She clenched her fist enthusiastically, lowered her head, and said that she was ready to risk her life for the sake of the people dear to her. At this time, Nabai was sitting near the grave and watering it, because she and Louise thought the same. Sumama opened her mouth wide and from under her brows declared that everything was fine. She immediately hugged her friends tightly and said that everything would be fine, until the decisive battle of D10. Dean looked at the whole crowd of his guys and thanked them for gathering. His shoulder with a cape was visible, and he answered that the connection with the 88th floor was lost and there was a high probability that it was the work of Lancelot or his partner Bibian. He stared intently through his bangs and said that he wanted to deal with them himself. They were transferred to the sky terrarium of the 88th floor, where Lancelot was walking leisurely. He raised his head with a grin and answered that Bibian was still beautiful. He saw blooming monster flowers in front of him. At this time, the brunette was lying on this flower, throwing her hands behind her head. She looked at the guy with a slight squint and recognized him. Before the decisive battle of D11, they were transferred to the sky terrarium of the 75th floor, where a crack was shining brightly above the platform. A bright lantern illuminated the space, and this was Pastis's plan. The guy sat on the bench while his girlfriend stood nearby, because Pastis said that he had already talked to Lilith and Sumama had her permission. The guy in the jacket looked back at the monster girl and begged her very much, because he understood that he was pressuring her, but still the plan had to be implemented. A dim red light illuminated the dark space. The offended girl was walking away from Pastis, whom she had hit, and he was lying on the ground. The guy in the jacket spat out blood and looked at the silhouette of his girlfriend leaving and understood that they did not have time for a showdown, and this plan had the greatest chance of success. The guy in the jacket wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand and understood that it was too late to retreat, and all that was left was to strictly follow the plan. The guys followed T1 across the field to the decisive battle of D10. The blonde suddenly became wary and looked to the side. At this time, Pastis was walking next to the offended Sumama. T1 touched his chin with a finger in confusion and was surprised that he never thought he would see the day when Pastis and Sumama would quarrel. All the guys saw Dean in front of them, who thanked them for gathering. The blonde crossed his arms and stared ahead, wanting to personally deal with the unranked players. Pastis frowned slightly under his hood. The girl looked back in surprise at Pastis' stern gaze, who wanted to take on Lancelot himself. Dean frowned in displeasure and crossed his arms. He looked at the black silhouette of his friend and assumed that Pastis wanted to get in his way and assumed that he must be smarter than this. The blonde looked warily through his bangs and asked about the chances of success. The guy in the jacket frowned ahead and answered that there was a chance, of course. T1 and Seoljin widened their eyes in shock, while Libra was angry after hearing that Dean wanted them to wait for him on the 75th floor because there was another role prepared for them and they should investigate it. Sumama, meanwhile, hid under her cap and was dissatisfied. Lilith stood next to Pastis, who pointed at her and explained that he would not be alone. Dean crossed his arms with a slight squint and suggested that considering the opponent's characteristics, Lilith was a good choice. The blonde then frowned slightly through his bangs. The protagonist and T1 began to furiously shout about Pastis making a bad choice as if he was tired of living. Seoljin said that they really should fight together. Suddenly, a red staff from Shonen appeared in front of the guys. The brown-haired man held the staff while pointing his finger at Pastis, saying that he agreed with him. Dean looked at his friends carefully as the brown-haired man said that they had risked their lives for the common good and climbed up here, so there was so much blood behind them that he couldn't remember everyone. The guy with the staff stood in the center and twirled it, noting that in any situation, risks should be minimized and he didn't want to see his friends die. Then Sean timidly scratched his head and noted that the guys already knew that Pastis was the smartest among them, and he believed that they should trust him, looking away with a smirk. The guy in the jacket at this time looked away and thanked his friend for standing up for him and explained that Dean himself once said that they needed to do what they could now. Pasties stretched his hand to the side, Dean, and thus showed his answer. The blonde frowned slightly through his bangs and explained that this was not enough. Pasties widened his eyes in surprise when Dean expressed his understanding of the situation. The blonde looked at his friend in the jacket and said that confidence alone was not enough right now. Dean crossed his arms and glared at Pasties, apologizing to him for not really believing that he would open the way for them now. The guy in the jacket peered out from under his hood with a cool expression. Pasties then bared his teeth in glee, trying to doubt Dean's words. He began to walk forward and felt the flow of victory. Dean looked through his bangs in surprise when Pasties stated that the chances of winning were equal now. Lead watched as Pasties stood in front of the blonde and wanted to settle everything right now with the old game of rock, paper, scissors. The guy in the jacket began to shout furiously about how if he wins, it will be according to his plan. Dean immediately became dissatisfied and wanted the guy to look at himself from the outside and breathe out calmly. Pasties, with a confident look and a grin, pulled out his fist and wanted to decide now. Dean looked at the outstretched fist in surprise. Then the blonde grinned maliciously, seeing his friend's intentions. It was a glowing rose. Lancelot was sitting on the glowing stem of a huge plant. He looked into the empty space and saw explosions in the distance. These explosions began to approach. Then he saw a whole army of wolves running towards him, led by Pasties. The guy in the jacket looked ahead angrily and realized that he had not yet seen his enemies. The brunette at this time maliciously bared his teeth and was glad that the guys had finally shown up. Lilith also wanted to take part in this and peered intently through the smoke, realizing that Pasties was right after all. At that moment, Lilith watched as Pasties petted the dog and said that the main condition for their victory was a one-on-one battle, and the rest would somehow work out thanks to the compatibility of the ability he had spoken of earlier. The pink-haired girl at that moment stared ahead while petting the dog and asked her friend if he was confident that his plan would work, since she did not think that Lancelot, the ego weapon, and Bibian would quarrel. Pasties extended his finger, imagining the various friends and villains standing with their backs to each other, and explained that as far as he knew, the ego weapon and its owner always acted together and there was a special connection between them that went beyond basic abilities. He explained that, unlike those two, Bibian adjusted to Liber, and there was no word about Lancelot, and perhaps he crossed that line and avoided situations where he had to deal with the power of the ego weapon as much as possible. He imagined the brunette grinning as the black silhouette of the mage stood behind him. At that moment, Bibian stood with her back to the brunette, and Pasties explained that these were just guesses and that their relationship was also difficult to call smooth. Given their character, it was quite possible. Now Lancelot spread his arms and went straight head onto the huge dog. Pasties took a fighting stance and swung his glowing fist, happy that his bet had played and his chances of winning had increased significantly. Lancelot pulled out his eyes in bewilderment, trying to understand who was in front of him, because he wanted to see Dean. These were two huge red hands, one of which pointed to the palm of the judge. This is a huge ball in the form of the head of the judge, who snapped his fingers and wanted to start a joint game. The silhouette of a black bat is indicated. Pasties deftly jumped over Lancelot in the form of the skill Kaltsin. The huge dog immediately bit into Lancelot. This dog ran past when Lancelot bit into another dog and heard the command for Lilith to act now. The pink-haired girl stared to the side and realized that these were Kaltsin's abilities, hidden by Pasties' skill. The guy in the jacket furiously grabbed the ground and swung his fists, realizing that the subordination did not work, and he was trying to understand if there was any difference in the essence of the master and the subordinate in the ego weapon. Lancelot immediately soared into the air and threw the huge dog away from himself. The brunette looked forward in bewilderment, stretching out his hand, and did not understand what the guy was doing and tried to find out where Dean was. Pasties bloodthirstily began to scream that he was the guy who defeated Dean twice, although he did not say that it was a game of rock, paper, scissors. Lancelot coolly touched his shoulder, hearing that Pasties was the man who came to destroy him. Lilith at this time looked ahead and saw Bibian at the glowing sprout. The brunette looked at her displeasedly from under her brows and said that they had already been through this, and she was not interested in girls. Lilith smirked, touched her neck with her hand, and noted that it was a coincidence and at least in some ways they were similar to her. Lilith's eyes widened furiously and said that in that case they should finish the duel faster. Dean was about to tear his slippers off the floor. While he was watching in space, Xiao Jin was walking towards him with Liber when the blonde noted that the ground under his feet was much stronger than it seemed at first glance, and he was silent about the scenery since it was very cool here. The protagonist was scratching his neck timidly while the girl next to him was angry, and they were curious as to why they had even come up here. She was indignant that they couldn't just relax and enjoy the overseas scenery right now. The brunette, perplexed, straightened his hand, seeing Dean's sparkling hand, who told them not to be so boring, because there was nothing to do here anyway, and this way they could while away the time. He looked back with a sly grin at them and was about to play with them. Lilith stretched out her fingers and beams of energy rushed out from there. These were huge fiery streams that began to break the plants. Vivian was sitting on the steps at this time, seeing the burnt stems of the plant. The brunette looked sadly through her bangs. She lowered her head into her crossed arms as if she was sad and asked the girl to stop pretending to be a strong girl here and go back because she was not in the mood to fight with someone like her at all right now. The pink-haired girl squinted at Vivian with disdain, realizing that she was annoyed by the girl because she sat and looked down on everyone, although Lilith herself did not like it. Pasties at this time hovered in the air with his wings, looking at Lancelot because he also wanted to do other things now. The pink-haired girl looked through her bangs with regret and remembered that she wanted to ask about using Bari's powers, and now she needed to get Vivian's attention. A bright beam of light was shining near her ear, and she understood that she had to prevent them from uniting with Lancelot because this was the first condition for victory, so she asked her fire father to lend her power. Bright flashes of fire filled the black space with them, and the father asked his daughter not to apologize because all his power belonged to her and he would always support her. A huge silhouette of her fire father appeared behind the angry girl. The huge fire father looked at his daughter, who looked forward with disdain. He asked her about the most important thing right now was to focus on the unranked player, and Lilith agreed. The girl was about to put her hand to her chest and said that she had an idea. She started to walk forward and saw a huge glowing plant and Vivian next to her, and began to joke about the fact that this girl was not in the mood now and suggested that the reason was her. Without raising her head, the brunette rested her head on her hands and said that Lilith was a dreamer, because their Xiao Jin would never be interested in someone like her. Lilith put her hand to her chest when the brunette's huge head appeared behind her. She pulled out a shining ring on her fingers. Then she held the shining ring on her fingers with a malicious grin and said that this accessory was given to her by Xiao Jin, and no one else. The fire father widened his eyes in bewilderment and clenched his fist, realizing that his daughter had lied so shamelessly, but he knew that it would definitely hurt her. Exhausted, Vivian leaned her hands on the ground and looked sadly. At this time, Lilith was putting a ring on her finger with a mocking smile and explained that this ring did not need any explanation. The fire father emitted a tongue of flame and realized that this would have a stunning effect on the girl. The brunette immediately rose up and began to walk forward. Vivian frantically looked forward, bulging her eyes. Lilith began to scream furiously, standing next to her fire father because she was glad that everything worked out for them. Then she passed the baton to her father, who stood with bulging eyes and understood that he had most likely gotten distracted from the plan. Lilith immediately backed away when Vivian furiously flew at her. The fire father immediately swung his fist. He immediately threw the brunette back with his blow, causing her to fly quickly. The pink-haired girl extended her hand with slight caution and realized that she seemed to be trying to attack more restrainedly, but she was trying to figure out if such an attack needed to be used. She saw Vivian standing in the distance under the shackles of fire and assumed that her dad would start doing something now. Her father furrowed his brows furiously and realized that Kina also noticed, because it was hard to hide something like that. He saw smoke coming from the incinerated roots stretching out and realized that the connection between them was getting worse. Her father clenched his fiery fist and understood that in any case, he had to hold on, because at least this had to be done until the end of the battle. The brunette looked down angrily, then she closed her eyes and smirked. She put two hands on her waist and stretched out the other, standing in front of Lilith and laughing. She put her hands in front of her with a malicious smile and noted that it had been a long time since they met Xiao Jin, and finally she felt something, because Lancelot and the Mirage were very boring. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in shock when she heard that Vivian liked her, who would like to be on the same side with her if possible. Lilith's eyes widened in horror when she heard such a statement. She saw how the brunette threw her hands behind her head and began to walk forward, because she was trying to understand why she was the only ego weapon. The brunette immediately tilted her head with a smile and asked Lilith if she would mind if they corrected her talkative mouth. Pasties at this time bared his teeth furiously, clenching his fist. He immediately began to deftly jump from side to side and attack Lancelot with numerous blows. The brunette took various blows from all sides with a grin. Through the black aura, he opened his mouth and wished to change his form. A beam of energy rushed through Pasties' chopped body. Lancelot swung his hand with a huge monster's mouth under the gluttony skill. Pasties looked up angrily, clenching his fists, and understood that he would like to inflict at least some damage, but Lancelot constantly restored his body due to karma. At that moment, the brunette rushed through Pasties' body, violating its integrity, and the guy understood that this villain was devouring his karma in such a battle. Splashes of black blood flew across the space. The upper chopped half of Pasties' body towered over Lancelot, to whom he said that the brunette had become weaker, and it seemed to him that the gift from his mentor had had an effect. Pasties immediately ran to attack from behind Lancelot in a demonic form with horns. This villain smiled widely and felt that smell of Kaltzen again. Lancelot extended his hand and held the smoky body of Pasties, who asked him about the conditions for the ability. The brunette looked at him with a sarcastic grin from under his brows and noticed that his skills were stolen, thinking that they came to take revenge on him. Lancelot tightly squeezed Pasties' neck and said that if he had fought with such strength that day, he would not have thought that there were any restrictions because the effectiveness of his ability was unstable. Lancelot looked through his long bangs and noticed that the guy was now using his skills as he wished. The huge ball of a judge clenched his fists, looking at the black silhouettes of the guys when Lancelot asked about what Pasties offered the devil for this fight. The guy in the jacket smiled maliciously, answering that he gave his life. Pasties immediately sat on the ground while Lancelot held his air silhouette. The brunette looked down, realizing that this guy had a double, and his real personality was with weak karma. The guy in the jacket sat on the ground, leaning on his hand. He hit the ground with his fist and wished for the launch of the joint game. At this time, the ball judge raised his hands above himself and said the name Louise. Lancelot watched as the brunette extended his index finger and it was game time. Pasties bloodthirstily raised his finger up and wished to bring the current here. The huge ball with glasses smiled maliciously and understood that this was his decisive battle. Then the fiery silhouette of Lilith's father appeared. Lilith stood with Pasties, from whom their fiery auras emanated, and they believed that they would definitely win. Bibian at this time also grinned maliciously. Lancelot also stood with a sarcastic grin and tried to challenge them, because they were confident in their victory. They were transferred to the heavenly terrarium of the 99th floor. The black silhouette of Nagi cut the monsters in half. She looked forward, while splashes of blood dripped in space. Then she put away her sword, standing in a cloud of dust. A small dim light appeared in a cloud of smoke. She looked to the side and saw a bright light. Suddenly, a portal opened, and from there a guy with sickles flew at her, whose arm was cut off. This fighter immediately plopped down on the ground. It was a brown-haired man who became embittered, lowering his head with a bloody mouth, and understood that this was absolute power and everything lay on the altar, but he never received permission to even step foot. He saw his dead comrade in armor lying nearby. He immediately closed his eyes tightly, baring his teeth. The guy immediately opened his mouth wide and began to scream furiously about how Nagi was not ashamed, because she was a great master of the blade, that she was unable to control her desires. When he screamed about what right she had to take them in life, the girl immediately swung the blade and let the fighter's blood flow. She looked at what was happening with sadness, stretching out her hand. There were exactly 10 days left, and the guy looked out from under the shadow with a grin and understood that it was time to go. It was a cup with candles from which black smoke came. It was a Chinese mosque with worshipping fighters in white robes. The guy in the cape hit the ground with his fist and understood that the preparations were complete. The blonde guy with the pigtail looked to the side and said that he had not been in debt for long. Then his silhouette went into the black space. The old man watched as his student went into the dark cave. This old man closed his eyes sadly and realized that the empty bowl was leaning towards him. The discharges of electricity and light filled the space with them, and they wanted to hope for the power of a god. This glowing silhouette of a guy held his face with his hands. Then he bared his teeth maliciously. The yellow crosshair was aimed at the maliciously smiling Pasties, because this was his ability of a joint game, which allowed him to borrow the abilities of an ally for a certain period by agreement. It was the image of a black bat covering the silhouette of Pasties. They remembered how Lancelot stood in front of Pasties and a paw print appeared. Now this huge disco ball leaned in front of the guy in the hood, and this time the offer was one-sided. Pasties shook 2 fingers of the red hand from the referee, because Pasties did not expect such an outcome, but the referee was ready to accept these conditions. T1 crossed his arms in displeasure, looking back at Pasties while the referee was putting the seal, because one of the conditions of the ability is that Pasties must prove to the referee that the person he borrows the skill from must actually be an ally, after which the referee will move on to the contract stage. Although the conditions are difficult, but it was surprisingly flexible. It was a black screen, and a great example would be a straight talk. The guy with long hair was kneeling in front of Pasties, because it was a straight talk, with the help of which the referee determined Kaltzen as an ally. The referee beamed and held his hands above the smiling Pasties, because the highlight of this ability of the guy was that the referee was biased. Then the guy in the jacket touched his chin with a sullen look, and it turned out that the past was also somewhat of a bummer, and the referee found his past uninteresting. This disco ball referee raised his huge straightened palm, because now it was worth talking about the limitations of the joint game, which can only be used 5 times in a lifetime. After these 5 times, the referee will execute Pasties. The referee stretched out his red bloody hands towards the dead Pasties. The guy in the jacket hung upside down in the shackles of the referee's huge hands, and his soul will belong to the referee. Pasties looked at how a glowing paw print appeared above Lancelot. Pasties looked ahead with cold blood and understood that it was good that they moved on to stage 2, and even after the gift from Louise, he will still remain quite strengthened. Pasties quickly clenched his fist and understood that this time he was not limited by karma, otherwise he would have already reached the limit, so he was going to use it, and it was necessary to approach the matter correctly and with pleasure. Lancelot looked at how Pasties swung his fist, glowing green, and thought that this did not mean that he would be able to kill Lancelot with the amount of karma that he had, and he was sad, but he had to work with what he had. Pasties bared his teeth furiously and looked forward, because he understood what he could do in this space. The brunette began to laugh maliciously, opening his mouth wide, and thanked his enemy for giving him a chance. The guy in the jacket watched as Lancelot immediately jumped into the air and was about to attack him. Pasties also did not hesitate and jumped back with a green light to attack, because he understood that the time of the game was the only way he could return karma. Lancelot flew to attack with a joyful look. In the dark space, a bright score in the form of a flower bud lit up, because Pasties understood that half of his karma was hidden somewhere in this space, and whoever found it first, he won. The brunette smiled mockingly, while Pasties bared his teeth with a grin. Lancelot ran quickly with all his might and did not understand why Pasties stood rooted to the spot, because that way he would not be able to win. The guy in the jacket at this time covered himself with his hands from the powerful stream, and the brunette realized that perhaps during this game Pasties was not able to use the abilities of Kaltsen and others like him. The brunette stared at the enemy and wanted to see his abilities. Pasties bared his teeth, covering himself with his hands, because Lancelot wanted to understand whether he was possessed by stupidity or courage. The bright light discharges filled the space with them, and Pasties said that there was no need to worry because he had never disappointed him. The guy in the jacket grinned maliciously and wanted to be looked at in both eyes because he would make Lancelot like it. The referee clenched his red fist. Then the disco ball extended 2 index fingers. The referee was happy, extending a long index finger because there were only 2 opportunities to use the ability. Pasties' malicious grin appeared through his fur cape because he knew that the strongest must win, and he wanted to start a joint game. Lancelot ran to attack, seeing Pasties jump up. Then the guy in the jacket quickly ran forward with glowing horns and wanted to call Simama. It was an empty white space with flashes of light. Dean from under his bangs said that the guys did a great job. The blonde leaned down in front of the exhausted Xiao Jin and Liber and stated that they were not obliged to take all the responsibility on themselves just because someone chose them. The blonde looked at Xiao Jin with a slight squint and stated that if he wanted to go out, who could go out to fight with a god? Dean himself. The disheveled brunette widened his eyes from the statement. In the space, shrouded in green borders, stood the black silhouette of Nagi. She looked through her bangs with her intent gaze. At this time, the black silhouette of Ryujin held his head in the red space. He covered his face in horror and tried to understand what had just happened, and was his ability really in danger. He looked ahead anxiously and realized that things were bad right now. At this time, Ryujin began to walk forward towards T1 and realized that in this situation, he would have to choose one thing. Ryujin looked out from under his bangs with a sullen expression and said that he had seen Nagi's future and that someone had to stop her. T1, you got worried eyes when he was asked about what they were going to do now. It was a black space and a question about when it was. It seemed like it was before Xiao Jin started climbing the tower. At that moment, Dean was spinning his robot arm in the form of a shield and said that on the way here he met a couple of funny players. He looked at the red-haired girl in a mask sitting at the computer and asked her not to look at him like that because Nagi just smashed him. And he even hurt his arm, so he was curious about what kind of ability it was. Neri raised her hand, looking at the smiling Dean, who noted that Nagi was fighting seriously, and he hadn't fought her for a long time, even though she looked simple, but this influence was strong. The girl noticed that he was glowing with happiness. Mary took off her mask and worriedly widened her eyes, asking Dean for his opinion. The blonde looked at her intently from under his bangs when asked if these players could have destroyed Nagi. Liber and Xiao Jin were looking at the blonde in the cape from behind. He looked back at the guys, who noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He remembered looking up at the crumbling ceiling. At this time, the brunette and Liber were looking at their friend with concern. At this moment, Dean extended his black hand and realized that he just wanted to talk, but his emotions got the better of him, so it turned out that he offered them a game. He looked at them with a grin and a bloodthirsty gaze. Now the blonde was screaming furiously, swinging his fiery fist and emitting light waves at the player, wanting to see their abilities. A blue beam of light flashed in the form of a circle. The protagonist at this time stood in a fighting pose, emitting blue light. At that moment, Dean stood with a downcast look, bulging his black eyes, because he realized that his attack was reflected and put in as much effort as he did. It was a blue platform on which the blonde and Xiao Jin were fighting. Dean with black eyes opened his mouth and realized that these guys imitated him so deftly. Xiao Jin frowned sullenly, stretching out his blade and hand in front of him, because he noticed that they had nothing else to do and there were no other options. These were black numbers in the fire of V6. Dean flew with all his might at the protagonist and wanted to understand how far they would go. At this time, the protagonist frowned furiously, emitting an electric discharge from his eye. Dean looked up with a smirk and realized that the opponents were good. Then he tightly squeezed the silhouette of the protagonist with his black hand. Dean was clutching Seol-jin's shirt tightly. The blonde immediately knocked the protagonist's body to the ground and noted that they were still far from him. Now Dean stood with a thoughtful look and understood that he could have taken on the boys' burdens, because they probably needed a reliable support. The exhausted brunette adjusted his jaw and said that he was fine, and there was no need to help them at all. Then the brunette looked at Liber in shock, who extended her hand and asked if there was any loophole so that they could participate in the tournament, and who would help them, to which she received a dubious answer, because if the participant lost, then resurrection was now impossible. Dean stood there with a dumbfounded look and shook slightly. The guys looked back at their friend in bewilderment, who began to laugh loudly. The blonde lowered his head with a grin, holding his head because he remembered that there was also pasties and the 97th stream exceeded all his expectations. Mai Kaiko happily ran across the field and Dean resigned himself to his defeat. The guys sat down on the floor, looking at Dean, who lay down and threw his leg over his head because he decided to honestly say that he was tired of fighting. The main character looked in amazement at the sighing Dean, who said that he was already mentally and physically tired of all these ratings and fights because he himself had already forgotten what all this was for. The protagonist noticed that the guy had first attacked them, and now he was experiencing his existential crisis. However, Dean thought that he still had to fight, because he had the best chance of winning, and he could not deny it even this time. The blonde was lying on the floor, looking tired and with his hair straightened. Liber and the brunette listened attentively to their friend, who noted that they thought the same, although he did not want to burden them with thoughts. It was a dark space, and Dean noted that he had dropped a burden from his soul. The blonde, along with Seol-jin, widened their eyes in surprise when Dean explained that the speed he set in a small sparring match was at the level that allowed him to break through absolute power. Dean put his hands behind his head and said with a smile that if he were the guys, he would think about winning. At this time, Lilith went on the attack with her Fire Father on Bibian. The Fire Father clenched his fist and realized that this was an unranked player and the battle was becoming more difficult because his flames seemed to be cut. The brunette stretched out her hands and prepared for the fight, because the guys understood that at this rate they could lose, and on top of all this, Bibian managed to tease her enemies. The villainess grinned through her bangs and assured that this could mean that Lilith was her antipode, and it did not look like a coincidence, as if this was all the plan of the guy in the hood. The pink-haired girl bowed her head next to the Fire Father and heard that hundreds of players were hiding on this floor. She saw an open shining flower, then she saw the spiked weapon in Bibian's hands and realized that it was an ego weapon. Lilith looked at her enemy warily and tried to ask her what she had done. In response to this question, the brunette only snorted. She touched her face with her hands and began to laugh, noting that she had done roughly the same thing as Lilith had done with her father. From this statement, the pink-haired girl slightly tensed up, her eyes bulging. The brunette smiled maliciously through her bangs and assured that Lilith would have done the same and asked her not to worry because she would definitely find a use for it. The girl swung her fiery fist in anger. Lilith frowned furiously in anger, clenching her fist, and fiery spheres began to appear in space. The brunette carefully watched what was happening and assumed that it was nonsense or another victory. Lilith flew to attack the brunette with her fists, while fire spheres appeared in space. Bibian mockingly opened her mouth and suggested that she could have cut off the girl's ear altogether because she was getting more and more intrigued. The pink-haired girl sullenly pressed her lips and realized that Pasties was right. Lilith looked down on the brunette, slapped her, and declared that they were not compatible at all because she already knew it. The two girls flew apart while the Fire Father swung his fist. A huge fiery explosion occurred in space. The brunette landed on the ground, leaning on her hands, and felt this huge firepower, because if she turned away a little later, then there would be trouble, but in the attack she felt instability as if there were some problems with the contract. The brunette looked at her from under her brows and realized that Lilith had already fallen into her trap, and if she continued to react like this to her provocations, her victory would be inevitable. The pink-haired girl spread her arms out to the sides while the Fire Father stood behind her, and Bibian knew that if she were to meet Seol-jin, she would definitely have to. The Fire Father extended his hand in front of him and apologized for rushing his daughter, but stated that it was time to make a decision. The pink-haired girl sadly grabbed her head and noted that they would not be able to defeat her if they continued like this, and stated that she had acted on emotions. Lilith suddenly froze when her father came up next to her and stated that he was talking about the strength of their contract with her, which was fading. Her Fire Father narrowed his eyes slightly and said that it was probably time for them to part ways and that she needed to move forward. Lilith looked at him with horror, her eyes wide. The Fire Woman looked at the boy around whom the fire was gathering. She said that desire, thirst, sacrifice, revenge, all the children standing in front of her had desires as strong as flames. The boy lowered his head as his face began to take on a fiery appearance. The fire woman told her child that she had the same desires. The woman smiled widely, looking at the boy. She asked him to tell her what he wanted, because he had paid the price, so she would grant him any wish. The man slightly opened his mouth, saying that his child was still too soft to lose everything. The man imagined his little daughter looking into the distance. He said that he did not want his poor daughter to face an even harsher reality. The woman looked at the man with a serious look. The man said that he wanted to protect her until she could live on her own. The boy looked at the woman menacingly. He asked the mother of fire to give him the strength to protect her child. The fire mother smirked slightly, asking if it was for his child or for himself. The man looked at the woman furiously, noting that it didn't matter now. He lowered his head, asking if he hadn't given his body and soul to her. The boy opened his mouth wide. He was asking her to do it. The fire mother slightly closed her eyes. She smirked maliciously. A stone engulfed in flames was floating in the air. The fire mother agreed with him, noting that he was her child, and it was natural for him to be passionate and greedy. The man began to turn into fire. The fire mother said that she would grant his wish. The fire mother smiled widely, holding out her hand. She said that she hoped to hear the answer to her question the next time they met, bidding him farewell. Orange fire raged in space. The father said that it was funny, but the flames completely enveloping his body could not melt the cold reality of his daughter. Little Lilith hugged her knees to her chest, head down. Her father noted that all he could do was watch her suffer in silence. The fire father stood in front of the little girl. He noted that his existence and power only isolated this child even more. The fire father looked at his daughter with a serious look. He noted that he seemed to understand and understood his greed and selfishness. The man told Lilith that the contract was valid as long as she needed his help. The pink-haired girl looked at her father in confusion. The man said that as she knew, it had ended long ago. He lowered his sad gaze, noting that his existence now was just an obstacle in her path, and so that he would not regret it even more, asked her to end this. Lilith looked sadly at her father, asking what he was asking to kill him. The man narrowed his eyes, asking what she was saying, since his body had long since died. The girl widened her eyes, after which she looked down. Bitter tears flowed down her cheeks. She asked her father to give her some time to think. Bibian appeared above the girl, swinging his weapon. She smiled widely, saying that Bibian had returned. A green cube was visible in space. Lancelot rushed towards Pasties. A green animal trail appeared in the sky. The judge noted that it was just in time, and he would explain the rules of the minigame treasure hunt. A bright light was visible in the green space. He noted that the winner was the first to find the winning block hidden in the boundless game area. Pasties gritted his teeth, asking where it was. The judge noted that the detection conditions included contact with karma and, of course, the use of skills, and they did not need to worry since they would recognize it at first sight. Lancelot stared down, thinking that he remembered this ability. He imagined the image of Lilith with a silhouette of a person standing behind her. Lancelot noted that there was a woman nearby who attracted attention. Lancelot ran forward, clenching his hands into fists. The judge noted that the special reward, exclusive to preserving karma, and this is a key point, so they must not forget about it. Lancelot thought about the form of borrowing the abilities of comrades. The brunette appeared in front of Pasties, saying that if you think about it, he doesn't remember the face. The brunette clutched a dagger in his hand, saying that it doesn't matter. He cut off the player's head at the same time Pasties managed to dodge. Green light emanated from the floor. Lancelot looked behind him. Pasties appeared behind the guy, saying that Sumama's ability consumes little karma, but the physical strain is extremely high. Lancelot looked away menacingly. Pasties noted that, however, Sumama retains her abilities longer than anyone during the battle. The guy in the hood smiled maliciously, asking that he only just understood her abilities, calling the guy an idiot. The brunette suddenly appeared behind Pasties, saying that he didn't quite. The guy in the hood looked back at Lancelot. The brunette asked if there was another ability, noting that Kaltson's abilities would be more useful. Pasties widened his eyes, using the skill Steal. Lancelot attacked the guy, pinning him to the ground. He said that he would explain something to him, asking what he thought. He accidentally let him get ahead. Pasties extended his hand in front of him, saying that he needed one more touch, and he needed to win, just find a winning block. The brunette pierced Pasties' hand with a purple aura. He was clutching a purple sword in his hand. Lancelot noted that this is a condition of playtime and he must tell the truth when asked about his abilities. The brunette pinned the guy with his leg. He asked if his abilities would remain if he were to cut off his limbs. The hooded guy was lying on the floor, bleeding. He said that it was only possible if he didn't die, noting that this bastard had already cut off. Lancelot threw his weapon over his shoulder. He noted that, to be honest, he was very disappointed. The brunette narrowed his eyes, saying that he was waiting for Dean and he thought that he could help him so that Bibian would feel the need for him again. The brunette kicked Pasties' head. He said that his expectations were in vain, but he had a good idea. The brunette closed his eyes, saying that his head, asking what his expression would be when he saw it. Pasties clenched his teeth angrily. He thought that he simply could not win, and his body did not move, noting that anything, it did not matter at all, and anyone, even something insignificant, would do. Pasties asked for a miracle to happen. The guy in the hood widened his eyes. The shards on the floor began to rise. Lancelot watched in bewilderment, noting that everything was shaking. Pasties raised his hand, gathering yellow energy in it. The brunette asked what it was. Pasties noted that it was the sounds of anxiety, his hard struggle. Pasties threw the ball to the side. The announcement came on about the end of the 9th inning and that the bases were loaded. The ball hit the block. Lancelot narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He thought he was hoping for another mediocre fight, but his expectations were dashed, and this was absurd, and such an adventure would not work. Lancelot widened his eyes. A magic sphere appeared from the ceiling. The brunette looked ahead in bewilderment. He looked down. His foot was standing in a pool of blood. Lancelot clenched his fists, calling out to the guy. He looked angrily ahead, saying that luck is a dirty thing, and not at all fair. A green aura emanated from Pasties. Pasties asked if he was serious. The guy in the hoodie looked angrily at Lancelot. He noted that what he called luck was the fate created by his comrades. Bibian raised her head, watching as flames emanated from Lilith. Bibian watched the girl in surprise. She wondered if Lilith had decided to intimidate her and that it was a spirit, noting that it couldn't be. Bitter tears flowed from Lilith's eyes. Bibian wondered what price she had paid. Lilith apologized to her father, saying that she loved him too. The girl noted that she had been searching tirelessly ever since that unbearable tower appeared. The girl sat by the lake with a cloak over her. An old man approached her from behind. The man asked if she was the witch of the Western Lake. The white-haired man smirked slightly. He noted that he did not expect her to come and give Arthur a living weapon, adding that he was surprised. The girl hid her face under a hood. The old man noted that the one who deals with karma in an unknown way really does exist. The girl's hands were bandaged. The old man grabbed his head, saying that apparently they still couldn't keep their promise to her. Bibian looked away. She narrowed her eyes, asking who he even was. The man's eyes began to glow purple. Bibian looked behind her, where a man stood, emitting a purple aura. The man stared at the girl, asking if she wanted to know something. Bibian looked at the man in surprise. The old man said that he came to teach her how to get rid of problems. There were roses on the grass. The old man asked what she was so afraid of. Bibian stood in front of a magic circle with a man in it. The girl said that she should do it herself. The boy looked ahead in bewilderment. The brunette threw a cloak over the boy. She smiled widely, telling him not to be so surprised, and she did not expect much from him. The boy looked at the brunette in surprise. Bibian told him to simply love only her, henceforth and always. The witch of the Western Lake, who created souls, craved love. Only the souls that she clearly saw with her own eyes had a form. The witch, who received enlightenment on the advice of the sage from the east, literally tore off half of herself and created a soul. Bibian smiled madly, tears flowing from her eyes. She asked the boy to tell her the word love. Her cherished dream, to be desired, passionately and forever, fortunately or unfortunately, but soon it became clear that the dream became a curse. The young man pressed Bibian against the wall. His cheeks slightly reddened. The boy asked that he was good. The brunette looked at the boy in bewilderment. The boy told her to praise him. He looked at the brunette with a mad look, saying that from now on he will always love only her. The brunette closed her eyes, thinking negatively about it. A dim purple light was visible in the space. Bibian thought that anything but that. The girl stood near a tall tower, noting that what she wished for. The brunette looked up menacingly. She said that Arthur used her to gain power, asking how he dared to create such a disgusting thing. The brunette narrowed her gaze. Bibian raised her hand. She said that the tower that had everything was a heavenly terrarium, and if she went there, then too. A strong flame emanated from Lilith. The girl stretched out her finger in front of her, emitting a fiery aura from it. She said that her roots would soon burn to ashes. Purple roots wrapped around the space. Lilith waved her finger, attacking the roots with fire. Bibian covered her face with her hands. She looked to the side in bewilderment. The brunette widened her eyes. Lilith looked at the brunette with a menacing look. Bibian moved her leg to the side. She began to run towards her roots. The brunette ran forward tirelessly. Lilith narrowed her eyes. She noted that on this day, she, Bibian, would know death. The brunette swung her fists. She hit towards the roots. Lilith noted that it was the one she had brought to others so often. The brunette jumped down. She widened her eyes, thinking that with one swing of her hand, she had burned a third of the prepared seeds. The purple root rose into the sky. Bibian noted that there was only one price for this and the difference in strength was colossal. The brunette gritted her teeth, saying that it was unfair. A purple flower appeared from the roots. The brunette jumped into the roots. She said that if this was how she felt about love, she asked why she needed Seoljin then. Bibian was rooted to the roots, clutching her head with her hands. She told Lilith that she would not forgive her. The brunette smiled madly, asking what she wanted to kill her, noting that greed had brought her to this space. Lilith was floating in the air, looking at the maddened girl. Vivian told her not to worry, since she could devour her too. The pink-haired girl watched with a cold gaze, saying that she was greedy. Vivian grabbed Lilith in her mouth, after which she widened her eyes. The pink-haired girl said that it was true, she was greedy. Fiery pillars of energy tore apart the roots. Lilith looked down with a displeased look, saying that she would not allow her to deprive others of happiness in the future. The brunette looked up in bewilderment. She clenched her teeth. Vivian opened her mouth wide, saying that she was a greedy wretch. Lancelot looked up in horror, feeling the vibrations. He looked ahead worriedly, saying that something had happened. Pasties noted that this was a good punishment. He walked towards the boy, emitting a green aura. Pasties said that this did not mean that he would not hit him in the back. The blonde smiled bloodthirstily, offering to light it too. Lancelot looked at the blonde with displeasure. He noted that he said well, and he probably already realized that with his cup he could not contain all the karma he had received, and he would not be able to kill him, but he would not be able to finish him off either unless he showed a new ability. The blonde grinned maliciously, activating the joint game. Lancelot widened his eyes. He wondered if there was one more trick left, but that couldn't be, and what happened before that. Navi smiled bloodthirstily as a green man appeared in front of her. The blonde clenched his fist as a green aura appeared above his head. He noted that it was easy to defeat an enemy in the mountains, but difficult to defeat an enemy in the soul. Pasties grinned bloodthirstily as he said that he would not allow anyone to lay a finger on his comrades even if it cost him his life. Lancelot watched in horror as he noted that this was it. A red giant fist attacked Lancelot. The brunette noted that this was death. Pasties used the skill Red God style, Day 1, 100% hostility. Pasties used a fighting stance, warm weather, and gentle breeze. Lancelot watched as Pasties walked with an attack of 100 hostility. Lancelot looked at the boy warily, thinking that his karma and half of his karma, guessed that he did not have much left, and even calculating was pointless. The brunette narrowed his eyes, wondering what else he could do. A large flame erupted in the space. Lancelot thought that his girl was no longer so easy to reach, wondering if this was how it would end. The boys stood opposite each other. The brunette noted that Pasties had mentioned that he had put his pathetic life on the line, asking if it was true. Pasties smirked, saying that it was true, and lying was not his style. Lancelot slightly opened his mouth, asking what all this was for and why he was trying to stop him, and why give his girlfriend another reason to mourn. Pasties smiled widely, saying that it was because they were comrades. The brunette smirked sarcastically. He looked at the boy mockingly, saying that he was crazy. Lancelot added that so be it, he admits, noting that he is not bad. Pasties delivered his blow to the brunette. He used the Red God style skill, Day 1, 100% hostility, combat stance, warm weather and gentle breeze. The impact left a twisted mark on the guy's body. A huge whirlwind flew across the ground. A black silhouette was visible among the clouds of smoke and dust. The brunette stood among the clouds of smoke, covering his face with his hand. He grinned slightly, noting that if he didn't tell anyone, they would laugh at him, and he couldn't believe he was thinking about it at that moment. Pasties stood with his hand outstretched. Lancelot thought of Vivian. The brunette stood with a torn-off body part, thinking about himself and Vivian. Pasties stood on his feet with the last of his strength, saying that this was the end. The guy raised his exhausted gaze upward, smiling slightly. He said that he would never have thought of such a thing, noting the expression on his face. A green man appeared in space, reaching out his hand to the guy. He said that he was rejoicing too early, and he would definitely pay. A hot fire was burning into space. Lilith was floating in the air, surrounded by flames. She looked at her hand, noting that she could feel it with her whole body as if she herself had become fire. White smoke was visible in the space. The pink-haired girl noted that she could feel her father's warmth. She slightly bowed her head, apologizing to her father, saying that he probably would not have thought that she would sacrifice for someone else's good. The girl opened her mouth, saying that she had always thought about revenge, and she tried to remember. The pink-haired girl remembered how she looked at what was happening with bewilderment. She said that, to be honest, perhaps she got angry when she saw her comrades suffering. The pink-haired girl and the boys were sitting at the table. She noted that the memories of that day had long been lying under new, bright ones. Lilith closed her eyes and smiled happily. She noted that no matter how hard she tried, they were gradually fading into oblivion. The pink-haired girl shed bitter tears, saying that the oath given to her people, she always. The girl said that everything was fine. Lilith looked ahead in shock. Fire girls appeared behind her. The woman said that they wanted her to be happy. The woman closed her eyes and smiled widely, telling her sweet daughter that she was smart. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes. She lowered her gaze, holding back tears. Then she closed her eyes. Lilith raised two of her fingers. She began to gather a fireball near her finger, noting that this was enough, and Dad was right, and he had always tried to convey this to her. Firefather stood behind Lilith, who was gathering a fireball. Vivian watched in shock. Father looked at his daughter with pride, noting that she should move on, and he and Mom would light her way for as long as it took. A bright flash appeared in space. Bibian watched in horror as the fireball flew straight at her. She widened her eyes in confusion. Suddenly, Lancelot appeared in front of Bibian. Pasties bowed to the ground as purple lightning emanated from it. He looked ahead with an exhausted expression, saying that his body did not obey. Lancelot opened his mouth wide, looking at Bibian. He told her to choose him, and to hell with the rest, she had to live. The brunette sat on the ground, her head down. She said that she did not want this. Lancelot widened his eyes in confusion. The brunette gritted her teeth, looking at Lancelot. Lancelot looked at the girl in shock, saying that this is how, and she, him, like this. A bright flash of fire illuminated the space. Lancelot said that if he knew about her feelings, he would have tried harder. Lilith hovered with an outstretched hand. Then she clenched it into a fist. The pink-haired girl looked at her hand with a grin. She opened her palm, in which lay the stone. Lilith said goodbye to her father. The boy stood with his back, looking at the fire girl. The girl looked at the boy with a smile, asking if he forgot about her question. The boy grinned contentedly. The stone was floating in the air. The fire girl said that it would be a long story. The purple silhouette of a man looked at a small boy. He said that he finally found pasties. The blonde looked at the purple man in surprise. He smiled widely, saying that you can go crazy. The man turned green, smiling widely. Pasties said that it was cool. A purple aura sparkled in space. Then it began to change to green. The green man extended his hand to the blonde. Pasties raised his hand with a smile. Then he extended his hand to the green man's hand. The purple aura gathered into a spiral. Karma, retribution, the soul, naturally, all working ceaselessly. Mirage opened his mouth wide, extending the glowing substance towards him. But for some reason, they were heading where they shouldn't. Mirage licked his lips, saying that the result was unexpected, but satisfactory. Mirage lowered his gaze, saying that Bibian had done a good job. He smiled sarcastically, noting that her soul did not belong to him, so he had no idea where it would go, but he would accept her toy. The sorcerer adjusted his shirt sleeves, noting that no matter what, Nagi should be next in line. The sorcerer walked through the purple space, declaring that the day was not far off when he would return what was his. Plumes of smoke rose from the ground. Lilith descended down in a fiery sphere. Her foot touched the ground. The girl fell to her knees as the fire began to dissolve. The pink-haired girl collapsed to the ground, thinking that this was the end. She touched the ground with her hand, noting that Bibian had indeed died, wondering what Xiao Jin would think about this, and perhaps she would avoid the topic for now. Lilith rolled over onto her back. She looked ahead with an exhausted gaze, wondering what to do next, noting that she had no strength left, and there was no one to call for help, there was no one around. The girl covered her eyes with her hand, wondering if she had done well. She thought that she did not know, and she was at her limit, all her karma was used up, which made her feel sick. Lilith clenched her hand into a fist, placing it on her stomach. She noted that for some reason, however, her soul felt lighter. The pink-haired girl began to close her eyes, thinking that something was making her very sleepy. The girl's eyes gradually began to close, seeing a green light in the distance. She noted that Pasties seemed to be ignoring her, but unlike her, he was a reliable companion. The girl's eyes closed. She thought that was a relief, adding that she would sleep for a while, and when she woke up, she would definitely thank him. Pasties fell to his knees as the green man hovered over him. The blonde looked away with an exhausted look. He asked him to stop tormenting her, asking what he wanted to say, that their relationship was not tied to a contract. The blonde rested his hands on his knees. He stated that he somehow did not want to die, but there was nothing to complain about. The blonde extended his fist to the green man, asking what the contract was. The green man stared at the boy. Pasties said that he did not know what he was, but he brought him there. The blonde grinned exhaustedly, telling him to take his soul in return. A fireball glowed in his huge hand. Pasties pressed his lips, grinning slightly. He noted that it was a pity that it had turned out this way and that he should try harder in the next story. The green man extended 2 fingers. Pasties noted that it was correct and that he had no regrets. The blonde man looked at the green man in shock. The green man smiled widely. He bared his teeth in a smile, saying that he had won. Pasties looked at the man with bewilderment. He slightly opened his mouth. Then he grinned slightly, saying that he was completely incomprehensible. Pasties raised his head at the moment when the green man began to dissolve into thin air. The blonde noted that he had never won against him before. The guy was running along the ground. T1 looked out from behind the thick smoke. Then he widened his eyes. T1 and Rujin looked at the area where the fierce battles were taking place. T1 noted that they were Lilith and Pasties. The guy held out his hands, saying that Judgment Day, which meant today. Arthur held out his hands with a sly grin. Arthur smiled widely, looking at the people. He asked why they worshipped him, because he did nothing. The old man bowed his head, saying that the insignificant beings saw the god, and they prepared several spare empty vessels. The people in white robes bowed to the god. The old man said that the witch's preparations were still in progress. Arthur scratched his ear with his finger, saying that was enough. The god blew a purple spark from his finger, saying that he would take care of it. A blue flash of aura appeared in front of the blonde. The old man watched in surprise. A girl appeared from the blue aura, sparking like lightning. The old man noted that this was truly divine skill. The god looked at the girl with a smile, saying that he had been waiting for this so much that he didn't want to cheat, so this time he would limit himself to her. Arthur added that he had hopes for her, asking what her name was. The blonde asked that her name was Mowgli. The brunette opened her eyes, telling the master that it was Mowgli, class, ego weapon. The people bowed to the god. Arthur asked if they themselves understood what empty vessels were. The old man looked at the floor. Arthur asked how strong they were. The old man said that by world standards they were talented and in the top 10. The old man looked up at the god. Arthur said that then it was a perfect option for a warm-up and would suit him. Arthur smiled maliciously, saying that they would see with their own eyes. The space was illuminated by a blue light. Arthur noted that this would be the coming of a god. The old man stood behind the podium, opposite the people. He told them not to doubt, since a merciful God had descended to earth to punish them, stupid people, and for this they polish and clean the vessel. The priest raised his index finger. He declared that no matter what thoughts they had, they should never fill this vessel with ideas and desires, since all this was for the sake of absolute existence. The girl folded her hands, thinking that she would become a vessel for a god, and how majestic it was. The blue-eyed girl looked ahead in horror. The old man fell to the ground, bleeding out. The blue-eyed girl looked down in fear. Mowgli attacked the men with blue swords. The girl wondered if this was the end she had lived for. Cold sweat was running down the brunette's face. She wondered how this had happened. Mowgli landed on the ground, her hands behind her back. She looked away with a smirk. Arthur said that was enough. Arthur stepped in a puddle of blood. He asked what it was, noting that he was not a fan of bloodbaths. Mowgli looked at the master when he said that this would not do and that it was time to end. The brunette sighed heavily. Blue lightning flashed in the air. Arthur created a huge blue sword above his head. He said that if this was the case, it was time to get rid of the pawns. The fighters grabbed their swords. The blue-eyed girl fell to the ground in horror, looking at what was happening. The fighters with crazy smiles rushed to the side, while the brunette bent over to the ground. The pink-haired girl's eyes slightly opened, seeing T1 and Rujin. Rujin asked if everything would be okay, since there was only one thing left. The white-haired guy looked at the man, saying that it made no difference and that's what cookies were for. The man looked at the guy in confusion, apologizing to him for not being able to help him properly. T1 turned his back to Lilith, saying that they would first head for Nagi since he was going to stop her alone. The pink-haired girl looked up in confusion. Her eyes widened in surprise, asking if she had heard correctly and that he was crazy to fight Nagi alone. Flashes of light appeared. Lilith noted that she was not inferior even to Dean, asking how he was going to stop her and that he was crazy. Lilith yelled at him not to even think about it, and they can't dawdle. The pink-haired girl suddenly jumped up from the ground. She noted that this idiot must be stopped. Lilith looked away worriedly. She looked at Pasties sitting next to her in surprise. The blonde asked that she finally came to her senses. Lilith sat on the ground with a puzzled look. She smiled awkwardly, touching her face with her hand, saying that she was knocked out. The blonde chewed on a cookie with a displeased look. He said that T1 and Rujin went up to the top floor and were going to catch Nagi. Lilith grabbed her head with her hands. Flashes of light appeared. The pink-haired girl asked that they just took them and left them. The boys jumped up from the ground. Lilith said that this was not right and that they needed to be dissuaded quickly. Pasties told her to calm down since they had left about 6 hours ago. The girl looked at the blonde worriedly, asking why he was going to lie there and why he had let them go in the first place. The blonde held a cookie in his teeth, asking where her father was. The pink-haired girl looked at the boy in bewilderment. Then she looked sadly at the ground, saying that her father had left. Pasties crossed his legs, saying that he was in the same situation. The blonde clenched his hand into a fist, noting that he had used up all his ability limits, and now everything was like this. The blonde sat motionless on the ground, saying that they could not help T1, not stop him. Pasties looked ahead upset, apologizing to the girl for the fact that because of his request to fight together, her father had left. Lilith approached the blonde, grabbing his hood with her hand. She told him to stop. The pink-haired girl snatched the bottle of water from the guy's hands. Lilith began to pour water into her mouth. Pasties wondered why he said that, and only upset her once again. The girl wiped her mouth with her hand, said that she understood everything, and he simply did not want to interfere with them, noting that he would always find a reason. Pasties looked ahead with a squint. He thought that she was right and even without abilities, he could come up with something. The blonde with a dejected look recalled the image of the formidable T1, noting that, however, he simply could not. The blonde grabbed his head, thinking that perhaps he looked like that too, and he thought that Dean would not like it. Pasties frowned, noting that it was too late to think and all that remained was to trust. The blonde man mentally addressed T1, telling him not to dare die. The white-haired boy and the men approached the gate that emitted a red aura. Ryujin said that it was amazing, and he didn't think that there was a direct path from the 89th floor to the 98th. The white-haired boy looked into the gate. Ryujin said that he thought it was another legend, asking how he knew this. T1 noted that he heard it once. T1 remembered the image of Dean standing near the gate with the red aura. He noted that the red gate from the 89th to the 98th floor was the path that Dean first found when he was climbing up to the 100th floor. T1 covered his face with his hand, standing in front of the red aura pillar. He noted that Dean only used it once because soon everyone started using the blue gate leading to the 99th floor. Ryujin placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, asking him to wait. The man pointed his finger to the side, imagining a huge monster. Ryujin asked if he knew that on the 99th floor of the dungeon there was something like an S-class boss, a soul dragon. Noting that a representative monster of dragons was waiting for him, and as far as he knew, it was the most dangerous among the monsters of the heavenly terrarium. T1 smirked slightly. Ryujin said that he understood that he was in a hurry, but it was better to be careful, suggesting that he go back for now since the two of them could not handle it. T1 looked at the man with a smirk, saying that he was soberly assessing their abilities and he himself could handle it. The man looked at the boy, dumbfounded. A red aura flashed in the air. Ryujin looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that he was aching, and never before had a person who said that he was soberly assessing himself been right, wondering that he could not be found alone. Red lightning began to sparkle in space. Ryujin thought that it was time to go to Nadia, and if he thought with his head, this situation was more realistic than catching a dragon alone. The man wandered in the darkness. He wondered if he had done this in vain, noting that this is how people get into dangerous situations. Ryujin looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that it would have been better to tell T1 about the future of Nadia, and he would become the head of the future, noting that he did not regret this decision. The man recalled the image of the white-haired guy. He noted that, however, for the sake of a worthy future, something has to be sacrificed. Ryujin furrowed his brows, thinking that now T1 would never be able to defeat Nagi, never, and the probability was 0%. Ryujin stood behind T1, next to whom a huge monster appeared. The man noted that T1 knew better, asking what kind of feelings he had for Nagi. T1 grinned bloodthirstily, his red eyes flashing. Ryujin asked what kind of future was reflected in his eyes. The player noted that this was the last step. Sealjin grinned slightly, turning to T1. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist asked that he was going to Nagi. The white-haired guy widened his eyes in surprise. Sealjin told him not to lose face. T1 turned his gaze to the floor, grinning slightly. Stars were visible in the dark space. T1 said that he would do so. The white-haired guy noted that he said this to Sealjin, who was left alone that day in order to get the desired answer. T1 walked away from the protagonist, noting that he knew what he would say to him. The white-haired boy smiled in confusion, noting that he had used it. T1 thought that he was worthless. The boy wondered why Merlin gave him this power. He walked in a space illuminated by a red light. T1 noted that he remembered Sealjin's words for the most trivial reason, and he was not sure that he could handle it on his own. The white-haired boy looked at his hand, stating that without a class and class abilities, he was simply nothing. T1 wondered if it was even possible to defeat Nagi. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was definitely a chance. The boy imagined a sword illuminated by light. He noted that Nagi was more than a name, something resembling the meaning of existence, a certain paradigm. The white-haired boy imagined Nagi. He noted that she was the first in rank, the strongest being, a participant in the tournament, awards in which the place of the god. T1 imagined the image of the protagonist standing near the tower. He noted that Sealjin's first goal was to reach the top. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist's back, noting that he had stolen this goal. He closed his eyes, saying that he did not have enough confidence to take on such a responsibility. The guy looked ahead dejectedly. He wondered what if Sealjin won and received the divine right to wish. T1 thought that he did not know if this was really a promise, but it was worth a try because it was not too late, and if it were now. T1's eyes widened in fear when the protagonist called out to him. The brunette looked at the guy with a grin. The white-haired guy looked at the player in bewilderment. He smiled awkwardly. T1 noted that he knew everything, but he was selfish and he just couldn't stop. The white-haired boy stood in the purple aura that filled the space. Ryujin looked at the boy in confusion, asking what he was doing and how far he would go with just a spear. The white-haired boy looked at his hand with a cold gaze. Ryujin asked if he was sure there was a chance of success. A purple spark appeared in the boy's hand. T1 noted that he thought so, and the karma of an unranked player suited him. The white-haired boy remembered how he fought. He clenched his hand into a fist, noting that he tried to use the remaining power of the seed, wondering if he had already used it all up. A purple aura raged behind the boy. He thought that he didn't care, and with this level of power, he would not be able to compete with Nagi. Smoke rose from beneath the boy's feet. The white-haired boy stood next to the magic circle with bones hovering above it. He noted that everything was correct, and against Nagi, something more was needed. Ryujin and T1 stood next to the purple hole. Ryujin watched in horror as T1's hand was sucked into the hole. The white-haired boy said that this was the 98th floor, and being close to the top, it was easy to influence the other floors and the place that players reluctantly entered. T1 pulled his hand towards the white sphere. He said that he thought he would hide it here if it were a pact of absolute justice. The white-haired boy stood in front of the man in chains, saying that this was the center of his power. The white-haired boy looked at the man in chains with a menacing gaze. He said that he wanted to defeat Nagi, asking the Mirage to help him. The boy looked at his hand. The Mirage flashed its gaze, asking if he was even sane. T1 smirked slightly, asking what was wrong with using all available means. He looked at the Mirage with a crazy look. T1 asked that he was going to continue to make a laughing stock of himself. The brunette stared at T1. He grabbed his head, asking that it was true. This is how it looks from the outside, noting that he has changed, but this is a laughing stock. Mirage looked at the guy with a cold look, asking what the price was. T1 smiled widely, noting that he would not regret it, and he promised him. Mirage widened his eyes. He smiled bloodthirstily. There were 3 days left until the decisive battle. Sky Terrarium, 99th floor. Nagi stood near the gun stuck in the ground. Nagi with a cold look looked straight ahead. T1 appeared from her side. The white-haired guy grinned maliciously. He noted that he had finally decided. T1 raised his hand as Nagi began to reach for her sword. T1 noted that he was in front of her. Mirage said that they would discuss the promises again for credibility. The brunette smiled maliciously. He noted that he was warning right away. He was not going to give up or limit himself in any way. If during the battle he moved his horses, he would take control of his body and would dispose of it on his behalf. T1 stood with his back, staring at the guy, saying that they had agreed. Mirage smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. The white-haired guy stretched out his hand in front of himself when a bloodthirsty Mirage appeared above his head. The brunette said that they would show her that her status was worthless. Nagi with a cold look pulled her weapon out of its sheath. A bright flash of aura appeared in the sky. Nagi and T1 clashed. Nagi swung her sword, emitting a blue aura. T1 noted that it was time to act. The white-haired boy swung his red weapon, noting that Nagi was first in the rankings. The boys aimed at each other, slashing with aura. T1 used the skill of absolute power. The white-haired boy dodged the girl's blows, sliding along the ground. He flashed his red gaze, sighing heavily. Mirage watched the events with a malicious grin. He asked that he would fight back with the same skill, noting that it was nice to watch the fight between lovebirds, and if everything was going so well, it was only a matter of time before something flared up. T1 opened his mouth angrily. Mirage said that he needed to quickly complete his abilities. The white-haired boy noted that he knew everything. Nagi stood in the clouds of smoke and dust, her weapon held out to the side. She looked up. T1 held his hands out to his sides, his eyes blazing. He grinned maliciously, saying that he had come this far and she hadn't even looked at him. He grinned maliciously, running his finger across his throat. T1 noted that he would make her do it then, no matter what it took. T1 floated on a red platform in the air. Mirage grinned maliciously, saying that it was weak and that even if he used up all his strength and went beyond the ephemeral limits, it still wouldn't be enough. The boys lay on the ground, looking battered. Mirage asked if he was smart enough to take into account the injuries of his opponents, who had foolishly started a fight. T1 looked down, creating a weapon near his shoulder. Mirage asked that he still thought he could defeat Nagi. The white-haired boy noted that it didn't matter, and he didn't come there to win. The white-haired boy gritted his teeth, thinking that it was true, and he didn't want to win. The boy sighed heavily, noting that his goal was to help Nagi change her lifestyle. Nagi stood motionless on the ground. T1 noted that Nagi was now like a machine, cutting off threats that approached quickly enough, and at the same time, she used absolute power and splitting touch only as a last resort. Clouds of smoke and dust rose above the ground. T1 noted that in order to take the next step, he needed to break this pattern. The fortune cookie cracked into 2 halves. Purple flashes flashed in the sky. The guys came out of the portal. Ryujin looked at the guys with a serious look, thanking them for keeping their promise. Dean looked at the man with a serious look. He said that thanks to his coordinates, they were able to reach this place easily, and as for the situation, it seems that the worst was avoided and he is still alive. T1 stood near the purple sphere. Dean said that they agreed with his proposal. They will not interfere with T1's fight regardless of the outcome, be it life or death. Dean noted that Seoljin should be the one to finish off Nagi. Dean imagined Arthur reaching out his hand to the guy. He noted that Arthur will then give Seoljin the opportunity to gain the right to wish. Ryujin bared his teeth in displeasure. He said that even if it was a deception, but even if T1 finished him off later, he did not care, and it was unclear whether the strategy proposed by the Absolute God would be effective. Nevertheless, this plan cannot be abandoned. An explosion occurred behind the man. The player noted that he was sorry to say this, but saving the world must come first. Seol Jin watched the events in shock. Dean flicked the protagonist on the chin. The blonde looked at the protagonist, noting that he himself was not against T1 meeting Nagi. Liber stood with a sad look. The blonde turned his gaze to the side, saying that if he did what T1 was going to do, he could die much earlier than expected. The brunette clenched his hand into a fist. The mouse girl stood with her back, looking at the bright flash of aura. The player said that he would trust his comrades. The beast girl watched the events in surprise. Her face was illuminated by a bright flash. T1 swung his weapon, directing slashes towards Nagi. The white-haired guy swung his hand, emitting a red aura. He noted that it began to manifest and split touch for 5 hits, and then the next one. 2 powerful energies collided with each other. T1 used the skill Absolute Power. Magic circles were floating in space. In the fight with Nadia, T1's abilities have greatly improved and there are 2 main points. Mirage smiled maliciously. First, the spare items supporting the vessel. This was carried out through contracts drawn up by the Mirage. White sheets of paper were floating in space. Every time T1 uses an ability that goes beyond the permitted range, the contract that served as a vessel becomes lost during conversion. It corresponds to the amount covering 1 unit of the layer at a time when the ability was used. Red lightning emanated from the white-haired guy. But the second point is much more important, the change in T1's thinking. The guy looked ahead with a menacing look. Before, it seemed to him that he would never be able to use Naga's abilities. The effectiveness of the ability increased sharply as soon as he decided that he had to do it. T1 was radiating a powerful energy. On the one hand, he was just thinking differently, but in the history of the heavenly terrarium, less was enough. The white-haired guy looked at Nagi. As a result, T1 managed to compete with Nagi for at least a moment. Mirage looked at the guy with an angry expression, noting that everything was predictable up until now and the problem was the following. A fireball appeared above the girl's head. Mirage noted that the problem was in the fireball. A bright flash of red energy appeared in front of the guy. He noted that the template was destroyed. The fireball rushed towards the guy. T1 noted that basic magic using karma, and he had seen this scene countless times, and he knew. T1 smiled confidently, thinking about the meaning of this ability. He declared that a close attack was beginning. The white-haired guy put his hands in front of him when Nagi dodged his attack. T1 clenched his fists, emitting red energy. The white-haired guy put his hand in front of him, thinking that he knew why she would do that. The guy's eyes widened. Nagi instantly approached the guy, attacking him. T1 noted that the speed was simply enormous. The girl turned her weapon over. T1 stared intently ahead, using the skill defensive gaze. Nagi attacked T1, throwing him aside. The white-haired girl stood with the blade in her hands, moving it behind her back. T1 rushed to the side from the blow, using the skill splitting touch, after which a bright flash of energy occurred. T1 stood up at the moment Nagi put away her blade. The white-haired guy looked at the girl with an exhausted look. The guys watched the fight nearby. Dean noted that this is somehow not like T1. Ryujin asked that he had noticed it too. Dean narrowed his gaze, saying that everything was too monotonous, and perhaps he could not control the output of increased power. Mirage sat in a purple space in shackles. He said that the imitation itself could not surpass the original. Mirage grinned maliciously, saying that if that was the case, then he knew what to do. A white beam of light appeared in the space. An energy beam appeared in front of T1. Mirage said to show him the transformation of his world. T1 looked up, noting that it was too late, and he did not have time to dodge this attack. The white-haired guy said that, however, it was complete. A red energy pillar appeared. T1 clenched his hand into a fist, noting that they say that no matter what path you choose, you will always regret it, but he will go where the heart leads. An energy sphere sparkling with lightning appeared in the space. Mirage smiled madly, saying that he was a psychopath and congratulated her since the ability was complete. T1 suddenly appeared in front of the girl. Nagi looked at the guy in bewilderment, her eyes widening. T1 smiled maliciously. He noted that here it was, the look he had been waiting for so long. The white-haired guy looked at the surprised girl with a confident look. T1 said that he came to save her. Clouds of gray smoke rose into the air. Kim T1, class, player. Nagi looked at the guy, who had a red rim shining above him. T1 clenched his hand into a fist, staring at the girl. An ability that leads to the utopia of Avalon. The white-haired guy frowned, smiling slightly. He said that he was using this only for her sake, and hoped that she would like it. Nagi widened her eyes in surprise. The player noted that 24 days had passed since the start of the research. On the table was a paper with a drawing of a man and notes. The player added that 424 tests since the hypothesis was put forward. On the board were drawings of human eyes. The player said that everything was correct, and she came to the conclusion that without the soul-seeing eye, she would never be able to come close to understanding the true nature of the tower. There was a lit candle on the table. The player noted that, however, she no longer had the right to give up. The player wrote on the paper with a pen. She noted that it was too late to stop. The girl leaned over the table, noting that in the near future she would try to change the direction of her research and she would see what would come of it. The girl went behind the wall, next to which lay a broken mug. The shards fell in space, gathering in a bright energy circle. The girl wondered where the shards were heading, and what if they were actually a part of her, noting that if they could turn around and look at each other again, this would undoubtedly be a great salvation for her. There was a bloody dagger on the table. The player noted that her last choice, hoping that at least it would lead to an answer. The wall was painted with drops of blood. The girl noted that she could finally finish her story. It was a recording of one unfound player. Arthur asked what she was doing there. The blonde looked behind him, asking how she ended up in his space. There was a girl standing behind the guy. Arthur smiled slightly, asking that it was some kind of bug and how many times had she died already. Nagi stood with an indifferent look. God noted that there was not even a particle left inside her. Arthur grabbed the back of his head, noting that he said that it was not worth adding unfinished parameters like immortality, turning to Merlin, that now she saw that she made a mistake. A blue aura emanated from the smiling Arthur. He said that everything was decided and now she was a sword. The blade hovered in the air. God said that he existed as a reminder for Merlin. At the top of the tower, light emanated from the blade, heading towards the girl's hands. Arthur said that until the last wall collapses. Opposite the girl stood a man with a staff. The man smiled madly, saying that this was an unexpected harvest. A blue sword shone in the space. Nagi stood by the window. Fragments of the guys appeared in her memories. The white-haired girl lowered her indifferent gaze, asking about the player and what was funny about it. The guy put his hand on Naga's shoulder, saying that he agreed with her. The white-haired guy smiled widely, saying that he was glad to meet her. Nagi looked behind her in surprise. The white-haired girl stood in front of T1, above whom a red ball of aura appeared. Nagi threw her coat aside. The white-haired girl reached out her hand to her blade, while T1 was gathering energy above his head. The blonde boy's eyes widened as he watched what was happening. An explosion occurred in space. The player slightly opened his mouth, saying that he understood everything. Nagi rushed to attack the boy. The player said that this was something he could not achieve. T1 stood motionless, looking at the slashing blows. The player noted that they had chosen the wrong path. The boy extended his hand. He leaned towards Nagi, extending his hand. Nagi looked at the boy in surprise. The white-haired boy looked at the girl with a slight smile, offering her to escape together from this unbearable battle. T1 stood surrounded by a blue aura. A slight smirk was visible on his face. The girl extended her hand to the boy. The white-haired boy said that she would not take this offer anyway. The boys held hands, standing opposite each other. The white-haired boy asked Nagi to come with him. Mirage grinned maliciously, saying that there was nothing worse than humiliation, as if it didn't exist. The guy extended his hand, sparking with red lightning. Mirage said that he didn't know if his ability was fake, but he was definitely sincere now. Two pillars of red energy were directed towards the guy's hand. T1 used the skill Absolute Authority. The white-haired guy grabbed the girl by the waist, saying that her ability manifested itself in the unwillingness to fight. Nagi stood motionless at the moment when the pillars of energy were next to her. The player noted that Absolute Authority manifested itself in the refusal to fight. The guy slowly moved his feet on the ground. He said that the splitting touch, however, was directed at those who dared to neglect it. Nagi tensed her hand, clutching the sword in her hand. The guys were standing opposite each other when a bright light appeared from the window. The guys looked towards the window where a bright light was visible. T1 noted that it seems that she does not want to listen, she is on the other side. T1 held out his palm, saying that he would show her something special. The white-haired boy clenched his fists in front of his face, noting that it was a real splitting touch. The blonde watched in confusion. Naga's eyes widened as her blade broke into two pieces. A pillar of red energy appeared above the girl's head. T1 used the splitting touch skill. Nagi leaned towards the blade, looking at it in confusion. T1 stood with a serious look around the clouds of smoke. He said that she did not need to pick up the sword anymore. A shard of the sword was stuck into the ground, sparking with red lightning. The boys stood opposite each other. The white-haired girl said that this was impossible. Nagi clenched the broken blade in her hand. Then she held it out in front of her. The girl pressed her hand to her chest, sparking with blue lightning. She said she couldn't stop until the tower collapsed. The boy looked down sadly. There was a sword stuck in the ground not far from them. The boy told her to take it. Nagi looked at the boy with a cold gaze as her hand disappeared. She said she was just a pale shadow of her memories, an empty shell, and she couldn't bear to leave the sword. The girl touched T1's face with her palm. Nagi said that if it was him, she believed that everything would work out. A blue aura emanated from the sword. Nagi asked him to stop it. Blood sprayed into the air. Nagi told him to rid her of her empty, pale life. T1 hugged the girl as a shard of the blade pierced his chest. The boys looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Blood began to drip onto the ground. The boy hugged the girl tightly, apologizing to her. He smiled slightly as blood dripped from his mouth. T1 said that he was not going to take back his words. Nagi stared ahead in confusion, her eyes wide. T1 offered the girls to go with him. Mirage told T1 that he had a question for him. T1 stood in front of the Mirage with a hole in his chest. The man asked why he was doing this, noting that he had known from the beginning that the fate of this world was predetermined. T1 slightly opened his mouth, noting that he had noticed something after sharing the cup with him. Mirage squinted at the guy. T1 said that he had too many unnecessary thoughts. The white-haired guy crossed his legs, looking at the man with a cold gaze. He asked what was strange about sacrificing his life for his favorite character. The man pressed his lips together, after which he grinned maliciously, covering his mouth with his hand, saying that he was crazy, asking if he was serious now. The white-haired guy looked at the girl by the window. He noted that when they first met, he had no intention of becoming her support, her protector. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. The player noted that perhaps he just wanted to share his loneliness with someone. The white-haired guy lowered his head, blushing slightly. He thought that everything was fine, and if his guess was correct, they would be able to meet again. T1 hugged Nagi when a blade fragment pierced his chest. T1 noted that because such is the world. Nagi widened her eyes. The bloody blade was sticking out of the guy's body. T1 hugged Nagi, bleeding. He thought that it finally worked out, but he wished it had happened sooner. T1 closed his eyes, thinking that everything was right. That's how it should be. A blade fragment pierced the ground. The player noted that this was his battle. Clouds of smoke and dust rose into the air. A white-haired girl stood in a purple space opposite the Mirage. She stretched her hand out in front of her, creating a sword in her hand. Nagi pointed her blue blade at the man. The man hid his face under his hair. He said that this job for him, and this contract, would require more than usual, asking why he always had to be the one to do the villainy. The Mirage smiled maliciously as a purple light shone on his face. The man told her not to make fun of him, calling it the price. Nagi smirked slightly. The man said that a winner's smile would be enough for him. A purple aura light appeared in the guy's chest. T1 looked at his wound in bewilderment, which began to heal. He wondered if the wound had healed. T1 grabbed the Mirage by the throat, telling him that he was an idiot and that he should not interfere with him. T1 looked at the man furiously, noting that he knew this from his memories, asking that he understood how he felt now. A red light appeared in the space. T1 said that he thought that he finally did the right thing. Mirage slightly opened his mouth, telling him to calm down, and he was only fulfilling his part of the agreement. The white-haired guy clenched his teeth. Mirage said that his offer, do not forget about it. The white-haired guy said that, however, if he had the strength to do this with Nagi. Mirage said that it was impossible. The silhouette of the girl walked in the darkness, breaking into pieces. The man noted that her cup should have worn out and disappeared a long time ago. The man smirked slightly, telling him to curb his ambitions. The guy held Nagi in his arms. The man noted that his goal had been achieved. T1 closed his eyes, saying that this was enough and for him to leave them. The girl lay in the boy's arms, her eyes slightly closed. Blue fragments rose into the air. Nagi apologized to T1. The girl opened her mouth, noting that she no longer existed, the one who could share anything with him. Nagi added that most of her fragments were already there. The boy lowered his head, trying to squeeze out words. The girl called the boy by name. The white-haired girl looked at T1 with a smile, gradually dissolving. The girl said that she wished they could meet again someday. T1's eyes widened in surprise. Then he closed them. T1 opened his eyes, his gaze flashing red. T1 said that he promised. Mirage crossed his arms over his chest, watching what was happening. T1 said that once again, he would not let these words sink into oblivion, and they would definitely meet again. The white-haired guy surrounded himself and the girl with a red powerful aura. T1 said that he promises. Mirage smiled widely, baring his teeth. He noted that this is actually his ability. The white-haired guy looked at the girl with a sad look, saying that wherever she was, he would definitely find her. Nagi widened her eyes in surprise. The white-haired girl continued to dissolve in space with a slight smile on her face. She said that they agreed and let him find her again. Red paper with hieroglyphs appeared in space. Nagi said that she would wait. The protagonist looked ahead with a confused smile, noting that he had succeeded. The guys watched the red aura nearby. Liber looked up in shock. She put her hand out to the side, saying that they should stop, reminding them of the plan. Liber noted that if they did not intervene, Arthur had the right to wish. Ryujin lowered his gaze, saying that what was done could not be undone, and nothing could be done. Liber looked at the man in confusion. Ryujin said that if the player, and even they, could not stop the battle, that was it. Ryujin narrowed his gaze, thinking that this was not the problem, and if they continued to stand there, he would notice them. T1 held a red piece of paper in his hand. The man wondered what they should do. The white-haired boy grinned wickedly, telling the Mirage not to worry since he remembered the contract. A purple aura appeared in the air. A purple mark appeared on T1's face as the Mirage possessed him. Mirage said he was glad to meet him, asking what the second place was. The blonde guy looked at the guy furiously, saying it was a mirage. The mouse girl looked at what was happening in shock. Ryujin looked ahead in horror. The guys told him to wait. A yellow aura flashed through the air. The protagonist blocked Dean's punch while the mirage danced with joy. Dean looked at the protagonist furiously, telling him to get lost. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, shouting his name. Mirage watched with a sly smile. Xiaojin gritted his teeth, saying that he understood perfectly well, and it would be right to take him down for the sake of those who abandoned them. The protagonist imagined the mirage reaching out to the guys. Xiaojin noted that the leader of the unranked players, the trampled mirage, brought suffering to many, but they must leave him alive. The protagonist frowned, noting that it was for the sake of those who remained. Dean looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Mowgli stood behind Arthur, narrowing her gaze. The protagonist said that on the day of the decisive battle, they will confront a god. The mouse girl looked menacingly ahead, calling the mirage. Ryujin grabbed the girl, who was waving her arms and legs. The girl asked him to let her go so that she could finish him off. Ryujin tried to calm the girl down. He looked at her with displeasure, frowning. The man thought that he somehow missed the moment when he was demoted to a nanny, wondering if they even had a conscience and brains. The man looked at what was happening with annoyance. He thought that in such an atmosphere any thoughtless action could lead to dire consequences. Dean emitted a terrifying aura. He squinted ahead. The protagonist stepped aside in the path of the blonde. The guy approached Mirage. Mirage grinned maliciously. He told him to calm down already. Even though he was out of his mind, he was able to assess the situation, and he was only there on behalf of that impudent guy. Dean looked at the man with a cold gaze. Mirage asked him not to say that the words of that child were enough for him to calm down, and if he could do the same, noting that this is why he was forever in second place. Dean squinted at Mirage, asking why he was on their side. The guy smiled broadly, asking that he was on theirs, and that he had already forgotten. Mirage smiled maliciously. He noted that sending all these idiots he hated to hell was his goal. The man held a purple piece of paper in his hand, saying that they would see it all again. The guy put on a pompous stance, saying that all their plans would be gone. Mirage smirked slightly when the protagonist called out to him. The protagonist stood motionless, clenching his hands into fists. Xiaojin said that he had not forgotten anything. He looked at the guy with a menacing gaze, saying that he would not take his eyes off him. The guy looked behind him, where the silhouette of Mirage was visible. The man looked ahead in bewilderment, noting that these were eyes that saw the soul, and apparently they had almost reached the required condition. The man smiled contentedly, thinking that the boy had a better chance of winning than it might seem. Mirage smiled slightly, telling the protagonist to take care of himself, and they would meet in the arena. A stone flew to the side at high speed, after which the stone hit Mirage in the head. The mouse girl stood slightly bent over, swinging her hand. The girl put her hand in front of her. She looked up, noting that he could say if needed, and she would help him. Mirage looked at the girl in bewilderment, grabbing his neck with his hand. After which he grinned maliciously, saying that one, then the other, and the main thing is not to interfere. The guys looked at the leaving man. Mirage noted that it was very difficult to find the right shape. Purple lightning flashed in space. There were 2 days left until the decisive battle. The white-haired guy stood in the arena, looking at the girl in the sky. Heavenly Terrarium, 100th floor, Heavenly Arena. The girl congratulated the guy on reaching the Heavenly Arena. The blonde hovered in the air, smiling slightly. She noted that she was the ego weapon of the great absolute god Arthur. The girl lowered her gaze, smiling slightly. The girl said her name was Iris, the judge of the day of the decisive battle. Iris, the ego weapon born for the decisive battle. Iris opened the cage in her hand. She said that such was the grace of the absolute god, and she would make sure that the soul remained safe until the day of battle. The white-haired boy glared at the girl. Iris asked if there was an objection. T1 said that there was none. Iris smiled madly, saying that then they would meet on the day of the decisive battle. The soul appeared in the cage. Iris told him to amuse Arthur. The man stepped onto the ground. Mirage said that he thought he would be able to live in luxury, but these damn shackles, their weight alone was driving him crazy. The man smiled widely as T1 sat on the couch. The man said that this was his imagination, asking that this was a newlywed house, and he did not know if his dirty feet could encroach on such a place. The brown-haired man pressed his lips together. T1 told him to stop fidgeting and rest a bit, as he needed to do well in the next battle. T1 began to take off his gloves. He noted that he would have to take this off to meet this man again. The white-haired man stared at the man, saying that he would help him with the plan he was thinking of. The shackles lay purple puddles. Mirage stood in the purple space, saying that the man was able to weaken his guard, and he could not believe that someone had removed the pressure imposed by the absolute god. The man touched his chin with his hand. He said that he could give up the power of this cup, noting that it was not enough and thought he had escaped with a new restriction. Purple sparks were visible in the space. The man asked what he was going to take part in this battle. The brown-haired man smiled madly, saying that the mirage was a joke and they had already discussed it with him, but he still rushed into battle and what nonsense it was. A purple aura was coming out of the man's head. The brown-haired man said that he was grateful to him anyway. The bodies of people were visible behind the man. He said that without him, he would not have been able to collect the chess pieces that were missing. The brown-haired man grinned bloodthirstily, telling Arthur that, as he wanted, he did what he could. Purple smoke was visible in the space. The man said that in return, he would take everything from him. Arthur was lying on the bed, fast asleep. Mowgli was standing next to Arthur's bed. She said that Iris had transferred new souls. God told her to just put them somewhere. Mowgli was sitting near the wall, looking at the souls in the cages. A purple soul was visible in the cage. Mowgli noted that it was beautiful and this one was a bit weak compared to the others. The girl raised her head. She licked her lips. The brunette began to stretch her fingers towards the cage, wondering if she could touch it. Suddenly, the girl was hit by a blue aura. She looked behind her in confusion, wondering what her name was. Arthur was lying on the bed. The girl thought it was Arthur, but then realized it was not him. The brunette looked up in confusion, seeing the images of the guys. She did not understand who it was. The guy smiled widely, saying that the time had come, turning to Xiao Jin and Liber. The guys looked ahead with wide smiles. The guy said that the masters of the ego weapon put everything on the line for the sake of victory. The protagonist and Liber looked at what was happening in surprise. The guy said that therefore, let him use them. A dark space appeared. Zichman said that this is a fight for those who deal with souls. The man presented the image of Arthur, noting that he is the one who creates souls. The man presented a disfigured face, noting that he was the one who was the source of the soul. Zichman presented an image of the protagonist, noting that he was the one chosen by all souls. The man stood next to a huge girl. He said that she was the one who could only be loved by one soul. Zichman smiled sarcastically, saying that everything was correct and it was time to gain eternity. Lucia smirked contentedly. Zichman said that he would remove her seal. Lucia, class, firstborn ego weapon. A dark red soul was visible in the cage. Mowgli looked at her in surprise. A powerful aura emanated from the dark soul. Zichman told Luce that they would soon be able to free themselves. A girl appeared from the red aura, stretching out her arms towards Zichman. Lucia hugged the man, saying that he was caught and they were finally alone with him, and they were still being watched. The girl pressed herself against the man's chest. She noted that now everyone will know about her indecent behavior and what to do if she likes it so much. Lucia apologized to her sweet half. The girl was sitting on the man's legs. She asked that her smell was disgusting and spoiled his mood. Zichman said that it was not at all. Lucia asked that he felt everything. The girl smiled slightly, saying that her heart was beating its last beats and that everything was spinning and sickening. The girl looked at Zichman with a smirk, noting that she probably felt it. The man looked at the girl with a slight smile. Lucia noted that because she also felt his anxiety. The guys sat motionless. Lucia said that she was scared, asking if they were playing villains correctly. The man smiled slightly, saying that they had gone so far, trampling justice and the most typical villains that are in every story. He looked down with a sad look, saying that this is why they should never doubt their choice. Zichman put his hand on the girl's head, noting that someday they will suffer a terrible end and that a true hero will bring it. The girl looked at Zichman with a joyful smile, asking how about a humiliating plea for mercy. The man noted that it was not so bad. Lucia asked that wasn't this how the most notorious bad guys should behave. Lucia covered her mouth with her hand and smiled sarcastically. She asked that he hadn't forgotten, and if he was going to do what he had planned, he would have to pay her back with all his karma. The man smiled widely, saying that of course, and that was why he had built Avalon. Zichman slowly rose to his feet, saying that first they needed a real world where heroes could be born. Red smoke was visible in the air. Zichman asked that this was the condition under which they promised to spend eternity together. Lucia smiled sheepishly, covering her mouth with her hands. She said that it was true and exactly like that. Lucia thought that eternity together was so romantic. Zichman took the embarrassed girl by the hands, asking that until that day comes, will she play the worst villains together with him. The girl smiled madly, thinking that it was so cool. She said that of course she would, offering to kill them all together. The guy was sitting at his desk, his head down on the table. The main character looked ahead with a puzzled look. Liber told him to get up already. The blonde looked at the guy with displeasure, asking how long he was going to count sheep, since the next lesson was with Ran. If he was going to sleep, he would row. Xiaojin looked at Liber in surprise, asking why she was in uniform and what was up with the tower. The guys looked at the main character with bewilderment. Pasties said that he also chatted in his sleep. Lilith said that he looked tired, asking what happened to him. Sumama noted that judging by his appearance, he hung out in front of the computer all night again. The brown-haired girl told Tali to just leave him alone next time, and they would see how he would get out of it. The guy said that someone needs to change their habits and can't wake up without the help of a girl. Liber looked at the boys with a frown and said that they were not dating. Seoljin noted that it was true and they just lived in the same building. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that he had a strange dream. He wondered what it was. Seoljin thought that he had a feeling that he forgot something important. He slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking that if it was really important, he would remember, but for now he needed to focus on the trial. The protagonist was sitting in the classroom. He noted that everything was true and they needed to live in reality. Dean was standing at the table. He addressed the children, introducing them to the transfer student. Mowgli was standing in front of the boys. Dean said that this was Mowgli, an ego weapon, asking them not to quarrel and try to be friends. Mowgli looked ahead in surprise, wondering where she was. The protagonist was sitting at the desk next to Liber. Mowgli noted that it was that guy's. Liber asked why she was staring. The brunette stared ahead with a cold gaze. She thought that she would stare first and then it would be over and she would finally be free. Ran looked at the guys furiously. Sumama ran down the road when balls were thrown at her. Liber ate her food with great appetite. The brown-haired guy carried a mop on his shoulder with an exhausted look. The protagonist and Lilith were standing next to a small puppy. Liber looked at the guys furiously. Then she looked away with displeasure. Lilith looked down with embarrassment, covering her mouth with her hand. The protagonist looked ahead with embarrassment. Mowgli watched what was happening intently. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. Lilith asked what was wrong. The protagonist looked ahead with bewilderment, noting that he had just felt someone's gaze. Liber asked him not to say that he was interested in the new girl. Mowgli turned around and walked away, noting how boring it was. There were books on the table in the classroom. The protagonist approached the table, wondering whose it was. The brunette widened his eyes in surprise. Liber said that there he was. The girl ran into the classroom, asking what he was doing there, saying that she thought he was already halfway home. The protagonist apologized to the girl. The blonde looked at the protagonist in surprise. Seoljin asked the person sitting at this table how long he had been gone. Liber looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about, noting that T1 had left a long time ago, right after school. The protagonist widened his eyes in bewilderment. The girl asked if he had really forgotten about everything. A beautiful sunset was visible in the sky. Liber smiled widely, pulling herself up. She said that this day was unforgettable. The protagonist said that the sun would soon set, and they still needed to run to the library. The guys were walking along the road. Liber said that it was terribly boring and quiet there. The protagonist noted that of course, after all, it was a library. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. The blonde said that this was really good, an ordinary life. The protagonist walked with his back, looking at the sunset. He said that he thought so too. Black silhouettes were visible, guys. The protagonist said that, however, they might never find such a future. Liber looked at the protagonist with an embarrassed smile. She asked that they would do their best, after all. The protagonist looked ahead with a slight grin, saying that they definitely would. Seoljin thought that it was possible, even if it was not quite the same. The protagonist looked at the guys. Pasties smiled widely, saying that they only expect victory from him, and that he should say hello to T1, that rascal. Sumama smiled widely, saying that they will succeed, and she will root for them. The brown-haired man smiled slightly, saying that she hopes for him. Lilith extended her hand. She took Liber's hands. The pink-haired girl looked at the blonde with a smile, wishing her luck, noting that Genya has moments when he can do stupid absurdities. The blonde smiled widely, telling her to trust him for that reason, asking that he needs support. Lilith looked back at the main character. The brunette looked at the girl embarrassedly. The pink-haired girl hugged the guy tightly. Liber watched dumbfoundedly as the guys smiled. Lilith pressed herself against the guy's body, telling him to definitely come back, and she remembers that he promised to take responsibility. The protagonist looked at the girl with bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. Liber looked at the guys furiously, asking if they were crossing the line now. The guys were standing near a blue beam of light. The protagonist and Liber looked at the guys with a smirk. The guys saw the protagonist off with a smile. Seoljin said that they would meet again. He put his thumb in front of himself when a bright light appeared. A white cloud passed by the protagonist. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing look. The day of the decisive battle. Dean and Ryujin were sitting among the ruins. Sky Terrarium, 99th floor. Dean looked ahead with a downcast look, saying that they really left and did not even say goodbye. The blonde looked at the red crystal. Ryujin looked up, smiling slightly. He noted that nothing could be done and the decisive day had come and they could only fold their hands and wait. Dean sat with his back to them, looking straight ahead. He asked if he thought they could beat him. Ryujin's eyes widened. He then closed them and smirked slightly. The man sat next to Dean. He said that time was passing and even he was getting old. Dean asked why he said that. There were ruins on the ground. Ryujin asked when he first entered the tower, noting that if his memory served him correctly, it had been 32 years already. Dean said that everyone already knew that, and so he wouldn't rub salt in the wound by asking that he wanted to retire him. Ryujin looked at the guy with a smirk, saying that he remembered he showed up when he was exactly 70 years old and that made him 102, asking why the guy had risen to second place in the rankings. Dean looked at the man in shock. Ryujin said that he was already feeling down and should listen to his grandfather's wise advice. The man slightly narrowed his eyes and smiled broadly. He said that a miracle that changes the world can only be performed by the young, who do not yet understand that such things do not happen. Dean looked at the old man in bewilderment, after which he grinned slightly, saying about a miracle. The man looked at the guy awkwardly. Dean asked if he wanted a gift. Ryujin said that it was somehow awkward. Dean smiled contentedly, saying that nothing special and just wanted to increase the chances of a miracle. There was a flask with a yellow liquid on the ground. The mentor was looking at the huge tower. She lowered her gaze, putting her palms together. The mentor said that they must definitely return alive. The protagonist stood on the ground. He grinned awkwardly, noting that he had finally returned to the place where he had first disgraced himself. The protagonist remembered how he stood in the arena opposite the girl. The protagonist stood in the arena. He noted that this was the scene that every player dreams of. Sky Terrarium, 100th floor, Sky Arena. The protagonist furrowed his brows as cold sweat ran down his face. He noted that he was still shivering. The boys were holding hands. Seoljin asked Liber if she was ready. The protagonist said that they would definitely win. Behind the smiling Liber, the silhouettes of the boys were visible. The protagonist looked ahead with a wide smile, saying that this was for the sake of their desired future. The day of the decisive battle. Arthur opened his mouth wide, stretching. He said he slept well. God looked at Mowgli, asking how she had fun. Mowgli noted that she would not have said and as ordered, she waited and played around. The girl lowered her gaze, noting that she had just met a player named Seoljin and she did not get the impression that he would be able to bring him pleasure in battle. Mowgli remembered seeing Liber and the protagonist. She noted that speaking of him, it would be true to say a non-entity. Mowgli looked ahead with a cold gaze. The brunette stood with her back, looking at the stretching Arthur. God noted that he thought they would get along well, and in any case, Excalibur had already chosen him. The brunette asked what he was talking about his ego weapon. Arthur looked at the girl, asking what he had not told her, noting that he created her and if you think about it, she was her older sister. Mowgli's eyes widened. She recalled the image of Liber, wondering if this ego weapon was her sister. Arthur held his hands up. He said that when an ego weapon truly chooses its partner, some special bond is formed, and only by crossing swords do warriors truly understand each other. Arthur smiled slightly, saying that it seemed that the last challenger had visited them and it was time to begin. Iris looked down with a wide smile. She said that her name was Iris, the judge of the decisive battle day, and congratulated her on reaching the heavenly arena. Dean stood in the arena as the blonde hovered in the sky. Iris said that the test was successful. Dean grinned maliciously. Arthur walked along the ground sparking blue lightning. Arthur emitted a blue aura. God said that they should come to him, calling Iris and Mowgli. Iris smiled madly. Mowgli looked ahead with a serious look. Iris noted that Arthur called their names. Whirlwinds of blue aura began to be attracted to Arthur's hands. A weapon appeared in the god's hands. Arthur smiled widely, spreading his arms to the side. Smoke was coming from the tower. Arthur said that everyone needed to gather. Cracks appeared on the tower, after which a bright flash of aura appeared. People raised their fists up. The man watched what was happening with a wide smile, noting that it was already beginning. Arthur directed the flow of aura with a wide smile. The guys looked up in bewilderment. Pastisa looked in front of him, dumbfounded, saying that it was amazing, and he just took and called all the players. Arthur stood in the arena. He said that everything was fine, and they were great. The blonde looked away with a slight smile. He said that in the name of Arthur, the absolute god, the final winner will remain standing on his feet. The guys looked intently at the god. Arthur said that this will be the rightful owner of his throne. Zichman stood in front of a smiling Lucia. The man smiled widely. T1's red gaze flashed as a purple cross appeared behind him. Dean looked at his hand, clenching it into a fist. The protagonist and Liber looked ahead confidently. Arthur smiled madly, wishing himself victory. The decisive battle begins. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.